The first thing I did after being reborn as a wolf was to run to the roadside to beg for food from humans. It is well known that following the Wolf King means going hungry for 3 days and eating well for 1, but as long as you wag your tail at humans, you can go from starving to full. So, as a lone wolf who was severely injured and kicked out of the pack by the Wolf King due to my desire for the Wolf Queen, I must cling tightly to the humans. At that moment, I had just been driven out of the territory and was thinking about how to survive in this forest when I suddenly spotted a jeep coming down the road in the distance. My eyes lit up, and I immediately limped over, trying to wag my tail along the way to make myself seem a bit more dog-like. At first, the man who got out to smoke thought I was just a small dog, but when he saw my fangs, he exclaimed, "Oh no, it's a wolf, run!" After saying that, he turned and jumped back into the car. I found this scene somewhat speechless. I had put aside my wolf pride, pitifully and awkwardly circling by the highway for a bite to eat, yet you ran away as soon as you saw me? Just as I was considering whether I needed to improve my acting skills, I saw that the car suddenly slammed to a stop. Soon, a little girl's voice came, "Daddy, it's so pitiful, isn't it a big dog?" Immediately after, a opened egg yolk pie was thrown out from the car window gap, and I ran over and swallowed it in one bite. Good, 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 it smells so good. Being a dog is fine, at least it can fill my stomach. So, in order not to miss any bit of someone else's kindness, I looked at the girl in the car again and wagged my tail. "Daddy, look, this wolf can wag its tail. Let's give it your egg yolk pie too." Hearing the little girl's words, I couldn't wait to stick out my tongue and even licked my nose tip. This time the imitation was even more like. Even the male driver was amused, and he threw the last egg yolk pie to me before driving away, kicking up dust. On these mountain forest night roads, there are still quite a few wolves. Although he didn't know how I became so dog-like, he still had to consider the safety of his family. After eating a few egg yolk pies, I surprisingly felt my body instantly recover to a healthy state. Even my wounds healed. Although I didn't understand what was happening, I couldn't help but let out a howl. This howl not only expressed my unwillingness but also provoked the Wolf King deep in the jungle. "This damn stupid wolf, how dare it disturb my rest?" Sensing the Wolf King's resentment, the nearby wolf pack began to rise slowly, and a battle wolf flattered. "Wolf King, let's go kill that stupid wolf. I have already given him a chance to leave. Since he won't go, don't blame me." The Wolf King agreed without any hesitation. He left some pregnant female wolves behind in the territory and set off with a dozen battle wolves. They quickly made their way to the mountain where I was, and I also keenly noticed my companions. Looking at those pairs of green eyes, if it were before, I would have definitely run away or begged for mercy. But times have changed, my body has fully recovered, and I am no longer someone that these half-starved wolf packs can catch. About half an hour later, after several rounds of back and forth, we returned to that mountain. The Wolf King looked at me, panting, and couldn't help but launch a verbal attack. "You must have accepted human feeding like this. It's simply a disgrace to the wolf clan." I did not respond to this but instead said something strange. "Have you ever eaten a custard pie?" This left the wolves confused. They asked each other for a while but still didn't know what that was. Seeing the puzzled expression on the Wolf King's face, I couldn't help but send him a mocking glance. "What's wrong? Never heard of it? Why don't you guys follow me? I guarantee you won't go hungry." After that, I wanted to say something more, but I heard the Wolf King let out a roar of anger. He intended to launch another attack on me, but considering that he hadn't succeeded in hunting recently and needed to conserve some strength, he had to choose to retreat for the time being. A male wolf stepped forward to ask, "My king, are we retreating? What can we do if we don't retreat? Can you catch him?" The Wolf King spoke with a face full of resentment, then looked around and said, "It's fine. Our clan is made up of the most elite warriors of the Wolf Clan. We have survived through countless battles. The reason we didn't catch him today must be because we haven't eaten well for a long time. Once we recover to our peak state, we will have plenty of time to seek revenge on him." As I spoke, the wolf pack left in indignation, while I continued to curl up by the roadside like a victor, waiting for the next human to feed me. However, this is a desolate mountain area, and in winter, there might not be anyone coming by, so I still need to prepare for the worst. Thus, I spent a whole night digging a hole in the ground. The next morning, when I finished work, my fur was covered in dirt, but I didn't shake it off. Instead, I went to the roadside to stake out. Soon, I had a target again, a tourist bus that stopped not far from me with a rev of the engine. I skillfully ran to the side of the female owner. As the attitude of men towards wolves is still questionable, they might directly hit me with a club. Sure enough, at the moment they saw me, the woman didn't dare to get out of the car but rolled down the window, while the man hurriedly reminded her, "Hey, don't roll down the window. That's a wolf, it could hurt you." Hearing his words, I tactfully took 2 steps back, pretending to look pitiful, drooping my ears, lowering my head, and instantly tucking my tail, as if to say, "Sister, if you treat me this way, will brother scold me?" This green tea tactic seemed to hit the other party's youthful heart. A family bucket was just thrown over. Wow, what a great harvest. After getting the food, I immediately changed my expression, directly grabbed it and left with a stylish back. Just kidding, that was a whole chicken. Just smelling the aroma made me feel delighted. Meanwhile, deep in the grassland, the Wolf King, along with a pack of male wolves, raced towards their camp like victors. Today they conquered a chicken coop and finally had a hearty meal. This stuff is really delicious. After this chicken, I feel like we could go catch a deer without any problem. The wolves laughed heartily, but the Wolf King suddenly said, I think that stupid wolf doesn't have such tasty food. As soon as he said that, a lead wolf chimed in cheekily. Wolf King, I want to see what that guy looks like when he's starving. Tonight, I must go and describe to him how fragrant the chicken is. They thought that on such a cold day, surely no one would throw food to me, but unexpectedly, I was munching on a hamburger while constantly mumbling, no, there are so many people today, the holes we dug are not enough. At first, I thought since we just opened for business, I should provide the best service possible, even posing for photos actively, but as more and more people came, I didn't even want to serve anymore. After a hearty meal, I even received blankets. It was simply the peak of a wolf's life. It was so delightful. However, since I am full, I also need to improve my combat skills. After all, with an enemy as powerful as the Wolf King, we will definitely have a battle in the future. The Wolf King was strong back then. He had absolute authority. When it's my turn to be strong, he will have to make way. Next, while exercising and eating, I felt the rapid increase in strength once again. With the golden finger and human training methods, I believe it won't be long before I can stand at the peak of the Wolf Clan. That night, I once again arrived at the mountaintop, just about to howl to tease the Wolf King out, when I keenly noticed sounds coming from around. Ha ha, this time we are going to deal with that stupid wolf. It will definitely be easy. Yesterday, letting that kid escape was definitely because we didn't eat enough. If not, even if I am tired after a whole day, I can easily capture him. In the distance, I saw two wolves advancing side by side. They had managed to get quite a bit of food today, although they were only 7/10 full. It was enough to make them happy after being hungry for several days. So the two wolves were quite confident they could take me down. Little did they know, before they had taken 2 steps, I jumped out first. I heard you were looking for me? Seeing me suddenly jump out, the two wolves were startled, but they quickly reacted. They were first delighted, then instead of rushing to attack, they raised their proud heads and mocked me. You must have been starving all day, right? In this cold weather, I doubt anyone would feed you. Let me tell you, we just ate a whole chicken. Let's see how you run this time. They thought I would show a greedy expression under their verbal assault, but to their surprise, I swept them with a disdainful look. That kind of bloody thing is only something you guys would eat. Do you know about the Orleans flavored chicken leg? I didn't hide my disdain in my eyes, and without saying much more, I found 2 unopened bags of chicken legs from the cave entrance and threw them over. A gift from me. Go try it. The 2 wolves were stunned. Just by looking at the color of the chicken leg, they could sense a taste that made their mouths water. The 2 wolves were almost desperately holding back, trying not to let their saliva drip. Meanwhile, I lay on the ground unconcerned, watching the 2 wolves observe for a long time, and in the end, they couldn't help but take a bite. As a plastic taste entered its mouth, the lead wolf couldn't help but say, "You bastard actually poisoned it." I've heard that human poisons are very potent, even an adult bull can be killed by it. After saying this, the lead wolf anxiously looked around, trying to find a water source, while the other one prepared for a fight. Seeing this scene, I sneered and mocked. Look closely, this is how you eat it. Saying that, Yifan used his mouth to find the opening of the bag and tore it open in one go, leaving the large chicken leg exposed. The aroma wafts around and you can't help but nibble on it yourself. To be honest, if he didn't feel that these 2 were quite interesting and wanted to take them under his wing, Yifan wouldn't have bothered to go through all the trouble. There's also the fact that he's just a little too much work for one day, and he still needs his little brother to help share the load. The 2 wolves' stomachs began to churn as they smelled the scent and felt as if they had eaten the chicken during the day for nothing. Then, just following Yifan's method, he also tried it, and indeed, he opened the chicken leg package and consumed it normally. Of course, just to be on the safe side, one person eats first. The first wolf quickly placed the food in his mouth, and almost the moment he ate it, his entire body's eyes lit up. Yummy! Roar! He had never eaten anything so delicious, and the head wolf started licking up the ground directly afterward, trying to find that feeling. It was such a small piece that he felt it was literally worth more than if he had eaten a whole chicken. It's so cool! It's so cool! On the other hand, seeing that the head wolf was fine, he quickly tried it himself. Again, one sip and the eyes cleared up. Well, looking at the 2 wolves who hadn't seen the world, Yifan only felt amused. He just lounged lazily to the side, waiting for the 2 to take the next step. Trying to conquer wolves like this is clearly impossible. The more food you give him, the more she'll just think you're a bully. If you want to collect minions, there's only one way that works. That's going up by yourself and beating them. Sure enough, right after the two of them ate happily, their eyes began to look at Yifan strangely. Kid, you should still have a lot of this good stuff there, right? Bring it out and let us eat first. I can consider a lighter hand when it comes to you later. If not, I'll beat you to death. The head wolf opened his mouth to threaten. He doesn't care what to give or not to give him. If Yifan is sensible, then directly find out to save him from turning over. If Yifan is not sensible, he also has the same way to find him out. Anyway, even if Yifan had more things to eat, he would still be nothing more than a battle scum. Why don't you two just hang out with me? Yifan ignored the two wolves and said to himself, with you? You're such a loser? You can beat us first. Roar! The two men's thoughts were such that they hit it off. In the next moment, he directly pulled himself up and looked at Yifan and pounced down. Just when they thought they had succeeded, they unexpectedly realized that Yifan, who was originally lazily lying on the ground, had moved his position. You too, with this much strength, come to clean me up? Yifan sneered and taunted behind him. Kid, I didn't expect that throwing you outside the wolves in the past 2 days would grow fast. The head wolf was stunned by Yifan's incredible maneuver and questioned. Generally average. Yifan spoke indifferently. Kid, don't be too wild. Do you know why the Wolf King sent us to? It's because of our level of hunting. First class. Roar. There was another long whine, and the two wolves attacked left and right. This time, Yifan didn't even dodge. Directly one claw at a time, left and right sides all pressed to the ground. Bang! With a powerful sound, the two wolves were smashed to pieces. Now, to give you two choices. First, be my little brother and I'll even take care of a full meal for both of you tonight. For the second one, you two make my full meal for tonight. Yifan coldly threatened, and at this moment, the two wolves that were pressed underneath him, in addition to having a hard time speaking, a shocked look blossomed in the depths of their eyes. It was as if they were thinking about why this was happening. One must know that Yifan used to be a waste in their eyes. It was very difficult to even keep up with the march of the large group, not to mention being able to complete the hunt. This, coupled with the fact that he often liked to tease the female wolves in the pack, was the reason why he was kicked out of the pack by the Wolf King. And the two, although they could not be said to be the strongest among the wolves, they were first-class hunting experts anyhow. Normal battles didn't matter at all, and the two had once been known to combine their efforts to single-handedly kill an entire bull. Yet it was such a level of strength that was directly killed by Yifan on the spot? It's unimaginable. Ask you two a question? Speak up. What level these two people are? Yifan is naturally clear, or else this place would have ended hastily long ago. In order to take in this kind of powerful general's time, Yifan could only be slightly more serious. We serve. The two struggled for a long time, and after a difficult decision, they finally chose firmly to respect life, directly defecting to Yifan. Originally, he was prepared to take in one henchman, but who knew that the Wolf King had gotten himself two together? Just right. It's a double whammy. Looking at the two wolves that submitted to him, Yifan's heart burst with joy. My name is Yifan. You guys can call me Boss Yi. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Yifan turned back to the two wolves. From now on you two will each have a name as well. And this taller one will be called Double Happiness. The fatter one is called Proctor. Did you two remember that? Yifan spoke, and the two nodded their heads. Alright, this is a reward for you guys. Eat first. Seeing the two wolves obediently, Yifan directly knocked over a bucket of KFC that he got during the day and let the two wolves enjoy it as they pleased. The flavor of this one is even more tangy than the big chicken thighs from earlier. In an instant, the eyes of the two who were still somewhat indignant and unconvinced instantly cleared up. Whatever aversion he had felt before vanished in an instant. This boss of his own, it looks like he's recognizing the right one. It's the kind of delicious food that has so much of it and lets the two of them eat as much as they want. Crap, there was no longer any reason to disobey Yifan. You know, they make beasts, and their feelings are very genuine. Generally, never a slave, unless you include food and shelter. Say boss, what is this training you speak of? Shuangshi couldn't help but ask. Chapter 6. The wolf minions are starting their shift, begging for golden tickets. Training? What training? Progenitor sniffed and also looked at Yifan. Yifan immediately raised his high and proud wolf head. By training, I mean that I will teach you the art of eating. Hearing this, the two little brother wolves were confused. Eating instincts? Wouldn't we? We just went to catch chickens with our ex-boss not too long ago? Twinkie was strangely upset, saying so, and it smacked its lips, thinking of the raw chicken's mouth full of blood. Comparing it to the KFC that he ate from Yifan, he immediately felt tasteless. Lin Men was also confused, and he still needed to be taught the art of eating? To be honest, it was that there were not enough resources over here. Otherwise, they definitely could not hunt more prey. Idiot, I'm not talking about eating skills as simple as catching a chicken or shooing a deer. Hearing the words of double happiness and prosperity, Yifan instantly rolled his eyes in disdain. The eating skills I'm talking about are the skills to acquire those Orleans chicken legs, KFC and all that I gave you earlier. What? Hearing this, double happiness and prosperity instantly changed their faces, and then both pairs of wolf eyes emitted green light. It would be nothing short of awesome to have access to that kind of food. The two little brother wolves were drooling just thinking about it. They stuck out their tongues and looked at Yifan with eager faces. Boss Yifan, let's learn. Yeah, what's that training of yours? Start right away. Yifan sniffed and looked at the sky. That's fine. If we train now, we can be on the job tomorrow as well. What's induction again? Going on duty. You guys just understand it as trapping. Good. In order to be able to learn the skill of obtaining Orleans chicken legs, double happiness was so well behaved that he even sat on the ground like a dog. Looking up at Yifan, Yifan was very flattered. Ahem. You guys listen up. To learn to get that food, first, we have to learn to deal with humans. Human? I know what Boss Yifan is talking about. It's those guys who don't look aggressive but use a lot of strange tools. Oh, it's them. From the conversation between the two, Yifan instantly understood that they were no strangers to humans either. This made Yifan secretly nod his head, but the next second, his face darkened again. Against humans? That's fine. Just let's do it while they don't have the tools. Yeah, I'll just bite them in the throat then. Hearing the words of the two, Yifan's face darkened and then he gave the two a violent chestnut. Bang bang. Boss Yifan, why did you hit us? The two men covered their heads and both looked at Yifan with some confusion. Yifan's face was filled with rage. Put away your dangerous thoughts. We want to obtain that kind of food and indeed deal with humans, but not to fight them, but to please them. What? Pleasing? That's right. Those humans, they are our rice banners. Food and clothing, so serve them well. And only by serving them well will we be able to get that kind of food and even more delicious food. Upon hearing this, double happiness and prosperity were completely dumbfounded. Yifan's words had undoubtedly opened the door to a new world for them. There is something magical and difficult to understand, but gradually, the two of them somewhat understood what Yifan meant. Although they don't know what the rice banjo master, clothespin means, they are still able to understand the meaning of pleasing the humans. They will be able to get a delicious chicken leg. Understanding this layer of meaning, Yifan's next training was simple. What I'm going to teach you is the way to please humans. First of all, in the eyes of humans, we wolves are beasts that harbor aggression. So, when encountering humans, make sure you don't attack them, or even assume an attack stance. The tail is a good thing, and we need to learn to use it. Yifan first taught the two little brothers wolf wagging his tail. It was supposed to be a simple maneuver, but it's the kind of thing that seems to be about talent. Double happiness wagged her tail up and was very pleasing to the eye. Instead, it's a proctor, very stiff, unable to do anything about it. Yifan was only able to give Lingmen a special training session, and it took him a good half hour to get through. Okay, next, I'll teach you to bark again. When facing humans, you can't wolf howl at will, you have to wail. Double happiness and prosperity especially didn't understand Yifan's training, but remembering the deliciousness of Orleans chicken legs and KFC, they still studied hard. Without realizing it, it was late at night. Well, that's enough teaching for today. Tomorrow I'll take you to practical exercises, so go to bed first. Yifan yawned before lying down on the warm blanket. Double happiness and prosperity were amazed again when they saw this. Yay, Boss Yifan, how did you get such a good fur? Yeah, it just looks so warm. It's not possible that you took out a black bear, Boss Yifan, right? Yifan sniffed and glanced at the black blanket underneath him, and immediately lost his smile. This was also obtained from humans. If you work a little harder, you too will be able to eat, drink and sleep warmly, just like me. Hearing this, double happiness and prosperity got excited again. They even practiced overtime for 2 hours after Yifan went to bed. And the other side, inside the wolf's den, it was late at night, but the wolf king tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. What's going on? Those two guys, why haven't they come back yet? The wolf king asked the rest of his men again, and still got no news of the double happiness. Logically speaking, the two male wolves, double happiness and prosperity, should have exterminated Yifan and returned long ago. But now, how come there is still no movement? It couldn't be that those two idiots were killed back by Yifan. The wolf king frowned at the thought, but after thinking about it, he shook his head. Although he had seen Yifan alive and well not long ago, the double happiness he had dispatched was also well fed. With Yifan's battle power, it was impossible for him to beat the two wolves. Could it be that there's been some kind of accident? For example, the double happiness encountered other beasts on the way there or back? Well, it's possible, but it's also so late now, so let's wait until tomorrow. The wolf king finally felt sleepy and fell asleep in a fit of rambling. There was no talk all night. Next to the skyway, an additional unique landscape. 3 coyotes, sitting on the side of the road, waiting quietly. The lead coyote, a larger figure, was in high spirits, with an occasional flash of anthropomorphic intelligence in his eyes. The 2 wolves in the back had clear stupidity in their eyes and had dark circles under them, but their spirits were still sort of high. Undoubtedly, these 3 wild wolves were none other than Yi Fan and his newly acquired wolf minions. Double Happiness, at home. Today was the first day on duty for the 2 wolves of Double Happiness. Yi Fan is not assured, naturally come over to take a shift off. In the midst of the watch, soon there were traces of a vehicle on the road in the distance. Yi Fan howled at once. Prepare to receive. Chapter 7, 3 wolves working together. Beef jerky, request golden ticket. Prepare to receive. Seeing the vehicle appear, Yi Fan howled. Behind them, Double Happiness and Prosperity's eyes instantly lit up, and their eyes once again glowed green. They look at the vehicles and think, is that the human who can bring in the magic food? But next, to the surprise of Double Happiness and Prosperity, the vehicle did not stop after approaching, but instead sped up and drove away. Boss Yi Fan, how did the humans leave? Yeah, how come he didn't give us any food? Double Happiness and Prosperity are confused. Yi Fan, however, was not surprised and explained, humans are very wary of us, and it's only natural that they didn't stop. For such a situation, Yi Fan was actually used to it. Not everyone has the guts to interact with a strange coyote, either. In fact, of the 10 waves of people he had encountered over the past few days, there were only 1 or 2 that were willing to interact. It's just that there's more of it later when it's famous. It's okay if the first customers you meet don't show up. Keep waiting, there will be more. Yi Fan pacified the 2 wolves with a sentence. The 2 wolves naturally had no problem with it. And so, after another 20 minutes of waiting, another vehicle appeared. Only this time it was large transportation vehicles. The driver of such a vehicle is not in the mood to interact with coyotes. Not belonging to his target group, Yi Fan didn't care. But next, more buggies showed up. But what made Yi Fan puzzled was that none of these SUVs were stopped. On one of the cars, there was clearly someone who recognized Yi Fan, but he had no intention of stopping the car except for pointing at it. What's going on here, Boss Yi Fan? Why isn't anyone stopping? I'm a little hungry. Double Happiness and Prosperity were even more confused. Yi Fan was also greatly surprised. According to past experience, he would have harvested quite a bit of food by now, but it was surprising that he hadn't opened it yet. What is the problem? Yi Fan subconsciously glanced back at Double Happiness and Prosperity and suddenly understood. I'll go, only to see the 2 wolves, Double Happiness and Prosperity. Not only had their eyes glowing green, but their saliva was spilled all over the place. Yi Fan suddenly understood why all those people didn't dare to stay. The men might have dared to interact bravely if he was the only coyote, but with 3 wild wolves together, unless they are really rash, who in general would dare to mess with them, even if they don't mean any harm? It's difficult. On top of that, the 2 of them, Double Happiness and Prosperity, were clearly not managing their expressions well, and standing behind themselves. It was almost as if they looked like the god of food and the punk opening a Setsui beefball store. When the average person sees it, of course they respect it. Hey, I know how those humans haven't stopped. You too, get away from me and stay 10 meters behind me, and wipe up your drool, and don't keep your eyes so fierce over here, or maybe you guys can play in the back for a bit. Upon hearing this, Double Happiness and Prosperity froze, but continued to do as they were told. Yi Fan felt that it was better for him to go first. Wait until word spreads that he's taking in minions, then let Double Happiness and Prosper slowly reach out to the humans. And it turns out, Yi Fan's approach was still feasible. After Double Happiness had distanced himself from him, it finally made the people passing by drop most of their guard. Hey, isn't that Nettlewolf? Stop. In the next moment, a surprised female voice came from a passing SUV. Yi Fan's spirit lifted and raised his eyes to look, somewhat surprised to find that inside this SUV, there was a combination of a man and 2 women. 2 of the girls, sitting in the back row, one innocent and lovely, the other generous and beautiful. As for the man sitting in the front driving the vehicle, he was in his 30s, with a calm and vicissitude on his face. At this moment, the one who opened her mouth was that pure and lovely girl. The vehicle stopped, and the other girl, who was beautiful and generous, also subconsciously looked at Yi Fan. Netflix wolf? What Netflix wolf? Xiaoro, what did you say? Sister E, you seldom brush jitterbug and don't know that in the past 2 days, when someone passed by here, they encountered a wild wolf. The coyote didn't attack them, but looked at them inexplicably. That man didn't know what was wrong with him, but he threw an egg yolk pie at that coyote. As a result, that coyote ate it up, and then in the past few days, I don't know if it's been feeding on it or not, but it's always over here begging for money from people who pass by. Hearing this, Sister E suddenly came to a realization. The girl named Xiaoro, on the other hand, had already pulled down half of the car window and was gleefully looking at Yifan. Her words floated out of the car window, but caused Yifan's face to darken up. What begging? I'm not a beggar. I'm a seller. Thinking like this, Yifan's tail, richly and regularly rotated. Not far away, the two wolves, double happiness and prosperity, stared at Yifan's movements in death. Big Brother really did stop the humans. Next, can it work? On this side of the SUV, Sister Yi watched Zoe open the window and hesitated a bit. Is it really not aggressive? Xiaoro smiled cheekily. Don't worry, don't we have a bodyguard, uncle? Saying so, Zoe glanced at the man in the driver's seat in front of her. Sister Yi immediately shook her head and lost her smile. Thinking about the fighting prowess of this bodyguard, she said no more. But just then, the bodyguard gave a reminder. Ms. Xiaoro, it's better to be careful. Don't open the car windows too wide. There are two other wolves not far away. This bodyguard was still very competent. Not only did he discover Yifan, but he also discovered double happiness and prosperity. Ha, it's really yay. How come there are 3 wolves? Isn't this one a Netflix wolf? Zoe was a little surprised to see this. Nettle wolves are usually out on their own. Ah, is it possible that the one she encountered is not a nettle wolf? Thinking this way, Xiaoro's eyes rolled and she said cheekily, try it and you'll see. Right, Sister E, you have uneaten beef jerky there just now, right? Bring it to me for a moment. Sister Yi lost her smile and guessed what Ro was thinking, handing over half a packet of beef jerky. Receiving the beef jerky, Xiaoro turned her head to look at Yifan outside the car window and laughed. Hey, Netflix wolf, want to eat beef jerky? Netflix wolf? I'm not a Netflix wolf. I'm a serious werewolf. Beef jerky, though, is something you really want to eat? Ow. Yifan immediately let out a bark in response. Xiaoro instantly laughed and grabbed a piece of beef jerky and threw it towards Yifan. At this instant, Yifan's body condensed and shot out violently. In a phantom flash, he accurately grabbed the beef jerky in midair and landed on the ground. Mouth closed. The crispness and flavor of the beef jerky spreads instantly in your mouth. Cool. And seeing this scene, double happiness and prosperity froze. Those humans, they really did give food to Boss Yifan. This is too awesome. Chapter 8, Netflix Wolf Takes a Little Brother? Requesting votes. Ha! Seeing Yifan's swift movements, Sister E couldn't help but be a little surprised. The bodyguard in front of him also had a slightly stony face when he saw this. Just from this action alone, he was able to tell that the wild wolf in front of him was not a bad fighter. But the bouncer couldn't help but lose his smile again when he saw the way it chewed the beef jerky. From the beginning to the end, this wild wolf did not show aggressiveness. Seemingly, it was really a begging wolf. No, it was a Netflix wolf. Ha ha, it really is it. Nettle wolf. At this time, Xiaoro's laughter rang out. Seeing Yifan so nimbly catching the beef jerky, she naturally confirmed that Yifan was really the recently rumored Netflix wolf. Sister Yi, hurry up and make a video for me. I might be on fire too. Xiaoro patted Sister Yi beside her. Sister Yi was helpless and then took out her cell phone and did as she was told. Oh, making a video. That won't be a piece of beef jerky to get rid of you. Noticing Sister Yi's shooting gesture, Yifan was secretly pleased. From his experience selling these days, it seems that some people don't want to be bothered and throw out a little food as they go along. But there's also a part of him that wants more interaction with him. For example, making videos and taking pictures. With more of these interactions, Yifan naturally had the opportunity to claim more food. Inside the mouth, the fresh beef flavor is still spreading. Yifan then realized that these few should be masters who weren't bad with money. Because this beef jerky, it's obviously not cheap. Realizing this, Yifan immediately understood that this was a big customer. Ow. Swallowing the beef jerky in his mouth, Yifan instantly gave another faint cry to Xiaoro. Xiaoro smiled cheekily and instantly threw out another piece of beef jerky. Yifan once again received it with precision, but instead of rushing to consume it, he bobbed his head and started signaling the two wolves behind him. What's it shaking its head for? When Xiaoro saw this, a strange look appeared on her cute face. On the contrary, it was Sister Yi beside him who blushed a bit oddly and said, "It seems to say that he still has 2 partners who haven't eaten anything." The bodyguard couldn't help but look strangely pale when he saw this. This internet wolf, did he get a taste for it? Not only did he come to stop the car by himself, but he even brought his little buddy with him? Ha ha, here. When Xiaoro heard Sister Yi's words and then saw Yifan's shaking head, which was indeed signaling the 2 wolves, she burst out laughing. She then grabbed a handful of beef jerky and threw it at Yifan. Seeing this, not far away, double happiness and prosperity were stunned. Their eyes that looked at Yifan directly rose with little stars. At this moment, their admiration for Yifan had simply reached the point where they were in awe of him. Boss Yifan really did get food on humans, and lots of it. Hey, you two, what are you waiting for? Why don't you hurry over and start dinner? Just then, Yifan's voice came. Xuanxi and Lin Men looked at each other and hurriedly rushed to Yifan's side as fast as they could. Subsequently, they didn't even need to be prompted by Yifan. Following the aroma if any, they picked up the beef jerky on the ground. A bite of it, catalytic and refreshing, as well as fresh and slightly spicy texture rises. Holy, yummy, what is this? Double Happiness and Prosperity were so moved that they were on the verge of tears. They swear that in all their lives, they have never eaten anything so delicious. It's beef jerky, a human special. Yifan then introduced, beef jerky? It's the first time I've ever had beef that good. Double Happiness and Proctor couldn't get enough of one piece and launched themselves at the new beef jerky. Off-road. The three of them were originally a bit worried when they saw the two wolves rushing towards them, but next, after seeing that the two wolves were also running towards the beef jerky, they let go of their hearts. Xiaoro's laughter then rang out. Ha ha, Sister E, did you get it on camera? It seems like this Netflix wolf has taken in a little brother. These two should be its minions, right? Bringing your little brother along to beg? That's funny. Sister E shook her head and lost her smile. She didn't know what to say in the face of such a situation. Let's just say it's been a long time coming. Obviously a wolf. How come it feels smarter and more docile than a dog? It was only when he heard Xiaoro's words that Yifan was instantly offended. What Netflix wolf? I'm not a Netflix wolf. I'm selling my art. Selling my art. Hey, Double Happiness. You too. What are you doing just eating? Why don't you hurry up and perform some talent? Irritated, Yifan hurriedly instructed the two wolf minions. Performing a talent? Oh, got it. Hearing Yifan's words, Lin Men was still a bit confused, but Xuanxi understood at once. It rushed at the trio of Xiaoro and began to twirl its tail up. Ah, so it's a tail spin. It dawned on Proctor, and then he turned his tail as well. It just spins awkwardly and is not at all as supple as the Double Happiness. Sparingly, such a scene also amused Xiaoro, who once again laughed out loud. Sister Yi, did you see that? They're all spinning their tails. Any more snacks? Give them some more. At this time, even Sister Yi was amused as she searched from the backpack next to her and then took out a pack of shredded squid. Xiaoro smiled at the result and then threw it at Yifan and the others. Seeing this, Lin Men immediately followed Yifan's earlier move and directly jumped to receive it. Do they open up when you throw a packet at them like that? Sister Yi saw this, but said with some concern. Right, oh, forgot. Zoe responded with a tap on the head. She was so happy just now that she threw it out without unpacking it. Just next, something happened that surprised all three. The Proctor, who had the shredded squid in his mouth, bit right into the package and began to eat the flavorful shredded squid inside. Yummy! What's this one? This one is delicious too. Double Happiness rushed over to grab it, and with the combined efforts of the two wolves, the package was completely ripped open. The three of them were confused when they saw this. These wolves, they can even unpack? Yifan, however, was not surprised. After all, he had taught two wolves before. That's why Double Happiness and Prosperity know there's food hidden underneath even if they bite into the plastic. But they have three wolves here. One pack won't be enough. Ow! Yifan immediately shouted down towards Xiaoro. Ha ha, that was so much fun. Here you go again, ha. Xiaoro simply took her backpack and grabbed several bags of snacks from it and threw them to Yifan. Beef jerky, shredded squid, dried fruit, and dried pineapple. Yifan naturally smiled without hesitation. He skillfully opened the package of one of the dried fruits with his sharp teeth before devouring it under the astonished gazes of Xiaoro and the others. Double Happiness and Prosperity came over and ate together as well. Yummy, yummy, what's this again? It's a little dry though. Is there any water? Yifan was too lazy to explain that much. After all, there were too many foods that Xuanxi and Lin Men didn't recognize. He can't explain it. Rather, it was the words from the rear-facing door that reminded Yifan. He hadn't had a drink of water since he got up in the morning, either. And now all that dry food. If only we had water to drink. Thinking like this, Yifan looked at Xiaoro, who was still shooting the video. Oh, there's no water. Just ask them for it. Chapter 9 Nettlewolf wants a drink. Begging for golden tickets. If you don't have water, why don't you ask these people for it? Yifan's eyes narrowed. With the generosity of Xiaoro and the others, so many snacks were given. It was obvious that they wouldn't skimp on a bottle of water. Ow. Thinking this way, Yifan didn't hesitate and immediately called out to Xiaoro again. More food is it? Seeing this, Xiaoro instantly threw a few more packets of snacks over. As a result, Yifan ignored it and continued to bark towards Yifan. Why isn't he eating? Zoe said curiously. Instead, it's a double delight and a good meal. Yifan immediately looked at these two goods with contempt. In comparison, he felt that these two loads were the Netflix wolves, while he, himself, was the war wolf. The war wolf who knows exactly what he wants. Thinking of this, Yifan immediately made a strange gesture to Xiaoro. He opened his mouth wide and raised his paw to point inside. Food? Zoe foolishly threw 2 more bags of snacks down. Yi Fan, however, shook his head. Ha, shake your head? What does he want? Zoe wondered up. Sister Yi was also a bit puzzled. The way Yi Fan looked, it was obvious that he didn't want the snacks anymore. But what does he want? It's so obvious it doesn't even register? Looks like a little juggling is in order. Yi Fan didn't expect that after he had made it so obvious, Xiao Rou and the others still didn't understand. In that case, Yevon brewed up a bit. Ha spit. Xiao Rou and Sister Yi froze. In front of them, Yi Fan, the Netflix wolf, actually spat on the ground? Almost. Both of them thought that Yi Fan had expressed his dislike. As a result, right at this moment, Yi Fan stretched his paw and pointed to his mouth, pointing at the saliva on the ground. Sister Yi's beautiful eyes flashed and she suddenly said, "Mouth, saliva? I don't suppose he wants a drink of water?" Xiao Rou's eyes lit up as she sniffed. Yeah, he should be craving water after all that dry food, right? Let's give him something to drink. Saying so, Xiao Rou immediately pulled out another bottle of Nongfu Shanquan and threw it over. Fruity. Yi Fan received it in the air again, then broke it open with his sharp teeth and began to drink it. Boss Yi Fan, is this water? Give us some too. Seeing this, double happiness and prosperity came back together. There was no need for Yi Fan to introduce something like water. Still, soon, the 2 wolves marveled. This water is so sweet. This is too good to be true. It's the first time I've ever had water that tasted so good. Gollum. And seeing this scene, Xiao Rou and Sister Yi both laughed. He really does want water. Has this wolf become a spirit, that it knows to ask us for food and drink? Both of them then marveled, feeling more and more impressed with Yi Fan's wisdom. At this time, even the stoic bodyguard, looking at Yi Fan, couldn't help but tsk. Wolves do possess uncommon intelligence, but the intelligence of this wolf is too strong, isn't it? It's all comparable to a child, who knows to ask for water when he's thirsty for food. Only next, something that shocked a few people even more appeared. Yi Fan pointed to the spit again and signaled up to Xiao Rou and the others. More. Seeing this, Xiao Rou took out another bottle of mineral water. As a result, Yi Fan, this time, shook his wolf head. Zoe wondered again. Why was she shaking her head again? Is there anything else to drink? The mineral water is still a bit bland. Yevon wailed. The mineral water did quench his thirst somewhat, but he didn't really like it. If only there were sodas. Speaking of which, it also seemed like Yi Fan hadn't had a soda since. At the thought of this, Yi Fan's mouth watered. Just how do you express a soda? Yi Fan looked left and right, and cannot directly scurry on top of the buggy to take. Suddenly, Yi Fan's eyes lit up as his gaze landed on the ground. He then stretched out his sharp claws and drew a pattern on the ground under the incredulous gazes of Xiao Rou and the others. It was a pattern similar to a Coke can. Originally, Yi Fan was also planning to write, but that would be too heaven-defying. It would be a problem if he attracted miscreants who wanted to arrest him for slicing. But spare me. His actions had shocked the 3 Xiao Rou once again. What? What's that? He's painting. Oh my god. This internet wolf can draw. Zoe's little mouth opened wide in shock. Sister Yi. Sister Yi. Shoot it. I'm definitely on fire. She excitedly shook Yi-san up. Sister Yi cried and laughed. Got it. Immediately afterward, Xiao Rou looked at the pattern drawn by Yi Fan with a smile on her face again. What does it draw though? At this time, Sister Yi also carefully observed Yi Fan's pattern up. Then she said with some hesitation, it looks like a jar, yeah? It's not. Like, it's asking us for a drink. Is it? What? Drinks? In that case, it looks like it's really Coke and Sprite packaging. Zoe's eyes widened. Even if a wolf knows about drinks, it knows about beverages. This nettle wolf is against the odds. Zoe let out a sigh of relief and then took out a bottle of Coke from the small fridge next to her. Is that what you want? Then holding the Coke, Xiao Rou asked Yi Fan. Yi Fan nodded in a hurry. It's amazing. It's like he understands me. Xiao Rou marveled towards Sister Yi and turned to smile cheekily, throwing the Coke in her hand to Yi Fan. Snapped. Yi Fan took it steadily again, and then his wolf eyes lit up. Coke. Still chilled. Cool. The cold black liquid pooled into his throat, and Yi Fan instantly felt a sense of relief through his body. What's so good about mineral water? It's better to have this carbonated drink. Boss Yi Fan, why is the water you're drinking black? What's this? Give us a try? Seeing this, double happiness tried to come over again, only to be slapped away by Yi Fan. Off. It's Coke and I don't have enough to drink. Coke? Seems like it's good. Lin Men was still eyeing Yi Fan. On the contrary, it was Shuangxi, who had already smartly turned her tail towards Xiao Rou. By observing Yi Fan, it had already gained some insights, and at this time, it did not forget to practice. Looks like it wants it too. Seeing this, Zoe immediately took out more Coke. Something for everyone. No, something for the wolves. thanks to double happiness, Proctor also had a cold Coke. That chilled, sweet and refreshing taste made both coyotes shed tears of happiness. This Coke, too, is so good. Beef jerky, shredded squid, lots of things that are delicious. Involuntarily, both wolves remembered the days when they used to hang out with the Wolf King. Nima, how to drop her 3 days hungry 9 meals, but follow ye fan boss, eat fragrant and spicy, and Coke drink, too good. Chapter 10, a way to deal with the Wolf King, seeking golden tickets. Seeing Xuanxi and Linman's reaction, Yi Fan knew that he had completely subdued these 2 unruly wild wolves. Following that Wolf King, 3 days of starvation and 9 meals, but following him, food and drink, more promising over there. It's clear at a glance. Hey, we should get going too. Bye. Nettlewolf. Next, the 3 Xiaorou continued their journey. Yi Fan's 3 wolves immediately gave these big customers a salute. After waiting for the 3 to leave, Yi Fan instructed Double Happiness to hide the extra food and continue to wait on the heavenly road again. And the buggy side, Xiaorou was still full of smiles. This trip was really worth it. To come across such an interesting coyote. Right, I have to hurry up and edit it and post it on Shake It before I can do it. Sister Yi, I have a feeling that these videos, they'll definitely be on fire. This nettlesome wolf with an unbelievable IQ is also about to become a big hit. Sister Yi shook her head and lost her smile as she looked at Ro, but in her heart, she was somewhat agreeable. Inside the Shake Shack, any pet that has some character will become an internet sensation. Intelligent web-slinging dogs and cats abound, not to mention a wolf. In fact, that wolf did count as fire. Anyone who comes over here to the Tibetan tourist area, almost all of them have swiped at Shakeology. And once the video they shot today is uploaded, it will definitely make it a complete hit. A Netflix wolf like this? Who wouldn't like it? And who doesn't rare some? And next, Fruity. When Zoe edited the video, just 10 minutes had passed. Her videos just started blowing up. 10,000 likes, 100,000 likes, 1,000,000 likes. Inside a short period of time, it stormed to the top of the list of big favorites. The private messages in the background of Xiaorou exploded straight away. Numerous people were asking for details about her contact with Nettlewolf, the location, and so on. Among them, there are even several news outlets, self-published media. Inside the SUV, Rose's surprised laughter soon rang out. And the other side, Lin Fan, on the other hand, took the double happiness and went straight from work. No way. After Zoe and the others left, they met customers again. It wasn't a big customer, but it brought them some good food. Noteworthy, with the experience of dealing with Ro and the others, the later double happiness and prosperity became skillful, performing and making the customers lose their laughter. Thus, after receiving 2 sets of customers, Yi Fan's 3 wolves had to call home, mostly because there's so much stuff. Not a good take. At this moment, both Yi Fan and Double Happiness were holding a large plastic bag in their mouths. It was filled with snacks and even drinks. Double Happiness and Proctor's faces were all smiles. They don't expect to reap the rewards of their first day. This made them feel more and more that following Yi Fan was the right choice. Yi Fan, on the other hand, began to think about growing his team at this time. He is now the equivalent of a company owner. Seeing how good business was, they immediately thought about hiring a few more employees. Otherwise, it's just too busy. As it is, it's clear that there are still a lot of customers, but they can't ship that much food anymore. It's also possible to find a place to hide close by, but it's not safe. If it rained, or if another beast found it, it would be a problem, so it's better to ship it back to their lair. In addition, Yi Fan also knew that the situation at hand was just child's play. By the time his video gets out on the internet, the number of people giving them food will only increase. Humans are fond of following trends. By the time he catches fire online, that wide road, or even the whole area, will be overcrowded. It would be a shame not to catch this wave of splashing riches. In addition, Yi Fan also happened to take advantage of this opportunity to grow himself and build up his power. Lest, as said before, there really is some miscreant hitting on him, that would be a problem. In addition, even if there were no human miscreants out there, right now Yi Fan's situation was not considered safe. Didn't you see that yesterday? That Wolf King guy even sent Double Happiness and Prosperity over to surround himself? That is, Yi Fan had become stronger in power and possessed food for temptation. Otherwise, he would have become a wolf corpse by now. After solving the problem of food, safety naturally became Yi Fan's immediate concern. Back at the lair, Double Happiness and Proctor were happily sorting through the food. Originally, according to their idea, it was a ho-hum meal, straight through, but Yi Fan taught them to know the way of storage. In this way, it is possible to eat and drink forever. The 2 wolves thought of the past winters of hunger and cold, and immediately realized something, admiring Yi Fan more and more. It would be so nice to be able to eat flavorful food in the winter without having to go out hunting. With that in mind, Both wolves worked very hard, but all of a sudden, Yi Fan coldly asked, Xuanxi, Lin Men, you guys say, when that Wolf King guy sees that you guys haven't gone back for so long, will he come looking for you, or will you send another wolf to kill me? Hearing this, the two wolves were stunned and then became furious. Boss Yi Fan, if they come, just fight them. That's right, if he dares to disturb our lives, we will definitely not let him go. Both wolves' tears bubbled with ferocity. They might be able to tolerate the darkness if they had never seen the sun. But now, after following Yi Fan to eat and drink, they were naturally unwilling to go back to that period of being full and hungry. Seeing the reaction of the two wolves, Yi Fan nodded with full meaning. Very well, you two, you have not wasted my training on you. When the two wolves heard Yi Fan's compliments, they both instantly revealed smiles. However, Yi Fan did not agree with the two men's approach. Fighting the Wolf King? Completely unnecessary. With Yi Fan's current power, he was confident that he could deal with the Wolf King, but in a real fight, he would definitely lose. All because under the Wolf King, there were still dozens of wolves, and on his side, even if he added double happiness and prosperity, it wouldn't change the disadvantage. If it were a normal beast, it would probably be helpless. Take 2 minions at most and stay away from the area. But Yi Fan was different. He was human in his previous life, retaining his human consciousness and intelligence. He had too many ways to deal with the Wolf King. Right now, Yi Fan thought for a while and came up with a good solution. Hey, you guys have been out for so long, it's time to go back to the Wolf King. With that, Yi Fan instructed Double Happiness. Go back? Hearing this, Double Happiness and Prosperity were instantly confused. Looking back, both of them burst into tears. Don't, Boss Yi Fan, don't kick us out. We are loyal to you. Both of them couldn't figure out why Yi Fan was praising them a moment ago and now he was going to drive them away. Yi Fan cried and laughed, then explained why. Chapter 11 Internal Divisions and Wolves Without a Fight. Wolf King Field. Those two guys still haven't come back? When he woke up early in the morning, the Wolf King asked his men if the two wild wolves sent to kill Yi Fan had returned. The response was the same as last night. Still nowhere to be seen. Immediately, the Wolf King became more and more skeptical that the two wild wolves hadn't had some kind of accident. Looks like it's going to take a trip to find out what's going on, and to see if that guy's dead. For Yi Fan, the Wolf King was very persistent. But before that, the Wolf King should take the pack of wolves on a hunt first. After all, eating is the biggest thing in the world. This time, they were lucky enough to hunt 2 antelope in a wilderness area. Very good, take it back and start the meal. The Wolf King immediately ordered that the antelope carcass be brought back. It's mainly this area that sometimes has lions and tigers. It would be prudent to take it back to the lair and enjoy it again. The pack of wolves returned in such a voluminous manner. Just back at the lair, the Wolf King was surprised to find 2 coyotes. Ha, you two, back? These 2 wolves, no one else, were none other than Double Happiness and Prosperity that the Wolf King had sent out to kill Yi Fan. What's going on? What took you so long? Has the mission been accomplished yet? Returning to his senses, the Wolf King frowned and asked. Xuanxi and Lin Men looked at each other. Then the more resourceful Xuanxi returned, reporting to the king, we have completed our mission. That guy's already been taken out by us. The only reason we came back so late was because that guy was so good at getting away. We chased him all day before we took him out. So it is. The Wolf King revealed a look of dawning realization. No wonder. He then said how he went so long without seeing anyone. Sure enough, I met with an accident. It turned out well though. Thinking that Yi Fan was already dead, the Wolf King was in a good mood. Very good. You guys did a good job. It just so happens that I just led a hunt for 2 sheep. I'll allow you to eat the most tender parts. Upon hearing this, Xuanxi and Lin Men looked at each other and nodded with some lack of interest. Thank you, King. In his joy, the Wolf King didn't notice the expressions of Double Happiness and Prosperity. Next, the wolves surrounded the 2 antelopes and began to share their food. The meritorious Double Happiness and Prosperity were placed in the thigh of one of the antelopes. Thigh meat, the best, tender and flavorful. In the past, when they were assigned such a part, I'm afraid that Double Happiness and Prosperity would have already been drooling all over the place. But this time, they stopped tastelessly after 1 bite. TSK, not good. It's simply hard to eat. I don't know why I used to like this kind of food. Forget it, don't eat it. The coyotes close to Double Happiness and Prosperity were incredibly surprised to see this. These 2 goods, usually they are the ones who grab the fastest food. This time there is food, and it is still antelope meat, but they still dislike it. What's this for? Did the sun come out of the west? Doubtful. The group of wild wolves didn't think much about it. After all, for them, the blood and flesh of an antelope was still an unrivaled delicacy. That's all. After eating, the wolves scattered to rest. In the blink of an eye, night falls. Double Happiness and Proximity. The 2 wolves quietly left the lair area. their movements were noticed by a coyote, and after a moment's hesitation, they sneaked up behind them. Soon, this coyote was surprised to find that Doubletree and Proctor had slipped out and were eating. What the heck? What are you guys eating? It is worth noting that this is the same coyote that stayed next to Double Happiness and Prosperity when they split the antelope. At this time, it was strange to see Double Happiness and Proctor come out to steal food. It was greatly puzzled when it remembered the disgusted expressions of Xuangxi and Lin Men at the antelope meat. These two guys, even antelope meat is too much for them. How much they eat. The coyote's nose twitched, sniffed suddenly, and suddenly froze. The wolf's nose was more sensitive than even a dog's, and it quickly sniffed out the air, where a distinctive scent was vaguely wafting in. The scent, vaguely beefy but indescribably tantalizing. Coyote didn't hesitate any longer and went straight over. At this point, Double Happiness and Prosperity, as if startled, jerked apart. With that the food they ate revealed itself. Heck, it was a piece of dark red jerky. Ah, what are you doing here? We didn't eat anything. Double Happiness and Prosperity, a picture of panic, seemed to want to put the jerky away, but the coyote had reacted quickly and lunged. With a mouthful, it snatched the jerky in its mouth. In the next second, Coyote froze. What is this? It's delicious. Double Happiness and Prosperity glanced at each other and instantly saw the joy that swept across the pair's eyes. Then Xuanxi introduced. Ah, this is the beef jerky that Boss Yifan gave us. Beef jerky? This delicious thing called beef jerky? Wait, Boss Yifan, who are you talking about? The king? Coyote was surprised, then asked curiously. Xuanxi shook his head. Not the king, but the guy the king told us to kill. It's called Yifan. We all call it Boss Yifan. What? Hearing this, the coyote finally reacted, and as a result, right at that moment, the proctor next to him pounced on him in one fell swoop, and his bloody mouth opened. What are you doing? You have betrayed the king. Double Happiness and Prosperity, looking at Coyote, became morose. How can you say betrayal? Just choosing a better future. Following the king, we starve 9 times in 3 days, but following Boss Yifan, he's able to feed us every day. And it's all this delicious food. Compared to this, antelope meat is simply too much to eat. What? Hearing Twinkie's words, Coyote froze. At that exact moment, the beef jerky had been thoroughly softened by its saliva, and its rich and fresh flavor instantly conquered the wild wolf's taste buds. At this moment, Coyote froze. Is this beef jerky? This kind of food? Following Yifan was able to eat it every day, and still eat it to the fullest. Coyote's eyes, outright confused. It also thought about the days of following the Wolf King. Today, for example, good luck hunting antelope, but the portion that went into its mouth was not much, barely more than a full meal. But now, it was long hungry, and that, in turn, was why Coyote suddenly wanted to follow the Double Happiness. It suspected the two were hiding something tasty. It turned out to be a real stash, and a superbly delicious beef at that. If I could eat this kind of beef every day, it seems, the betrayal wouldn't be so hard to accept. It was also at that moment that Twinkie's voice rang out. You choose. Are you with our boss Yifan? Or do you want to follow the king, even if you die? Hearing Double Happiness' voice full of temptation and murderous intent, Coyote froze. Next moment, seeing the yielding Coyote, Double Happiness and Prosperity instantly smiled at each other. Boss Yifan, bull. This was the way Yifan thought of dealing with the Wolf King. Internal polarization without a fight. Chapter 12, Slow Eclipse. The capitalist of the Wolf Clan. Wolf King area. In the middle of the night, the Wolf King slept soundly. After all, not only did he kill Yifan, a big problem in his heart today, but he also hunted 2 antelopes. It's kind of a double whammy. LOL. As for the 2 antelopes, although they were divided among the pack wolves, as the king of the wolves, it naturally still shared most of them. So at this point, the Wolf King was sort of full and asleep. Such as it was, it didn't realize that the entire lair was already surging with dark currents. Hey, have you slept yet? Take you to eat something delicious. You have food? Yeah, come with me. The coyote that was first compelled by the Double Happiness, at some point, returned to this side of the lair. However, he didn't inform the Wolf King of what had just happened, and instead acted as a new lobbyist up. Yes, this coyote, mutinous. Nope, can't say mutiny, but a wiser choice was made. If you take this situation and replace it with a part-time job, it is quite understandable. Follow the Wolf King, routinely fail to get paid, and work free overtime. But following Yifan, not only can he receive his salary on time, there are also various welfare subsidies. Any fool knows how to choose, not to mention such an intelligent pack of wolves. It was also based on this that the coyote's actions went well. With ease, he brought the 5 coyotes to the Double Happiness, and after tasting those foods, these wild wolves, naturally, were heartened without exception. Who doesn't want a better life and a better future? Even a wolf. And so it was. That night, Xuanxi and Linmen brought enough 6 wild wolves to go back and resume their orders to Yi Fan. Very well. Here's your reward. Yi Fan glanced at it and nodded in satisfaction. In one day, double happiness and prosperity compelled 6 wild wolves, and at this rate, it wasn't exactly slow. Saying so, Yi Fan threw 2 halibut eggs to Xuanxi and Linmen. The 2 wolves wailed at once. When the remaining 6 wolves saw this, their eyes instantly glowed. From the double happiness, they also obtained some human food, but the portions were so small that they could merely get by. Yi Fan keenly noticed the 6 wolves' longing color. Oh, don't worry, you guys are in on it too. Immediately, he pulled out another pack of beef jerky and threw it to the 6-headed wild wolf. The beef jerky had been unwrapped ahead of time, and the 6 coyotes quickly scrambled after the aroma. Mine! It's mine! Asterisk. Off. Seeing this, Yi Fan didn't stop it. Instead, I'm happy to see it. The more appealing human snacks are to these guys, the better it is for his control. Compared to the coyotes, the 2 of them, double happiness, were much more calm. Despite also wanting to eat the briny eggs, they were also full today, so they didn't crave them as much and put them away for later. As they did so, the 2 wolves couldn't help but feel darkly. It was also a good thing that they recognized the time and defected to Yi Fan. Where else would there be ample human food? I'm afraid I'd be a wolf carcass by now. After putting the halogen eggs away cherishingly, double happiness and prosperity instantly came together in front of Yi Fan again. Proctor happily watched as the pack of wolves fought over the beef jerky. Xuanxi, on the other hand, had already questioned Yi Fan up. Boss Yi Fan, are we going to do it now? With these guys, we should be able to finish off the Wolf King. Should we just do it while we're at it? Saying so, a cold green light flashed in the eyes of the double happiness wolf. Hearing this, Yi Fan couldn't help but give Xuanxi a high look. This guy, he can. Unlike Proctor, who was just a regular honest wolf, and unlike double happiness, he will also think and learn by example. Indeed, now after pulling in the 6 wolves, they did have the strength to take out the Wolf King. For example, take advantage of the night to secretly surround them and kill them in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, Yi Fan couldn't help but be a little moved. After thinking about it, though, he shook his head. Such an approach, while feasible, carries the risk of failure. You know, the lair over there is good for dozens of coyotes. If they closed in and weren't able to kill the Wolf King in the first place, it would be a problem. At that time, he would definitely encounter the Wolf King's ferocious counterattack. And when the Wolf King is alert, it's hard to kill. It was even highly likely that he would bring dozens of coyotes and launch a search for revenge. So the situation that Yi Fan wanted was a hit, instead of taking a risk and experiencing failure. Also, food is also an issue. With his current store of food, there was indeed enough for himself, and the double happiness, to eat for quite a while, but it still couldn't be done to take on the food of dozens of wolves at once. Sure, they could also go to the top of the skywalk to perform their talents if they collected the wolves afterward. But here's the thing, Yi Fan appeared there with double happiness and prosperity, and just the 3 wolves scared quite a few people. What would happen if you showed up there with a wolf pack? The uninformed might have cast them as attackers. When that happens, let alone asking for food, there's a chance that the humans will attack. That would be naturally unattractive. So Yi Fan's idea was still to take things slowly and implement the plan step by step to minimize the risk. And what's going on right now? It's great. First, he turned a few coyotes to work undercover with double happiness, and then slowly pulled in more coyotes. Once they had acquired more food on their side and had pulled in an overwhelming number of wolves, they wiped out the Wolf King in one fell swoop. Yi Fan knew that that day wouldn't be long. Next, when the 6 wild wolves had finished scrambling, Yi Fan began to brainwash them. Looks like you guys are enjoying the beef jerky, but what I can tell you is that as long as you follow me, Yi Fan, there will be tons of things that are even better than beef jerky in the future. While you're still young, you have to fight hard, sleep on the floor today and be the boss tomorrow. If they hadn't eaten beef jerky, the wolves would have definitely scoffed at Yi Fan's words, but after tasting the sweetness, Yi Fan's words were simply golden for the wolves. One by one, they were drooling and nodding desperately. Yi Fan trained for a while and felt that it was almost time, so he immediately made another promise. Tonight you will continue to go back to the Wolf King's side and act as my undercover agents. Keep an eye out for them while you're at it, and then every night, you can bring people, no, wolves to my side. For every wolf you bring here, I'll reward you with half a pack of beef jerky. Hearing the reward of beef jerky, where were these wild wolves to object? They all agreed. Looking at the pairs of green glowing eyes, Yi Fan somehow felt a great sense of accomplishment welling up in his heart. He suddenly understood somewhat why those leaders in his previous life always liked to draw cakes, because watching the loyal looks of those people filled with anticipatory excitement is definitely a high-class treat. Realizing this, Yi Fan was dumbfounded. Never in a million years did he think that one day he would become the capitalist of the wolf clan. Chapter 13. A wolf also knows that betel nut is harmful. 2 days, just after 9, the sun is slightly shining. Yifan then brought the two wolves, Double Happiness and Prosperity, to work on time, the scenic route on the Skyway. Once again, look. Isn't that the internet's talking about that Netflix wolf? Ouch. That's really it. I thought we said we'd meet by chance. Why did you show up so early in the morning? Yifan's appearance quickly became the talk of passers-by. Even some of the drivers of the big rigs who hadn't had time to bother in the past started throwing down some food. Ha, people with such big carts are giving us food too. Yeah, didn't we say the big car people didn't have time for us? Double Happiness and Prosperity couldn't help but wonder as they packed up the food. They had been hanging out with Yifan for a day, and from Yifan's mouth, they knew some common sense. For example, this giant-like large tool is called a large cart, and the kind that's a little smaller is called a minivan, or buggy. According to Yifan, the people on the big car, busy foraging for food, were in no mood to pay attention to them. The only people who are targeting them are those who drive small, leisurely cars. What I just didn't realize was that for once, there was a big car driver, throwing food at them. When Yifan saw this, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. He knew that big rig drivers were in a hurry, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were fighting for time. Generally, unless they hit something, drivers of big rigs don't pay attention to anything on the road. Also, because of the height of the cab, these drivers can't easily open the windows and interact with any creature. So before that, all the drivers of the big cars who saw Yifan did not stop even if they showed their astonishment. Why is there an exception today? And there is more than one case. Yifan didn't realize that the video that Xiaoro had posted online yesterday had more than 2 million likes at this point. Views, even over 1 billion. So, the Tibetan area, the Sky Road, the net red wolf, these 3 keywords, kind of completely hot network. It would be fine if it was an ordinary wild wolf, but in the face of this kind of cyber wolf, even the driver of the big car couldn't help but feel a sense of rarity. And soon, from the mouths of more passers-by, Yifan also finally learned of this news. It's Nettlewolf. This guy, he really stops and begs. It's so intelligent. It even drinks water. Shortly afterward, both SUVs came to a stop at the same time, with the laughter of men and women coming from them. From these people's words, Yifan learned an important message. Himself, on the internet, completely on fire. And what resulted was that the few humans encountered at the moment were greatly excited after seeing Yifan. Next, without even needing Yifan to perform anything, they took the initiative to take out quite a bit of food and threw it over. Double Happiness and Prosperity's eyes immediately glazed over. They can't hear what the humans are saying. They just know that it's too easy to get food today. The food given by these guys added up to Zoe and the girls. When Yifan saw this, he couldn't help but secretly nod his head as well. At this rate of food acquisition, perhaps after these 2 days, he would be able to afford to feed a pack formed by dozens of wild wolves. Originally, in Yifan's opinion, it's going to be days before we get enough food. In hindsight, it was he who had somewhat underestimated the speed at which information traveled on the internet. After just 1 day, his wolf name was almost unknown. Sure, Yifan knew that if he was really on fire, the scene in front of him would only be child's play. These few people, who were definitely originally in the vicinity of the Tibetan area, heard their name before passing by. But the future, because of the traffic, I'm afraid there will be more people. Admiringly, the amount of food that can be acquired by then is imaginable. Thinking of this, Yifan couldn't help but be greatly grateful to Xiaoro and the others from yesterday. He understood that his previous self, despite some small fires, wasn't worth having someone come over specifically to visit. But now, after becoming famous online, countless self-published media, official media, for the sake of huge traffic, will absolutely gather around like flies. The moment. Inside Yifan's wolf head, he had already come up with dozens of ways to gain greater returns. If those people wanted to make eyeballs and traffic at it, he certainly wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to make a killing. Ah, what's this? Am I poisoned? Why do I feel dizzy? Right at this moment, a loud shout from Linmen pulled Yifan's thoughts back. What's going on? Yifan looked over suspiciously, only to see that the bastard, Linmen, had a dazed look on his face and was actually lying on the ground. Double Happiness also froze and came back to his senses with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Boss Yifan, it seems that these foods are poisonous inside. What? Yifan couldn't help but freeze at the words. How is that possible? These guys look like young boys who came over to visit. How could they have poisoned them? And again, you and others, you're a nationally protected animal. Do these guys want to go to jail for daring to feed poisoned food? Confused, Yifan rushed forward to check the situation. And that's when a couple of humans noticed something strange about the progenitor. What happened to the wolf? Why are you lying down? It can't be from eating bad food. It's possible. These snacks have too many additives. From within the conversation of a few people, Yifan was even more sure that they hadn't poisoned. After all, if a few people really did poison, they couldn't possibly act in front of them. Who would think a wolf would understand human language? So, what's the reason? What did Proctor get to eat? Yifan came over. At this point in time, Proctor had already vomited out what he had just eaten. The stuff was grayish-brown and took on a silky lumpy appearance. Beef jerky? Yifan was stunned, but then after a sniff of his nose, his face instantly became odd. Not beef jerky, rather, beetle nut. At this time, the few people in the car, who had also discovered the reason for this, couldn't help but exclaim. The snack that Proctor ate was none other than a packet of beetle nut. Holy, who threw the beetle nut? It ate the wolf unconscious. Someone in the car sputtered. Then a square-faced man snapped. Just now, by the way, threw it by mistake, didn't think it would eat it. The crowd was speechless. Yifan's forehead was also covered with black lines. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. Proctor didn't eat the poison, but the beetle nut by mistake. So it seems that the reason why Proctor fainted was because of the effect of beetle nut. As we all know, the first time you take beetle nut, it is very uptight and dizzying. This is something that is also addictive when chewed too much and can easily cause cancers such as oral cancer. Not a good thing. Yifan blackened his face and hastily slapped open the unwrapped packet of beetle nut beside Linmen. See this scene. Several people froze. Does a wolf also know the dangers of beetle nut? Chapter 14 Netflix Wolf Craze. Yifan's power upgrade. What? It slapped open the packet of beetle nut. God, does it know the dangers of beetle nut too? Seeing Yifan slap the beetle nut away, the few people in the SUV were confused. What does this mean? Could it be that this cyber wolf still knows the bad side of beetle nut? How is that possible? As a matter of fact, Yifan really did know the dangers of beetle nut. A relative of his in a previous life passed away from eating beetle nut. Before he died, he was in so much pain that he couldn't even eat. Nope, I should say, couldn't even eat anything hard and was only able to eat fluids. It's so harmful for one person to eat beetle nut, let alone a beast like them. If anything goes wrong with their mouths, humans can still eat fluids. They can only wait to die. However, these few people also had good intentions, so Yifan didn't blame them. After slapping the beetle nut away, Yifan then talked to Shuangxi to popularize the horrors of beetle nut. Something about chewing too much and rotting your mouth so you can't eat meat later, etc. When Shuangxi heard this, she looked at Beetlejuice with a touch of panic. In fact, even if Yifan didn't say anything, it wouldn't touch the beetle nut anymore, because the appearance of the proctor gave it a great sense of crisis. You can imagine what would happen if you fainted from eating them in the wild and had no companions around. As for the proctor, the bastard was still dizzy, so Yifan didn't bother to say much to it and just somewhat breathlessly slapped it awake. Who am I? Where is this? What am I doing? The reawakened proctor, somewhat confused, let out a trifecta of questions. Alright, let's go. Yifan rolled his eyes, then asked Shuangxi and Lin Men to pack up the food and retreated to the side. The food they had acquired, up until now, had been quite a bit to carry back towards the nest, though it was not yet off duty. Just like that, Yifan's 3 wolves temporarily left the Sky Road. The few people in the 2 SUVs looked at the back of Yifan's 3 wolves and looked at each other somewhat. They then exclaimed, "This nettle wolf, it's really become a savant. Yeah, the IQ is so high, it feels like he knows the dangers of beetle nut. By the way, I did film it earlier, should I put it online?" Just then, someone proposed to put the video of Yifan shooting open beetle nut just now on the internet. This proposal elicited the approval of all. After all, they then have a tendency to develop into travel bloggers. Filming Yifan would bring them a lot of traffic. Plus, with the addition of Yifan filming the beetle nut opening, it's quite a sight to behold. Perhaps, it was even hotter than the last time Yifan drank water. After all, a wolf that could drink water and beverages was saying something. But a wolf that knows that beetle nut is bad is also too rare. Fruity. A few moments later, when a video with the Netflix wolf label resurfaced online, it once again caused a frenzy of talk. Holy, it's the nettle wolf again. It's all over the place these days. It's funny, it really took in 2 minions. My god, how do you get these wolves to eat beetle nut? In the beginning, the crowd also blamed the blogger a bit because of the situation where he dropped the beetle nut, but it was also completely confusing to see the back of it. Seriously, this wolf dislikes beetle nut? Did you think it was poisonous? Or did you really know the dangers of beetle nut? Not what it was thinking. This move is all very interesting. In the future, beetle nut sales in Hunan, I guess they are all going down. Haha, is this the Netflix effect? Thanks to bloggers, I've decided to quit beetle nut. Good. In a short period of time, the video has generated another 10 million views and hundreds of thousands of likes. It even caused a beetle nut withdrawal craze. Some pet bloggers also have their pets mimic the Netflix wolf slaps beetle nut opening act. These videos, the hot ones have over 100,000 likes and the worst ones have tens of thousands. Soon, a succession of Netflix wolf tag videos even developed into a popular series at Shake Shack. With this in mind, the country, most travel bloggers, and even those who aren't travel bloggers, are pumping their fists and getting going. This wave of Netflix wolf traffic dividends must be eaten. Yi Fan didn't know this. After returning to the lair with double happiness, he organized his food and took the two wolves for lunch as well. Lunch remains a snack. Marinated dried beans, bamboo shoots, and vegetarian tofu. Even though they were all vegetarian, the double happiness ate them with gusto. Needless to say, the presence of additives is so invincible. Even the tastes of a coyote can be satisfied. However, Yi Fan didn't eat it, but still ate beef jerky, shredded squid and all that. It wasn't that Yi Fan had a small kitchen, but he needed these more than vegetarian snacks. He didn't know if it was the physique of a wild wolf, but after Yi Fan was reborn as a wild wolf, he found that after he ate, there was a feeling of energy surging in his body. This feeling is especially strong when eating meat. In just 3 days, Yi Fan realized that his physique was much stronger, and that, in turn, was the reason why he was able to successfully escape from the Wolf King's roundup earlier. Realizing this, these days, Yi Fan naturally had the sense to add meat to his recipes. I have to say, this feeling of getting stronger every single day is still great. Just like this moment, after eating a packet of beef jerky and shredded squid once again, within his body, there was once again a feeling of power surging through him. And next to it, the two wolves, double happiness and prosperity, were lying there lazily after eating and drinking their fill. Smacking his lips together, he savored the taste of the snack in his mouth, then shifted comfortably again. Isn't this state of life the life they dream of? It was just that Yi Fan was a bit dissatisfied when he saw this. It wasn't that he didn't want to make the two wolves comfortable, but it was a bit dangerous to be in such a state. You know, as beasts, they're going to have to fight a lot, and beasts like wolves are also the most aggressive when they are in a hungry state. Yi Fan could let the twin happinesses eat and drink, but he was also absolutely unwilling to watch them become lazy and lie down, which would eventually lead to a decline in combat power. Thinking like this, Yi Fan's wolf eyes turned and he quickly had an idea. Hey, you two, come over here and PK with me. Suddenly, Yi Fan uttered a command. Hearing this, double happiness and prosperity were stunned. PK? What's PK? Just fight me, come on. Yi Fan's eyes glowed. Yes, the way he came up with it was to fight. It just so happened that his power had increased again after eating the meat, so it was a good time to test it out with the double happiness. This would allow him to familiarize himself with the power, and also allow double happiness to not fall behind in his fighting instincts. It was like killing two birds with one stone. Hearing this, double happiness and prosperity burst into tears. Boss Yi Fan, we're no match for you. Yeah, we can't beat you. Hearing the words of the two wolves, Yi Fan was not surprised. After all, it hadn't even been that long since the last encounter, and it was only normal that double happiness and prosperity didn't want to seek abuse. However, Yi Fan's next words instantly made the two change their minds. Chapter 15, Practice Fighting, Yi Fan Fighting 5? Double happiness and prosperity were taken in by Yi Fan with a big stick in one hand and sweet dates in the other. Sweet dates they have eaten and big sticks they have not forgotten. Fighting Yi Fan? Isn't that looking for abuse? Upon hearing Yi Fan's invitation to fight, both Xuanxi and Lin Men subconsciously refused. It was only Yi Fan's next sentence that made the two men's eyes glow again. Reward one person with a drink if you beat me. Hearing this, both double happiness and prosperity's spirits were lifted. Seeing the two wolves' somewhat intent reaction, Yi Fan smiled in his heart. Food-wise, he's mixing it all at the moment. Regarding the food above, he did not treat the two wolves badly. Meat is managed and you can have vegetarian food if you want. But above the drinking, there are limits. Only mineral water, no drinks. In the eyes of double happiness and prosperity, there is nothing wrong with that. The Wolf King, he always needs to eat and drink well. And now, Yi Fan was undoubtedly their king. However, Yi Fan's purpose for doing so was not to satisfy his appetite. Rather, it was to get better control of the two wolves. Yes, it's all about the Imperium. After all, how can you get these wolves to work better for themselves if there isn't something present that can motivate them? You know, it's not good to be violently repressed. This could be seen from how easily the two betrayed the Wolf King. Violence can only bring terror. It cannot create loyalty. As usual, a big stick in one hand and sweet dates in the other is the truth. Originally, Yi Fan could also treat the food as sweet dates, but he's not some black-hearted boss, unscrupulous capitalist. It will still keep the staff fed and watered, but to enjoy better, it is natural to follow his orders. It's appropriate that something like a drink can be absent, but still have a huge appeal. In the future, when drinks weren't rare anymore, Yifan might even go above clothing. But for now, a bottle of the drink is enough to take control of the double happiness and the advent. Oh, want a drink? If you do, be a good boy and get your ass kicked by me. Promenade agreed without saying a word. Rather, it was Xuanxi, who still had a more active brain. But Boss Yifan, how can we possibly be able to fight you? If you can't win, won't there be no drinks? Double happiness is also clearly craving a drink, but is also very sensible? Hearing this, Yifan immediately raised his eyebrows. Linmen was stunned, then quickly agreed. Yes, wouldn't there be nothing if we lose the fight? Yifan lost his smile. You're right. Let's put it this way. In my hands, if you guys can last past 5 minutes, then it'll be counted as you winning the fight. 5 minutes. Double Happiness and Proctor looked at each other and both agreed with this. Come on. Yifan's eyes gleamed as he led the two wolves to the open space outside the den. In the next second, Double Happiness and Prosperity no longer hesitated. Their figures moved and swept violently towards Yifan. I don't know if it was because they had just eaten their fill, but the speed of both wolves, it seemed, was not fast. But soon, after Yifan dodged a few lunges, he was surprised to find that it wasn't that Double Happiness was slowing down, but that he had become faster. After a full meal, the speed of the Double Happiness did drop off, but not too much. But Yifan, it was really fast. In the eyes of Double Happiness and Prosperity, it was like a brown lightning bolt that came and went like the wind. Why so fast? Hell, I can't even touch Boss Yifan. After a few attacks that couldn't even touch a hair, Xuanxi and Linmen couldn't help but look at each other again. Linmen, the naive bastard, thought that this was fine, and it didn't want to fight Yifan anyway. Just make it through 5 minutes. That's all. Double Happiness, however, blushed. As coyotes, they're not, in fact, very strong. Where the power lies, instead, is in the speed. And now, in terms of speed, Yifan clearly had the upper hand. This is not a good sign. This also meant that facing them, even if it was 1 against 2, Yifan, at this time, was invincible. In other words, Yifan could hit and run whenever he wanted to, and there was nothing they could do about it. And indeed, it does. After dodging a few waves of pounces, Yifan realized that he had easily taken control of the situation. The movements of Double Happiness and Prosperity were even able to be predicted by him. Relying on this feeling, Yifan secretly prepared and launched his attack at the most opportune moment. Boom! Yifan's figure, instantly transforming into a brown lightning bolt, slammed headlong towards the nearest progenitor. Ow! Progeny instantly screamed miserably and was knocked out by the tremendous force. Immediately after, Yifan's figure condensed and turned into brown lightning again, rushing towards Xuanxi. Xuanxi's face changed when she saw the progenitor being knocked away. Then she got her spirits up again and kept a close eye on Yifan's movements. Next, waiting for Yifan to get close, Xuanxi violently swung his claws and struck at him. Pity! This poised strike was still predicted by Yifan. He dodged it with a sidestep and then crashed into Twinkie as well. In comparison, Yifan's strength was also overwhelming, and in one go, he pressed Xuanxi to the ground, and with one wolf's mouth, he bit towards his neck. Fishy winds in the face. Twinkie froze for a moment. On the other side of the room, Progeny, also startled, had just braced himself and looked at the scene in bewilderment. At this moment, it couldn't help but recall the fear of being dominated by Yifan's power. But compared to the last one, which was a bit rushed, this one is going to be more profound. Of course, it was the Double Happiness that was felt the most. For a moment, it thought it was all going to die. Luckily, Yifan was just on point. The wolf's mouth stopped the moment it reached Twinkie's neck. Boss Yifan. Twinkie's eyes widened in shock. Yifan guffawed and immediately withdrew his movements. After this test, he realized that he had really gotten stronger. Maybe a dozen or 5. Not even a problem. In a good mood, Yifan immediately waved his hand. Go, get yourself a drink. Double Happiness and Prosperity sniffed, then snapped out of their fear. Immediately afterward, the refreshing taste of the drink washed away most of their fear. However, the gazes that Xuanxi and Linmen looked at Yifan were still a bit more fearful than usual. Noticing this, Yifan secretly nodded his head. It's nice to keep them fed and educated with a big stick once in a while. Only then would they be able to completely harness them without betraying them as easily as the Wolf King did. Finished my drink and rested for another half hour. Only then did Yifan leisurely, leading the two wolves towards the Sky Road. After the break, naturally, you have to go back to work. However, this time, Yifan did not approach the road completely, but when he came to the neighborhood, he stopped and said to the two wolves, Next, let's get you guys to try it out. Hearing this, the two wolves were stunned, but they didn't object. Following Yifan, they felt that claiming food was still simple. Without Yifan leading them, they should be fine. Yifan naturally thought the same thing. but what he didn't expect was an accident the next moment. Chapter 16, Wild Beasts and Animals Protection Station? Netflix wolf caught. Keep working this time. Yi Fan didn't hit the head again, but handed it over to Double Happiness and Prosperity. In his opinion, these two had also learned from him for 2 days, so they should be able to ask for food from humans as well. Also, his team will soon be growing. Definitely bring out the Double Happiness and the Advent first. When the time comes, let these two guys become the head of the company and take the other wolves. As for Yi Fan, of course he was the hands-off boss, but just as Yi Fan was thinking prettily, an accident appeared. Double Happiness and Prosperity, when they came to the side of the road, stared at the passing cars with green eyes. It really wasn't that hard to deal with humans either, in the opinion of the two. Take Yi Fan's experience for good measure. A lot of times, it doesn't really have to do anything, those people just voluntarily stop and drop off their food. I believe this time will be no different. And next, as expected, as if in confirmation of what Double Happiness and Proctor thought, soon a small car pulled up. It was a small car, larger than their usual off-road vehicles, cylindrical rectangular shape, somewhat like bread. Double Happiness and Prosperity didn't care, but looked at the car door with a twinkle in their eyes. Originally, in their minds, the window at the door would be opened and food would be thrown out. But what I didn't expect was that the window did open. But what flew out were 2 silver needle-like things. Double Happiness and Prosperity were caught in a moment of inattention and were immediately struck. After a slight pain, a numbing sensation then rose. Attacked, Double Happiness and Prosperity were startled, and the instincts of the beasts, once again, took over, causing their eyes to chill up. Immediately after that, the door of the cart slammed open, and 4 heavily armed-looking colorful figures rushed towards Xuanxi and Linmen. Double Happiness and Prosperity instantly realized that danger had come, and their faces began to turn livid, showing their teeth. Crap, it's a poacher? Yi Fan, who was not far away, saw this and his face changed slightly. Without a second word, with a single stomp of his hooves, he transformed into a brown lightning bolt and darted away. Soon, however, he realized with another frown that these people who suddenly appeared were not poachers, but people from the nearby protection station. This can be seen in the vehicles they ride in. It was a van with the sign and graphics of the protection station still on it. Just now, Yi Fan didn't see too clearly, and only now did he react. Is it the Wildlife Conservation Station? Why come and get them? Realizing that it was someone from the Wildlife Protection Station, Yi Fan secretly breathed a sigh of relief instead, because that would also mean that the other person would not hurt themselves. But as soon as he saw the movements of Double Happiness and Prosperity, Yi Fan's face changed again. If Double Happiness and Advent attacked humans, the consequences would be unimaginable. By then, they might not even be able to mingle on this heavenly road. As his mind was racing, Yi Fan quickly came to a decision, and with a turn of his body, the body that was originally going to rush towards the staff of the protection station, violently slammed towards Xuanxi and Linmen. Here's another one. It's coming at us. The people working at the protection station, naturally, also discovered the rushing Yi Fan, and their faces changed. But in the rush, it was too late to fire a tranquilizer gun at him. Seeing that Yi Fan was about to pounce, several people were startled. But the next second, something happened that made them stagger. In the nick of time, the coyote unexpectedly changed its direction and then directly crashed through its 2 companions. Ah, boss Yi Fan? Double Happiness and Prosperity were knocked away and immediately looked at Yi Fan in disbelief. Yi Fan didn't have time to explain so much and immediately said, "You guys go back to the nest and hide. Mark my words, do not attack humans." As a wild wolf, Yi Fan quickly understood the Double Happiness and proximity as well. Even though they had already made contact with humans, they still retained their beastly instincts. It is also natural for them to display aggression towards the protection station staff when they feel their lives are threatened. You can't blame them. But here, the 2 wolves couldn't stay. If he was caught, Yi Fan would still have the confidence to escape. But if these 2 goods were caught, there was no telling where they would be sent. How to put it? These 2 henchmen were still quite handy to use. Yi Fan didn't want to lose them easily. Also, the nest where a large amount of food had been placed needed to be guarded for them to be able to do so. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Xuanxi and Linmen hesitated for a moment before finally turning around and escaping. The anesthesia shots on them are also kicking in, but they can't be stopped for a while. Get them! When the staff of the protection station saw this, they naturally did not remain indifferent and wanted to pursue it. As a result, right at this moment, Yi Fan's body had intercepted in front of the workforce. The staff couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. What was in front of him, after all, was a beast. But then, seeing that Yi Fan was simply stopping and not attacking, they were somewhat surprised again. What does this wolf mean? It didn't attack us. Wait, this isn't that nettle wolf, is it? The staff looked at each other in disbelief. It was also at that moment that a change occurred. Inside the van, another anesthetic needle was shot out, and the target, precisely Yifan, with early defense. It wasn't difficult for Yifan to avoid it, but he hesitated and still didn't duck. To be honest, Yifan still had a chance to escape. However, considering the fact that it is not really conducive to the future if we don't find out the intention and purpose of the staff of these protection stations, Yifan also then intended to take the risk. Of course, it's not too dangerous. After all, this is an official organization, and so, under Yifan's deliberate effect, he was also hit. The sensation of anesthesia came with it. How come it's okay and not too dizzy? But soon, Yifan was a bit surprised. He realized that the anesthesia shot wasn't working too well. Is it because of the low dose? No wonder double happiness and prosperity were able to escape after they were hit by the needles. Of course, it could also be the reason why he had gotten physically stronger himself. That's not going to work. It looks like there's going to be some acting involved. Yifan secretly smiled and his body immediately softened. Seeing this, the surrounding staff did not notice anything unusual and gathered around. Afterward, Yifan was directly lifted into the van. The staff of the conservation station did not realize that the situation here, since the beginning, was recorded on camera by a passerby not far away. Soon after, the video was uploaded to the internet and again attracted a lot of attention. For all of this, Yifan didn't know a thing. All he knew was that after he was lifted into the van, he was put inside a steel cage. As the van kept moving, the cold iron bars cackled Yifan for a while. Well, next, Yifan reached his goal. From these staff members, he learned the information he wanted. Chapter 17, No Man's Land release? The Nettle Wolf returns again. That would be the Cyber Wolf. Just get it to No Man's Land and we're done, right? Those other two. We'll just have to see what happens first. Inside the van, a few people wearing the working uniform of the protection station, in front of Yifan's face, talked without avoiding the violation. Of course, they would never have guessed that Yifan understood human language. So from these staff members, Yifan quickly understood the cause and effect. Original. It's still a problem when you get popular. After Yifan became popular, he was also noticed by the leaders of this area. Originally, it was nothing, but because of Yifan's demand for food, it led to complaints from some car owners. After all, quite often those people would block traffic if they stopped to feed Yifan. In addition, Yifan's presence was a security risk. Don't forget that there are more than just those big and small cars passing on the road. Occasionally, there are people who pass by on bicycles or motorcycles. The most crucial thing was that as Yifan became popular, more and more people would come to this area, avoiding any safety incidents. The higher-ups still adopted a one-size-fits-all approach. The Wildlife Protection Station was contacted with the intention of capturing Yifan and bringing him back to No Man's Land for release. No Man's Land. Understanding. Yifan was confused. With his current abilities, it wasn't as if he couldn't live in No Man's Land. But living on hard hunting is not as comfortable as asking humans for food. That food will just come out of your mouth. And trapping, many times, may not even be possible, and is even much more dangerous. Faced with these two scenarios, any fool knows what to choose, not to mention a wolf with human intelligence like Yifan. Hey, you guys, don't make trouble. Put me down now. I'm not going to some no man's land. Yifan couldn't care less about pretending to be asleep, and immediately propped himself up and said to a few people. But unfortunately, Yifan understood human language, and these staff members didn't understand wolf language. This guy woke up so quickly. What's it screaming about? Like it's upset. Whatever. Take a break. It's a bell to get anywhere here. The staff did not pay any attention to Yifan. With his current power, it was clear that he was not up to the task of breaking the steel cage. After realizing that he could not detach himself, Yifan immediately frowned. He had no choice but to look out the window and memorize the route as best he could. This kind of iron rice bowl, he certainly won't give it up easily. Even if these people send him to no man's land, he's going to keep coming back this way. Hey guys, look, there's actually a video online. Just then, a staff member, who was swiping on Shakeology, suddenly gasped in surprise. The crowd was stunned, and when they came over to take a look, they had odd faces. As it turns out, above Shake Shack, a new video about Netflix wolves has heckled. This video, rather than a reticulated wolf going to claim food, is a video of their conservation station capturing a reticulated wolf. As it turns out, their earlier actions were captured on camera by a passerby and posted online. Check out the reviews. The buzz about Netflix wolves has been high lately, so this video, which quickly got tens of thousands of likes, hit the top spot as well. But the horror is that there are more comments than even likes. That staffer instantly clicked on the comments section. What's going on here? Poaching? Doesn't look like that. More like an official staff member. I know, they seem to be from the wildlife refuge. Oh, it's them. What are they doing with Nettlewolf? The number of comments was so great that these staff members looked on in awe and were vaguely confused, because inside the comments section, there were already quite a few people inquiring about the whereabouts of the Netflix wolf, and some even at the police. It's still the same, nowadays, with the Netflix wolves, they are on fire, and anything that goes wrong is magnified, and there are a lot of people who don't want anything to happen to it, especially those who are just about to come over and rub it in. They were just getting ready to leave on their side, and Nettlewolf was arrested. What a thing to say. Soon, a number of big V bloggers, too, approached their Tibetan wildlife conservation station. Okay, their leaders responded promptly online. Hello dear netizens, our wildlife protection station, based on the protection of the netizen wolf, has decided to capture it and send it to no man's land for release. The purpose of doing so is to let it return to nature and find a more suitable way of survival for itself. As soon as the statement came out, an expert immediately came out to speak, saying something about begging for food not being nutritious, and the chances are that if it goes on for a long time, Nettlewolf won't live long. If you go back to nature, you will live longer and fit in with the natural order of things, but the netizens think otherwise. The Netherwolf was already an eliminated wolf. Now letting it return to nature isn't letting it die? What kind of bull expert is this? Survival is not fixed. Begging on the national highway is not just another way of survival that it has developed. Who says wolves can only live by hunting, and that you can eat by farming? Why don't you go farming? Why are you here as an expert? Poor Nettlewolf. The gears of fate have just turned and are stuck. And did you guys notice that this Netflix wolf is really smart? Yeah. It looks like Nettlewolf's sidekick was going to attack those people, but Nettlewolf stopped him. How could such a cyberwolf hurt someone? Strongly opposed. Hurry up and bring back the Nettlewolf. Netizens have become agitated by the end of the discussion. The other side. Just out of the desert in a shiny SUV, a man and two women are advancing. The man is the bodyguard and is in charge of the car, and in the back seat, there was a large and two beautiful women. One is sensible and elegant, the other looks cute. These three people, who were no one else, were the same people Yi Fan had met before, such as Xiao Rou. Ever since that day, Xiao Rou had been paying close attention to Yi Fan's movements. Speaking of which, Yi Fan was also her nobleman. It was because of Yi Fan that in just a few days, she had skyrocketed from tens of thousands of fans, directly to millions. Sitting in the car, Zoe also swiped the Netflix wolf video. As a result, she couldn't help but see that the Nettlewolf had been arrested. Sister Yi, look, the Nettlewolf has been captured. It looks like we won't see it when we go back. Seeing the video, Xiao Rou instantly said to Sister Yi with some sadness. Sister Yi saw the video and couldn't help but frown as well. Then Xiao Rou said indignantly, "No, I'm going to call them to complain. How can they arbitrarily take the Nettlewolf without its consent?" With that said, Zoe checked and actually dialed the number of the protection station. When Sister Yi saw this, she shook her head and laughed. She was also a little angry, but she knew the rules of the protection station. The wildlife conservation station's approach, while controversial, is generally the right one. Taking the reticulated wolf to no man's land is also a form of protection for the reticulated wolf. If there's any conflict with humans on the national highway, it might be time to take a humanitarian approach to the netherwolves. So, even if Zoe goes to complain, it is probably useless. Fruity. The next day, people passing by on the state highway, as well as those who had come specifically for this purpose, noticed that the Nettlewolf had disappeared. Even the two wolf minions of Nettlewolf were nowhere to be found. Only, just on the third day, the figure of the Nettlewolf, however, reappeared. Chapter 18. The Nettlewolf returned cursing. Early in the morning, traffic on the state highway was still sparse. Xiao Rou and Yi's sister are back from their trip, passing through the national highway. Sister Yi woke up and turned her head to glance at Zoe, realizing that she was still swiping on Jitterbug. "Hey, you're not sleeping?" "Asleep and awake," Zoe said as she swiped the Jitterbug without looking back. Sister Yi probed at it and burst into tears. "Still thinking about that wolf?" Zoe nodded. She's still keeping an eye on Nettlewolf after her complaint yesterday. Unfortunately, by yesterday afternoon, the Tibetan Wildlife Refuge had released the video of the release. The Nettlewolf was indeed released by them in the no man's land wilderness and has since disappeared. Seeing this video, Xiao Rou was lost beyond words and could only swipe through Netflix Wolf's previous videos for comfort. A lot of people online also post videos remembering Netflix Wolf. What misses the first day of Netflix Wolf? What comes all the way around is over here waiting for the Nettlewolf. Looking at it, Xiao Rou suddenly asked Sister Yi, "Sister Yi, do you think the Nettlewolf will run back on its own?" Hearing this, Sister Yi was dumbfounded again. Impossible. The nearest uninhabited area is at least a dozen kilometers away from here, and that far away, that wolf won't be able to return. Hearing this, Zoe was instantly disappointed again. Still, For some reason, she didn't want to leave this place so soon. Thinking of this, Xiao Rou immediately said to Sister E, let's find a place to eat something in the neighborhood first. I'm hungry. Sister Yi knew what Xiao Rou meant, but didn't refuse. It just so happened that she was hungry too. Soon, Xiao Rou and the others realized that the vicinity of the national highway became lively, original, as they say online. There were really a lot of people who made a special trip over here. Although I saw the netted wolf released yesterday, I stayed over for a few days so that I didn't make a wasted trip. Some bloggers even turn on a live stream directly to nag their netizens. The originally deserted and unpopulated national highway became lively with these people. Even the neighborhood. Some people came over with some specialties to sell. Soon it was noon. The crowd, which was buzzing, dispersed quite a bit. A lot of people thought that the Netflix wolf would not be around much longer and were ready to hit the road. And although Xiao Rou was greatly reluctant to leave, she was also ready to leave with Sister E. But just then, a dark shadow suddenly appeared on the dirt road not far away. The dark figure was not large, and from a distance, it appeared to be a canine. Ha, what's that? It looks like a wolf. The people who leaned in close suddenly froze. Hearing this, the people around them also froze, and then they all looked in the direction of the black shadow. As the distance drew closer, the true face of the black shadow, too, was completely revealed. It's a wolf with brown fur and a clear gaze. It's the nettle wolf. No, how did the nettle wolf appear here? Isn't it its little brother? Someone called out in surprise, but there are those who are skeptical. It's only logical that the nettle wolf wouldn't be here. Could it be its little brother? But soon, the crowd present, again, wondered, for the wolf that had appeared on the dirt road was indeed coming straight toward them. Is it really a nettle wolf? It's possible. His two minions who seem to be more timid are afraid to approach the vehicle. Seeing this, the crowd hesitated again. Those who are attentive know that the two minions of Nettlewolf are, it seems, rather timid because they are new to the scene. Until then, they were afraid to go near the vehicle and just followed the reticulated wolf. So now, coming straight towards the vehicle, was the nettle wolf. But the question is, wasn't the nettle wolf sent to no man's land? How did it get back? Wait, you guys, look at this wolf. What's with the dusty look? Did it run back from no man's land overnight? It was at this point that an attentive person noticed the sudden appearance of the coyote, full of dirt and mud. It looked dusty, like it had been a long run. This made those who saw it couldn't help but have an unbelievable speculation rise in their hearts. Could it be that this coyote is, indeed, a Netflix wolf? He ran all the way back from no man's land. All the way back. Uncle Bouncer, pull the car over. Just then, in one of the SUVs, Xiao Rou suddenly said to the bodyguard driving with glowing eyes. The bodyguard sniffed and immediately drove the SUV over. Sister E looked at Rou, who had regained her smile, and asked in tears, "What do you want?" Sister Yi, you think he's a cyber wolf too, don't you? A smile covered Zoe's face. By this time, she also felt that the coyote was the nettle wolf, but that who was also right. It was only yesterday that the nettle wolf was sent to no man's land, and it does seem pretty far-fetched that it's showing up here now. So, is there any way to be able to identify the right person? It's actually quite simple. Sister Yi, I remember we still have a few custard pies. Right, bring them to me. Rose suddenly spoke again. Hearing this, a thoughtful look also flashed across Sister Yi's face. With that, she took the backpack next to her and handed it to Rose. Zoe took the backpack and quickly pulled a couple of custard pies out of it. With that, she opened the car window and smiled at the coyote. Nettle wolf, is that you? Remember me? No. Here, this is your favorite custard pie. Saying so, Zoe opened the package of the custard pie and threw it out. When the wild wolf saw this, it suddenly lunged in the air, catching the custard pie with precision. He swallowed it in one bite. Almost subconsciously, the coyote's tail wagged. Seeing this, Xiao Rou's spirit was lifted. Nettlewolf, it's really you. Next, Zoe threw out more custard pies. Coyotes almost always take a bite. By now, Xiao Rou could confirm that the coyote in front of her was the nettle wolf. Starve me grass. Yifan took a bite of an egg yolk pie and wasn't satisfied yet, continuing to wail and scream at Xiao Rou. That's right, this wild wolf that appeared on the sky road again was none other than Yifan. As some of you have guessed, he just ran back through the night from no man's land. It's been a tiring journey. The most crucial thing was that Yifan had encountered danger more than once. Luckily, his power had gotten stronger, or else he wouldn't have been able to run back. Those guys at the protection station, they almost killed him. Yifan practically ran back cursing all the way. Subconsciously, he returned to this side of the sky road. What he didn't expect was that as soon as he returned to this side, he even met Xiao Rou, an acquaintance, for custard pie. It wasn't his favorite, but after being hungry for so long, It was natural for him to come to the table. Xiaoro was even more relieved when she heard Yifan shout, and immediately took out more food with a smile on her face. And at the sight of this scene, the scene exploded. The Netflix wolf. And it's really back. Chapter 19, The Netflix Wolf is back. Online sensation. My god. It's really a Netflix wolf. Wasn't it released into no man's land? How did it come back? Ran back all night. This is too unbelievable. Returning to their senses, many people hurriedly filmed Yifan's return. Even some resourceful guys simply carried their cell phones and turned on the live broadcast. The name is Netflix Wolf Returns. Soon, the heat of such a live broadcast soared. One video about the Netflix wolf has also exploded online once again. The other side. The Tibetan Wildlife Conservation Station is still functioning normally. Sheen Frost, who is the head of the protection station, swiped Shakeology in his spare time. For the past 2 days, she had actually been following the nettle wolf. Nope, or rather, Qin Shuang had noticed the existence of the nettle wolf a long time ago. Most of the people who work at wildlife stations love animals. Sheen Frost was no exception. The appearance of the Netflix wolf also attracted Qin Shuang's love and attention, but the higher-ups gave the order, and she was only able to arrange for people to capture the netted wolves and release them. However, during today's time, Qin Shuang was idle and still brushing the Netflix Wolf series of videos. The main reason was that Netflix Wolf still had heat, and the system's recommendation mechanism still allowed her to brush up on a number of Netflix Wolf videos. But as she swiped, she realized something was wrong. What's going on here? Sheen Frost was surprised to find that a new Netflix Wolf video had popped up on Shake Shack. Is it a previous video? Qin Shuang frowned and quickly noticed the weirdness. The Netflix wolf that appears inside the video is, as usual, being fed by passers-by. But strangely enough, the nettlesome wolf was dirty and dusty. Could it be other wolves? Sheen Frost knew that under the nettle wolf, there were also 2 wolf minions. Could it be that the Netflix wolf is no more and the wavelets are out for business? But soon, she realized from the comments of the netizens that something was wrong. Holy, it's really a Netflix wolf. It's a lie, right? He even ran back by himself. Leaning north, is the iron rice bowl really that good? Upstairs, imagine if aliens threw gold grains at you every day at work. If it were you, wouldn't you arrive at your post every day, rain or shine, against all odds? The analogy is apt. I cried. This nettle wolf was caught in no man's land or ran back. Those nettles, even if the nettle wolf is no longer in the original place to wait. Simply two-way run to a. Seeing the comments from the netizens, Qin Shuang was completely confused. It's still really that nettle wolf. It ran back on its own. That far. Next, Qin Shuang also clicked into a few live broadcasts to take a look inside. And as a result, he really did see the figure of the Netflix wolf. By this time, the nettle wolf was surrounded by several cars. One by one, snacks were thrown at him for no money. Sheen Frost's face was odd. She suddenly understood a little why the nettle wolf had run back again. This guy, he's too smart for his own good. It seems those people were right. Returning to nature doesn't suit this wolf. Or rather, it doesn't suit him. Thinking of this, Qin Shuang could not help but smile bitterly. State highway site. Yi Fan, who had become the center of attention of the crowd, burped. Well, eat up. It's time to go back too. Thinking like this, Yi Fan nodded his head to Xiaoro, a big customer, and then picked some food from within the food on the ground, before leaving in style with the food in his mouth. Seeing this, Xiaoro immediately said to Sister E in astonishment, Sister E, did you see just now, this Netflix wolf? It seems like he's nodding his head to me. Saying so, Ro's face turned red with excitement. In the meantime, the people around us, too, were excited. Although Yi Fan had only appeared for less than half a bell, he had undoubtedly provided them with great video footage and live content. Bloggers are thrilled. This wave of traffic definitely has them in it. The netizens are also delighted. Definitely a nettle wolf. And the only one that could be that smart. That's right, after this guy was full, he even took food with him, and the funniest part was that he even picked out want snow cake. Beetle nut. Haha, damn. All of a sudden my era doesn't smell good anymore. What a hoot. What's going on here? Any know-it-alls out there? Upstairs, Netflix wolf, you do not even recognize your village just connected to the internet? Haha, that's just it. And you don't need science. All you need to know is that this wolf is smart enough to ask humans for food. Oh, interestingly enough, this one was sent to no man's land yesterday by the people from the protection station, only to come running back on its own. Holy, that funny? Pink up pink. With Yi Fan's return, the online heat about Netflix wolf soared all the way to the top of the hot searches. Such popularity has confused the big bloggers. Yi Fan didn't care about the clamor on the internet. After returning to this site and settling his food and clothing, he also turned right back to the lair. Speaking of which, as the day passed, I wondered how double happiness and prosperity were doing. For the two wolves, Yi Fan was still a little worried, afraid they'll be captured by the conservation station too. If they were sent to no man's land, there's no way they could return as peacefully as he did. Also, these two weren't exactly strong enough in case they encountered other beasts. So after filling his stomach, Yi Fan went back to them at the first opportunity. Of course, Yi Fan didn't go back empty-handed, but brought some food and drinks that the two wolves liked. That's all. Half an hour later, Yi Fan returned to where the nest was. Just far away, Yi Fan suddenly realized something was wrong. Near the lair, the shadow of a wolf appeared. But those wolf shadows are clearly not double happiness and prosperity. What's going on? Something's wrong. Yi Fan frowned and hurriedly accelerated his steps. The unfamiliar wolf shadow made Yi Fan a little uneasy. In the case of the coyotes, it's not possible that double happiness and prosperity have been discovered by the Wolf King, is it? With Yi Fan's undisguised shortcut, those wolf shadows soon noticed his appearance as well. To Yi Fan's surprise, those wild wolves didn't show hostility when they saw him appear. Instead, they were hesitant and strange. It seemed extremely difficult to understand why Yi Fan had appeared here. Yi Fan didn't think much about it and hurriedly put down the food and called out, "Xuanxi, Lin Men, what happened?" As Yi Fan's words fell, in the next second, from inside the lair, two wolf shadows suddenly rushed out. This time, it was always the familiar double happiness and proximity of Yi Fan. Seeing that the two wolves appeared and also looked unharmed, Yi Fan was secretly relieved. "Boss Yi Fan, you're back." The two wolves greeted him excitedly. Yi Fan was a bit strange. What's going on here? If these two weren't hurt, what were those coyotes on the scene doing here? Chapter 20 Wolves Gather, each teaching its own. "Boss Yi Fan, you're really alright. Great. Where the hell have you been taken?" Double happiness and prosperity came together in front of Yi Fan with a look of excitement. Yi Fan, however, was puzzled. What's going on now? What's with these wolves? I'm fine, but these guys? What's going on again? Yi Fan comforted Xuanxi and Linmen, then looked at the other wolves in confusion. The number of these wild wolves all reached 10. Originally, Yi Fan thought that it was the Wolf King who had brought the wolves to kill them, but it seemed that it wasn't. Hearing Yi Fan's words, both Xuanxi and Lin Men breathed a sigh of relief and then explained. "Hey, you guys, you're still not screaming when you see Boss Yi Fan." Proctor gestured to the pack of wolves, and Xuanxi started to explain next to Yi Fan. "Hello, Boss Yi Fan, Boss Yi Fan, good to see you. Boss Yi Fan, I love you." Listening to a respectful voice, Yi Fan's face couldn't help but become odd. From Xuanxi's mouth, Yi Fan learned the cause and effect. After he was taken, Double Happiness and Proctor did escape back to the lair. They even sleep through the night because of the anesthetic shots. During the night, there were coyotes coming their way. These are the very same coyotes that were pulled in consistently by those 6 coyotes. Originally, according to Yi Fan's idea, it was to gradually divide and eat up the Wolf Kings and the Wolf Pack. But Yi Fan's arrest made Xuanxi and Lin Men anxious. There was no way they could calmly wait for Yi Fan to return. So, after some discussion between Xuanxi and Lin Men, they also decided to gather as many wild wolves as possible to save Yi Fan. Yes, these 10 wild wolves were the ones that Double Happiness and Prosperity had gathered overnight. The original 6 heads, plus the 4 newly recruited, made a total of 10. Such a number is not to be underestimated at all, either. After assembling, Double Happiness and Prosperity also discussed and went out to look for Yi Fan. But what they never expected was that before they even set off, Yi Fan actually came back first. Double Happiness and Advent were pleasantly surprised by this. Yi Fan, however, hadn't thought that he had only left for a day, but so many things would happen. What 2 stupid wolves? He had clearly explained that they should just keep the house well, and that he would find a way to come back. But I didn't realize that they still wouldn't listen and almost got bigger. But while Yi Fan was speechless, he was also a bit touched. Actually, Double Happiness and Prosperity have learned his craft and are fully capable of making their own way over the Skyway. But now, instead of doing that, they were planning to labor to save themselves. Such a situation really made Yi Fan somewhat touched. There was no doubt that these 10 wolves were off the Wolf King's side, and the encroachment plan was definitely out of the question. However, Yi Fan couldn't bear to blame the 2 wolves anymore. Forget it. If the cannibalization plan fails, it fails. After that, he would just find a way to deal with the Wolf King. And now, he was able to come back alive. And Double Happiness was also unexpectedly sentient. And that was all that mattered. You guys did a great job. And I'm back safely. So let's celebrate. Returning to his senses, Yi Fan praised Xuanxi and Lin Men. Hearing this, both Double Happiness and Prosperity hemmed and hawed, and then cheered even more with the other wolves when they heard the words that followed. Next, Yi Fan directly took out half of his inventory and started the wolf party. And just as Yi Fan was leading the wolves to revelry, the Wolf King, on the other hand, ran wildly with his pack. Come on, Come on, there's a rabbit over there, wrap it up. Under the command of the king of wolves, the pack soon surrounded a rabbit and finally succeeded in hunting it. Just seeing this scene, the Wolf King wasn't happy and instead frowned. What's going on? The number of wolves, why have they gotten smaller? It was then that the Wolf King noticed that his wolf team, compared to usual, had fewer wolves. It hadn't even noticed when I got up in the morning. Now that the hunt had begun, he looked at the group that had obviously become a bit thinner, and that's when he realized the problem. There seems to be some wolves missing. Does anyone know where they went? The Wolf King frowned and instantly cruised through the pack. There just wasn't a wolf to respond. Even a wolf wondered, is there a wolf less? Their pack was full of dozens of wolves, and with 10 less, it was normal for no wolves to notice. Certainly not if there weren't any wolves to find. In fact, there are still wolves who know about the disappearing wolf. But the wolves, all of them, had been semi-bought off as sort of wallflowers. They did know where the 10 wolves were going, but chose to hide it. Mainly because, they want to save themselves too. In case you can't make it over here in the future, you'll be able to have an underboss. Another thing I have to say is that the beef jerky is really good. Seeing that none of the wolves had reported back, the Wolf King's frown tightened. You know, normally coyotes don't break away from the pack without authorization. All because the fighting power of a coyote is limited. Only by forming a wolf pack can we increase our survival rate in this wilderness. For no reason at all, coyotes don't break away from the pack unless they're evicted. Of course, if 10 coyotes are missing at once, as they are now, it's possible that they've taken up another cause, but that's not very likely either. The formation of a wolf pack, even in small numbers, requires a core. In short, there is a Wolf King, but as far as the Wolf King knew, there was no wild wolf inside his own men that had such qualifications. What the hell is going on here? Looking at the wrong number of teams, the Wolf King fell into deep thought. Forget it. After a few moments, the Wolf King still didn't have a clue. Could it be that it followed me and couldn't get enough to eat, and that's why it ran away? But the problem is, what wolf pack isn't constantly hungry? Of course, it's also possible that I've not been a Wolf King long enough for my majesty to penetrate the wolf's heart. In that case, next, I'll have to perform well again before I can do so. With this thought, the Wolf King no longer dwelled on it, but led the wolves and continued hunting. Soon they encounter other creatures. Look, it's a tiger. If there was one, we could still deal with it, but now that there are 3, we can't deal with it, so it's better to avoid it. The Wolf King had a stern look on his face as he passed on his experience to the pack. Well, it's a cheetah. Cheetahs we can fight, but unfortunately, they're fast and we can't catch up. So, our best target is actually still the antelope from 2 days ago. Ha, there's a gazelle right there. Get after it. And just as the Wolf King was leading the pack on a hunt, Yifan also brought the pack of wolves and once again came to the heavenly road. See, that's a Land Rover. Chapter 21, Identifying Car Markings, Pampering and Patterning? See, that's a Land Rover. While the Wolf King was hunting with his wolf pack, Yifan also brought the double happiness and other packs of wolves and got to work. The party just now had consumed over half of his inventory, plus the group had grown again, so they had to get more food as well to make it work. The morning's fervor, though, is already dissipating. At the end of the day, this is a state highway and it's not a good place to stay for too long, so by the time Yifan left, those bloggers, passers-by, gradually left as well. Of course, there were still some people who stayed here, and after seeing Yifan and the other wolves arrive, their eyes immediately lit up. Ha ha, the Netflix wolf is at it again. Oh my god, he showed up again with his little brother. Why did you bring so many minions this time? It's not possible that he's mixed up as a Wolf King again, is it? Ha ha, the men laughed cheerfully and pitched food up as well. However, the number was a bit small, and it was a bit of a drop in the bucket for Yifan's current team. Yifan didn't mind either, and immediately passed on the new knowledge of the pack wolves such as Shuangxi and Lin Men. He knew that these hilarious hustle and bustle people who rubbed off on the hot traffic were actually unsustainable, so it's still up to them to hold out for enough food. Tail wagging, barking and all that goes without saying. In the future, let Shuangxi and Lin Men teach all these wolves. On top of that, though, it's only fair that these wolves learn to recognize car badges. Recognizing the badge is obviously much more complicated than recognizing the vehicle, but it is a skill that must be mastered. All because the amount, and quality, of food that can be brought to them by driving cars of different values is different. Those who drive BMW SUVs like Xiao Rou are big customers who are generous. If they found a big customer like that, they could probably get their fill just stopping one. But if it's any other ordinary small car, or even a motorcycle, a bicycle, or any of these, food is relatively scarce and cheap. Such customers, often encountered in several waves, could not fill their stomachs, not to mention the fact that they now had a full 13 wolves. So now the skill that Yi-fan had imparted to the group of wolves was to screen the precise customers. Land Rover? Boss Yi-fan, what did you say? You mean the tiger? On top of that car, there's a tiger. It was just that with the current knowledge of the pack wolves, it was obvious that they were unable to understand Yi-fan's words. They even thought that Yi-fan was talking about tigers and couldn't help but stir. Yi-fan's face darkened. Then he explained, cars? I won't talk about them. Anyway, these tools that carry humans around are cars. But between the cars, there is a distinction. Styles of these are, well, too complicated for you to understand for sure, so you just need to memorize the markings on these cars. For example, the pattern I just described is a Land Rover. Remember, not a tiger. And people with cars like this will bring us more food. Hearing this, double happiness and prosperity suddenly seemed to understand. On the contrary, it was the group of wolves that were still a bit confused. But in order to eat those very tasty foods, they also took Yi-fan's words down very attentively. Seeing the reaction of the pack of wolves, Yi-fan then nodded. Even though no wolf understood all of what he was saying, at least there were no distractions or desertions, and they were all taking it seriously. That attitude, it's just great. Here we go again. This one car, it's a Jaguar. This kind of car is fine for people, and the food is no less. As Yi-fan spoke, he also gestured at the vehicle. The pack wolves watched intently. Such a scenario. Heck, it was also recorded by the people on the scene. What are they doing? I don't know yet. It's weird. Giving things and not really eating them. The man who recorded it, dumbfounded, and the internet, too, is excited to analyze it. This cyber wolf is still hilarious. It seems like there's a new twist every time we see him. Yeah, I'm laughing my ass off. Now he's a wolf king. You guys, his little brother couldn't have been brought back from no man's land, right? Haha, it's possible. So he's giving a meeting to his minions right now, right? Ha, a meeting, if you put it that way, it's really similar. That's how I train my staff in the morning. My god, has this internet wolf become an elf? But what would he say if he's training? Any of the gods decipher that? Watching the comments, the bloggers and passers-by who were recording the scene also laughed. Too funny. This internet wolf. Under the gaze of the crowd, Yi-fan suddenly made a new move. Look, this Jaguar seems to have noticed us. There's hope. This is the time to be proactive. Speaking of this, Yi-fan began to demonstrate again. Being on the side of the road, he instantly walked towards the Jaguar. Drop, drop. But just then, a loud horn sounded. It was actually the owner of the Jaguar who honked his horn. Yi-fan was stunned, then said to the pack of wolves not far behind him, "This human, it seems like he doesn't intend to give me food. This voice, it's repelling me. If you guys are usually in this situation then just back away. Of course, if you guys had my craft, you could also be Jedi." Speaking here, Yi-fan suddenly lay down and made a movement. Inside the Jaguar, the male owner frowned and honked his horn. The girls next to him didn't dare to say anything more. They were in a hurry to get back now, though she recognized the one in front of her as a cyber wolf. The original thought was that the sound of the horn would startle the reticulated wolf away, but what never occurred to them was that the netted wolf popped down in front of their car, exposing its belly. It's like a dog, pampering, let's just give it some food. The girl was instantly sprung and couldn't help herself. The male owner, who was originally frowning, couldn't help but be dumbfounded and couldn't help but lose his smile as he looked at the cute one there. What bad luck! A wolf has learned to be pampered by a dog. Absolutely. As a last resort, he threw out a bag of preserved duck. Biting down on the preserved duck, Yi-fan raised his head toward his minions with a deft flip. The Jaguar left straight away while those around it looked confused. Holy, no eye candy. Isn't that an action only for dogs? Where did you learn to do that? This nettle wolf. Against all odds. Against all odds. The internet is also laughing all the way to the bank. Even some pet dog bloggers have come out and admitted that the Netflix wolf's pampering antics are more standardized. If he knew about these remarks, Yi-fan would definitely have a black face. What kind of petting is that? What he just used is clearly the touching technique. Okay, but no matter what, at least it was faked by him. At this moment, Double Happiness and the other wolves looked at Yi-fan with eyes that twinkled with little stars. Worshipful. Chapter 22 Learn to recognize car marks? Reality of the Netflix wolf. Boss Yi-fan is mighty. Boss Yi-fan is too powerful. At this time, the wolves, such as Shuangxi and Linmen, were looking at Yi-fan with eyes full of admiration. Yi-fan was very flattered. He also gained experience from this sale. In his opinion, what he had just done seemed like a good way to go. In the past, he rarely stopped cars, but this time, to give the wolf minions a chance to learn, it's just as well to take the initiative to stop the car. This kind of behavior, obviously, is more likely to block traffic and cause bad effects, but it's not a bad way to get food. After all, their food needs would only increase later as their ranks grew. Yifan couldn't guarantee that all the vehicles would give them a ride, especially those vehicles that are worth a lot of money. This makes it not a bad idea to actively stop a car when you are running low on food. Of course, Yifan still tended not to stop the car if he could, because only by trying not to cause trouble for the humans would they be able to mix better in this area. Listen to me, you guys, even though I took the initiative to stop the car this time, when it's your turn, you still don't stop the car. This car stops too much. It's dangerous on the one hand, and on the other hand, it adds to the trouble of the humans, thus making them hate us. It's better to try not to stop the car if you can get food. When Double Happiness and the Prosperity Pack wolves heard this, they naturally nodded their heads in a hurry. Next, Yevon started the class again, and at this point online, because the return of the Netflix wolf, on the other hand, is a new wave. A lot of people were excited to watch the live streaming up of the Netflix wolf. Many of the live broadcast rooms are tens of thousands of people online, some even tens of thousands. This shows that the Netflix wolf is on fire. This internet wolf is so smart. Yeah, now he's training with a pack of wolf minions. It's really smart. He's keeping his minions far away, not swarming around. Countless people are in a lively discussion. Also, video after video about the Netflix wolf has also appeared online. Inside the past 2 days, the videos have simply bombed. Many people have even gotten into the habit of following Netflix wolves. Among them are Zoe, who left the Tibetan area, and Sister Yi. Sister Yi, Nettlewolf is too powerful. Now he's taken in a lot of minions. Ha, is he teaching his little brother how to beg? This day, Sister Yi, also known as Lin Shuyi, finished chatting with Xiaoro and also watched the Netflix wolf's video up. Noteworthy, Lin Shuya's job is actually an editor at the Tourism Bureau. After the masks, the tourism industry was in a state of flux, and they had a lot on their plate. Before, she and Zoe traveled to the Tibetan area, actually to find inspiration. The Tibetan region's tourism indicators, which have been poor for the past 2 years. She wants to find an opportunity to recover, or even change. But Tibetan areas, to be honest, are actually bad for tourism even without masks, mainly because of the environment over here, which is relatively harsh. The other tourist attractions are all mountainous and scenic, but over here, it's nothing but wilderness. It's desert. The harsh environment naturally discourages most travelers, for the most part. So on this trip, apart from accompanying Xiaoro for a break, Lin Shu also actually intended to look for ways to boost the tourism performance of this side, and now she seems to have found it. Netflix wolf. That's right, it's the Netflix wolf. As a travel editor, Lin Shuya is keenly aware that the Netflix wolf is the way to boost tourism performance in Tibetan areas. As a matter of fact, this approach, too, has had its successes before this. That would be Lidong Dingzhen. Because of him, the tourism performance of Sichuan province has soared, even if his location, which is very remote Lidong, has caused a large number of travelers to sightsee and hit the road. One man bringing fire to an isolated area is not a fantasy, it's real. So, can a wolf bring a Tibetan area to life? It's entirely possible. In fact, according to Lin Shuya's investigation in the past 2 days, she had already discovered, from within the large amount of data, that there was a surge in the number of people traveling to the Tibetan area. The number of trains, airplanes, and high-speed trains purchased over there has gradually increased incrementally. It follows from this, if we let the internet wolves become tourism ambassadors in general, the Tibetan tourism industry will surely recover and even create another glory. Sure, the existence of the Netflix wolf was still a little different from Dingzhen. The difference is that Dingzhen is harmless, whereas the nettle wolf has the potential to hurt people. This can be seen in the measures taken by the Wildlife Conservation Station. Originally, Lin Shuya saw that the Netflix wolf had been captured by the Wildlife Protection Station, and was disabused of the idea. But now, with the return of the Netflix wolf, she feels the need to fight for it. Thinking of this, Lin Shuya no longer hesitated and directly found his boss, explaining his idea. Her idea was simple: do an interview with the Netflix wolf and put together a story about it. Under the promotion and dissemination, it has become the second Dingzhen. Just hearing Lin Shuyi's idea, as the director of the Tourism Bureau, he fell into hesitation. Look again, Netflix wolf is actually on my radar. Your idea, which is really good, has to be relevant. Now that Nettlewolf has taken on so many minions, there's the potential for injury. We can't even publicize it vigorously until this possibility is resolved. Otherwise, when the time comes and something goes wrong, the responsibility can't escape. Hearing this, Lin Shuya fell into silence. Well, she was actually aware of the pitfalls. There was no choice but to observe a little longer. It's just that what Lin Shuya didn't expect. Within a few days, the Netflix wolf craze grew stronger and stronger. On the third day of the return of the Netflix wolf, a blogger posted a video on this day, and it was a new craze. The video is called "Have You Ever Seen a Wolf That Recognizes Car Tags?" At first, it's the return of the Netflix wolf after he shows up with a pack of wolves and demands food from the humans. During this time, the nettlesome wolf frequently howled in a gesture toward the pack. The original crowd didn't know what was going on, but inside the blogger's narration, the netizens gradually found out what was going on. My god, bloggers are so fine, aren't they? Holy, he's recognizing the car's logo. Seriously, I thought he was just training his little brother to demand food, but I didn't realize that now he's learned to recognize car tags. Good reality of the Netflix wolf. It seems that in the future without a car or a house do not dare to go there. Netizens were shocked and amused. Inside the blogger's video, the cyberwolf does make a conscious effort to find vehicles of high value. For those ordinary small cars, many times, they are simply ignored. This Netflix wolf, he can even recognize car logos. It's also too realistic. Chapter 23, 3 Wolves Inc. The protection station reappears. See, this is called an antelope. Don't stop if you're not starving mad. They usually just give starch sausages. At this time, Yifan bit into a starch sausage and flung it at the wolf minions while explaining. After teaching these guys for 2 or 3 days, I guess they get it. Of course, it's okay even if you don't get it. Big chance for them to practice later. They will naturally distinguish between them as they encounter more vehicles. Yifan's disgusted starch intestines instantly caused another scramble from the wolf minions. The owner of the antelope, not far away, was helpless and amused. The internet went crazy with laughter when they saw this scene. It's so awesome. I can't even recognize the car's logo as a big man. I used to be worse than a beast, but now I'm worse than a wolf. What's wrong with this world? Didn't they say you can't become a sperm after the founding of the country? The Wolf King is teaching his men to recognize tigers and cheetahs, and the Netflix wolf is teaching his men to recognize Land Rover and Jaguar. Ha ha, laugh it up. Yifan did not know that the situation in which he taught his little brother to recognize the car label had already been analyzed by the online know-it-alls. Without realizing it, it's become a terrier again. In addition, the situation where Yifan was captured by the protection station and then ran back on his own was also widely circulated on the internet. Say what you will about that time, his eyes were determined as if he had joined the party and cursed all the way back to work. Of course, I'm afraid Yifan wouldn't care even if he knew. What he cares about is still making ends meet. And it's worth mentioning, he had also finally replenished his food stock in the 2 or 3 days that he had taken his wolf minions to recognize the car's markings. With the amount of food we have now, even if they don't show up for work, they'll be able to cover 5 or 6 days. Sure, such a store of food was still far from satisfying Yifan. After all, he was still thinking that he would seek revenge on the Wolf King as soon as possible and disintegrate the other party. In this way, food is stored. Naturally, the more the better. According to Yifan's estimation, when the time came, he would take care of the Wolf King and subdue his wolf pack. The wolves that mingled with himself at that time definitely reached 50 or more. If he led a team like the Wolf King, it would be fine if he starved for 9 meals in 3 days. But if you want to eat 3 meals a day, every day, then you have to work harder. Good on. Double happiness and prosperity have been out of the division for a long time, and the rest of the wolf minions have some familiarity. It's about time, too, to see them perform. Thinking of this, Yifan retreated to the side, then let the wolves, such as Shuangxi and Lin Men, start taking turns. See this scene. The netizens burst out laughing again. My god, this Netflix wolf is really becoming an elf. Is this the time to finish training and get the wolf minions on board? Hey you guys, if this goes on, it's not possible that this Netflix wolf is going to set up a company, right? Establishing a company. Ha ha, are you trying to laugh me to death by inheriting my flowers? What's the name of the company? 3 Wolves? Ha ha, ideas, everyone, we are the 3 Wolves Company. We sell the 7 Wolves belt, absolutely with real wolves to build. Children and men, genius, the 3 sheep are in trouble. And in the midst of all the online chaos, double happiness and prosperity took the lead in demonstrating. Proctor, you go over there, I'll be over here. Double happiness was obviously smart enough to know that it was a little bad for 2 wolves to be on the same page together, so she also had Proctor run next door. So it went well for the 2 wolves to claim their food. Even though it was only a few packets of chili fries, it made Yifan secretly nod his head up. Nice! The rest of the wolves saw this and jumped at the chance. According to Yifan's rules, any food that was claimed was allowed to be eaten a little. Only the rest is turned in. Moreover, over these days, regarding human food, these wild wolves had gained a certain understanding from Yifan's mouth. That one's a chili bar, right? Hiss, I want it so bad. But still, beef jerky is better. No, custard pie is the eternal god. Saying so, these coyotes were drooling. Human food, for them, holds the temptation to encounter, and such a claim also gives them, invisibly, the incentive to open a blind box. Hearing the whispers of the wolves, Yifan was instantly amused. This display of eagerness from the wolves was something he would love to see. If he was the only one, he could indeed lie flat. But now that there are more teams, it's good to properly implement a wolf culture. Next, when double happiness and prosperity turned back, Yifan instantly tried to arrange for other wolves to be on the field again. But right at this moment, Yifan suddenly changed his face. Ow! Not far away, a wolf howl suddenly rose. Hearing this wolf howl, Yifan shouted without even thinking. Run! Back to the nest! Double happiness and prosperity sniffed and ran up at a quick pace. The other wolves were not ambiguous either, and immediately turned around and ran wildly. It was also at this moment that a wild wolf appeared on the road in the distance. The coyote ran and barked at the same time. Boss Yifan, that car you were talking about has appeared. Hearing these words, Yifan's gaze instantly condensed. Looking behind the coyote, he saw a familiar van. The van, no other than the wildlife refuge. The sudden howling of the wolves, as well as the wolves escaping, also made those present, as well as those online, freeze. What happened? How did the wolves escape? Wait, look over there. It's the wildlife refuge bus. I'm going, here to catch the nettle wolf again? The internet red wolf didn't even hurt anyone, and no one has hurt him, so why do they keep coming to arrest him? The netizens finally understood the situation, but were still greatly puzzled. Yifan was not surprised by this. However, actually, he'd been on the defensive against the wildlife refuge ever since he'd gotten back this way. After all, he had undoubtedly slapped them in the face by running back without authorization. Take a step back and say that even if the people at the wildlife refuge don't feel ashamed, they are still likely to show up again out of duty. So, from start to finish, Yifan actually let a wild wolf hide beside him and let the wind out. For the sake of, well, advance warning. Watching Xuanxi and Linmen escaping with the wolves, Yifan instantly let go of his heart. Then he saw the coyote that had been let loose, caught up by the van, and his pupils shrank. Only a gun barrel, apparently a tranquilizer gun, was already sticking out of the van. Yifan didn't say anything, and immediately transformed into a brown shadow and pounced out. Boss Yifan, move! In the nick of time, Yifan bumped away from the coyote and was hit by an anesthetic needle. It was too late to say more. Yifan hurriedly let the wild wolf escape. Just then, too, the van came to a stop, and a couple of staff members nimbly rushed down from it. Get over there, he's been shot. The people at the scene, as well as the netizens watching the live stream, were suddenly heartbroken. Netflix wolf, another arrest. Chapter 24 Battling with the Protection Station. The moment. People online are eagerly following the scene, and the faces of those who were there tightened. But it was not good for them to stop such officially organized actions, and they were able to watch blankly. But here and now, still, a lot of people called the Wildlife Conservation Station's hotline and complained. Why are we here to catch the nettle wolf again? He ran back just because he didn't want to go to no man's land. How does your conservation station work? Are you sure this is protecting animals? You can protect the animals, but you have to follow their opinions appropriately. Soon the phones at the Beast Life Conservation Station were ringing off the hook. Learning of this situation, Qin Shuang, as the station manager, immediately smiled bitterly. Sure enough, in fact, she had guessed the outcome. After all, they had gone through a bit of a bombardment before that when they went to catch the nettle wolf. The Netflix wolf, at that time, was just getting hot, too, and now, it's clear that the Netflix wolf is as good as it gets, even with a lot of news on the internet, and self-published media mavens paying attention to it. This time they were out on the road again and were met with predictable protests and pressure. But the problem is that after this time, the views of the upper echelon of the leadership remain unchanged, but have become stronger. Mostly, the Netflix wolf team has expanded. With a dozen coyotes, the consequences would be unimaginable if it got out of hand. Of course, there doesn't seem to be a trend for that yet, but the thing is, once it develops like that, it's too late. So precautionary, the upper echelons of leadership, or sticking to a one-size-fits-all attitude. Thus, Qin Shuang, as the station manager, also had to resist the pressure and send someone to execute it. Plus the scene. Several staff members wearing the protective station's work clothes had already taken their tools and lunged towards Yifan. This time, instead, there were only three. Their target, however, was only Yifan. Now they, sort of, see it. In this wolf pack, Yifan was a wolf king-like existence. As long as he caught Yifan, he would be able to disintegrate this wolf pack and those wolves would never appear again. This has been demonstrated before. So this time, these staff members were given the task of taking Yifan back. The current Yifan, who had been shot with a tranquilizer gun, believed that he would be able to make a successful arrest as long as he circled around with Yifan. But it's a shame. These people had underestimated Yifan. Last time Yifan was also hit by a tranquilizer gun. But nothing happened. This time, naturally, is no exception. Don't forget, Yi Fan recently are in the power-up period. Those snacks that keep boosting his power. It was fine last time, and this time, naturally, it's the same. And so it was. As the staff surrounded up with confidence, a surprising situation arose. Yi Fan leaped backward with an athletic leap and suddenly jumped out of the encirclement, fleeing toward the muddy wilderness behind him. Originally, Yi Fan could have faked it, but right now, whether it was wolves such as Shuangxi and Lin Men, or the one that let the wind out just now, they all fled away, so he naturally didn't need to do it multiple times. The power of his body erupted, and Yi Fan instantly transformed into a brown shadow, fleeing at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, his figure, then, shrinks and disappears in the eyes of the people. Fleeing so fast, wasn't he shot with a tranquilizer gun? The staff of the conservation station was dumbfounded at the sight. The people on the scene, on the other hand, were laughing over it. The nettle wolf has escaped. What speed! Meanwhile, the internet is celebrating. Awesome wolf, this one even escaped. Is Netflix wolf so smart that he's been guarding the protection station for a long time? It's possible. Didn't you guys notice that a coyote just appeared out of nowhere and howled? Holy, in that case, that wolf couldn't be the nettle wolf arranging for a release, could it? The netizens of this session were really smart and quickly guessed Yi Fan's intentions. Of course, this also attached to Yi Fan's persona. No, wolf persona. If he's that smart, he's been caught once, so of course he's wary. Now that there were so many wolf minions, it wasn't surprising to arrange for one to be let loose. Understanding that, the netizens were all of a sudden happy again. More netizens, joining the Netflix wolf concern. The people from the wildlife protection station, after seeing Yi Fan fleeing, could only return disappointed and go back to the station manager, Qin Shuang, to resume their orders. Hearing the reply from his men, Qin Shuang was not surprised, all because she was also inside one of the live streams and saw the results. As a matter of fact, such a result also made Qin Shuang secretly breathe a sigh of relief, because after catching the nettle wolf, as a rule, they would once again take each other back to no man's land, and given what happened last time, it's definitely going to be further out into no man's land. At that point, it's a toss-up as to whether or not the Netflix wolf will be back again. But soon, what made Qin Shuang laugh bitterly was, for the capture of the nettle wolf, despite the failure, the higher-ups asked them to continue the capture. And the other side, Yi Fan Lair, double happiness and prosperity, with their 9 coyotes, were the first to return. Then there were the coyotes that let loose. Well, where's Boss Yi Fan? Seeing this, double happiness and prosperity were startled and hurriedly asked the coyote. Well, before that wild wolf could reply, Yi Fan's figure had already appeared behind the wild wolf. Boss Yi Fan, are you alright? Double happiness rushed over to him. Yi Fan shook his head. Lin Men then exclaimed, Boss Yi Fan, you're really great, to have guessed that those people would come to get us again. Hearing this, Xuanxi and the other wolves all looked at Yi Fan with admiration in their eyes. Yi Fan, however, didn't have much joy. He did guess that the people from the wildlife refuge would come again, but such a scenario, when it actually happens, is obviously not a good thing. This also proves that the Wild Conservancy has the idea of sending him back to no man's land again. It's even possible that even other coyotes would want to take a swipe at it. It's a bit of a pain in the ass. Yi Fan secretly sighed. Compared to that, he didn't even care about the Wolf King, because for the Wolf King's side, there were many ways he could solve it. But on the side of the wildlife refuge, you can't take them out, can you? Let's not talk about whether or not we have the strength. Even if we do, we can't do this. In that case, in the future, they would have absolutely no place in the human world, and asking for food as a means of wealth would definitely be cut off. But what can be done to get those wildlife shelter people to stop meddling? For a moment, Yi Fan didn't have any good solutions. All that could be done was to appease the minions and then arrange for an additional coyote to be set loose together. At the same time, he was on alert himself. That's all. For the next few days, the people from the wildlife protection station chased, and Yi Fan fled with his wolf minions. Both sides fought. It's attracting a lot of attention online again. However, just as Yi Fan was at a loss for something like this, a turnaround appeared. Chapter 25, Chase and Escape. Chance encounter with human traffickers? Welcome to the saga of the great Netflix wolf escape. He chases, he flees, he can't get away. Ha, interesting. I wonder if the wildlife refuge people will come back today. For days have passed since the wildlife conservation station people, once again, caught the web red wolf. Inside these 4 days, the mindset of the netizens, too, has quietly changed. At first, most of the netizens were worried about the Netflix wolf and protested against the protection station. After all, it did seem to them that the nettle wolf had the potential to hurt someone, but throughout, he had acted with intelligence. Even those very well-behaved pet dogs are nothing more than that. A cyber wolf like this could totally be a good friend to humans. Why should the wildlife refuge ignore his wishes and arrest him again and again? Of course, it's not like there aren't sensible people out there, but it's just that the Netflix wolf is so inviting. All in all, the internet is abuzz with wildlife protection stations under pressure. Station manager Cheen Frost has lost a large amount of hair in the past few days. Soon, though, she was surprised to find that the online comments, as time passed, changed. Most of the netizens, from their initial indignation, became delighted, mainly because, with their protection station, they could never catch the nettle wolf. Not only will he let his little brother off the hook, but he will also show the enemy that he is weak and sound. With a high level of intelligence, he fought with the staff of the protection station and managed to evade several arrests. So by now, the netizens aren't so worried about Netflix wolves anymore. They're happy about it. By mistake, the arrest of the wildlife protection station has instead made Yifan even hotter. It's even caught fire abroad. Yifan still didn't know anything about the situation online. The netizens' delightful arrests have made him a little irritable lately. After all, if they had to split up 2 coyotes to let loose every day, it would mean that there were 2 less of them to work. The amount of food that can be obtained will naturally be correspondingly small. It's a good thing that as he exploded in popularity, there was a steady stream of people coming over here to livestream, shoot videos, and hit the streets, getting an endless supply of food to make up for the loss. But each time the wildlife refuge arrives, they must retreat once more. It's like setting up a stall outside and being chased by the city police. It affects business, not to mention it's tiring, just facing the situation at hand. Yifan didn't have any good solutions, and could only temporarily stalemate with the people from the wildlife protection station. But what Yifan didn't expect was that just today, a turnaround appeared, bringing Xuanxi and Linmen and other wild wolves to the Sky Road. Looking at the scene where there were already quite a few people and vehicles, Yifan's irritated mood improved a lot. Then, with a command, he had the 2 coyotes hide and let the wind out again. Today, however, Yifan suddenly had a whim and arranged for 2 more wild wolves to go on a release. It seemed to him that the Wildlife Conservation Service people, if they repeatedly failed to catch him, might change their tactics. For example, instead of riding in one of those vans with the Wildlife Conservation Service on it, how about some other minivan? It's possible. That's why Yifan felt the need to let more wolves loose. At most, this time for business, he would be better off in person. That's all. Yifan, the Netflix wolf, once again took to the battlefield himself. Perhaps this was the reason, so much so, that the state highway was soon a little crowded with vehicles. People's speeds, they had to slow down. Yifan saw this and didn't care. With their speed, at most 10 minutes, they would be off work. Their current transportation capacity, after all, is still limited. In the midst of the traffic, a dilapidated van, moving slowly, feeling the slowdown of the car, sitting in the back seat of the bald man, suddenly dissatisfied with the companion said, "What's going on? Not to open faster. This time the goods over there to be very urgent, to hurry up the delivery of the line." Saying so, the bald man's fierce gaze looked at the little girl next to him. The little girl was only 5 or 6 years old and appeared to be asleep. But if you take a closer look, you'll see that there's a scarlet slap mark on the little girl's pink face, and her mouth, taped with transparent tape. Hearing the bald man's words, the scar-faced man who was driving in front of him, immediately looked around and said with some doubts, "Boss, I don't know what for. The car in front of me suddenly stopped moving." As he spoke, Scarface honked his horn, but to no avail. The speed of the traffic still hasn't picked up. Helpless, the scar-faced man had to move a little bit. But soon, he finally reacted. Right, this is the Tibetan National Highway. It's where that nettle wolf is. No wonder the cars around here are slowing down. Just hearing the scar-faced man's words, the bald man was puzzled. What nettle wolf? Seeing his confused look, the scar-faced man instantly laughed. "Boss, you probably haven't swiped Jitterbug lately. A wild wolf has recently appeared over here, often asking passers-by for food, and he has also taken in a bunch of wolf minions. This wolf is now so hot on the internet that it's become an internet-famous wolf. We guess we ran into that internet wolf." The cars in front of us were stopped. When the bald man heard this, he'd scared. "What? There's such a thing?" Then he frowned. "It won't affect us, will it? No one knows that the 2 of them, in fact, are human traffickers." This time, after catching a little girl, they drove off in the night. After escaping into the Tibetan area, they would go through special channels and give the little girl to the buyer. In such a situation, they absolutely couldn't cause a commotion and had to move forward in a low profile. The scar-faced man naturally understood this, and after hesitating for a moment, he still said, "I don't think so." They had come out in a hurry, and there was no extra food for the nettle wolf. But as far as he knew, It wasn't as if the nettle wolf was mandatory to demand food. Some cars don't give a hard time if they don't, so when the time comes, they can just pass right by, and they shouldn't make any noise. Is that a Netflix wolf? Always a little uneasy. The bald man looked around and suddenly realized that a wolf's head was sticking out of the dirt road next to him. That wolf's head was, precisely, looking straight at their side. The scar-faced man sniffed and immediately looked over, only for that wolf head to have disappeared. With that, the two men stopped paying attention. What the two didn't know, however, was this. The coyote that saw the van was the first to run and report to Yifan. Boss Yifan, just now a somewhat similar car was spotted over there. Hearing this, Yifan immediately raised his eyebrows. Where? Wolfie pointed in the direction, and Yifan quickly realized that it was the same style of van, except there's no wildlife refuge sign on it. Could it be that the people at the wildlife refuge have, indeed, changed their car? Thinking of this, Yifan couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. Chapter 26, The Incident of the Nettle Wolf Attacking Humans. At this time, Yifan couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. Immediately, he greeted Shuangxi and Lin Men. The two wolves instantly understood, and began to gather the wolves in preparation for their escape. This time, however, the wolves didn't just flee. It was mainly because, after experiencing a few times of catching Bo, Yifan realized that the wildlife protection station was targeting only himself. Coyotes such as Double Happiness and Proximity still don't need to be too nervous. In addition, Yifan didn't completely believe in his little brother's report. After all, switching cars was just a guess on his part. It's still not certain if the wildlife refuge people will switch vehicles to catch them or not. After thinking about it, Yifan got up and walked towards the van. Actually, it was also easy to figure out if the people on top of that van were from the wildlife refuge. Just go over there and see for yourself. If they were from a protection station, they would definitely be in uniform by now. In fact, Yifan was not afraid of the people in close contact with the protection station. As time went on, his power increased a little bit, and so did his speed. The reason why he had been able to escape 3 times before, intelligence was one aspect, and a progressively stronger physique was also the main reason. Thinking like this, Yifan also took a step towards the van. That's the Nettle Wolf? At the same time, the bald man and the scar-faced man inside the van soon realized Yifan's approach. The scar-faced man had no second thoughts and immediately honked his horn in an attempt to drive Yifan away. When Yifan saw this, he became even more strange. If the other party was from the wildlife protection station, they should be happy to see themselves. But why? They even took the initiative to drive them away? So the people in this car really weren't from the wildlife refuge? Realizing this, Yifan secretly let out a sigh of relief. But having come all the way here, he naturally did not intend to return empty-handed. Ow! Yevon called out. What about signaling the people in the car to give some food? The resultant drip sounded again. The scar-faced man continued to honk his horn to drive away. Yifan immediately frowned. Looks like a mean customer. Yifan didn't care about this. After all, some people do refuse to give food. Whoever drives this beat-up van probably doesn't have much gas. Thinking like this, Yifan was about to turn around and leave. As a result, just then, the van's rear window suddenly smashed a bottle of drunk mineral water. Get the outta here. As it turned out, it was the bald guy sitting in the back seat who was getting a little impatient. He hadn't heard of any nettle wolves, so naturally he didn't have much patience. Originally, I thought that this bottle of water smashed over and was able to drive away Yifan, but just then, something happened that took the two men by surprise. Facing the mineral water bottles that suddenly smashed over, Yifan unexpectedly took a nimble leap and dodged away. When his body was in mid-air, Yifan looked toward the bald man with a cold light in his eyes. It was the first time he'd ever met someone who was that rude to him. He was at least a wolf king, and in front of so many wolf minions. Wasn't this guy a bit excessive? Yifan subconsciously looked over, but suddenly froze. At this time, he heatedly also saw the sleeping little girl next to the bald man. Yifan, who had sharp eyes, instantly saw the little girl's mouth stained with adhesive tape, as well as the slap marks on her face. This is? Yifan landed on the ground with a leap and immediately frowned. What's going on here? This little girl, is she the bald man's daughter? How did you get hit? It's not enough to be beaten. Why are you still taped up? Yifan immediately detected a hint of something wrong. As an animal instinct, he could even feel the malice in the bald man and the scar-faced man. To summarize it all in one sentence, these two are not good people. Combined with the little girl's abnormality, Yifan's gaze, at once, became morose. The commotion on this side had obviously attracted the attention of the wolves. Seeing that Yifan was attacked, Xuanxi and Linmen couldn't sit still and hurriedly brought their wolves over. Boss Yifan, what's going on? The bald man and the scar-faced man in the car suddenly had their faces sunken, especially the bald man. Originally he thought that with such a smash, even if he didn't hit, he should be able to scare Yifan away. But what never occurred to me was that instead of scaring off the what's-his-name nettle wolves, it recruited more coyotes. The scar-faced man was obviously a bit flustered and continued to honk his horn again. The commotion here was beginning to be noticed by those around. Originally, a part of the people's attention was not entirely on Yifan, but now, because of the gathering of wolves, all looked over. What's going on over there? It looks like Netflix wolf got smashed. What a man! No quality. The scar-faced man couldn't help but secretly laugh bitterly when he heard the accusations coming from around him. The boss of the house is just grumpy, but it's smashing if you don't, so now you just have to leave as soon as possible. The scar-faced man tried to drive away, but in the surrounding directions, there were still cars blocking the road. It was also at this time that the wild wolves, such as Shuangxi and Linmen, had already approached Yifan. Looking at Yifan's appearance, Shuangxi and Linmen couldn't help but feel a sense of awe in their hearts. It was the first time they had seen Yifan show such a murderous expression. It was also at this moment that Yifan slightly opened his mouth and suddenly gave a ghostly voice. Guys, this guy made a move on me. What should I do? Hearing this, Proctor was stunned. Double Happiness had snapped to attention with a ferocious expression. Boss Yifan, are we going to attack the human in this car? Even though Yifan had taught him not to attack humans, but now the situation is, apparently, a little different. With hindsight, Proctor's wolf eyes also glowed green. Yifan immediately said, when we meet honorable guests, we have to welcome them with a smile, but if we meet evil guests, of course we don't have to be polite with them. Besides the little girl, the two adults in the car were targeted. Yes, Double Happiness sniffed and, without a second thought, charged straight for the van. Bang! The body hit the car with a dull thud. Immediately after that, there were coyotes such as Proctor. 7 or 8 coyotes, just like that, attacked the van. Bang! 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 The bald man and the scar-faced man inside the van instantly changed their faces drastically. Asterisk 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 asterisk. They hadn't thought that these wild wolves would be so aggressive. It was just a matter of inviting it, and it directly caused the wolves to surround it. In the meantime, seeing the wolves go berserk, the people around them were stunned. Subconsciously, the nearby pedestrians hastily retreated. The surrounding vehicles, too, hastily closed their windows, and the netizens who were watching the live broadcast at this time couldn't help but freeze. Nettle Wolf and the others, they actually attacked the humans. What's going on here? Could it be that these coyotes, after all, are still beasts? After some excitement, it still reveals the nature of the beast. Most of the netizens watching the scene couldn't help but be bewildered in the face of this scene. The Netflix wolf attack on a human actually played out without warning. Chapter 27 Hurtful Characterization. Irreparable? It's over. It's over. The Netflix wolf has gone crazy. Strange. Something must have happened, or else Nettlewolf wouldn't have done such a thing. What to do? Now the Nettlewolf will definitely be taken. Don't. What will I do later if there are no Netflix wolves to watch? It can't be helped. It's an attack on a human being. It looks like Netflix wolf is going to be blocked. Seeing it live, the internet blew right up. A large number of netizens are swiping and voicing their opinions. For all most people know, this could be the last time the Netflix wolf appears on the internet. This beast that attacks people is no longer as simple as releasing it. More likely, a humanitarian hit. Nettlewolf, inside a studio, Xiao Rou, who was putting on makeup, exclaimed. In the office of the Tourism Bureau, Lin Shuya couldn't help but blush. At the Tibetan Wildlife Protection Station, Qin Shuang, who was the station manager, let out a low sigh. All of a sudden, her stress was cleared away, but for some reason, she felt a little empty inside. However, soon after, Qin Shuang took a deep breath, collected his emotions, and once again sent out his men. As a matter of fact, through the online videos, live broadcasts, they had always known about Yifan and the other wolves. It was only before, Yifan was too smart to avoid it time and time again. But this time, I don't know what kind of nonsense he committed, but he even led the wolves to attack the humans. Now that should be able to catch it. Just for some reason, Qin Shuang didn't feel happy at all. And just as the internet was watching the scene closely, the people at the scene, too, were shocked. The Netflix wolf really attacked people. What should we do? Should we go help? Looking at this, it's a bit bad. The people around them, after the shock, were a bit hesitant. As much as they liked the Nettle Wolves, they were still a little bit upset that the Nettle Wolves were now attacking humans in front of them. You can't just stand by and watch them get bitten and killed by the Nettle Wolf, can you? The wolves at the moment were a bit scary, but there were quite a few people at the scene, and united, they should still be able to deal with the wolves. It's just that it was thought to be so, and for a while there was no one to organize it. All that could be done was to watch as the pack of wolves kept ramming the van. Bang bang bang! Muffled sounds continued to ring out. The entire van was shaken by the impact. Those assholes. Inside the van, watching the movements of the pack of wolves, the bald man and the scar-faced man both changed their faces furiously. The less you want to cause a commotion, the more you cause a huge commotion. At this moment, they wanted to kill these wild wolves. However, looking at the pack of wolves pouncing, the bald man and the scar-faced man gradually revealed a look of horror. Even the most vicious outlaw would be afraid when faced with wild beasts, let alone so many of them. Good on. The van was pretty sturdy, even with the constant ramming by wolves like Double Happiness and Proctor. Noticing this, both the bald man and the scar-faced man breathed a sigh of relief. But it was then that the amazing situation arose. Seeing that the Double Happiness and Prosperity pack of wolves couldn't break through the van, Yifan suddenly moved. Whoosh! Yifan directly transformed into a brown shadow and flew out. Instead of punching the side doors and windows, he went straight for the front glass. The strong body, as if it were a cannonball, blasted against the car window. Boom! There was a loud bang. What? The scar-faced man in the driver's seat snapped his eyes wide open. He subconsciously dodged, only to realize that nothing was wrong. But when the scar-faced man looked up again, his entire body froze. Just the front window glass. Heck, it was full of cracks. A pair of cold, glittering wolf eyes stared straight over from the crack slit. Ah! The scar-faced man exclaimed in shock. But before he could scream, Yifan viciously raised his head again and slammed it against the glass. Bang! The glass, riddled with cracks, shattered completely as the scar-faced man's shrieks morphed into screams. A large amount of broken glass splattered toward him. The bald man in the back seat froze. Boss Yifan is a cow. Sure enough, it's Boss Yifan. Seeing this, the wild wolves such as Double Happiness and Prosperity's eyes lit up. Worthy of being Boss Yifan, that strike immediately hit a hole, and the passers-by present were dumbfounded at the sight. They were hesitant to help, but within moments, the situation on the field changed drastically. The Netflix wolf, surprisingly, blew right through the front window glass. Call the police. Yes, call the police first. Only then did the crowd wake up as if from a dream. Among them, some chose to call the police. The situation at hand could lead to bloodshed at any time, so it's better to call the police. After realizing that someone had called the police, the crowd was instead afraid to rush to help. Crackle! On the van side, the scar-faced man was confused as the front window glass was smashed. Seeing that Yifan was about to pounce over with his teeth showing, the scar-faced man was shocked and confused, and hurriedly unbuckled his seatbelt and ran outside. But in his panic, he apparently forgot that there were wolves outside, so it was that the scar-faced man had just run out, and was immediately pounced upon by coyotes such as Double Happiness and Prosperity. Ah! Don't bite me! Ah! Boss, help me! The scar-faced man screamed miserably. He struggled desperately, but it didn't help. When the bald man in the car saw this, he was in awe. But the next second, he snapped his teeth and also opened the door and rushed out. The bald man's action was not that he was more righteous, but he knew that if he didn't save the scar-faced man, the next person to suffer would be himself. With the aggressiveness of these wolves, it seemed that after taking care of the scar-faced man, they would definitely not let him go. Instead of sitting on the sidelines, let's give it a go. Sure, the bald man wasn't stupid, and before going out, he heftily fumbled for a dagger. And so, just as soon as he opened the car door, the bald man viciously waved his dagger and stabbed at the nearest coyote. But before the bald man could have his way, a brown shadow, hurricane came flying from the side. It turned out to be Yifan, who had long been keeping an eye on the bald man's movements. Now that the scar-faced man was surrounded by the likes of Double Happiness and Proctor, his attention of course fell on the even more odious bald man. Leaping through the air, Yifan took a bite on the bald man's arm that was holding the dagger. Ah! Sharp teeth entered his flesh, and the bald man couldn't help but howl furiously. The dagger on his right hand then fell to the ground. He then subconsciously flung it, directly throwing Yifan's body out. However, in mid-air, Yifan nimbly made a heel turn and immediately stabilized his figure. Immediately afterward, before the bald man could pick up the dagger, Yifan pounced over again. Ah! The bald man screamed miserably. Under Yifan's abuses, he was soon bruised and bloodied up. Soon, the bald man was pounced on by Yifan, no longer able to resist. Seeing this scene, those present fell silent. People online, too, fell into an eerie silence. Netflix wolves that really hurt. This is now irretrievable. Chapter 28. The constables were out, and Yifan was as steady as an old dog. The moment, the entire network was silent. Netflix wolves hurt people, and it's been solid. Tons of videos that are posted online. State highway site. The expressions of the passers-by still carried shock. Who? Suddenly, a police car beeped. A catcher's car drove up. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. People quickly got out of the way. After the constable car drove close, 3 constables stepped down from it at once, 2 men and 1 woman. The valiant female constable at the head was none other than the female chief of the nearby police station, Gao Shengnan. At this time, Gao Shengnan's face was a bit gloomy, and he took 2 of his men and went straight to the scene with weapons. By this time, the wolves were gone from the scene, leaving only 2 bloody figures. Gao Shengnan brought the people over and immediately frowned. These 2 figures, no one else, were the bald man and scar-faced man from before. It was just that at this time, the 2 of them, covered in scars, were dying. Gao Shengnan inspected the situation and was somewhat surprised to find that the bald man and the scar-faced man, although seriously injured, were still yet not dead. "Hi team, look over here." Just then, a constable's voice rang out. Gao Shengnan, who was checking out the injured, was stunned. She looked around to find a constable standing next to the van involved, his face full of amazement. "What's going on here?" Gao Shengnan walked over in surprise, then also blushed in amazement. Only in the van, surprisingly, lay a sleeping little girl. Not only were there slap marks on the girl's face, but even her mouth was taped shut. "What's going on here?" Gao Shengnan frowned, instantly sensing that something was wrong. Originally alerted to the incident, the women subconsciously assumed it was an ordinary wild animal injury. At best, it's just one incident of a more concerned beast hurting someone. But now, after discovering the little girl's presence, the professional sensitivity of the constables made them notice that something was wrong. "Where's the ambulance? Fight the demon spirit." Gao Shengnan immediately went over to check on the little girl, and then while doing so, he instructed his 2 henchmen. The 2 henchmen immediately called an ambulance, only to find that the scene had already been called. 5 minutes later, the ambulance, also making a piercing shriek, arrived on the scene. The scar-faced man and the bald man were then taken away by ambulance, accompanied by 2 male constables. As for Ko Sungnam, he drove the catcher's car and hitchhiked the little reformed girl away. After the examination just now, she found that the little girl was not in any serious trouble, but was just going into a deep sleep. Having suspicions, Gao Shengnan also took the little girl back alone, ready to make some inquiries. Why is there a little girl? What? There's a little girl inside the van. This little girl shouldn't have been attacked by the nettle wolf as well." The people present, seeing the little girl appear, couldn't help but be a little surprised. Before that, they hadn't really realized that inside the van, there was even a little girl. Just now, they were blinded by the wolves going crazy, and then the nettle wolf had just left with the wolves on the front foot, and the trappers came in the back step, so much so that they too are not available to inspect the scene. After discovering the little girl, these people couldn't help but have their hearts sink again. If there was a little girl in addition to the 2 grown men in the group that the cyber wolf attacked, then the nature was obviously much more serious. In that case, I guess it's like whoever said on the internet, and I guess Netflix wolves who don't conform to positive energy like that really need to be banned. The crowd watched in silence as the catcher's car left. Coincidentally, wait until the catcher's car and the ambulance go back and forth. A wildlife refuge vehicle also arrived on the scene, but apparently, they pounced. Only this time, the people from the wildlife protection station, instead of withdrawing from the area, directly followed the traces of the wolves' departure and continued to track them down. The state of affairs is now clear to them. Now that the other party has committed a crime, they can't be spared no matter what. And once again, the move by the Wildlife Conservation Station has been put online by netizens, causing yet another heated debate. "It's over. It's over. My Netflix wolf. I didn't realize that it's only been on fire for less than half a month, and it's going to be gone. Alas, it can't be helped. That guy's offense this time is too big. Even the Emperor can't cover it. I've told you before, no matter how close this beast is to humans, the base still won't change. Now it seems that my era is still more reliable. Now it's time to take it off. Netflix wolf is too immodest. There's no way the powder can't go on." Almost everyone thought that after this incident, Netflix wolf would never be able to be active online again. Even its life, too, would be in jeopardy. But not many people see a problem with such a situation. The main thing is that Netflix wolf's behavior this time is so out of character that netizens, even if they like him a lot, can only take off their powder. Such a situation is similar to a celebrity lover who evades taxes and takes drugs. It is unforgivable. And right now, Yi Fan, who had vented ruthlessly, he returned to the lair with the wolves such as Shuangxi and Lin Men. "Good job just now, little ones. As a reward, let's party." Yi Fan's words immediately caused the pack of wolves to cheer. Proctor balked, and took the wolves to get food out for the orgy. On the contrary, it was Shuangxi, who raised some funds, and after thinking about it, he came to Yi Fan and asked, "Boss Yi Fan, is it really okay if we do that just now?" Hearing this, Yi Fan was stunned and immediately looked at Shuangxi with another high regard. This little wolf brother, the child is a good teacher. It seems that Shuangxi also realized that there was a big problem with the attack on the human just now. That's right, given the positions of both sides, it does seem problematic that they attacked humans, because it's just like smashing your own job. Just now, Double Happiness carried out the order dryly, but in her heart, she probably also had some doubts, being able to hold back the question until now. This one is still indeed a child. It's just that Double Happiness clearly still doesn't understand the intricacies of the human world. Yi Fan immediately explained, Xuanxi, your worries are right. Humans are our customers now, and if we offend them, it will affect our access to food as well. But as I said before, customers are categorized into valued customers and evil customers, which simply means that humans are categorized into good guys and bad guys. Of course there's a problem if we're attacking the good guys, but if it's the bad guys who are attacking, then it's no problem, and there might even be a windfall. Hearing this, Xuanxi immediately revealed a seemingly understanding look. It seems to get it, and then it doesn't. But the ease in Yi Fan's tone was something it could hear. After this period of time, Xuanxi had long been incredibly convinced of Yi Fan. Now that he says it's okay, then naturally it's okay. Figuring this out, Double Happiness was also relieved to attend the party up. Chapter 29 Wilderness Encounters. Seeing that Xuanxi understood somewhat, Yi Fan stopped explaining. The truth is, there is a limit to how smart Twinkie can be, so Yi Fan didn't intend to let it understand completely. It only needed to figure out that there was no big problem at the moment. Next, after eating and drinking, Yi Fan immediately gave the wolves another training. As he said, attacking humans still really depends on whether he's attacking good or bad people. And according to Yi Fan's judgment, the two guys, the bald guy and the scar-faced guy, were extremely likely to be human traffickers. Noteworthy. In fact, there were several types of people that Yi Fan hated the most, and among them were human traffickers. How many families have been broken up by this genocidal brute? This, in turn, was the reason why Yi Fan had allowed the wolves to launch an attack without saying a word after he had made some discoveries earlier. With a guy like that, it's fine if you don't notice. If you find one, you'll have to one-up for sure. Of course, Yi Fan still left room for maneuver and didn't directly finish off those two. But it wasn't that Yi Fan was merciful. It was that he didn't want the other party to be too comfortable. One must know that with the injuries they received, even if they were cured, they would definitely be left disabled by the time the identity is exposed. If such a guy is then arrested and sent to jail, what kind of fate can be imagined? And if the identities of the bald man and the scar-faced man were revealed, it was clear that his popularity would definitely go up a notch. Therefore, in order to prepare for the huge traffic that would most likely occur soon, Yi Fan decided that it was necessary to strengthen the abilities of these wavelets a bit more before doing so, especially the ability to cope with some unexpected situations. It was so tossed around for an hour. Night is falling. The bright, full moon began to shed its soft, bloody light over the land. Yi Fan looked at the wolves beside him and immediately said, "It seems like the team needs to grow a bit more before it can be done." To prepare for the huge amount of traffic that was to follow, it was clearly not enough to just train the wolf minions. It will take a lot more wolf minions to completely eat up the huge traffic. Yi Fan's thoughts were simple. There aren't really many opportunities for this kind of burst of fire, and they don't last long. So now he should learn to make as much money as he can when he's popular, like those feisty internet celebrities. Only then, when the traffic bonus period passes, it will not be empty. Also, after so many days, it was time to settle the score with the Wolf King. Thinking of this, Yi Fan immediately assembled his pack of wolves, intending to attack the Wolf King at night. The other side, Tibetan wilderness, a team of humans, marching against the night. This team of humans is none other than the staff of the wildlife refuge. The Netflix wolf continues to fester, and they've all been given a death warrant to capture the Netflix wolf as soon as possible. Given the pressure, Qin Shuang, who was the head of the protection station, joined the team halfway through, but whether it was due to pressure or because he couldn't bear to see the nettle wolf, Qin Shuang couldn't say. And under Qin Shuang's leadership, the 7-member squad had already entered the wilderness for 2 hours. Logically speaking, even if they were moving at a slower speed, after traveling for so long, they should have caught up with Yi Fan and the other wolves. But unfortunately, a sandy area appeared along the way, causing them to lose the traces left by Yi Fan and the other wolves. With no choice but to pick the most likely direction, they were able to continue tracking. At this time, a henchman asked Qin Frost, "Sister Qin Frost, what are we going to do with the nettle wolf after we capture her? This time, are we going to euthanize her?" Saying so, that team member showed a look of intolerance. Although between the two sides, they were previously at loggerheads, but for that witty and sensitive nettle wolf, these people might not be without a few favorites while hating their guts. The thought of potentially putting the nettle wolf to death was a bit unsettling to these staff members. Qin Shuang was silent for half a second before he said, "Let's talk about it when we catch it." As a matter of fact, Qin Shuang was at a loss as to what to do with the nettle wolf. The most important thing right now, though, was to catch the nettle wolf before saying anything. It's no use talking about it without catching it. That's all. The crowd rushed on in silence. Not long after, Qin Shuang saw that the crowd was a bit tired, so he immediately brought them to stop to eat dry food and drink water to replenish their strength. If it doesn't go well, they might have to spend the night over here. And just as Qin Shuang and the others were resting, they didn't realize that not far away, on a short slope, a group of green eyes were staring at them. Are those humans? What is a human being? Humans are a pretty powerful beast, second only to tigers. The owners of these green eyes were none other than a pack of wilderness wolves. But this pack of wild wolves was not Yi Fan and the others, but the Wolf King and the wolves under him. As it happens, the Wolf King also hunts with his pack against the night. Seeing Qin Shuang and the others not far away, the Wolf King had immediately said smugly to the wolves under his hand, "See, I told you that if you come out to hunt at night, you'll have more chances. We're able to see things at night, too, and that's a talent that can't be wasted." Upon hearing this, there were a few wolves who cooperated and chimed in. The Wolf King is right. Wolf King Bull. More wolves, however, rolled their eyes. They, the coyotes, do have night vision. But the thing is, what animal that moves around at night doesn't have night vision? On top of that, it's not good for them to be out hunting all night, because this also proves that they are not, during the day, hunting for food. That's why it's a pain in the ass to run out and work overtime when all the other animals are sleeping. What a good thing this is. But discovering Qin Shuang and the others was indeed considered a good thing. With the size and number of these humans, it would be enough for them to eat for days if they were able to eat them all. Based on this, even though they knew that these humans didn't seem to be easy to mess with, these wolves were going to do the job. And so it was. When Qin Shuang and the others had eaten almost as much as they wanted, a green oily light suddenly rose around them. What's that? Wolves, lots of wolves, the crowd gasped. Qin Shuang, who was in the lead, also changed his face slightly. It's the nettle wolf. Seeing the wolves, there was immediate speculation. Soon, though, the crowd realized something was wrong. No, I don't think so. Under nettle wolf, there were only a dozen wolves, and now here, there are at least 50 wolves or more. It's over. The hearts of the crowd sank. With their extensive hunting skills, they actually had no problem dealing with a dozen or 2 dozen wolves, but now they encountered a wolf pack of more than 50 wolves. Now that's trouble. At this instant, including Qin Shuang and No, everyone's heart sank to the bottom. And in the meantime, just as Qin Shuang and the others encountered the Wolf King's attack, Yi Fan he had already led his men and quietly arrived at the Wolf King's lair. Just looking at the empty nest, Yi Fan couldn't help but frown. These guys, where are they running off to if they're not at the nest that late? Chapter 30 Humans are attacked again, and Nettlewolf saves the day. Wilderness area. Near some short slope, a small team of humans is confronting a pack of coyotes. It was no one else but Qin Shuang and the others who had encountered the Wolf King's encirclement. At this moment, looking at the wolves that slowly surrounded them, Qin Shuang and the others' faces turned ugly. The Wolf King, on the other hand, stood behind the wolves and looked at Qin Shuang and the others with some complacency. As long as he hunted them down, the majesty of his Wolf King would be able to be powerfully consolidated again. Seeing that the encircling net was formed, the Wolf King no longer hesitated and immediately let out a wolf howl and ordered an attack. The wolves fiercely condensed, then rushed towards Qin Shuang and the others in a brainwave. As the staff of the protection station, Qin Shuang and the others didn't just sit back and wait for the wolves to pounce on them. They also took action. The staff member in charge of taking the tranquilizer gun hastily initiated the shooting. With so many wolves staying together, it was almost impossible for him to miss. But it was also the fact that there were so many wolves that caused his tranquilizer gun to not be a deterrent. The others were not idle either, wielding the tools and weapons they carried in their hands. Some use large plunge nets, some use wooden sticks. The scene instantly became chaotic. Qin Shuang, who was the station manager, also held a long wooden stick and swung it around. With the combined efforts of several people, they were able to block the first wave of the wolves' charge. But the good times don't last long. When the staff member with the tranquilizer gun was approached by the coyote, he stepped back in a hurry and fell down. Seeing this, the people next to them rushed over to help. But in doing so, the formation, which was still barely maintained, was broken all of a sudden. Jean Frost suddenly shrieked. In a panic, 2 coyotes lunged at her at the same time. Station master. The people around them were shocked when they saw this, seeing that Qin Shuang was about to be pounced upon and devoured. In the nick of time, a figure actually shot violently. 2 thuds. The 2 wild wolves that were flying towards Qin Shuang immediately flew out backwards. Qin Shuang blinked and couldn't help but freeze. The figure that crashed through the 2 coyotes was surprisingly a coyote as well. What's going on here? Did this coyote hit the wrong person? As a result, just as Qin Shuang was thinking like this, the wild wolf suddenly tilted its head and let out an astonishing wolf howl. Ow! Under the full moon, the brown coyote howled long towards the sky, and in this instant, the situation on the field suddenly changed drastically. A large number of wolves, surprisingly, began to kill each other. What's going on here? These wolves went crazy? The staff also gradually realized that the wolves were fighting each other and could not help but be dismayed. Even Qin Shuang looked confused. These coyotes, what the hell are they doing? And at this time, the Wolf King, who was originally full of complacency, was furious. It's you! You're not even dead. The Wolf King's gaze instantly locked onto the wild wolf that had saved Qin Shuang. This wild wolf, which it was deeply impressed with, was no other than Yi Fan. It was just that what made the Wolf King shocked and suspicious wasn't Yi Fan dead? How can you still be alive? However, immediately after seeing the dozen or so wild wolves that were fighting with his own men, especially after seeing double happiness and prosperity, the Wolf King reacted with some hindsight. It's you guys! Damn it! You guys tricked me! The Wolf King roared furiously, his face reddening. It has realized what this is all about. There was no doubt that it was the two assholes, double happiness and prosperity, who had deceived themselves. In that case, it seemed that the two of them had long been bought by Yi Fan. This, however, was not what made the Wolf King the most furious. What made him the most furious was obviously the fact that apart from Yi Fan and double happiness, the other wild wolves were clearly the ones that had detached themselves from his side in the last few days. Damn it, these guys, they all betrayed themselves. The Wolf King's eyes boiled with killing intent. At the same time, it's incredibly difficult. That bastard Yi Fan. What virtue and ability could he have to take in so many wild wolves? But it was only the last time, when he got a lucky win over himself by a trick or two. But to become a Wolf King, strength is still secondary. The most important thing is to be able to lead the wolf pack, the ability to survive inside this harsh environment. And the Wolf King, had it. As for Yi Fan, before, he was nothing more than a frail and sickly wolf that could barely hunt for food. What gives him the right? Finish him. Whoever finishes him off will get more meat later. The Wolf King yelled back. Immediately, countless wild wolves scrambled to kill Yi Fan. Seeing this scene, Qin Shuang could already ascertain that these wild wolves were, indeed, killing each other. No, to be more accurate, it was the wolves that were divided into two factions, one of which should be the pack that had attacked them before, amounted to more than 50 wolves. The other faction, on the other hand, seemed to have only a dozen or so coyotes. Wait, a dozen coyotes? These wolves, they're reticulated wolves. Qin Shuang fiercely stayed in place. As for Yi Fan at this moment, his eyes narrowed slightly as he glanced at Qin Shuang and the others. Under the effect of night vision, he quickly distinguished that these people were the very same people from the Wildlife Protection Station who often went against him. These guys, they're really lucky too, Yi Fan murmured secretly. Just now, he had brought the wolves such as double happiness and prosperity and killed them directly to the Wolf King side of the lair. But what I didn't expect was to pounce. Currently in desperate need of collecting more wolf minions, Yi Fan naturally did not give up easily, but followed the traces left by the Wolf King and other human wolves and tracked them over. It was just that what he didn't expect was to come here and find the Wolf King attacking the humans, in public and private. He did not have the reason to stand by and watch, so he decisively brought double happiness and other wolves to kill over. But what surprised Yi Fan was that the group of people he had saved were actually people from the Wildlife Protection Station. How did these people get here? Could it be that? The clever Yi Fan quickly guessed the intentions of these people. He smiled helplessly, still striking out with a glare in his eyes. Facing the several wild wolves rushing head-on, Yi Fan suddenly transformed into a lightning brown shadow and crashed straight into them. The narrow way is the way to go. Bang! With his own strength, Yi Fan had actually directly knocked away 3 wild wolves. Immediately after that, his figure gave a beat, and even more so, he violently killed the wolves as if he was a tiger entering a flock of sheep. With a swipe of his paw, a coyote retreated with a scream. With a flick of his tail, a coyote wailed and was sent flying. The ever-increasing strength had caused Yi Fan to be somewhat out of the coyote category. Ordinary wild wolves were no match for him. This head is a nettle wolf. Qin Shuang quickly recognized Yi Fan from his strong performance. It's only Netflix wolves that are that fierce. That's what happened before when you dry-bombed the van's glass directly. Other than him, who else could have ever demonstrated such crushing levels of power? Just after recognizing Yi Fan, Qin Shuang's face became incredibly complicated. Just as Yi Fan thought, they were indeed here to capture Yi Fan. But now, it was Yi Fan who was rescuing them. Realizing this, Qin Shuang instantly felt greatly guilty, and then secretly made a decision in his heart. Chapter 31, The Wolf King's Defeat. Yi Fan's toughness. Yi Fan did not know that the situation where he had offered to help had caused Qin Shuang's violent mood swings. Sure, even if he knew, he wouldn't care, because this time out, fought than helping Qin Shuang and the others. In fact, Yifan's real purpose was still to deal with the Wolf King and other wolves. In the final analysis, saving people was just incidental. Defeating the Wave King and even killing him to inherit the wolves was the real purpose. Who dares to stand in my way? After defeating 6 or 7 wild wolves one after another, Yifan roared and pounced straight towards the Wolf King at the back. Seeing this, the wolves such as Xuanxi and Linmen hurriedly got out of the way. As for the other wolves, they also knew how difficult Yifan was to deal with and tacitly left him for the Wolf King to deal with. Just like that, Yifan passed through all the way and killed directly in front of the Wolf King. This time, the Wolf King's face became extremely ugly. Through the battle just now, it also saw how extraordinary Yifan was. Hey, you don't think that these few minions will be able to deal with me, do you? Soon, Yifan approached with a light smile. The Wolf King's face immediately sank. Is this going to be full yet? I can't wait if it isn't. Hearing Yifan's flirtation, the Wolf King's face suddenly became even more ugly. Humph, last time, losing to you was just me not having enough to eat. This time, it won't be. As the words fell, the Wolf King dashed towards Yifan at a rapid speed. Even though he could see that Yifan was extraordinary, he didn't wimp out in the slightest. After all, in the Wolf King's opinion, he had been quite lucky during this time, and with enough food and drink, he was a bit more powerful than before. Against Yifan, he shouldn't lose again. But now, the cold reality poured a pot full of cold water on the Wolf King. Originally, Yifan still needed to use certain techniques against the Wolf King, but now, that's no longer necessary. With ease, it's a force to be reckoned with. Right now, his power, even compared to the Wolf King, was not on the same level, so facing the Wolf King, Yifan also easily slapped and crashed. How is that possible? This guy, he's gotten so powerful. The Wolf King was knocked off his feet again and began to suspect that the wolf was alive. The last time he lost to Yifan, it was fine. That one was still able to make excuses from the trick line. But this time, Yifan clearly didn't use any techniques, just bursting out with pure power, making the Wolf King unable to top it. Damn it, wait for me. The Wolf King was also very smart, and after realizing that he was not Yifan's opponent, he gave his harsh words, and then violently turned around and fled wildly, trying to escape. Yifan saw this, but he rose to the occasion. It was hard to block the other party here. Yifan wasn't going to let the team outs leave again, but for the Wolf King's cunning, Yifan still missed a step. As the Wolf King escaped, he kept calling out to the surrounding coyotes while drawing pancakes. As a result, a wild wolf with a low IQ was fooled by the Wolf King and desperately blocked Yifan's way. These ordinary wild wolves were not worth mentioning to Yifan, but with a large number, even Yifan had to be slowed down. And so it was. A little while later, the Wolf King had really escaped under Yifan's eyes. Also escaping were 30 or 40 coyotes. The remaining coyotes, though, were not so lucky. They were all knocked to the ground and lost their ability to escape. After counting and realizing that there were a full dozen wild wolves, Yifan nodded secretly. Though this outing was still a bit different from what he had expected, but that's pretty much it. Just like that, the battle ended with Yifan's victory. On Yifan's side, other than the 2 unlucky wolves that were severely injured, the other wolves were not seriously injured. Overall, they had gained a lot from this battle. Although he hadn't decapitated the Wolf King, he had achieved his goal. These dozen or so coyotes, going back for some training, should come in handy as well. Of course, their injuries are a problem. These guys, their physique wasn't as perverse as Yifan's, and after they were injured, they didn't know how long they would be able to recover. The other people, Qin Shuang and the others, had also escaped as a result, and when they thought about the situation just now, several of them had a look of fear on their faces. The Nettle Wolf actually saved us? They just made a move. They should have done it to protect us. This guy, did he really turn out to be that humane? Conservation station staff, sighing with relief. Qin Shuang also looked at Yifan with her eyes red, now that she saw Yifan with a dozen or so wild wolves, and actually repelled a pack of more than 50 wild wolves. Her heart, naturally, became even more complicated. And just then, suddenly a male staff member came over to Qin Shuang's side and asked, "That, station chief, should we do it now?" Apparently, the employee was pretty dedicated as well. At this point in time, they still hadn't forgotten the reason they had come to this wilderness no man's land in the first place. Of course, it would be a good time for them to do it right now. After all, after going through a big battle, other than the Nettle Wolves, the other wild wolves had more or less reduced fighting strength. If they made a move at this time, they would naturally have more of an advantage. Most importantly, there was a greater hope of catching Yifan, the Netflix wolf. However, the staff's words were interrupted by Qin Shuang. "It's not necessary. Besides, are you sure you can pull it off in one go? Otherwise, we might end up worse than those wolves just now." Hearing this, the staff member nodded with a bitter smile. But soon, he blushed again. They didn't look for Yi Fan, but at this moment, Yi Fan, on his own initiative, came towards their side. Does that mean it's going to attack us too? They're not rescuing me. They're just fighting over the prey. Realizing this, the staff member instantly blanched. Panic, it began to spread. They didn't realize that they had just left the tiger's den and entered the wolf's den again. Qin Shuang's face also stared. It's no wonder the staff thinks so, mainly because, not long ago, Yi Fan and the other coyotes had staged an injury incident. So now, were they really rescuing themselves and the others? Or were they treating them and the others as prey before they fought with the Wolf King and the other wolves? Thinking of this, Qin Shuang's heart also tightened, and seeing Yi Fan approaching, she couldn't help but feel a little more nervous. But in the next second, Qin Shuang was also confused, only to see the nettle wolf, who had come to her. He pointed at the staff not far away, and then at the downed coyote, with a look of what he was trying to say. Qin Shuang froze, and it wasn't until Yi Fan did the maneuver several times that she vaguely understood. You are asking us to help heal those wolves. Yi Fan sniffed and nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's what he meant. Right now he still needed to recruit a bunch of wolf minions for work. But these wolf minions, they can't go to work bruised and limping, can they? That would really make him a badass capitalist who eats people without spitting. It just so happens that the people from the wildlife refuge are here, and they just saved these people. So it's only fitting that these people help with the treatment. Chapter 32, A Wolf with Human Intelligence. Statement of investigation. Is he asking us to treat those coyotes? This nettle wolf's IQ is really high. Station chief, what to do? At this time, not only Qin Shuang, but even those staff members, understood Yi Fan's meaning. After realizing this, these staff members couldn't help but look odd as well. They had a strange feeling that facing the nettle wolf was like facing a human. Qin Frost felt the same way. When she really came into contact with the nettle wolf, she instantly understood why this wolf was so loved and sought after. Because he really does possess an intelligence comparable to that of a human being. Thinking of this, Qin Shuang suddenly laughed dumbly. They are our saviors. Now it's our turn to help them. Take out the tools. When they heard this, the staff members' faces were instantly delighted. Yes, to be honest, just now, they were also desperate in the face of the wolf infestation. Even most of them felt that this one was dead, but it never occurred to them that at the critical moment, the nettle wolf would come down from the heavens and save them. This made their resentment towards the Netflix wolves instantly dissipate and turn into gratitude instead. And now, not having to take a shot at their benefactor and being able to help each other, they naturally rejoiced over it. Thus, Qin Shuang and the others took out their medical tools. The wolves such as Double Happiness and Prosperity were a bit surprised to see this. Boss Yi Fan, what is this doing again? Are they going to attack us? Up until this point, the wolves, such as Double Happiness and Prosperity, had clearly not yet put their guard down. Yi Fan quickly calmed down. No need to be nervous, they are just helping us heal. Just cooperate with them. Hearing this, the wolves such as Double Happiness and Progeny relaxed. Then their eyes lit up again. Boss Yi Fan, you're too powerful, aren't you, to be able to get these humans to heal our wounds? Yeah, these guys were after us earlier. Boss Yi Fan is a cow. Shuangxi and Linmen, among others, worshipped Yi Fan for a few more points. Originally, he was able to ask for food from the humans, which was already a genius in their eyes. But what he didn't expect was that Yi Fan was still able to make humans work. This is too awesome. The men who originally belonged to the Wolf King were shocked at the sight. Yi Fan was actually able to command humans. Does it mean that he even tamed humans? Ha ha, see, this is the strength of Boss Yi Fan. What's that Wolf King fellow? He fell away within a few hits. Ha ha, you guys will eat sooner or later if you follow that kind of boss. If you follow the Wolf King, you'll be hungry for 9 meals in 3 days. But if you follow Boss Yi Fan, you'll be able to eat and drink more than you can eat. When Xuanqi saw the expressions of those hungry wolves, she struck while the iron was hot and started brainwashing those wild wolves for Yi Fan. Yi Fan nodded secretly at once. As a matter of fact, he had defeated the Wolf King and had little problem collecting those wild wolves. Plus, now that he's demonstrating commanding human behavior, it's even deeper. There is little reason for these coyotes not to give in. Of course, in order to further bring these wild wolves back to his heart, Yi Fan performed a show on how to ask for food from humans after he parted ways with Qin Shuang and the others. And so it was. When the wolves left, the food of Qin Shuang and the others was, heck, consumed. Looking at the wolf pack that was loaded with wolves and left, for a while, Qin Shuang and the others did not know whether to be angry or amused. What do you think, Station Chief, about how this internet wolf attacked someone at noon? Is there some kind of misunderstanding? Just then, a staff member looked at Yi Fan's back and asked Qin Shuang. Hearing these words, Qin Shuang's gaze flickered and suddenly his heart moved. To be honest, she hadn't believed it before when it was said that Nettlewolf hurt people. because the nettle wolf's intelligence was at the top of the list of so many animals she had seen. Such wisdom is simply unique in life. It wasn't even close to being as bad as humans, if not completely comparable to them. Such a smart cyberwolf should also know the seriousness of hurting people. But why? Did he do it anyway? Jean Frost couldn't figure it out. But the evidence had been overwhelming before, so she could only believe it. Only now, after actually coming into contact with Nettle Wolf, Jean Shuang hesitated again. He wouldn't have saved them if he was truly aggressive towards humans. So, does that mean that the Netflix wolf injury was a misunderstanding? Or maybe in it, there is some hidden agenda? Thinking of this, Jean Shuang took a deep look in the direction where Yifan and the others had left. With that she ordered, "Let's get out of here first. Right now." It was obviously not suitable to deal with Yifan and the others anymore. Jean Shuang immediately decided to go back first. In the meantime, after half a day of brewing, Netflix wolf injuries are getting hotter and hotter, almost sweeping across the internet. Even a number of stars and celebrities have popped up to voice their opinions. Some experts and professors, or traffic-dabbling bloggers, have also jumped in to popularize, market, and so on. The internet is a mess. Overall, Netflix wolf is finished. Even if he's beloved, he can't hurt anyone. Hurting people is the bottom line. Even if he's a protected animal, he's still screwed. Of course, there were some staunch fans of Nettlewolf who kept speaking up for him, but in the end, they were drowned in the tirades of netizens. And just as the netizens were falling all over themselves in their crusade against the Netflix wolf, inside the Tibetan hospital, the police station captain, Gao Shengnan, but with a complicated look. "Netflix wolf," she murmured, but her eyes were fixed on the two men inside the caretaker's ward. These two men, no one else, were the victims of the previous Netflix wolf injury incident. Looking at the two of them, Gao Shengnan couldn't help but remember the information he had found out earlier. The Netflix wolf injury victims, 3 in all. 2 of them, the scar-faced man and the bald man in front of him, and the last one, a somewhat eccentric little girl. At that time, Gao Shengnan found something strange and immediately brought the little girl back to the arrest bureau to understand the situation. It turned out to be a real surprise discovery for her. The little girl didn't recognize the bald man or the scar-faced man. The reason for staying with them is simple. The bald man and the scar-faced man are human traffickers, and the little girl is the child they took. Knowing this, Gao Shengnan immediately searches for the little girl's family through the information she described, while immediately investigating the identities of the bald man and the scar-faced man. It turned out that the scar-faced man and the bald man, as the little girl had said, were really human traffickers and had previous convictions. Now that explains the little girl's oddity. The slap marks on her face and the duct-taped mouth were the work of the bald man. But after figuring out the trio's relationship, Gao Shengnan had another huge doubt. That is, did the Nettle Wolf attack the bald man because he was provoked to fight back, or because he saw who the other guy was? It could be justified if it was just a provocation to fight back, but it's too much of a stretch to tell who the other person is. But the thing is, if the internet wolves didn't see the bald guy's identity, this would alone spared the little girl from attacking. Netflix wolf, screen name wolf. Chanting the name, Gao Shengnan's interest in that particular wolf also rose strongly, and the very next day, the public number of the Tibetan police station lit up with a statement of investigation. When this statement of investigation came out, the whole internet was abuzz. Chapter 33, 2 Levels of Reversal. Seeing the Nettle Wolf? 2 days. The Tibetan police station quickly issued a statement of investigation for yesterday's injury to a cyber wolf. This kind of investigative statement, which is usually a treat for highly publicized cases, is specifically for the internet, and the statement of investigation did attract numerous netizens when it came out. But after reading the survey statement, everyone was dumbfounded. The very first thing that was written was, quite literally, about the injuries of the 3 victims. 2 of them, both adult men, suffered serious injuries and almost appeared to be in danger of losing their lives. The little girl at the end, on the other hand, was unharmed. By the time we saw this, most of the impulsive people were already more and more disgusted with Netflix wolf, but a small group of sensible people were stunned. The existence of the little girl has actually been spoken about beforehand by a number of netizens ahead of time, but there is no accurate account of what happened to the little girl. In response, the crowd naturally speculated endlessly. Mostly, it's still accusations of Netflix wolves, name-calling. Only now, after realizing that the little girl was fine, these people were puzzled. The little girl, surprisingly, is fine. How is that possible? Could it be that there is still a main target of attack for the Nettle Wolf? If we go by that, then the scar-faced guy driving the car should be fine too. What the hell is going on now? Puzzled, the crowd continued to watch. This time, the statement of inquiry seems to be a bit longer, and soon, the crowd realized why the statement of investigation was so long. It turned out that the identities of the bald man and the scar-faced man were greatly uncomplicated. They turned out to be human traffickers. Seeing this, literally everyone was dumbfounded, because such an identity is just too sensitive. In reaction, the whole internet was abuzz. Are you kidding? Those two men are human traffickers. My God, is this a coincidence? Coincidence? I don't think so. If it's a coincidence, why didn't Nettlewolf attack that little girl? How does that explain it? I'm going crazy. It couldn't be that the Nettlewolf recognized the other guy's identity and made a move. I'm dropping my ass. Fine. If you put it that way, doesn't that mean that the Nettlewolf isn't hurting people? It's attacking criminals. My mom asked me why I was on my knees playing with my phone, and I told her I was watching Netflix Wolf, and she ended up on her knees too. I told you, Nettlewolf wouldn't just attack a human. He's doing what's right. I'll give Nettlewolf a banner for his bravery at the police station. I agree with the suggestion upstairs, not to be able to make good deeds. No, it's the Wolf Han Cold Heart at Tibetan police station. Did you all hear that? You can't take the credit and forget who brought you the credit. Online, those who had previously cried out for the downfall and blocking of Netflix Wolf were silent, and those who originally supported Netflix Wolf were as excited as if they had been pumped up with chicken blood. It's as if they were chasing after a star and suddenly they heard that the star they were chasing was sucking solo, only to have the official clarification come out all of a sudden that the star was not sucking solo. That feeling of being lost and found is nothing short of wonderful. Oh, before not a lot of people said the Netroots Wolf drifted. Netroots Wolf is always a beast. Hurt people sooner or later will happen. Netflix Wolf will be blocked, etc., etc., etc. Say it. Why don't you say it? If you dare to say anything bad about Netflix Wolf again, I, Boiling Sheep, will be the first to not let you go. At this moment, all of these people were so sleepy and lifted their eyebrows, refreshed, and those who were constantly stepping on the Netflix Wolf, some bloggers, experts and professors, are left in the dark. Of course, there are those who are brave enough to admit their mistakes. Brothers upstairs, take it easy. We actually love Netflix Wolf, but as the saying goes, love is deep and blame is deep. If something happens to him, we're actually the ones who are the most unhappy. And now, with the police station's statement, it proves that we were right to love Nettlewolf before. After experiencing this one, we also thoroughly realized what kind of animal we had fallen in love with. He is a breath of fresh air in the coyote world and YUDS in our hearts. To make up for our previous mistakes, we will become his brainwashed fans from now on, and will silently support him behind him no matter what he does. Brothers and sisters who agree with me, give me a deduction of 1. And so it was. All the live streams, things, comments sections, Buddha was taken over by the District 1. The remarks, which also topped the Hot 100, became the first model of an apology from netizens to Netflix Wolf. The discussion about Netflix Wolves has once again taken on a new fervor. Soon, the netizens were divided into two factions for discussion. One faction is the one that feels that the Nettlewolf attacked those two human traffickers since, absolutely on purpose, and that, in turn, fits the scenario of why they didn't attack the little girl. This faction is definitely the brainchild of Netflix Wolf. The other faction, on the other hand, is of the opinion that the attack on the two traffickers by the Nettlewolf was just a situation caused by chance. There's no need to get carried away. However, they agreed about the Nettlewolf's chi, so they also love the Nettlewolf more and more. Sure, it is not necessarily true that there is no one in that many people who have questioned the veracity of the statement of investigation. After all, some of the investigative statements from police stations these days are really ridiculous. So looking at this incident, the way to explain it in terms of a conspiracy theory is that someone didn't want Nettlewolf to fall, so they stepped in to preserve him. This part of the world, analyzed with reason. But the next moment, as a video exploded in traffic, these people went silent again. This video, too, is related to the Netflix Wolf. The owner of the video is no other than the little girl who was abducted. In addition to the little girl, there were the little girl's parents. The content of the video is very simple. Nothing more than this little girl's parents to love their daughter lost and found. It is difficult to hide the excitement. Send a video to the Netflix Wolf thank you. Seemingly simple words of thanks, with the parents of the little girl's eyes red and moist eyes, immediately harvested 1 million likes. In the end, the little girl's parents even threatened to go to the Tibetan area in person to thank the Netflix Wolf in person for saving her life. When the video came out, netizens went wow. Those who were skeptical that the survey statement was untrue shut up instantly, because the little girl even showed up and his parents even had to personally thank the Netflix Wolf. And there's a lie to that. This video, which instantly took this injury to a new level, only this time, instead of a lopsided tirade against the cyberwolf, there was solidarity with him, an apology. Taking advantage of the fervor, the Tibetan police station issued a second statement saying that Nettlewolf was not hurting anyone, but was acting in an act of bravery, and mischievously asked Nettlewolf to come over and collect the banner. This wave of operation ruthlessly brushed the good sense, so that the Tibetan police station, hundreds of thousands of additional fans. Of course, it's the Netflix wolves themselves that have seen the most amazing surge in followers. The phenomenon of two-level reversal has made him completely burst into flames, with fans all over the internet, amounting to tens of millions. Chapter 34, Tourism Ambassador. Super phenomenal Netflix wolf. Inside a Netflix studio, Zoe, who was in the middle of a meeting, laughed out loud and made frantic remarks online. I told you the Nettlewolf wouldn't hurt anyone, right? I'm one of the first people to get to know Nettlewolf. Would I not know what his character is like? Those who called my family's screen name Wolf, all of them crawl for me. Your ministry supports Nettlewolf, and me, I'm Nettlewolf's most loyal and devoted brainwashed fan. Xiaoro kept posting comments online, and after a good venting session, she rushed to call Lin Shuya again. Sister Yi, did you see that? Nettlewolf is really good. He didn't let us down. He's still the same smart internet wolf. Hearing the excited voice on the phone, Lin Shuya, without realizing it, also smiled broadly. It was a moment of heartfelt joy for her, too. She, like Zoe, also believed in the Nettlewolf from start to finish, and as it turns out, the Netflix wolves really didn't let them down. Lin Shu also rejoiced and felt immensely proud. Because of this matter, that idea that Lin Shuya had before, also became firmer. Then, after ending the call with Ro, she once again found the director of the Tourism Bureau. Chief, my screen name Wolf reports, please approve. I think that Netflix Wolf, who could well be a tourist ambassador for the Tibetan region, is the Dingjin of the Tibetan region. No, compared to Dingjin, he's more qualified. Yes, that's what Lin Shuya is thinking right now. She had previously thought of making the Nettlewolf an icon in the Tibetan area to improve tourism performance, just like Dingjin in Lidong, Sichuan. But now, in Lin Shu's opinion as well, Netflix Wolf is even better than Dingjin. After all, Dingjin was only created to be a tourist ambassador, whereas the behavior of Netflix Wolf fully qualifies him to be a real tourist ambassador. It's not that they built it up, but that he actually has the qualifications to do so. The director sniffed and also gave a reply that pleased Lin Shuya. That's a great idea. I approve it. Making a coyote a tourist ambassador is unheard of and ridiculous. But if it's a Netflix Wolf, as the director of the Tourism Bureau, he also thinks it's okay. Go ahead and be bold. Yes, Lin Shu was also full of smiles as he set off for Tibet again. And at this time inside the Tibetan Wildlife Refuge, all the staff, including Qin Shuang, were inside the conference room, watching the two statements issued by the Tibetan police station. Oh my god, so there really is a hidden agenda when a Netflix wolf hurts someone. I told you, if Nettlewolf could really attack people, how could he save us? Looks like I was right about liking Nettlewolf. The crowd was delighted. The special relationship with Nettlewolf makes them special to Nettlewolf. Love and hate? Oh, at this moment, Qin Shuang, looking at his gleeful men, also revealed a hint of a smile, but then the staff members showed hesitation. Station chief, are we still going to catch the Nettlewolf today? A staff member suddenly asked. Hearing these words, the crowd all looked at Qin Shuang nervously. After all this, they naturally wanted to catch the Nettlewolf even less, especially now. The Netflix wolf is now exploding all over the internet. If they went to arrest him again, they were a bit afraid of being thrown eggs by those enthusiastic netizens. Qin Shuang looked at the crowd with a smile, then said, it's still a go. What? Hearing this, the crowd froze. And to catch, not the station manager. Why? Yeah, aren't the leaders up there going to be human? Or none of them swiped the jitterbug. Netflix wolf is totally phenomenal now. Going against him, we won't even know how we'll die when the time comes. Maybe some fanatic will run us over with a car. Seeing the men swarm up, the smile on Qin Shuang's face increased. She then said something she intentionally left out. It's a good thing we went to catch the Nettlewolf this time. Leaders above, let's find the Nettlewolf and cooperate with it to complete the report of the Tibetan tourism ambassador. What? Hearing Qin Shuang's words, the crowd froze again. Looking back, the inside of the conference room became jubilant. Great, really, tourism ambassador. This coyote is going against the grain. The crowd was pleasantly surprised. Soon, Sheen Frost, in the name of the Wildlife Conservation Station, also published an article to the internet. Dear netizens, we are the Tibetan Wildlife Conservation Station. Official statement regarding the capture of the Nettlewolf. In view of the suspicion that the internet-named wolf was injuring people, our wildlife station officers made an arrest a few days ago, but it seems that our move was still a bit hasty. Next, we're willing to spend more time, more patience, making friends with the netted wolves, with more interesting wildlife. This article appeared and instantly drew a lot of attention. Again, to the Wildlife Conservation Station. Ha ha ha, Have these guys at the wildlife refuge given up yet? And rightly so, they can't catch the nettle wolf at all. I feel like their combat power is clearly inferior to that of the nettle wolves. Is the Netflix wolf so popular now that these guys don't dare to mess with it? Oh, it's very possible. There are understand brother counted. The Net Red Wolf All Network fans have exceeded 10 million. Because of the Netflix wolves, the internet has given mixed reviews to the wildlife shelter. Seeing these comments, Shin Xuan was still fine, but those staff members were a bit angry. They're not under any leadership pressure to not go after the nettle wolves. This time, even if the leader forced the order, they would turn a blind eye. But the Netflix wolves are awesome, and they recognize it. Immediately, a number of staff members put their experiences online, especially last night, when they were attacked by the wolves, when the nettle wolf brought his minions to the gods. Such a situation, without a doubt, added fuel to Yifan's fame again. Holy, so that's what happened last night. Netflix wolf saves conservation station worker from being attacked by wolves. Oh my god, Netflix wolf was originally really positive Netflix. It's not even enough to save the little girl, but you've also saved the people at the protection station. People of the protection station, you are confused. For such a positive netizen wolf, how dare you go after him and exile him in no man's land before? I announce that from now on, my idol is the Netflix wolf. Netflix wolf. Netflix wolf. YYDS Netflix wolf. With more and more positive content from Netflix wolf, netizens were surprised to find that almost 5 out of 10 videos were from Netflix wolf. In fact, phenomenal internet celebrities, across the internet, are still quite a few. But now, Yifan's appearance simply broke all phenomena and became an unprecedented super phenomenal internet celebrity. And that's when it happened. Near the Sky Road, a pack of wolf shadows appeared. It was Yifan who had come over to clock in for work. Chapter 35 I've become Dingjin of the Wolf Realm? This day, Netflix wolf is on fire all over the internet. However, I am still reserved and come to work. This time, though, he had more wolf minions. Originally there were only a dozen or so, but this time it reached over 20. Yifan Hehe brought along the wolf minions that he had collected yesterday, some of the heavily injured numbers. However, he left the other inside the nest. Still, Yifan didn't exploit the wolf minions too much. Just as quickly, Yifan regretted it. It's something that should be brought out, because as soon as he arrived at the Sky Road, he was stunned by the sight before him. It was only 8 or 9 o'clock, and there was a traffic jam on the wide national highway. A large number of vehicles, jammed together. In the meantime, a large number of stalls, people, on both sides of the national highway, all piled up together, almost forming a pedestrian street-like lively scene. What's going on here? What's with all the cars and people? Double Happiness and Prosperity were stunned, and the rest of the coyotes were also shocked. Some of the wild wolves that had not seen the world before became even more annoyed. Yifan also froze. In such a situation, he also wanted to find someone to ask what was going on, but he had seen the world in the end. With his eyes narrowed, Yifan immediately ordered, Xuanxi, Lin Men, each of you take 2 wolves over to the left and right sides to see if these 2 sides are also like this. In addition, pay attention to the anomalies. Yes, Double Happiness and Prosperity looked at each other and immediately ran away with 2 wild wolves each. Yifan then pacified the wolves. Don't be afraid, this scene is nothing. I'll take care of it if the sky falls. Hearing this, the wolves settled down. In reality, Yifan was panicking a batch in his heart, but he hid it well. The most crucial thing was that he had some guesses about the situation at hand. Traffic jams on state highways are not really a surprise. Like what National Day, Mid-Autumn Festival, all these special festivals may cause traffic jams on national highways. Of course, in addition to that, there was the possibility that all of these people were coming for themselves. Thinking of this, Yifan couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. Does it mean that he's on fire once again? Thinking about this, Yifan couldn't help but secretly rejoice. In hindsight, he had underestimated the speed of information dissemination on the internet. In just half a day, the true meaning of what he had done had been discovered. This shows that those 2 guys are, indeed, human traffickers. Otherwise, what appeared in front of Yifan right now would not be a lively crowd, but heavily armed men of capture. It's not even surprising that there are real constables out there. And next, as if it was confirming Yifan's thoughts, a few minutes later, Double Happiness and Proctor, who had been out for a half-dozen rounds, returned with their wolf minions to resume their duties. Boss Yifan, so many people, my side too. I don't even know how many people there are. I've been walking for a while and I haven't seen an open space. It turned out that the reason why Double Happiness and Prosperity had only gone in a half circle was entirely because, after running out 200 to 300 meters, they hadn't even seen the end of it. As far as the eye could see, there was no end to the trail of vehicles and humans. And so, fearing that Yifan would be impatient to wait, all the Double Happiness and Lin men came back to resume their orders. Hearing these words, Yi Fan's spirit was immediately lifted. Are there really that many people? Yi Fan looked around and indeed couldn't see the end. With so many people, he was rather relieved, because the people at the wildlife refuge, even if they want to arrest them, they have to consider the scene. With too many people and cars, their capture would be greatly hampered. After all, other things aside, if they, the coyotes, headed for the crowd, it was expected that the staff would have a headache. In addition, after yesterday's incident, Yi Fan also felt that the people from the wildlife protection station would change their attitude towards themselves. After all, one was at least their savior. These people who are engaged in wildlife rescue, Yi Fan doesn't think they lack love. Figuring out the trick, Yi Fan's face instantly revealed a smile. Looking ahead, at the crowd that started to become bustling because of its appearance, Yi Fan was even more excited inside. Of course he couldn't wait for as many people as possible. As in this moment right now, it's a complete wave of fat rhythm. Proctor, you go right back to the lair now and get those wounded over here to help move things. At this juncture, recuperating from injuries and whatnot is no longer important. As long as the business is in place today, I'm afraid we'll have enough food for the rest of the winter. Hearing this, Proctor didn't say a word and ran straight out. And immediately after, Yi Fan didn't rush Shuangxi and the other wolves out, but first met the crowd personally. Despite some probing, there is still the possibility of danger appearing, so to be on the safe side, Yi Fan still planned to try it himself first. The nettle wolf is coming over. Seeing Yi Fan's action, the people nearby were all energized. Dozens of lenses quickly focused on Yi Fan and zoomed in. News of the reappearance of the Netflix wolf instantly caught fire online. Most people flocked back to the live stream in question. Is he really a cyber wolf and how do people tell the difference? But just then, inside one of the live broadcast rooms, a new viewer issued a doubt. Worth mentioning in life and death, Yi Fan's looks, with other ordinary wild wolves, were actually not too far off. Only by looking closely could one discover the kingly aura and unearthly nature of his body. Of course, it's hard to explain this kingly temperament and non-return or whatever. And someone explained it this way, there's really no need to intentionally try to distinguish the Netflix wolves. All one needs to know is that the nettle wolf is the most maverick existence within the pack, or even within the wolf clan. That's all. Hearing this, many netizens came to a realization. Yeah, a wolf king who can set the internet on fire is especially generalized. Within the ordinary coyotes, he was definitely the most striking one, and soon enough, the one who had asked, also realized the difference in Yi Fan. Other things aside, just the fact that he held his head high and walked straight towards the humans was able to be seen. This coyote is the head of the other coyotes. Isn't that a conspicuous way to go? The netizens are happy to see. And even inside the various live broadcast rooms, certain big brothers will reward the blogger who opens the live broadcast in the name of the netizen wolf. The internet is a mess. There was also a gradual commotion at the scene. Yi Fan's appearance really made many people excited. The crowded streets were beginning to look crowded and rowdy. Almost simultaneously, there were already passers-by yelling Yi Fan's nickname and starting to throw out food to Yi Fan's side. Ham sausage, bread, ice cream. Yi Fan was stunned, then his brows furrowed. In the blink of an eye, there were tons of food being thrown at him, even with a few gifts thrown in. A small mountain of food rose out of thin air. Only to see this scene, Yi Fan was somewhat unhappy. Chapter 36 Netflix Wolf's Fan Meeting. There are just too many people. Even if there was one food for each person, it resulted in a small mountain of food being piled up in front of Yi Fan. Just seeing this scene, Yi Fan did not rejoice. Why? The reason is simple. There are simply too many of them. So many people were completely unexpected by Yi Fan. After all, this is a Tibetan area, and travelers who want to come this way don't just come here. The harsh weather, rugged mountains, are all great hindrances. Like before, even if Yi Fan was on fire, there weren't that many cars, and at least half of them were ignoring them and not buying. But now what? Why did Yi Fan feel that all these cars and people were all rushing towards him? How hot am I on the internet right now? Yi Fan was also taken aback by how hot he was. And next, seeing that the scene was still a mess, Yi Fan couldn't sit still and immediately let out a wolf howl. Ouch! The wolf's howl was so penetrating that it spread around the area in an instant. Just hearing the wolf's howl, the people around him became even more enthusiastic in trying to close in on Yi Fan's side. Seeing such a scene, Yi Fan became more and more helpless. As he said earlier, popularity is on fire, which is indeed a good thing. No, he had just walked out, and it was barely open for business, and as a result, people were already throwing out tons of food of their own accord. But there is a downside to such hot popularity. That is, there were too many people, and most of them had an agitated look, and Yi Fan, who possessed human intelligence, was naturally worried that it would cause an accident. It is important to realize that wherever there are crowds of people, there is a chance of a stampede. They are now. there was no way Yi Fan could guarantee everyone's safety. It would be a problem if there was a stampede because he was so hot. If someone really died, it was expected that his fame, too, would be seriously affected. This was not a situation Yi Fan wanted to see. Thus, at this moment, Yi Fan made a decisive move. After he realized that the wolf's howl was useless, he immediately leapt off the state highway. Ha! What is Nettle Wolf going to do? Don't even want food. Are you scared? Seeing the Nettle Wolf leave, the crowd suddenly changed their faces slightly, especially those who maintain the live feed. You may not believe me when I tell you, a lot of bloggers, and even vegetarians, have made a lot of money because of live webcam wolves. While there are a lot of people here now, there are still more who, for a variety of reasons, can't be there in person. Most of these people who didn't come to the site, after satisfying their energy by watching the live broadcast, will reward the people who broadcast the live broadcast. The amount and speed of the bounty is of course related to the presence or absence of the Netflix wolf. So now, seeing Yi Fan's tendency to leave, these people instantly panicked. The crowd became more and more crowded, but at that moment, Yi Fan, who was tugging at the heartstrings, suddenly stopped again. At this time of year, it actually stopped at a muddy spot off the state highway. While the crowd and netizens present were wondering, Yi Fan suddenly made an amazing move. He stepped on his feet and actually drew a long horizontal line on the ground. Immediately after, in front of the horizontal line, he drew 3 more circles. Only after doing so did Yi Fan stand beyond the horizontal line, then turned to the crowd and began to hiss and whisper. Hearing his voice and looking at the pattern on the ground, the crowd was greatly surprised. What's Nettle Wolf doing? Why did you come over here to paint when you don't want any food? Yeah, and I gave him his favorite custard pie. I didn't think he'd even look at it. The crowd was a little strange and a little lost. As a result, just then, someone exclaimed, "Hey guys, look at this pattern. Does it look like déjà vu? Ha, so that seems familiar. Wait a minute, isn't this how it works during a celebrity meet and greet? Interesting, does this Nettle Wolf want to follow the example of the stars and receive us one by one? Oh, that's too funny, but the other wolves may not have this ability. But this internet wolf, it really might be possible. Speaking of which, this does seem to be a fan meeting, too. Everyone here now, except for some unlucky people who are stuffed, should be fans of Nettle Wolf, right?" The crowd discussed and quickly sought to see Yi Fan's intentions. Hearing the words of the crowd, Yi Fan secretly smiled. That's right. At this point, he did intend to follow the example of celebrities meeting with their fans and get a venue out of the way. But a table or something, he naturally didn't have one, so he drew one right out of the ground. Those people want to see him, or get up close and personal. But the premise was that Yi Fan would only receive the 3 circles currently drawn at the same time. The short answer is to keep the field lined up and slightly away from the state highway. It is naturally not an option to keep blocking like this. Also, as Yi Fan said, it would be troublesome if something happened if it was too crowded. So Yi Fan came back to his senses and pulled out this move. And his arrangement, as it turned out, worked. While the crowd froze in discussion, 3 stirring humans had gone ahead and entered the 3 circles in front of the horizontal line. The people who came from behind, although they wanted to squeeze through, once they noticed Yi Fan's gaze with a shocking meaning, they didn't dare to act rashly. And so it was. With the first, there was a second. And soon people began to break away from the national highway and divide into 3 lines, lining up automatically and consciously. Good, that will make gathering food easier too, Yi Fan secretly said, and immediately began to receive the 3 people at the front. These 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, were all looking at Yi Fan with glee. Cyberwolf, can I take a picture of you? Cyberwolf, can you go live with me? Netflix Wolf. After looking at Yi Fan up close for a few moments, these 3 immediately made their respective requests. Obviously, they all liked Yi Fan, and the gazes they looked at him shone brightly. When Yi Fan heard this, he nodded in a very humane manner. He then humanized himself by opening his mouth wide and nodding into it. The 3 of them were stunned, and then they took out their food by heart. Then, under the watchful eyes of the others, Yi Fan and the 3 began to interact. Noteworthy, there is also a difference in the level of interaction that Yevon has. Give the beef jerky ones, wag your tail, take a picture or something. Those who give dried pork, shredded squid, and soaked chicken feet will be able to make a video or even cooperate with the shooting. As for giving spicy noodles, or bread or whatever, Yi Fan was relatively perfunctory. Holy, did you guys see that? He seemed to resent that giving bread. Ha ha, laugh your ass off. The internet wolves who can recognize car labels are really too poor to love the rich. The situation here, in turn, has been captured on the internet and has caused a lot of buzz among netizens. Chapter 37 Establishing 3 Wolves, Inc. Who says animals can't become sperm? You can report it. This Netflix wolf has become a savant. Who would have thought that a wolf would have a fan meeting? What to do? I want to attend so much. The internet is completely ablaze with live streams about Netflix wolves. Countless netizens crowded into the live broadcast room and couldn't stop talking. A lot of celebrity vloggers have run over to get in on the action. It's true that I've seen a lot of celebrity fan meetings, but it's the first time I've encountered a fan meeting of a coyote. It's so rare. State highway site. The situation here has long attracted the attention of the traffic constable, so it was not long before traffic catchers also appeared on the scene to maintain traffic. Looking at the greatly popular Yi-fan in the distance, these transportation catchers were also greatly impressed. What kind of world is this? What kind of cat or dog can be on fire on the internet even if it is? A wolf has also become an internet sensation. I really don't know what those people are thinking. What's the point of chasing a wild wolf? Hey, you kid, don't talk nonsense if you're not clear. Okay, Nettle Wolf has the popularity he has now because he deserves it. Indeed. I'm getting a little fond of this cyber wolf. I thought we were here to take care of the mess. But now, it seems like the traffic wouldn't be backed up too badly even without us. Hearing the words of his colleagues, the traffic catcher who had first spat on the Nettle Wolf couldn't help but fall a little silent. Because of Yi-fan's leadership, so much so that a large number of people were attracted beyond the national highway. It did take a lot of pressure off of them, the traffic constables, and even without them, the roads would be back to clear in an hour. According to this scenario, is this the Netflix wolf? It's so anticlimactic. And just as Yi-fan was arranging the fan meeting, a wolf pack, finally, arrives on the scene late. Boss Yi-fan, this is, oh my god, so much food. This wolf pack, there were 30 wild wolves. The two wolves at the head of the pack were none other than Double Happiness and Prosperity. On Yi-fan's orders, Xuanxi and Linmen brought over most of the wolves that were recuperating from injuries in the den. After all, it's still the same thing. Injuries are able to be sustained at any time, but resources, not necessarily earned at any time. That's why they're going to die for this opportunity. Naturally, Double Happiness and Prosperity realized that there was a possible game this time, and rushed over almost as fast as they could. It's just that even though they've tried to overestimate as much as they can, they come back here again and realize that they've underestimated what they could potentially gain this time around, only to see that beside Yi-fan, a small mountainous mountain of food had been piled up. Hiss, there's more here alone than in the lair. Too terrifying. How did Boss Yi-fan do it? That's a lot of food. There's enough here to last us through the winter, isn't there? The wolves marveled. Some of the wolf minions who had just joined Yi-fan were even more excited. The food that appeared right now was considered to have completely dispelled the doubts of these wolves. After all, the biggest reason why they submitted to Yi-fan was for food. Plenty of food. The flavor is a close second compared to that. But now it seemed that Yi-fan was still overspecified here. Not only was the food plentiful and unbelievable, the flavor was first class. Just in time. Let's get started and transport it straight back to the nest. Seeing that Double Happiness and the other wolves were still dumbfounded, Yi-fan hurriedly urged a cry. Ouch! When the wolves heard this, they immediately ran towards the small mountain of food as if they were scattering. Yi-fan made some arrangements. Double Happiness and Prosperity's duty was to yard the goods, responsible for putting the bags of snacks into the bags, and then letting the other coyotes bite the bags and transport them back. My god, too smart for your own good, and organize the work. The people at the scene saw this and looked at each other in amazement. This scene is so amazing. The wolves, before, had spread out and then taken their food away. But now, the Nettle Wolf had actually summoned his men directly and put them in charge of transportation alone. There is no doubt that such a situation is much more efficient than before. At this moment, the crowd was like seeing a company leader arranging work for his subordinates. While people on the scene were confused, the internet went crazy. How high is the IQ of the Netflix wolf? Why do I get the feeling that this cyber wolf is better than any educated college student? It's not a feeling, it's a fact. Laughing, college students are worse than a wolf. Ha ha ha, what did I say before? 3 Wolves Inc. is going to be formed. Heroes see the same thing. I see that this Netflix wolf has the potential to be a boss. Amount, does the 3 Wolves company need investment? I want to invest $1 million. The netizens discussed it enthusiastically. Soon, though, the crowd noticed another detail. I don't know if you've noticed, but inside these wolves, there seemed to be some injured it should have been recovered by the Nettle Wolf yesterday. Didn't they say that the people at the animal shelter were rescued? It seems that Nettle Wolf not only defeated the Wolf King, but even took in many of his opponent's minions. Ha ha, I guess it is. But it's a good fight. Is it a minor injury? Is Netflix Wolf abusing its employees? Ha ha, I reckon those wolves are all volunteering. After all, their current situation is just like when we come across someone handing out gold. When the time comes, not to mention being injured, even if both legs are disabled, it won't have any effect. It's so good. The Netflix Wolf megadrama. The internet is on fire. The scene was also a hot one. fueled by the large amount of food, the double happiness, and even those injured wolves. Each of them was as excited as chicken blood. That's all. A coyote with food in its mouth became a unique sight on this side. With the efforts of the 30 wild wolves, the small mountain of food that Yifan had just gathered was quickly emptied. But as the food hill emptied, a new one sprang up next to it, and it was even bigger. The main thing is that those people are still rewarding him and gifting him moment by moment during this process. Yifan instantly felt a happy annoyance. Too little food can be annoying, as can too much food. And right now, Yifan was troubled by the lack of transportation capacity. Obviously, if the transportation capacity was insufficient, Yifan's harvest would also be greatly reduced. Looking at the piles of food, which were getting bigger and bigger, Yifan couldn't help but be a little embarrassed. Of course, it is actually quite simple to improve transportation capacity. Just ask for help from the people who are there. With the transportation capability of humans, other things aside, a buggy would be able to help Yifan solve most of the transportation problems. But unfortunately, Yifan would not let the humans know where his lair was. Otherwise, once it's announced, the location of the lair won't be safe in the future. For example, if another person like the Wildlife Conservation Station came to arrest him, wouldn't he be able to kill him directly in his lair? Such a situation was something that Yifan was naturally unwilling to see. And perhaps he would actually have to consider setting up a three-wolf company if he wanted to boost his transportation capabilities. Chapter 38 Doing Business with Humans. Formation of Three Wolves, Inc. At this moment, in Yifan's mind, this thought rose, mainly because the wolves are still too sketchy. How are they going to face bigger challenges in the future when one transportation is hard for them now? As a matter of fact, in addition to using the power of humans, Yifan felt that strengthening the training of wolves was also able to greatly improve the transportation ability and efficiency. For example, set up a transportation department full of coyotes with a lot of stamina. When the time comes, not only will they be allowed to carry things in their mouths, but they will also be allowed to hang baskets on the wolves' backs. If conditions allow, you can even strap a tool such as a wagon bucket to the coyote and let it pull the wagon. Of course, it would take some specialized training to do that. If transportation issues are taken care of, then combat, foreign affairs, training, ceremonial. Thinking of this, Yifan's eyes glowed. This time, when we go back, we might actually have to prepare for Three Wolves, Inc. Previously, I felt that by collecting more minions, I would be able to cope with the huge flow of traffic at the moment, but it doesn't seem to be enough now. As Yifan lamented, a familiar voice suddenly came to his ears. Nettlewolf, remember me? A packet of inexpensive beef jerky was thrown to Yifan's side. Yifan turned his head to take a look, and what entered his eyes was a large, sensible and elegant beauty. At this moment, the big beauty was looking at Yifan with a smile on her face. Yifan was stunned and quickly remembered who the other party was. Ow! He gave a cry of joy. Isn't this the distinguished guest we met earlier? Zoe, Sister Yi. Yes, that's Sister Yi. The one who appeared in front of Yifan at this moment was none other than Lin Shuya. Seeing Yifan's reaction, the people around him were amazed. Looks like Lin Shuya knows Yifan. Of course, what made the crowd even more amazed was that the Nettle Wolf could recognize people. Okay, from the various behaviors of the Nettle Wolf before, it seemed that it wasn't really surprising that this Nettle Wolf would recognize people. After all, he even recognizes complex car badges. Looking at Yifan's spiritual performance, everyone was smiling, but it was Lin Shuya who was the happiest. She had also hoofed it here after getting permission from the tourist office earlier. It was only while on the road that Lin Shuya suddenly realized a very important issue. That is, what to do to get in touch with the Nettle Wolf. You know, she wanted to do a story that was more than just a few photos and a few videos. Instead, they need to actually interact with Yevon. The best was that Yifan could cooperate with her and shoot some videos introducing the characteristics of the Tibetan area. If this can be achieved, the results can be imagined. But trying to do something like that is obviously very difficult. After all, it's easy to make a live Netflix wolf video, but wanting him to play along with the show is a pain in the ass. First and foremost, the first point is that you want the Nettle Wolf to be able to understand human language. The good thing about this is that Netflix Wolf seems to have been able to do this for a long time. In fact, it is not uncommon to find examples of animals being able to understand human speech. Many pet dogs and cats are able to do this. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many pet movies. And now what Lin Shuya is going to do is to get Netflix Wolf to shoot some promotional videos in the same way he did for the pet movie. The only worry now, really, is whether or not the Netflix Wolf will suddenly rise up and injure someone while he's making a video. But after the previous series of events, Lin Shuya is confident about this. She thinks that Netflix Wolf can definitely work with her to make a good promotional video. The situation at hand, of course, is not appropriate. So it was, taking advantage of the short interaction time with Yifan, Lin Shu also left a map directly behind. Nettlewolf, I'll be here for you tomorrow. I have a big deal here I want to talk to you about. With a successful talk, you can get more and more food than you have now. Lin Shuya didn't know if Yi Fan had understood, and kept on gesticulating. The people around them were amazed again when they saw this. Shouldn't it be so funny that someone is looking for Nettlewolf to talk business now, or talk about big business? Holy, is this being capitalized on? Someone in the crowd exclaimed. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and inside the live broadcast room, there was even more laughter. Against all odds, is Netflix Wolf going to sign a deal with someone else? Don't get sold then and have to count the money for someone else. Ha, ha ha, with Netflix Wolf's current value, if you want to sign over, it must not be hundreds of millions. I'm curious, when the time comes, if Nettlewolf does something unorthodox to default on the contract, how is he going to pay for it? That's an easy one. Become the first Leakin of the Wolf clan. Ha 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 ha, old wolf rascal. Breaking defense. I think you guys are thinking too long term. People should still be worried about how he's going to get his signing bonus. Why don't you use my ID and open a bank account for Nettlewolf? I heard all the little schemes played upstairs in Hainan. The crowd snickered. As for Yi Fan at this moment, he couldn't help but freeze when he heard Lin Shuya's words. Big business. Is there a team or some company that sees his fame and wants to sign himself? As for the routines of these companies or teams, Yi Fan, who was a human being in his previous life, naturally knew them all. Overall, it's all just about using each other. Those teams or companies need his fame, and he needs which teams and companies to run the cash for him. Returning to his senses, Yi Fan's eyes slowly lit up. If he had been an ordinary man, perhaps he would have had second thoughts, but now, he was a wild wolf, a free-spirited, uninhibited coyote. There's no doubt that if he did sign with anyone, he would definitely be on the active side, because the initiative is always firmly in his hands. Thinking of this, Yi Fan immediately bit the map given by Lin Shuyi, looking as if he really wanted to go to the appointment. Seeing Yi Fan's action, Lin Shuya's face was pleased. Then he was satisfied and squeezed through the crowd to leave. Only the next thing that Lin Shuya didn't expect was that there were a few resourceful people who chased her out. This beautiful woman. May I ask what kind of business you want to do with Nettlewolf? Beauty, I have a favor to ask. When you go to meet with Nettlewolf then, can you let me tag along? Lin Shuya was stunned. Then his face turned odd. Apparently, these bloggers, the anchor people, are starting to roll. It's also not enough that we're now live streaming the Netflix Wolf fan meeting, but we're even staring at Netflix Wolf's rendezvous with her. But it's also a testament to the fact that the Netflix Wolf is on fire. Realizing this, Lin Shuya became more and more excited. I believe that if she really succeeds in making publicity at that time, it will definitely make this Tibetan area, too, go on the road of fire. With that, Lin Shuya thanked everyone and left full of excitement. Day 2. She was still really at the agreed place and saw Yi Fan, Chapter 39 in person at the Wildlife Refuge. 2 days. Yi Fan didn't head to the heavenly road again, but arranged for double happiness to wait for the wolves to pass by. As for himself, he followed the map that Lin Shuya had left behind and searched for it. It's worth noting that they carried supplies back all day yesterday. There were so many supplies that they couldn't even pile up in the lair where he lived. For this reason, they had to find another cave before they could stow their supplies. In the face of this, the wolves such as double happiness and prosperity were extremely excited and satisfied. Yi Fan, on the other hand, remained calm in addition to being excited. The identity of a human in his previous life made him well aware of how much a netizen was worth, especially for a super phenomenal internet star like him. His value is absolutely astronomical. In contrast, the supplies obtained yesterday, while a lot, were really just a drop in the bucket. If Yi Fan's value was truly drained, the snack supplies obtained would be more than enough to pile up a mountain of thousands of meters. I'm afraid, therefore, it was only to obtain the supplies at hand that Yi Fan was also far from being able to fulfill. The wolves at the moment, however, were still a bit low in number. I'm afraid that even if he exhausted all of his men, he wouldn't be able to transport supplies that were comparable to Yi Fan's value. That's why Yi Fan had the idea of setting up the Three Wolves Company before. Only by transforming the loose wolves into a healthy and upwardly mobile organization will they be able to harvest supplies and wealth in a better, more efficient manner. Before meeting Lin Shuya, Yi Fan had always thought this way, but what he didn't expect was that Lin Shu also appeared and said he wanted to do big business with him. If Yi Fan wasn't wrong, the so-called big business should be utilizing his fiery popularity to gain huge profits. Since this was the case, Yi Fan was naturally able to get a piece of the pie. The benefits here, in Yi Fan's opinion, were definitely better than their foolish transportation of supplies. With this thought, Yi Fan arrived at his destination according to the map left by Lin Shuya. Just after arriving here, Yi Fan couldn't help but look odd. A wildlife refuge. Looking at the signboard of this place, Yi Fan couldn't help but look odd. Yes, the destination of the map that Lin Shu also left for him turned out to be a wildlife sanctuary. What is this, asking me to throw myself into a trap? Yi Fan muttered with an odd expression on his face. At this moment, he almost wanted to just run away. It couldn't be that the people from the Wildlife Protection Station wanted to arrest him and then asked Lin Shuya for help, could it? But soon, Yi Fan was dumbfounded again. Lin Shuya, it seems, has no reason to join forces with the Wildlife Refugee Station to get him. Most importantly, at this point in time, the Wildlife Refuge has no reason to deal with itself anymore. So, Lin Shuya asked himself to be here just because of the location? It's worth noting that the location of the Wildlife Refuge is, well, still pretty remote. It's far enough away from the city that pedestrians don't usually arrive. Such a situation would be suitable for Yi Fan. Otherwise, appearing in a downtown with many pedestrians, even if Yi Fan wasn't worried, Lin Shuya was worried about him causing trouble. Thinking about this point, Yi Fan was no longer entangled. Of course, it was also possible that Lin Shuya was really trying to join forces with the Wildlife Conservation Station to arrest him. However, from the previous situation, it seemed that even if he was caught, Yi Fan would not be in danger. Since this was the case, Yi Fan no longer hesitated and strutted towards the protection station. In the meantime, inside the wildlife refuge, Sheen Frost, the station manager, with his staff, is standing by. It's better to say you're waiting in anticipation than to say you're looking forward to it. At this moment, Lin Shuya was standing next to him, likewise looking at the door frequently. Just as Yi Fan thought, Lin Shuya made an appointment to meet at the wildlife refuge precisely because it was the perfect location. Also, there are actually security considerations. If anything happened, the staff of the protection station would be able to protect her and even subdue the Nettle Wolf. What do you guys think? Is the Nettle Wolf coming? No matter how I think about it, it feels like this is very unrealistic. Indeed, that Nettle Wolf, can't he still read the map? Other animals may not work, but it feels like this internet wolf could. The crowd murmured thinly. Having an animal come to your door? That kind of thing. How strange it is to think about. But if the other party was a Nettle Wolf, it seemed like a real possibility. At this time, Lin Shu was also a little apprehensive. She also knew a thing or two about the smarts of the Nettle Wolf. But this situation right now is incredible. She couldn't be sure if Nettle Wolf would find it or not. As for Qin Shuang, who was the station manager, he was not too nervous, but it was nice to see the Nettle Wolf, and she was happy about it. So, is the Netflix wolf coming or not? Time passed a little while the crowd waited. Finally, as the sun was about to reach its center, a shadow, the first to be cast inside the doorway. Immediately after, a brown figure slowly entered the doorway. The staff member approaching the doorway saw this and froze, then shrieked, "Nettle Wolf! What? It's really coming!" The crowd was startled when they heard the first screams, and one by one they all ran out. Sheen Frost, Lin Shuya, was also among them. Soon, the crowd's eyes lit up. The brown figure that appeared in the doorway was none other than a coyote. Without a doubt, it's none other than Netflix Wolf. Nettle Wolf, you're here. Lin Shu was also filled with surprise. I didn't realize the Netflix Wolf had actually arrived. Thinking like this, Lin Shuya subconsciously had to walk towards the Nettle Wolf. As a result, right at that moment, Qin Shuang, who was the station manager, pulled the other party back. Lin, even though he's here, keep your distance from him. Hearing this, Lin Shu also nodded, but it was still hard to hide his excitement. The surrounding staff, on the other hand, had their faces set and were vaguely on guard. In their eyes, however, they still hid a look of amazement. Never in a million years would I have thought that the Netflix Wolf would actually come to my door. This IQ, it's unbeatable. And at this moment, Yi Fan, with his wolf eye sweeping over Lin Shuya and the others at the scene, also secretly nodded. He was relieved to see that the staff members didn't pounce on him first. In that case, it seemed that Lin Shuya had approached him and was not being deceitful, but really wanted to talk about a big business deal. Thinking of this, Yi Fan immediately took another step and completely entered inside the wildlife protection station. Almost at the same time, there was already a staff member who secretly filmed Yi Fan walking into the wildlife protection station. No need to say more. As soon as the video was sent out online, it caught fire again. It looks like it's not a Netflix wolf, but a Netflix werewolf. The one that's a little more than a ruthless man. He single-handedly dared to enter the wildlife refuge on his own initiative. Cow, doesn't he get caught? What do you guys think? Could this internet wolf actually have a human IQ? It's horrible. Now you'll even make appointments with people. 666. Just as the internet was once again causing a heated discussion, Yi Fan heatedly talked to Lin Shuya about big business. Chapter 40, Making a Wolf a Tourism Ambassador? The situation of Yi Fan coming to the wildlife protection station single-handedly immediately blew up again on the internet. I'll be damned. No wonder I haven't seen any nettlesome wolves on this side of the national highway. I told you the wolves are so stupid today. What's a netted wolf doing at a wildlife refuge? Throwing himself into a trap? There are no more videos. Want to see Netflix wolf? Just as the netizens were having a lively discussion, Yifan he had already talked about big business with Lin Shuya. Woman, I'm already here. What's this big deal you speak of? Yifan said directly. Of course, it showed on the outside, when he rushed at Lin Shuya in the crowd and wailed. What is Nettlewolf talking about? He's obviously here to see MS. Lin, seeing Yifan's move, the staff were all jumping for joy. Such an experience is also very new to them who are involved in animal protection. Lin Shuya froze for a moment when he saw Yifan's actions, but she then reacted and laughed. You're here for the big deal, aren't you? Lin Shu also had no intention of exchanging pleasantries with Yifan. After all, Yifan was just an animal. She was afraid that if she said too much to Yifan, he wouldn't understand. So he said directly, the big business I told you about is that I want to hire you to be a tourist ambassador for the Tibetan region. I wonder what you'd like to do. Hearing this, Yifan still didn't have much of a reaction, but the people around him had odd faces. Even Qin Xuan was no exception, even if they already knew Lin Shuya's purpose before cooperating with him. At this time, when they heard Lin Shuya mention it again, they still couldn't help but feel a wave of grotesque absurdity. The idea of having a coyote as a regional tourism icon is, well, just incredible. However, if it's a Netflix wolf, it's possible. The nettle wolf, after all, seems to possess an intelligence comparable to that of a human. This is evident by the fact that he asks humans for food, attacks criminals, holds fan meetings, and rescues them. Can Nettlewolf listen to this? I can't say for sure. The Nettlewolf should understand human language, otherwise it wouldn't have come here. But I guess he can't understand this kind of talk. Does he know what it means to be a tourist ambassador? The crowd was a little concerned. Even if Yifan did come here, would he be able to understand Lin Shuya's words? After all, the tourism ambassador, Yifan a wolf to understand how? As for this, Lin Shu was also a bit worried, and as soon as he finished his words, he stared closely at Yifan, and next, as if to confirm the fears of the crowd, Yifan sniffed and appeared to fall into a daze without any reaction. However, what the crowd didn't know was that Yifan wasn't an ordinary wild wolf, but a wild wolf with human consciousness. So as soon as Lin Shuya spoke, he understood. Just after hearing it, Yifan couldn't help but freeze. It never occurred to me that the big business Lin Shuya was talking about was asking him to be a tourist ambassador for the Tibetan area. Is this a big deal? Of course it is. You should know that this kind of tourist ambassador-like existence has an establishment. Entering the system also means that Yifan got a real iron rice bowl. This kind of iron rice bowl, even a man would squeeze his head, let alone a wolf. According to Yifan's estimation, if he became a tourist ambassador, I'm afraid that just the salary would be able to make him, for the rest of his life, a pendulum wolf. Don't worry about food at all, just lay flat. Not to mention, the job, with its huge benefits. To be honest, Yifan's previous life as a social animal had actually fantasized about becoming a civil servant. Civil servants, unfortunately, are not that good. Yifan also never expected that what he had longed for in his previous life had instead been reached in this lifetime. I have to say, there's some real irony in what's going on right now. Of course, Yifan's mindset was still very good, and he quickly began to consider the benefits that this matter could bring to him. As it turned out, he was surprised to find that the whole thing of becoming a tourist ambassador had done him more good than harm. Why? As stated before, the tourism ambassador earns a good income with huge benefits, and his salary and benefits alone are enough to lay him flat for the rest of his life. Most importantly, becoming a tourist ambassador didn't affect what he was going to do in the slightest, but rather helped greatly. Take the current demand for food well. Although he was now easily able to obtain a large amount of food from humans, but this flow, who knew how long it could last? And after becoming a tourist ambassador, his traffic won't drop much anyway. There's also the matter of him starting 3 wolves, which would certainly have been more helpful if he'd started it as a traveling ambassador. Also, the status of tourism ambassador also has special significance for Yifan. The significance of this was equivalent to Yifan taking the gold medal of immunity. In the future, if the Wildlife Protection Station or related organizations want to touch him, they will have to think twice. All in all, the benefits are too numerous to count and the downsides are almost non-existent. Returning to his senses, Yifan's eyes lit up. With such a great thing, Yifan couldn't think of any reason to refuse. So, just as Lin Shuya was a bit disappointed, Yifan made a nodding motion. Did everyone see that? Did he just nod his head? Yifan's action caused the crowd to freeze. Lin Shuya was also stunned, and then her beautiful eyes lit up. She looked at the web-slinging wolf in front of her and asked once more, "Do you mean yes?" Lin Shu was also pleasantly surprised. Originally, She had planned to talk to Yifan about the conditions. After all, it's important to talk about salary and benefits and all that. This avoids any unpleasantness afterwards. In addition, because of the communication problem, Lin Shuya wasn't sure that Yifan would be able to understand his words and agree with him. Even if it didn't work, Lin Shuya was planning to ask Xiao Rou to step in and help persuade him. But what Lin Shuya didn't expect was that Yifan had agreed so crisply. This gave Lin Shuya a feeling of being caught off guard. Ow! At this time, Yifan called out again towards Lin Shuya. Now it's time to talk about how much you can pay, too, isn't it? Lin Shuya was still unsure when she heard Yifan shout, but she was able to tell that Yifan meant to say yes. Next, Lin Shuya immediately introduced the salary and benefits of the tourism ambassadors. Yifan's eyes lit up as he listened, nodding his head every now and then. This intelligent and unusual scene was soon recorded and posted online by the people present as well. The internet was in an uproar. The internet Red Wolf is really going against the grain. Being a netizen made into a tourism ambassador. This is too awesome. Netflix Wolf deserves to be my idol. Becoming a civil servant faster than me. 666. I don't know if I'll have a chance to become a co-worker with Nettle Wolf in the future. Mom asks why I'm on my knees looking at the computer because I'm watching Netflix Wolf. A wolf has become a civil servant and a tourist ambassador. What reason do I have not to work hard? Strong men never complain about their circumstances. Chapter 41, The Nettle Wolf as leader of the inspection. Wildlife Conservation Station. Looking at the back of the departing wild wolf, Lin Shuyi, Qin Shuang and the others still hadn't regained their senses for a long time. This Netflix wolf has an awesome IQ. Yeah, it was like he understood everything that was said just now. No wonder so many people like him. Who wouldn't like such a Netflix wolf? The staff members were talking, all with smiles of amazement on their faces. The scene of Yifan and Lin Shuya negotiating just now was an eye-opener for them. Of course, it was Lin Shuya himself who was most surprised. Just a moment ago, she had already discussed her salary and benefits with Yifan, and even agreed to meet here tomorrow. At that time, the feeling that Yifan gave Lin Shuyi was that of an emotionally stable person with an online IQ, rather than a wild wolf that would attack at any time. It's a long time to live that there are such coyotes in this world. Yifan did not hear the surprise of Lin Shuya and the others, but was able to guess a few points. His performance is, indeed, a bit scary, but there were many animals with intelligence comparable to humans, and he was just one of the more unusual ones, with the identity of a wild wolf as a cover. Others would never guess that he was a human, so even if he acted smart, Yifan wasn't afraid. Besides, it was still the same thing. As Yifan continued to develop, his status became higher and higher, and his men became more and more numerous. Other people who wanted to lay their hands on him would have to weigh their options. All in all, Yifan's safety was still fine for now. After leaving the wildlife protection station, Yifan also rushed towards the Sky Road. This time, although there were double happiness and prosperity leading the team, Yifan was still not quite at ease. It would still be a bit of a problem in case the other coyotes, and the humans, clashed. That's all. Yifan's athletic running soon transformed into a brown lightning bolt that kept sweeping by. The speed seems to have gotten a little faster again. During Yifan's run, he soon realized that he was a bit faster again. Realizing this, Yifan's gaze was delighted. That being said, adequate food, for him, is also important. With plenty of food, all of his powers were steadily increasing. As the days and months went on, the strength of his power could be imagined. It would be fun if later on his enemies, because of his fame and status, just thought he was just a normal coyote. LOL. In the middle of his thoughts, Yifan had already run out a long way and was soon approaching the Sky Road. Yifan looked up and nodded. At this time, the Sky Road was still filled with a large number of pedestrians and vehicles. This shows that he's hot, and it hasn't receded. There is one area on the large state highway that is the most bustling, and in that area, the wolf shadows flashed, and it was clearly where the wolves such as Double Happiness and Prosperity were. Seeing this, Yifan immediately approached over. Why is there a lone coyote? Wait, this coyote is so strong. Could it be Netflix Wolf? Isn't it Netflix Wolf? What? Nettle Wolf. As soon as the three words Nettle Wolf came out, as if they had magic power, they instantly attracted the attention of the people around them. It seems like it's really him. The Nettle Wolf didn't show up today. I just swiped a video that said that the internet wolf just ran off to the wildlife refuge. Is it back now? It's possible. Take a quick shot. A portion of the people quickly reacted, and while looking at Yifan, they also aimed their cell phones, which were filming, at Yifan. Nettle Wolf, look this way. Nettle Wolf, I love you. A tidal wave of sound formed instantly, and the commotion grew. A call to arms like that might only come from a Netflix wolf. A smile appeared on Yifan's face, and those who know what they're doing are looking at the raging up scene with great shock. If it is not that the Netflix wolves, at first glance, This situation are like a star appearance. Nope. The average celebrity's appeal is probably no match for Netflix Wolf. This is simply top streaming. And under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yi-fan quickly approached the area where the double happiness wolves were located. Boss Yi-fan, Boss Yi-fan. As the crowd surged, the wolves, such as Shuangxi and Linmen, naturally discovered Yi-fan's arrival. The two ministers, double happiness and prosperity, immediately greeted them with smiles on their faces. Boss Yi-fan, how are things going? Then Shuangxi asked about Yi-fan's situation. They were also aware of Yi-fan's whereabouts. Even they knew that Yi-fan was going to talk about a big thing. As long as it goes well, it enables them to get more food. Yi-fan nodded and looked behind the two wolves, only to see that the snacks were piled up, while the other wolves were carrying them in a feverish manner. Seeing this scene, Yi-fan nodded in satisfaction. Before double happiness and prosperity set out, he had naturally explained it all. What Yi-fan meant was to have double happiness and prosperity, mimic his operation yesterday. In this way, not only would they be able to obtain food more efficiently, but they would also be able to avoid accidents from other coyotes coming into contact with too many humans. And right now it seems that double happiness and prosperity are doing a great job. Although the scene was a bit rowdy, some order was maintained. Good, you guys did a good job. Thinking of this, Yi-fan immediately let out a cry of appreciation. With that, Yi-fan spoke to Shuangxi and Lin Men about what had happened at the Wildlife Protection Station. It is conceivable that as he becomes a tourism ambassador in the future, he will only get busier and more distracted. Other things aside, tomorrow alone, he wouldn't have time to come to Sky Road, but instead, he would follow Lin Shuya and shoot a promotional video, and in his absence, a lot of things would have to be left to double happiness and prosperity. From the looks of things, the two wolves' abilities are, indeed, okay. It was estimated that this time, even if he didn't come, they would be able to finish the day well. And as the news of Yi-fan's arrival spread, the atmosphere of the scene, naturally, became even more enthusiastic. Looking at Yi-fan and double happiness exchanging pleasantries, the people around couldn't help but look odd again. What are they talking about? I don't know why, but when I see this scene, it always feels like the leader of the group is giving me and my colleagues an explanation of our work. Haha, you don't have to say. This scene, it seems to be really similar to a superior coming on patrol, and then a subordinate listening to the superior's teachings. What like? It's almost like okay, you guys are forgetting that Nettlewolf is their boss. Now that Nettlewolf is over, isn't the boss coming to inspect the abilities of his men? From the looks of it, Nettlewolf is pleased. The video of the scene went viral online and netizens went crazy with laughter. Oh my god, it's hard to imagine that 10 days ago, Nettlewolf was kind of down in the dumps. It's really cool to be a Netflix. The Netflix wolf has turned into a team leader in the blink of an eye. This is all equivalent to a big boss in the wolf world, isn't it? Haha, I can only say that the red gas really feeds people. No, it feeds wolves. Have you guys noticed that the net red wolves seem to be a lot stronger? In front of the other wild wolves, it's like a crane. That lone wolf died the moment he was expelled from the pack. And now before us is the nettle wolf that has been reproduced and reborn. There has been a flurry on the internet. Yi-fan, on the other hand, was ready to start business. Made an appointment with Lin Shuya for tomorrow. So right now, he's still free. Still, it's a good idea to rake in the dough while it's blowing up. It's just that Yi-fan had just opened his business when he encountered a special guest. Chapter 42, Super Retribution, Man-Wolf Harmony. After talking to Double Happiness and Prosperity, Yi-fan also planned to go out for business himself. After all, he's still available, and it's only fair to rake in more money while the fire is hot. It's worth noting that Double Happiness and Prosperity are open for business in the same spot he was yesterday. Even the lines he had drawn yesterday were simply continued to be used by Double Happiness and Prosperity. And by this time, in front of the crosswalk, there were already 3 humans huddled in front of it. Yi-fan secretly lost his smile, then walked up and prepared for business. But what he didn't expect was that before he could show his talent, one of the people in front of him took the lead and knelt down. What's going on here? Yi-fan froze. Couldn't someone else reverse business to him? Don't mess with this kind of stuff. Eat the snack. Yi-fan will not spit it out. At the same time, the people around were confused. What was this? The wild wolves such as Double Happiness and Prosperity were shocked when they saw this. The human actually knelt down to Yi-fan? Boss Yi-fan was really bullish. While being shocked, Double Happiness and Prosper suddenly realized that something was wrong, only to see that the human who knelt down in front of Yi-fan was clearly a 5 or 6-year-old girl. That look, surprisingly, made Double Happiness and Prosper look a little familiar. The same feeling surfaced in Yi-fan's mind. You are. Looking at the little girl, he hesitated a little, but just at that moment, the 2 people beside the little girl had taken a step forward and said with a crying voice, Nettle Wolf, we've come to thank you. Thank you so much indeed. otherwise we wouldn't have Yaya, your Yaya's savior. She's the one who's going to kneel and thank you. These two people, a man and a woman, were both in their 30s, but were nobly dressed and had an extraordinary temperament. Hearing the words of the two, Yifan hadn't reacted much, but the people around him, however, clamored, "Ha, it's them! Yes, that's the family of 3 little girls who were abducted and sold. Gee, it looks like they kept their promise and actually came to thank Nettlewolf. But that's normal. The Nettlewolf not only saved the little girl, but it's also equivalent to saving them as a family. Human traffickers be damned. Netflix wolves, how awesome." As it turns out, the little girl's family of 3 thank you videos are also trending online. In particular, they threatened to thank Nettlewolf in person, which impressed a lot of people. So this would be the first time the two spoke, and the crowd instantly recognized them. At the same time, Yifan naturally came to a realization. So it's them. Yifan swept a glance at the couple and his gaze fell on the little girl. No wonder it looked a bit familiar. It turned out to be the little girl he had saved from the 2 traffickers earlier. But at this time, the little girl, the palm prints on her face had already disappeared, and having been carefully dressed up, she looked as cute as a porcelain doll. What he hated the most was human traffickers, and at this time, seeing that the little girl was reunited with her family, Yifan couldn't help but nod his head with some relief. The online video was something he didn't know about, but he also sensed sincerity from the family of 3. Ow, ow. Yifan immediately called out a few times towards the family. When they heard Yifan shout, the family was a little confused. They clearly ignored Yifan. Of course, the people around us didn't get it. Is Nettlewolf talking? What is he talking about? Is there any know-it-all brother out there who knows? The people on the scene looked at each other in disbelief. On the contrary, the wizened netizens had already quickly brainstormed the words of the netizen wolf. 4 years of zoology undergraduates attending, and the Nettlewolf says what should be a show of hands. Not enough. Pull back you. The net red wolf is not that educated. I guess what he said is, I did not save you. Just look at those 2 guys. Do not like the eyes directly destroy just. You've all got it wrong. Don't you know the character of the Netflix wolf? I guess what he's saying is, why don't you bring out the food yet? Next person. Don't get in the way of me making money. Talent. You're all talent. The internet quickly became noisy. Who wouldn't be confused by this touching image, coupled with its riddle-like nature? However, what everyone didn't know was that what Yifan actually said was, kneeling to thank you is not necessary. Are there any snacks? Have 1,000 or 8 packs. Although the little girl was reunited with her family and Yifan was happy, he was also a very realistic wild wolf. If you want to thank yourself, come up with something tangible. He didn't need any knee-jerk thanks, just food. However, Yifan also knew that no one should be able to understand his words, so after a few barks, he simply came to the little girl and reached out his claws to pick her up. Ow! Yifan along with calling out to the pedestrians behind the family of 3. Well, meaning next. Just at this moment, what Yifan didn't expect was that the little girl's parents suddenly waved their hands and said, Netflix wolf, you saved Yaya, and you saved our whole family. It's totally not enough for Yaha to thank you on her knees. We, as parents, have a gift for you too. As the words fell, a large truck unexpectedly came slowly in the distance. The big van came to the food collected by Double Happiness and Prosperity, and the compartment in the back suddenly raised and dumped. Voila! Shocking situations arise. The carriage is tipped over and a large number of items poured out of them. Each one is individually wrapped, yet the style and shape are quite different. What? Holy, should we play that big? Snacks. Lots of snacks. This is moving a warehouse all the way over here. Holy, yes. The items pouring out of the inside of the giant wagon were none other than bags of snacks, a variety of makeshift, piled up all over the wagon, poured out in a dense and startling manner. Seeing this scene, the surrounding crowd was stunned. Equally stunned were the wolves such as Double Happiness and Prosperity. Double Happiness and Prosperity stared at the wolves, and the wolves, who were carrying them, froze and stopped their movements. They had worked hard all morning to get a lot of supplies, but now it's nothing compared to the snacks in this compartment. It's nothing. Seeing so many snacks, Yifan was also confused. It's just ho-hum. You can't get that big cart of snacks without tens or even hundreds of thousands of dollars, and it's still a variety of different styles and types. He had only saved the little girl in passing, so don't return the favor so exaggeratedly. Looking at the small mountain of snacks that appeared out of thin air in front of him, Yifan also couldn't help but be dumbfounded, and for a while he forgot to open his business. The people around them, on the other hand, were too tang. Some self-publishers, bloggers, etc., are wide-eyed. The original little girl kneeling to thank the Netflix wolf was already explosive. Now a whole cart full of snacks simply brings this episode of Man-Wolf Harmony to a climax. It's true, Netflix wolves are the chosen ones for traffic. Chapter 43 Two Major Problems, The Wolf King's Counter-Surrounding. Soon, a series of videos of Netflix wolves rescuing humans is on fire. These videos are all the descriptions of the events leading up to and after Netflix wolf attacked two human traffickers and saved the abducted little girl. The video starts off with a reticulated wolf going berserk and attacking a human. It ended with the little girl's parents sending a big cart of snacks. The comments online, once again, became heated. The video of this system is so good, exciting, touching, and reversed. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I just want to say that Nettlewolf is just too good. Yeah, I remember Netflix Wolf hasn't been on the scene for half a month, right? How come it's on fire all over the internet in a flash? Netflix Wolf is simply the chosen son of traffic. Every move is full of topics and controversies. It's simply heavenly that it's not on fire. I feel the same way. Nettlewolf is too smart and knows how to befriend humans. I'll die for crying out loud. If he doesn't live, who's on fire? And while the internet is on fire, Yifan had already taken the wolves and returned with a full load. Boss Yifan, you're too good. Yeah, we're all out of use once Boss Yifan strikes. Double happiness and prosperity were still surrounding Yifan and kept patting his ass. And around them, the coyotes formed almost a long line, carrying tons of snacks, supplies. The little girl's parents had given so many snacks that they naturally didn't need to ask for more from other humans. And even Yifan was a little worried that these wolves wouldn't be able to transport so many things, and indeed it does. It wasn't until darkness fell that the coyotes, who were responsible for the transportation, stopped panting. Despite this exertion, these coyotes did not complain, all because Yifan waved his hand and took out another portion of snacks to start the party. What coyote would resent this life of being fed every day and even partying a lot? All of the coyotes, for all intents and purposes, were incredibly content with the life at hand. Yet Yifan was not yet satisfied. Double happiness, proximity. Have you found a problem with our transportation? Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yifan immediately mentioned double happiness and prosperity up again. Is there a problem? I don't think so. As a result, Linmen still had the same naive look, but after Xuanxi pondered for a while, he returned, Boss Yifan, I think we need more wolves to make it work. Otherwise, if we get more food later, we won't be able to transport it at all. Obviously, the smarter Twinkie saw the problem. Yes, transportation continues to be a big problem, but he's still a little shallow on how to fix it. This is not a problem that can be solved by simply increasing the coyote population. To solve this problem, it still depended on Yifan's previous idea. Expanded staff, established a transportation department, purchased tools, and conducted professional training. Only then can the transportation problem be solved outright. Of course, it was actually rare for Twinkie to realize this. After all, he was just a wolf. How could his insight be compared to Yifan? And right now, expanding their staff has become their number one issue. When he thought of expanding the members, Yifan couldn't help but think of the escaping Wolf King again. That guy, although he was crushed by himself and finally fled, but at his place, there should still be 20 to 30 coyotes. This was considered an indispensable talent resource for the current Yifan. Thinking of this, Yifan immediately had a decision. Xuanxi, Lin Men, you take the other wolves and go find the Wolf King and the others. They may not be in their original lair anymore, so you guys go look for them. That's right, take another batch of food and send it to the brothers to recruit new members. I'll reward them heavily if they can recruit new members. Also, avoid fighting, and if you have problems, it's okay to give the other person some food to solve the problem. The wild wolves now, for Yifan, each one was an important transportation force. With enough food, Yifan would rather use food to solve the problem than have the wild wolf lose its mobility or even its life instead because of fighting. Okay, Boss Yifan, leave it to us. Boss Yifan, Double Happiness responded instantly. There's no problem with Proctor's either. He was a simpleton, but he could still carry out such an order. And with that, Double Happiness left with tons of food, and most of the coyotes. As for Yifan, naturally, he didn't have to do it himself. After arranging for Double Happiness and prosperity, he stayed behind with 2 or 3 coyotes. That being said, as more and more food became available, the nest became more and more important to Yifan. Every time he goes out, he arranges for some coyotes to watch. After all, if anything went wrong here, it would be fatal for Yifan. Taking advantage of this leisure, Yifan took a few wild wolves and opened up to organize and classify them. During this time, Yifan suddenly realized another pressing issue. That is, it seems like a storage department must be created as well. Originally, Yifan had no problem taking charge, but as more and more food came in, he couldn't organize it anymore. As the food, later on, grows in number of members, this aspect also becomes important. After all, it is also very important to know how to distribute food, store it better, etc. All in all, The formation of 3 Wolves Inc. is imminent. Yifan let out a dark sigh. But whether it's the creation of a transportation or warehousing department, or simply the creation of the 3 Wolves Company, it also requires enough members to make it work. Now it's time to see how Double Happiness and Prosperity are going. And just as Yifan was waiting, Double Happiness and Prosperity, with their wolves, had moved away from the lair. Proctor, why don't we split up? Shuangxi was very smart, and although she followed Yifan's orders, she also had her own ideas. Separate? Proctor, however, was a bit confused. Shuangxi immediately explained. According to Boss Yifan's judgment, that Wolf King fellow is most likely no longer in his original lair, and is presumably elsewhere. We don't need that many wolves to go over there. You just take some of the wolves over there to take a look, and I'll take the other wolves, and go to other places, to see if there are any wolves that have fallen off the wagon, and collect them. Proctor sniffed and reacted instantly, then agreed to Double Happiness's suggestion. With that, the wolf pack soon split in two, one part led by Progeny, heading for the Wolf King's lair, the other part, headed for other areas to see if they could come across other wolves. Of course, on Double Happiness's side, there was also the possibility of encountering a Wolf King that wasn't in the lair. It was just that what neither Double Happiness nor Prosperity expected was that they hadn't found the Wolf King's figure in either the old lair or in the wild. Miraculously, Yifan, who had stayed behind in the lair, encountered the Wolf King instead. While Yifan was organizing and sorting the food in the nest, at some point, a pair of green eyes appeared in the surroundings. A wolf pack, led by the Wolf King, actually surrounded the lair. Chapter 44 Taking in the Wolf King? Start with a big chicken leg. Suddenly, Yifan realized something was wrong. He looked around, and a greenish, ethereal light appeared faintly in the middle of the night. On guard, there's an enemy. Yifan's eyes narrowed slightly and he immediately let out a low gulp. The 2 or 3 coyotes that remained behind were suddenly startled, standing up their eyes and looking around. What's that? Wolf! These wild wolves instantly saw those green eyes as well and couldn't help but change their faces furiously. That's right, it was the wolves, a pack of coyotes that appeared around the lair at this time. When Yifan and the others made a discovery, the wolves that were hidden in the night hurricane all revealed their figures one after another. There were a full dozen coyotes. The leader, Coyote, was still an acquaintance of Yifan. The majestic body was barely weaker than Yifan's. With a sinister face, Yifan, we meet again. This wild wolf, no other than the Wolf King. Seeing the Wolf King appear, Yifan's eyes immediately narrowed. It's you! Yifan raised his eyebrows and revealed a look of surprise. Here at the lair, he wasn't surprised to be attacked by wolves. After all, with all the snacks piled up, some packages can give off odors if they are broken. These smells, for a beast that is often starved, definitely possess a great temptation. But the wolves that came, if they were led by a Wolf King, it would not be simple. You followed me? Yifan's gaze flickered, gradually glowing with a cold aura. Ha! The Wolf King sneered. Yifan, your time to die has come. Just as Yifan had said, the reason why the Wolf King was able to show up at this time with his wolf pack was precisely because he had followed Yifan. The thing, it goes back to the day before yesterday. At that time, after being defeated by Yifan, the Wolf King fled. After escaping, the number of coyotes that could be integrated was less than 20. Seeing this amount, the Wolf King was furious. God knows how much effort it took to grow the wolf pack to dozens of heads. Now it was almost completely ruined because of Yifan. This also caused the Wolf King's hatred towards Yifan to reach the extreme. Returning to his senses, the Wolf King no longer fled blindly. Instead, he took the remaining wolves and began to track Yifan. So, after 2 days of searching, he found where Yifan was. The Wolf King was obviously cunning as well. When it found out about Yifan, it didn't make a sound, but lurked in the dark, until just now. When Shuangxi and Linmen left with most of the wolves, the Wolf King knew that his chance for revenge had come. Now that Yifan was surrounded by only 2 or 3 kittens, it was a good time to attack and kill him. Only when he heard the Wolf King's words, Yifan was dumbfounded. Wolf King, are you sure you can take me out with this group of injuries? Yifan was amused by the Wolf King's confidence. After the Wolf King lost another one-on-one fight with him not long ago, he definitely wouldn't dare to fight him one-on-one again now. So the Wolf King must be planning to bring his minions to swarm himself. But the question is, what use can these guys, again, be put to? The Wolf King was stunned when he heard this. It jerked its head toward its men. Only a dozen or so wolf henchmen were seen, all of them with colors on their bodies, in addition to a look of exhaustion. The Wolf King then realized with a shock that they had spent the last 2 days equally hungry. Coyotes in such a state were aggressive, but the real combat power they could exert was not strong. With such a team, was it really possible to defeat the terrifying Yifan? Thinking of Yifan's pugnacity and power, the Wolf King hesitated, and a trace of bewilderment flashed across his hideous face. Yi Fan instantly realized that his words had worked and had successfully struck the Wolf King's self-confidence. In fact, he didn't lie. With Yi Fan's current strength, it would be fine if the Wolf King surrounded him with dozens of peak state wolves, but with this lineup in front of him, it really couldn't help him. Not to mention the fact that the Wolf King was in a state that wasn't really that great. If they really fought, Yi Fan might not be able to win, but it would still be easy to escape. That's all. The situation that should have been lopsided had been quietly reversed because of Yi Fan's 3 words. Sensing the change in atmosphere, the 3 wolf minions following Yi Fan's eyes instantly lit up. Worthy of being boss Yi Fan, facing the Wolf King is surprisingly unperturbed as well. The Wolf King won't work. Boss Yi Fan is the real Wolf King for us. Yi Fan didn't pay attention to the Wolf Jr. who was kissing his ass, but instead looked at the Wolf King as his heart moved internally. If it were normal, he would have attacked and killed. After all, with his battle prowess, along with the 3 wolf minions, there was still a high chance that he would be able to defeat the other party. However, at this time, Yi Fan's heart stirred and rose with the intention of taking in the Wolf King. That's right, it is to take in the Wolf King. Originally, according to Yi Fan's idea, he was planning to get rid of the Wolf King. After all, the existence of the Wolf King was too great a threat to Yi Fan. But now, with the change in his thoughts, Yi Fan didn't so much intend to get rid of the Wolf King anymore, but rather intended to subdue the other party. It was important to realize that Yi Fan was going to need a lot of employees to set up the 3 Wolves Company. On top of that, supervisors are important, like Double Happiness and Prosperity, both capable of competent supervisors. But with just the 2 of them, it's still not enough. So even if the number of employees was enough, Yi Fan needed to train more supervisors. The other coyotes, however, were somewhat ordinary, and it would take a great deal of effort and time to train them as supervisors. The Wolf King was a different story. With this guy's intelligence and cunning, he probably wouldn't even need training and would be able to go straight to work. Originally, Yi Fan wasn't sure, but now that he saw the Wolf King raiding over with his minions, he could be sure. The Wolf King, in addition to being his enemy, is also a rare talent. Speaking of which, the conflict between Yi Fan and the Wolf King was not irreconcilable. If that's the case, why not try to take it in? A smile appeared on Yi Fan's face as he thought of this. Wolf King, you've chased us here and you're hungry. Why don't you have something to eat first and then we'll talk? As the words fell, Yi Fan suddenly bit up a few packs of snacks and flung them towards the Wolf King and the other wolves. Snap! His sudden move immediately startled the wolves. Even the Wolf King was startled and took a sharp step back. Only when they saw what Yi Fan flung at them, the Wolf King and the other wolves hesitated again. What is this? Eat? Yi Fan smiled. These are the packages of snacks that were just sorted out with some breakage. And so, at this moment, as the Wolf King and the other wolves subconsciously inhaled, a fragrance immediately surged into their sensitive nostrils. As soon as they caught a whiff of the aroma, the wolves stirred. Even the Wolf King couldn't help but swallow his saliva. The aroma instantly mobilized their desire to eat. Looking at the reaction of the Wolf King and the others, Yi Fan continued to laugh. At the top, it's the salt-baked big chicken leg. It's not many times better than the chickens you guys are eating, so you can try it. At this moment, Yi Fan's voice was filled with compulsion. Taking in the Wolf King? How about starting with a big chicken leg? Chapter 45 Salt-baked chicken thighs, pulling in the coyotes. Salt-baked big chicken thighs. Hearing Yi Fan's compelling voice, the Wolf King and the other wolves were stunned for a moment. Are these really food? But what's a salt-baked jumbo chicken thigh? It's better than chicken. Thinking about it, most wolves couldn't help but think about how delicious the chicken was. The smoothness of the chicken meat and the sweetness of the chicken blood. But now, this salt-baked thigh is even better than chicken. How delicious does that have to be? The crowd of wild wolves all swallowed their saliva. Even the Wolf King was no exception. Are you kidding me? If we want food, we can catch it ourselves. We don't need your charity. But soon, the Wolf King came back to his senses and shouted angrily. It didn't come to Yi begging. And what was Yi Fan thinking? If we finish him off, this mountain of food will still be his, won't it? Upon hearing the Wolf King's low drink, the wild wolves that were originally foolishly moving didn't dare to act rashly. Just between their faces, they all saw the longing in their respective eyes. Noticing this, Yi Fan immediately laughed. Wolf King, very backbone, but even if you don't eat it yourself, then you can't make the brothers under you eat it too, can you? The big guys don't follow you just to starve 9 times in 3 days, but more often than not, to have enough to eat. If you don't eat it, why don't you let them eat it? Yi Fan said this and looked at the group of wolves behind the Wolf King. Hearing this, the wolves were shaken and greatly touched. Yeah, don't they follow the Wolf King because they want to be fed? But what is going on now? Not only did they have to fight to the death, but they were often starving. The Wolf King heard this, but his face changed drastically. Don't listen to him. As long as we finish off Yi Fan, the food here will be ours too. The Wolf King was smart and wasn't that easily confused. Hearing this, Yi Fan instantly laughed coldly. After you finish me off, all this food, it's all you, the Wolf King, all by yourself, isn't it? Also, are you really confident that you can finish me off? Even if you are able to finish me off, how many of the brothers here will be able to survive to the end? Wolf King, is this how you treat your brothers? No wonder the wolves that follow you are dead, wounded, and scattered. The pack of wolves fell silent at his words. The Wolf King, however, changed his face furiously. What are you babbling about? Sensing that the emotions of the wolves under his command were a bit off, the Wolf King immediately snapped. Don't listen to this fellow's nonsense. He's trying to sow discord. Yi Fan smiled darkly when he heard this. Yes, he is stirring up trouble. As long as he was able to alienate the relationship between the pack and the Wolf King, he would be even more invincible. Or perhaps it was much simpler to deal with the Wolf King as long as the pack was pulled together first. And compared to that, these wolf minions who starved 9 times in 3 days should be better to pull together. This was something that had been tried and true from the double happiness, and even the wolves under Yi Fan. And next, Fruity. Things were progressing more smoothly than Yi Fan had thought. As the Wolf King was furious, a wild wolf, among the pack, suddenly stood out bravely. No, I should say, it was so hungry that it couldn't help itself, before it drooled and took the lead towards the front. The Wolf King looked on incredulously, only to see that the wild wolf, after crossing over it, arrived in front of the food that Yi Fan had flung at him. What it had in front of it was exactly the one Yi Fan had mentioned, the salt-baked large chicken thigh. Coyote looked down and saw a large chicken leg. Salt-baked thighs? Are they really that good? Coyote's mind was so confused that he couldn't think of anything else anymore, and all he could see in his eyes was the big yellow chicken leg. Taking a deep breath of the aroma, Coyote finally couldn't resist and took a bite. Abracadabra. With one bite, Coyote instantly tasted a burst of plastic, but more than that, it was savory and fresh. The Coyote's eyes lit up at once, and then he wolfed it down. Yummy, it's so good, Coyote growled low, the corners of his eyes vaguely moist. Ah, it's so delicious, what if I can't eat it later? The other coyotes couldn't help but move when they saw the coyote cry and howl. The Wolf King, however, burst into a rage. Asshole, a scowl flashed across its face. Seeing this scene, the Wolf King instantly knew that it was not good. Thinking like this, the Wolf King's figure moved and was about to teach this coyote a lesson, killing an example to deter the wolves. But just then, a third coyote stepped forward. The situation of the first coyote devouring the food gave these coyotes a huge shock. As it fed, a stronger aroma spread. These coyotes, thoroughly taught, the majesty of the Wolf King had become dispensable to them, and so it was that the fourth, the fifth, and in the blink of an eye, all the wild wolves behind the Wolf King, crossed over to it and headed for the food. Seeing this, the Wolf King stopped his movements with an ugly face. It knew that there was no point in striking out at the pack wolves now, it would only backfire. Unable to do anything about it, the Wolf King could only look on with a grim face. But as the pack began to feed, the Wolf King frowned again. More aromas wafted over, favoring its unusually sensitive sense of smell, so much so that each one was unmistakable. The Wolf King was depressed to realize that he was even hungrier, but he still didn't show it in the slightest and just frowned as he watched. The first coyote, however, was already eating the second pack of snacks. It's a packet of spicy flavored shredded squid. Yummy, yummy, and this one too, the other coyotes echoed. It's really good, it's so good, I've never eaten anything so good. Seeing this scene, the wild wolf henchmen on Yi Fan's side. When they first followed Yi Fan, they were just like these wild wolves. The food was so devouring. Now that I think about it, if they hadn't followed Yi Fan, they wouldn't be any better off now. In a nutshell, Boss Yi Fan is bullish. And at this moment, Yi Fan was smiling as he looked at the wolves who were devouring their food. He knew that the provocation had worked. The only problem that followed was to take in the Wolf King. Only, just as Yi Fan was thinking like this, the Wolf King used a move that surprised Yi Fan. Brothers, are you full? Ha ha, that's right, now you should understand how delicious Yi Fan's food is, right? So, if we take it out, all the food here, it's all ours, the Wolf King said in an agitated tone. Hearing this, the group of wolves that had eaten their fill, immediately looked at Yi Fan with a fierce light in their eyes. When Yi Fan saw this, he was first stunned and then lost his smile. This guy, the Wolf King, is really cunning. After realizing that he couldn't stop his men from eating, he instead made it a trick to try to increase the covetousness of these wolves towards Yi Fan. It had to be said that what the Wolf King said still had some truth to it. It was just that it wanted to put the reckoning on Yi Fan. But that would be a big mistake. Chapter 46, another great addition to the list. Yi Fan was dumbfounded. The Wolf King is still treacherous. It was a ploy to actually try to use this to provoke these wild wolves to have killing intent towards Yi Fan. If Yifan was an ordinary wild wolf, perhaps it would have really gotten its way. But who is Yifan? He's a human-turned-wolf, a wolf king. Even if he was smart, how could he play with him? Thinking of this, Yifan immediately smiled and said, Wolf King, in fact, you are right. After I die, the control of the food here will indeed fall into your hands. But the question is, how many of you, between you, have had the chance to enjoy it? Where did you guys get the confidence to be able to survive my strikes? Saying this, Yifan's body was filled with a majesty that was even more powerful than that of a wolf king. It was an aura of being a superior wolf. This aura was innate, all because he, who possessed a human consciousness, was born to be a wolf king. Sensing this aura, the wild wolves instantly changed their faces furiously. The wolf king's face also stared at Yifan in shock. Seeing that the purpose of deterrence had been achieved, Yifan suddenly laughed again. Of course, perhaps you guys still intend to fight to the death, but why don't you listen to what they have to say? These wolves are no strangers to you, I suppose? Want to hear what kind of life they've been living by following me? Hearing this, the wolf king froze. The wolves, too, subconsciously looked at the wolves around Yifan. These three wild wolves, naturally, were also from the wolf king's pack. Hearing Yifan point out his three, he quickly laughed in cooperation. Hey, follow the wolf king and you'll be hungry for 9 meals in 3 days. If you follow Boss Yifan, you can't stop eating. You simply can't stop eating. You guys are not realizing that since I followed Boss Yifan, I don't have a sore back or aching legs, and running 10 kilometers in one breath is no big deal. Hearing this, the wild wolves looked at Yifan's men and then at themselves, and really noticed the difference. They hang out with the wolf king, can't get enough to eat, and are covered in messy fur. On the contrary, Yifan's men were all in high spirits. Their skins were smooth and bright, and many of them had dark muscles, so they knew at a glance that they were having a good time. And such a difference was also experienced more clearly in Yifan and the wolf king. While Yifan was unusually handsome and had a robust figure, the wolf king was pudgy and had a gloomy and tired face. The stark contrast silenced the pack again. In this moment, they also begin to doubt their former lives, or perhaps they subconsciously ponder the true meaning of life. Is life a misery? 3 times hungry, 1 time full? It is still possible to eat 1 meal, be full 1 day, and live happily every day. Asshole, don't listen to him. Hurry up and finish off Yifan with me and snatch all its food. The wolf king sensed something bad and hastily interrupted with another voice, and then gave the order. But at this point, the coyotes, whose hearts had begun to shake violently, were simply indifferent. When the wolf king saw this, his face became extremely hard to see. Its eyes glowed red as it looked at Yifan. Its entire body seemed to be forced to a cliff. Bastard Yifan, I want to fight you one-on-one. Hearing this, Yifan lost his smile. Even in the midst of anger, the wolf king did not lose his cunning nature. Now if the wolves were indifferent, in terms of numbers, it was their side that had the advantage instead. But this one got to the point where he blurted out that he wanted to go one-on-one. Yeah, meet you. Yifan let out a light laugh, his robust body stepping out calmly. If he didn't intend to subdue the other party, Yifan would have swarmed with his minions. But right now, he had to completely suppress his opponent in every aspect in order to do so. The Wolf King bastard still dared to ask him for a one-on-one fight, so it seems that he didn't get the lesson right last time. Seeing Yifan walk out calmly, the Wolf King was under a lot of pressure. Despite the successful provocation, it had little to offer. Now, though, there was no going back for it. If it wimped out like that, those wolves would never follow it. In that case, what difference was there between himself and the previous Yifan? There was no way for the Wolf King to accept that kind of end, so he showed his teeth to Yifan, and the desire to fight for his life rose in his heart. Whoosh! In the next second, the Wolf King transformed into a speedy wind and violently killed towards Yifan. Before the body arrived, the sharp claws swung out first, facing the Wolf King's pounce. Yifan shook his head. Too slow. Saying this, Yifan flicked his side and avoided the Wolf King's attack, since the speed had gotten faster. Many things, in Yifan's eyes, had slowed down. Yifan was somewhat skeptical that he had gained dynamic vision, as in this moment, even the Wolf King was slow enough in Yifan's eyes. He then sidestepped and avoided it, and then Yifan's eyes went cold as he similarly swung his sharp claws and fiercely landed on the Wolf King's waist. Bang! The Wolf King howled miserably and was immediately sent flying. But soon, it grimaced again and continued to kill towards Yifan. Yifan always maintained a light smile. With his strength, speed, and even intelligence crushing the Wolf King, he couldn't think of the slightest reason why he could lose to the Wolf King. And next, just as Yifan thought, he sent the Wolf King flying and knocking him down over and over again. The Wolf King gritted his teeth and held on, but after 3 or 4 times, a look of fear rose up. Looking at Yifan, who stood still with a faint smile, the Wolf King for a certain moment seemed to see a huge black shadow. This black shadow, which enveloped its figure, could not escape at all. Finally, the Wolf King was afraid. After being bruised all over, it once again felt the fear of being dominated by Yifan's power. Suddenly, the Wolf King's body turned, and its instinct to survive made it choose to flee once again. But this time, Yifan had prepared for it and there was no way he would let it escape again. Boom! At the critical moment, Yifan once again ruthlessly hit the Wolf King's waist. Afterward, amidst the other party's agonizing cries, Yifan condescended to the Wolf King. Wolf King, recognize reality. Now I'll give you a chance to live. Submit to me, or take your ridiculous condescension and die. Looking into those inscrutable eyes, the Wolf King froze, then it cursed with a loud mouth. Kill me. I won't submit to you even if I die. The Wolf Clan will never be a slave, unless you pack me 3 meals a day in the future. When Yifan heard the first half of the Wolf King's sentence, his eyes were already flooded with killing intent. Even though the Wolf King was considered a talent, his patience, naturally, was limited. Don't blame the Wolf King if he doesn't take his chances. But after hearing the second half of the sentence, Yifan more or less blushed strangely. His 40-meter sword, he almost couldn't put it away. And in that case, he could only tell the Wolf King to pay attention in his next life. But what I didn't expect was that the Wolf King conceded pretty quickly. Since, for example, from now on you'll be called King Wolf, the King's Wolf. Hearing this, the Wolf King immediately sighed in his heart. Is this meant to imply that its throne has been reversed? Immediately afterward, the Wolf King climbed up and lowered his condescending head to Yifan in full view of everyone. As of this moment, Yifan's team added another great general. Chapter 47 Wolf Lives for Nothing. At this moment, looking at the Wolf King kneeling down in front of Yifan and lowering his condescending head, the crowd of wild wolves all had shocked faces. The Wolf King, who had always been high and mighty, was actually conquered by Boss Yifan. The 3 wolf minions, all of a sudden, were filled with honor. Such a situation undoubtedly proved that they were right to submit to Yifan before. After all, now, even the Wolf King had submitted to Yifan. As for the dozen or so wild wolves brought by the Wolf King, they were beyond shocked. Before coming here, they would never have imagined that it would turn out this way. Not only them, even the Wolf King was taken in by Yifan. No, it's time to call Yifan boss now. But at this, the wolves were not surprised. It was really because Yifan was too strong. And also, his food, it was really delicious. King Wolf. No, I should call you King Wolf now. Come over and eat it quickly. It's delicious. A wild wolf suddenly called out to the King Wolf. Wang Wolf was furious when he heard this. This guy, how dare he treat it with such disrespect? However, with Yifan present, Wang Wolf didn't dare to get angry. After all, right now, he was the boss. And next, Yifan immediately ordered go. Wang Wolf, you should be hungry too. Ugh, King Wolf responded. The look was not too happy. Although he was able to eat, not being able to be the boss anymore made him very upset. However, this unpleasant mood disappeared in a flash the moment a mouthful of beef jerky hit his stomach. What is this? It's so good, isn't it? Wang Wolf's eyes were wide and filled with awe. It had felt a bit exaggerated just now when it saw the wild wolves letting out exaggerated exclamations. As a high and mighty Wolf King, no, former Wolf King, it has eaten everything like this. Lions, tigers, whatever, too, but even then, it ate and never had that exaggerated reaction. What is this? These assholes. Yet as soon as the beef jerky was in his mouth, King Wolf understood the wolf henchman. This stuff is more than delicious. It's just so good. None of the wolf henchmen expressed it aptly enough. It's simply the best flavor on earth. At some point, in the corner of the Wolf King's eyes, there was an extra tear. It suddenly felt as if the first half of its life had been in vain. It's surprising that this is the first time it's eaten something so delicious. How's that? It's okay? At this time, Yifan smiled and asked the crying King Wolf who was eating and crying. Wang Wolf looked at Yifan and his eyes became bright. More than okay, it's just okay. Boss, where did you find this food? Wang Wolf then asked the question he wanted to ask the most. Now Yifan's food, even though it was all hidden, was still showing quite a bit because of the sheer amount of it. Originally, Wang Wolf hadn't cared much about it, but now he suddenly realized that those exposed foods, and the beef jerky it had eaten, all seemed to be the same type of food. This kind of food was obviously the first time that Wang Wolf had encountered it. But on the contrary, Yifan had so many of them. How on earth did he do it? The current Wang Wolf had completely understood that double happiness and Linmen, and later so many wild wolves would betray themselves in defect to Yifan. If he wasn't the Wolf King himself, he would probably have submitted to Yifan long ago as well, right? Hearing this, Yifan instantly guffawed. You'll see tomorrow. Yifan immediately decided that tomorrow, he would let Wang Wolf go to the heavenly road to see the world. With its level of cunning, I believe that it will soon be able to become a ministry that will be of great help to him. like double happiness. Hearing this, Wang Wolf nodded, then indulged in the deliciousness of the snacks again. And next, the coyotes, who were feeding recklessly, gradually dared not eat, because Yi Fan, the new Wolf King, had already stepped towards them. King, the wild wolves trembled and lowered their heads to welcome Yi Fan. No need to call me Wolf King, you guys just go with the flow and call me boss. Of course, I only take wolves here who sincerely call me boss. If anyone has second thoughts and pretends to stay, when I find out later, then I can only say sorry, Yi Fan said indifferently. But that Wolf King majesty swept out once again. The wolves were in awe, then they fell to their knees. Boss Yi Fan, we'll be hanging out with you from now on. That's right, you eat the meat, just give us a mouthful of soup. Boss Yi Fan, I'm not afraid to be honest, I've admired you for a long time, and now I finally have the chance to hang out with you. These coyotes, apparently, are also wolves who know what they are doing. Seeing that the Wolf King had cast his vote, they naturally would not struggle unnecessarily. Very well, then, Yi Fan smiled. The reaction of these coyotes did not surprise him. After all, these guys would have a hard time surviving in the wilderness without the Wolf King and with their current numbers. In that case, it would be better to logically join Yi Fan's side. That's all. Yi Fan's team had not only added a great general, but also a dozen more wild wolves. After these guys ate their fill, Yi Fan simply let them help organize and sort the food as well. King Wolf also ran his ass off to help. It is also greatly interested in these foods. And the thing that made Wang Wolf happy, that kind of beef jerky just now, inside the food, was quite a lot. Also, the other snacks are varied and all look appetizing. Wang Wolf suddenly felt a taste of happiness come over him. By this time, it even wanted to slap itself. If it had submitted to Yi Fan earlier, it would have obtained this happy life long ago. What's the point of having a Wolf King, as awesome as he is, without enough food? Thinking about this, Wang Wolf also sold his sharpness. And just when Yi Fan was almost done organizing with Wang Wolf and the other wolves, a wolf pack once again enters the lair area. Boss Yi Fan, Xuang Shi and Lin Men, they're back. Immediately, a wolf junior ran over and reported to Yi Fan. Well, this is Yi Fan's temporary arrangement for wolf security. The circumstances of the Wolf King's attack earlier did not cost Yi Fan anything, but instead allowed him to gain a great general and a dozen or so wild wolf soldiers and horses. But it also reminded Yi Fan, there is more and more food here, and the guards, as it were, are no longer appropriate. In addition to being watched at close range, there is obviously a need to monitor at a more distant location. So, as soon as double happiness and prosperity returned to this side, the wolf security guards who had noticed something immediately came over to report it. Oh, back? Yi Fan looked over with slight anticipation. Just as quickly, Yi Fan's line of sight was filled with the drooping figures of Xuang Shi and Lin Men. Yi Fan raised his eyebrows and quickly guessed that the two were returning without any success. Fruity, double happiness and proximity brought back bad news. Boss Yi Fan, we didn't complete the mission. You punish me. And the Wave King didn't laugh at it. Yi Fan smiled without saying anything. Double happiness and prosperity were stunned, suddenly gaping at the presence of Wang Wolf and the others. Chapter 48 Three Wolves Incorporated Initialization. Ha, who are they? Double happiness and prosperity came back to their senses, finally noticing that it wasn't nearby. When they left, inside the lair, it was clear that there were only Yi Fan and the other three wild wolves, but at this time, they violently realized that the number of coyotes in the den had reached more than 20. What's going on here? It was also at this moment that a wild wolf, which was quite a bit stronger than an ordinary wild wolf, bumbled over to Yi Fan. Boss, this thing broke too. I sorted it out. Coyote had a ham hock in his mouth. The packaging of the ham hocks, somewhat torn. Yi Fan didn't react much when he saw this, but double happiness and prosperity, seeing that wild wolf, turned wildly pale. Wolf King, why are you here? While Xuangxi was startled, Lin Men subconsciously took up a combat stance. However, upon hearing the words of the two, the wild wolf snorted coldly and said, I am not a wolf king, but a king wolf. The words fell and it went back to its work. Double happiness and Proctor blinked, confused. Not only the appearance, but even the voice was exactly the same. This guy, he's clearly a wolf king, and what the hell is a king wolf? Double happiness and Proctor looked at each other in disbelief. At the same time, the other wild wolves that had followed double happiness and prosperity outside were in a bit of a commotion after realizing the Wolf King's presence. It's like you've jumped ship to another company, only to suddenly see your former boss at this one. That feeling, just don't mention it. The crowd of wolves reacted in such a way that Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh dumbly. After thinking about it, he simply gathered all the coyotes and went straight to a general meeting. Gentlemen, first of all, this is indeed your former Wolf King, but he is now called King Wolf, and from now on he will be a member of our three wolf company. Hearing this, the wolves were in an uproar. Is it really it? Wolf King, my god, what's going on? Suddenly hearing Yi Fan's introduction, Double Happiness and the other wolves were still a bit incredulous. Previously, they had received orders to exterminate the Wolf King, but they didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, the Wolf King would become their partner instead. This situation, too, is too magical. But then, Double Happiness and Prosperity were caught by Yi Fan's last words. 3 Wolves Inc. What is this again? All the wolves were puzzled, even the King Wolf. 3 wolves they understand. And what a company! Looking at the expressions of the wolves, Yi Fan suddenly smiled slightly. The addition of the Wolf King was nothing. He didn't bother to explain that much. He just wanted to make an announcement and leave it at that. Instead, it's 3 Wolves, Inc. That's the next focus of its growth. It had to be made clear to the pack wolves. Thinking of this, Yi Fan immediately explained. 3 Wolves Inc. As you can understand it, it's a giant wolf collective. This wolf pack collectively, though, is more hierarchical than your average wolf pack. For example, I am the collective wolf king of this pack, and below me, the second wolf king, and the third wolf king, then the elite wolves, the upwardly mobile wolves, and finally, the regular coyotes. In order to be more understandable, Yi Fan changed all the company positions into words that were easy to understand for the crowd of wolves. As expected, the wolves, such as Double Happiness and Proximity, heard it all at once. There was also the King Wolf, which also understood. It just didn't know what Yi Fan was going to do by creating so many positions. For a wolf pack, it's enough to have only one wolf king who calls the shots. Why do you need all the fancy stuff? The other wolves, too, couldn't help but be a little confused. But soon, Yi Fan's next words cleared up the confusion for the wolves. You must be wondering why there are so many positions, and the Wolf King, too, has to be created. 1, 2, 3. The reason is actually quite simple. Different resource allocation. I believe you all know that inside the wolf pack, every hunt, the Wolf King's harvest, is the highest. Hunting to the prey, he alone gets half the prey, if not more, even if he didn't put in much effort. Because, he's the Wolf King, and when the Wolf King is in a good mood, he gives a handout to the other coyotes. But you all ask yourselves, are you really willing to be in such a situation? Isn't it often the case that you guys put out more effort than the Wolf King? That's why I created this wide variety of positions, so that we can all receive compensation that matches, if not exceeds, our abilities. For example, an ordinary coyote, I'll keep it fed every day, but what it eats and how much it eats is up to me. And the upwardly mobile coyote, I'll let him eat his fill with the right to pick out extra food. As for the elite coyotes, that's even better. I'll equip them on top of the upwardly mobile coyotes. And the Wolf Kings, even the 3 Wolf Kings, I'll keep them clothed and fully equipped. Listening to Yi Fan, Shuangxi froze, and Lin Men also froze. Wang Wolf also froze. The pack wolves were also confused. Yi Fan's words were not difficult to understand, but after understanding, they all rocked. An ordinary wolf is able to eat 3 meals a day? Isn't this the treatment of a wolf king? That's fine. Upwardly mobile wolves are able to pick other foods. Elite wolves are even more exaggerated. And the Wolf King is a supreme treat. Is this what Yi Fan said about the different position benefits? All the wolves were confused, especially the Wolf King. It was also very smart, so it instantly saw that Yi Fan's system of positions, at its core, was to take the Wolf King's interests and seed them, like a normal wolf pack. So the resources, the benefits, are almost always supplied to the Wolf King. But now, Yi Fan was tantamount to distributing a large amount of resources. Even ordinary wolves were able to eat and drink well. So who would like to be a Wolf King who was constantly starving? Realizing this, the Wolf King felt even more like he was in over his head. Should have joined Yi Fan's side earlier. He himself was bitterly managing the food and drink of so many people, and his welfare package was even less than that of an ordinary wolf over here. Oh, my god, is this a regular wolf? That's the King of Wolves in a drought for a change. There were those higher positions that King Wolf was drooling over. As for whether Yi Fan could fulfill this treatment, the wolves did not doubt it. All because Yi Fan really had the strength to be able to obtain so much food and yet be so generous. This Yi Fan is truly extraordinary. Wang Wolf secretly sighed. As a result, right at this moment, Yi Fan dropped another bomb. By the way, anyone who works with me, no matter what position, doesn't have to worry about injuries or retirement. I'll fix you up if you're hurt, and support you for the rest of your life if you're disabled. Older coyotes will not be driven away either, but will continue to provide food until they die. Hearing this, Wang Wolf completely froze. The wolves, such as Shuangxi and Linmen, were also violently stunned, their eyes glowing red. Chapter 49 God of the Wolf Clan. The moment, the coyotes, such as Double Happiness and Prosperity, were red-eyed. Wang Wolf's body also shook as he looked deeply at Yi Fan. Just a moment ago, Yi Fan proposed a plan to deal with the injured wild wolves and old wolves. This is a program that has literally never been seen before or since. It is important to realize that the tolerance level of wolves, for injured and old wolves, is very low. Whenever a coyote is badly injured, or so old that it is difficult to hunt, it is driven out of the pack and left to fend for itself. However, it never occurred to him that Yifan had pushed back this rule that had remained unchanged for ages. Hearing these words, all the wolves present had their hearts and minds shaken, especially the coyotes who were originally at the bottom of the pack, like Double Happiness and Proctor. As a former wolf king, the king's wolf's feelings were, well, not quite as profound, but they, the bottom coyotes, are truly aware of the difficulty of survival. Usually, if you fight to the death, you can't even mix a full meal. If you fight less, you don't have a meal. If you fight more, you get hurt and it's awful. In a nutshell, it's just moving around that gets you expelled from the wolf pack. And a lot of wolves, after they leave, often in the next few days, carcasses show up in the neighborhood. This shows what kind of watery conditions they live in. But now, Yifan's words had undoubtedly saved them. The wild wolves, from the depths of the water. Linman's eyes moistened and brushed away a line of cloudy tears. Boss Yifan. It choked and cried out Yifan's name, and then knelt down at once. What's wrong? Why are you still crying? Yifan was a bit strange when he saw this. Proctor shook his head vigorously, only to have more and more tears streaming down his face. Next to him, Xuangshi saw this and sighed tersely. It was more familiar with Linmen, so it knew the reason why Linmen was shedding tears at this moment, for it was because of old age that Proctor's mother was driven out. They never saw each other again after that, and presumably died in the wild. And these words from Yifan had undoubtedly brought a huge touch to the progenitor. Perhaps it was because she thought of her mother, or perhaps she regretted that she hadn't met Yifan earlier. With that thought, Twinkie also snapped to her knees. Seeing Double Happiness and Prosperity fall to their knees, the other wolves rushed to follow. All of a sudden, a situation of a pack of wolves worshipping was formed. Yifan was instantly confused. What is this? Immediately after, Yifan looked towards the only standing Wang wolf and was about to ask, I'm not as good as you. As a result, the king wolf let out a light sigh and also fiercely knelt down in a submissive manner. Wang wolf finally knew where the gap between himself and Yifan was. The gap between them was definitely not something that could be summarized by a phrase about starving for 9 meals in 3 days. Yifan was really too much stronger than it. If anything, the previous king wolf had only chosen to submit to Yifan because of the snacks. Now then, it is truly heartfelt. In front of Yifan, it didn't even deserve to be called a wolf king. Or, if it could even become the wolf king, then Yifan was the god of the wolf clan. His realm was no longer within the reach of ordinary wolf kings. Yifan was completely confused when he saw that even Wang wolf had knelt down. I don't think I said anything myself. That last statement is just the equivalent of paying social security to every coyote in the center, so that they can have medical treatment for their illnesses, and they can just be cared for in their old age. Just then, Double Happiness suddenly gritted his teeth and suggested, Boss Yifan, you opened those positions, you've already treated us very well. Wounded wolf and old wolf, no need for special care. Linmen was stunned at his words. Then he also chimed in. That's right, Boss Yifan, it's already enough that you have this heart. There's really no need to go this far. Immediately after that, the king wolf, as well as the other wild wolves, also spoke out to persuade them. Although this is also a benefit that is closely related to them, they are really not good at accepting it, because in the opinion of Double Happiness and the others, taking care of the injured wolf and the old wolf was just too labor-intensive. From ancient times to the present, the reason why wolves eliminated injured wolves and old wolves was entirely in compliance with the law of natural selection and survival of the fittest. All because the presence of those injured and old wolves somehow drags down the healthy, majestic other coyotes as well. Imagine leaving wounded and old wolves behind. Wouldn't that thin out the food for the stronger wolves? Will the strong wolf not have the strength to deal with the enemy and thus die in battle if he doesn't get enough to eat? With this in mind, over time, the wolves have developed such cruel rules. Existence is justified. It's a cruel rule, but there is some truth to it. And now that Yifan had treated them well, they didn't want to give as unreservedly as Yifan did. Yifan sniffed and froze again. However, at this time, he also vaguely understood what Xuangshi and the others were thinking. He immediately laughed. Guys, I don't know how the other wolves are doing, and I couldn't care less, but I'm in charge here now, so my rules are the rules. With me, there is give and take. Those that are injured for me, I will treat and take responsibility for. Those that consume their youth for me, I will take responsibility for the rest of their lives. And those that are sacrificed for me, I will even take care of their entire family. All you need to know is that there are no worries when you work for me. As for persuasion, it is not necessary. I know it in my heart. Hearing Yifan's breezy words, the wolves froze again, and then they all lowered their heads to show the highest respect. Well, get up, all of you. There's something else to say. Yi Fan was amused for a while, and immediately called the wolves up and discussed again. After the perks and benefits, then it's time to talk about our positions. We're 3 wolves incorporated, and as the name suggests, it's me and my 2 other brothers, fighting together. That's why I'm the Great Wolf King, and double happiness and prosperity are the 2nd and 3rd Wolf Kings. Do you have a problem with that? The pack of wolves sniffed and shook their heads in a hurry. How could they have an opinion? After all, Yi Fan was right. This family business was indeed fought out by Yi Fan's 3 wolves. Instead, it was double happiness and prosperity that were somewhat flattered and hesitant. Boss Yi Fan, can we? Xuanxi and Linmen were a bit hesitant and couldn't help but look at Wang Wolf. In fact, in terms of ability, the King Wolf should be stronger than them. Yi Fan didn't think so. Compared to the ability, it was estimated that no wolf's ability would be stronger than his. With him, it's a small matter of who's competent or not. The most important thing to Yi Fan right now was actually loyalty. Double happiness and proximity clearly met the conditions. That being the case, the positions of 2nd and 3rd in command naturally belonged to the 2 of them. However, as double happiness and prosperity thought, the King Wolf was indeed a talent as well. So Yi Fan next also followed it to the status of elite coyote, sort of the 4th in command at the moment. Even though it was much worse than the Supreme Wolf King, the King Wolf didn't mind at all, but instead was a little pleased that the fact that Yi Fan didn't make it start as an ordinary wild wolf was proof that there was an appreciation for it. This goes to show that it also has a big future if you get down to business. In this way, after Yi Fan ordered the 4 big positions, he set up the Transportation Department, the Warehouse Department, and the War Wolf Department. The Transportation Department was still given to Double Happiness to be in charge, while the Warehouse Department was given to Wang Wolf. The Ministry of War Wolves, on the other hand, was handed over to the Promenade. The distribution of personnel among the 3 departments is based on a 2-1-1 ratio. By now, 3 Wolves, Inc. was taking shape. Chapter 53 Wolves open for business. The King's Wolf's shock. 2 days. Just as the day dawned, near the Sky Road, a large number of wolf shadows appeared. The lead coyote, a light of wisdom flashed in his eyes every now and then. It was no one else but Yi Fan. Behind Yi Fan, there was a Double Happiness, with the King Wolf, and 40 wild wolves. 3 Wolves Inc. was established, and Yi Fan once again led the business. You saw the road just now. This is the fastest road. Just uniformly make round trips from this road in the future. Yi Fan walked in front and began to teach Xuanxi up. Double Happiness is in charge of the Transportation Department. Before that it was fine. Now that they have set up a company, it is natural for them to go formal. So from today onwards, Yi Fan would consciously inform the departmental operating rules of each department to Xuanxi and other department heads. For example, Double Happiness, who is in charge of the Transportation Department. Its duty, naturally, is how to accomplish transportation tasks efficiently. Currently, the membership, the tools, all of these issues have yet to be resolved. The question of the route, however, can be finalized first. For this reason, Yi Fan purposely led the wolves and took a new path. Speaking of which, this road was also what Yi Fan discovered in the beginning. This is a road that is not only close, but very well traveled. Most importantly, of course, is safety. Transportation safety, a top priority. In case of an accident, the loss of snacks is not a big deal, but the loss of coyotes would be a problem. Sure, they're not in a human city, so there's no transportation risk of crashing or anything like that. The biggest transportation risk for them is actually encountering other beasts along the way. So whichever pathway has fewer nests of wild beasts in its pathway is naturally the safest. Sure, it is important to make sure that this is the case and not to be able to put the initiative on other beasts. Most critically, it's up to them. Thinking of this, Yi Fan also turned to Lin Men and said, "Your War Wolf Department is not a fighting department, but a department that protects us. Every day when the Transportation Department is at work, a portion of your Battle Wolf Department needs to be sent out to follow closely. You don't have to transport anything, you just have to stand up to the enemy in the event of a beast attack." Speaking here, Yi Fan's tone was also slightly more serious. A wild animal attack can be a big or small thing. Those wolves, after all, were not obedient humans. Suddenly encountering a situation where wild animals are attacking, the coyotes are likely to be frightened and run amok. When the time comes, the wolves are separated, injured, snacks abandoned and broken, and they lose. Well, imagine the damage. However, if the beasts appeared, the men of the War Wolf Department immediately rushed up to meet the enemy, and those wolves were naturally able to continue their transportation mission. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Lin Men nodded repeatedly. It was also roughly clear about the duties of the War Wolf Department. Not wolves that specialize in fighting, but wolves that fight without fear. Normally, the people in their War Wolf Department only needed to exercise and eat. When a specific situation arises, act as the appropriate security. For example, now that they were out, the battle wolf department had left a few battle wolves behind to guard the lair. And if you traveled now, there were people from the war wolf department who had taken the first step to check out the surrounding area. As for the storage department, naturally, it goes without saying that it manages all that food. However, there wasn't much work in the storage department at the moment, so Wang Wolf and the others had tagged along to help with the transportation. And at this moment, Wang Wolf was secretly excited. It felt like it had made the right trip to follow it out. What Ji Fan said were words it hadn't heard before, but on the contrary, the King Wolf felt that it made a great deal of sense. There were times when it was secretly annoyed at how something so simple and reasonable just didn't occur to it before. If it had such a realization as Ji Fan before, I'm afraid the wolves wouldn't have disbanded. Transportation, security, warehousing, each item was a great novelty and an eye-opener for Wang Wolf. So the wolves, they can still play like this. Before yourself, you were too wasted, weren't you? The next thing that made Wang Wolf even more shocked was still the situation when Yi Fan came to the Heavenly Road. After arriving at the Heavenly Road, Wang Wolf was immediately astonished, including the wild wolves that had followed the King Wolf before. They were also confused. People, so many people, how can there be so many people? On guard, protect Boss Yi Fan, Wang Wolf and the other wolves. All of their faces changed wildly. It was also the first time they had encountered so many people, and they were instantly baffled. However, when they came back to their senses, all of them, including Wang Wolf, subconsciously drew closer to Yi Fan for protection. When Lin Men saw this, he laughed. Wang Wolf, there's no need for you to worry about Boss Yi Fan's safety. These humans, however, are not going to harm Boss Yi Fan. Hearing this, Wang Wolf and the other wolves froze, and then they were surprised. In their perception, humans are actually dangerous beasts, all because the chances of them encountering official organizations, or ordinary pedestrians as it were, are few and far between. More, in fact, encounters with those poaching hunters. Over time, wolves, such as King Wolf, were left with stereotypes. Humans are all scary and imply intense danger. If you're not outnumbered by the other side, definitely don't mess with them. But now, Wang Wolf and the others were confused. There were so many humans here. A rough count was several times the size of their wolf pack. The shock of such a situation to Wang Wolf and the others could be imagined. It was just that what they didn't expect was that in the face of so many people, both Yi Fan and the wolves such as Double Happiness were all in a breezy manner. What's going on here? Lin Men also said that these humans would not harm Yi Fan, and Wang Wolf was always incredulous. But the next scene completely convinced Wang Wolf and the other wolves, only to see Yi Fan come to the front of the crowd. Suddenly Ao called out. As Yi Fan's shout fell, the crowd directly boiled over. It's the Nettle Wolf. Looks like I'm lucky today. I didn't expect to see the Nettle Wolf. Hurry up and film it. Netflix Wolf is going to be a tourist ambassador. It might be hard to film him in the future. The already lively crowd instantly boiled over. One by one, they all scrambled to approach Yi Fan. However, with a single leap, Yi Fan arrived at the area he had previously delineated. This area, with 2 or 3 days, has become their showcase by default. Yi Fan wailed twice and wagged his tail at the crowd, causing them to laugh. Subsequently, Yi Fan smoothly opened his business. And so, under the dumbfounded gaze of Wang Wolf and the others, a large amount of snacks, items, and supplies were thrown toward the stacking area next to them. In the blink of an eye, a small mountain of materials was formed. King Wolf and the other wolves were instantly confused, especially the King's Wolf. At this moment, it shook violently. The mind was blown, the hanging pots were filled, and new doors were opened in a flash. So, this was how Yi Fan was able to get past so much food. It turns out that they, the wolves, can still get food through this method. The King Wolf looked fiercely at Yi Fan, who was greatly popular with the humans. This guy, he's still a god. Chapter 51 The Three Beauties Together. Shuangxi, Lin Men, I'll leave this place to you. After staying for 2 hours, Yi Fan gave an explanation to Shuangxi and Lin Men, and also intended to leave. He still had an appointment with Lin Xia today, so he had to go there a little early to make it work. Noticing Wang Wolf's gaze, looking over from time to time, Yi Fan secretly smiled and said, Wang Wolf, learn from it, and in the future, there will be a chance for you to perform to humans. Yes, Wang Wolf's eyes lit up with a leap of faith. Seeing that Yi Fan was able to obtain a large amount of food just by casually acting cute, it was also moved. But letting him perform like Yi Fan did, it was embarrassed for a moment. Yi Fan also saw what was in the mind of the King Wolf, but he didn't let it rush onto the stage to perform. It was also different now than it had been in the past. Before there was only one Netflix wolf, Yi Fan. That was why Yi Fan was able to cause humans to marvel at him by casually playing a couple of tricks, thus obtaining a large amount of food. This avenue is, in fact, the same as Netflix Live. It's all about dressing up as clowns to win over the audience and get food. It was just that Yi Fan, as a wild wolf, was relatively new, but with double happiness and prosperity also making repeated appearances in front of people. Gradually the common coyote no longer attracted much interest. So it's all about showmanship and juggling when Netflix wolves want more food. Of course, Yi Fan didn't need to. He had so many halo deeds attached to him that even if he didn't use anything and stood there, he would probably have a large number of people willing to give food. And the likes of double happiness and proximity have now evolved to the point where they have to perform backflips to catch food. This was still something that Yi Fan had instructed the two of them on. This was because double happiness and prosperity had also discovered that people's enthusiasm for them would relatively decrease a lot if Yi Fan was not there. Noticing this, Yi Fan had instructed them so that they could be loved by people as well. In such a situation, it was naturally less easy for other coyotes to win people's favor. Looks like the training department needs to get up and running soon as well. On his way to the appointment, Yi Fan realized this again. Their company was called 3 Wolves, so naturally they couldn't just have 3 wolves, but they had to hatch more Netflix wolves to make it work. After all, Netflix are all going to go out of fashion. Even Yi Fan doesn't dare to guarantee that he will be popular for how long. But if there are enough Netflix wolves under his command, then he will be able to form a traffic matrix. No matter how much you toss and turn in the future, you won't have to worry about food. But then Yi Fan still shook his head. If a training department is to be set up, it is obvious that he can only be in charge of it. But at the moment, he was not available, so he had to put it on hold for now. As he thought about this, soon, Yi Fan once again arrived at the Tibetan Wildlife Protection Station. The place where Yi Fan and Lin Shuya had an appointment was also here. Fruity. Coming over here, Yi Fan immediately saw a familiar SUV at the animal station. It was the SUV that Lin Shuya was traveling in when he first met with him. Yi Fan immediately ran over on all fours. Just to Yi Fan's surprise, on the SUV, in addition to Lin Shuyi sitting on the driver's seat, there were also 2 women sitting on the co-pilot and the back seat. Ah, Nettlewolf, there you are. Recognize me. I heard Sister Yi say you'd be here and didn't believe her, but I didn't think you'd really come. The cute woman on the passenger side chirped and laughed as soon as she saw Yi Fan. Yi Fan was stunned and then recognized the visitor. It was Ro who was traveling with Lin Shuya at that time. Ow! Yi Fan hurriedly called out joyfully. That's a big patron. Speaking of which, at that time when they first met, Lin Shuya was not as kind to him as Xiao Ro was to him. On Yi Fan Wolf's face, there was an obvious look of joy. Sister Yi, look, is Nettle Wolf laughing? Ha ha. Xiao Ro saw the look of joy on Yi Fan's face and immediately became elated again. Lin Shuyi was somewhat helpless at this time and introduced to Yi Fan. This guy is stalking to follow me here. I can't do anything about it. Originally, Xiao Ro heard that Lin Shuya was going to shoot a video for Yi Fan, and immediately pushed her work to seek over. Or maybe Zoe came over this time for work. She was signed by a studio after her last fire. Originally, Xiao Ro had a good appearance, and the studio side was planning to let her take the face route. Unfortunately, after posting a dozen or so works, the traffic was unsatisfactory, and altogether, it was not enough for a tenth of the video she made of Yi Fan. So, after the studio side heard that she knew Lin Shuya, they immediately gave her a vacation. They say they're here to have fun, but Zoe knows that the owner of her studio is still in it for the money. Because of the current online environment, as long as you get involved with the Netflix Wolf Yi Fan, it's all equivalent to getting rich. The idea of a small soft boss was not too repulsive, because she really wanted to come over and play with Yi Fan too. Thus, there was also the situation where she met up with Lu Yi again. At this time, Lin Shuya also introduced, this is the director of the Zoo Protection Station. This is Qin Shuang. I don't know if you remember? Yi Fan looked at the sound, and what entered his eyes was a beautiful young woman. Who else is there if not Qin Shuang? Xiao Ro's appearance was not a surprise to Yi Fan, but it was the fact that Qin Shuang had also come that really surprised Yi Fan. Seemingly seeing Yi Fan's surprise, Lin Shuyi continued to explain. Station Chief Qin is familiar with this side of the Tibetan area, so I asked her to act as a temporary guide for us for a while. One thing Lin Shuya didn't say was that Qin Shuang had studied wildlife deeply, so she had purposely brought her along this time as well. Qin Shuang sniffed and immediately nodded to Yi Fan. It was just that what made Qin Shuang a little stunned was that Yi Fan also nodded to her. Xiao Ro's voice then rang out. Ha ha, did you guys see that? It seems like the Nettle Wolf can actually understand us. Zoe's beautiful eyes glowed in amazement. On her way here, she naturally also learned from Lin Shuya about Yi Fan's behavior when he came to the Wildlife Protection Station earlier. Knowing that the Netflix Wolf even listened to the tourism ambassador, Ro naturally became even more energized. Then let's get going. Lin Shuya saw that Yi Fan didn't mind the extra 2 people, and immediately his heart was relieved. Then she subconsciously said, but the words came out of her mouth, and she was a little embarrassed. The place to go this time, a desert oasis, is still a long way from the wildlife refuge. We can't let Yi-fan run over there, can we? Sister Yi, where are you going to place the nettle wolf? At this time, Xiaorou also sensed that something was wrong. They were so excited just now that they forgot that they should place Yi-fan there. Letting it run through like that is obviously not appropriate, but it doesn't seem like it would be a good idea to let him get in the car. Although Yi-fan hadn't been showing aggression, it didn't seem right to rashly stay inside a closed car with him. Lin Shuya slapped his head in chagrin. Previously, Yi-fan had promised her, so much so that she had forgotten how to place Yi-fan. Instead, at this time, Qin Shuang, who was sitting in the back seat, suggested, "Why don't we go to that iron cage inside?" Iron cages. They're inside the wildlife refuge. Lin Shuya and Xiaorou's eyes lit up when they saw this, but right at this moment, Yi-fan made a move that made them unexpected. Chapter 52, A Day in the Life of a Live Webcam Wolf. Qin Frost's advice is indeed good, but before Lin Shuyi and Xiaorou could state their position, Lin Fan had suddenly made a move that surprised the three of them. Whoosh! With a deft leap of his body, Yi-fan jumped onto the back seat of the car. This sudden move of his immediately startled Lin Shuya and Xiaorou. Qin Shuang did not scream out, but her body could not help but tense up. It's still the same. No matter how high Yi-fan's IQ was, they still couldn't ignore Yi-fan's identity as a wild wolf. After all, a dog approaching suddenly would startle many people, let alone a wolf. Good thing, Yi-fan wasn't an ordinary wolf. Seeing that Lin Shuya's trio was a bit startled, he hurriedly made a trip to the back seat, exposing his belly. Ha ha, Nettlewolf is pouting. He looks like a dog. Lin Shuya and Xiaorou were immediately amused. Qin Shuang was also stunned and couldn't help but reach out and stroke Yi-fan's furry stomach. In this moment, it really seemed like she was petting a dog, too, and a well-behaved and gentle pet dog. Qin Frost was filled with amazement. Is this the same Netflix wolf that angrily pounced on a human trafficker not too long ago? How smart is this internet wolf? Really? Stroking Yi-fan's stomach, Qin Shuang was getting more and more fond of it. Station Chief Qin, how do you feel? Seeing Qin Shuang's action, Xiaorou instantly became energized. She also wanted to reach out to wipe it, but ended up in a position where she couldn't reach it. Qin Shuang suddenly lost his smile. Wouldn't you know if you came to try? Yes, Xiaorou immediately answered, and immediately left Lin Shuya alone in the front and ran to the other side of the back seat. Let me touch it too. Let me touch it too. Zoe came over excitedly. Yi-fan deliberately twisted his body to match her touch, which instantly made Xiaorou laugh. Zoe, you ran to the back and left me alone to do the front. At this time, Lin Shu also said with dissatisfaction. However, while speaking, Lin Shu also had her eyes frequently looking towards Yi-fan. Well, actually, she wanted to touch it. Now, though, she had to drive, so obviously she couldn't get together. And seeing this, Lin Shuya didn't worry anymore and simply started the vehicle directly. Ha ha, that's so cute. I'm going to film it again. Nope, try turning it on live. Looking at Yi-fan's hair tumbling in his arms, Xiaorou laughed loudly and suddenly pulled out her cell phone. Originally, she wanted to make a video, but suddenly, changed her mind. She's going live on Netflix Wolf. Speaking of which, after separating from Yi-fan again earlier, Xiaorou actually regretted it. She was on the internet, watching those Netflix wolves broadcasting live. The minimum was 10,000 people online. Some horrible ones, even 100,000 people online. With such a large audience, the gifts were that much better. At that time, Zoe, too, had some eye candy. But now, it was her turn. Hey, this heavenly riches. It's finally my turn. Xiaorou cheered, and after casually shooting a video, she directly opened the live broadcast room. She knew that even a casual video about Yi-fan would gain huge attention. Then if she's on air, netizens will follow the video right into the live stream. Xiaorou thought about it, and instantly changed the title of the live broadcast, to Come See a Day in the Life of a Netflix Wolf. A very bland title, but because of the words Netflix Wolf, it instantly becomes extraordinary. And compared to the live broadcasts of Netflix Wolf Army Live, Netflix Wolf Team, Netflix Wolf Live and other live broadcasts in the same time period, Xiaorou's live broadcast seems to be more appealing. A quick look at a day in the life of a Netflix Wolf? What do you mean? Is Netflix Wolf on her side? Holding this curiosity, many netizens were running into Xiaorou's live room. In an instant, the number of people online in Xiaorou's live broadcast room exceeded 1,000. Zoe was astonished. So many people so soon? Though she's a million followers now, she doesn't target her fans very well, and generally the live streams are watched by a steady few hundred people, and that was still the peak moment. But what about now? In a flash, it surpassed the previous peak. Who's this? Where's my Netflix Wolf? What's going on? Get this woman out of here. Didn't you say Nettle Wolf? How come you can't even see the wolf's shadow? Yeah, There's at least some wolf minions next door. What's going on in this live room? Don't worry first. I've looked around. This anchor seems to be the girl who posted the Netflix wolf video that became a big hit before. Maybe she's really going to live stream Netflix wolf. Hurry up, anchor. I'm tired of looking at pretty girls. I just want to see Netflix wolves now. The number of people inside Zoe's live room was obviously all real. In an instant, the comments section was overrun by numerous netizens. Not having seen the Netflix wolf first, many people were a little angry. Even if Xiaoro was a beautiful woman, with the added beauty, she's prettier than any of the actresses. But perhaps Netflix wolf's fans have a special focus. If it was a live wolf minion, they would all be able to watch for a while. But trying to keep them with a beautiful woman or something odd was absolutely impossible. Ro read the comments and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Sister Yi, am I that unattractive that these people want to see Nettle Wolf and don't want to see me? There was even talk of vaulting me out. Lin Shuya was dumbfounded at his words. Qin Shuang, who was next to him, came over to take a look and couldn't help but blush oddly as well. Ha, and who is this beautiful woman? I'm going to go. The words of two great beauties have made me a little more patient. What a beautiful woman. Late at night would make sense, but I just want to see Netflix wolves right now. Anchor is a title party or not? If so, I'll leave. If not, don't mind giving the anchor a carnival brush. Holy, can't Big Brother hide the fact that he's rich? Launching a challenge to give $100 a person. I'll go straight to face with the Netflix wolf. There are still a lot of comments, but the numbers have started to drop back down as they spike to 4,000 or 5,000. Seeing this, Xiaoro knew that she really couldn't stay, and had no choice but to shift the camera. With that, he said, okay, you guys win. You want the Netflix wolf. Here it comes. Almost as soon as Ro said this, the screen inside the live broadcast room turned, a furry image that reveals itself. Just as the netizens were a bit confused, the camera pulled back and a wolf shadow was suddenly revealed. Look, isn't that the Nettle wolf you wanted? Ro's smug voice rang out. The experience of being able to livestream a Netflix wolf so closely was enough for her to go back and blow it off for half a year. And as Yi Fan's figure appeared, inside the live broadcasting room, a crowd of netizens were instantly shocked. The next second, a rocket shot up in the air. Crap, an arrow through the clouds. Thousands of troops to meet. This is the Big Brother just now. Right, for real? The netizens inside the live broadcast room were immediately startled by the sudden appearance of the rocket. Chapter 53, this is a pervert, isn't it? Boom. Inside the live broadcast room, a rocket ascension special effect instantly flooded the room. Holy, that sends rockets. Zoe's mouth dropped open in shock. She had been live before, but never received a rocket. Never in a million years would I have thought that this had just revealed the Netflix wolf and received a reward from a Big Brother. Rocket's presence instantly brought a wave of traffic as well. The live room, whose original number of people had been declining, stabilized all of a sudden, and immediately afterward, it was a crazy spike. These passers-by attracted in, as well as the netizens who had stayed inside the live broadcast room, all began to spontaneously retweet the live broadcast room up. It was simple enough to appear inside the picture, and it was really the Netflix wolf. I think it's Nettle Wolf, right? It should be it. I remember its size. But what's going on now? This kid, why is he lying in the arms of two beautiful women? It's over. Nettle Wolf is surrounded by beautiful women. This isn't a cyber wolf. This is a sex wolf. Right. Looking at Yi Fan, who was lying on the lap of two beautiful women spreading their joy, the netizens flirted. The somewhat discordant atmosphere just now instantly became joyful. Zoe was shocked. This was the first time she had live-streamed Yi Fan, and at this moment, she finally felt the extent of Yi Fan's fire. Surprisingly, everyone had a look of infinite fondness for this nettlesome wolf. It really is so popular. As the rocket effects disappear, a single gift effect, once again, rises up. In the blink of an eye, Zoe made several $1,000s. Holy, are there that many rich people among those who like Netflix wolves? Speaking of which, Ro's condition, it wasn't bad at all. Usually, it costs a lot for living expenses. But now, she, too, is shocked by the generosity of her online friends. Immediately after Xiaoro glanced at Yi Fan, she couldn't help but bring her cell phone in front of him and laughed. Netflix wolf, look at this, how popular you are. The entire live broadcasting room, they are all looking for you. Qin Shuang, who was next to him, sniffed and also came over to take a look, only to be instantly shocked by Xiaoro's live page. A screen full of gifts and comments. It's worth mentioning that Qin Frost, as a young man, also knew what Shake Shack Live was about. Even in the past, inside the wildlife conservation station, some of the employees initiated a live broadcast to nag the netizens a bit. Over time, it was difficult for Qin Shuang to not know the rules of live broadcasting, and at this point right now, it seems from this level of fire, even the live room of a superstar anchor is just like that. This time, with Xiao Rou's movements. Yi Fan naturally saw her cell phone. The moment he saw the cell phone, in Yi Fan's eyes, he couldn't help but flash a color of remembrance. Speaking of which, he hadn't played with his cell phone in a while, had he? Oh, the days when you used to keep your cell phone in your hand seem to be gone now. Miraculously, perhaps because of the change in identity, Yi Fan didn't feel much discomfort. Secretly shaking his head, Yi Fan's attention then fell on the cell phone screen. He was naturally no stranger to live footage. Just as soon as he saw the number of people inside the live broadcast room, Yi Fan couldn't help but shrink his pupils. So many people, only to see that the number of people presented in the upper right corner of Xiao Rou's live broadcast room was as high as 50,000 people. What is the concept of 50,000 people? This is already super hot ground. Boom boom boom. Just as Yi Fan marveled, Zoe's cell phone. 3 more strong shocks. The gift is a special effect that instantly fills the full screen. Holy carnival. And all at once, 3 of them. Yi Fan's spirit lifted. Xiao Rou was also very excited and thanked her in succession. Thank you for the carnival from Brother 4 Seasons. Love you. Nope. It's Netflix Wolf loves you yo. Zoe was all smiles by the end of her sentence. The netizens also shouted 666 up in unison. It's really a living, breathing big brother. It's swiped tens of thousands of dollars, hasn't it? The rich live in a way that we don't understand, and their tens of thousands of dollars may be the same as if we had spent a few. Don't brush it off to this colorful wolf. I have a feeling it's suspected of becoming Momonosuke. By the way, I don't know if you've noticed, but the Netflix wolves and the anchors, they seem to be staying directly together. Finally, someone said it. I was going to say the same thing. Does the anchor really not want to die for Genji? The anchor is better to be careful. When something really happens, the blogger is in danger even if, may even be the net red wolf is finished. Inside the live broadcast room, a pop-up screen continued to rise. During this time, someone finally noticed the bizarre state of Netflix wolf. At this moment, it was surprisingly unprotected, following the 2 beauties to stay together. In that case, wouldn't that mean that the nettle wolf would be able to attack the 2 beauties whenever he wanted to? It's too dangerous. Even Brother 4 Seasons, who was furiously swiping gifts, told Rou to be safe. Seeing this information, Xiao Rou immediately explained. So the netizens quickly realized what had just happened. Never in a million years would I have thought that a Netflix wolf would ride in a car and pick a spot. And now the reason why it was lying in Xiao Rou and Qin Frost's arms, turned out to be pampering and begging to be released over. Such a scenario was a relief to the nosy netizens as well. After all, they didn't want Netflix wolf to stop broadcasting for some reason after he had just started live. Now this is a situation that is naturally the best. And while Xiaowei was conversing and interacting with the netizens, the netizen wolf that Yi Fan had transformed into was still staring blankly at the cell phone screen. The image of that 4 Seasons brother furiously swiping gifts just now was naturally seen by Yi Fan. Yi Fan secretly estimated, surprised to find that such a short little will, even if the small soft platform draw, but also earns several tens of thousands of dollars. It's hard to imagine how much money Zoe can actually make from a live broadcast. And also Yi Fan also noticed that the live room is still constantly on people. And there is a strong trend of rushing to 100,000 people. In this instant, Yi Fan knew that Xiao Rou was going to send it. With this kind of popularity, it's not too easy to make a few $1 million. Thinking of this, Yi Fan couldn't help but fall into a deep thought. Obviously, he gets a lot of credit for Zoe's prosperity. So isn't it normal for Zoe to share half of the money she earns with him? At this time, Yi Fan couldn't help but hit on Xiao Rou's idea. In addition, Xiao Rou's cell phone also made Yi Fan's eyes hot. In Yi Fan's opinion, he could completely remove the middleman, making a difference in price. The short answer is that he runs his own live stream and then takes all the money into his own pocket. But there are a lot of challenges that need to be solved to make this happen. First, Yi Fan must have a cell phone. Secondly, he must also be able to manipulate the phone to do so. Otherwise, you won't even be able to sign up for an account, let alone perform complex live streaming operations. So, did Coyote make a cell phone? Yi Fan fell into a deep thought. In the next second, he suddenly made an amazing move. Chapter 54 Netflix Wolf gives you songs to sing. Just then, Yi Fan made another amazing move. He actually stretched out his claws and reached towards the cell phone in Zoe's hand. Netflix Wolves? What are you going to do? Seeing this, Xiao Rou couldn't help but ask strangely. Station Chief Qin, what is the nettle wolf going to do? Hearing this, Qin Shuang also frowned lightly. Well, she couldn't read Yi Fan's meaning either. Qin Shuang then admonished, don't reject him yet, and see what he wants to do first. Qin Shuang knew that in this current situation, their danger was actually not completely eliminated yet. It is still possible for the Netflix wolves to attack them. The nettle wolf's behavior, though, had been good, showing no aggression while being emotionally stable. So maybe the unusual behavior of the Netflix wolf is now just being surprised by the phone? Or perhaps curiosity in the face of novelty? Hearing Qin Shuang's words, Xiao Rou naturally did as she was told. Watching the claws reach out, her body froze and she didn't dare move a muscle. Yifan didn't realize that one of his subconscious actions would make Xiao Rou so nervous. He really just wanted to look at the phone and try to see if he could operate it now. If he could, he might not even have to foolishly take wolves such as double happiness back and forth toward the skyway, straight out of the lair as soon as the anchor opens. A little talent show, a wave of gift harvesting. Well, it all comes together right away. Not only is it easier this way, but the money you make is not less, but more. It's almost like a double whammy. Nope, maybe it's a triple score, because after having a cell phone, Yifan might be able to do online shopping as well. What can't you buy with all that money from the net? That would be too good to be true. It was important to know that Yifan had been operating with the wolves these days, although he had obtained a large amount of food and even supplies. However, such a situation still couldn't satisfy Yifan. After all, a lot of the time the food and supplies he gets, if he asks the humans for them, are random. They are only able to pick and choose from them according to their preferences. But it would be comfortable to be able to shop online on your own, buy whatever you want to eat and dress exactly as you like. Overall, having a cell phone and being able to control it is a great thing to have. Thinking of the wonderful thing, Yifan was a little excited, so he didn't pay too much attention to Xiao Rou's reaction. His movements, though, were just not very large. Probably just reach out and grab, gently, a little bit on the phone. Soon, Xiao Rou's face became odd. The netizens inside the live broadcast room also froze. Why is the song playing all of a sudden? Ouch. Not bad. It's a Chao Dong song. Netflix wolf seems to have pressed his cell phone. Anchor, you're not going to tell me that this song, Secret That Cannot Be Told, was ordered by Netflix wolf, are you? Ha ha, since it's a secret that can't be told anymore. Upstairs you don't have to ask. A familiar melody rang out inside the live broadcast. The netizens were amazed. They also noticed the Netflix wolves touching their cell phones. So the song at hand is Netflix Wolf Point? Aha, is that a coincidence? At this time, Zoe also looked at her cell phone in amazement. The pleasant music that had come out of the cell phone. It's Jay's song Can't Tell a Secret. Ha ha, that song was played by Nettle Wolf. Zoe froze for a moment, then snorted with laughter. Qin Shuang was also dumbfounded. Never in a million years did I expect Nettle Wolf to reach over and claw his way through. And the end result, a song was played. What? Zoe, what's Netflix Wolf doing? What playing a song? Lin Shuya, who was concentrating on his stance in front of him, heard this and couldn't help but ask. The back seat seemed to be buzzing with activity, but she had to drive and didn't join in. Now that she heard the song, she couldn't help but wonder. Xiao Rou didn't answer Lin Shuyi the first time, but instead looked at Yifan with bright eyes. Netflix Wolf, are you a fan of Zhou Dong too? Saying so, Zoe giggled. Qin Shuang, however, was a bit strange, only to see that the Nettle Wolf was fixed in place after ordering the song. At this time, Yifan was actually listening to a song. Speaking of which, he hadn't listened to a song in a long time since he became a coyote. As soon as the now familiar melody rose, he couldn't help but drift off a bit. As for whether or not he's a fan of Chow, is that even a question? That's all. 2 minutes later, a song was broadcast. At this time, the netizens of the live broadcast were excited to talk again. The Netflix wolf seems to be listening to the song as well, and has his eyes closed in a look of enjoyment. Oh my, ha ha, I saw that too. It's not possible that he's really a fan of Zhou Dong, is it? Zhou Dong is awesome. I suddenly want to listen to Zhou Dong's songs again. Just then, too, a rocket shot up into the sky again. A side message that takes up most of the screen. Anchor, can I get Netflix Wolf to order me a song called Maple? The person who made the reward was the same giant man, Brother Four Seasons. Seeing this force, the netizens immediately laughed and pulled. I'm not ashamed to say that I'm a four-season giant. Thousands of dollars just to listen to one song. I've told you not to compare your values with those of the rich. Is there a shortage of pendants for Big Brother's thighs? Hey, you lickspittles, don't brush off your presents. This is Netflix Wolf's live room. The big man actually ordered Maple. It's a seasonal change. Emo? I'm more interested in knowing if the Netflix Wolf really knows how to order a song? Seeing the comments and gifts from the netizens, Xiao Rou instantly looked at Yifan in a revitalized manner. Cyberwolf, were you just ordering a song? How about another one? Zoe followed the advice. In her opinion, it was still very difficult for Yifan to fulfill the request of the Four Seasons brother, but it doesn't seem to be a problem to get him to order a song again. After all, just now, it seemed like Yifan was also messing around with the clicks to the songs. Only the next thing that left Rou dumbfounded happened. Yifan's hand clawed and reached for the cell phone once again. Then, under Xiao Rou's dumbfounded gaze, He also clicked on the list of songs, then found Jay Chou's Maple and precisely clicked on it. When the intro, which contained a hint of sadness, played, Xiao Rou froze. Next to Qin Shuang, he was also too shocked to speak, even though they both know that the Netflix wolf is smart. But such a performance is no longer as simple as being smart. It's almost demonic. Of course, at this time, the most shocked ones were the netizens inside the live broadcast room. Am I hearing it wrong? It's really Zhou Dong's phone. My mom asked why she was kneeling for the song, and after explaining it to her, she knelt next to me. Guys, don't get excited yet. Maybe, it's not Netflix wolf point? Nima, this can be fake. We all saw it with our own eyes. Oh my god, Netflix wolf can still order songs. At this moment, the netizens were in awe. Immediately afterward, they were as if they had discovered a new continent, and each of them became excited. Chapter 55 Netflix wolf has a team. Nettlewolf, you can order a song. When Xiao Rou saw Yifan's maneuver, she was first stunned, then her large eyes instantly lit up frighteningly. Originally, she didn't expect that Yifan would even order songs, but now, she's seen it with her own eyes, so it's still a lie. But the question is, how can a Netflix wolf order a song? Has it seen anyone operate before? But is it possible to learn such things? Qin Shuang, who was next to him, was also shocked with her beautiful eyes rounded. Zoe just marveled at the fact that Netflix wolves could order songs, but as a bystander, she saw more. That is, since Yifan was able to order songs, it also proved that he knew how to use a cell phone. A coyote can play with a cell phone. To not be so counterintuitive, who would believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes? And at this point inside the live broadcast, for 100,000 people, there are also 80,000 people who don't believe it. After all, from the angle of the picture, it does appear that the Netflix wolf is operating the cell phone, but it doesn't rule out that it's someone else, off-screen, using video angles to help the Netflix wolf operate. As a result, inside the live broadcast, there were quite a few skeptical voices. I suspect not. Netflix wolves can order songs. That's too much. I'm guessing the anchor pressed it from the sidelines. But I don't believe it anyway. Brothers, it's not that I don't support the Netflix wolf, but this is unbelievable. A wolf that can order songs. It just doesn't make sense. Anchor, stop pretending. It makes sense. Now many netizens say they don't have a team, but after they become red, all of them are blown out to have a team. The fish-selling girl, and whoever that is, are all like that. It's possible, and now I suspect, that Netflix wolf is also being packaged by a mysterious team. After all, it's okay to find someone to ask for something, but fighting human traffickers and opening a fan meeting group, one is more than a ripoff. Anchor, hurry up and illustrate this. There were more voices of skepticism, and even those who originally believed it were a bit hesitant. What you guys are saying seems to make some sense. I'm going to go. The Netflix wolf I like so much. It can't be a creation of capital, can it? It doesn't matter if it's actually built. If you can build a persona like Netflix wolf, it's pretty awesome too. The capitalists make the money. We make the hustle and bustle. At this time, even the current list of the first 4 seasons of The Brother are initiating the gift at the same time. Change the doubt. This quote appears in the gift swipe. Can the anchor come out and say, was the song just ordered by Netflix wolf? Xiao Rou, who had been following the live broadcast, naturally noticed the questionable situation. What? You suspect Nettlewolf has a team? Rou exclaimed, exploding with anger. She is also an anchor, so she knows the difference. It's important for an anchor to suddenly catch fire, with or without a team package. Generally speaking, anchors who are not packaged by a team will have more roadkill when they become popular than those who are packaged by a team. The roadrunner thing is important. There's no way to stay hot without a roadie, just with a few loyal fans. This situation is especially deadly when it comes to Netflix wolves, because Netflix wolves, totally, rose to prominence by being horrible roadies. Those who have seen him, love him, and those who haven't, are curious. And Netflix wolf's roadkill conversion rate is almost 100%. As far as Xiao knows, there are even 3 bloggers with 10 million followers who have publicly expressed their love for the Netflix wolf. In a situation like this, it can be extremely disruptive to the Netflix wolf if it is perceived, or mistakenly perceived, as having a team wrapping it up. Let me say it once again for the record. Netflix wolf has no team. The reason why he caught fire is entirely his own doing. Rou is really angry. The position of Nettlewolf in her mind was now irreplaceable, and whoever denigrated Nettlewolf was working against her. And she couldn't know better if Netflix wolf had a team or not. It's not right, anchor. You seem to be the same person who started publicizing the Nettlewolf. Your words are not very credible. Also, how did you get a date with a Netflix wolf without a team? Yes, it's very questionable. Even if the cyberwolves are not aggressive and are smart, how did they dare to get so close? There's also the fact that a lot of the Netflix wolves operate, and it's all very confusing, and it's really hard to believe that there's not a team operating behind the scenes. Seeing this, Ro became even more angry. She instantly yelled into the live feed, "Yes, what do I have to do to prove that Nettlewolf doesn't have a team?" Hearing this, the netizens were instantly happy, and they were inexplicably a bit excited by this situation where they could verify whether or not the Netflix wolf had a team. Because of this situation, it is highly likely that you are witnessing history. What happened next, on the contrary, made Xiao Ro somewhat unable to look at it. Boom boom boom. Inside the live broadcast room, the lights were instantly opened and all the colors rose. It's the phenomenon of being swept away by tons of gifts. Do these people, questioning Netflix wolf, even swipe gifts? But the one who swiped the most aggressively was the one called Brother 4 Seasons. I also don't know where the godly man came from. All of a sudden, he swiped another $100,000. Anchor, don't be angry, we just want to know. Having a team won't affect our liking for Netflix wolf, and without a team, we'll be more supportive of him. Brother 4 Seasons' words instantly gained the approval of most people. That's right, it does mean that. Yeah, it's so hard to see a netizen we like so much. We'll support him no matter what. 4 Seasons' big brother is right. We just want to know if he has a team. There is no malice. And of course, it would be more understandable if he doesn't have a team. Seeing these comments, Xiao Ro's anger, which repaired, gradually subsided. Alright, she didn't say anything more. As for how to prove it, netizens have given various ways. Xiao Ro immediately chose the simplest of them all. Station Chief Qin, lend me your cell phone. Qin Shuang was stunned and turned to hand her cell phone to Xiao Ro. Xiao Ro then opened the live broadcast in Qin Shuang's shaking voice. Immediately afterward, she turned to her cell phone camera and said, "As long as the conquering Netflix wolf is ordering his own songs, that's all that matters, right?" Due to the limited conditions, this was really the only method they could verify at the moment. Next, Xiao Ro turned the camera around so that she and Yifan were in the same frame. Most importantly, at this moment, the Nettlewolf's entire body appeared inside the picture. Netflix wolf, order a song for Netflix. Xiao Ro raised her eyebrows and immediately said to Yifan. At this moment, the entire picture was aimed at Yifan. At this time, Qin Shuang's cell phone, on the other hand, was placed in front of Yifan. Inside the live broadcast room, more than 100,000 people all held their breath and watched in anticipation. This Netflix wolf can really order a song. Chapter 56 Verification. Netflix wolf song room. At this time, inside Xiao Ro's live broadcast room, because of the constant heat, the number of people had heated up to more than 100,000 people. Sometimes the internet really is an amazing place. What was clearly just an ordinary human-wolf interaction attracted a strong crowd of countless people. Sure, mostly because, well, the guy's a Netflix wolf. Verify that Netflix wolf is not really that smart and has a team, and the results are forthcoming. Everyone was in anticipation, and at this time, Yifan was pleasantly surprised at how things were going. Just now his thoughts drifted above the live cell phone feed. In Yifan's thought, it would be cool if he also had a cell phone and was able to broadcast live. This is another conduit comparable to a tourist ambassador. So seeing the number of people in the live broadcast room continue to increase and the bounty surge like crazy, Yifan was also excited. It didn't matter if Ro didn't share the money he earned from this even if Ro didn't share it with him. At least through this he has realized how strong his traffic popularity is. In this way, the only problem that needs to be solved is the cell phone. Of course, there's signal, power and all that, which also needs to be addressed. But at his current popularity, none of that seems to be a problem. Yifan suddenly thought, with his current appeal, he might be able to make the mobile or telecom company, on the Tibetan side, to give him a separate installment of communication or crooked fast. Or even, he could have the cell phone company develop a separate Coyote-branded special cell phone for himself. Yifan felt that this matter was still a big possibility. After all, everything starts with profit. Anything is possible if he has enough interest in him, or has enough money. Not to mention setting up cell towers in the wilderness and all that. Even installing an elevator in the Himalayas wouldn't be a problem. With this in mind, the development inside the live broadcast room also made Yifan joyful up. Even the more the netizens questioned it, the happier he was. Because then there is controversy. And when controversy occurs, people will reward it. And this, too, was the reason why Xiao Ro had received so many rewards one after another. Thinking of this, Yifan looked at the cell phone in front of him and suddenly laughed. Go away you. So, in the limelight, Yifan stretched out his claws and operated on top of Qin Shuang's cell phone. A little bit, another little bit. The melody rose from Qin Shuang's cell phone. Although it was somewhat whispered, the crowd inside the live broadcast room still heard it. That's Jay's nunchucks. Oh hash. It was still possible to mishear the voice, but Qin Shuang's cell phone screen clearly showed the playback page of Nunchuck as well. At this moment, everyone's hearts were shaken as if they had been hit by nunchucks. I'll be damned. 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 This time, Netflix Wolf, do you want to be so contrary? You kid. Now I'm on my knees in front of the phone with my mom and my dad, all three of my family. Scalp Nama, this net red wolf, not what wild wolf, not what wolf king, but the wolf god really ing god. I now announce that Netflix Wolf has absolutely no team packaging. He really caught fire with his own ingenuity. Love it, love it. Netflix Wolf is male or female. I feel like I don't need to be stuck so dead to find the object race. Yes, not to mention a date. If Nettlewolf is willing, I'll even be his daughter to support him in his old age. In an instant, the inside of the live broadcast room exploded. It wasn't because of the explosive rhythm of the nunchucks, but rather Yifan's anticlimactic maneuver. This Netflix Wolf can really order a song, and from what I saw earlier, he's also deliberately ordered Jay's song. Is it still a Chow fan? Oh, my god, everyone's shocked. Netflix Wolf's operation shattered all rumor legends. It really doesn't have a team, because there is simply no team that can train a wolf that smart. Not even a circus. That said, even if there is a real team, so what? To be able to train a wolf to this point, this team deserves him to make money. Also, the Netflix Wolf spotting operation steals a lot of information. For example, Netflix Wolf not only orders songs, but also has his own preferred singer, which is Jay Cho. Such a situation instantly added several more layers of aura to Yifan's existence. Reacting to the reality, it was that inside the live broadcast room, the gifts instantly exploded. The earthy gods and goddesses led by Brother Four Seasons completely dominated the list. It was as if they were fighting over who was going to be number one on the list. You know, all the other anchors, being number one on the list, have either explicit or implicit benefits, but Yifan's list one here is completely selfless, because no, they are desperate to reward because they simply love the Netflix Wolf. As for those little red hearts of flowers, it was even more so, and within a short period of time, they were clicked into the hundreds of millions. Immediately afterward, the crowd was still inside the live stream, clicking songs along. Netflix Wolf, I want to hear a back off. Netflix Wolf, and me, give me points first romantic cell phone. Thanks to the cell phone, let us meet. I think this is the man-wolf power of romance. Netflix Wolf, we're SD Pictures. We want to invite you to make a movie about a man-wolf love affair. You'll definitely gain more fans then. Sing a song a song of simple love, on behalf of my love for you. Xiao Rou looked at the live room that exploded again, and her entire body was dumbfounded. Gifts, lots of gifts, so many gifts, Zoe can't even count them. She looked at the comments again and couldn't help but be dumbfounded. So many people had rewarded her with thousands and thousands of dollars just to make the Netflix Wolf order a song. In addition, there were even movie studios that threw offers at Yifan. Oh, my god. Xiao Rou came back to her senses, and only then did she hand her cell phone to Yifan. Cyberwolf, can I trouble you for a couple more songs? Those bigots still have their demands to fulfill. Yifan didn't have a problem with it either. It was just another temporary business wave. In fact, it's much easier than even being on the Skyway. And this time, Yifan's figure was once again covered up a bit. Not even the location of his hand claws were seen. But the crowd was no longer skeptical. It's even a jukebox craze once again. A lot of people have earned and squandered a lot of money just to be able to order a song. The newcomers to the network were confused. The newcomer is a bit strange. Which star's live room is this? Ordering a song that expensive? Could it be Knife Lang? What knife? This is Netflix Wolf. And when you order a song from him, it's not sung, it's played straight. The netizens were confused. It's nothing to reward the anchor and let him sing. But what is going on now? It's not even if the anchor doesn't sing, but he just turns on acoustic songs to deal with people. Who is this? These outside viewers, having watched a coyote gradually appear in the picture, understood at once. Turns out it's Netflix Wolf. This is the song room of Netflix Wolf. As for the situation in the back seat, Lin Shu also couldn't care too much about it, but just focused on driving the car. Without realizing it, she led Yifan and the others close to their destination. It was a desert oasis, and in the center, a large lake like a huge clear spring came into view. But just then, Lin Shuya suddenly changed his face. Chapter 57, The Wilderness. The Lion. Unlike the startled Xiao Rou, Lin Shuya drove very quietly. Mostly, she wasn't too familiar with this side of the world, so even with navigation, the destination was still a bit hard to find. Well, it wasn't long before she still arrived without incident. It's a desert oasis-like location. In the center of the oasis, there was a lake like Jasper. Here it is. This is Jasper Lake. Pointing at the clear green lake in front of him, Lin Shuya turned his head and said to Yifan, the two men and a wolf. Xiao Rou, who was originally immersed inside the live broadcast, suddenly looked up. Upon seeing the lake ahead of her, she felt a sudden rush of empty God movement. Guys, look out front. Someone just asked why we were able to ride out with Nettlewolf, and I'm going to answer you now. As I'm sure many of you know by now, Netflix Wolf has the potential to become a tourist ambassador for the Tibetan region. So before that, we're going to take Netflix Wolf on a tour of various famous spots in the Tibetan region and shoot some videos. Immediately afterward, Xiao Ro turned to the live broadcast and began to introduce herself to the netizens. This, on the contrary, was also explained by Lin Shu. Let Zoe publicize the Tibetan area more when she has the chance. In this way, they would naturally get twice the result with half the effort in the future when they utilize the identity of the Netflix Wolf for publicity. It just so happened that this time the live broadcast was on, so naturally Xiao Ro wouldn't send over this opportunity. Immediately, the attention of some netizens was also attracted by the beautiful scenery of the scene. Beautiful indeed. Even Yifan couldn't help but sigh when he saw this. Being reborn, he had been working hard to survive, and even now, with a small amount of success, he didn't dare to burn out. Now that he suddenly saw such a beautiful view, he couldn't help but feel slightly relieved. On the contrary, it was Gene Frost, the Wildlife Conservation Station chief, who was looking at the environment of the lake at this time, but his eyebrows were darkly wrinkled, for she realized, to her surprise, that the lake was close to the no-man's land of Tibet. What is no-man's land? It is a place where few people pass by and where the living environment is so harsh that it is not suitable for human habitation for long periods of time. It was worth mentioning that Yifan, at that time, was released into such a no-man's land. It was also good that he had a hard life and recrossed out. Otherwise, he wouldn't know which coyote's meal he had become now. As the director of the Wildlife Protection Station, Xin Shuang knew very well where the uninhabited area was. Now that she saw how close the lake was to no man's land, she couldn't help but get a little worried. Since they were close to no man's land, it also meant that the chances of them encountering wild beasts increased greatly. Good on. The only thing in sight at the moment was a greenish-green spring in clarity, and there was nothing unusual to be found. Okay, here it is, get off. Lin Shu also shifted the vehicle in some more, then smiled at Xiao Ro and the others. Xiao Ro immediately smiled and walked off the ground, suddenly walking quickly towards Lin Shuya. Hey, Sister Yi, come and see how many people are in this live room. Zoe was obviously there to show off. Lin Shuya sniffed and froze. She also knew something about Xiao Ro's popularity, capped at a maximum of 1,000 people. This time, though, there should be more than 1,000 because of the presence of the Nettle Wolf, right? Despite having made some guesses as to the number of people inside the live room, but when Lin Shuya actually saw the number of people in Xiao Ro's live room, he was still shocked. In that instant, Lin Shuya froze. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 10,000, 100,000. If she wasn't mistaken, there were definitely 100,000 people in the audience here. 100,000 people. What a concept. The live broadcast room is 100,000 people online, which is already the top stream of the Shake Shack live broadcast. And Ro, just by virtue of the Netflix Wolf, had done it so easily. Looking back, Lin Shuya's eyes lit up. Now it seems that the Netflix Wolves are more popular than even they thought. In this way, Lin Shu also felt more confident about his next reports. Thinking like this, Lin Shuya looked at Yifan in the back seat of the car, and immediately became more and more joyful. Speaking up, Nettle Wolf is also well behaved. It had been almost a half-hour drive, but he was still no different. Nettle Wolf, well done. I'll take you to a good meal when we get back. Lin Shuya walked over and touched Yifan's wolf head. Originally, Yifan was planning to shake off Lin Shuyi's hand, but as soon as he heard the latter half of Lin Shuyi's sentence, he immediately hesitated. That said, he was tired of all that junk food, and it was okay to have a little bit of regular food. Thinking of this, Su Ming deliberately used a canine voice to express his friendship to Lin Shuya. Ha ha ha, the mouth of this internet wolf is truly gluttonous. If he didn't have a craving, he wouldn't have stopped the car on the national highway to ask for food. Laughing, where is this place? It's still pretty nice. The netizens laughed at this. The previous Netflix wolves, as terse as they were still shrouded in mystery to them. All because the Netflix wolf simply disappears after each business. But for once, being able to watch the daily routine of the Nettle Wolves made them greatly entertained up. Many netizens even asked Ro to take more shots of Netflix Wolf next. When Xiao Ro learned of this request, her face couldn't help but look a little odd. She naturally looked good. Lin Shu also and Qin Shuang, also a beauty in 100 miles. But it never occurred to me that in the face of their three beauties, the netizens would be more interested in Netflix Wolf. Is this a loss of morality or a sadness of human nature? However, Xiao Ro, who had received a lot of gifts again, hurriedly followed Yifan honestly again, and the lens in her hand. She couldn't wait to dislike Yifan's head. And next, after arriving at the location, Lin Shuya wandered around, looking for a suitable place to shoot. On the contrary, it was Xiaoro, who was still constantly communicating with the netizens inside the live broadcast room. From time to time, let Yifan open for business. Yifan was also very cooperative, mainly because he woke up early in the morning and was a little sleepy at this time, so he simply sat next to him and dozed off. When Xiaoro saw this, she immediately snickered again, and then took advantage of Yifan's sleep to take quite a few pictures of him. Look at your cell phone. About the Netflix wolf photo, a bold idea suddenly rose in row. That is, can we sell these photos? You know, as the Netflix wolf's fame soars, its signature, definitely a nice peripheral as well. Especially, on top of each photo, you could also have Yifan write his signature. When the time comes to make money, the two of them can just split it equally. Suddenly his eyes lit up at the thought. Zoe is almost ready to just bring in the stock photos. As a result, just at that moment, not far away came Lin Shuya's alarmed cry. Ah, help! Hearing this, Xiaoro and Qin Xuan were startled and hurriedly walked over. But in the next second, the two men's steps stopped in their tracks out of fear, only to see Lin Shuya sitting paralyzed on the ground. And in front of her, 10 meters away, was a lion with a reddish gaze. What? It's a lion. Chapter 58, The Lion and the Wolf. Ah, help! Suddenly, Lin Shuya's shriek rang out. Qin Xuan was stunned. Zoe couldn't help but stare as well. Yifan, who was napping, couldn't help but be awakened at once and looked over there, only to see Lin Shu also sitting paralyzed on the ground. 10 meters away from her was a beast with a shaggy head of hair and a reddish gaze. Lion! An adult male lion of the wilderness actually appeared here. At this instant, Qin Shuang and Xiaoro were both stunned by this, and then their faces changed drastically. Sister Yi, Zoe blanched. As for Qin Frost, who was the director of the Wildlife Protection Station, he was experienced enough to judge that it was a male lion that had come out to drink water, and somehow, they encountered each other over here. Qin Shuang's face sank. The most feared thing still happened. This is an area that should be free of beasts, but the nearby no man's land is different. It's not surprising that the beasts of no man's land run this way. So now, they are right up against a lion out for a drink. This is not good, because male lions in this state doesn't mean they won't hunt in passing. Don't yell yet, or you'll irritate it. Returning to his senses, Qin Shuang hurriedly said to Lin Shuya. Lin Shuya nodded in a panic, but his feet were already trembling unconsciously. Up to this point, she realized how terrifying these flesh-eating beasts really were. The sharp, emotionless eyes sent a chill up through her body, and at this point, maybe it's a matter of perspective. Xiaoro, who was holding a cell phone for live broadcasting, the cell phone in her hand, had clearly also captured Lin Shuya's side of the picture. On film, the majority of netizens froze when they saw this, and immediately afterward, countless comments surged up. Holy, did you see that right? That's like a lion. It's exciting. It's real wilderness. It doesn't seem strange that a lion would pop up. Guys, as much as we all love Nettle Wolf, please don't forget the environment on the Tibetan side. Buddies traveling there really have to be careful, because the beasts over there don't distinguish between no man's land and man's land. Situations like the blogger's current one are not really uncommon. I'll go. What time is it? You guys still have the heart to talk about this. The blogger and the others are in danger. What to do now? Can they beat that lion? It's not easy to be messed with at first glance. Hey, you guys have been talking about this for half a day. I've already called the police station over in the Tibetan area first. The netizens were heated, but they could only do nothing about it. They can't do anything because they're separated by a screen. The only thing that can be done is probably to notify the Tibetan police station over there to come to the rescue. But the incident was sudden. Even if the Tibetan police station side, the first time out to rescue, it is probably too late. What we have to see now is still the scene of Xiaoro and the others, whether they can be resolved first, or to alleviate the crisis. But it's clear, neither Xiaoro nor Lin Shuya possess this ability. Both girls were about to cry out as they watched the lion notice this way. It's still Qin Xuan who was more stable. Lin, don't be in a hurry. Slowly back up to our side. Never turn your back to it. At this time, Qin Xuan directly ordered up. Immediately after that, she said to Zoe, if you, hurry up and get in the car, then start it, and when we get up there, flee at the first opportunity. Yes, Xiaoro naturally had no problem with it, and immediately bespoke to the nearby SUV. As for Lin Shuya, she was also completely disoriented, doing whatever Qin Xuan said. 1 step, 2 steps, Lin Shuya stared dead on at the lion not far away, his figure slowly retreating. At first, the lions didn't react too well. Still, when Lin Shuya got to the 4th step, the lions reacted. Its sharp eyes glanced at Lin Shuya, and with a single step of its feet, it unexpectedly ran towards this side without any hesitation. The speed wasn't fast, but it also put a strong psychological pressure on Lin Shuya. It's over. Noticing the change in Lin Shuya's complexion, Qin Xuan was immediately startled. In this situation, someone like Lin Shuya, who didn't have much experience in facing wild beasts, would definitely be unable to tense up. Fruity. Lin Shu also retreated 3 more steps, seeing the male lion getting closer and closer. He finally couldn't help himself, and with a single step of his feet, he ran wildly without looking back. When the male lion saw this, he was first stunned, then his gaunt body suddenly fired. Boom! At this moment, the male lion, he was like an arrow off the string, rushing towards Lin Shuya. For a beast like a lion, it actually doesn't usually initiate an attack, especially if multiple people are present. But Lin Shu also moves, undoubtedly into the lion expressed the fact of weakness. In view of this, the lion naturally not household register polite. In the blink of an eye, the male lion caught up behind Lin Shuya. Over here, Zoe had just gotten into the SUV before she had a chance to fire it up. Seeing Lin Shuya's side, her small face instantly turned white. Sister Yi. Sheen Frost's face showed a look of intolerance. She could already guess what Lin Shuya was going to go through next. That can definitely be described as terrifying. All because a beast like a lion has a mouth bite that can easily crush human bones other than the skull. Lin Shu was also caught up in an attack by such a beast, and the end could be imagined. In this instant, even the netizens inside the live broadcast room were silent. With Zoe running over to the SUV, they couldn't see the scene, but the more they did, the more they also realized how dangerous the situation was. On the spot, all of this happened very suddenly. 1 second, Lin Shuya was still thinking freely about how to write a report and cause a bigger stir. As a result, the next moment, her life had been threatened. The fishy wind was pounding on his face, and Lin Shu could feel his heart beating extremely fast, as if it was about to jump out of his heart. She was about to be pounced upon and devoured by the lion, when a surprising situation arose. Bang! A dull thud rose. Lin Shuya blinked and froze. The intended pouncing by the beast didn't happen. The lion that was about to pounce on her was surprised to be pounced on first. The one who pounced on it was an equally imposing beast. It was no one else but Yi Fan. Nettlewolf. A bright light sprang up in Lin Shuya's eyes. Not far away, Qin Shuang's spirit also lifted. As for Xiao Rou, she was suddenly overjoyed at the sight of this scene. Nettlewolf. Yes, it was Yi Fan who stepped in at the critical moment. He rammed the lion straight away from Lin Shuya. After all, Lin Shuya was currently his important partner, so Yi Fan naturally couldn't let this lion that came out of nowhere casually harm her. And Xiao Rou's exclamation of shock was heard inside the live broadcast room. Hearing this voice, the crowd couldn't help but be stunned. So it's the Netflix wolf striking out. At this moment, all these netizens, it was as if they had seen a scene of a male lion and a netizen wolf confronting each other. Breathing tightened. Chapter 59. The wolf clan is inferior to the lion clan. Bloodline suppression. At this time, Lin Shu also froze. I thought it was all going to be killed, but I didn't expect the Nettle Wolf to save the day at the critical moment. Nettle Wolf, Lin Shu also exclaimed, her eyes reddening a bit. No one knows how scared and desperate she was just now. But now, looking at the back of the web-slinging wolf, she felt nothing but reassurance and solidity. A feeling of unparalleled security came over me. Lin Shuya's heart raced. On her pretty face, an excited blush appeared. Not far away, Qin Shuang, looking at this scene of déjà vu, couldn't help but have a complicated look on his face as well. Not long ago, she and her subordinates were attacked by wolves, and it was also the Netflix wolves who rose to the occasion to save them in this way. Only now, the net red wolf didn't have his men with him. Could he be able to defeat the lion known as the king of all beasts? Qin Frost was a little worried, and on the SUV, Ro, who was anxious to the point of no return, was also shocked by this sudden turn of events. Returning to her senses, Ro's face reddened with excitement. Nettlewolf, you're good. Great. This guy dares to bully us. Go beat the out of it. Zoe cheered excitedly. Such a turn of events was also something she had never expected. At this time, back to God, Xiao Rou could not help but remember the previous situation of the Netflix wolf bravely fighting the traffickers, and was so excited that she danced around. While inside the cell phone next to them, the netizens inside the live broadcast room froze. What is it now? Rou and the others, did they really encounter a lion attack? So now, it's the Netflix wolf against the lion. Realizing this, most people got high. What a new hot spot. Immediately, a large number of tycoons began to brush up their gifts, expecting Xiao Rou to notice the site and show them the live broadcast again. At this moment, Xiao Rou, while cheering up the Nettle Wolf, didn't forget to start the buggy and pick up Lin Shuya. Then there was Qin Shuang. The three of them were secretly relieved when they returned to the car and locked the windows. It was only at this time that Xiao Rou had the time to pick up her cell phone and looked at the live broadcast room that was still swiping gifts, and she couldn't help but stare. Then Xiaorou angrily explained. A male lion attacked us just now, and now the nettle wolf is confronting it. Saying so, Xiaorou instantly turned her cell phone lens, aiming it at a wolf and a lion not far away. As a result, the live broadcast screen quickly turned into a scene where Yi Fan and the male lion confronted each other. Most of the netizens were excited to see the expected scene appear. Holy, this is wilderness fighting. As a wild wolf, he dared to face a male lion alone without a pack. Nettle wolf is really brave. Hey, in this situation, you should hurry and notify the wildlife protection station, right? Although the beasts fight is the natural evolution, the phenomenon of natural selection of things, but I do not want to see the nettle wolf die. Don't have so little faith in the net red wolves, okay? The net red wolves are also fighters inside the wild wolves. That's true, but there's obviously racial suppression when it comes to lions versus wolves. Yes, the bloodline between the two sides determines many things, such as a dog is not as good as a wolf is not as good as a tiger, and a tiger is not as good as a lion. According to this male lion is simply 2 levels higher than the nettle wolf. How can this be fought? What's the point of fighting? Hurry up and let the wolverine escape. Aren't the 3 women back in the car? That's right, there's no reason at all for the nettle wolf to engage this male lion. After all, the people have already been saved. The current situation of Yi Fan and the lion confronting each other made the number of people in the live broadcast room directly soar to 200,000 and up. I have to say, this is so rare, but more than a few Netflix Wolf Iron fans expressed concern. Though Nettle Wolf has shown a decent amount of fight before, it was even rumored that he had beaten the Wolf King in a single fight, but the crowd was still a bit skeptical without actually seeing him. The most crucial thing was that even if he defeated the Wolf King, he might not be a match for an adult male lion. A lot of netizens will be sorry if this hits a 3-way tie, so much so that by this time, several of the official organizations on the Tibetan side of the country were being outnumbered. Wildlife protection stations, police stations, fire stations, and more. And just as the netizens were discussing all this, Xiaorou's side also asked Qin Shuang, Station Chief Qin, you are more specialized in this area. In your opinion, can the nettle wolf beat that lion? Should we drive over to him now and save him? Just like in the movie. Just fling it over in one go and open the door and let it jump up. Hearing this, Qin Shuang burst out in amusement, and then seriously returned. To be honest, a male lion is definitely stronger than a wild wolf, and much stronger. Between each beast, though, it's not exactly the same. Just like us humans, those who have been worked out are not the same as those who are usually spared. So I wouldn't dare to comment on how powerful this adult male lion is. However, I do have a better idea of how well nettle wolf fights. In fact, I guess a lot of people underestimate nettle wolf at this point. As I said earlier, there are differences between individuals, even of the same race. The wolves are certainly weaker than the lions. But let's see who is in front of the lions right now. He's a Netflix wolf. Qin Shuang couldn't help but turn again to the scene where Yi Fan had saved them with the wave group before his relatives. Coupled with the previous performance that was similar to dealing with the human traffickers, it definitely proved that the combat power of the nettle wolf, in the entire wolf clan, was also outstanding. With such a nettle wolf, Qin Shuang couldn't find the slightest reason why he would lose to an ordinary male lion. Of course, there is the possibility that the male lion is also a special male lion, but the chances of that simply don't be so small that it is negligible to count. Just at the end of his words, Qin Shuang suggested again, although I have confidence in Nettle Wolf, for insurance purposes, it's better for us to drive over to pick him up. Qin Frost's concern is the same as that of the netizens. If something happened to Nettle Wolf because of this fight, she would not want to see it. Of course, the last person who wanted to see that was Lin Shuya. At this moment, Lin Shu also came back to his senses and hurriedly said to Xiaorou, quickly, Xiaorou, drive over and pick him up. Xiaorou immediately nodded. She also felt that this was more secure. Instantly, the buggy started up again. Don't pick up the reticulated wolf just yet. It's okay to scare this lion away. Just then, Qin Frost, who was the director of the Wildlife Protection Station, gave another good suggestion. Zoe sniffed and nodded her head again in deep thought. If he rushed to pick up the nettle wolf, if the male lion took the opportunity to follow and break inside the vehicle, he would be in trouble then. But just as Xiaorou was about to put it into action, the wave of lions in front of her made a move at the same time. Chapter 60, The Nettle Wolf Crushes the Lion. Whoosh! With all eyes on them, the two figures of a wolf and a lion moved at the same time. The two beasts, whose bodies were both a brownish-yellow color that leaned towards the desert. When they were unleashed at this moment, it was as if they had formed two streaks of brown shadow lightning. The figure of a wave of lions was rapidly approaching. Seeing this, Xiaorou could only stop the vehicle helplessly and watch the two beasts fight. Qin Shuang and Lin Shu also looked over there. Right now, since the nettle wolf had fought with the lion, it meant that their driving plan had failed. In this regard, The little soft Lin Shu also does not feel anything yet. Qin Shuang, however, frowned. In her opinion, it was a completely unnecessary fight. As long as they saved Lin Shui, their goal would be achieved. So why hadn't Nettle Wolf created an opportunity to escape? It is important to realize that the netted wolf has escaped roundup after roundup at the hands of many employees of the wildlife refuge. It also proved that his escape technique was strong. There was only one male lion here now, and it shouldn't be able to stop him who wanted to escape. So, is this the Netflix wolf that doesn't want to escape? Did he really have the nerve to be able to defeat this adult male lion? You don't say. It really did let Qin Shuang guess correctly. With Yi Fan's character, if there was nothing to gain, he wouldn't bother to fight the lion. Even if he fought to save Lin Shuya, he would simply run for his life afterward. But naturally, he didn't run for his life now because Yi Fan had his own plans. For one thing, it's because it's definitely another super powerful topic for him to fight a male lion. Even though Yi Fan didn't recognize what was going on in the world, he understood that this kind of nutrient-less video would still be strongly welcomed. Now that he's founded 3 wolves, it's only natural that he'd want to keep the heat on more often than not. Of course, the most important thing was that Yi Fan did have the confidence to deal with this lion. It was important to know that before this, by eating snacks, Yi Fan's strength had gradually increased to an astonishing degree. With this degree, when he faced Wang Wolf, the former Wolf King, he was also able to take care of the other party in a matter of 3 strokes. This showed the strength of Yi Fan's power. Of course, Yi Fan was somewhat curious about his true power, but almost none of the opponents encountered before could be called opponents. Even if it was a Wolf King with outstanding strength, Yi Fan was able to handle it with ease. So at this moment, taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Fan intended to verify his power with the help of this adult male lion. It was too late. The figures of a wolf and a lion soon staggered apart. A crimson-red color suddenly emerged from between the two. The netizens held their breath. Xiao Rou's 3 girls also had their gazes fixed on Yi Fan. Next, Xiao Rou, Lin Shui, and Qin Shuang all rose up with joyful faces. The only thing that could be seen was the staggered, webbed wolves, landing peacefully on the ground, unharmed. On the contrary, the adult male lion let out a scream as soon as it hit the ground. Roar! It shook its head up violently, a look of pain spreading across its face. A few people fixed their eyes on it and immediately revealed shock, only to see that the adult male lion's face, which was wrapped up in a large amount of fur, had a sharp scratch added to it at this moment. Bloody. In just one round, the reticulated wolf injured this adult male lion. The netizens were thrilled to see this. Holy, did I read that right? Netflix wolf is so awesome. It's kind of interesting. Has this cyber wolf been practicing? Practicing ah? How can a wild wolf practice ah? I guess it's the talent is absolutely strong. Speaking of which, isn't Netflix wolf a blogger who can write and write? Hey, big brother, don't rush the dance or anything. The winner has not been completely decided yet. Many people rolled their eyes. After all, one failure doesn't count for much. The battle between the beasts is also varied. Oftentimes, you see that one side is more seriously injured, but in reality, it's nothing, and on the contrary, it's the one side that is less seriously injured, and then later on, they don't die. Examples of this abound. So right now, the exchange situation between the net red wolf and the adult male lion, it really wasn't possible to tell who was stronger and who was weaker yet. Let's just say that it's just that the Netflix wolves have the upper hand just a little bit. Yi Fan thought the same thing, so without the slightest bit of complacency, he instead focused his spirit even more and pounced towards the adult male lion. Seeing this, the 3 Xiao Rou secretly cheered up again. Next, the 2 figures of the wolf and the lion, constantly engaged and separated. After a dozen or so rounds of splitting up, the battle finally became clear. Nettle wolf, Xiao Rou exclaimed in shock, and Lin Shu's eyes also lit up. Qin Shuang also looked at Yi Fan at this moment and sighed, only to see that at this moment, Yi Fan was still unharmed. On the contrary, what about adult male lions? That would be tragic. At this time, its majestic face had already left 6 or 7 scratches. On top of that, it also had, on its body, 8 wounds, big and small, appearing. Everyone was confused when they saw this. Inside the live broadcast room, comments popped up and surged wildly. Holy, Netflix wolf is going against the grain again. Wait, why did I say again? Let me tell you a secret. Now that we have 3 generations in the same house, we're all kneeling down to watch Netflix wolf. Holy, just now I was inside the dormitory group, betting with some people on who would win. It must be a male lion. After all, the bloodline is suppressed. I thought the same thing 3 minutes ago. Family members, who understands watching an animal fight, all see the blood boiling. This is simply more than bow burning drops of blood, accumulated underneath the adult male lion, soon turned into a pool of blood. The gaze of this adult male lion, looking at Yi Fan, suddenly became a little more frightened. By now, it finally realized that its own power, and the wild wolf in front of it, were not on the same level. It's too strong. The male lion glanced at Yifan and suddenly made an unexpected move. It turned around violently, and surprisingly, it simply fled without saying a word. This adult male lion, after realizing that it could not defeat Yifan, even took the initiative to escape. Realizing this, Yifan didn't pursue, but indifferently looked at the other party's back. In this instant, his back was elongated, and it clearly covered the back of the adult male lion. Such a scene seemed to foreshadow that this adult male lion would have to live in Yifan's shadow in the future. I saw a full-grown lion that couldn't beat a coyote. The wolves are on the scoreboard. At this time, any more wolf kings are weak. I'm willing to call the nettle wolf the strongest in history. The nettle wolf is no longer an ordinary wolf king, is he? He's practically a god. A wolf god. The wolf god blesses me to get first place in tomorrow's exam. Without the presence of the adult male lion, the number of netizens inside the live broadcast room suddenly subsided very quickly. Gifts, however, are growing up against the grain. Boom boom boom. Airplanes and artillery and rockets all out. It was also at this time that Xiao Rose backstage was subjected to countless private messages. Chapter 61 Netizens who can receive commercial acts. This time, Xiao Rose jittery backstage received countless private messages. There was so much information that it even caught Rose's attention. Ro looked at it and was confused. In this, many people said that they liked the nettle wolf so much that they wished they could go on a trip with Zoe and meet the nettle wolf. On top of that, a surprising number of institutions and organizations sent invitations. For example, the opening of a superstore, the opening of a bar, but among them, it is still the zoo that predominates. All of these zoos, surprisingly, are planning to invite Netflix wolves to go. It's just a walk in the park, and some zoos are even offering prices of $100, 000 or more. Zoe looked confused. She glanced at Yifan, who was not far away, with an odd expression on her face. How all of a sudden, it's as if Netflix wolf has become a big star. Those invitations, on the other hand, are a business show, and Netflix wolf is able to make a lot of money just by walking around non-stop. Zoe, what's wrong with you? Noticing that Xiao Ro did not look right, Lin Shu next to her also inquired. Xiao Ro didn't say anything and just handed her cell phone to Lin Shuya. Lin Shuya subconsciously took it and looked toward the cell phone screen. Qin Shuang, who was next to him, was also a bit puzzled and came over to take a look. As a result, the two women's faces became odd, especially Qin Shuang. From inside these people's private messages, Shihak also found business opportunities. If only it were possible to invite the nettle wolf back to their wildlife refuge. They're making a fortune just charging admission, right? Ow. Just as the three froze, a wolf howl came, but it was Yifan who returned to the SUV side after fighting off the adult male lion. Nettle wolf. Ro immediately opened the car door to welcome her. Lin Shu did the same, walking out with a smile on his face. The nettle wolf had saved her life just now. Qin Shuang then walked out as well, and began to check Yifan's body up. She was worried that Yifan had suffered a secret injury in the fight just now. As a result, she was surprised to find that Yifan was indeed unharmed. Looking at the unconscious intimate movements of the three, Yifan was greatly satisfied. In fact, even the three girls hadn't realized that without realizing it, they were already completely unafraid of coming into contact with Yifan. This was what Yifan wanted to see, because only then will he be able to make better contact with people and thus conduct more three wolves business. At this time, Xiao Ro smiled again and aimed the camera at Yifan. Everyone, this is our hero, Nettle Wolf. He's good, isn't he? Seeing the Netflix wolf, the netizens were suddenly talking again. It's so awesome. This one resisted the bloodline suppression and actually beat an adult male lion. It's great. It's really great. I saw his fight just now. It was clean. It was just crushing. I've never seen such a powerful wolf before. With its skill, it shouldn't be difficult to hunt, right? How did it fall to the point of asking humans for food? Ha ha ha. How can you think it's a fall upstairs? Now that Netflix wolf doesn't know how beautiful it is. Netflix wolf, half a month ago the poor coyote had died on the national highway. Now I'm Netflix wolf, iron, and I love to tell the truth. I reckon this cyberwolf is too smart for earthly sobriety. Yes, silly hunting, the success rate is not high, but ask for food from human beings. One ask, and the harvest is often doubled. Don't see him now, are bringing up the team, this situation with those netizens with apprentices. And what is the difference? Brothers, the more you talk, the more I admire this Netflix wolf. And I don't know if Netflix wolf accepts disciples? I want to be his disciple. 2 days ago there were women who were planning to follow the Netflix wolf, and now even the men have been conquered. The Netflix wolf turns out to be the type of man and woman who can eat both sexes. The number of people in Xiao Rou's live room was even close to 300,000. Looking at the gifts that kept swiping the screen, Xiao Rou's entire body was giddy. Sister Yi, now that it's alright, are you going to start making videos with Netflix Wolf? Next, watching Lin Shuya begin to organize his equipment, Xiao Rou immediately inquired, what you're going to shoot? Is it going to be a secret? Am I still able to livestream Netflix Wolf? Lin Shuya smiled at that, and immediately laughed. It's okay, just take it as a blooper reel. Fine. Hearing Lin Shuya's words, Xiao Rou was instantly excited. Now she doesn't even want to get off the air. Just want to go on live for a while. Nettlewolf, you'd love for me to shoot you too, wouldn't you? Xiao Rou then looked at Yi Fan and inquired while filming. Yi Fan immediately nodded. He did like the fact that Zoe was filming herself, thus spreading her fame far and wide. Speaking of which, at this point in time, Yi Fan even wanted to hire Xiao Rou as his photographer. He suddenly realized that if he had a human photographer, he would be able to open a Shake Shack livestream to perform with a bounty. But in order to do this, Yi Fan still had to operate properly, and the image of Yi Fan nodding his head, presented in the live broadcast, was naturally a wild wolf, nodding its head obediently. When they saw this scene, the netizens laughed again. Wow, Nettlewolf is so cute. He really understands human language. I'm so envious of the anchor. I can't believe it's okay to be in such close contact with the Netflix wolf. It makes me want to go to Tibet and adopt a wolf. Ha ha ha, what a retarded statement upstairs. That is, the Netflix wolf. With other wolves then. See if you can still be so close. I have to say, Nettlewolf is really so good. I suspect he has a higher IQ than I do. Don't doubt it. If you say that, it proves that your IQ is really inferior to his. Looking at the hilarity inside the live broadcast room, Xiao Rou became even more joyful. She looked at Nettlewolf and suddenly laughed. Right, Nettlewolf, I'll show you an interesting one. Saying so, Xiao Rou again put her private message backstage and showed it to Yi Fan. It is worth mentioning that at this time, the private messages in Xiao Rou's backstage were even more numerous, one after the other. Tons of offers came floating in like snowflakes. Xiao Rou looked at it for a few moments, but her face grew odd. At first the invitation was somewhat normal. It's all about some mall, store opening, or maybe the zoo. But now, birthday parties, weddings, graduations, and even a bar. Zoe was confused. The birthday dinner ones, that's understandable. But what the hell is a bar? Invite a coyote over and sing the old wolf ribbon. Really? Rose secretly laughed bitterly. At this time, Yi Fan couldn't help but freeze when he saw these private messages. But it wasn't the messy invitations that froze him. It was what they symbolized. These are, without a doubt, commercial shows. A commercial show is all about making money. I can't believe I'm getting a commercial gig to make money. Realizing this, Yi Fan was infinitely surprised. Chapter 62 The Commercial Value of Netflix Wolves. You shouldn't be able to read it. Zoe suddenly spat out her tongue and withdrew her cell phone. She'd forgotten that while Nettlewolf understood human speech, he was supposed to be unable to read words. However, what Xiao Rou didn't know was that Yi Fan was harboring a human soul inside of him. So those private messages, he read and understood them one by one. Seeing this, Yi Fan was infinitely surprised. Who cares where or what organization sent it? He only knows one thing, and that's that these people are sending him money. And the money, which is still very well earned, is expected to be able to be earned just by casually showing up. If anything, he makes the best money within Netflix. Thinking of this, Yi Fan's pair of wolf eyes lit up. Ow! Yi Fan looked at Xiao Rou and couldn't help but call out again. Now he not only wanted to make Xiao Rou his photographer, he was even planning to make Xiao Rou his partner. And it's still the urgent kind. After all, it's a good time to make a killing while he's red hot. With this idea in mind. Next, after the shooting was done, Yi Fan did something that was unexpected to the three girls. Nettlewolf, aren't you going back? After the shooting, Lin Shuya drove Qin Shuang back to the Wildlife Protection Station. Originally, Lin Shuya and Xiao Rou thought that after coming here, the Nettlewolf would also leave. But what Lin Shuyi and Xiao Rou didn't expect was that the Nettlewolf didn't have any intention of leaving. Instead, staring at them with a pair of big, slightly innocent eyes, Lin Shuya asked in doubt at once. The original unwillingness on Xiao Rou's face also violently turned into astonishment. Nettlewolf, why don't you leave? Could it be that you can't let us go? Xiao Rou thought about it and immediately asked with a smile on her face. Yi Fan immediately nodded his skull. The two of them were already not surprised by the situation where Yi Fan was able to understand human language. But at this moment, seeing Yi Fan nodding his head, he still couldn't help but face up with joy. To be able to be unwanted by a Netflix wolf, I guess both of them are the first of their kind, aren't they? Seeing Yi Fan nod his head, Xiao Rou's eyes immediately glowed. She looked at Lin Shuyi and asked excitedly, Sister Yi, why don't we bring the Nettle Wolf back? Hearing this, Lin Shuya was immediately startled by Xiao Rou's boldness. Bring it back. Lin Shuya was confused. She looked over to the wildlife refuge. It was also fortunate that Qin Shuang had already gone back, or else they would have been in trouble. However, Xiao Rou was getting more and more energized. It's fine. Look, it's not like we abducted the nettle wolf. It's the nettle wolf who took the initiative to go with us. Saying so, Xiao Rou looked at Yi Fan with a bad smile on her face. Is that so? Netflix wolf, do you want to come with us? Yi Fan nodded again. Originally, he had planned to go back at night, but now after today's events, he had somewhat changed his mind. If he was able to fool Xiao Rou into becoming a partner, his Three Wolves company, not only would it prosper, but it might even go public directly. In contrast, the income on the wolves side was a bit tasteless. Most importantly, of course, Three Wolves is now taking shape. It wouldn't be a problem for him to go away for a while. And Lin Shu also fell into hesitation when he heard Xiao Rou's words. To be honest, she had quite a lot on her lips, but in her heart, she was also very reluctant to let go of Yi Fan. If she was able to take Yi Fan back, she was fine with it. As Lin Shuya hesitated, Xiao Rou immediately added, Sister E, it's okay, and didn't you make an appointment with Netflix Wolf to shoot tomorrow? Wouldn't this be better if it didn't go back? Hearing this, Lin Shu was also a bit shaken. They've only been to one place today, too, and next, there are 2 more days to go, so she had just made an appointment with Nettlewolf to shoot for 2 more days as well. To this, Nettlewolf agreed. It was just that what Lin Shuya hadn't expected was that the Nettlewolf wasn't going to go back. Thinking of this, Lin Shuya looked at Yi Fan, his eyes flickering as he asked, Nettlewolf, do you really want to go back with us? Yi Fan nodded again and even wagged his tail. Seeing this, Xiao Rou immediately shook Lin Shuya's arm and laughed. Sister E, look at you. Lin Shuya was still a bit hesitant, but can we take him to the hotel? If anyone else sees it, it should freak them out, right? Thinking about the situation of bringing Yi Fan to the downtown area, Lin Shuya still had a bit of a headache. Like they are now, brought to the wildlife refuge side, or the attraction side, there are fewer people, but the hotel is totally downtown. It's not exactly a crowded downtown in the Tibetan area, but there are still some people there. It would be a problem if it caused a panic. Xiao Rou couldn't help but be stunned as she sniffed, obviously realizing the existence of this problem as well. But soon, she smiled again and said, this way, let's just find a rope and tie up the nettle wolf. When someone asks, we'll just say it's a dog. After saying that, Xiao Rou turned to Yi Fan again and touched his head. Nettle wolf, I don't suppose you'd mind pretending to be a dog. Yi Fan nodded his head without getting tired of it. Zoe laughed even more. As for Lin Shuya, when he saw this, he also let out a bitter smile and said no more. Immediately, the SUV drove off into the downtown area. The other side, inside Yi Fan's lair. On this day, as usual, the wolves, such as Double Happiness and Prosperity, remained full. A huge amount of food, once again, piled up a small mountain. Wang Wolf looked at it for a moment. In the past, when he hunted with his wolves, he would hunt for a day's worth of food at most. A day passes and it's going to be hard to go hunting again, but prey is not so easy to find, often looking for a day and a night, and may not be rewarded. That kind of situation. Originally Wang Wolf also felt nothing. All wolves, after all, have come this way. Wang Wolf didn't think there was anything wrong either. The other wolf kings, probably not as good as him either. But now after becoming Yi Fan's subordinate and joining the Three Wolves, Wang Wolf suddenly realized that the original previous life was completely in vain. It's not that they weren't diligent when they used to live 3 days hungry for 9 meals, it's that they didn't find a way to do it, and it was clear that Yi Fan was finding a way. So he had more food than he could eat, and could even get it to greatly reward his men. More food than you can eat. Loyal henchman. A wolf king like Yi Fan was obviously one in a million. Wang Wolf suddenly felt that his previous self was a fool. He didn't even know how he felt that he was better than Yi Fan, and his sense of superiority was full. Thinking of this, Wang Wolf shook his head and suddenly decided to wait for Yi Fan to come back and let him guide him. Only next, Wang Wolf waited and waited on the left, but did not wait for Yi Fan's return. By the time Wang Wolf came back to his senses, it was already late at night. Yi Fan, at this time, had not yet returned. Wang Wolf was confused. What was going on? Where did Yi Fan go? Chapter 63, The Happy Life of the Netflix Wolf. Yi Fan at this time, her was in the midst of tenderness. After coming to the downtown just now, Ro's approach was effective. After attaching a rope, Yi Fan was really less conspicuous. Of course, if you looked closely, you could still see the difference between Yi Fan and the average canine. However, Xiao Lin Shu also did not give people the opportunity to distinguish. After parking the car, they directly brought Yi Fan back to the hotel. The two of them booked a large double room with plenty of space inside and clear windows. There was a hint of fresh scent in the air. Hee hee. Oh yeah, finally back. As soon as Zoe entered the room, she immediately threw herself on the bed. Lin Shuya was dumbfounded and turned to untie the rope around Yifan's neck. She patted Lin Fan's head. So good. To be honest, bringing back the nettle wolf. Unlike Xiao Rou's heartlessness, Lin Shuya was still a bit worried. The good thing is, everything is going well. People don't find out about Netflix wolves, and the Netflix wolf, too, didn't cause a ruckus. Such a situation naturally caused Lin Shuya to let out a huge sigh of relief. He, Sister Yi, I told you it was okay. At this time, Xiao Rou propped up half of her body and smiled at Lin Shuya. However, her next sentence scared Lin Shuya to death. Sister Yi, why don't we take Nettle Wolf out for dinner later? Are you crazy? Lin Shuya was first stunned. Then his face changed drastically. Xiao Rou looked at Lin Shuyi, who was reacting violently, and suddenly snorted with laughter. Tease you Yi-san, let's just order takeout later. Hearing this, Lin Shuyi let out a sigh of relief. Then seeing Xiao Rou's face full of derision, he pounced on her. Dare to fool me, let's see how I'll treat you. Oops, Sister Yi, don't. Ha ha, that tickles. The two women hit the bed straight away and rolled around. When Yifan saw this, he had a hot flash, only to see that the snowy whites of the waist were exposed between the two men's jostling. The two pairs of long legs were also twisting on it, which was beautiful and dazzled Yifan. Yifan didn't expect that following Xiao Rou and Lin Shuya back would have this kind of benefit. Being a wolf in this life was really worth it. After all, in his previous life, he hadn't even encountered this kind of thing. It was just that what Yifan didn't expect was that the next benefit was even bigger. The two of them fooled around for a while, ending with the quirky Xiao Rou riding on top of Lin Shuyi. After Xiao Rou let Lin Shuya go, she immediately began to remove the clothes from her body. Geez, it's all sweaty. I need a shower first. Saying so, Xiao Rou's t-shirt had already come off, revealing her bare upper body in a small undershirt. Lin Shuya saw the scene and originally thought nothing of it, but in the next second, after seeing the Nettle Wolf next to him, he was shocked. She threw the quilt at Zoe. Hey, Nettle Wolf is still here. Zoe was still a little dazed from being wrapped in the covers. Then, after hearing Lin Shuya's words, he burst out laughing. Ha ha, Sister Yi, what are you talking about? Saying so, Xiao Rou removed the quilt without a care in the world and laughed. What does it matter if Nettle Wolf sees it? Lin Shu also blushed. She had just said the words and regretted them a bit. Is he or she too sensitive? But then she hesitated when she thought about how smart the Nettle Wolf was. Does it really matter? Of course it's okay. Yifan roared furiously in his heart. There seems to be a bit of a lot of perks today. Looking at Xiao Rou, who had no qualms about showing her body to herself, Yifan got a little excited. He found out that he was still a pervert in his new life. Nope, or rather, in this life, he's the real pervert. Looking at Xiao Rou at this moment, Yifan's eyes couldn't even turn away. Xiao Rou ate and laughed, and even came over to Yifan and touched his head. Nettle Wolf, are you looking at me? How's my sister's body? Xiao Rou's face was full of smiles, and suddenly she turned to Lin Shuyi and asked, by the way, Sister E, did you say that the Netflix wolf is a male or a female? No, I should say is he a male or female wolf? Hearing this, Lin Shuya was also stunned. Speaking of which, she hadn't known Nettle Wolf's gender for as long as she'd known him. Yifan rolled his eyes. Of course he was male. Who knew that Xiao Rou, at this time, came to be interested and laughed. Ha ha, just take a look and you'll know. Saying this, Xiao Rou suddenly stood up and looked behind Yifan. Yifan was instantly shocked. This little ninny is more or less offended. Ha. Yifan rotated his body and dodged in a hurry. Seeing Yifan's actions, Xiao Rou was a bit confused. What's going on? He can hide. When Lin Shuya saw this, he was immediately amused as well. Could it be a she-wolf? Look, he's shy. Although the Wolf King was usually a male wolf, in Lin Shuya's opinion, Yifan still had a chance to be a female wolf. After all, he was too special? Only just thinking this way, Lin Shuya suddenly froze. Yifan dodged Xiao Rou while revealing his back to her. At this moment, Lin Shu also subconsciously looked between the Nettle Wolf's legs. As a result, a large pile of stuff was instantly reflected in Lin Shuya's line of sight. She froze for a moment and turned red. So big. I can't believe it's so big. Geez, Nettle Wolf, you stop. Xiao Rou hadn't realized it yet and insisted on rushing behind Yifan to check. Yifan was greatly speechless, turned a corner and simply entered the nearby restroom. Ha ha. Rou gave a laugh and followed suit. Zoe, Lin Shuya was about to dissuade him, but as a result, just at that moment, inside the restroom, there came a shocked cry from Xiao Rou. Zoe, Lin Shu was also startled and immediately rushed in as well. Soon, the situation inside the restroom was reflected in Lin Shuya's eyes. Only Yifan was seen lying there while Xiao Rou collapsed on top of him. What's going on here? Lin Shuya hurriedly helped Xiao Rou up. Xiao Rou explained with some hindsight. I fell down just now, but the Nettle Wolf held me up. Lin Shui instantly rolled his eyes. Be careful, don't fool around everywhere. Got it, Sister Yi. Xiao Rou spat out her tongue, then smiled again and said, Sister Yi, let's take a bath. By the way, help Nettlewolf wash up too. I see he's all dirty, Zoe suggested, a smile hidden in her eyes. She never found out Yifan's gender just now, but it was not a good time to dwell on it because Yifan had just saved her once again. However, without recognizing Yifan's gender, Xiao Rou was still a bit unwilling, so she had the bright idea to absolutely help Yifan take a bath. Just stopping to these words, both Yifan and Lin Shuya's faces changed drastically. Lin Shuya was naturally because she had just discovered Yifan's gender. She was still a little shaken up now that she thought about it. As for Yifan, he was completely surprised. Welfare after welfare. It's like a happy life for horny wolves. Chapter 64. Actually, I'm a werewolf. Wow. Xiao Rou was directly inside the bathtub, putting up hot water. Seeing this, Yifan couldn't restrain himself from wagging his tail. This is the moment when the Netflix wolf turns into a colorful wolf. Xiao Rou apparently didn't notice and was still putting on hot water with gusto. She reached down to try the temperature of the water, then started adding body wash to it again. Seeing this scene, Yifan became even more elated. Speaking of which, it had been a long time since he was reborn as a wolf that he had taken a bath. Nope, or rather, coyotes don't have to bathe at all. Before that, Yifan had only tripped over the current and washed his body, but that way, in Yevon's opinion, obviously didn't count as a bath. Now that he was following Xiao Rou around, he was able to actually take a bath, which was definitely an unexpected pleasure. Of course, what made Yifan even more surprised was that this time when he took a bath, there was a beautiful woman to help him wash. This is obviously another service that I didn't enjoy in my previous life. Yifan was secretly pleased. However, at this time, Lin Shuya's beautiful eyebrows were frowning tighter and tighter. Zoe, it's still not good, is it? Nettlewolf is a male. Hearing this, Xiao Rou was stunned. Then she looked at Lin Shuyi suspiciously. Then she turned around and looked at Yifan. Male? How do you know? Xiao Rou asked Lin Shuya again. At this time, Yifan also looked towards Lin Shuya, facing the gazes of a man and a wolf. Lin Shuyi instantly blushed in panic. She couldn't say that she had just seen it herself, could she? Such a big pile. If it's not a male, is it still a female? But this reason, Lin Shu was also embarrassed to say. She thought about it, and then she said, Isn't Nettlewolf the king of wolves? It's a known fact that the Wolf King is a male? Hearing this, Rou froze. She blinked, as if right-o. Usually, the wolf clan leaders are all males, and I've never heard of a female wolf being able to become a wolf king, not to mention the level of Nettlewolf. But then Zoe was puzzled. Even if it's a male, it doesn't matter. Just giving him a bath. Nettlewolf did get a little dirty. Xiao Rou pointed at Yifan's slightly dirted fur. Indeed, even though Yifan loved cleanliness more than the average wild wolf, he still couldn't avoid getting dirty. After so many days, I guess he was able to rub 2 pounds of mud off of him. Thinking of this, Yifan nodded his head deeply, agreeing with Xiao Rou's statement. Lin Shu was also helpless for a while. Xiao Rou's age was much younger than her, so usually she had treated Xiao Rou as her younger sister. And now, in fact, it is. Lin Shuya really couldn't bear the thought of Xiao Rou revealing that same kind of awkward and incomparable expression after discovering Yifan's gender traits. As a result, Xiao Rou gradually frowned when she saw Lin Shuya repeatedly postponing. Sister E, what's wrong with you? Isn't it just a bath for the Nettlewolf? Why are you so sensitive? Did you forget? It was Nettlewolf who saved you from the lions just now. And me, I don't know how much I would have been hurt if it wasn't for Nettlewolf. Now it's just a shower for your savior. Why are you pushing it? And I didn't ask you to wash it. I'll do it alone. Hearing this, Lin Shuya was instantly speechless, but Zoe wasn't far off the mark. Yifan was their savior. Helping him with a bath was nothing. And looking deeper, he doesn't have to be shy at all. All because there is still a difference between male wolves and men. Thinking of this, Lin Shuyi took a deep breath and suddenly said something that made both Yifan and Xiao Rou froze. Why don't you let me help Nettlewolf wash it? What? You? Xiao Rou sniffed. Lin Shuya's transformation was so strange that for a moment she was a bit unable to react. Yifan was also astonished for a moment and stared at Lin Shuya with wide eyes. The Lin Shuya of just a moment ago had resisted giving him a bath. So how come all of a sudden she wanted to wash him herself? Sister Yi, you're helping Nettlewolf wash it. Why don't we wash it together? Zoe suddenly made another suggestion. Lin Shuya, however, shook his head. No need. Don't you have a lot of phone calls to make? Get on with it. Hearing this, Xiao Rou was still a bit hesitant, but as a result, Lin Shuya had already pushed Xiao Rou out with one hand. Alright, leave it to me here. Lin Shu also pushed Xiao Rou out. Rou was surprised for a moment, but agreed. In fact, a lot of people did indeed seek her out. All because of that live broadcast today, which kind of blew up completely. a large number of merchants, netizens, want to find her to work with, especially the owner of her studio, whose phone was ringing off the hook. It's just that Zoe had, before, temporarily ignored it, citing rest as the reason. If you really call back one by phone and private message, I'm afraid you can't get it done in a few hours. And after having a hard time persuading Xiaoro out, Lin Shuya looked back at the Netflix wolf who was looking straight at him and couldn't help but blush up. Thinking about Yifan's gender, Lin Shu was also shy beyond measure. But what Xiaoro said might not be without merit. Yifan was their savior, so it was nothing to repay him. Out of this thought, plus wanting to protect Xiaoro, Lin Shuya simply took over for Xiaoro and helped Yifan bathe. Only now, facing Yifan's seemingly intelligent gaze, Lin Shuya couldn't help but be shy again. Don't think about it. Even if Nettlewolf is smart, there's no way he could understand this aspect. Lin Shuya muttered a sigh of relief. Immediately afterward, she came to the bathtub and tried the water temperature. Then she smiled at Yifan and said, "Netflix wolf, come in and take a bath." Yifan secretly shook his head. He was not too clear about Lin Shuya's mind. Anyway, there's a beautiful woman bathing herself, so that's all that matters. Thinking like this, Yifan immediately stretched out his paws and tripped towards the inside of the bathtub. Puff, pass. As his body was not inside the warm hot water, Yifan immediately let out a comfortable wail. Seeing Yifan's cheerful behavior, Lin Shu was also stunned, which made him laugh dumbly. Well, it seems she's the one who's sensitive. A wild wolf, even if it was smart, how could it know about human men and women? Really? Lin Shu also relaxed, and then grabbed a large ball of foam and hit Yifan's furry body. After being relieved, Lin Shuya concentrated on bathing Yifan. It was normal at first, washing the head, then the body, and finally to the tail. It's a feeling that just doesn't get any better. Chapter 65. Who understands? I've lived less than a wolf. Ow! Coming out from inside the bathroom, Yifan couldn't help but let out a wolf howl in comfort. After not taking a shower for almost half a month, suddenly having a hot shower with a beautiful woman serving him was just too good to be true. Ah, Nettlewolf, you're out. At this moment, Xiaoro, who was wearing her pajamas, was sitting on the bed, with her cell phone raised in her hand. When she heard Yifan's call, she instantly looked back with joy. Come here, come here. Xiaoro then turned toward Yifan and waved repeatedly. Yifan raised his eyebrows and immediately walked over. Zoe, you get the blower and blow on the Nettlewolf. It was also at that moment that Lin Shuya's voice came from the bathroom. She didn't follow Yifan out, but continued bathing inside in the meantime. Oh, Zoe responded, then set up her cell phone and instantly went to look for a windsock. Yifan instantly realized that there was something different about Xiaoro's cell phone screen. It is like being in the middle of a live broadcast. When Yifan's wolf head appeared inside the live broadcast screen, the pop-ups immediately soared. I'm going to go. Netflix wolf. 666. Surprisingly, is staying in a hotel with a Netflix wolf. Anchor, my mom asked me why I was kneeling down to watch the broadcast because you're so awesome. I'm following you. Anchor's awesome. I'll swipe some gifts. This anchor is so powerful. Ha ha ha. Is Nettlewolf reading our pop-ups? Why are you so serious? Seeing Yifan appear, the netizens were immediately happy again, launching pop-ups to brush up their gifts. At this time, Ro walked over with a windsock. Seeing that Yifan was looking at the live broadcast screen, she was instantly amused. Ha ha, Nettlewolf, so many people private messaged me wanting to see you, so I went live. Her words undoubtedly explained to Yifan why the live broadcast was on again. It's really because the netizens want to see the Netflix wolf so much. Just now Xiaoro opened the shake, almost all jammed. Turns out it was her private messages that nearly exploded. The number of people asking for updates on Netflix wolf videos or live streams is in the tens of thousands. It just so happened that just now Lin Shuya offered to give Yifan a bath, and Xiaoro opened the live stream in response. Don't be afraid, Nettlewolf. Ha! I'll blow dry your fur. After plugging in the electricity, Xiaoro immediately spoke to Yifan. To be honest, just now Xiaoro hadn't cared too much about it, but at this time when she came in front of Yifan with the windsock, she was a little hesitant. Would she have frightened the Nettlewolf if she had used an air blower to dry its fur? At this time, through the live broadcast screen, the crowd also saw this scene, and they all swiped the pop-up screen again. My goodness, the anchor is bold. Do we really have to blow the hair off the Nettlewolves? Anchor isn't afraid that the Netflix wolf will suddenly bite you. Don't be afraid, he's a cyber wolf who won't bite. Blow drying the wolf's hair? Ha ha, how about giving him a haircut? For these pop-ups, Zoe didn't see them. However, seeing Yifan's calm face, she quickly stopped being afraid. Nettlewolf, I'll blow dry your hair. I don't suppose you'll bite me? Yifan immediately shook his head. Even though she had seen this situation many times, every time, Ro couldn't help but smile. And seeing this scene, the old and new netizens inside the live broadcast room were a bit buddied up. I'm new here, Is this head the legendary Netflix wolf? It shouldn't be able to understand human language with this look, right? Ha ha ha, don't be surprised upstairs, because you won't be surprised enough at all if you follow Netflix wolf. Understanding human language is just a base. Pampering and begging for food is his specialty. People who don't follow Netflix wolf are in trouble. This is too much to like. Hoo hoo. While the livestream was buzzing with activity, Xiaoro had already activated the electric windshield and blew on Yifan. Under the blowing of the hot wind, Yifan's hair, which was still slightly wet, hefted backwards. Cozy. Yifan instantly gave a dark cry, revealing an expression of enjoyment. This way. When Xiaoro saw Yifan's wolf face showing such an expression, she instantly had the tendency to be adorable as well. As for the netizens inside the live broadcast room, they were directly reduced. Ha ha ha, see the comfortable expression on this guy's face. Holy, why does this look exactly like me at the foot massage? Upstairs, isn't that what Netflix wolf is going through right now? What's with the sudden bit of Netflix wolf envy? This guy, living too much. Ha ha ha, does anyone else think the expression on the Netflix wolf's face is cute? I've cut a lot of pictures, upstairs begging to be shared. +1, add 10,086. Just as Yifan had thought before, with a wolf body on top. He was far too easy to draw attention and surprise from these people. Even a simple blow-drying of the hair can reap a large portion of cheers. Next, Yifan immediately collapsed onto Xiaoro's lap in a smooth manner, making it more convenient for the penguin to blow out his hair. Under the effect of the wind blower, Yifan immediately felt his body become dry. Nettlewolf, it's nice to give you a bath and blow dryer, isn't it? Xiaoro smiled cheekily, amused by Yifan's reaction. Equally amused were the netizens on the air. Anchor, are you tired? Let me hold you too. Man, the anchor is now hugging the Netflix wolf. I'm envious and scared. I don't think there's anything to be afraid of. This internet wolf has too much IQ. Gee, I'd like to be pampered in a young lady's arms, too. I'm a pervert and I think you're a pervert. But is there anyone to claim my 300-month-old baby? The netizens chatted joyfully, and Ro finally had time to read the pop-ups. Nettle wolf is so cozy to cuddle with. Zoe smiled at the live feed. It prompted another enthusiastic reply from the netizens. Then Xiaoro blew up Yifan's hairstyle, which was even more delightful for netizens to laugh at. By the time Xiaoro finished blow-drying the nettle wolf's fur, Lin Shuya had also finished his bath. Lin Shuya, who was wearing a bathrobe, appeared inside the live broadcast screen, instantly causing many more wolves inside the live broadcast room. Looking at the image of two people and a wolf, suddenly a netizen woke up. Brothers, I've suddenly realized something very scary, and that is, where is Netflix wolf going to sleep tonight? Where to sleep? Isn't it just the floor? Where else can I sleep? Yeah, an anchor can't sleep with a cyber wolf in his arms. Just then, Xiaoro suddenly asked Lin Shui, Sister E, where are we going to let the nettle wolf sleep tonight? Are we going to cuddle it? Hearing this, the broadcast room exploded. The clown is actually myself, and the Netflix wolf appears to be going left and right. Who understands? My family? I'm not living as well as a wolf. Ha ha ha, can you, a single dog, be compared to a Netflix wolf? As for Yifan, when he heard Xiaoro's words, he couldn't help but have his eyes light up. Chapter 66 Netflix wolves wash themselves? Requesting votes. 2 days. Inside the hotel's double room, 2 men and a wolf, lying on a bed. Because he had developed a good biological clock, Yifan woke up very early, breaking open the wolf's eyes. He looked at the sleeping Xiaoro and Lin Shui on his left and right sides, and a small smile swept across his face at once. Last night, hearing Ro's words, Yifan also suddenly reacted. Yeah, where will one sleep at night? Or maybe who to sleep with again? Zoe, innocent, cute and quirky. Lin Shuya, intellectual and elegant. That's a really hard choice to make. Good on. Without waiting for Yifan to make a choice, Lin Shuya decided for him. I'm not too brave to sleep with him in my arms. Well, that was Lin Shuya's answer. That's not surprising. All because even though Lin Shuya was very fond of Yifan, she didn't quite dare to sleep with a wolf in her arms. If it's a dog, it's okay. No, she wouldn't dare even if it was a dog. Ah, that can't be helped. Nettlewolf, Jean, when you're sleeping with me. In the end, it was the heartless Zoe who took on the task. Yifan didn't mind. It was already good to be able to sleep with Xiaoro. It was a lot of people gnashing their teeth at him at that time inside the live room. It was just that in the end, what Yifan hadn't expected was that in the end, he had accomplished the achievement that had upset the netizens the most. Left to embrace. Mainly because when she did go to bed last night, Xiaoro clamored to sleep with Lin Shuya. As they argued, even Yifan followed them. And so, confused, it became the scene at hand. In response, Yifan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He didn't even have this kind of treatment when he was still human, but he didn't think that he would have the chance to experience it when he turned into a wolf. How is this not another example of man being worse than the wolf? Oh, but for now, standing in the wolf's shoes, Yi Fan was still happy. He moved his body and instantly inhaled Lin Shuya and Xiaorou's body scent in a big gulp. There's also a hint of warmth, not to mention the fact that it's so refreshing. Inside such a warm nest, without realizing it, Yi Fan unexpectedly fell asleep again. After waiting for Yi Fan to wake up from his sleep again, his nostrils suddenly smelled a burst of aroma. It's not a body odor, it's the aroma of food. Hee, Nettlewolf, you're awake. Come eat breakfast quickly. Zoe's voice rang out. Seeing Yi Fan waking up, she immediately beckoned. Lin Shuyi, who was next to him, was somewhat blushing as she glanced at Yi Fan. The way the two men and the wolf had slept just now was obviously still a little disconcerting to her. However, Lin Shu also silently unwrapped a cup of soy milk, intending to feed Yi Fan, but right at this moment, Yi Fan made a move that made both Xiao Wei and Lin Shuya unexpected. He got up from the bed, but instead of going to the table for breakfast, he nimbly jumped and then entered the bathroom. What's he doing in the bathroom? Zoe blinked and froze a bit. Lin Shuya was also confused. She couldn't figure out what was going on. If you're alone, it's not unusual to wake up the next day and go to the bathroom to wash up. But what's with the nettle wolf running the bathroom too? What is this going to do? Xiao Rou and Lin Shuya looked at each other in the same way. I'll check it out. Dropping this, Zoe put down her breakfast and walked to the bathroom. Only she had just reached the bathroom door when she froze, because just then, there was a sound of leaching and pattering, coming from inside the bathroom. It is? Xiao Rou's heart fluttered, and she immediately walked into the bathroom, and then her whole body was dumbfounded. What did she see? Zoe was surprised to see, at that moment, the nettle wolf, lying on the toilet, peeing. Such a situation made Xiao Rou freeze in place for a moment. Ah, Sister Yi, come and see, come and see. Xiao Rou came back to her senses and exclaimed as if she had discovered a new continent. What's wrong? Lin Shuya was startled when he heard Xiao Rou's voice, and immediately came this way as well. And after seeing the situation inside the bathroom, Lin Shuya was also confused. The Netflix wolf is actually peeing. He can use the toilet himself. Oh, my god. Lin Shu also couldn't help but be shocked again. Zoe was even yelling from the sidelines. Nettle wolf, you're so against the odds. Don't tell me you can still flush. Just then, too, the pattering stopped. Yi Fan turned his head to look and instantly rolled his eyes. Fuss. With that he literally reached out a claw and pressed it against the tank. Boom boom boom. Soon, a stream of watery liquid surged out, curling around Yi Fan's feces and sucking it in. Seeing this, Xiao Rou and Lin Shuya were completely dumbfounded. Then Zoe screamed wildly. Lin Shu also couldn't help but stare at her beautiful eyes. At first she thought what's coming, and to say that Nettlewolf doesn't know how to wash up, but now, he's actually facilitating himself. The key thing was that none of them had taught Yi Fan before this. Speaking of which, it was also Lin Shuya and Xiao Rou who were negligent. After checking into the hotel, they also didn't think about Yi Fan's convenience at all, mainly because, before, in the wilderness, this was a problem they didn't have to worry about either. And the decision to bring Yi Fan back to the hotel was also made on the fly, so they didn't even think that Yi Fan would be able to facilitate this on his own. Seeing this scene, their shock was, well, imaginable. Zoe was still screaming wildly, awesome, so awesome, Nettlewolf, I can't believe you can facilitate yourself. Screaming like this, Ro couldn't help but pull out her cell phone, wanting to capture this scene on film. A situation like this posted on the internet would, without a doubt, definitely cause another sensation. As a result, just at this time, what Xiao Rou didn't expect was that she picked up her cell phone and was about to take a picture, when Yi Fan made another move that she never expected. Yi Fan stretched out a claw and surprisingly pushed away Xiao Rou's shot. Zoe froze again. What does it mean? It was Lin Shuya who came back to his senses and smiled with an odd expression on his face. Xiao Rou, he, probably doesn't want to shoot this kind of thing. Zoe was confused for a moment, then whirled around and reacted. But she quickly broke out into a smile up. Nettlewolf, are you still shy? Zoe's excitement was undiminished. Then she pondered for a moment and suddenly laughed. Nettlewolf, it's fine if I don't shoot this. So can you let me shoot something else? Saying so, Xiao Rou's eyes rolled, and suddenly looked at the faucet next to her, proposing, why don't you wash your hands and let me take a shot? Speaking here, Xiao Rou looked at Yi Fan expectantly. If he can be handy, then washing his hands should be too. Hearing this, Lin Shu also understood what Xiao Rou meant and also looked at Yi Fan with some curiosity. She wanted to know just how far the Nettlewolf's IQ had gone against the grain. Facing the eyes of the two women, Yi Fan originally planned to ignore them, But once he thought that both women slept with him last night, he decided to satisfy Xiaoro for a bit. And so, the next moment, the bathroom once again resounded with Rose's wild cries of surprise. Chapter 67 Netflix Wolf brushes his teeth for breakfast? Requesting tickets. Ha ha, that's it. Awesome. Nettlewolf, I love you. Inside the bathroom, once again, Rose's wild cries of surprise resounded. Lin Shuya didn't feel that Xiaoro was making a fuss because even she was shocked. At this moment, the Nettle Wolf, surprisingly, came up to the faucet and turned it on. It stretched out its two front paws and literally washed its hands. That was all. It pressed some hand sanitizer, wet its paws, and washed them decently. Seeing such a situation, even Lin Shuya couldn't help but have her beautiful eyes glowing. Such a nettlesome wolf is so inviting. Nettlewolf, what else do you know? Will it open and close the door? Zoe took her cell phone and shot it excitedly. While I didn't get any footage of the Netflix wolf's convenience, I was still able to get a shot of him washing his hands, which is apparently pretty good too. Especially, since he still washes with hand sanitizer. Zoe's beautiful eyes glowed up. She suddenly realized that there seemed to be more possibilities for the Nettle Wolf. With his intelligence, he should be able to do more amazing things. And next, as if to confirm Zoe's thoughts, the Nettle Wolf suddenly did another act that Lin Shuya and Xiaoro Super had never expected. Only to see the Nettle Wolf suddenly bite into the disposable toothbrush and toothpaste on the sink. That toothbrush Nettle Wolf chewed on and spit out. But that toothpaste, after he took a few bites, he actually wiggled his tongue and spread it evenly inside his mouth. Seeing this, Zoe was stunned. Lin Shu was also filled with incredulity. Netflix Wolf, it's in. Brush your teeth. Yes, Yifan was precisely brushing his teeth. Speaking of which, he hadn't brushed his teeth in a long time. Although the beast's mouth couldn't feel any stench, Yifan still had some psychological effects as a human. It would have been fine if he didn't have this condition before, but now that he had come here, he naturally wouldn't be polite. Of course, it was still a bit difficult for Yifan if he used a toothbrush. All he could do was stir the inside of his mouth with toothpaste. Gollum. Ugh. As for the situation of brushing your own teeth, would that be too amazing? This was something that Yifan was not worried about. His persona is that of a highly intelligent cyberwolf anyway, and these behaviors only deepen his persona. Fruity. After Xiaoro and Lin Shuya were shocked, they both brightened up, especially Xiaoro, who almost had a gleam in her eyes that almost overflowed. A few moments later, Zoe, who took a bunch of videos, before leaving the bathroom with a big smile on her face. Lin Shu also brought Yifan and walked out as well. Okay, let's eat breakfast first, we're going out later. Looking at Xiaoro, who was still excitedly fiddling with her cell phone, Lin Shuya immediately reminded. Good, Zoe responded. But when she saw Yifan next to her, she suddenly said with a twinkle in her eye, Nettle Wolf, what are you going to have for breakfast? Xiaoro and Lin Shuya bought quite a lot of breakfast, with soybean milk, donuts, and congee and stuff. Yifan sniffed and immediately pointed at the soy milk and donuts among them. Ha ha, did you see that? Sister Yi, he wants to eat soybean milk donuts. Xiaoro instantly smiled at Lin Shuya. Lin Shu also had a look of surprise on his face once again. Netflix Wolf even eats snacks, and now a soy milk donut doesn't seem like a big deal. However, this situation of Yifan pointing at the soybean milk fritters as if nothing had happened still surprised her. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Shu also opened the soybean milk donuts and placed them in front of Yifan, and under the watchful eyes of Lin Shui and Xiaoro, the netted wolf rolled his tongue and bit into the donut, then opened his big mouth and drank the soybean milk. Ha ha. Zoe smiled and instantly raised her cell phone again to take a picture. Sister Yi, guess how many likes I'll get if I put these videos online? Hearing this, Lin Shuya instantly smiled bitterly. How many likes she didn't know, but she was certain that it would definitely cause a huge stir again. A wolf that brushes his teeth and orders breakfast is a rarity. Just like that, amidst Xiaoro's laughter, the two men and the wolf finished their breakfast. Then it was off again. This time, the attraction they were going to was a scenic prairie. While on the road, Xiaoro, who was next to the passenger side, let out a joyful laugh every now and then. Lin Shu was also not surprised, all because Xiaoro is editing the video in the morning. When she saw something funny, she spoke to Lin Shuya again, or turned her head and spoke to the nettlesome wolf in the back seat. It had to be said that with a lively person like Xiaoro as a companion, the road would never be boring. The key, of course, is actually because there are still Netflix wolves on the trip. Otherwise, Zoe, no matter how lively she was, wasn't that active. Thinking of this, the corners of Lin Shuya's mouth curled up slightly, adding a touch of smirk. But soon, the smile on Lin Shuya's face froze again. Ha! To the side of them, an SUV suddenly appeared. There was a surprising amount of molestation coming from this SUV. Hey, two beauties, where are you planning to go to play? Let's go together? Yeah, Want to form a traveling hitch? Lin Shu also frowned. Only in the SUV, there were two young men who looked hangdog. For such a man, Lin Shuya naturally paid no attention. She glanced at the other woman, then withdrew her gaze and silently stepped on the gas. Their cars, at once, threw each other off. Just a little less than a moment later, the SUV caught up with him again. Beauty, don't run so fast. We don't mean any harm. Yeah, we're just trying to make friends with you guys. Two of us guys, two of you girls. Hey, doesn't that go well together? The laughter was lewd and greasy. At this time, Zoe also noticed the two hitchhiking men. She instantly also frowned with a small frown, then scolded. Who wants to make friends with you guys? Don't lean over. Xiao Rou is like to make friends character, but these two men, obviously do not have good intentions. She is not willing. However, Lin Shuya and Xiao Rou's repeated refusals instead made the two men even more excited. They drove the car and kept following Lin Shu also. Seeing this, Xiao Rou instantly knew she was in trouble and threatened. Stop following, or I'll call the police. Ha ha, what's the point of calling the police? Did we do anything? That's it, you run this road. The two men had obviously not accosted each other like this for the first time, and surprisingly seemed emboldened. Lin Shuya's frown tightened. Zoe also had a big headache. It turned out to be just that. Yi Fan, who was sleeping in the back seat, suddenly straightened up. At the two men's SUV, Yi Fan suddenly roared furiously. Roar! Under Yi Fan's deliberate control, his bark was actually like a tiger's roar. Suddenly seeing a wolf emerge, the two men's faces changed drastically. What? The man at the wheel panicked, and the steering wheel immediately went out of control, then lurched, and finally, with a thud, crashed into the barricade next to him. When Lin Shuya and Xiao Rou saw this, they were first stunned, and then their faces rose with joy. Zoe laughed even more. Ha ha, Nettle Wolf, you're awesome. Chapter 68, Netflix Wolf's fulfillment of being chased by a star. Ha ha, Nettle Wolf, you're awesome. Zoe sat in the passenger side and couldn't help but yell. Even if they were often accosted, they understood that it would definitely be troublesome to encounter guys with no sense of proportion, like the two guys just now. However, it never occurred to him that this trouble was directly taken care of by the Nettle Wolf with a single roar. Shocked, the two men hit the curb directly. Lin Shuya naturally took the opportunity to completely get rid of his opponent. Hearing Xiao Rou's voice, Lin Shuya couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth as well. The fact that the Nettle Wolf had just scared off those two men also put her in a cheerful mood. Yi Fan didn't feel anything about this. Such unqualified men deserve what they get. Even if he didn't scare the other would be taught to behave sooner or later. Better to suffer a little defeat at his hands than to be taught a bigger lesson later. Secretly shaking his head, Lu Yi comfortably lay down again. Xiao Rou saw this, but she suddenly screamed miserably. Ah, what's wrong? Lin Shu was also startled. Then she cried and laughed as she heard Rou explain. I forgot to take a picture of the Nettle Wolf scaring them just now. Hearing this, Lin Shui instantly darkened his face. If you want to shoot, there's still a lot of time ahead of you. Aha! Zoe gave an oh-so-subtle but still somewhat regretful sigh. The Nettle Wolf from earlier. Super handsome, okay? And next, there were no more surprises. Lin Shuya drove, once again, to the wildlife refuge. There, the two men and the wolf met Qin Shuang, the station manager. Once again, it was just that at this moment, Qin Shuang's face did not look good. When she saw the Nettle Wolf sitting in the back seat, she instantly said to Lin Shuyi and Xiao Rou without any good humor. Hey, you two, did you really sleep with it yesterday? Hearing this, Lin Shuyi and Xiao Rou instantly glanced at each other sheepishly. They knew that such a move was indeed a bit shocking. So then, Zoe hesitated and shook her head. No. Qin Shuang's pretty face darkened even more. Still saying no. You think I don't go online? Hearing this, Xiao Rou suddenly spat out her tongue and laughed embarrassedly. Also she was all live on Netflix Wolf last night. The heat is so high that, even if Qin Shuang hadn't noticed it at night, he would definitely have noticed it in the morning. Even if she hadn't noticed, the employees at the protection station would have seen it. When the employees saw it, they would naturally tell Qin Shuang. As a matter of fact, Qin Shuang really didn't find out until the employee told him. By the time she swiped through some of the live clips, she was immediately speechless. The reason why she followed Lin Shuyi was because she was worried that Lin Shuyi didn't understand the wild nature of wolves and did something offensive. After all, even if the Nettle Wolf is smart, it's just a beast after all. With her as a professional following her, Lin Shuya was always safer. But what Qin Shuang didn't expect was that after sending her back yesterday, the two of them, Lin Shuyi and Xiao Rou, had the audacity to bring the Nettle Wolf to the hotel. What a lack of common sense that is to be able to do what you did. Sister Qin Shuang, don't be angry. Nettle Wolf is very well behaved. He can't possibly hurt us. And don't you know that Nettle Wolf just saved us? Seeing that Qin Shuang was angry, Xiao Rou hurriedly changed the topic. Qin Shuang sniffed and was really attracted to it. Saved you guys. Xiao Rou hurriedly nodded her head and said, yes, you'll know if you ask Sister E. 2 hooligans just pestered us with a car. If you're not careful, you might even get into a car accident. It's a good thing the nettle wolf scared them off in time. Hearing this, Qin Shuang looked towards Lin Shui. Lin Shu also nodded naturally, despite Zoe's intention to divert attention. It was indeed the truth. The nettle wolf, just now, did save them once again. Seeing Qin Shuang's face easing up a bit, Xiao Rou hurriedly took out the video she had taken this morning again while the iron was hot. Right, Sister Qin Shuang, take a look at this. I took these all this morning. Nettle wolf is really amazing. Look. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuang subconsciously looked over again, and as a result, she was quickly caught up in the content of the video, and attracted to it. The main character inside the video is, quite literally, Netflix wolf. It was just that at this moment, the nettle wolf made a move that was very unbelievable even in Qin Shuang's eyes. I just saw him turn on the faucet and surprisingly, he was washing his hands, and will use hand sanitizer. Qin Frost froze, but the next thing that froze her even more was that it wasn't over. After washing his hands, Nettle Wolf even ate soybean milk donuts, and it's still picked out by myself. Such wisdom also made Qin Shuang look blank. She couldn't help but look at the nettlesome wolf in the back seat. At this time, the nettle wolf, on the contrary, did not express any abnormality, but just lazily lay down on the back seat. Forget it, just don't get in trouble. But not next time. Qin Shuang looked at Yifan for a few moments and finally stopped pursuing Lin Shuyi and Xiao Rou for their reckless behavior. Lin Shuyi and Xiao Rou burst out laughing. Let's get going then. Sister Qin Shuang, you sit in the front, and I'll sit together with Nettle Wolf in the back. Having taken care of Qin Feng, Xiao Rou was happy to make arrangements again. She was going to get in the same frame as Nettle Wolf again and make a teaser video to make it easier to continue the broadcast later. Lin Shuyi and Qin Shuang naturally had no problem with this, and immediately wanted to get into the car and continue their journey. But just then, the unexpected happened. Several small cars suddenly drove by. Surprisingly, they surrounded Lin Shuya's car at once. Seeing this, Lin Shuya and Xiao Rou, as well as Qin Shuang, could not help but be stunned. What's going on here? The small car that suddenly approached also startled Yifan. He straightened up, his eyes narrowing slightly. What's going on? Could it be those two guys' helpers? For some reason, Yifan suddenly remembered those two men just now. It was also that he had read more novels, and he felt that the situation at hand was somewhat familiar. It couldn't be that those two guys were defiant and shaking people down, could it? But soon, Yifan realized that he was overthinking it. Netflix wolf. Really Netflix wolf. Nettle wolf. Ah, it's Nettle wolf. Shoot it. Just then, a voice of surprise rang out from those carts. Immediately afterward, a large number of figures, both male and female, stepped down quickly from the cart. Most people, with their cell phones, just shoot up. Who are you guys? Qin Shuang subconsciously stopped in front of the car and asked with a frown. Ah, we were just passing by. We just saw Nettlewolf and we came over to say hi. Ha, you're the anchor who went live with Netflix Wolf yesterday, right? You're even prettier in real life. But can you hold Netflix Wolf while we take a shot? Quickly, take a picture of me and Nettlewolf. For a moment, Qin Shuang and the others were confused by the enthusiasm of these people. These people, obviously, are coming for the Nettle Wolf. They are all fans of Netflix Wolf. Xiao Rou and the others blushed oddly. Why did they suddenly have a vestigial feeling of a Netflix wolf being chased by a star? Chapter 69 Popularity. Netflix wolves eating sheep? After getting rid of the enthusiastic fans with great difficulty, Lin Shuyi drove Xiao Rou and Qin Frost, as well as the very popular Netflix wolf, and left the wildlife protection station, making his way to his destination. Along the way, both Lin Shuyi and Qin Shuang had odd faces. In the situation just now, those people one by one grabbed to take pictures with the Nettle Wolf. That enthusiasm is almost enough to qualify as a fan. Although they knew that Netflix Wolf was very hot on the internet, the two of them were still a bit dumbfounded to see Netflix Wolf surrounded like a groupie taking pictures with their own eyes now. On the contrary, it was Xiao Rou, who suddenly laughed again. Netflix Wolf, you even have fans chasing you now. Those guys, they say they're passing through, but who in the bird's eye of the protection station would be passing through there? Hearing this, Lin Shuya and Qin Shuang nodded, their faces becoming even more odd. In that case, the popularity of Nettlewolf was stronger than they thought. And next, going to the prairie where their destination was located. Lin Shuya's trio also saw this even more. Just after arriving at the nearby parking lot, the three of them, Lin Shuyi, got off the car with Yifan, and a large group of people greeted them. Hello, would it be convenient to take a picture with the Nettle Wolf? Nettle Wolf, I'm a fan. It's a real Nettle Wolf, isn't it? It has really soulful eyes. Looking at the crowd that had surrounded them, Lin Shuya's trio was a bit dumbfounded. These people, obviously, have changed their group, but that's what makes it even scarier. It also proved that there were more people coming over to Nettlewolf than they thought. It was just that what made Lin Shuya's trio strange was that it was even if these people found the wildlife protection station. It's too much to even find this prairie now, honestly. Looking at the fans that had once again surrounded him, Yi Fan was also a bit confused. Soon, though, he was relieved. Fans can be scary when it comes to chasing a star. The stars were able to scout out their itineraries. And right now, it's a little different. Many fans follow their stars for favorites, but these fans were chasing Yi Fan, and besides liking it, they also had interests. You know, Netflix is a scary phenomenon. When a person becomes popular, the people who shoot around him also get huge traffic. The role of traffic, naturally, needs no introduction. Odds are, the vast majority of these people are here for that reason as well. Figuring that out, it's not surprising that these people showed up. After all, people can do anything for traffic and profit. Although this trip of theirs was quite secretive, it was not very strange to be probed out. Understanding this, Yi Fan became more and more elated, because then it's also more proof of how explosive he is right now. For these somewhat fanatical fans, Yi Fan was also welcomed by no one. After all, by filming themselves, they're rubbing off on the traffic and bringing more traffic to themselves at the same time. Between the two sides, it's kind of a mutually fulfilling relationship. Thus, before Lin Shuya and the others could react, Yi Fan had already taken the initiative to welcome him. The sudden step taken by the net red wolf immediately caused the crowd to be startled and subconsciously take a step back. Soon, though, the men greeted them again with excitement. Ha ha, quick shot, quick shot. Nettle Wolf seems to be posing for a pose. This guy, he's just as smart as the internet says he is. It's like he actually understands us. Come on, this way, I want to be in the same frame with it. The crowd did seem a bit apprehensive, even scared, in the face of an approaching wolf. But seeing Yi Fan's appearance, they quickly reacted. This is the Nettle Wolf that understands human language. Realizing this, these people naturally weren't afraid and took pictures with Yi Fan and filmed them. Some bold people even ran to Yi Fan's side and shot with him in the same frame. Seeing such a fan-like photoshoot scene, Lin Shuya's trio was dumbfounded again. Lin Shuya and Qin Shuang hadn't done anything yet, while Xiao Rou hurriedly opened the live broadcast. Netflix Wolf is so popular, she's going to have to post it as well to make it work. As soon as the live stream started, the room immediately went crazy with people. No way. All because of the title of Xiao Rou's live room, which was written with 3 words that were currently irresistible. Red Wolf on net. The number of people was over 1,000 in an instant. Then over 10,000 to tens of thousands a few seconds later. Good morning everyone. I'm back to live streaming the daily routine of the Nettle Wolf with you all. Today was a little special. We came here and met a lot of Netflix Wolf fans. Zoe introduces herself, and then the camera quickly goes to the Nettle Wolf, who is surrounded by the crowd. The netizens were delighted to see the scene. I'm going, is this a Netflix Wolf? Where did the Netflix Wolf go today? And how did he get surrounded by so many people's hair? Ouch. These guys, so envious. Don't be envious, those passers-by in the room are capable. We wouldn't have been able to inquire about the Nettle Wolf strip. The Netflix Wolf is really hot. I've just seen some of the videos taken by the passerby view and there are a lot of likes. Hello Anchor, may I ask if you really slept with Netflix Wolf last night? Come and see. There's an honest man here. Looking at the lively live broadcast room, Xiao Rou burst into joy. She was especially happy to see the constant stream of gifts. Lin Shuya and Qin Shuang couldn't help but be speechless as they looked at Xiao Rou, who had also come together to live broadcast next to the Netflix Wolf. Originally, it was a bit difficult for them to get rid of these fans, and now Xiao Rou even came up to them, which was troublesome. Good on. These fans were also measured, and after half an hour, they gradually dispersed. At least, no more pestering Netflix wolves. Only when Lin Shuyi saw this did he let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly led Yi Fan into the prairie. As for Qin Shuang and Xiao Rou, they naturally followed alongside. Only Xiao Rou, the bastard, always insisted on live broadcasting. It's no wonder, with those fans leaving, the only person who was live streaming the Netflix wolf up close was Zoe. The number of people that easily rushed up to 100,000 made Rou understand even more how popular Netflix Wolf was. Naturally, she refused to get off the air and simply went all the way live. The live streamers were also very active. What's Netflix Wolf going to shoot today? Where is this place and why does it feel somewhat familiar? Grassland? It's beautiful. I know this place. This is a scenic spot in the Tibetan area. It is cooperated with the herdsmen, probably letting the tourists experience the grassland program of herding and eating sheep. Ah, what's that Netflix Wolf coming to shoot today? It's not coming to shoot an issue of Grey Wolf and Beauty Sheep, is it? Ha ha ha. Interesting. The netizens got into a lively discussion and were very excited about the next part of the Netflix wolf's journey. Seeing such a pop-up, Xiaorou blinked her eyes and also looked at Lin Shuya and asked, "Sister E, are we filming the Netflix wolf eating the sheep today?" Hearing this, Lin Shuya instantly darkened his face. "Didn't I tell you yesterday? What eating sheep?" Chapter 70, Not a Rumor. Is the Netflix wolf really that mysterious? Hearing Lin Shuya's words, Xiaorou suddenly blinked her eyes, revealing a confused expression. "Did you tell me?" Looking at Xiaorou's appearance, Lin Shu also lost his smile. It seems that Rou has forgotten. She shook her head and didn't bother to explain. "Just follow me." Lin Shuya led the way forward, and soon, a middle-aged man with a dark face greeted him. "Hello, are you Bumpy?" Lin Shu also took the initiative to open his mouth to greet him. The middle-aged man suddenly grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Yes, you must be MS. Lin, welcome. Lin Shu also smiled and shook hands with the middle-aged bumpkin. Bumpy then looked at Yi Fan, his face showing surprise. He really did bring a wolf with him, but this wolf, it really won't bite? Noteworthy. It is indeed, as a certain internet user said here. It's a prairie scene. It probably means that some herdsmen have formed a money-making project out of the blue while shepherding their sheep. At its core, it's about getting city people to come over and experience life on the prairie. Bumpy is the owner of this viewpoint, but hosting tourists was familiar to him. Hosting coyotes was a first for him. Before that, of course, he wanted to make sure. Hearing this, before Lin Shuyi could say anything, Xiaorou jacked in. "Uncle, don't worry, the nettle wolf won't bite. He still understands human language." "What? Understand human language?" Bumpy sniffed. To be honest, when Lin Shuya communicated with him at that time, Kumpula had also deliberately searched for Netflix wolf videos, but he thinks he doesn't believe much in online videos. After all, there's too much hocus pocus on the internet. Netflix wolves are so amazing. It may not be that they are not intentionally induced, or edited for effect. In Bumpy's opinion, maybe the wolf was indeed well-behaved and obedient, but to say that it understood human language would be a bit of a stretch, wouldn't it? Yeah, that's good. However, Lin Shuya had given 3 times the fee this time, and Kumpula didn't take it too seriously. Nodding, he then led Lin Shuya and the others to continue walking inside. Inside Xiaorou's live broadcast, the netizens laughed again. "This is really that grassland tour. A friend of mine has been there. I know this boss too. He's a nice guy, but by the look of him, he obviously doesn't believe that the nettle wolf can understand human language. Ha, it's okay, he'll find out later. I'm a little curious as to what happens to Nettlewolf after he participates in those programs. Will he herd sheep? Hey, will he steal and eat all the sheep?" At this time, Boss Bumpkin introduced himself as he led Lin Shuya and the others towards the tent ahead. It was then that Zoe remembered something. It turned out that Lin Shuya had really told her yesterday. This grassland is also a famous attraction in their Tibetan area. Around this attraction, some herdsmen have made an amusement program to increase their income. For example, goat herding, roasting goats, drinking goat's milk, and so on. And at that moment, Buccaneer was the one who brought Lin Shuyi and the others, heading to the camp tent to eat. Of course, along the way Bumpy still looked at Yi Fan from time to time, deeply afraid that he would go crazy. After all, a coyote spreading uncontrollably over here is still a problem. It was just to Bumpy Lala's surprise that since the beginning, the cybernetic wolf had been cooperatively following alongside, like an emotionally stable adult. Ha, see the look on the boss's face? This boss is clueless presumably. He knows nothing about the wisdom of the nettle wolf. Netflix wolf is so hot, he should know about it. He just hasn't seen it with his own eyes. It's really no wonder. After all, I can't imagine Nettlewolf being that smart without seeing it with my own eyes. Netflix Wolf's cleverness is certainly not a forgery, but now it is on the air. See how well behaved he is, and so many things happened before, is not enough to prove it. Stop swiping and let me see if the Netflix Wolf will drink goat's milk. While the netizens were passionately discussing the matter, Buccaneer had already led Lin Shuya and the others inside a tent. Bumpy greeted Lin Shuya and the others as they took their seats. Sit down. Here's goat's milk. Here's our special saccharin cake. The owner introduced himself. However, Xiaorou waved at Yi Fan. Nettle Wolf, sit on my side. She then turned to Bumpy and said, Boss, please bring an extra set of cutlery for Nettle Wolf. He's eating with us. Hearing this, Bumpy froze. Then looking at the Nettle Wolf who was literally sitting next to Xiaorou, he couldn't help but show an odd look again. Okay. Then Bumpy reacted and immediately walked out of the tent. Nettle Wolf, what do you want to eat? Are you hungry? Xiaorou smiled and greeted Yi Fan again. While saying that, she also took her cell phone and took a picture of Yi Fan sitting at the table. You don't say. Yi Fan was still really a bit hungry. 3 hours had passed even after breakfast in the morning, and this Tibetan specialty was something quite rare even for him in his previous life. Yi Fan then pointed at the naan bread. "You're going to eat this? Here." Yi Fan was not polite, and with a bloody mouth, he bit into the naan bread handed over by Xiaorou. At that exact moment, Bumpy came over with his bowl and froze at the sight. Qin Xuan was also a bit confused. After all, she wasn't there for breakfast. Now that she saw Yi Fan acting as if he was ordering a meal, she couldn't help but be dumbfounded. As for the netizens inside the live broadcast room, naturally, they were greatly surprised again. My god, the nettle wolf is actually pointing at something he wants to eat. It's become a spirit. This nettle wolf, even though I know he's smart, but every time I feel shocked. This wolf should not really become a spirit, right? Hey, I'm kind of numb, but it looks appetizing. I also want to have dinner with the Netflix wolf. The anchor should not have some kind of lottery. Who is drawn? Who is able to get close to the Netflix wolf? This can be had. I'm for it. Favorable +1. Brush it off as a token of respect. As we chatted, the live broadcast room was suddenly filled with gifts up. On the contrary, Lin Shuyi had been somewhat surprised to see the nettle wolf ordering food, but looking at the image suddenly touched her a little too. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Shuyi suddenly picked up the camera hanging around his neck and recorded the image of the nettle wolf feeding. There's no doubt that it's obviously a valuable image as well. At this time, it was as if it was responding to Lin Shuyi's move. Yi Fan suddenly pointed at the frozen bumpkin again, and then at the goat's milk. Well, that naan was still a little dry, and it stuck in his throat a bit as he ate it. Just such a scene suddenly surprised the crowd again. Seeing this, Xiaorou froze and asked, "Nettle wolf, are you, thirsty?" Several faces were astonished. It's not so much that Netflix wolf knows to order food, but now that he's thirsty, he knows to ask for water. Boss Bumpy froze momentarily. Is this Netflix wolf really as mysterious as it is rumored to be on the internet? Chapter 71 Netflix wolves have portrait rights too? Boss Bumpy froze. This internet wolf seems to be really as mysterious as it is rumored to be on the internet. He would even ask for water. The netizens in the live broadcast room were, at once, adorable again. It's so cute, isn't it? I really want to hold this kind of internet wolf and take it home. I can't look, or I'll dislike our family for fixing the hook. You guys, is it too late to rush over there? I realized I'm hopelessly in love with a wolf. It's the same proposal I made before. Let's have the anchor make a raffle. Gift swipe up. Honestly, it's not even surprising that the nettle wolf asked for water to drink, or perhaps understood the human situation, but those two situations combined. That's shocking. Many people weren't surprised when nettle wolf asked for food and demanded drinks on the road before. After all, it seemed to them that drinks and food, for nettle wolf, might not even be distinguishable. But in the scene at hand, the nettle wolf clearly expressed thirst. Such a situation caused Lin Shuya and the others present to have odd faces. While Xiaorou came back to her senses, she laughed once again. Ha ha, nettle wolf, here, drink. She picked up a bowl of goat's milk and brought it to Lu Yi. Lu Yi immediately lowered his head and drank freely again. Such a scene made Boss Bumpy blush strangely once again. Somehow, this was not a wild wolf before him, but a loyal dog that had been tamed by humans. While looking at Lu Yi, who was drinking freely with his head down, Lin Shuya kept snapping pictures beside him. She thought that a goat milk drinking cyberwolf seemed like a good fit for publicity, too. While seeing Lin Shuyi's actions, Kula couldn't help but ask, "Ms. Lin, what are you doing?" Before Lin Shuyi could say anything, Xiaorou again jumped ahead of him. Boss, you're blessed. The photos that Sister Yi is taking right now may be on the travel news by then. Your business here. Get ready to become super hot. What? Hearing this, Bumpy froze. It was then that he realized the extraordinary nature of the line of people in front of him. But think about it. How could the average person bring a wolf on a trip? Turns out, they weren't traveling. They were looking for this wolf to take travel photos to use for news and publicity. Realizing this part, Bumpy suddenly had a change of heart. Ms. Lin, can I also take a picture of this? Netflix wolf? Ouch. Not bad. Oh boss, you sure are business savvy. Xiaorou sniffed and gave a thumbs up. She instantly understood what her boss meant. Lin Shuya was stunned, and then nodded with a smile as well. Sheen Frost was naturally even more fine with it. On the contrary, Yi Fan couldn't help but roll his eyes. This boss is really something too. Why are you asking Lin Shuya? Shoot him, because it's only right to ask him. No, it's this wolf. But even if it's not a person, it still has portrait rights, okay? And this boss, obviously to take his photo to attract tourists. This is commercial use, to find him to ask for more portrait fee down the line. Right, if that's the case, then can I use this trick to make money in the future? Yi Fan suddenly had a movement in his heart. Boss Bumpy's words also gave him a flash of inspiration up. His previous thought of doing commercials, walking around and whatnot was obviously also imitating those celebrity netizens, but these situations, to actually reach them, are not really easy. It was mainly because Yifan was a wolf. In fact, it was able to be seen from the boss's bumpy reaction earlier. No one can approach a wolf as if nothing has happened. It was only now, after seeing what he had done, that Bumpy became a little bolder. From this, it was still quite difficult for Yifan to run around commercial shows, walk around, and earn money just by showing his face. If panic is really caused by then, or even a stampede, I am afraid the pressure will be unbearable. But it's a different story if it's just a photo. It sends out its photos and asks those people for money, which isn't much, but the times add up to be very substantial. Thinking of this, Yifan couldn't help but have his eyes light up. Never mind, I won't ask you for the portrait fee. Thanks to Bumpy's blessing, Yifan was inspired and didn't bother with him. And at this time, after Bumpy La, who had gotten Lin Shuya's consent, naturally took out his cell phone and started filming the Netflix wolf up. This move of his was naturally inspired by Lin Shuya. If the other party took the photos and took them back, he didn't know about announcing the publicity, and even if it was publicized, the one who benefited wasn't necessarily him. After all, there are quite a few ranch owners like him over here. It's not certain if tourists will seek out his place when they do come here. So Bumpy made a snap decision to shoot up the Netflix wolf himself. By the time some tourists came by, he'd have proof that it was he, Bumpy, who was hosting the Netflix wolf at the time. By the way, can we take a picture together? Patting away, Bumpy suddenly remembered something else, and his eyes brightened slightly as he walked towards the nettle wolf. It suddenly occurred to Bumpy that it didn't seem to be enough to just shoot the nettle wolf. Better yet, take a picture with the nettle wolf. This will make it more convincing when the time comes to show it to others. Thinking of this, Bumpy had already walked over to Yifan's side. Just looking at Yifan's body that was larger than an unusual wild wolf, Bumpy still couldn't help but hesitate a bit. Seeing this, Xiaoro burst out laughing. Uncle, don't worry, the nettle wolf is very well behaved. He won't harm humans. Just come over here if you want a picture. If you're really unsure, you can ask him for his opinion too. At the end of the day, Zoe was kind enough to give a piece of advice. Hearing this, Bumpy froze. Ask his opinion? Bumpy's heart fluttered. At that exact moment, the nettle wolf seemed to glance at him as well. Thinking of the nettle wolf's intelligent performance just now, Buccaneer nodded his head, and then asked Yi Wen himself, can I take a picture with you? Nod your head if you can. While he was at it, Buccaneer also wanted to test if the nettle wolf could really understand human language. The result left him frozen. Hearing his words, Nettle Wolf actually nodded. Bumpy froze, and didn't come back to his senses until the sound of Zoe calling out, "Hey, Uncle, what are you staring at? Shoot." Oh, there was a click. I don't know if it was a coincidence or not, but while filming, the nettle wolf even looked up from drinking goat's milk and eyed the camera. Photos follow. Seeing the man and wolf inside the photo, Bumpy couldn't help but be a little dazed. Instead, he looked a little stiff compared to the nimble-eyed nettle wolf. Looking at the nettle wolf again, Bumpy couldn't help but see his eyes light up. Chapter 72 Comparable to Xiao Yang? Of course a wolf is stronger than a sheep. So envious of this boss. Actually took a picture with the Netflix wolf. This owner is really good at business. His place is going to be on fire. Yeah, it's probably going to be another Netflix spot. But Netflix wolf has been there, and he even took a picture with him. I want to go there and play right now. When the netizens in the live broadcast room saw this, there was another heated discussion. Without a doubt, if anything, the oasis there, where the nettle wolf had gone yesterday, was certainly attractive to travel to, but it still didn't compare to the grassland at hand, especially when this owner takes a picture with the Netflix wolf. More tourists will choose to come over here to hit the spot. Of course, it's possible to go to both places, but if you could only go to one place, more people would definitely choose this side. Boss Bumpy was still in a daze when suddenly, Xiao Ro's softly laughing voice rang out. "Boss, you're really on fire. Can you waive the fee for us this time?" "Ha?" The owner, Bumpy, froze. "What do you mean? He's only just finished taking pictures." Lin Shuya sighed too. "How did it catch fire?" Hearing these words, Lin Shuya and Qin Shuang were the ones whose expressions moved. They know more about networking than their bosses. These are not the days of old. The internet allows information to spread unimaginably fast. As of right now, don't look for the travel reports that Lin Shuya created to come out yet. In fact, word about this story has been spreading for a long time, and the fans that we just encountered at the entrance of Prairie View are the best proof of that. Those fans, even, have spied on the location where Lin Shuya is filming. So right now, even though the photos Lin Shuya took with his boss Bumpy hadn't gone viral yet, it wasn't really surprising that the grassland scene here was on fire. Most importantly, Lin Shuya and Qin Shuang realized that Xiao Ro had glanced at her cell phone before saying this. This also proves that she is not making empty promises. And next, as if proving Lin Shuya and Qin Xuan's thoughts, Zoe instantly passed her cell phone in front of her boss. Bumpy, just look at it. Boss Bumpy subconsciously looked away, only to be greeted by a flowery cell phone screen, with text and gifts constantly flashing. What is it? Boss Bumpy asked subconsciously as he froze. Hearing this, Xiaoro asked back in surprise. Live streaming, don't you know? This is my live broadcasting room. Live? Boss Bumpy mumbled, finally responding. Oh, live. I get it. Being quite the business-minded rancher, Boss Bumpy still knew what shakeology was, as well as live streaming and all that. Even more, he tried to live stream it a while ago, but naturally the result was a failure. Inside the live room, not even 5 people could make it. A lot of it was flashbacks, and that cold, empty atmosphere made Bumpy stick around for 2 days before he couldn't top it. Therefore, it was natural for Bumpy to know about the live broadcast, but it was the first time he had seen a live room that lively. Texts, gifts, flew all over the screen, so much so that for a moment, he didn't recognize the live screen. Why is your live room so lively? How many people are there? Bumpy asked back, shocked beyond belief. Won't you look? Top right. Zoe voiced another reminder. Bumpy hastily looked again at the upper right corner of the cell phone screen. He certainly did know how to watch the numbers. He had just been intimidated by the live stream earlier. It was only this look that Bumpy's entire body was stunned and confused. The number of people in the upper right corner is, quite literally, 100,000 plus. Bumpy had never seen such a quantity before, but it didn't stop him from understanding what it meant. This represented that the number of people who watched this live broadcast was 100,000 or more. 100,000 people. Boss Bumpy was shocked and confused. Seeing him, Xiaoro instantly smiled with satisfaction. In fact, there were only a few tens of thousands of people when it was live before, but as time passed, more and more netizens flocked to the site. Herself had already backed up the number of people in the live room to over 100,000 people. Looking at the boss's Bumpy expression, Xiaoro was still not satisfied, and immediately added, not 100,000, oh, it's 150,000. It's just that it's not shown here. The bumps opened wide at once. Even Lin Shuya and Qin Xuan were a bit shocked. Actually, even the netizens who were inside the live broadcast were overwhelmed. I thought it was just over 100,000, but I didn't realize there were 150,000 people. I go, no wonder the phone is so stuck. Can you go out part of the people? I want to record a screen are very difficult, terrifying as it is. Have you noticed that it's been a week? And the heat of the Netflix wolf, it's still growing. Man, I just went to little brother Yang's live room to take a look, and it's only 80,000 or 90,000 people. Even little brother Yang's popularity has just been brought down by him. Upstairs is a bit exaggerated, because this is the morning. Small Yang brother live room did not on the people only. Wait until the evening. Then, easy to break 30. The net red wolf want to compare popularity with him, or almost mean. Where almost mean? Small Yang brother side is the morning is not much people. Is not this side of the morning? Wait until the evening of everyone idle. This side of the surely also easily hundreds of thousands of people selling goods which has to watch Netflix wolf fun. It's really scary. How long has Netflix wolf been on fire? And he's able to arm wrestle with Jitterbug one. Strong, worthy of being Netflix wolf. Ha ha, isn't it normal for the Netflix wolf to be stronger than little brother Yan? One side is a wolf, the other side is just a sheep. Upstairs is a little crooked. The internet simply can't stop talking about the popularity of Netflix wolves. In fact, many online users are proud of this, all because Netflix wolf is so hot, and they have a part to play. Thinking of this, the inside of the live broadcast room frantically swiped up gifts again. Boss Bumpy was again overwhelmed at the sight. Of course he knew what those gifts, special effects floating up meant. It's all money. This is a live room, and it's even if it's ridiculously crowded. And there are so many dirtbags it's scary. One by one, they don't treat money like money and swipe like crazy. Well, shouldn't the bill be waived? Zoe smiled and asked the boss Bumpy again. Although there is a suspicion of moral abduction and coercion, but this kind of thing, I guess no one who meets will refuse. So is the boss Bumpy. Returning to his senses, he looked at Xiaoro as well as the nettle wolf with a gaze that was undoubtedly like looking at the god of fortune, especially the Netflix wolves. With this kind of popularity, even if he didn't know anything about the internet, he knew that this kind of popularity was undoubtedly a mountain of gold. With a little bit of development, you'll be able to make a lot of money and get super rich. Exempt. Not to mention this waiver. I'll waive all fees for any of you who come here to play in the future. All in all, you will, from now on, be my honored guests here. Bumpy was so excited. He knew that this was a heavenly fortune, so naturally he had to catch it all. Chapter 73, Letting Wolves Herd Sheep? Seeking golden tickets, Boss Bumpy has never been happier. That set of white teeth was never put away. He had no idea at all that just an ordinary day would usher in a splash of riches. Bumpy knew that even if this time, he just dabbled in a little bit of traffic, it would be enough to keep him clothed and fed in the future. That's how powerful the web is. The clincher, of course, is the Netflix wolf. He couldn't have had this opportunity without the presence of an internet-triggering internet presence like Netflix wolf. Thinking of this, the Boss Bumpy smile was fawning. He directly said to Yifan, Netflix wolf, is the goat's milk good? Is it enough? I'll add some more for you. What else do you want to eat? By the way, is the roasted whole lamb to your liking? I'll get it for you. Hearing this, Xiao Rou's beautiful eyes lit up. Roasted whole sheep. Lin Shuya and Qin Shuang looked at each other, but they laughed bitterly. It's only morning. What's with the roast lamb? Zoe, stop it. Lin Shuya hurriedly stopped Xiao Rou from fooling around, but she also looked at Nettlewolf, waiting for his reaction. As a matter of fact, Yifan's wolf eyes also lit up when he heard about the roasted whole sheep, but now he's also a bit stuffed, so he'll have to save it for later in the evening. With this in mind, Yifan patted the boss on the shoulder and gave him a you got it look. Boss Bumpy froze. He really didn't understand Yifan's eyes. Instead, it was the netizens of the live broadcast who came back to their senses at once. Ha ha ha, what does this mean? Nettlewolf? I get it. It probably means you boys will come around. Ha ha ha. How did this boss become the lapdog of the Netflix wolf? How nice to be the lapdog of the Netflix wolf. Didn't you see the ones on the highway? They're all full of food. Hey, I just went there to take a look, and it's true, there's a wolf coming from behind, very hard-working, and eating the most. The netizens in the live broadcast room were overjoyed. Someone even videotaped the scene and made it into a famous scene. As for the three Xiao Rou people on the scene, they were naturally amused. Boss, Nettlewolf shouldn't be able to eat now. Let's wait for tonight. Xiao Rou then also explained a sentence in a heartfelt manner. Boss Bumpy came to a realization. That's fine. You guys take your time eating, I'll go set up again. Since Yifan was full, he naturally didn't force it. However, we can't arrange a roast lamb at the moment, but other programs can be arranged in a thoughtful way. Now the mentality of the owner of the Boss Bumpkin is actually similar to those buffet owners who encountered Netflix to visit the store. We'll try to serve better dishes to Netflix to go along with the promotion. Boss Bumpy was like that right now. He couldn't wait to serve Yifan the best side of himself here. And so it was, when the next moment, Boss Bumpy reappeared in front of Yifan and the others. He had certainly changed into a new outfit. Hey, uncle, why are you wearing new clothes? When Xiao Rou saw this, she ate and laughed. Lin Shuyi and Qin Shuang immediately glanced at each other, both seeing the odd color in each other's eyes. Yifan couldn't help but blink his eyes as well. This guy, he's a talent. Boss Bumpy immediately smiled coyly. Isn't this to serve the VIPs? A few VIPs. Follow me, Shade said, and Bumpy made a fussing gesture of invitation. The netizens inside the live broadcast room immediately went crazy with laughter. This boss is so interesting that he went out of his way to change into a new outfit. Oh, very strong execution. Such a man deserves his fortune. I'll go and have some fun some other day. But for now, let's see what's interesting here. If it's just some specialty food, it won't attract me. This is clear to me. And the next thing, I guess, is to take the nettle wolves and go sheep herding with them. A wolf to herd sheep? Is that appropriate? Ha ha ha, who knows? That's a Netflix wolf. In the meantime, with Bumpy's introduction, Lin Fan and the others naturally knew what was coming next. After you've had your fill of food and drink, it's only natural to get out and move around. See the beauty of the grasslands and then, by the way, graze the sheep. Uncle, are you serious? You're really letting us herd sheep? And him? Ro asked with some amusement when she heard Bumpy's introduction. Even though she already knew some of the process, Zoe was still a little surprised now that Boss Bumpy La had actually brought them to graze the sheep. They're the ones with the Netflix wolves. Lin Shuya and Qin Shuan were also dumbfounded for a while. Is it really appropriate to let Netflix wolves experience sheep herding? The boss, Bumpy, sniffed, but waved his hand without even thinking. It's nothing. When you come here, of course you have to have fun. Wouldn't you say, Nettlewolf? In the last sentence, Bumpy Hollow was speaking to Yifan. Yifan laughed darkly when he saw Bumpy's fawning appearance, and then nodded his head very cooperatively. Let him, the wolf, herd the sheep? It does seem inappropriate, but then again, it seems interesting, doesn't it? You guys? Nettlewolf is nodding his head. When the boss, Bumpy, saw Yifan's action, he immediately said excitedly to Xiao Rou and the others. Qin Shuang sniffed, but her eyebrows frowned. As the director of a wildlife conservation station, she knows the habits of coyotes well. Wolves can eat sheep. Although the reticulated wolf was intelligent, she feared that if she allowed him to come into contact with the sheep, it would activate his predatory nature, which would cause him to go berserk uncontrollably. Realizing this, Qin Shuang hurriedly whispered a reminder to Xiao Rou. Hearing Qin Shuang's words, the always heartless Xiao Rou also became a bit worried. After all, it's still live at the moment, and if the Netflix wolf gets out of control, it's all over. But after thinking about it, Xiao Rou still turned to Yifan and asked, Netflix wolf, you're really going to herd sheep? Can you do it? She couldn't make up her mind, so she might as well leave it up to the nettle wolf herself to decide. As a result, Yifan still nodded. The situation where the nettle wolf nodded his head was instantly transmitted back inside the live broadcast in real time. At the sight of this scene, the netizens burst out laughing maniacally again. It's so funny. Netflix wolves really need to let the wolves out. I mean, does Nettle Wolf even know what he's doing? How come I found out that every time someone talks to the Nettle Wolf, he just shakes his head? It can't be that he's been specially trained, right? Don't say that upstairs. Is it so hard to admit that you're not as intelligent as a wolf? Ha ha ha, the taunting is spot on. The internet wolf definitely understands human language. We'll see what happens if he wants to herd sheep. It's so good to see this live. I need half a small bench to watch it. The netizens are clearly delighted with the situation where the netizen wolf has to herd the sheep. How rare that is. Don't they just watch the live stream for fun? Oh, and next, seeing Yifan nodding his head, Qin Shuang couldn't say anything more, but only instructed Xiao Rou to keep a close eye on the nettle wolf. Just like that, under the leadership of Boss Bumpy, Yifan and the others soon arrived in front of a flock of sheep. Chapter 74, Watching Sheep? Of course it's the wolf's forte. Led by Boss Bumpy, Yifan and the others soon arrived in front of a flock of sheep. The flock was small, only a dozen or so. Well, these were hand-picked by Bumpy, in order to pick out the sheep with a docile character. It was convenient for Yifan and the others to experience. Seeing the sheep with their heads bowed down to graze in harmony, Lin Shuya and the others all smiled for a moment. Xiao Rou, also with a smile on her face, temporarily shifted the live broadcast camera from Yifan to those sheep. Well, let's give Nettlewolf a break and shoot the grasslands and sheep here first, haha. While spinning her cell phone, Zoe also introduced herself. Everything is in harmony. Yifan, who was a Netflix wolf, didn't do anything differently, but just then, the unthinkable happened. Blah, I don't know which sheep called out, and suddenly, a dozen or so sheep all scattered their legs and ran wildly, quickly leaving the same spot. Hey! Seeing this scene, Boss Bumpy was dumbfounded. Lin Shuya and the others were also stunned. Xiao Rou also froze, and even the netizens inside the live broadcast room were taken aback. What's going on? Why are these sheep running away? Strange. What's the situation? Are sheep that afraid of people? How can that be? Sheep aren't afraid of people, and some of them even come up to people when they know they're for food. Then how do you explain this current situation? The netizens were also a bit confused about the sudden riot of sheep leaving the situation. However, inside the live broadcast, there were still those who understood the brother, and immediately explained. Water friends, aren't you forgetting one thing? That is, the Netflix wolf can be right next to you. Nettle wolf? You mean those sheep were scared off by the Netflix wolf? Hey, I'm afraid that's the case. After all, just because the nettle wolves are docile doesn't mean these sheep are bold. The sheep's fear of such beasts as wolves and tigers is almost engraved into their genes, and it's normal to be afraid of seeing a Netflix wolf. Originally so, my wolf brother fruit is very 6 The king's 8 aura is released. The sheep directly retreat 3 feet. What is the difference between this and the hegemonic color hegemony? Caught a wild pirate fan. Just as the netizens were discussing it, Yifan was also a bit dumbfounded. How can we herd the sheep now that they've run away? Looking back, Boss Bumpy was also a bit confused. It doesn't matter if the flock runs apart, he'll just go get it back afterward. After all, for homegrown sheep, they have markers or something to label their identity. But now that the sheep have run away, how will they herd them? Isn't this slowing down a few VIPs? No way. The boss, Bumpy, glared at once and buzzed. The 3 beauties, and the nettle wolf. You guys wait for a while, I'll get them back. It's against the law. How dare they disobey? Noteworthy. Boss Bumpy knows all about the sheep being afraid of wolves. However, he had clearly been mesmerized by the traffic of Xiao Rou's live broadcast just now, and now he couldn't even think about it and immediately chose to remedy the situation. Only the result was predictable. Because of Yifan's presence, those sheep didn't dare to approach at all. Even if the Boss Bumpy used all his strength, he was still able to pull back a few sheep. Spare a thought. The sheep kept struggling, and if they hadn't been tethered, they probably would have run away. Seeing this, Xiao Rou and the others hesitated. Uncle, can you do it? If not, forget it. Yeah, look at these sheep. They don't seem too willing. It doesn't seem good if we forcefully touch them. The 3 of them, Lin Shuya, said one after another. Even Qin Shuang, who rarely spoke, couldn't help but persuade. Boss Bumpy sniffed, and sweat broke out on his forehead. On the one hand, there's the running, and on the other hand, there's the rush. If he had been an ordinary customer, he might have responded to this situation in a smooth manner. After all, with so many visitors, it's normal for the sheep to be emotionally unstable once or twice. If the customer doesn't get entangled, they naturally won't hold on to it. After all, it saves them a lot of trouble. But not now. There are still cameras rolling. It's live. What if over 100,000 people see how unprofessional his side is? And when they come here, what if they don't patronize him and patronize others? You know, sheep herding is basically the biggest feature in the grassland program. He can't herd sheep on his side. Others can on theirs, and it's not certain that others will choose him, even with the Netflix wolf added to the mix. On top of that, Bumpy Rubbish is worried that a situation like this will spoil it for Netflix wolf. If it spoils the fun and expresses its displeasure with the place in front of 100,000 people, won't he be finished? At this moment, Bumpy's mind was on the same frequency as the buffet owner again. If what he's circulating here is a bad signal, then he's really and truly screwed. That's why when he heard Lin Shuya and the others, Boss Bumpy refused to stop dead in his tracks. He continued to hustle. The three of them, Xiao Rou, saw the boss bumpkin tired and sweating as he caught the sheep, but they were a little bit reluctant to do so. Then Xiaoro suggested, Sister Qin Shuang, why don't we help out too? Actually, I feel pretty good about what's going on right now. Sheep herding turned into sheep catching. Saying so, Xiao Rou smiled cheekily, showing as much liveliness as she could. Hearing this, Lin Shuyi and Qin Shuang exchanged glances, but they didn't have any opinions. So, after asking about the markings of the sheep characteristics of the bumpkin family, the three of them, Xiao Rou, also joined in catching the sheep. On the contrary, it was Yi Fan, who stood still and watched the cell phone for Xiao Rou. At this time, looking at the sheep scurrying around, Yi Fan also reacted somewhat. These sheep, I think they saw me and ran away. Ha! Yi Fan's face was odd. Only the next thing that made Yi Fan lose his smile was that even with the help of Xiao Rou and the others, the effect was still minimal. After running 2 laps, Xiao Rou first couldn't top it and stopped next to Yi Fan with some panting. Xiao Rou subconsciously glanced at her cell phone and couldn't help but freeze. Anchor, how do you leave the Netflix wolf behind? Yeah, it's too much to run off and play by yourself, isn't it? Anchor, if you're going to catch a sheep, take Netflix wolf with you. Netflix wolf is also very good at catching sheep. I'll go. What kind of mentality is upstairs, to let a wolf catch a sheep? The devil. Ha ha ha, it seems like it's suddenly become a lot of fun. Anchor, I want to see a Netflix wolf catch a sheep. Want to see +1. Seeing the pop-ups from the netizens, Xiao Rou also suddenly reacted as well. She suddenly blinked her eyes and looked at Yi Fan and asked, Nettle wolf, why don't we come together to catch the sheep? Hearing this, Yi Fan froze. Let him catch the sheep? Is it okay? Yi Fan couldn't help but freeze when he looked at the flocks of sheep everywhere. He saw the pop-ups too. Are the netizens of this session so good at this? However, when he saw the gifs that were swiping the screen, Yi Fan grinned. Then try it. Chapter 75, Rising Fiercely. And seeing the wolves herding the sheep, the netizens' frantic brush of gifs made Yi Fan smile. Since so many people want to see him herd sheep, let's give it a try. Without a second word, Yi Fan's figure leapt out in a single bound. Xiao Rou and the others only felt the gust of wind come together, and the net red wolf had scurried out 10 meters away. So fast, several people were startled, especially the boss bumpers. As a rancher, he has so many sheep, which means that he usually deals with wolves quite a bit. When Yi Fan moved, he immediately saw the signs. It's a wolf king. Nope, much stronger than even the wolf king. That athletic figure and swift speed was definitely not something that an ordinary wild wolf could possess. Even the wolf king couldn't compare. What happened to him? The boss Bumpy then asked suspiciously. He wasn't by Rose's side just now, so he didn't hear Rose's words or see the netizens' pop-ups. He couldn't help but feel a little strange as he watched the reticulated wolf soar out. Lin Shuya and Qin Shuang, too, cast puzzled gazes. Xiao Rou instantly smiled cheekily. It's fine. The nettle wolf is catching sheep back for us. What? At those words, Lin Shuyi and Qin Shuang froze. Bumpy, on the other hand, was full of weirdness. Let a wolf go and get the sheep back. Bumpy's face was as odd as it could be when he thought about it. It's outrageous to have a wolf herding sheep. This is even more outrageous. But Bumpy didn't object. It's mostly just a matter of coaxing the Netflix wolves. Even if he bites and eats the sheep when he catches them, he's fine. Who made him a cyber wolf? Ah, that's a good feeling. Looking back, Boss Bumpy grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Lin Shuya, on the other hand, laughed bitterly. Xiaoro, what are you up to again? Xiao Rou instantly spread her hands innocently. No, it was suggested by a netizen. But the nettle wolf ran so fast, he should be able to get the sheep back, right? Saying so, Xiao Rou's gaze followed Yifan's figure, only to see that at this moment, Yifan was indeed rapidly approaching a sheep. Xin Shuang saw this, but he shook his head. In her opinion, despite Netflix Wolf's cleverness, still, in such a situation, one would follow the instinct to bite those sheep to death rather than capture them back. Actually, and it does, as he approached those sheep, Yifan really felt that a desire to kill and devour them rose from deep within. Wolves, by nature, must eat sheep. His soul, however, was human. Human beings are superior animals capable of overcoming their desires and suppressing their instincts. So very quickly, Yifan suppressed the desire to kill and devour within his body and just drove towards the sheep in front of him with his head covered. The speed of a sheep, even if it goes crazy, is obviously no match for a wolf, not to mention an enlightened wolf like Yifan. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with a sheep. When this sheep saw Yifan chasing after him, it immediately changed its position urgently. But where would Yifan let him escape? Immediately scaring it and heading in a specific direction. After driving one head, Yifan ran to the other side and drove the second head. Ha! Seeing this, Qin Shuang was surprised. Equally surprised was the boss Bumpy. Originally, they all thought that the nettle wolf would be inhibited from biting those sheep to death after catching up with them. At the very least, attack. But now, surprisingly, it's really just driven back. So amazing. Both of them showed a look of surprise. Rather, it was Xiao Rou and Lin Shuya who couldn't see the way out. The former only thought it was funny, while the latter's beautiful eyes lit up, thinking it was a nice scene, and immediately raised her camera again to record it. Seeing this, Xiao Rou also suddenly remembered that it was time to show the netizens inside the live broadcasting room the current status of Yifan, and immediately also picked up her cell phone and shown it in Yifan's direction. See, the nettle wolf is really catching sheep. Ha, he's not attacking those sheep anymore. It's rare. I see wolves herding sheep. Ha ha ha, the Netflix wolf shouldn't really be trying to get all the sheep back, should he? Anchor, come closer. I want a better look. The netizens were again greatly amused. Looking around, under the drive of the net red wolf, the sheep that had just fled and dispersed away were really driven back head by head. Boss Bumpy, who had been working on getting the sheep back, was idle for a while, as she watched the nettle wolf literally capture all the sheep. Zoe was stunned, and really got all the sheep back. You know, Ro just now was also completely just hearing the words of the netizens on a whim. I didn't realize that Nettlewolf had actually done it. To this, Sheen Frost, a wildlife conservation station, was also greatly puzzled. It's amazing that the Netflix wolf was able to curb his desire to simply get the sheep back. Of course, what surprised her even more was that it would have been fine if the nettle wolf had just captured his sheep back. But now, he even knows how to pack a punch and drive a head of sheep all in one place. This is too smart. Lin Shu also looked at it with beautiful eyes. That said, the scene looks as if it's a Netflix wolf chasing those sheep, but it's also very monumental. Just like that, under Yifan's pursuit, Boss Bumpy's sheep quickly returned to its original position. And I don't know what the nettle wolf did, but those sheep obediently stayed where they were and stopped running around. God, this netted wolf, it's a god. My god, that boss can't handle all these sheep for a herder. But the Netflix wolf chased them all back. Ha ha, I told you, it's easy to let the wolf take on the sheep. Upstairs, you've got it all figured out. It's not exactly blind guessing. After all, the Netflix wolf is so smart. How could a bunch of sheep be hard for him to beat? It's so funny. It's like Grey Wolf and Pleasant. No sheep will die in the interaction with Grey Wolf. The netizens inside the live broadcast room, seeing this scene, were greatly surprised again. The pop-ups are all over the place. The gifts are all over the place. When Xiao Rou saw this, she was so happy that she laughed out loud. Then she walked over to Yifan's side and stroked Yifan's fluffy wolf head up. Ha ha, Nettlewolf, you're too powerful. Look, everyone loves you. Do you want to say hello to everyone? Xiao Rou said that as a completely subconscious act. She didn't really expect that Yifan would have any reaction either. After all, a wolf that could understand human language and know how to eat and drink was also already very incredible. It can't be, and know something about live streaming. However, just as Xiao Rou thought this, an even more unbelievable situation appeared. After hearing Xiao Rou's words, the net red wolf looked towards the phone and suddenly stretched out his paw, swinging it. That look that says, "Hi." In the live room, it exploded again. Ah, you can't become a sperm after the founding of the country. My god, is the Netflix wolf saying hello to us? Unbelievable. Is it coincidental, or is it real? Even if it's coincidental, it's still too cool. I recorded it. Ha ha. Chapter 76, Playing Games in the Future. You may meet Netflix wolves. The netizens in the livestream were stunned. They've known for a long time that Netflix wolves are very smart, but never in a million years did I think that the nettle wolf would be that smart. It's not even enough to understand human language and know how to eat and drink, but now you even know how to broadcast live. That waved his paw in a manner that was clearly the same as a human waving in greeting. Xiao Rou was also confused and looked at Yifan blankly. Netflix wolf, were you just greeting the netizens? You knew I was on the air? Yifan sniffed, and in the wolf eyes that looked at Xiao Rou, there was a flash of laughter. How could he not know? He even knew that before and after. Xiao Rou's live room had collected hundreds of thousands of gifts. All this money, Yifan is keeping track of it, thinking of finding Xiao Rou to ask for it back later. Even if not all of it, at least give him a share of the spoils. Nope, it's a split, lol. Thinking this way, Yifan immediately waved his hand towards the cell phone again. He's really saying hello to us. Oh, my god, a wolf knows about the live broadcast. How can it be? It can't be smart enough to understand cell phones. Live streaming all this, can it? What's impossible? It's a smart internet wolf, not just any other big roadkill. Today was kind of an eye-opener. Holy, if this goes on, the Netflix wolf shouldn't be broadcasting live bandwagons in the future, right? Oh, maybe after all, the end of the Netflix are with goods. This is already a law. So what are you going to buy from Netflix wolf carry in the future? 7 pairs of wolves? Upstairs has an idea. Book one for me. The inside of the broadcast room exploded. The pop-ups, the gifts, kept popping up as if they were boiling. However, Xiao Rou couldn't care about that anymore, as she looked back at Yifan with her beautiful eyes shining brightly. Netflix wolf, do you know that this is a cell phone? Yifan nodded, which instantly drew a great surprise from Xiao Rou. At this time, her mind, too, was flooded with one ridiculous thought. If only Netflix wolf knew about cell phones. So will he learn to play with his cell phone later? If he learns to play with his cell phone, then will he learn to play games later? Zoe suddenly remembered an image she had occasionally swiped before. That's a picture of a dog playing King Pesticide. The accompanying text reads, you never know if the teammate on the other side of the screen is a person, a ghost, or a dog playing a game. At that time, Ro just laughed and didn't care. But now, her mind clearly conjured up images of Nettlewolf playing a game. What's wrong? At this time, Lin Shuya also came over, and seeing Xiao Rou in a daze, he couldn't help but ask in confusion. Xiao Rou blinked her eyes and looked at Lin Shuyi, and suddenly shrieked. Ah! Lin Shuya was immediately taken aback. Sheen Frost and Boss Bumpy were also attracted by the commotion. What's going on here? Zoe, what's up? Qin Xuan's footsteps were slightly hurried. From her point of view, Zoe stayed right next to the web-slinging wolf. The nettle wolf still went berserk and so attacked Zoe. Thinking of this, Qin Xuan's footsteps quickened a few more points. As a result, just as she arrived there, she saw Xiao Rou saying excitedly to Lin Shui, Sister E, Netflix wolf he actually knows about cell phones. What? Hearing this, Qin Xuan hummed for a while. Lin Shu was also stunned. Boss Bumpy, on the other hand, was a bit unsure, so he looked back with an odd expression. You mean, Nettlewolf knows what a cell phone is? Lin Shuya's face also turned odd as he asked Xiao Rou. Finding out that Xiao Rou was not bitten, Qin Shuang also breathed a sigh of relief. However, after hearing Xiao Rou's, Qin Shuang's face also turned strange. A picture of the Nettlewolf playing with her cell phone came to her mind, too. For a moment, she was a little afraid to look straight. Xiao Rou, however, as if she had discovered some new continent, hurriedly said to Lin Shui, Sister E, take out your cell phone and let Netflix Wolf take a look at it to see if he really knows about cell phones. Lin Shu also sniffed, and also took out his cell phone with confidence, handing it to the Nettle Wolf. Nettle Wolf, do you know how to play with a cell phone? Open it up. As it turned out, to the amazement of the crowd, the Nettle Wolf once again magically put a paw on the top of his cell phone. Lin Shui's cell phone was without a lock screen, and then the crowd was shocked to see that the cell phone, which originally had a black screen, lit up, and he actually turned on his cell phone. Seeing this, Xiao Rou and the others were dumbstruck. Oh my god, Netflix Wolf is really good at playing with cell phones. Nima, it won't be playing King Pesticide one day and connecting to Netflix Wolf, right? Don't worry, with Netflix Wolf's intelligence, if he plays King, his level is much higher than yours. Upstairs, Shrimp and Pig's heart. Upstairs, Shrimp and Pig's heart. If you know how to play the phone, let the Netflix Wolf live on his own in the future, so that we don't have to guard the anchor. And my wife thinks I'm a pervert. Ha ha ha, good suggestion. Have you noticed that we really don't seem to be as good as a wolf? So many things, it seems like there's nothing a Netflix Wolf won't do. The netizens are equally amazed by this. Keeping an eye on Netflix Wolf, they seem to be able to see something new and exciting every once in a while. This situation is just too much to handle. Inside the live room, the gifts flew again. Noticing this scene, Yifan's eyes suddenly revealed another smile. In fact, the situation at hand is what he intended. After today, Lin Shuya's reportage shoot, 2, is over. Afterward, he didn't know if he'd have a chance to contact Zoe and the others. But if, for example, Ro and the others knew he would be playing with a cell phone, then would they buy one for him? Convenient for future contact. Of course, before that, he had to let Xiao Ro and the others know that he not only knew about cell phones, he would also use them to be right. Think of it this way. Yifan instantly moved his wolf paw again and tapped on his cell phone. Ha, what's Nettle Wolf doing? Holy, it's not going to open the king, is it? This Netflix wolf has really become a sperm. Doesn't the state care? It's true that you have to be dragged off to be sliced up and studied before you can do anything about it, and the dog's head stays alive. The netizens noticed Yifan's movements and were suddenly amazed again. In the meantime, Ro and the others were naturally attracted by the Nettle Wolf's movements. Boss Bumpy was watching too. But soon, the cell phone inside his pants pocket rang. A handful of somewhat nostalgic ringtone songs rang out. Boss Bumpy subconsciously took it out and froze. The name of the number displayed on it is MS. Lin. This Miss Lin is none other than Lin Shuya. Realizing this, Boss Bumpy froze and looked towards Lin Shuya. Only the cell phone, indeed, was held in Lin Shuya's hand, but it wasn't her who was using the cell phone. It was the nettlesome wolf next to her. At this moment, Xiao Ro and the others were all confused. One by one, all frozen in place. What did they see? Chapter 77, Buying a Cell Phone for a Netflix Wolf. Online. The scene. At this moment, everyone was confused. What did they see? Just a moment ago, the Nettle Wolf had actually taken the initiative to open the phone list, and then made a call to the person at the top of Lin Shuya's call chances. The man, none other than Boss Bumpy. Just now, when Lin Shuya came to the door, he was calling to contact Bumpy, so the Bumpy phone rang. But this, it doesn't matter anymore. Importantly, Netflix Wolf is on the phone. He'll call. Crazy? Am I crazy or is the world crazy that a wolf would call? Internet Red Wolf, can you give me a call? My number is 158x times x times x times x times x. Even if Wolf calls you, can you talk to him? I'm different. I can video chat with Wolf. My family owns a supermarket, so if he wants to eat something, I'll send it to him directly. It turns out to be a supermarket owner. Just in time. Do you hire people there? I eat less and do more. What I'm thinking now is, can Netflix Wolf buy a cell phone? And how do you open a card if you don't have an ID? Get a fake ID on the line, or simply use someone else's. The problem now is that the Netflix Wolf will really call. This is not into the essence. This is directly into the demon. Okay, stop arguing. Have this time to brush some gifts to buy a cell phone for Netflix Wolf? Yes. Anchor, we give you brush money. You take some out to buy a cell phone for the Net Red Wolf. Are so adult. No cell phone to say it is not acceptable. I still wait for the future with the Net Red Wolf double volleyball it. Buy a cell phone. Buy a cell phone. The netizens were shocked, and at the end of the day, the gifts were swiped even harder instead. The call to buy a cell phone for Netflix Wolf is even higher. After a while, Xiao Ro finally came back to her senses and saw the pop-ups inside the live broadcast room. She blushed oddly to the extreme. Buy a cell phone for a Netflix Wolf. For a moment, she didn't even know how to describe the situation in front of her. Lin Shu was also stunned, but he didn't forget and captured the image once again. The fact that Netflix Wolf is over here playing with his cell phone may not have much to do with the scenery over here, but there's no doubt that it's a lot of fun. Qin Shuang, who was next to him, moved his gaze slightly. At this moment, as a certain netizen said, she had the idea of slicing up the netizen wolf and studying it. Within the animals, apart from humans, it is recognized that the last in intelligence is monkeys, apes and monkeys, the primates. But now, Qin Shuang felt that this common sense was going to be broken, because inside the wolf clan, an existence like the Nettle Wolf appeared. Although Qin Frost didn't stay inside the hotel with the Nettle Wolf last night, she suddenly realized that such a Nettle Wolf could actually live in a human city just like a pet dog. His emotions, so stable and intelligent, were surprisingly recognizable for the use of human props. In fact, Nettle Wolf is safer than a lot of pet dogs. Yet, after all, there are some pet dogs that go crazy in certain situations. But what about the reticulated wolf, who, as multiple experiences have shown, is not aggressive towards humans at all? Nettle Wolf, everyone's talking about getting you a cell phone. Do you want one? And at this time, Xiao Ro returned to her senses and also smiled mischievously after all. It's amazing how that happens though. But as someone who was almost the first to recognize the Nettle Wolf, she had seen too much of its magic firsthand. Being able to use a cell phone now doesn't seem excessive. And for the netizen's request, Zoe saw it too. She didn't have the slightest problem with that. She'd made more money in the last few days than she had in the last few years. And all of this, Zoe knew, was thanks to Nettle Wolf. It's only natural to spend some on him now. In fact, let alone a cell phone. It's okay for her to buy a small car if Netflix Wolf uses it. As much as Ro didn't want to admit it, at this point, the Netflix Wolf had indeed become her moneymaker in a tangible and intangible way. However, thinking like this, Xiao Ro still smiled and asked for Yifan's opinion. When Yifan heard this, he was immediately energized. Nodded evenly. That's the effect he's going for. Zoe bought herself a cell phone. After getting the cell phone, for him now, naturally, the sky is high enough for birds to fly, and the sea is wide enough for fish to leap. Seeing Yifan nod his head, Xiao Ro instantly smiled. Good, then I'll go back and buy you a cell phone. I'll cover your phone bill from now on. Hearing this, Lin Shuya and the others couldn't help but look odd again. How did it turn into buying a cell phone for Netflix Wolf? Is Zoe crazy? Buy a cell phone for a wolf. Even if Nettle Wolf could use a cell phone and buy him one, he wouldn't be able to use it. How is Yifan going to carry his cell phone after he buys it? This might be solved. After all, Yifan had transported snacks before, and was able to do so by carrying external objects. But what about the Wi-Fi issue? What about the charging issue? Wi-Fi aside, you know, on the Tibetan side, there's no electricity. How was Yifan going to charge his cell phone if it ran out of power? Thinking about this, the crowd's faces were even more strange. It was the boss, Bumpy, who was a little surprised. At this time, he even came over and asked Xiao Ro with a smile on his face, "That, little pretty girl, if you buy a cell phone for Netflix Wolf, can you write my phone number in then?" Hearing this, Lin Shuya and the others' faces grew more and more odd. This boss, surprisingly, came along for the ride. Xiao Ro was happy and immediately responded. Good. Boss Bumpy was instantly delighted, though he didn't think that would really reach the Nettle Wolf either. But isn't there hope? And even if you really can't reach the Red Wolf online, it's okay. Just be able to use it to bluff tourists when the time comes. For example, if a visitor comes over here and he says directly that he has the phone number of the Netflix Wolf, does he just extinguish the other owners? Ha ha. Thinking of the wonderful thing, the boss Bumpy got happier and happier. This boss is also a man of character. Indeed, a few others were wondering about Netflix Wolf using a cell phone, and he just exchanged numbers. I don't see that much. I just see the corners of this boss's mouth right now, and it's harder to press than AK. I also really want the number of the Netflix Wolf. By the time the anchor cannot release it, don't even think about it. It won't be published. If it is published, Netflix will be bombarded with phone calls from now on. What are you guys talking about? I'm more curious now. Does Netflix Wolf really use a cell phone? How does he carry it? How does he charge it? This is simple. About the Netroots Wolf with a cell phone feasible program. I summarize 6 points. Nima, the inside of the live room was buzzing with activity. On the other hand, Bumpy was smiling again and said to Xiao Ro and the others, "In that case, let's go to the next item." To this, Xiao Ro and the others naturally had no opinion. After chasing the sheep for so long just now, they naturally weren't in the mood to let them go again. Moreover, the sheep now seemed to be afraid to leave their place after Yifan's shock. While we're at it, let's start the next project. Thinking of this, Xiao Ro immediately inquired, "Uncle, so the next project, what is it?" Bumpy grinned instantly. Ride. Chapter 78 Netflix Wolf becomes a mount? Boss Bumpy's words immediately drew the crowd's attention. Riding? Not bad. Yeah. The three of them, Lin Shuya, all came to be interested, especially Zoe. She was already a lively and active master, and now that she heard horseback riding, her beautiful eyes immediately lit up. Well then, wait here while I bring the horses. Saying this, Bumpy left the flock as he drove them away. Lin Shu also stood still and waited. For her part, Zoe took the time to continue to livestream with Nettle Wolf. Do you want to ride a horse next? Catching sheep and riding a horse. This does seem to be quite fun, but the anchor and others, can they ride horses? I'm more curious as to how Netflix Wolf is involved in this program. Ha. Nettle Wolf is so smart. Maybe, he can even ride a horse? Good idea. Boss Bumpy's words were apparently heard by the internet as well. Hearing that horseback riding was next, these idle netizens came to be interested. Seeing those pop-ups, Ro also realized the problem. By the way, Sister Yi, do you guys know how to ride horses? And what about Nettle Wolf? Are we going to go riding while he watches from here? Hearing this, Lin Shuya was also stunned. Instead, Qin Shuang explained, that boss, since he said so, should teach us to ride horses. But, speaking here, Qin Shuang looked at Yifan. Well, she couldn't figure out how to get Nettle Wolf involved in the program. We can't have Netflix wolves riding horses like Netflix said. Can we? Thinking of that bizarre and incongruous image, Qin Shuang's eyes flashed with an odd color. Oh, Nettle Wolf, do you know how to ride a horse? Xiao Rou came back to her senses, but she didn't mind asking Yi Fan. Hearing this, Yi Fan was stunned. As a human, he did know how to ride a horse, but as a coyote, how could he? This thing, unlike a cell phone, isn't just a couple of swipes. Horseback riding involves not only the use of hands and feet, but also proper power in the lower back. Yi Fan really couldn't imagine how to harness a horse with the body of a coyote. Thus, Yi Fan shook his head. The netizens were delighted to see the netizen wolf shaking his head. See, the nettle wolf is shaking his head. I'm going to go. Finally I see Nettle Wolf shaking his head. I thought there was nothing in this world he wouldn't know how to do. How can that be? The Netflix wolf is not a wolf no matter how smart he is. Of course there are things he can't do. Upstairs is incorrect. Netflix wolf is shaking his head now. Instead I think he's smarter, because only smart people will retreat from difficulties. Those who are stupid will only go straight ahead and end up with blood on their faces. Upstairs, you're preaching to me, but I want to see a Netflix wolf on a horse. Want to see +1. Can the anchor arrange it? Zoe and the others laughed as well. The nether wolf shook his head in a rather goofy way. Such a nettlesome wolf caused several people to smile. Looking at the comments of the netizens, Xiao Rou was also a little guilty. She also wanted to try to fulfill the netizens' requests, but it wasn't realistic at all for a netizen wolf to ride a horse. So, is there anything we can do? Zoe couldn't help but contemplate. Just then, Boss Bumpy came over with his horses handily. There were 2 other herders, likewise leading horses. The owner, Bumpy, was very attentive, and the horses that dived in were gentle soft horses, a little shorter than people. He then inquired, do you know how to ride a horse? And if you don't, they will teach you. But Nettlewolf, too. Speaking of which, Bumpy was also a bit of a problem. He also cared extra about Nettlewolf's feelings now. Mostly, he understood that inside the live broadcast, the 100,000 or so people were watching because they liked Netflix Wolf. What's this if it's time to ride the horse and they throw away the Netflix Wolf? Wouldn't that be the same as dropping the main characters and the supporting cast acting on their own? How does that work? Zoe also felt something was wrong. She then came over to Bumpy and asked, Uncle, is there any way to get Netflix Wolf to ride a horse as well? The netizens all want to see it. Hearing this, Bumpy's face instantly sank into a pensive expression. Zoe's words confirmed his thoughts even more. That is, he couldn't throw away the Nettle Wolf to play. But the thing is, Nettlewolf is not fit to ride a horse. He's all similar to a mount. So how is it convenient to ride another mount? At this point, though, Bumpy thought about how Nettlewolf had caught the sheep earlier. It's reasonable to assume that the Nettlewolf is also inconveniently catching sheep. But didn't he do it before? So, is there now a way to get Netflix Wolf on board as well? Bumpy thought this, unintentionally glancing at the reticulated wolf and the young horse beside him. At this moment, he was surprised to find that the size of the Nettle Wolf was about the same as these young horses. Bumpy was amazed. These young horses, mind you, are infinitely close to adulthood. The size is actually about the same compared to an adult horse. There was a saying that people were taller than horses. So the current young horse, although it wasn't tall enough for Lin Shuya and the others, wasn't small in size either. Yet it was incredible that the size of the Nettle Wolves was able to rival them. In fact, Bumpy realized early on that the Nettle Wolves were huge, far beyond the average coyote, or even the Wolf King, but there has been no comparison before. And now, with the young horse on the scene, he finally has something to compare it to. Noticing this, Buccaneer's heart suddenly stirred, and he really did have a bold idea. Thinking of this, Buccaneer said to Xiao Zhua, Little beauty, it's actually fine to let Nettle Wolf participate, but instead of him riding, he'll be the horse. He came to be a horse? Hearing this, Xiao Rou froze. She subconsciously looked towards the web-red wolf, and after seeing that the web-red wolf barely lost the size of a young horse, her beautiful eyes, too, gradually brightened up. Zoe understood what Bumpy meant. Simply put, it's about letting the Netflix wolf be the horse and be ridden by others. Good idea. Xiao Rou suddenly had a pretty face. Without a second thought, she asked Yifan, who was next to her, Nettle Wolf, can you let me ride it? You'll be my mount. Toward the end, Rou couldn't help but get excited. Not only is this a great idea that could involve Netflix wolves, but the idea is, well, fun. Imagining the image of herself riding the Nettle Wolf Mercedes, Xiao Rou's little face flushed with excitement. The netizens went crazy with laughter. Ha ha ha, this boss is talented. To have a Netflix wolf as a mount, this is still a good idea. And this way the Netflix wolves are involved. Okay, now I'll be the banker. Anyone want to guess if the Netflix wolf can outrun those horses? Interesting. I'm betting on Netflix. What? There's no way the Netflix wolf can outrun those horses even if he's fast. There seems to be support on both sides of the fence. So does this mean that it's really possible for the Netflix wolves to outrun those horses? Awesome, my Netflix wolf. And while the netizens are heatedly discussing it, Yi Fan's face was strange. Chapter 79 Riding a Wolf? The terrifying summoning power of the Netflix wolf. This time, Yi Fan's face couldn't help but become odd. Boss Bumpy's offer? Of course he heard it. Just to not play like that? Let me go as a mount. Or be ridden by a woman. What a joke. I'm the titular Netflix wolf. The last hope of the wolf clan. The wolf king of wolves. 1 in a million. High above the war wolves. What's this about letting him give a woman a ride? Despite having a good relationship with Xiaoro, Yi Fan refused without even thinking about it. At this time, Yi Fan directly shook his head. Seeing the nettle wolf shaking his head, the little soft and bumpy one was all baffled. With that, Xiaoro's small mouth pouted slightly. She glanced at the live feed, and then said with some pity, "Nettle wolf, don't you want to? But so many internet users, they want to see us play horseback riding games, and they have to run faster than those horses. Geez, people, don't swipe your gifts. Nettlewolf doesn't want to play this. This brother love wolf shouldn't brush up on so much carnival either." Saying so, Ro looked at her cell phone again and said with some embarrassment, Yi Fan's expression moved. Carnival? He also patted over to look at the phone and was a little shaken up, only to see that the screen, which was originally just floating with sunglasses, flowers, and love hearts, was suddenly taken over by luxurious gift special effects. It's a carnival, and not just one or two, but one after the other, as if there were no end in sight. Hey, it's okay, I had a good time watching it just now. I'm happy that the Netflix wolf ran away, and I'll keep watching if it doesn't. A pop-up line rose up with it. It was posted by that very same wolf. Ro didn't even know what to say. Yi Fan, on the other hand, had his wolf eyes shrink slightly. This one is, god damn it, at $3,000 a carnival. It's as if you don't need the money and keep swiping. In less than a moment, he had actually swiped hard to the top of the list. Not only is it a godsend, but it's also a huge fan. Faced with such a loyal fan, Yi Fan faltered. There's no way around it. It's just that the other side is giving too much. And let's not forget that Yi Fan was planning to share the proceeds of these days equally with Xiaoro. In other words, the bounty that Xiaoro received also had his share. Realizing this, Yi Fan blinked his eyes and suddenly called out to Xiaoro. Ouch. Hearing Yi Fan shout, Xiaoro couldn't help but be stunned. Boss Bumpy also looked at Nettlewolf strangely. Nettlewolf, what do you say when? Zoe asked suspiciously. For a while, she didn't understand what Yi Fan meant. Yi Fan was helpless. For him to respond to Xiaoro's words, it was actually very simple. Just nod your head and shake it. But it was really a bit difficult to make Zoe understand his words. Good on. Some body movements, Yi Fan still knows. So then, he stopped barking, and instead, in 3 or 2 steps, he came to Xiaoro's side and crouched down on his back. Ha! Xiaoro was stunned, then her beautiful eyes lit up as she reacted. Nettle Wolf, you agreed to let me ride? Next to the boss, Bumpy, was also in high spirits. Yi Fan couldn't help but darken his face. What makes you ride? No, it's not okay. It's just a riding game for once. Even though he had already succumbed to the obscene power of money, Yi Fan was absolutely unwilling to admit that he was being ridden by a woman, even if that person was Ro, who was relatively close to him. After all, if word got back to Double Happiness, where would he, the boss and owner, put his face? However, Yi Fan was dumbfounded when he thought about it. Double Happiness, they're not like themselves. They don't know how to use a cell phone. By then, the video of him being ridden by Zoe would be much less likely to reach them. Thinking of this, Yi Fan was relieved, and immediately inclined his head again, signaling to Xiaoro. Ha ha, well. Xiaoro understood this time, and immediately crossed her feet with gusto and sat on top of Yi Fan. Seeing this scene, Bumpy instantly revealed a smile as well. He didn't forget, however, to educate Zoe about horseback riding and safety. Although Zoe was riding a wolf, it was naturally similar. Also, Bumpy took it upon himself to put a saddle on Nettle Wolf. As Bumpy could see, with the size of the reticulated wolf, it fit perfectly in the saddle. And the commotion here soon caught the attention of Lin Shuya and Qin Shuang. Just now they were being taught horseback riding by the herdsman. This would all be mounted as well, and were riding slowly, drawn by the herdsman. Coming over to Zoe's side, both of them froze when they saw Bumpy bumping the saddle for Nettle Wolf. And then Zoe couldn't wait to ride it with a smile on her face. What are you doing? Despite having understood what was going on, Lin Shuya froze and asked. Qin Shuang, who was next to him, was also staring at this side with wide eyes. Hearing this, Xiaoro burst out laughing. Sister Qin Shuang, didn't you see it? I'm riding the Nettle Wolf. By the way, why don't we have a tournament after we learn? The netizens inside the live broadcast room said let me compare to see if the netizen wolves run fast or these horses run fast. Hearing this, Lin Shuya and Qin Shuang, instead of reacting, became even more confused. The two herders who had instructed the two to ride their horses could not help but look strange when they saw the scene. They had seen a lot of horseback riding, and they had tried riding sheep, but riding a wolf was really the first time they had seen it. Wolves, can they be ridden too? The two were stunned. Boss Bumpy, however, has seen it all. He introduced himself. Several of you. In fact, we don't have a lot of horseback riding competitions in our area at the very least, and there's a circled field right over there that we can go to. Yes, 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 Xiao Rou hurriedly responded. Lin Shuya and Qin Shuang naturally had no opinion. Both of them were just dumbfounded as they watched the web-slinging wolf literally hump Zoe into action that way. One of them, Lin Shuya, was even a little envious. Nettle wolf, she wants to ride it too, but it made it easier for her to take pictures. Thinking of this, Lin Shuya took the opportunity to take out his camera and capture this strange image. Xiao Rou was riding a netted wolf, so naturally it wasn't suitable to hold a cell phone, so she also asked her boss, Bumpy, to hold it. Bumpy didn't refuse and took it with a smile. He aimed the screen at Zoe, who was riding the Netflix wolf, and his smile widened at the sight of the bustling live feed. Then he subconsciously glanced at the number of people in the upper right corner and sucked in another breath of cold air up. Hiss! Only 100,000, which represented the number of people, had disappeared, and in its place, there were 200,000 people, and it's not even a whole number. In other words, at this moment, the number of people watching this place had soared to over 200,000. What a horrible statistic that is. So many people made Bumpy blush with excitement. Such a number of people. Don't be many. When the time comes, even if 1 in 1,000 comes to him, it will be able to make him earn a lot of money. Is this the power of the Netflix wolf's call? It's simply horrible as hell. Chapter 80. Wolves can't run from horses. Netflix wolves will lose? Holy, the Netflix wolf is for real. This is going to be a good show. I'm betting on Netflix wolf. I can't help it. I really can't support Nettle wolf this time. I guess those horses are faster. I also think that the net red wolf will win. You do not forget. The anchor they are novice they at least can be fast to what extent. But the net red wolf is different. He is so smart. I guess easily be able to outrun these horse. Seeing that Xiao Rou and the others were about to start the match, the netizens inside the live broadcast room were also discussing somewhat passionately. Looking at the over 200,000 people online, Bumpy couldn't help but stare in disbelief. As for Rou and the others, they were giddy and ready to begin. At this moment, Lin Shuya and Qin Shuang, returning to their senses, also came to have some interest. Though it did seem odd that Zoe was riding a nettle wolf and comparing riding with them, but it seems to be an interesting situation to be in. Having just learned how to ride a horse, Lin Shuya and Qin Shuang, too, did not refuse to race, and so, the three of them were led by Bumpy, directly to a nearby area. This area, with less grass and lines on the ground, resembles a small soccer field. Seeing this venue made Zoe even more excited. Good, it fits here. Nettlewolf, listen, we're going to race them later, and we're going to outrun them all. Yifan nodded when he heard this. Since he had already made up his mind, he naturally wouldn't be pretentious. Even though his opponent was a horse, he was no wimp. Thinking of this, Yifan couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. That said, he rarely tested his speed nowadays, so why not take this opportunity to compete with these horses? Of course, just now Yifan had run when he caught the sheep, but at that time, Yifan wasn't completely serious. Now against these horses, maybe it's time to test it. Okay, then let me be the judge. With a strong crowd of over 200,000 people watching, Bumpy was exceptionally excited, and then volunteered to serve as a judge for the competition. Xiao Rou and the others naturally had no opinion. Yifan immediately walked to the starting line and then stopped steadily. As for Lin Shuyi and Qin Shuang, under the herdsman's traction, they also came this way. Looking at the two people on the horse, Xiao Rou couldn't help but laugh. Sister Qin Shuang, do we want to make a bet as well? I think the nettle wolf will be faster than your horses. Oh. Hearing this, Qin Shuang was the first to say, horses are faster than wolves. Are you sure you want to compete with us? Lin Shuya smiled at his words. Station Chief Qin is a professional. If she says so, she definitely can't be wrong. Zoe, do you still want to bet? On what? Saying so, Lin Shu also smiled a bit. Xiao Rou was stunned. She hadn't thought that there was such a situation. Can't a wolf outrun a horse? Rou thought about it and wasn't too surprised. After all, as she recalled, horses did run fast in those movies and TV shows. And wolves, while not slow, should still be no match for horses. You know, the horse also has a war record of traveling 1,000 miles a day. Thinking like this, Xiao Rou couldn't help but pout. What? Afraid to bet? Lin Shuya seemed to find it amusing and made a sound to tease Xiao Rou again. Zoe was even more hesitant. However, when she saw Yifan with his head held high, she suddenly froze. Nettle Wolf, can you outrun those horses? Immediately after that, Xiaorou asked with a flutter in her heart. In fact, she didn't think the wolf could outrun the horse anymore, but she was a little hesitant when she saw the netted wolf with his head held high. After thinking about it, she simply asked Yifan for his opinion up. Yifan didn't say anything, he just tilted his head and let out a wolf howl. Ow! The sound of wolf howls came out, even causing the young horses under Lin Shuya and Qin Shuang to be a little restless. Luckily, the two herders who were guarding the side hastened to calm the young horse down. When Xiaorou saw this, her beautiful eyes lit up. She understood what Yifan meant. Hey, Nettle Wolf, looks like you're confident. In that case, I'll trust you. Xiaorou hemmed and hawed and also looked at Lin Shuya and Qin Shuang with her head held high. Sister Qin Shuang, let's just have a match. As for the bet, let's just bet on a cup of milk tea. If I lose, I'll buy you all a drink, and if I win, you'll buy me 2 drinks. How about that? Upon hearing this, Lin Shuya instantly smiled for a moment. Yeah, naturally, she had no problem with that. After all, this is not a big bet, it's just for fun. As for Qin Shuang, that was even more of a no-brainer. Nettlewolf was smart, but she was convinced of her knowledge. Okay, since you're all ready, I'll do the countdown. The boss, Bumpy, finished discussing a few people and immediately started hosting. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, go! With Bumpy's command, all 3 of Zoe's men made a move. Lin Shuya and Qin Shuang, following what the herdsman had just taught them, slightly brought the horse rope. The young horse sensed something and ran off at once. Tada! Xiaorou also pulled the rope on Yifan. Netflix Wolf, go. After the decision, Xiaorou instead did not hesitate. The whole person let go and became cheerful. Hearing Xiaorou's ha, Yifan naturally moved, but instead of rushing, he ran slowly with Zoe. For him, it didn't matter if he won or lost fast or slow, just don't drop Zoe. After all, this ninny is her chosen partner yet. It was also because of this mindset that in the blink of an eye, Yifan was 2 lengths behind. Ah, Nettlewolf, get after them, we can't let them get ahead. Xiaorou saw this, but she was a bit anxious. This racecourse, not very big, was only about 200 meters. If we fall too far behind, we'll lose. Zoe, you're going to lose. Lin Shuya clearly understood this, and after walking out for a while, he turned his head and smiled at Xiaorou. Ah, when Xiaorou saw this, she was in a hurry. At this time, the netizens inside the live broadcast room also saw the signs. Sure enough, the Netflix Wolf can't run fast enough. It's not that you can't run fast, it's probably because you're not used to carrying someone on your back. That's right, after all, those horses have been trained, and Nettlewolf is probably packing people for the first time. Is Netflix Wolf going to lose? Don't! I made a bet with my friend and even pressed him to win. Nettlewolf doesn't seem to be running as hard as he can. Does he not realize this is a race? Maybe. By this time, the young horses had already run out a few dozen meters, while the net red wolf had only just managed to come to 20 meters. So at this moment, both Xiaorou and the netizens felt that in this match, it was the Nettle Wolf who had lost. Just then, however, a surprising situation occurred. Come on Nettlewolf, I don't want to lose. Hurry up and run ahead of them. Xiaorou wasn't defeated, and Nettlewolf cheered up. As a result, when he heard Xiaorou's words, the net red wolf really did start running. Chapter 81 slightly out of the way is a champion. Right at this moment, Yifan directly ran. Ha! Lin Shuya and Qin Shuang raised their eyebrows when they saw this. Xiaorou was also a bit puzzled by the speed of the Nettle Wolf, which had really obviously sped up. Run, Nettle Wolf, catch up with them. Soon, though, she didn't think much of it, and squealed with excitement. In her excitement, Zoe even forgot to swing the rope. In fact, there was also no need for Xiaorou to maneuver at all. Yifan was able to run on his own. The reason he was slow just now was just that he was getting used to it a little bit. As a certain netizen said, the first time he packs people, Yifan is indeed not quite used to it. If it was a normal walk it would be fine, but running and jumping, he was really afraid of throwing Xiaorou out. And now, after 2 or 3 minutes of acclimatization, he naturally became somewhat familiar with it and sped up. This accelerated speed, Xiaorou and Lin Shuya 2 people's distance, suddenly obviously shortened. That's not surprising. The 2 juveniles, while leading, didn't lead by much, mainly because Lin Shuya and Qin Shuang, 2 novices, didn't run too fast either. I'll be damned, it's really running. Netflix Wolf Bull, being able to ride a netted wolf. This anchor is also very powerful. This experience can be blown for a lifetime. Upstairs, I'm tempted to ride the Netflix Wolf a little bit by what you're saying. I feel like it's going to be so much fun. I'm so jealous. Netizens were shocked, sighed, and envied at the sight. Boss Bumpy was also a bit shocked. but didn't forget to turn his cell phone screen to Zoe's side. Ta-da! Yi Fan ran, his speed getting faster and faster. Xiao Rou had to, her hands gripping the rope with a death grip, her figure even slumping down. But the smile on Xiao Rou's face grew stronger. That's right, that's it, surpass them, Nettlewolf. In the midst of the gale, came the shouts of Xiao Rou. Qin Shuang didn't feel anything yet, but Lin Shuya's face tightened up. Despite the playful nature of it, she was born with a desire to win when she actually ran. No, can't lose. With this thought, Lin Shu also subconsciously threw the horse's rope again. This is the accelerated way of pastoral teaching. Fruity. As Lin Shuya moved, the young horse underneath him instantly accelerated as well. In a flash, he distanced himself from Qin Shuang's young horse next to him, and then galloped out. Behind her, Xiao Rou rode the Nettle Wolf and kept approaching, but it was only just catching up with Qin Shuang. Sister E, don't run, Nettle Wolf and I will catch up with you soon, Xiao Rou instantly yelled at Lin Shuya in front of her. Watching the two of them compete, Qin Shuang was dumbfounded. She had no desire to win or lose. She just controlled the young horse beneath her without a rush. Under such circumstances, Xiao Rou and Yi Fan quickly surpassed Qin Shuang. However, the distance between them and Lin Shuya didn't get much closer, but instead remained at a certain margin, not increasing or decreasing anymore. What Qin Frost and some of the netizens said is still true. Running, horses are indeed faster than wolves. Without realizing it, the two were more than halfway there. At this rate, Lin Shuya is going to win in less than 2 minutes. Aya, Nettle Wolf, speed it up, can't lose to her. Come on, I'll share a cup of milk tea with you then. When Xiao Rou saw this, she was a bit anxious again, her voice carried in the wind. Yi Fan was majestic and raised his eyebrows all of a sudden. Milk tea? It seems like it's been quite a while since I've had one too. Then, by the way, take it. Yi Fan this time, since he was testing his speed, then of course he would not hold back, and so it was that he accelerated again with all 4 hooves. Hold on to me, OWW, Yi Fan called out, not caring if Xiao Rou was holding on tightly or not, and instantly sped up again. The muscles on his body were taut, his strength bursting out, his streamlined body completely blending into the gale. Ta-da! The ground was directly run out by Yi Fan with a faint sound. The brush even kicked up some dust. Oh my god, is the Netflix wolf going to make a move? It's so fast, it's gone in a flash. Holy, the Nettle Wolf shouldn't really surpass the young horse in front of it. This genus has turned the tide against the wind, and those who pressed the Netflix wolf are blessed. Why does it feel as if Nettle Wolf is trying to pounce on that young horse? I feel the same way. This time of the year, the Netflix wolves are really ferocious. Net Red Wolf, I'm already the winner of this tournament just by making a slight move. Seeing this scene, the netizens were instantly and passionately discussing it again. It was clearly just a simple game, or even just a contest, but at this point, it made their blood boil a little. In the meantime, seeing the speed at which the Nettle Wolf erupted, Qin Shuang and Buccaneer, among others, were shocked. Originally, he thought that the Nettle Wolf was already at full speed just now, but he didn't expect that he would be able to pick up speed this time. This speed was clearly much faster than even a young horse, and so it was. In less than a dozen seconds, the Net Red Wolf carrying Xiao Rou unexpectedly caught up with Lin Shuya in front of him. Sister E, you lost. When Xiao Rou saw Lin Shuyi who was getting closer and closer, she instantly revealed a smug smile. She patted Yi Fan and shouted in a very middle-of-the-road manner, "Overtake her, wolf boy!" Immediately after, as if echoing Xiao Rou, the Net Red Wolf made a flying leap and directly surpassed the young horse by a length. Afterwards, the Nettle Wolf's figure fell and soared out again like a stray arrow. The dust that was raised was instantly stirred up by the gale. Lin Shuya froze. She looked over to the small and soft Nettle Wolf, but because of the smoke barrier, she was surprisingly only able to see the remnants of the ride at this point. So fast, she lost. Realizing this, Lin Shuya couldn't help but stare. And just in the moment when Lin Shuya was slightly lost in thought, an accident occurred. The moment the Net Red Wolf darted past with Xiao Rou on its back, perhaps because it was too fast, it startled the young horse under Lin Shuya. Under the stress reaction, the young horse unexpectedly turned its head unexpectedly and ran wildly in another direction. When Qin Shuang and the others at the back saw this, their faces changed drastically. Boss Bumpy and the other 2 herders, in particular, rushed up and prepared to relieve themselves. As a result, Lin Shuya was also startled by the young horse's movements and subconsciously pulled on the horse's rope. The young horse, under panic, was once again frightened, and immediately and subconsciously turned its head. This time, Bumpy and the others were instantly alarmed. The young horse did not go in their direction, but turned the other way again. At this moment, Xiao Rou did not notice the change behind her, but instead gazed at the ground in front of her. When she and Nettlewolf crossed that finish line, Zoe immediately raised an eyebrow. Sister Yi, You lost. Immediately afterward, Xiao Rou turned her head back, wanting to show off to Lin Shuyi for a moment, but all of a sudden, she saw Lin Shuyi being frantically brought to the other side by the young horse. Ah ha ha ha. Lin Shuyi's scream rang out. Lin Fan followed the sound and couldn't help but be stunned. Chapter 82 Netflix Wolf's Wave of Super Gods. With Yi Fan going all out, Kuroku took the title and won the match, but before she could enjoy the joy of victory, the accident occurred. Lin Shuyi's panicked scream rang out. What followed was the frantic sound of horses' hooves stamping. Seeing this scene, Xiao Rou's face instantly changed wildly and she subconsciously shrieked in shock. Sister Yi! The situation that Lin Shuyi encountered naturally drew Yi Fan's attention. His wolf's head turned, and he couldn't help but be slightly startled. The situation was very critical, and the young horse, at this point, had clearly gone berserk. With its speed, if Lin Shuyi was thrown down, he would definitely be injured quite a bit, even if he fell to his death directly. Realizing this, Yi Fan didn't have two words, and with a brush, he scurried out. Xiao Rou was still worried about Lin Shuyi when she suddenly let out a shriek. Her whole body spun up in the sky, and when she came back to her senses, she was already on the ground. She looked up in confusion, and what was reflected in her vision was a wolf's shadow that quickly shot out. The other side, Boss Bumpy and the others, too, rose up in alarm, especially Bumpy. If anything happens, he'll be responsible. But the question is, the young horses he had selected this time were the ones that had been tamed and had the gentlest disposition, so how could they suddenly go berserk? At this time, Bumpy didn't know that the young horse was scared into a frenzy by Yi Fan. However, it was certain that if something happened to Lin Shuyi, he would definitely not be able to eat anything. Under his nervousness, Buccaneer even forgot to take a picture of the Netflix wolf, and instead, he aimed the cell phone in his hand at Lin Shuyi's side. Thus, the situation where Lin Shuyi screamed in shock and was led wildly by the young horse suddenly appeared inside the live broadcast. Hey, what kind of show is this? It doesn't seem to be a performance. It's an accident. An accident? It seems like it. Screaming so hard. It must be that horse that's gone crazy. How could it be such a coincidence? No, it seems to have given the nettle wolf a scare. The nettle wolf ran too fast just now. Yeah, I just saw a shadow flash by, and it scared me, not to mention the horse. What now? We'll just have to see how lucky that woman is. Falling like that could be a big problem. The netizens in the live broadcast room discussed it intensely. Many people were even worried for Lin Shuyi. After all, Lin Shu also has a high face value and has appeared quite a few times around the Netflix wolf, and has been liked by some people. Besides, no one in their right mind would want to see a big, delicate beauty fall off a horse and perish, right? However, the internet knows what's going on, and there doesn't seem to be any way around it. The distance between Bumpy and the others and Lin Shuyi was getting farther and farther away as the young horse galloped wildly, making it impossible to mount a rescue. It looked like Lin Shuyi was about to be literally thrown off his horse. Qin Shuang instantly rose up with no color in his face. Bumpy and the others also had their eyes glazed over, and Zoe was frozen, because in her line of sight, the nettle wolf's figure. The faster it ran, 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 and even the stumps appeared. Whoosh! Netflix wolf then moves away from Zoe. Hoo. The wind whistled in his ears and his heart beat strongly. Yi Fan, at this moment, also knew that the situation was critical, so he used 200% of his physical abilities. The instantaneous outburst made Yi Fan act as if he was a stringed arrow bursting out after a full bow. At this point, he was much faster than even when he won the title just now, and so it was. Just at the moment when Lin Shuyi couldn't hold on any longer and was forced to let go of his hand, flinging himself off the horse's back, a brown shadow flashed like electricity. Brush! Lin Shuyi, who was spinning in the sky, suddenly felt a strong force coming from behind. Immediately afterward, her figure lurched before she landed comfortably on the ground. 1 second. It was a thrilling ride on horseback, even at the risk of his life. But the next second, surprisingly, it had landed safely, unharmed. The magnitude of this change before and after directly stunned Lin Shuyi. She froze and looked forward, only to see the out-of-control young horse, quickly subdued by the onrushing herdsman. It was at this moment that Lin Shuyi reacted and jerked his head to look behind him. A furry head appeared before her eyes. Nettlewolf! Lin Shu also shrieked out in shock, somewhat dumbfounded. What's going on here? On the other hand, Xiao Rou, Qin Shuang, Bumpy and the others were dumbfounded. As bystanders, they had just seen it all. At the critical moment, it was the Netflix wolf that saved Lin Shuyi, and such a scene made the inside of the live broadcast explode. 6666, 666, 6666. Flying to save a beauty. The Netflix wolf is so awesome. That's so cool. Did someone record it? Send it to me. Guys, I'm not going to lie. I've got a lot of the Netflix wolf footage down, and I'm going to edit an installment of the classic Netflix wolf name scenes, e.g., Netflix wolf egg yolk pie, Netflix wolf with minions, Netflix wolf bravely fights human traffickers, and now, the wolf flying to save the beauty. Holy, that's too thoughtful upstairs, right? Have you noticed that the explosive power of the net red wolf is also too perverted? Just now in just a few seconds, it even caught up with the frenzied young horse, and even saved the woman. It's so great, it's worthy of being my idol. I can't believe you idolize a wolf, but I do, too. I declare that Nettlewolf has surpassed the gods this time. Although it was a bit blurry, the images of the Netflix wolf saving Lin Shuya were apparently all seen by the netizens. It was a moment that mobilized the netizens. Originally they were worried about what was going on and were a bit nervous, but now they were relieved to show their smiles. Immediately after that, there were tons of gifts that flew out as if they didn't need any money. There is no shortage of large carnival-like bounties. The heat increased and even made the number of people inside the live broadcast room rushed up to a terrifying 300,000 people, and by this time, Boss Bumpy couldn't care less about that. He just walked over quickly and looked at the Nettle Wolf with a gaze full of marvel and joy. Nettle Wolf, he called out, his vicissitudes of life covered with joy. If anything happened to Lin Shuya, he, the boss, would definitely be to blame, but now, because of Nettlewolf's outburst, he had apparently averted a disaster. Sister Yi, Shuyi. It was also at this moment that Xiao Rou and Qin Shuang reacted and also quickly ran to Lin Shuya's side. Are you okay? Get up. The two women pulled Lin Shuya up from the ground and then checked her body up. As it turned out, to Xiao Rou and Qin Shuang's surprise, Lin Shu was not injured either. All over his body, not a scratch. The only thing that was a little torn was the back of Lin Shuya's jacket, where a teeth mark appeared. This should have been left behind by Yi Fan when he saved her just now by holding her jacket in his mouth. Returning to their senses, Xiao Wei and Qin Shuang both looked fiercely at Yi Fan. Netflix Wolf, and it's too godly. Chapter 83, Netflix Wolf Name Scene. Sister Yi, Nettle Wolf saved you. Returning to her senses, Xiao Rou's eyes glowed as she said to Lin Shuya. Lin Shuya also reacted from the shock at this time and was all smiles. Yeah, thank you, Nettle Wolf. Saying so, Lin Shuya reached out and stroked the Nettle Wolf's head. This is an action that used to be done by Zoe. Lin Shu also barely made it, because while she was greatly attracted to the Nettle Wolf, deep down, she was always a little defensive. It's still the same. The Netflix wolf is a beast after all. However, now, Lin Shuya was completely opening his heart. Counting this one, Nettlewolf had already saved her twice, right? Having saved his life twice, Lin Shuya didn't even know how to repay the Nettlewolf properly. She certainly wouldn't be the least bit wary of such a cyberwolf anymore. Besides, how could Nettlewolf have saved her repeatedly if he really wanted to hurt her? Thank you, Nettlewolf. Thinking of this, Lin Shuya couldn't even help but say thank you again. Xiao Rou came back to her senses and also pounced on Yi Fan. A pair of white rabbits that were not small in size pressed against his body. Nettlewolf, you really are amazing. In light of your heroic performance just now, this young lady will not bother with you about the fact that you just threw me off. Saying so, Xiao Rou also touched Yi Fan's head. Yi Fan heard this, but he was stunned. Then he remembered that just now, in his haste, he had thrown Xiao Rou down and ran to save Lin Shuyi. Thinking about this, Yi Fan couldn't help but be a bit dumbfounded. Originally, he was worried about dropping Xiao Rou and moved gently. I didn't realize that a rush in the back had actively dropped her, but there was nothing Yi Fan could do. After all, just now, it was a close call, and he didn't have time to think that much. At most, just make it up to her now. Thinking of this, Yi Fan lowered his head and arched towards Xiao Rou. Ha ha, the fluffy head instantly made Zoe laugh out loud. Next to him, Sheen Frost and the boss, Bumpy, also looked on with smiles on their faces. If it wasn't for Nettlewolf, we'd be in trouble now. Reacting to this, Kula also hurriedly asked Lin Shuya, Miss Lin, are you alright? Do you need to have a doctor take a look? Although it was said that in this line, Nettlewolf was the main character, Lin Shu also naturally could not be ignored. If anything happened to her here, it would obviously affect their reputation as well. Lin Shuya shook his head. I'm fine, there's no need to find a doctor. It was a complete relief for Bumpy. Then he watched as the herdsman brought the two horse farts over. This one, want to keep riding? I'll get another horse? Hearing this, Qin Shuang, however, took the initiative and said, forget it, no more riding, let's take a rest. As the director of the Wildlife Conservation Station, Qin Frost is relatively more mature. After what had happened, she knew that it was no longer appropriate to ride, especially Lin Shu also. Xiao Rou and Lin Shuya sniffed and had no comments. Hearing this, Buccaneer didn't insist. He was merely asking politely. Even if Lin Shuya now wanted to continue, he was actually unwilling to do so. Well then, let's take a break. Bumpy immediately asked the two herders to take the horses away, and then he led Xiao and the others to the tent. This time, however, instead of walking into the tent with Ro and the others, Buccaneer carried out the table and other things. This time, Buccaneer had arranged for Xiao and the others to have afternoon tea that was unique to this side of the world. You don't say. It is still very enjoyable to drink a different kind of pour, eat mess, and enjoy the beautiful scenery of the grassland. Just like in the morning, Yi Fan, the Netflix wolf, was given hospitality. Bumpy was beside Yi Fan, serving like a dog's leg. Xiao and the others saw this and lost their laughter. This boss is really something. Yeah, leaving us out to dry and only serving the nettle wolf. Xiao spat at Lin Shuya and Qin Shuang. Lin Shuya and Qin Shuang were dumbfounded. Next, after some small talk, Zoe fiddled with her cell phone. Noteworthy. Just now, because Lin Shuya fell, so after Ro got her cell phone back, she just went off the air. At this moment, Xiao didn't continue to open the broadcast, but instead organized the video taken in the morning of the Netflix wolf eating breakfast and prepared to upload it. Soon, Xiao finished creating a 30-second video and started uploading it to Shakeology. While she waited, she casually swiped through the other videos, only to quickly look amazed. Netflix wolf fame scene. As she swiped, she suddenly swiped on a video about a Netflix wolf. This video, no other than the scene where the Netflix wolf flew to save Lin Shuya just now. Xiao did not think that the speed of the netizens, surprisingly so fast, only less than a while, but there are people who recorded the screen and put it on the internet, and the likes or comments are high and refreshing. But what made Zoe even more surprised was the video, which was also associated with a popular series. This series, apparently, also has the words Netflix wolf, but it's followed by the additional words famous scene. Netflix wolf fame scene? Xiao's heart fluttered, and she immediately clicked in. Obviously, this is supposed to be a Netflix wolf-related scene. Fruity, a little bit of Zoe goes in, and right in the middle of the video is the Netflix wolf, and around the reticulated wolves were clustered a number of wild wolves. These coyotes, under the watchful eye of the nettle wolf, heckled a van. Seeing this image, Xiao immediately remembered with a slight glint in her eyes that this was the video of the Netflix wolf who had previously led a pack of wolves to attack the human traffickers. Despite having seen it more than once, it swiped again, and Zoe patiently watched. Remember, Netflix wolf was almost banned before because of this video, but then after it was found out that the two men in it were human traffickers, Netflix wolf was canonized. Seeing this, Ro naturally somewhat understood the meaning of this series. In short, it's something of a Netflix wolf, or simply a highlight reel. Understanding this, Xiao became even more interested and directly swiped up the video of this system. Soon, a new video appeared. The protagonist is still a cyber wolf, but the setting has been changed to an oasis. At the lake, the lion appears and is fought off directly by the reticulated wolf. Zoe was all of a sudden laughing over it again. Here's the scene from yesterday when they encountered a lion that came to drink, and then the reticulated wolf stepped up to the plate. On top of that, there's Netflix wolf begging for custard pie, as well as the Netflix wolf with his minions out in force. Looking at it, Zoe couldn't help but get happy. Hey, Sister E, Sister Qin Shuang, you guys take a look too. It's very interesting this series. After watching 2 more videos, Xiao couldn't help but settle down with Lin Shuyi and Qin Shuang. Lin Shuyi and Qin Shuang looked at it for a few moments, and immediately revealed a look of astonishment again. Netflix wolves, really, are getting hotter and hotter, and it's okay to be a topic of conversation. It's amazing that there's a popular series out now. This Netflix wolf famous scene series has even gotten tens of millions of plays in the blink of an eye. It's horrible. Chapter 80 for the competition for the roasted lamb. And the Netflix wolf says yes, just as the Netflix wolf famous scene series, which has exploded on the internet. Lin Shuya and the others' trip to the grasslands had also reached its final stage. At this stage, it was none other than the picnic that Zoe was most looking forward to. The roasted whole sheep. Wow. Roasted whole lamb. Seeing the boss, Bumpy, placing a slaughtered goat on the grill, Xiao couldn't help but scream in excitement. A smile also appeared on Lin Shuya and Qin Shuang's delicate faces. Although Bumpy was going to roast a whole goat for them in the morning, it wasn't quite the right time of day for either the atmosphere or their stomachs. And it's just right now. Not only did I get some exercise, but I did get hungry too. Equally excited, there was also Yi Fan. The nettlesome wolf he had taken on was circling the campfire. After becoming a wolf, he hadn't had a barbecue in a long time, let alone a large barbecue like a roasted whole lamb. Looking at the bonfire, Yi Fan couldn't help but be greatly impressed. It would be fun if he could organize a big barbecue there in his cave. By then, double happiness for them, and they will not worship themselves to the ground. Sure, it's still very difficult to do that. Yi Fan, after all, didn't have the ability to make fire. However, Yifan felt that it wasn't impossible that, he was even able to ask Ro for his cell phone. When the time comes, it wouldn't be a problem to get the other side to report a major barbecue for themselves, would it? Those guys, who have eaten so much raw lamb, what will be their expressions when they suddenly eat extremely delicious roasted lamb? Oh, thinking of this, Yifan Wolf couldn't help but show a smile on his face. Ha ha, you guys, Nettlewolf is smiling too. Looks like he's having fun too. Noticing Yifan's expression, Xiao Rou instantly said to Lin Shuyi and the others again. Lin Shuya and Qin Shuang looked at each other in the same way, and a smile appeared in her beautiful eyes. This trip seemed unusually happy and wonderful. Bumpy, who was busy roasting the sheep, was secretly excited when he saw Yifan's giddy appearance, while sweating profusely. Now even though Ro was tired and not broadcasting live, he still felt that there was a need to serve this cyber wolf. Didn't you see that before? This internet wolf was asking that little soft girl for her cell phone? In time, maybe the Netflix wolf will actually learn to surf the web. It would be a big deal to leave a little comment on his side when the time comes. At the thought, the bumpy dump got harder and harder, consistently turning the roasted sheep up. A burst of meaty aroma wafted out at once. Yifan's saliva involuntarily dripped and spilled, instantly causing Xiao Rou and the others to laugh. In response, Yifan secretly shook his head. As a human, he certainly wasn't drooling. The wolf's instincts, though, made it seem like he couldn't control his mouth when faced with this kind of food. Realizing this, Yifan's heart was immediately moved. It seems that although wolves can eat snacks, their instincts are still to eat meat, especially this specially cooked and seasoned meat. Yifan was somewhat enlightened. The instinct to eat in animals is innately formed. It would make them wolves feel fresh if they snacked occasionally, but in retrospect, what they crave more is meat. Of these, barbecue is naturally one of the best. Thinking about this, Yifan understood why the wild wolves under him, more often than not, would like to eat beef jerky, dried pork and all these. By the way, since this barbecue meat is so attractive to the coyotes, should we bring some back to Double Happiness and the others? Yifan was still quite benevolent as a boss. It would be delicious and didn't forget about Double Happiness and the others. But if you want to pack it back up, you'll have to rely on Zoe and the girls to do it. Looking at the throbbing bonfire, Yifan secretly mused. And so, after an hour or so of playing around the campfire, the roast lamb was ready. Bumpy instantly grabbed his long knife and began to unload the flesh and split the bones. He first went down to the best lamb chops, with a gentle slice of the long, sharp knife. A fan of flavorful meat steaks was instantly split off. Hiss, that smells good. Hurry up and bring it over, uncle. I can't help it, Zoe exclaimed in a very unladylike manner. On the contrary, Lin Shuya and Qin Shuang waited there very quietly, but the gaze, too, was more than a little eager. After tossing and turning for so long, they were hungry. Long time no see, guys. Bumpy grinned and didn't keep the few people waiting any longer, and in 3 tries, he split a lamb chop and placed it in front of Xiao Rou and the others. Zoe ate again without any image. Yum, yum. As for Lin Shuyi and Qin Shuang, they wore gloves and chewed slowly. After dividing it amongst a few people, Bumpy-tan also placed a piece of lamb chop on the dinner plate in front of Yifan. Xiao Rou subconsciously glanced at it and couldn't help but scream. Boss, you're too biased, aren't you? How come there are so many Netflix wolves? The two of them, Lin Shuya and Qin Shuang, followed the sound of the voice and their delicate faces, also could not help but flash a trace of eccentricity. Even though Bumpy didn't share the first of the Netflix wolves, the lamb chops that were shared with him were extraordinarily huge. Their lamb chops, all of them, were one strip. The Nettle Wolf's lamb chops, however, were several strips joined together in one large piece. Obviously biased this is. Boss Bumpy, however, smiled sarcastically. I'm thinking that you girls eat less, but the Netflix wolves eat more. Yifan sniffed and immediately gave the boss Bumpy a look of appreciation. This kid, not bad, he'll come around. So, come to think of it, this boss Bumpy did all right on today's trip down the road. At that thought, Yifan suddenly stretched out his oily paw and patted Bumpy's shoulder in front of the crowd's dumbfounded gazes. Bumpy froze, then his eyes glowed. Xiao Rou and Lin Shuyi Qin Shuang, when the 3 of them saw this scene, they immediately cried and laughed again. Xiao Rou said indignantly, Boss, you can't leave me out in the cold to get it because you want to please Netflix Wolf. Am I not as good as Nettle Wolf in your mind? Xiao Rou used to be on the side of Nettle Wolf, because the person who defended Nettle Wolf the most was her. But this time, she was a little misty-eyed. She suddenly realized what those people on the internet said about people being less than wolves. It's really true that people are not as good as wolves. Ha ha, how come? Bumpy was quick to round up Xiao Rou. This ant, he also did not dare to provoke. However, the next, his movements were still dominated by Yifan. almost the entire time as if he was serving Yifan. Instead, Xiao Rou and the others were like companions. In the face of such a situation, Lin Shuyi and Qin Shuang shook their heads and lost their laughter. But on the contrary, it was Xiao Rou, who was exasperated enough. Luckily, the bumpy roasted sheep was really good, and Zoe's anger subsided quite a bit. However, the next thing that happened was that Xiao Rou was annoyed by Yifan's actions again. After Yifan finished the round, he saw that there were still leftovers on Xiao Rou's side, and even ran to Xiao Rou, stealing food. Ah, Nettle Wolf, that's my roast lamb. Ow! Ignoring Xiao Rou's screams, Yifan ate with a gusto while not forgetting to leave a portion behind. Seeing this, Lin Shuya and Qin Shuang were both amused by this pair of living treasures. However, seeing this situation, Lin Shu also understood that Yifan seemed to like grilled lamb very much, so she thought for a moment and said, "Boss, this roasted whole lamb, get another one." "Hey," the owner, Bumpy, responded with delight. The more the Netflix wolf enjoys eating his roasted whole lamb, the happier he is. When you publicize it later, say that this is the roasted whole lamb that Netflix wolf has eaten and said it was good. Extinct. Chapter 85. One roar subdues a pack of wolves. Famous scene. Finally, the last program in the meta was over. At Lin Shuya's request, the owner, Bumpy, roasted an extra goat. She offered to pay, but was sternly refused by Bumpy. Just kidding. At the end of the day today, Bumpy felt like he had made a lot of money, even mad money. How could he still ask Lin Shuya for money? And with this new roasted whole lamb at hand, it's even more unlikely. Still, as he grilled, Bumpy couldn't help but ask, "Does the Nettle Wolf still eat?" You know, what Bumpy just said is also true. Xiao Rou and the others, indeed, couldn't eat much. Even if Xiao Rou grabbed the food, she was full after eating 3 or 4 pieces. The rest, all went inside Yifan's stomach. Bumpy was a little worried. "Nettle Wolf, don't eat your heart out." Lin Shuya sniffed and glanced at the Nettle Wolf next to him, also somewhat hesitant. As a result, just then, the reticulated wolf bites right into a bundle of bags. The bag. Lin Shuya's pretty face flashed an odd color. "Nettle Wolf, do you mean you can't finish it and pack it up?" "Oh, very good, very good. No waste." Boss Bumpy saw this, but his spirits were lifted. Still, the more the Netflix wolf enjoys eating his roasted whole sheep, the happier he is. "Gonna pack it in, huh?" "Hit it and hit it." Bumpy sells the grill by turning it. Next to her, Ro was also stunned. "Nettle Wolf, you're really packing? Aren't you full yet, or haven't you had enough to pack?" Saying this, Xiao Rou smiled and patted Yifan's stomach. What made Ro smile even more was that at this point, the Nettle Wolf had grown a belly. It wipes up. It's fuzzy, soft and bouncy, and it's kinda cozy. At this point, she was naturally no longer angry at the Nettle Wolf, or perhaps it was more just snark just now. However, looking at Yifan about to pack his bag, Xiao Rou suddenly had her eyes light up again. "By the way, why don't we film this scene as well?" "Ha, I guess it's kind of a famous scene for the internet named wolf who can't get enough of packing roast lamb." After eating and drinking, Zoe instantly thought about making a video again. It was worth noting that she had just idly swiped the Netflix wolf famous scene series too. With Xiao Rou's character, she also found it interesting. This will see the Netflix wolf packing and I can't help but be inspired. The boss, Bumpy, was also very cooperative, and after roasting it, he split it up piece by piece for Yifan, making it easy for him to consume it afterward. Lin Shuya and Qin Shuang watched the scene with smiles, while Xiao Rou, on the other hand, couldn't stop filming. Seeing that he was really able to pack it back, and it was still a whole roasted whole sheep, Yifan was naturally happy, and the wolf's mouth was harder to press than even AK. Just as quickly, the smile on his face froze. "Ha!" Yifan raised his eyebrows and jerked his head in one direction. Almost at the same time, Bumpy also suddenly stopped moving and looked in the direction that Yifan was looking. "What's wrong?" The strange behavior of Yifan and Boss Bumpy quickly caught the attention of the 3 Xiao Rou. They looked with them, but could see nothing but blackness. But at this time, both Yifan and Boss Bumpy looked even more grave. It was also at this moment that 2 green lights emerged from that direction. Hurricane. Immediately after that, there are 4 paths, 6 paths. Xiao Rou and Lin Shuyi, Qin Shuang, always changed their faces. "That's wolf, it should be. That eye, can't be wrong." 3 pairs of green eyes, about to go to the night of the spectral fire surfaced, so that Xiao Rou 3 women are all in the heart. Boss Bumpkin, however, let out a long sigh of relief. "It's fine, just 3 small coyotes. I'll go over there and dispatch them." As mentioned before, as a rancher, Bumpy hadn't had much trouble with coyotes, so this would be, and he was relieved to see that it was coyotes, and only 3 of them. With a lineup like that, it's easy to beat the odds. Boss Bumpy glanced over, then picked up a long torch nearby. Just a few steps that way, Boss Bumpy suddenly had sweat rolling up on his forehead. Not hot sweat, but cold sweat. As it turned out, Boss Bumpy continued to get closer, and the firelight shone through, making it instantly clearer to see. In the darkness, more spectral fires appeared than could be counted at a glance. Hiss! Boss Bumpy sucked in a breath of cold air up. It wasn't a coyote or two. It was a pack. At least 20 or more wolves. Damn! How can there be so many? With no time to think, Bumpy turned around in a hurry and drew his legs in a frenzy. But just then, the several wolves in front of them had suddenly unleashed themselves and rushed over in a pouncing stance. Ah! So many wolves. At this time, Xiao Rou and the others also realized that something was wrong. And when they saw the wolves appear, they shrieked. Qin Shuang's face was even whiter. She knew that the wolves would have been seduced by the campfire and the roast. In fact, she had known that hosting a large barbecue in such a place would be dangerous. But considering the expertise of the Bumpy Boss, it wasn't much of a concern. Now, it did seem that the Bumpy Boss was a professional as well, and he could handle it if it was just 3 or 2 wolves. But the number of coyotes at the moment was clearly beyond his ability to be suffered. All 3 women were startled. He watched as Bumpy was about to be pounced on and torn apart by the wolves. That's when the amazing scene appeared. Ouch! The net red wolf suddenly raised its head and let out a long wolf howl against the moonlight and campfire. It means, this is my place. Get the hell out of here. In this instant, the kingly aura belonging to Yifan spread out with the shout. Then Xiao Rou and the others were astonished beyond measure to see that the wolves that were pouncing came to a halt as if the pause button had been pressed. Immediately afterward, these wild wolves looked at Yifan for a few moments with complicated gazes before they retreated like a tidal wave. Wolves appear and disappear quickly. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the night in unison. Boss Bumpy froze, staring blankly at the disappearance of the wolf's shadow in front of him, and then he sat down violently, gasping for air. The aftermath of the situation made his mind go blank up, and Xiao Rou and the others at the back were confused. So it was a hiss from the nettle wolf that scared the wolves off. This is too sci-fi. This is too unbelievable. The 3 women snapped their eyes toward the net red wolf, their beautiful eyes all in astonishment. Wow! Netflix wolf! So handsome! So cool! When they came back to their senses, Lin Shuyi and Qin Shuang were fine, while Xiao Rou was so excited that she screamed furiously with a red face. Originally they all panicked. After all, if the boss Bumpy suffered, they were no better. But what was never expected was that such a crisis would be easily resolved by the nettle wolf. Bull! It's just too good. Lin Shuya and Qin Shuang were also shocked and vaguely excited. But the one who was most excited was Zoe. She looked at her cell phone and her beautiful eyes lit up again. The scene just now, she had inadvertently, actually filmed it. At this moment Xiao Rou realized that she was going to be on fire again. Chapter 86, The Nettle Wolf Awakens the Overlord Color. The screen name Wolf Name Scene series, after 1 day, is completely on fire. 10 million plays, soaring straight to 1 billion plays. That means that out of 14 Dasha people, there is 1 person who has seen this video. Of course, that's not how the count works. After all, there will be repeat players. But in a pinch, it's absolutely possible that millions of people have seen the series. That, with numbers like that, it's just breathtaking. And such a rate of ascent doesn't seem to have cooled with time. But some people have started uploading videos of Netflix wolves. For the most part, it doesn't count as a famous scene, but there are still a small number that fit the bill. This small percentage of videos, after receiving a lot of likes and comments, are immediately popular, if not a big hit. Just like this moment, a video labeled with the Netflix wolf name scene has killed itself again from inside thousands of videos and appeared in the eyes of the general public. This video goes something like this. The video isn't clear, and at first, it's a confident voice that rings out. It's fine, just 3 little coyotes. I'll go and get rid of them. Immediately after the video, a slightly greasy male figure appeared. He was dressed in a decidedly exotic style, obviously someone from a minority group. People's attention, though, wasn't on this. They were more focused on the behavior the man was about to do. Send off the coyotes. Now, almost everyone was watching with anticipation. Who was this man that had the ability to dispatch 3 coyotes? You know, an ordinary person would run desperately at the sight of 1 coyote, let alone 3. Everyone subconsciously thought that this person was awesome. As if to confirm the crowd's thoughts, the middle-aged man casually swung up a burning charcoal and charged out. The crowd was secretly thrilled. Only in the next second, this middle-aged man turned around and fled wildly at an even faster speed. When the crowd saw this, they couldn't help but stare, and then came back to their senses. Turns out, more coyotes appeared in the darkness. It's wolves. The moment they came back to their senses, the crowd all its pinched. With so many wolves, even if Wu Song were alive, I'm afraid he would have to push back 3 feet. But just then, an unexpected situation, once again, appeared. A mellifluous wolf howl sounded in the darkness. The camera snapped to an unusually tall coyote. He met the moonlight and howled at the sky. It was like a firefly in the night, shining, eye-catching, and miraculously, as the wolf's howl spread out, the wolves that were about to tear the middle-aged man apart just now, as if they were greatly frightened, retreated with a roar. This concludes the video. The people who watched the video were all confused. The ups and downs of this drama brought them back. Many of them could not come back to their senses for a long time. What is this? Look good, the crowd marveled. Looking back, most of them, again, subconsciously clicked on the video and continued to watch. The dark scene, where the middle-aged man, who was the main character, is reduced to a supporting role. The coyote that shines. It's all, let's just say, so cool, for such high-quality videos. The likes go crazy and the retweets go wild. The comments section exploded in general as well. Holy, that's the video posted by that tiny soft anchor, Tiny Zoe, what a familiar name. Upstairs on VillageCom. Ah, Xiao Ro is currently the most popular female anchor in Shake Shack because she partnered with the most popular netizen wolf. What? Nettle wolf. In that case, the wolf that appeared in the video. That's right, it's definitely the Nettle wolf without a doubt. He's the only one who's that awesome. Awesome wolf. One roar to subdue the wolves. It simply has this feeling of unleashing the overlord color hegemony. Netflix wolf real hammer. Absolutely is he. Because that middle-aged man, is the grassland their boss? So want to cry called what Bumpy Melon? It's Bumpy. I told you to read more, you ran off to the internet. My god. So it's really a Netflix wolf. No wonder the video is so good. Famous scene, absolutely famous scene. So many Netflix wolves famous scene. This one I would like to be the strongest. Hey, wrong movie set, right? Do you all think this video is real or fake? Or was it shot and edited by the anchor? New upstairs, right? If other wolves might be faking, but my family's Netflix wolf would never engage in this kind of stuff. You just haven't seen him live. If you have, you can recognize him as your father. Is it that much of a stretch? I'll find out. The comments section was refreshing every second, hitting 100,000 in the blink of an eye. It's just not too crazy. The comment with the most likes and replies was shocking. Netflix wolf awakened his hegemonic color hegemony. It's just not too much of a stretch. Yet in conjunction with the content of the video, the comment was held up as a godly comment by netizens. Once this video caught fire, along with Zoe, it caught fire again. There are countless requests for updates, and the olive branches handed out by advertisers are intertwined into a forest. Xiao Ro looked at the video that had just been uploaded less than half an hour ago, dominating half of Shake Shack, and was overjoyed. In this regard, Yi fan but does not care. He cares more. Is the boss Bumpy can continue to dress himself roasted sheep? As for the situation of shocking back those wild wolves, it was not worth mentioning for Yi fan. You know, he's the man who even stepped on the Wolf King. No, the coyote. Such as he was, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was the coyote of coyotes, the fighter of wolf kings. It was only a mere 20 ordinary type wild wolves. How could they be reckless in front of him? Yi fan just poured away his killing aura and easily scared this guy away. Next, Yi fan didn't forget to wake up the sluggish boss Bumpy and tell him to continue packing the roasted sheep. Oh, Bumpy snapped back to his senses and hurriedly continued packing. Only as he typed, he couldn't help but look at the Nettlewolf with a look of gratitude. There was no doubt that Yi fan had saved his life. By now, Bumpy no longer thought of Yi fan as a cash cow, but sincerely loved him. This was something that Yi fan hadn't thought of. Next, the day is over. For good. Lin Shuya and the others bid farewell to the boss bumpkin and drove Yi fan away. Uncle, you have fun here. I'll come back next time I have a chance, huh? Don't withhold my roasted goat then. Zoe's little head poked out of the window and grinned at the boss bumpkin. The boss Bumpy nodded his head with a smile, then looked at Yi fan reluctantly, not moving his figure until the cart was far away. The two herders saw this and approached them suspiciously. Bumpy, the people are gone. Is that okay? Another herder chimed in. They are, indeed, very welcoming to their guests, but they are also pretending. Usually by the time the guests leave, it's back to normal. However, Bumpy sniffed but lost his smile. You don't understand. That one is my god of wealth, and my benefactor, and my friend. I'll pay him back when I get the chance. Bumpy was secretly determined. Chapter 87, cashing in on cell phones and the return of the Netflix wolf. Returning to the Wildlife Protection Station, Qin Shuang also said goodbye to Lin Shuya and Xiao Ro. Sister Qin Shuang, we'll meet again sometime. Qin Shuang, goodbye. Qin Shuang nodded and glanced at the Nettle Wolf before turning to leave. Nettle Wolf, aren't you leaving? Looking at Yi fan in the back seat, Xiao Ro asked with a smile on her face. If you won't go, then I'll bring you back. Zoe smiled cheekily. Her boss would be happy if he saw the Netflix wolf. Ow. Yi fan instantly screamed. Xiao Ro was overjoyed, thinking that Nettle Wolf was really ready to go back with her. As a result, just then, the Nettle Wolf suddenly touched her cell phone with its head. Zoe was stunned. Seeing this, Lin Shuya reminded, "Did you forget what you promised Nettle Wolf?" Hearing this, Xiaorou raised her eyebrows combined with Yifan's movements, which made her react. Cell phone, by the way, I forgot to buy him a cell phone. Hearing Lin Shuya's reminder, Xiaorou finally remembered this matter. Yeah, she'd made a deal with Nettle Wolf earlier to get him a cell phone, but now, it's not even bought yet, to be honest. In fact, Zoe on the other hand had really forgotten about it. After all, there's something wrong with the picture of a Netflix wolf playing with a cell phone. Ow! Yifan continued to wail, and pushed his skull against Xiaorou's cell phone again. Zoe couldn't help but laugh. Okay, I get it. Ichan, let's go buy a cell phone. Hearing this, Lin Shuya naturally had no problem with it, and with a turn of the steering wheel, he headed towards the nearby bazaar. A few moments later, in Yifan's hand, there was a brand new cell phone. The cell phone was in a bag, the phone card and everything got done, and there was an oversized charger. Nettle Wolf, can you really use it? Don't take it and throw it away. This is very expensive. Patting Yifan's wolf head, Xiaorou admonished. Yifan couldn't help but give Xiaorou an appreciative look. Xiaorou didn't lie. This cell phone is, indeed, expensive. A full 10,000. Ro has also put in a lot of effort. Yifan was greatly satisfied with this, and immediately decided to deduct from both sides of the split afterward. But right now, he hadn't negotiated a split with Ro, so he could only talk about it later. There's a chance. Thinking of this, Yifan nodded to Xiaorou and Lin Shui, and darted away with a bag on his back and a bite. The bag that was chewed on was, naturally, a cell phone, and in the bag on his back was a piece of roasted goat that had been cut up. Saying goodbye to Xiaorou and Lin Shui both, Yifan also turned back towards the nest. Along the way, he couldn't help but smile. I haven't seen you in 2 days, but I'm a little tempted to double-cross the two guys. There are other coyotes. I don't think they're in trouble. There was a whole bunch of stuff hanging on his body, but Yifan didn't feel tired at all. His stamina is getting better. At this rate, maybe I can even tear tigers and leopards alive. Feeling his physique, Yifan's heart stirred. Although the time was still short, his body was, indeed, subconsciously strengthening. This is incredible for an adult wolf, considering that crossing over is capable of happening. Though, it doesn't seem surprising that he gets a bit of an outlier. With this thought, Yifan's mood became more and more pleasant, humming a little song as he continued to rush towards the nest. The other side, Yifan's lair. At this time, the double happiness and other wolves. He was busy to the point of being in a frenzy. Hey, what for? It says the beef jerky shipment goes this way. That who? Don't steal drinks. Be careful, that packaging is all thin. Wolf King, the head of the warehouse department, was very dutiful and constantly making arrangements, and double happiness and prosperity, too, were not idle, helping to organize the ever more staggering amount of snacks. It was worth mentioning that during the 2 days that Yifan had been out, wolves such as double happiness and prosperity had also had normal business. Don't look at the news about them online. In fact, double happiness and other wolves' careers on the Skyway are still on fire. Even more, because of Yifan's explosion, and the activities in the face, the double happiness side also sucked a lot of traffic. All those snacks, you just get them and carry them until your back hurts. The original snack was just a small mountain, and now, it's almost a mountain of terror. Being the dominant double whammy, it's natural to smile. The Wolf King was also happy as could be. He's completely used to and enjoying it. Now I'm afraid he's been asked to go back to being a Wolf King again. After all, although the Wolf King is powerful, actually bitter, precarious, full and hungry. But what about joining Yifan's team now? You don't have to worry about eating at all, and it's fragrant and refreshing all the time. He wasn't a human, and for an animal, it was actually satisfying to be able to eat at every meal. With this in mind, the Wolf King worked extra hard, even harder than when he became the Wolf King himself. Nope, he didn't even have to do it when he was the Wolf King. And now, although he is busy, he is enjoying himself. Report, Boss Yifan is back. Report, Boss Yifan is back. Just then, an excited shout came. Double happiness, prosperity, and the Wolf King were all stunned. The call came from none other than Coyote from the Warwolves division. While Double Happiness and the others were packing up their snacks, Proctor, the head of the Warwolves department, didn't forget to let Coyote watch the wind patrol. So it was that an unusually tall wolf figure approaching was quickly spotted by the surrounding coyotes and initiated a report. Yifan couldn't help but secretly nod his head as he looked at the coyote defense line that appeared 500 meters away from the nest. That Proctor guy, he's still okay. Although he didn't return to the lair, Yifan also had a premonition that the Double Happiness and other wolves would harvest a lot. It's something that's easy to relate to. After all, the Double Happiness was ready for normal business before he left. The traffic he's tossed into the mix in the meantime will, of course, invariably flow to the likes of double happiness. And with the increased number of snacks, it's only natural that they need to be guarded more closely. This is something that Proctor does very well. The corner of Yifan's mouth curled slightly as he walked slowly. It was also at this moment that a large number of wolf shadows appeared ahead. Brother Yifan, Boss Yifan, you're back, Boss Yifan. These wolf shadows were, naturally, Double Happiness and the others. Theirs learned of Yifan's return and immediately welcomed him out. Even the Wolf King was no exception. By this point, the Wolf King already had no problem with Yifan, and even vaguely admired him. After all, Yifan was driven out at that time. Huamount thought that the injured him would starve to death. But what I didn't expect was that instead of dying, Yifan was mixing it up. The Wolf King couldn't even disobey if he wanted to. Ha, what's that smell? Suddenly, the Wolf King's nose twitched and caught a strange scent. Chapter 88 Netflix Wolf called. What? Hearing the Wolf King's words, the wolves such as Double Happiness were stunned. What's that smell? How come they can't smell it? Nope. Double Happiness took a closer sniff and really smelled an aroma. They even smelled it, coming from Yifan. Double Happiness and Prosperity's gazes landed on the bag on Yifan's body. The two wolves took a deep breath, a look of amazement on their faces. This smells, it really smells good. What is it? Big brother Yifan, what kind of goodies did you bring here? Double Happiness asked with a slight gleam in his eye. The surrounding wolves, such as the King of Wolves, were also dumbfounded. The aroma coming from Yifan was obviously some kind of food, but this food aroma, they have never smelled before. What is this? Double Happiness and Prosperity were born with great interest, looking at the eager eyes of the several wolves. The corner of Yifan's mouth curled slightly. These guys, they still have a good sense of smell. He was obviously a little cold from all the way back with the roast lamb. Cold roast lamb doesn't have much flavor, naturally, but still, these guys, they sniffed it out. What a dog's nose. Thinking of this, Yifan didn't sell anything, and directly threw the bag on his back. Off. Snapped. The bag fell to the ground and a lump of flesh emerged. Double Happiness and the other wolves saw this and their eyes immediately lit up. As the meat appeared, the flavor intensified. The crowd of wolves couldn't help but shed a large amount of harumph. Double Happiness wouldn't be polite with Yifan, and he grabbed 2 pieces of roasted meat in one go. It's lamb. It's so good. How it tastes so good. It's the first time I've had lamb that good. The reaction of the Double Happiness surprised the Wolf King and the other wolves. Is this lamb? They glanced at Yifan, and after seeing that Yifan didn't stop them, they also walked towards those pieces of meat. As they got closer, the aroma became more and more pungent, and the appearance of those chunks of meat was reflected in the eyes of the Wolf King and the other wolves. The meat was slightly charred with grease and unknown particles distributed on the surface, and for some reason, chunks of meat like this seemed to be more tantalizing than the bloody lamb of old. Seeing this, the Wolf King and the other wolves couldn't help themselves, opening their bloody mouths and devouring them. Chew chew chew. A sound of ripping flesh rang out. The Wave King and the other wolves were first stunned, then wolfed it down. Yummy. Really delicious. It's the first time I've had lamb this good, too. It's so delicious. Boss, where did you get it? What if I can't eat something this delicious in the future? Ooh-hoo. The wolves marveled at the taste of immortality, and many of them even ate tears as they ate. It's so good. Yifan couldn't help but be dumbfounded when he saw this. Don't be so dramatic. I can't believe I ate until I cried. However, when Yifan thought about it for a moment, it wasn't surprising. How could these unseen coyotes, who fussed over even a snack, not be conquered by the sizzling roast lamb? Brother Yifan, where did you get this mutton? It's so delicious. Yeah, is there more tomorrow? I want more. The two of them, Double Happiness, hadn't had enough after a few pieces and had already hit on more. Yifan smiled faintly. Roast lamb is purely something to be desired. It's a little difficult to get another one, but if Double Happiness and other wolves sold out, it wasn't like he, the boss, couldn't organize a, well, roast lamb buffet. When the time comes, let them all have their fill. Thinking like this, Yifan subconsciously drew the cake up. Work hard if you want to eat. There will be plenty of delicious food in the future. Okay, boss Yifan, do whatever you want me to do. Let me eat this lamb often. Me too. I can do anything. Boss, you need to bring this back more often. The pie drawn by Yifan was obviously very popular. Even if it's a Double Happiness and a proffer, it's still greatly appreciated. Ha, big brother Yifan, what do you have here again? Is it delicious again? However, as soon as they noticed the other bag on Yifan's body, Double Happiness and Prosperity were instantly stunned. The two wolves had their eyes light up. Yifan gave the two wolves a blank look. Don't always think about eating. This is my treasure. Baby. Xuanxi and Linmen were stunned, and when they came back to their senses, they had already seen Yifan walking straight back to the nest. Seeing that there was no more roasted lamb either, Xuanxi and Linmen looked at each other and chased after Yifan. Yifan's words had heatedly aroused their curiosity. What is something that can be called a treasure by Big Brother Yifan? With that thought, the two wolves gave chase. Brother Yifan, wait for us. What's that treasure of yours? Let us see it too. Yifan had just returned inside the nest when Shuangxi and Lin Men chased after him. Looking at the two wolves that revealed fawning colors, Yifan shook his head and did not drive them away. His so-called treasure was, of course, the cell phone gifted by Zoe. This cell phone, if used properly, would not only allow Yifan to easily grasp information about the outside world, but would also allow Yifan's income to jump by leaps and bounds. It's not a baby. What is? It's just that double happiness clearly doesn't know what it's doing. Both wolves were a bit dumbfounded as they looked at the lump of iron that fell out of the bag. What is this? Can I eat? Double happiness froze, and Proctor, the simpleton, straightened up and tried to bite. Yifan's face darkened as he slapped him away. Seeing this, Shuangxi hurriedly and obediently watched from the side. Only then did Yifan reach out his paw and touch the cell phone screen. Ah! Double happiness suddenly shrieked and took a sharp step back. The sudden lighting up of the phone screen startled it. Yifan was speechless for a while and didn't bother to explain. His gaze instantly fell on the screen. It's still the same. The most critical thing about Yifan's use of a cell phone was that it wasn't whether he would use it or not, but whether there was a signal. To Yifan's delight, there were shallow 2 frames of signal on the top right of the screen. Very good. Yifan's eyes lit up. Truth be told, he was actually prepared to go back over here without a signal. After all, people were rare on his side of the world, and there shouldn't be many cell towers. And if there was no signal over here, Yifan would only be able to run to the Sky Road, or somewhere else to use it. What I just didn't realize was that there were 2 frames of signal over here as well. It's not much, but it's barely enough. Yifan thought about it and immediately flipped out his address book and dialed towards one of the numbers. The other side, Xiaorou and Lin Shu also returned to the hotel. Both were also tired and took turns showering. But just then, Xiaorou's cell phone suddenly rang. Zoe, your cell phone is ringing. Seeing the incoming call, Lin Shuya reminded Xiaorou inside the bathroom. Who? A small soft voice, mixed with the sound of water came out. Lin Shuya sniffed and glanced at it, only to be frozen. The number displayed on that cell phone screen tweets, heck, Netflix Wolf. Lin Shuya blinked her beautiful eyes and couldn't help but freeze. Netflix Wolf called. Chapter 89 on the phone with Nettle Wolf? In the hotel room, Lin Shu also froze. The name of the number displayed on the cell phone screen is Nettle Wolf. Lin Shu was also filled with a look of incredulity. It was worth mentioning that she was also present when Ro bought a cell phone for Nettle Wolf just now. She even knew that Zoe had saved the number for Nettle Wolf. The name of the number is the docket Netflix Wolf. Only at that time, Lin Shuya didn't care. I guess even Zoe doesn't care. They also didn't think that Nettle Wolf was capable of making a phone call, even though Nettle Wolf had displayed a phone call once. Don't forget, when you make a phone call, you don't just dial the number. You talk and talk. But the Netflix Wolf, can it talk? At this thought, Lin Shuya's face became more and more odd. Xiaorou in the bathroom was still asking, Sister E, who is it? Who's calling? Lin Shuya let out a bitter laugh and didn't know how to reply. Is she going to talk about the Netflix Wolf calling? Lin Shuya hesitated for a moment, and instead of responding to Xiaorou, he pressed the answer button. She didn't even know what to tell Zoe, so she'd better listen to what the Nettle Wolf had to say first. But the Netflix Wolf, can he really talk? Holding such weird thoughts, Lin Shuya said, Hey, is it Nettle Wolf? Lin Shu also asked in surprise, but just then, a possibility suddenly occurred to her. It couldn't be, could it, that the Netflix Wolf lost his cell phone after being picked up? So call Zoe. The speculation, I have to say, is still reasonable. As a result, just then, a wolf cry came from across the phone. Ow! Lin Shuya froze again. The one who called was really a Netflix Wolf. Returning to his senses, Lin Shu also cried and laughed. Nettle Wolf, this is Lin Shuya. Are you calling to find Xiaorou? She's still in the shower. Ghostly, Lin Shu also said these words. She knew that Nettle Wolf could call and understand people. Perhaps the Netflix Wolf can actually make calls? But how is it going to reply to itself? Lin Shu also thought of another problem. Luckily, for once, Nettle Wolf behaved normally. Ow, ow, it's a normal wolf cry. Lin Shu also let out a secret sigh of relief and some regret. It would be best if the Nettle Wolf could talk and communicate with them, but that's obviously a luxury. Across the street, the Nettle Wolf, still only able to wolf bark a few times, chicken and duck talk for a while. Lin Shuya had no choice but to hang up the phone. Not long after hanging up, the bathroom door opened. Zoe stepped out of it, draped in a towel. Sister Yi, who called me just now? It's not a scam, is it? Zoe inquired as she rubbed her hair. A strange color flashed across Lin Shuya's pretty face. Not a scam, but more outrageous than a scam. Hearing this, Xiaorou couldn't help but be stunned. What does that mean? She looked at Lin Shuya suspiciously. Thinking about the call with Nettle Wolf just now, Lin Shuya let out a bitter smile before explaining. It's Net Red Wolf, he called just now. Nettle Wolf? Xiao Rou was stunned, still a bit unable to react. But the next second, she shrieked and lunged over to grab the phone. Nettle Wolf. Zoe flipped open her cell phone, and at the top of the call log on it, there really was Netflix Wolf. Sister Yi. Xiao Rou turned her head violently, her tone full of astonishment. What did Nettle Wolf call to say? What did you tell him? Nettle Wolf, and he actually calls. It's amazing, isn't it? Saying so, Rou was still full of amazement. Her thoughts were just as Lin Shuya thought. Just because she buys a cell phone for a webcam wolf doesn't mean she really thinks the webcam wolf will be able to contact her. Buying a cell phone for a Netflix wolf is more than a promise. More than that, it's gratitude, right? Grateful to have met Netwolf and for the huge changes that Netwolf has brought about in her life. If it wasn't for the Netflix wolf, at this time, Xiao Rou, on top of the jitterbug, would probably still be an 18-line small Netflix. Whereas now, some even refer to her as the hottest female internet celebrity. As a matter of reason, Rou thought she should repay the Nettle Wolf a little. A cell phone, it's not enough. It was just that what Rou never expected was that Nettle Wolf really called. What did he say? What did Sister Yi say to him again? Super curious, alright. Zoe's beautiful eyes glowed up. Lin Shuya still smiled bitterly. What can I say? He can't even talk. There's no way to communicate. I hung up. And rightly so. Zoe nodded stupidly, but then clicked the screen anyway and punched at the Nettle Wolf. What are you calling over there for? He can't even talk. Seeing Xiao Rou's behavior, Lin Shu was also surprised. Instead, Zoe said directly, it's okay if you don't talk, I'll listen to Nettle Wolf. Hearing this, Lin Shu was also stunned. Just then, too, the screen went to the call page. Netflix Wolf took over. Zoe gave a joyful yelp. She pressed against her cell phone and carefully called up. Nettle Wolf, is that you? When Lin Shuya saw this, he shook his head and lost his smile. Soon, though, she was shocked again. I only saw Zoe holding her cell phone and talking excitedly. Lin Shuya stared with wide eyes, shocked as she watched Xiao Rou and Nettle Wolf cook up phone porridge. And the other side, Double Happiness is also shocked. Yi Fan's baby, surprisingly, came from a human voice. What's going on here? Could it be that humans are hiding in there? And how does one cram humans into a box that small? The Double Happiness is shocked, then turns into an even stronger admiration for the Nettle Wolf. Big brother Yi Fan, you're too powerful. Are there humans here too? So shall we ask for a show? Hearing the words of the two Double Happiness people, Yi Fan couldn't help but be stunned. Looking at the two wolves in their naivety, he laughed dumbly. Of course, that's not surprising. After all, something like a cell phone was still too far ahead of its time for the two wolves. Ow, ow. Yi Fan howled twice into his cell phone, and Xiao Rou's voice immediately came from the opposite side. Nettle Wolf, what are you doing? Are you home yet? Why did you remember to contact me? Did you miss me? When are you going to hang out again? Zoe's voice chirped out. Yi Fan was a bit amused. I didn't expect Xiao Rou to be able to talk to herself that much. It was just that no matter what, Yi Fan was unable to communicate with it. After all, Yi Fan was speaking in wolf language, so how could he possibly hear into Xiao Rou's ears? Hearing Xiao Rou's words, Double Happiness adored Yi Fan even more. Yi Fan, however, fell into a deep thought. It was true that he couldn't talk to Zoe right now, but was it true that they had no way to communicate? Not necessarily. Thinking of this, Yi Fan took the initiative to hang up the phone, and this side of the hotel room, Lin Shuya finally saw Xiao Rou hang up the phone. Ah, why did you hang up on me? Did you press it wrong? But soon, Lin Shuya was again surprised to find that it was the Nettle Wolf who had taken the initiative to hang up. Rou muttered and was about to hit back, but just then, something incredible happened. Chapter 90 Nettle Wolf can type. So there's a story. Just then, the unthinkable happened. Xiao Rou was hesitant to continue calling Nettle Wolf, but she ended up receiving a message out of the blue, which was docketed, also by Nettle Wolf. A Netflix wolf. No way. Looking at the cell phone screen, Xiao Rou covered her small mouth and rose up with a face full of shock. What's wrong? Her strong reaction directly caught Lin Shuya's attention. Lin Shu also couldn't help but come over. Something about the Netflix wolves that she couldn't help but follow. As a result, Lin Shu also took a look and was dumbfounded as well. Nettle Wolf, info? Nettle Wolf actually sent a message over? There are only two simple words inside the message. Hello. Not even punctuation. But that was it. But it left Lin Shu also dumbfounded. Did the real Netflix wolf send this? How did he send the message? Lin Shuya couldn't even resist bringing his cell phone over, as if to see something. The other side, inside the lair, Double Happiness, on the other hand, was a little weirded out. Ha, that voice is gone. What's going on? Is that human gone? It's a bit of a shame about Double Happiness. they were all set to perform. Though the fact that humans were hiding inside a box that small surprised them greatly. But logic what? They don't have that concept. Double Happiness thought more about business instead. Well, these days, they are also addicted to business. That situation of being able to get food at any time of the day was indeed very enjoyable for them. Just before they could start the show, the sound disappeared. What's going on here? The two wolves also again, saw Yifan picking at the top of his cell phone for a while. Brother Yifan, what are you doing again? In the face of Yifan's treasure, the curiosity of the two wolves was unusually strong. Yifan didn't answer, just edited the message with the corner of his mouth. Yes, he's editing the message. With the language barrier, he and Zoe, and indeed the other humans, really couldn't speak. That doesn't mean, however, that they don't have a way to communicate. This communication, naturally, takes the form of words. Sure, Yifan also knew how amazing it would be that he could edit words, but he's already established his Netflix wolf persona with human-like intelligence in his prior, and he can make phone calls. It doesn't seem so strange that another one pops up now to send a message. Oh, of course, Yifan had also thought of a good reason to use to explain that he could type and had such a high IQ. Fruity. The opposite side was shocked for a minute straight after receiving the message. Then Xiaoro's message came like a bombardment. Nettlewolf, it's you. How can you type this message? Did you really send it? How can that be? Hurry back to me if it's you. The corner of Yifan's mouth curled up. From this level of bombardment, it seemed that at this time, Xiaoro was, indeed, shocked beyond belief. Thinking this way, Yifan edited the message again. I'm not Nettlewolf. My name is Yifan. Humans, don't be too surprised. I'm not actually a normal wolf. I was raised by humans. The man who, instead of treating me like a wolf, taught me like a son, a human. So there are many things about humans that I clearly understand. I want to thank you for the fun I had today. Looking at these messages, Double Happiness clearly showed an expression of reading the sky. Can't read it. Yifan, on the other hand, smiled with emotion. It was not until this moment that he had somewhat recovered his high spirits as a human. You know, humans are the superior animals that rule the earth. In terms of status, as far as the entire planet is concerned, it is honored. This situation is exactly like the ancient aristocracy, and now reincarnated as a coyote, he was undoubtedly relegated to civilian status. The good thing was, with a human consciousness, he would be back on top sooner or later. While Yifan was proud of himself, Xiaoro and Lin Shui, on the other side, looked at each other. Both of them were stunned as they looked at the messages that came one after the other. Netflix wolves that actually send messages, and he recounted his life. Are you kidding me? Are you crazy? In that case, in the future, if the Netflix wolf falls on hard times, will he go around sending messages saying he's a Netflix wolf and asking people to WeChat transfer $300? Thinking about this, both of them were blushing oddly to the extreme. This message, is it really from Nettlewolf? Xiaoro looked at the cell phone in Lin Shui's hand and didn't even dare to take it back for a while. Although within these messages, the cause of the Nettlewolf's intelligence was very clearly explained, it still left her feeling extremely incredulous. A wolf that knows how to use a cell phone and make calls is fine. Surprisingly, they also send text messages. This is too counterintuitive. Lin Shu was also filled with disbelief. After freezing for a short while, she even began to brainstorm. It's not possible that the Nettlewolf has been arrested. Is it? Someone is using his cell phone to scam us? Lin Shu also remembered the scam that Xiaoro had just casually said. It's not possible that their current connection with Nettlewolf is a scam, is it? In fact, the Netflix wolves are being held captive up, and the other side is using the Netflix wolves' identity to gain their trust and then get them to call in the money. Well, it's quite possible. The more Lin Shuya thought about it, the more likely it was, so he immediately explained a few things to Xiaoro. At those words, Xiaoro's expression twitched. She was also spoken for. After all, it's even less plausible than a scam that a Netflix wolf can type, isn't it? But if you want to verify it, Ro has a way to do it. Sister Yi, give me your cell phone. Thinking this way, Ro brought back her cell phone, pulled up the Netflix wolf number, and suddenly called again. But this time, instead of a regular phone call, it was a video call. Lin Shuya was a little confused for a moment. Xiaoro explained. Sister E, in fact, if you want to know if it's the Nettlewolf that sent the text to us, or if it's being controlled, you can just see it with your own eyes. Hearing this, Lin Shuya instantly thought deeply. Yeah, make a video and check it out. There's always some kind of trail if the Netflix wolf is really being controlled. The other side. Yifan looked at the video call invitation sent by Xiaoro, but was a bit confused. Calls are barely possible, but it's a little hard to beat the video. Thinking this way, Yifan still pressed the answer button. You two, stay next to each other and don't move. While answering, Yifan saw Double Happiness and Prosperity. and immediately thought of a way to directly lean the phone against them. When Double Happiness sniffed, his body tightened and he didn't dare to move. This is Big Brother Yifan's treasure. You can't drop it and touch it. And so it was. Next, Xiaoro and Lin Shuya, again, saw the jealousy unbelievable situation. The large face of the Netflix wolf snapped onto the screen of his cell phone. Chapter 91, Werewolf Yifan? The superhumanly intelligent Netflix wolf. Watching the face of the Netflix wolf appearing on the cell phone screen, Xiaoro and Lin Shu also froze. Nettlewolf, he's videoing us. Nettlewolf, is that you? Both of them came back to their senses, neither knowing what to say. Zoe, in particular, exclaimed in excitement. But Lin Shuya is still more sensible. Wait, maybe someone was filming him with a cell phone. Maybe, let's just try talking to him and double check. Hearing Lin Shuya's words, Xiaoro immediately nodded. It was only Yifan on the other side who was somewhat speechless. Would you rather believe that there are ghosts in the world than that a coyote has become a spirit? Well, no, to be more accurate, it was the coyote in him that was smarter than man. Maybe it should be called a wolf. Man? Wolfman Yafan? It feels pretty good. Just as Yifan was rambling, across the room, Zoe spoke again. Nettlewolf, is there anyone else around you? Or did you get caught? Nod your head if someone is there, and shake your head if they're not. At those words, Yifan burst into laughter. He knew what Zoe was worried about. But if there really was someone around him, wouldn't he be letting someone else hear him if he asked that? Really? Yifan laughed dumbly, then shook his head under Xiaoro's gaze. Sister Yi, look, Nettlewolf is shaking her head. Seeing this, Xiaoro immediately screamed in excitement. Lin Shuya was also shocked next to him, but after thinking about it, he said, keep asking some other questions. One question is still not safe. Aha. Xiaoro nodded her head and asked the Nettlewolf in front of the screen again. That, Nettlewolf, was the roasted lamb you brought back good? Yifan naturally nodded again. Hesitantly, he matched Zoe across the room. Seeing this, Xiaoro looked at Lin Shuyi in surprise again. However, this time, she also seemed to notice that she was speaking too loudly, and after a flash of her gaze, she came over to Xiaoro's ear and spoke in a low voice. This time, Yifan couldn't hear it. Ro was just barely audible. You're making these questions too easy. Make one up and see if he can respond correctly. Hearing Lin Shuya's words, Xiaoro naturally nodded. Makes sense. Xiaoro looked at Yifan again and asked, Netflix wolf, we had beef today too, didn't we? Was it good? With that said, Zoe looked a little nervously at the Nettlewolf on the screen. Whether or not Netflix wolf is actually video calling them or not obviously depends on the question. Lin Shu also stared intently at the screen. She had a vague feeling that she appeared to be witnessing history. The Netflix wolf understands human language, can make phone calls, and can type. If it's fake, so be it. If it were true, it's really hard to imagine how many people would love and follow such an edited wolf. Of course, the chances of that are still very small. They'd rather believe that sows get up trees than that a wolf can type, understand human meaning, and be able to communicate with it. But it's such a long shot that it happened. The nettlesome wolf on his cell phone screen shook his head. Seeing this, Xiaoro was stunned and looked up at Lin Shuya to find that the latter also had a dumbfounded expression. And the other side, Yifan secretly shook his head and didn't bother to cooperate anymore. Hanging up the point video call, he edited a text message straight through. No beef today. Receiving the text message, Xiaoro and Lin Shuya reacted with a jolt. Nettlewolf can really type. He's really communicating with us. It should be true. This wolf really possesses the same intelligence as us. With things having come to this, even Lin Shuya had to believe it. Of course, the answer to this last question can also be found in Zoe's livestream. The chances of them eating beef again if they ate roast lamb today have been slim, but not non-existent. There's really no one else but Nettlewolf who can answer that with such certainty. And the bottom line is that it doesn't matter if the other guy does drip feed and impersonate a Netflix wolf. Instead, when it comes to money, just pull the plug and delete it. If we're not talking about money, even if the other person is an imposter, it seems like a fun thing to do. Once he thought about this, Lin Shuya no longer dwelled on this issue up. Zoe didn't even think twice about it and started editing the message to go back. Hello, my name is Zoe. Nice to meet you, Nettlewolf. Your name is Yifan, right? So I'll call you Yifan from now on? So you were raised by humans. No wonder you're so smart and defend us humans at every turn. I had a great time today too. After accepting the setup that the Nettlewolf could type, Zoe stopped carrying the question. Lin Shu also watched from the side and was greatly amused. In fact, that's one way to tell if a Netflix wolf can type. Based on the content of the message, it is possible to make a judgment. For what it's worth, what Nettlewolf said does fit with their perceptions as well. Thinking of this, Lin Shuya suddenly proposed. Xiaoro, help me thank Nettlewolf. He saved me today. Ask him what he needs. Good. Xiao Rou sniffed. Naturally she would not refuse, and immediately edited the message with a smile on her face. Yi Fan, you should also know Sister Yi. Sister Yi is next to me. She asked me to tell you. Thank you very much for saving her today. She wants to repay you. What do you need? Or roast lamb? Maybe something else? Seeing this message, the corner of Yi Fan's mouth curled up. He deliberately called Ro and communicated with her to get in touch with her. But of course he wasn't just idly fuming. This time, it was because of the need to use each other that the contact was made directly. And now, although Lin Shu also messed up, it coincided with his purpose. Though, payback? I really do need your help with something. Seeing this message, Xiao Rou laughed again. The Nettle Wolf has something to ask for our help? What is it? Lin Shuya, however, stared. It's normal to need help with something, but if the moment Yi Fan opened his mouth, it was to ask for money, then she had to doubt Yi Fan again. A wolf, after all, doesn't seem to need to spend any money, in which case money is naturally equivalent to having no value to it. Why claim something that has no value? The only explanation, naturally, is that Netflix Wolf is being artificially controlled. So what is the truth? Here's the thing. We've got too many snacks over here. Can you help us recycle a little bit and exchange it for some household items? Or medical supplies? Seeing this confidence, Lin Shuya froze. It's not about the money. Instead, they want household goods, medical supplies, and know how to recycle snacks. Up to this point, Lin Shu also really didn't doubt it. Across from the cell phone, it's definitely a Netflix wolf. Just the thought of a wild wolf communicating with their side in a human tone still filled Lin Shuya with an odd expression. Ro was the one whose eyes lit up. It's a small thing. No problem at all. Chapter 92, A Night of Sleeplessness. Inside the hotel room, Ro looked at the Nettle Wolf's message for 10 minutes. Hey, haven't you seen enough? Lin Shuya was beside him and couldn't help but lose a bit of laughter. Zoe didn't read the messages for 10 minutes, but she still read those messages from Nettle Wolf for 10 minutes after Nettle Wolf stopped sending them. This little ninny, is she possessed? Xiao Rou read the message for another 10 seconds or so before she turned to Lin Shuyi and smiled. Sister E, don't you think it's amazing? Nettle Wolf. No, it should be called Yi Fan now. So he's not very smart, but actually possesses human intelligence. Yi Fan, that's a nice name. Speaking of which, Xiao Rou suddenly smiled sweetly. Lin Shuya sniffed, but he was stunned. With that she smiled bitterly. Yeah, it's really amazing. If she hadn't witnessed it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that a wild wolf, in any case, would really be able to communicate with them, even if, previously, the Nettle Wolf had shown situations where it was able to understand human speech. But understanding human language, this kind of thing, has been found in quite a few pet dogs and cats. Not strictly speaking rare, but communicating normally with humans, and texting at that, is truly magical. It's simply unprecedented. Now that Xiao Rou was talking about it, Lin Shu was also in a trance. Seeing that Lin Shu also looked deeply convinced, Xiao Rou laughed again. Sister E, it seems that we can't treat Yi Fan as an ordinary wolf in the future. Nope, he used to be pretty special. He's just more special now. He. It's awesome that you know to ask for necessities and medical supplies. Looking at Xiao Rou's happy face, Lin Shuya blinked and asked, you're really planning to bring living supplies and medical supplies to Nettle Wolf? Xiao Rou sniffed and said without thinking, definitely. Saying so, she suddenly whispered to Lin Shuyi, Sister E, do you know how much money I've made in the past few days by live streaming for Netflix Wolf? Lin Shuya was stunned, then asked curiously, how much? She came to be interested as well, because she had also seen Xiao Rou's live room. That popularity, it was a hot mess. The gifts hardly ever stop, and are more exaggerated than those head netizens inside Jitterbug seemingly. So, how much did Zoe make these days? Xiao Rou smiled and directly held out a finger. 100,000? Lin Shuya's eyes glared. It's only been a few days and you've earned $100,000. Lin Shu was also a bit shocked. As a result, Xiao Rou laughed and shook her head. It's 1 million. Over 100. Close to 2 million. Hiss. Lin Shuyi immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Although her family was very well off, she had a concept of money as a thing. Over 102 million. This has been astronomical for the average person. I don't know if I can make that much in a lifetime, but Zoe reached it in a few days. And at this time, Zoe also explained, and that's after being deducted by the platform for half. Lin Shuya was getting more and more shocked. In that case, wouldn't it mean that in just a few days, Xiao Rou had earned a few $1 million? No, to be more accurate, it was the Netflix wolf that helped Zoe make millions. Xiao Rou obviously thought so as well, and continued, all this money, all of it belongs to Nettle Wolf, and it's alright to use it to buy him things and spend it on him. As a matter of fact, what Yi Fan didn't know was that Xiao Rou never intended to split with him or anything. Those live streaming reward money, Xiao Rou decided long ago that all of it would be given to Yi Fan, mainly because she had actually received tremendous help from Yi Fan. After all, originally, her account, which only had a few tens of thousands of followers, had soared to a few million in just a few days. With such an account, Rou would naturally not lack money in the future. So with the money gained from the reward, Rou was planning to keep it for Nettle Wolf and buy some things to send over occasionally. And now that Yi Fan had taken the initiative, Xiao Rou naturally wouldn't refuse. She wasn't going to recycle Yi Fan's snacks either, but instead, she was going to give something directly to the Nettle Wolf. But I'm leaving tomorrow. At this time, Lin Shu also turned back to Xiaozhua. Because of her work, she fell back on rushing back. It's only fair to put together a story on the photos and videos taken these days as well. Xiao Rou smiled and shook her head. It's okay, I can handle it alone. And you forgot that I can still find Sister Qin Shuang. It just so happens that she's a professional in this area, so I can ask her what living supplies and medical supplies to buy for Yi Fan. Hearing this, Lin Shu also nodded. She was relieved if Qin Shuang accompanied her. There's not much to say about the rest of the day. The two of them applied some skincare products and lay down on the bed as well. It was just that this time, both Xiao Rou and Lin Shuyi were a bit unable to sleep. Zoe tossed and turned, giggling every now and then as she looked at the messages sent by Nettle Wolf. As for Lin Shuyi, listening to Xiao Rou's giggling, she couldn't help but think of that Netflix wolf called Yi Fan. No matter how you think about it, it's really amazing. Netflix wolf. Yeah, Fan. Thinking about how Yi Fan had rescued himself several times, especially this time, saving himself from the out-of-control horse, Lin Shuya couldn't help but be a bit infatuated. Zoe, when you bring something over tomorrow, why don't you live stream it too? In the darkness, Lin Shuya suddenly opened his mouth and said to Xiao Rou. Xiao Rou was stunned and puzzled. What's wrong, Sister E? Lin Shuya looked at the ceiling in the darkness and tried to make his voice seem calm. Nothing, just looking around, and I'm curious as to how that guy is going to use the household items and those medical supplies. In fact, Lin Shuya simply wanted to see the Netflix wolf again. Not video, but live, real-time action. Xiao Rou obviously didn't realize that Lin Shuya's purpose was impure, and immediately laughed. Oh that's fine. I'll open the live stream then. Just come and watch. Sister Yi, I'm actually curious as to what this guy is going to do with those things. Right, do you think if I go over there this time, Yi Fan, will he invite me to play at his place? Since he possesses human-like intelligence, I should be considered his guest. Isn't it too much to ask me to go to his house, eat snacks and drink tea? Ha ha. The more Rou talked, the happier she became. She didn't notice that Lin Shuya, who was next to her, also revealed a look of yearning. Yeah, she wants to be a guest at Yi Fan's house too. Suddenly I don't want to go to work. Lin Shu also took the quilt and covered his head. This night was a sleepless night for both women, and at this time, Yi Fan was so excited that he couldn't sleep. After finishing his exchange with Zoe, he instantly growled at the double happiness. Go on, gather the men for a general meeting. We have a big day tomorrow. Chapter 93, Netflix Wolf reappears. Yi Fan drifted a bit. 2 days. The Skyway was very busy. The Three Wolves business location was filled with people early on. Strange, why are there so many people so early today? It's not exactly a holiday. A female photographer who frequents the area to shoot wolves is a little puzzled. It's worth noting that the emergence of the Netflix wolf has attracted, well, more than just the self-publishers, some professional photography, and quite a bit of it, especially those keen on photographing wildlife. Such is the case with female photographer Song Chi. She had also been coming here often since she had discovered that wolves frequented this side of the Tibetan region. For her, it's also a treasure trove. The coyotes, in particular, were less aggressive and more grounded and affectionate than the others, and cheered her up even more. On this day, Song Chi also came over here early, just like in the past. Only this time, Song Chi didn't take up a good position, but was instead squeezed to the side. Hearing Song Chi's muttering, a young man next to her immediately laughed. Beauty, it seems like you didn't brush Jitterbug yesterday? Yeah, what's up? Did something happen yesterday? Song Chi blinked her eyes. She was rarely swiping on Jitterbug, but she was also aware of the existence of Nettlewolf. Song Chi suddenly reacted to the hustle and bustle in front of him. It should be what happened yesterday, right? Fruity. The young man laughed. The Nettlewolf's business trip ended yesterday, so everyone was wondering if he'd show up today. Hearing this, Song Chi suddenly came to a realization. So it is. No wonder there are so many people today. Song Chi gave a heartfelt cry. Fruity. The crowd's discussion of the Nettlewolf was soon in her ears. Hey, do you think Nettlewolf will show up today? Who knows? That guy's so smart. No one could have guessed where he'd be. Yeah, normally wolves have this access to food. Who would be there every day? Who knew he was still running around? Ha, The Netflix wolf should have finished filming over there yesterday, and there's a real possibility that it could show up over here today. Oh, it would have been great if he came today. He was so active online yesterday, and I'm sure the traffic would have been high to shoot him today. The people in the room were all looking excited and expectant. The sounds of the discussion reached Song-chi's ears, causing her beautiful eyes to light up slightly as well. She was actually more interested in photographing the reticulated wolves than the other coyotes, too, all because of the size of the net red wolf, unusually huge, and all over the body, with a stupid and gentle temperament, and the wild wolf formed a strong sense of contrast, such a nettlesome wolf that every time you shoot it up, you get a huge payoff. So, is Netflix wolf coming today? The answer, soon to be revealed. Half an hour later, the crowd was raging. Song-chi was also squeezed even further out, but she was the one with a delighted face, because a pack of wild wolves had suddenly appeared in the distance. They're coming. It's the wolves. Is Nettlewolf in there? Don't crowd it, bro. The crowd reacted with excitement. It was like seeing the god of fortune. And indeed, it does. In the beginning, for those coyotes, the people here were the goddess of fortune. But then, as the Netflix wolf went viral, the status between the two sides, long ago, switched over. For these people, those coyotes, that's the fortune. This reaction to seeing the goddess of fortune appear was not surprising. At this time, even Song-chi was not able to be exempted, and somewhat excitedly picked up the camera and shot from afar. Click, click, click. Song-chi was filming, when suddenly the sound coming from his ears suddenly became louder. It's the Nettle Wolf. It's really him. Look at that belly. Good lord. It's really coming. Brothers and sisters, here's a day for you to live on Netflix Wolf. Nettle Wolf, look over here and smile. Ha ha, Nettle Wolf, sign me up. The crowd almost boiled over. Song-chi was also greatly excited. As the wolves approached, the situation of the wolves, too, was reflected in the eyes of the crowd. The number of wolves that came this time was clearly greater than the day before yesterday. There were more than 30 heads, and the coyote at the head, tall and fat, with clear eyes, carried a distinctive air. For those here, such an image could not be more familiar. It's none other than Netflix Wolf. Netflix wolves appear. Song-chi looked at the scene with some excitement and some shock. Such a scene was almost comparable to those top stream stars being picked up by their fans at the airport. On second thought, though, she wasn't surprised. Still, Netflix wolves, these wolves are a fortune to them. With benefits, especially huge benefits, not to mention the attitude of stargazers. I'm afraid that even the treatment of my own father is not so enthusiastic. Good on. Netflix wolves are beasts after all. So the crowd was crowded, but they didn't get too close. In this way, following the path left deliberately by the crowd, the wolves gradually made their appearance. Brother Yi-fan, once you came, this crowd has gotten bigger. Yes, big brother Yi-fan, you're too good. Boss Yi-fan, all these people are here to see you too. As expected of Boss Yi-fan, this call to arms is truly exceptional. Walking through the crowd and looking at the crowded humans around them, Double Happiness and the other human wolves also marveled. This was something that even the Wolf King thought deeply. In fact, having been here for a few days, they are somewhat aware of the number of people on the scene. It was impossible that there were so many people all of a sudden. The only explanation was because Yi-fan had appeared. Hearing the appreciative voices of Double Happiness and the other wolves, the corner of Yi-fan's mouth hooked into a smile. He was not surprised at the hilarious situation at hand. Those who were smart enough to have followed his movements would have known that he no longer needed to go shooting with Lin Shia today. Then of course there's a possibility that it could come up. And the number of people at the moment is proof that the smart ones are not in the minority. Of course, it's also because of the benefits. In his case, these people were able to reap amazing benefits, and they certainly got up early and overcame difficulties to get out to this side. By this time, people had even started throwing snacks this way. When the Wolf King saw this, his eyes immediately lit up. Boss Yi-fan, there are quite a few snacks over there. Should we go pick them up? The Wolf King was obviously competent as the head of the warehouse department as well, and this kind of attitude towards snacks made Yi-fan secretly nod his head. But on his lips he said back, forget it, there are snacks around. No need to get them on purpose. We'll just take the ones at the business location. Hearing this, the Wolf King let out an oh-so-quiet sound, but was a little confused as to why he didn't take the snacks when he had them. Yi-fan didn't explain either. The Wolf King wasn't smart enough to understand him. As a matter of fact, Yi-fan's meaning was simple when he commanded this. It's nothing more than worrying about whether or not running to get it suddenly will cause a riot in the surrounding crowd. That would be a problem. Of course, there's a more important reason why they're now worth their weight in gold and don't need to care about a little snacking anymore. It's like a beggar who has made a lot of money. If you drop a penny in his bowl, he will take it, but if you drop a penny on the side, he won't even bother to look at it. Oh, Yi-fan felt himself drifting a bit. Chapter 94, The Idea of Starting a Live Broadcast, Bold Song-chi. That's all. With double happiness and other wolves, Yi-fan came back to the previous business point. The area around the place of business was, naturally, crowded with people. What was even more exaggerated was that before Yi-fan and the other wolves started their business, a small mountain of snacks had been piled up on the open space next to the business location. Seeing this scene, double happiness and the other wolves were stunned. My goodness, that's a lot of snacks so soon. What's wrong with these humans? We haven't even started the show yet. I was planning on turning a few cartwheels today. So many snacks. This is also because of Boss Yi-fan, right? Boss Yi-fan? What now? Double happiness and other wolves were shocked. That wasn't the case yesterday, the day before. At that point, they still needed to put on a show for those humans, before they would throw the snacks over. But what is going on now? The wolves were puzzled and looked at Yi-fan. Yi-fan glanced at the small mountain of snacks and couldn't help but laugh once again. Naturally, he was not surprised by this. This phenomenon, too, is normal. Now he's kind of on fire after a few tosses, or the kind that fires up the entire internet. This kind of red hotness is better than any of those phenomenal Netflix stars. Such was the fire that he was sought after by countless people. The current situation is, in fact, the equivalent of a super netizen who has just turned on the live broadcast. Before he had a chance to speak, the fans had already started swiping gifts. Such a situation is strange, to say the least, but it's normal to say it's normal. As for what to do in this situation, get to work, Yi-fan commanded. The Wolf King reacted and hurriedly arranged for the coyotes to get busy, with wolves loading snacks and wolves transporting snacks. The coyotes' actions, surprisingly, seem to be well organized. Oh, it's amazing. It's amazing how these coyotes carry snacks in that order. Who says it isn't? It's almost like an organized company with rules. Ha ha, they're not really setting up the Three Wolves Company, are they? Then Brother Xiaoyang's three sheep, aren't they in danger? Interesting, so interesting. The people around them saw this and smiled. More people threw out snacks this way. Song-chi, who was a bit far away, also let the people in front of him help out by delivering a row of chocolates. For them, the coyote carry alone was a good show for the eyes and ears. Seeing this, Yi-fan secretly nodded his head again. While the iron was hot, double happiness worked as well. Double happiness leads the way at the stage and starts the show. Lin Men, on the other hand, brought a few wild wolves with him and always followed Yi-fan around for security. At this time, the progenitor, after Yi-fan's teaching, was also very competent. As the head of the War Wolf Department, its duty, to protect all important company property. Those snacks were, and naturally, so was Yi-fan. As double happiness began to open for business, more snacks, like gifts from a live stream, were thrown around like crazy. Seeing this scene, Yi-fan couldn't help but narrow his eyes. For what it's worth, the cell phone he didn't bring out. But the reaction of the people was such that there was an urge to start a live broadcast. That's right. At this time, Yi-fan even began to think about the problem of opening a live broadcast. But on second thought, he vetoed the idea of broadcasting live over here. After all, that would be too unbelievable. Even though the very fact that he opened a live broadcast was, in itself, unbelievable, it was still a bit shocking to open a live broadcast in front of people. Although Yi-fan could also take out the story he had made up for Xiao to explain, it was still a bit troublesome. So if Yi-fan opened a live broadcast, the best thing to do was to stay in the nest and not let others see it as well. That way maybe more people would have thought that someone was helping him with the live stream. After all, Xiao had given him a few live broadcasts before, and when the time came, even if Xiao didn't make an appearance, those people would only be slightly surprised and wouldn't think much about it. But for now, let's just forget about it, shall we? While Yi-fan was thinking about this, he suddenly heard the sound of Lingman's words. Stop, what are you doing? Promenade and a few coyotes have stopped in front of a woman. Yi-fan also looked over. The situation here was soon noticed by the people around as well. Originally, when people started giving away snacks, there were already people sneaking around with the idea of approaching the Netflix wolf. This woman, and no one else, was none other than the female photographer Song-chi. At this moment, being blocked by a few wild wolves at the door, Song-chi couldn't help but show a bitter smile on his face. Just now, after taking a set of wolf photos from afar, an idea popped into her head. That is, since Nettlewolf himself is present today, can we seize the opportunity to take a set of close-ups of Nettlewolf? After all, as someone said, Nettlewolf is not a peaceful master, though he has laid a foundation on this side of the world. He doesn't seem to be satisfied with getting the munchies. That means he's still around today, but tomorrow it's a moot point. Realizing this, Song-chi became even more foolish. She wanted to take her chances. So, while everyone else was busy delivering snacks and watching the show, she persevered and squeezed through. He was trying to get closer to the reticulated wolf, but he didn't expect to be stopped by a few other coyotes. For a while, Song-chi laughed bitterly, unable to advance or retreat. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people immediately laughed again. This female is not simple. She even wants to get close to the nettle wolf. A bit bold. Isn't she afraid of those coyotes attacking her? It should be fine. Don't forget that nettle wolf doesn't attack humans, and he rescues them. That's right, but it's better to be careful. Ha, if I think it's funny, look at those wolves. Do they look like nettle wolf's guards? You don't say. It really does mean that. Look at those coyotes. They look like they're stopping you from getting close. This scene is quite interesting too. Hurry up and film it. Hearing the discussion coming from behind her, Song-chi smiled more and more bitterly. She didn't think that she hadn't taken the material, but instead had become someone else's subject matter. I'm guessing Jitterbug will soon have a video of her trying to get close to the Netflix wolf, only to be stopped. However, after coming back to his senses, Song-chi took a deep breath and suddenly said to Yi-fan, "Hello Netflix wolf, my name is Song-chi. I'm a photographer. Can I get a set of close-ups of you? You're so handsome. You'll be very photogenic." This time Song-chi couldn't care less. This is an opportunity that can't be missed. And even if the nettle wolf reappeared in the future, it wouldn't be easy to squeeze in front of him. It's especially hard when the other side gets hotter and hotter. So with this situation at hand, Song-chi didn't give up. Instead, he directly fought for it from the nettle wolf himself. Hearing this, Yi-fan instantly looked over toward Song-chi, his wolf eyes narrowing slightly. A close-up? Chapter 95, The Netflix Wolf and the Female Photographer. Take close-ups. Yi-fan was stunned and looked at Song-chi in front of him in surprise. Well, this woman was quite good-looking, and her temperament was somewhat similar to Lin Shui's, but more competent. But close-ups? Looking at the camera hanging around Song-chi's neck, Yi-fan raised his eyebrows. This camera, obviously, was much more advanced than the one Lin Shuya had taken yesterday. So this woman is a professional photographer. Thinking of this, Yi-fan's eyes flashed with laughter and nodded toward Song-chi. Song-chi couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this. At the same time, Yi-fan said to the several wolves at the progenitor's door, "You guys did a good job, but this woman has no malicious intent, so you guys get out of the way." Hearing this, progeny naturally led a few wolves and got out of the way. Seeing this scene, Song-chi finally came back to her senses, her beautiful eyes brightening. She looked at Nettle Wolf, her pretty face infinitely surprised. "You promise?" To be honest, Song-chi had just come over and only intended to take his chances. After all, as Netflix Wolf gets hotter and hotter, it feels like he's out of business. But now, Nettlewolf had actually agreed. She asked herself to take close-ups of him. No, the point now is that he actually knows what a close-up is. Song-chi blinked, a million times surprised, but it was the people next to them who were most amazed. They also never expected that Song-chi's request would be granted by the Nettlewolf. Originally, as they watched Song-chi being stopped by Lin Men and the other wolves, they were still watching the joke. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, Song-chi got what he wanted. It's a chance to get up close and personal with the Netflix wolf. How much good there is in such an opportunity has been verified by those who have had their pictures taken with the Nettle Wolf before. A photo with Netflix wolf, posted online, doesn't get a lot of traffic, but even a newcomer can get 10,000 likes. Then there's all the ones with the Netflix wolves, signing off, asking for autographs, and interacting with each other. To be honest, there were actually people who were going to continue to do that, but at least not until Netflix Wolf goes over to the stage and performs. But now, Song-chi barged right over and agreed. Such a situation caused the crowd to feel a pang of envy. This female photographer, her luck is too good, to be able to get up close and personal with a cyber wolf, and even still take a set of photos. This is going to be on fire. Everyone pay attention. This female's face value is still very good. This is more likely to catch fire. Hey, what's there to envy? Nettle Wolf is right here. Why don't we go talk to him too and see if he'll say yes? That could work. Good idea. When he blocked it, a group of people came over to Yi-fan. Nettlewolf, is it okay if we take a picture together? Nettlewolf, let's shake hands. Nettlewolf, can I give you a kiss? These people, like Song-chi, expected that Nettlewolf would say yes. Only the result was a great disappointment to them. The net red wolf didn't even look at this side, but just ran to Song-chi's side, sniffing here and there. Song-chi was a bit strange. These people were instantly a bit confused. By what right did Netflix Wolf only pay attention to Song-chi? Can't you hear what they're saying? Unable to help it, all of these people got a little embarrassed. The most embarrassing, though, has to be the double happiness of the front business. He had a wolf with him and was putting on a show for the ones around him. The program was also very popular and received much applause. Twinkie, however, shook her head, because just then, The people who came to see them turned to Yi Fan's side. It's not unusual. A lot of people here, after all, are here for the Netflix wolf? The wild wolves that Yi Fan had brought under him were somewhat popular, but certainly not popular enough for his true self. The most crucial thing was that now Yi Fan's promise to Song-chi had attracted a large amount of attention again. Quite a few people's cell phones, all aimed this way. It's just like being live again. Of course, there were people taking pictures. Click, click, click. Yi Fan was immediately blindsided. He suddenly realized that he would have to go back and practice before he could do so. There will be many more times in the public eye in the future, and it's almost inevitable that you will be bombarded with spotlights and flashes of all kinds. At least practice to the point where you don't blink like those stars. At this time, Yi Fan's existence, Hera was also by the people present, live put on the net. Seeing the emergence of the Netflix wolf, a large number of loyal fans, in turn, have been sniffing around. Hey, squatting on another Netflix wolf's live feed. Well, this live shot is a little far away, but it's better than nothing. I don't know why, but a day without watching Netflix wolf seems like it's hard on my body. Pain. Nettle wolf is so good looking. What's this again? I've been here for a while. Netflix wolf is doing something big today. What? What big move? Ha ha. There was a photographer who invited Netflix wolf for a close-up, and he said yes. That's really Netflix wolf style. Right. Yesterday live Netroots wolves at Small Soft Blogger, everyone watched it. She early this morning, and updated a wave of Netroots wolves video it. Those videos seem to be new. Haven't seen it? You can go and watch it. Can be good. A great deal of discussion has begun again on the internet. It's worth mentioning that at this time someone suddenly said something about Zoe. Original. Early this morning, Zoe posted the Netflix wolf for breakfast, as well as the rest of her daily routine, as well, all at once. It drew another large number of wolves to stop by. There are even fans that have started to promote themselves. At this time, Yi Fan was unaware of the developments online. After promising that female photographer Song-chi, he cocked his head at the other party. It means the other side can start shooting. They had a big day ahead of them, so they couldn't afford to lose too much time. Let me take a picture? Okay. Song-chi also saw the meaning of Yi Fan's gesture and immediately walked over with joy. Just as quickly, when it was less than 3 or 4 meters away from Yi Fan, she couldn't help but get a little nervous again. Song-chi gulped and suddenly hesitated a little. Just now she had stepped forward in a brainstorm, but now, facing the Nettle wolf in person, she was a little scared. It was no wonder. After all, the current Yi Fan, standing up, was taller than an average adult, and he was fat and looked extremely powerful. If he swooped in, it would be the end of him. Compared to that, there was still a chance of survival if they were pounced on by other wild wolves, but if they were taken away by Yi Fan himself, it would be troublesome. Of course, it seems from Nettlewolf's past experience cards that he would never attack someone, but as it kept getting closer, Song-chi was still a little nervous. What now? Looking at the Nettle wolf in front of him, Song-chi suddenly forgot what to do. Hearing this, Yi Fan was dumbfounded. Who the hell is a professional photographer? Chapter 96 Netflix wolf shooting close-ups? At this time, Yi Fan couldn't help but be a bit dumbfounded. Who the hell is a professional photographer? Now Song-chi even asked him what to do now. Now, of course, I'm picking up my camera and taking pictures of his godly and handsome wave look. Ah! Yi Fan breathlessly pointed at the camera in front of the other party's chest. Song-chi froze and quickly responded. Yes, oh yes, I'm going to take your portrait. It had to be said that Yi Fan's pointers were still useful. With him making such a point, not only did Song-chi come back to her senses, she was even a lot less wary of the Nettle wolf. Sensing Yi Fan's calmness, Song-chi's heart moved. It looks like the Nettle wolf is just like the internet said. It does not hurt people and has a super high IQ. Thinking of this, Song-chi took a deep breath and really wasn't that nervous and scared anymore. After his emotions stabilized, Song-chi's professionalism returned. She scanned the area and after a dark nod, she too picked up her camera. I have to say, this position, Yi Fan, is still quite good. Or maybe the surroundings. They're all pretty much the same, so there was no need to purposely take Yi Fan anywhere to shoot. Just shoot in place. With this in mind, Song-chi said to Yi Fan, Netflix wolf, let's shoot here then. Do you know how to pose? AKA pose? To put it simply, which angle do you think you look best when you take a picture of yourself? Which angle is the most attractive? No. Do you understand me and do you know what a photo op is? As Song-chi spoke, he remembered a very important question. That is, just now, when Nettlewolf nodded to her, was it really meant to move my words? Or was it just a subconscious nod? Can a coyote really understand something like taking pictures? Song-chi smiled bitterly. That's when the internet laughed. This photographer is a professional or not? Yeah, it doesn't feel like the level is good enough to talk to the Netflix wolf about this kind of stuff. How could he possibly understand it? Yeah, Netflix Wolf isn't all-powerful. He usually takes pictures with people, and although he's smiling a lot of the time, it should just be a coincidence. How could he, a wolf, possibly know what it means to take a picture? Netflix also found it a little difficult to get close-up photos of the Netflix wolf. This isn't just any photo shoot. It's a specialized, if not professional, close-up ahoy. With this kind of camera technique, anyone who knows a little bit about photography knows what it takes to get a close-up. First of all, for the first time, it's all about listening. Just listen to the photographer and strike a pose. Otherwise, how are you going to get close-ups when a pose hasn't even been taken yet? Only, just as the crowd questioned it, an unexpected situation arose. The reticulated wolf suddenly stood up from its sprawled position, then rested its upper body on a nearby rock, its lower body stepping underneath. After forming an up and high stance, he then tilted his head and made an attraction of a night wolf whistling at the moon. Song-chi was stunned, and her beautiful eyes lit up when she returned to her senses. She didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly took out her camera, and after a little adjustment, captured the scene. Click. Taking a look at the photos generated inside the camera, Song-chi immediately revealed a look of surprise. It didn't occur to me that the nettle wolf seemed to understand what he was saying and, at first, would do the action. Such a scenario has amazed the netizens as well. Is it right? Nettle wolf is posing here. Ha ha ha, you don't say. That's a pretty cool pose. I really can't think of anything that a Netflix wolf wouldn't do. This wolf cub is so cool. Close-ups can be taken. Let him take portraits someday. Upstairs, don't be so heavy-handed. I'll shoot you if Netflix Wolf goes for a photo shoot. No wonder so many people love Netflix Wolf. It's really only what you can't think of, not what he can't do. The whole anticipation lives on. What will Nettle Wolf do next? The internet was on fire and there was a lot of laughter. Looks like Nettle Wolf really listened to what that female said. It's even really posing. Wait, that's not right. Does Nettle Wolf even know English? It is indeed possible. Oh, this guy, I really want to smash open his brain to see if he has grown a human brain like us. How can he be so smart? The crowd erupted in cheers and applause. Double happiness, as well as the Wolf King and other wild wolves couldn't help but freeze at the sight. Although they didn't understand the words of humans, they could still perceive the reactions, the emotions, of humans, especially the double happiness of following Yifan at the very beginning. They have become vaguely capable of experiencing human expressions. Those humans, from the looks of this situation right now, are very happy. But here's the problem, right here. Yifan doesn't seem to have done anything. How did it make people so jubilant when they just made a gesture of looking up to the sky without even making a howling sound? And it wasn't even these people in front of Yifan. Even the people in the extreme distance were cheering. How in the world did this happen? Double happiness and other wolf bastards. Evolving to the end, the gazes that looked at Yifan were full of admiration. Yifan is too good. Even the Wolf King thought deeply about this. After so many times, it was thoroughly admiring Yifan. This one is no exception. By now, he hadn't even figured out how double happiness was in business, and Yifan's site showed even more advanced techniques, and it's a trick that people are clearly buying into. Only the enthusiasm of the people was greatly provoked, and those snacks and breads, as if they were snowflakes, flew over. The Wolf King was busy, sweaty, and in pain. The happiest person, though, would have to be Song-chi. Just that action of Yifan's just now had benefited her greatly. That is, it's just not late at night and there's no moon. Otherwise it would be perfect. However, soon enough, Song-chi's little regret was made up for by Nettle Wolf's next move, only to see the Nettle Wolf suddenly look her way and gesture before his entire body took off into the air. Song-chi's pupils shrank. Blessed with a heart of gold, he hurriedly aimed and pressed the camera shutter. Click. It was also at that moment that Nettle Wolf landed in a somersault in midair. Song-chi's spirits lifted. Another classic photo was born. The crowd was buzzing again. They hadn't expected that the Nettle Wolf would be able to understand Song-chi's meaning even so. Really do it and do it so well. That's too remarkable. And that's just the beginning. As the crowd watched, Nettle Wolf made one high-flying move. Each difficult move was able to draw cheers from the crowd and caused a frenzy online. In this atmosphere, Nettle Wolf ended the close-up shoot. Song-chi looked at the pictures in the camera and walked away with a cheeky grin. Yifan watched him leave and looked at the time, knowing that it was time to go back to his business. Chapter 97 Nettle Wolf wants to take over the protection station. Withdraw. After taking the close-up, Yifan was letting out a low roar. Getting the order, Double Happiness and the other wolves immediately made arrangements. Next, under the somewhat reluctant gazes of the crowd, all of the coyotes, lined up in a line, led by the Nettle Wolf, left in an orderly fashion. Big brother Yifan, why are you walking so fast today? Yeah, and those guys feel like they're going to give us a lot more snacks. On the way of retreat, Double Happiness asked Yifan with some doubts. It had been less than 2 hours since Yifan had brought them here today. Mind you, normally they are open all morning, and the key thing was that today, because of Yifan's appearance, not only were there more people, but people were extraordinarily enthusiastic and gave more snacks. There is no doubt that the harvest from 1 day of business today may be equivalent to several days of business in normal times. Double Happiness is a little confused. Such a high gain, Yifan even said to go, easy to give up it. When the Wolf King heard this, he also perked up his ears, wanting to hear what Yifan had to say. He was also unable to understand what Yifan had done, but the Wolf King knew that Yifan must have a reason for doing so. But what is this reason? Greeting the puzzled gazes of Double Happiness and the other wolves, Yifan smiled for a moment. I asked you guys if the snacks were good. Hearing this, Double Happiness and the others said without even thinking, yummy, it must be delicious. I'd let me snack every day. The Wolf King didn't make a sound, but the thought was the same. Snacks? Of course it's delicious. But what did Yifan mean when he suddenly asked that? Hearing the reply of the wolves such as Double Happiness, Yifan laughed dumbly. Can you eat snacks for the rest of your life? Of course you can't. The idea of wolves such as Double Happiness is nothing more than childish thinking. Yifan knew that snacks couldn't last a lifetime. Mostly, it's unhealthy. Too much of these things and you're bound to get sick in time. And for them wolves, sickness is deadly. The point is that if it's a disease that accumulates from snacking, it's definitely a big one. A major illness is a difficult hurdle for humans to cross, let alone for them wolves. At that point, there's only one way to end up, and that's to wait for death. That's why Yifan was clear from the beginning to the end. Snacks are just a transition. It's the real food that really feeds them. Sure, more importantly, snack-wise, they're close to saturation. Now they need something else more than a snack. For example, household goods, medical supplies. Speaking of which, Yifan's purpose was now clear. That's right, Yifan would leave with the wolves this time, and was actually going to make a deal. Last night, he had spoken to Ro, trade snacks for some household and medical supplies, and they had an appointment at none other than the Tibetan Wildlife Refuge. That said, there's no better place to be. For one thing, the wildlife refuge is rather conspicuous, and for another, it's rather isolated. As a place to trade, it's best. And so it was. Soon, the men from the wildlife refuge soon realized the wolves were present. What? What is that? A wolf? So many wolves, informed the station master quickly. Inside the protection station, there was a riot. Many of the employees rushed to the door, looking somewhat dumbfounded at the converging coyotes, and a part of the employees went to inform Qin Shuang, the station manager. What? Wolves appear? Hearing this news, Qin Shuang was also surprised. How did the wolves arrive? Wait, could it be? Before that, Qin Shuang didn't know about the deal between Yifan and Xiaorou. Still, when she heard that it was a wolf pack, she subconsciously thought of the nettle wolves. Fruity. When Qin Shuang walked quickly to the doorway, he instantly recognized the giant wolf in the lead. If it's not Netflix Wolf, who else? Nettle Wolf, what brings you here? Qin Shuang crossed the crowd and came not far in front of the wolves. The other employees sniffed and all of a sudden it dawned on them. Scared me. So it's the Netflix Wolf. I guessed it was him too. Otherwise how could we have wolves here? That's right. Just why would Nettle Wolf come here? And with all those minions? What does he want? I don't know. Let's see. Hey, I say, should we film this scene and post it on Jitterbug? It's sure to be a fire. There are ideas. The employees were talking, and some of the resourceful ones had already started to take out their cell phones to take pictures. One or two were even tougher and went straight to live streaming. The live stream title instantly attracted a huge crowd. It's on the clock, and Nettlewolf even came to visit. I can blow off a day here, right? When they saw the title, many netizens thought it was a hoax, especially those on the Skyway. They just saw Nettlewolf lead off not too long ago. How could he give Nettle a visit? But thinking this way, most, if not the vast majority, can't help but click in and take a look. What if, in case, it's true? Soon, netizens with this mindset were pleasantly surprised. It's true. Holy, it's really the Nettle Wolf. So big. Who else is there if not him? Where is this? A wildlife refuge. How did Nettle Wolf come here? With a bunch of minions? I'm also curious. It can't be. It's planning to take the minions and take down this protection station. Ha! Dog had to save his life. Anchor, brush your sunglasses. Don't just go off the air, haha. I'm going to check out Netflix Wolf here. Demon, sunglasses are nothing. I'll get on an airplane. That employee who had turned on the live broadcast was directly confused as he looked at those gift effects. He never imagined that there would come a day when the gifts wouldn't even have to be asked for. Someone else swiped them. Such a situation seemed to open the door to a new world for it. Besides, on Yifan's side, after bringing Double Happiness and the other wolves to this side, he didn't harass the people at the protection station. but instead stationed himself at the entrance and waited. However, Qin Shuang had taken the initiative to come out, so he naturally couldn't turn a blind eye, so he greeted him. Ow! A wolf's cry caused Qin Shuang's pretty face to add a smile. You can't really be here to see me, can you? But what's all this fuss about? Qin Shuang laughed, then was a bit puzzled. Yifan still wolf barked in response. This look got to the point where Qin Shuang didn't know how to respond. On top of that, while the appearance of the netherwolf made her a little happy, it didn't seem right for the other party to be surrounding her with wolves. Qin Shuang laughed a little bitterly, yet the employees, and the netizens, were getting curious when they saw it. What in the world is Netflix Wolf doing here with his minions? His small gesture had aroused the curiosity of thousands. Chapter 98, The Nettle Wolf of Humanity. Borrowing flowers to honor the Buddha. At this very moment, Tibetan Wildlife Conservation Station, a large pack of coyotes, blocking the doorway, Sheen Frost, as well as the other staff members, also came this way. Qin Shuang was very surprised at the appearance of the nettle wolf, so he came to ask about it. When Yifan heard this, his heart was immediately moved. He's no ordinary coyote. Instead, it's a cyber wolf that knows how to be human. This time, he was certainly not here to find Qin Shuang, but the other man's words reminded him. What Yifan originally considered was just this wildlife protection station, which was perfect for trading. But here, too, there is a lord. The man in front of him, Qin Shuang, is the station manager, the man of words. Since this was the case, he borrowed this place. He should have said hello to Qin Shuang or given her some favors to do so. Greetings are not necessary. If the benefits. Yifan looked at Shuang Shi and ordered. Arrange for a few brothers to send some snacks to the people here. Yes. Double Happiness didn't have a second thought and went straight to executing the order up. Lin Men, however, was a bit puzzled. Brother Yifan, what's this for? How can we take the snacks we've earned and give them to humans again? Yes, Yifan, what do you think? This time, even the Wolf King couldn't help but raise his own doubts. In his opinion, every bag of snacks is something they have worked hard for, so how can they just give it away? Hearing the words of the progenitor and the Wolf King, Yifan couldn't help but secretly lose his smile. What should I tell the two wolves? The human condition is a huge learning curve. Only give and take. If you are kind to people, they will naturally be kind to you. It's like a stranger. You borrow money from a stranger. Surely you won't lend it. But if you have become friends with this stranger, or have helped him, he will certainly lend. It's a very simple truth. I just don't know if these coyotes will understand. However, after Yifan thought about it, he still felt the need to teach these guys. So he said, there is a reward for giving. Don't stare at the 3 melons and 2 jujubes in your hand. We have to learn to give in order to have a greater reward. As it is, we're going to borrow this place, and it's time to give a little something to these humans who live here. Otherwise, it's okay for us to come here once, and if we come more than once, we might experience a drive-by, but it would be nice to pay for some snacks and be able to get there. Lin Men, the Wolf King sniffed and seemed to understand. Well, still don't get it. Seeing this, Yifan didn't bother to say anything else. Anyway, they just have a little idea, or mental preparation. After all, he had a lot of snacks to give to Zoe after this. If the Wolf King can't stand it now that it's near the door, what will happen afterward? Oh, Yifan lost his smile, and just as he was thinking about that, Double Happiness was already on the move. He led the 3 wolves, each carrying some snacks, right in front of Qin Shuang and the others. Ha, what are they going to do? Come over here. The staff was stunned at the approach of the coyotes, including Double Happiness. Even if they were usually the ones dealing with wild animals, they couldn't help but be a little nervous at this point. In the past, when they dealt with wildlife, they rescued those that were injured and heavily armed. But right now, they weren't wearing any gear, and these wolves weren't injured. If these wolves went berserk, they wouldn't be able to hold their own. However, seeing that Qin Shuang did not have any reaction, these staff members hesitated and did not move. Qin Shuang really didn't have much of a reaction when he saw this. After all, until now, she knew better than anyone the harmlessness of the Netflix wolf. If it had been any other pack, she couldn't guarantee it, but now that it was under the nettle wolves, it was definitely a no-brainer. Thinking of this, so Qin Shuang did not have any change in his face. He just looked fixedly at Xuanxi and the other wolves approaching. However, soon after, on Qin Shuang's face, a trace of an odd color appeared. For the leader of the group, Twinkie, was holding a bag with several snacks directly in her mouth and placed it right in her hand. What's that supposed to mean? Qin Frost froze. Also frozen in place were the staff in the back. At this time, they received snacks handed out by the other coyotes as well. What does this mean? Snacks? Are they going to give us snacks? Oh my god, it's a snack from the wolf. The staff was confused. Even Qin Shuang, who was in the lead, was in tears. She knew, though, that this was Nettlewolf's arrangement. And that's why the internet, all of a sudden, is happy again. Ha ha, what's going on here? The Nettlewolf growled at those wolves just now. It couldn't have been an order for them to hand out snacks, could it? Very likely. I laughed. These snacks, or they took them from someone else. It's a borrowed flower to honor the Buddha. Honoring the Buddha. You're saying these guys, they're currying favor with the staff here. It should be. Nettlewolf is so smart. This is to bribe the people at the animal protection station. It's just that I'm wondering what exactly is his purpose for doing this. Is there a brother who knows how to analyze it? I'm still confused. The netizens talked and laughed while Yifan nodded secretly. Although it was possible that Qin Shuang and the others hadn't understood him yet, his own good intentions had been delivered. That's enough. Next, just wait for Zoe to arrive. Luckily, Xiao Rou didn't keep Yifan waiting for long. Otherwise, Yifan really didn't know how to explain to Qin Shuang and the others. After all, Qin Shuang and the others couldn't possibly spend time here, nor could they just watch them and do nothing. The next moment, a van drove up from a distance. Noticing the appearance of the van, Qin Shuang was stunned. The surrounding staff, on the other hand, were puzzled. Usually they are here. People are rare. How come a car came all of a sudden? The arrival of the van also caused the double happiness to be alerted, especially the proctors. He's the head of the Warwolves department. Battle Wolf Sector assemble. Protect Big Brother Yifan, protect the snacks. With 7 or 8 of his men, Lin men spread out in all directions at once, forming a protective circle that not only shielded Yifan and snacks, but also blocked the van, all of them. Looking at Linman's actions, Yifan secretly smiled, but did not dissuade him. With that, and seemingly out of necessity, the van, where the entrance to the protection station was located, stopped. The progenitor and the other wolves instantly sank in their faces, growing more and more wary. As for Qin Shuang, after taking a puzzled look, his entire body froze, only to see that from inside the van, a lively figure suddenly jumped out. Seeing that lively figure, the netizens who were watching the live broadcast couldn't help but freeze. Chapter 99 Living Things That Nettlewolf Can Use. Isn't this Zoe? It's her. Why is she here? This anchor woman is on the verge of becoming the official live partner of Nettlewolf. Isn't she? If she comes, does that mean Netflix Wolf is going to be live from close range again? That gone dare to be good. I guess there is a net red wolf named Seenborn. The netizens were thrilled to see that lively figure. That's right. This lively and bright figure was none other than Xiao Rou. Seeing Xiao Rou appear, Qin Shuang also froze. Zoe! Qin Frost shouted back. Ah, Sister Yi, you're here too. Zoe sniffed and responded with a smile. She scanned her eyes quickly and soon landed on the web-slinging wolf. Yi Fan. Xiao Rou jumped and ran to Yi Fan with a gleeful look. Yi Fan? What Yi Fan? Qin Shuang, who was beside him, was puzzled when he heard this. Xiao Rou was stunned. Only then did she react to her own slip of the tongue, and hastily changed her words. No, it's not Yi Fan, it's Netflix Wolf. I'm yelling at Nettlewolf. Saying so, Zoe looked at the Nettlewolf and winked. Yifan was amused for a while. This little ninny, always so lively. Next, Yifan used his eyes and signaled up to Xiao Rou. The meaning is simple. That is, have you brought the goods? Over here. As if she knew what Yifan was thinking, Xiao Rou turned around and cheerfully walked towards the van again. This time, it seems that Zoe has found a male driver. It didn't matter. What mattered was that the male driver, at that moment, had pulled open the door of the van. Whoa la la. A big pile of goods. Exposed. Stump. Yi. Netflix Wolf. Come here and watch. Xiao Rou compared those goods with her hands and looked at Yifan in the distance with a smile on her face. Brother Yifan, who is this woman? At this time, Progeny came up next to Yifan and inquired. Although Xiao Rou had been in contact with Yifan many times, and had even live-streamed with him several times, but naturally it's still foreign to these wolves of the promenade. Well, this is my friend. Come with me and let's get you started. Yifan didn't know how to explain to Lin Men and casually said, then walked straight over. Proctor sniffed and followed suspiciously. After seeing the Nettle Wolf approaching, Zoe immediately introduced herself. Well, look at this. It's body wash. As she said this, Xiao Rou was able to take out a white bottle from one of the cardboard boxes. Body wash? Proctor sniffed and a question mark appeared over his head. Yifan didn't say anything and just nodded. Seeing Yifan's reaction, Xiao Rou smiled and began to introduce the contents of the next carton again. This is mosquito repellent. This I don't know if you've ever used it. This one is used by pressing here as well, but the body wash drips down, while this one sprays out. Zoe took out another bottle with a blue liquid. She introduced it while using it a bit. Lin Men was startled. Yifan was still breezy, but that's when the internet exploded. What's this? Is Tiny Zoe giving something to Netflix Wolf? It may seem like it, but the question is, what is she giving away? Shower gel. Mosquito repellent? Can anyone tell me what this is all about now? Netizens were amazed. They seemed to read the little soft mesh red wolf situation, but then they didn't seem to. Good on. Qin Shuang, who was present, quickly became their mouth substitute. Zoe, what are you doing? All this stuff, what is it all about? Qin Shuang couldn't help but come next to Xiao Rou and inquire. Of course she knew what Zoe was doing and what those things were, but the combination of these things just created a situation she couldn't figure out. Those shower gels, flower essences, how do you introduce them to Nettle Wolf? Does that mean that Zoe is going to give them to Nettle Wolf? But does the Netflix wolf really use it? However, seeing the Nettle Wolf next to him who kept nodding his head, Qin Shuang froze again. When Xiao Rou sniffed, she then explained, this one, it's for the Nettle Wolf, because he needs these things. Returning the favor, she continued her introduction. Nettle Wolf, look at this What about this kind of towel? I bought a lot of them, you guys surely need them too. This is very thick. Spread it on the floor and fold it after you sleep. It's a natural comforter. After hearing Xiao Rou's explanation, Qin Shuang was even more confused. More confused, though, are the netizens. At this moment, all the netizens have a rhythm of going crazy. Holy, what am I saying? Tiny Zoe is with Netflix Wolf. Another famous scene has appeared. It's a bit of a stretch to say it's a famous scene, but this situation, it's also really unbelievable. Those living things, they're actually for the Netflix wolves. Let that guy say it again. It's true that people are not as good as wolves. This brand of body wash is much more expensive than anything I use. What the hell? Why did Xiao Xiao's suddenly come over to deliver household goods to Nettle Wolf? Wait, could it be that they had an appointment, and that Nettle Wolf brought his men over just to wait for little Zoe? It's very possible, but I didn't see them say it during the live broadcast yesterday, so it's really strange. It's possible that it was said after the next broadcast. Having said that, I'm suddenly very curious about what Xiao Xiao's was said to Netflix Wolf again after the next broadcast. Hey, aren't you guys curious as to how the Nettle Wolf is going to use these? Upstairs just came, right? You don't know that my family's Netflix Wolf Pigeon is omnipotent. Yes, it's really omnipotent. I now realize that the Nettle Wolf knows much more than any of us humans, and on the contrary, we don't know what the Nettle Wolf knows. It doesn't seem too much of a stretch to say that humans are inferior to wolves. At the end of the day, the internet can't help but be a little emo. More people, of course, were delighted. Some of those who reacted quickly have even taken screenshots. Xiao Xiaozhua had actually given human household items to the Nettle Wolf to use. Such a thing was too interesting. What netizens don't know, however, is that these household items are still really useful to Yifan. Whether it was shower gel, mosquito repellent, or towels, he was able to use all of these, and not only himself, but even his men, were able to follow him to enjoy the blessings. Of course, Yifan also understood that this was Xiao Rou's intention. Yesterday he just asked Rou to get some household items in. Not much is said about the kind of use, and right now, 3 living things in quick succession, all of which he could use. To say this one is a coincidence is too much of a coincidence. The only explanation was that Xiao Rou had been attentive to his commands, and had prepared things that were tailor-made, or perhaps arranged according to his situation. Realizing this, Yifan's gaze towards Xiao Rou was covered in smiles, and next, as if it was confirming Yifan's thoughts, another suitable household item for Yifan has appeared. Chapter 100 Netflix Wolf demonstrates using living things once again. This time, Xiao Rou took out another household item. By the way, Nettle Wolf, I got you some more bowls. Saying so, Rou took out another green bowl. Seeing this, Qin Shuang beside him couldn't help but blush oddly. She realized she could never keep up with Zoe's thinking. However, in response, Yifan was overjoyed. Of all the household items, his favorite is the bowl. After all, having the bowl, it couldn't be more beneficial to them. One must know that even though Yifan had been intent on teaching, many times, Double Happiness and the others, they had just picked up things from the ground and ate them. Even if you unwrap your own snacks, you dump them on the floor before licking them clean full. In this way, while eating the snacks, naturally, the numerous mud and dust bacteria on the ground are also eaten into the stomach. A situation like this, once or twice, might not be a big deal, but take too much of it and you're sure to have problems. But with bowls, it's a different story. They have to snack on whatever they want, and it's perfectly fine to dump those snacks inside a bowl, which makes it relatively clean and sanitary as well. As for how to get the dishwashing done, this was naturally difficult for Yifan. After this, he'll teach his wolves to learn to use the bowls and wash the dishes. 2. Big brother Yifan, what is this greenery? Again? Next to him, Proctor, again, couldn't help but ask in confusion. That greenish color makes it a natural dislike of the stuff. Seeing Linman's reaction, Yifan immediately shook his head and lost his smile. Apparently, Proctor hasn't realized how well this thing works yet, but this is not a good time for a demonstration. He spoke. You're not brave enough to know that for now. All you need to know is that everything this woman pulls out right now is a treasure. Baby? Linmen suddenly associated Yifan's cell phone. In his opinion, the treasure that was something that made even Yifan swoon. Now this green thing is called a baby. It seems there really is a bit of a doorway. At that thought, Proctor's gaze towards the green thing brightened up for a moment. As for the Wolf King, as well as Double Happiness, who had already returned to this side, they couldn't help but take a deep look at the green bowl. Again, they couldn't see much. It was the netizens, on the contrary, who were tickled again. Holy crap, all this stuff, like Netflix wolves could really use it. Tiny Zoe is too nice to Netflix wolf to buy so many suitable things to use. Ah, does anyone care? Too curious how Netflix wolf uses these things. Me too. Most of these things, most of them seem to be really good for Netflix wolves. Haha. Anchor, hurry up and let the Netflix wolf live demonstration. Hey, no, almost forgot. This anchor is not Xiao Ro. At Xiao Ro quickly let the Netroots wolf demonstrated the effect of these supplies. If it's good, I'll buy it. Upstairs, I heard your math in Canton. Living things, that's about it. Then Zoe introduced the medical supplies. Speaking here, Xiao Ro looked at Qin Shuang and said, Sister Qin Shuang, what I'm going to talk about next is medicine. Haha, you help me with the gatekeeping. Hearing this, Qin Shuang naturally would not refuse. After all, she is also a professional in this area. It was just that she still couldn't figure out why Zoe had gotten these things. Does the Netflix wolf really work? She had the same doubts as the netizens. Xiao Ro, however, didn't care, so see Qin Shuang nodding his head, so he also introduced it again. Nettle wolf, what about this one? It's a medicinal powder to stop the bleeding. You can apply this powder if you are bleeding from an injury anywhere. This is a punch. You take this if you feel sick, if you get chills or fever anywhere, if you don't have hot water, eating it dry should do the trick. And this one, it's applied after a mosquito bite that blisters, and then it doesn't itch anymore. Noteworthy, though Zoe had picked out as much as she could for the nettle wolf, but due to the wolf's habits, there still wasn't much for them in the way of human stuff. For example, household items, that's it. Although wolves can use bowls, they can't use chopsticks, can they? And that's where the limitations are. The same is true of medications, and with medications, many of them are not suitable for reticulated wolves. Zoe was only able to find drugs that were more readily available to the general public. Just like that, after 10 minutes or so, Xiao Ro had finally finished introducing everything. How about all this stuff? Are you happy with it? After the introduction, Xiao Ro looked at Yifan with a smile. That look, like a little girl waiting for a compliment. Yifan secretly lost his smile and immediately nodded, giving her a big yes. It means simply that you did a great job. Zoe did, indeed, do a great job this time, because there were some things that even Yifan hadn't thought of. And in terms of quantity, it's pretty much box by box, which is also almost enough. He. Seeing Yifan's affirmation, Xiao Ro was greatly encouraged. Seeing this, Qin Shuang, who was beside her, finally couldn't help but ask, Xiao Ro, all these things you bought are for Netflix wolf, right? Just are you sure he'll use them? Shall we, have a demonstration from the nettle wolf? Qin Shuang was indeed a mouth substitute, and this opening made Xiao Ro get up in a daze. To be honest, she hadn't treated the nettle wolf as a coyote since she had learned that it possessed human intelligence, either. Rather, they truly consider them their friends. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so on top of it, getting so much stuff before a day had passed. Originally, this time, Xiao Ro was not going to let the nettle wolf demonstrate. After all, he was so smart. Just a little introduction and the other party should be able to solve the problem. Still, Qin Shuang's words reminded Xiao Ro, yeah, it's still a good idea to try out these household items on the Netflix wolf. After all, if it didn't work, she'd be able to return it the same way and buy another brand of protection later. Thinking of this, Xiao Ro glanced at Nettle Wolf and asked for his opinion. Nettle Wolf, all of these things, do you know how to use them? Lu Yi immediately nodded. Sister Qin Shuang, look, Zoe let out a surprised yelp at once. Qin Shuang nodded, and it was hard to hide her surprise on her pretty face. Netflix Wolf seems to be as smart as ever. All these things, he really knows how to use them. By this time, the internet was agitated. Ha, it's finally here. Nettle Wolf is really going to give a demonstration. Hurry up and record the screen. If it's filmed, I'll be on fire too. I've been watching this for so long, just waiting for this scene. I hope Nettlewolf won't let us down. Upstairs screwed up. Netflix Wolf never appears to disappoint. What he often does, is to shock and triple shock people. Okay, stop smoking and stop blocking my view of Netflix Wolf. Yi Fan's demonstration instantly became highly anticipated again. Chapter 101 The Towel Demonstration by Nettlewolf. Right, Nettlewolf, wait, I'll start a live stream first. He. Sister Yi said she wanted to see it yesterday. I almost forgot. Just then, Xiaoro smiled and said to Yi Fan. She took out her cell phone and started to turn on the live stream. That said, she's still a little busy getting these things. I was also concerned with talking to Nettlewolf just now, so I really forgot about it. Now suddenly remembering, Xiaoro instantly remedied the situation. Just in time for Lin Shuya to see how the Netflix wolf used the household goods. Really, however, what Xiaoro didn't know was that at this time, Lin Shuya had long since watched the live broadcast. She took advantage of her free time at work and clicked on Shakeology. But after realizing that Zoe wasn't live, she also entered another live room. Yes, it's the very same live feed from the protection station employee. But now, since Xiaoro was also on live, she naturally shifted over. Equally diverted were many others. After all, Zoe was closer and more convenient for them to watch the Netflix wolf. That's all. After Xiaoro opened the live broadcast, Yi Fan also operated it. Yi Fan signaled and Xiaoro instantly handed over a towel with a smile. Without a doubt, this would have been the best demonstration. After receiving the towel with his mouth, Yi Fan placed it on the ground. Paws reached over and began to pick at it. Soon the towel was flat on the floor. Double happiness. The Wolf King and other wolves, at this time, also came over, staring at Yi Fan's movements with wide eyes. What is Big Brother Yi Fan doing? Is this thing called a towel? This doesn't seem to be food, does it? The wolves were all a bit confused. People see this, but they are not surprised. The most important thing now is actually to see if the Netflix wolf can actually use the towel. And just as they were thinking that, Nettlewolf had laid on, lying on the left side of the towel. Yevon then pawed at the right side of the towel, clamping down and pulling toward himself. The towel instantly wrapped around his torso. When Xiaoro saw this, her eyes immediately lit up. Sister Yi, are you there? See? She gave a cheeky grin to the live feed. Lin Shu also put on a smile and replied in. But in an instant it was covered in countless pop-ups. Seeing that Netflix wolf really used a towel, the netizens inside the live broadcast room were instantly confused. Holy, another famous scene. My god, he can really use a towel. It's amazing. Something like this is unbelievable even after watching it many times. That I'm a fiction writer. You don't think this wolf was soul-pierced by a human, do you? Interesting. Rebirth of Foreign Beasts text? Haha, do you want to write one upstairs? I'll go read it. I'm not shocked that he would spread the towel. I'm just shocked that he would even use it to bail himself out. That's awesome Netflix wolf. I'd love to be there. An unbelievably simple action for humans. But appearing on a Netflix wolf immediately hits people's G-spot and gets their emotions up. It was the wolves, such as Double Happiness, who remained a bit puzzled. Brother Yi Fan, what are you doing? What does this thing, upside down, do? Seeing the puzzled looks of the several wolves, Yi Fan was dumbfounded. He thought about it and simply waved to Twinkie. You come here. What's wrong, Big Brother Yi Fan? Xuanxi obediently came to Yi Fan's side. At this moment, Yi Fan, on the other hand, had already lifted the towel and stood up from the ground. He stepped away from the towel and said to Twinkie, you saw what I did just now. You lay down on it too and do what I did. Oh, what's this for? Twinkie nodded, but was still a little confused. Lin Men and the Wolf King also looked at Yi Fan. Yi Fan said with amusement, don't you guys not know what these are? It's just right to introduce them to you. Too lazy to go back and have to say it again. Taking this opportunity, Yi Fan was planning to teach Double Happiness and the other wolves the usage and purpose of these supplies. Anyway, Ro asked him to demonstrate and teach it by the way, so that he wouldn't have to go back and teach it all over again. However, Yi Fan's actions made people confused. Zoe's eyes widened. Qin Xuan was also stunned. The netizens inside the live broadcast room, looking at the Double Happiness that was already lying on top of the towel, also froze up. What the hell? Nettlewolf is teaching his minions. If that's right, it should be right. Damn. Now I know why the other wolves will also be pampered and cute to stop the car to rob it. Dare I say that all of them are taught by the Netflix wolves. Think about it, haha. After all, there hasn't been a wolf that can stop a car and rob it for thousands of years. So it's okay if one pops up all of a sudden. The rest, I guess, are all brought up by the Netflix wolves. Haha, interesting, too interesting. Netizens are amazed, but happy about the situation. And at this time, Xiaoro, who could also see the signs, asked joyfully, Nettle Wolf, are you teaching them? Yi Fan naturally nodded, then said to Xuanxi, grab the edge of that towel with your claws and pull it over. Although Xuanxi had watched Yi Fan operate on one side, she was still a little unfamiliar after lying down on it and was unable to pull the towel over. However, after Yi Fan's guidance, it found the trick, and although its claws were a bit stuck, it managed to pull the towel over and cover itself. Brother Yi Fan, is it okay? After doing so, Xuanxi asked Yi Fan. Yi Fan nodded and turned to ask, how is it? What do you feel now? Feelings? Xuanxi was stunned at his words, and then after sensing a bit, he said with some hesitation, as if, it's a bit warm. Yi Fan smiled. That's right, it's warm. The purpose of this towel is not to eat or wear, but to cover the body to keep warm. With this, we'll be much warmer when we sleep at night from now on, and we'll be able to sleep anywhere we want. Hearing this, Twinkie froze. Next to them, Progenitor and the Wolf King, their eyes also glazed over, somewhat dazed. This towel, it's for warmth? They blinked, then both their eyes lit up. Double happiness, get up, let me try. Returning to his senses, Proctor walked excitedly toward Twinkie. You know, the wild wolves, are actually not afraid of the cold. But just because they're not afraid of the cold doesn't mean they're not cold. Those cold winds blow and they still get cold when they go to bed at night. Originally they were used to it. But now, it's surprising to learn that there is such a thing as warmth. They are in a mood. Imagine that. No way. Who wants to be cold when you can be warm? Double happiness was also excited, especially when feeling the gush of warmth coming up. This towel is all similar to a comforter. At first, it's just a little warm and covers the wind, but gradually, it retains body heat and creates a warm area. Chapter 102 Netflix Wolf might have been soul-pierced? No, I'm not done feeling it yet. Double happiness outright refused Proctor's request. Lying inside the towel, it felt its body getting warmer and warmer, and in this case, where it would not let go. Lin Men was in a hurry. Brother Yi Fan, you let it give me a try as well. Just lie down for a bit. The Wolf King watched from the sidelines with some eagerness. However, his relationship with Yi Fan hadn't reached this level, so he didn't dare to make a move. And hearing the words of the progenitor, Yi Fan couldn't help but shake his head and lose his smile. Proctor, why are you so stupid? There are more towels. Saying so, Yi Fan turned his head and gestured to Xiaorou. He reached out his paw and pointed to Twinkie, who was lying on a towel, and then to Proctor. Oh, want a towel do you? There. Seeing this, Xiaorou instantly realized what Yi Fan meant. As a matter of fact, there was no need for Yi Fan to even signal. Just the way the progenitor was behaving right now, it was already obvious. The creature was stationed right in front of Twinkie, eyeing him up. Xiaorou laughed and took out another towel, directly throwing one to Lin Men, and then not forgetting to throw one to the Wolf King next to him. Looking at the Wolf King's station, Xiaorou guessed that the Wolf King should also be Yi Fan's friend or something like that. Of course, that's not a wrong way to look at it. Although the Wolf King didn't know Yi Fan well, he was considered a high-ranking person within the Three Wolves Company, so Yi Fan didn't say anything more when he saw this. Thus, the Wolf King was first stunned, and then showed the same excited expression as the progenitor. Towel. Both wolves' eyes lit up. Under the excitement, they took a bite of the towel and then followed Yi Fan's movements and began to operate. Start by laying the towel out on the floor and popping it down comfortably before pinching the corner of the comforter and pulling. When they really felt the warmth used to, both the progenitor and the Wolf King revealed a look of surprise. It's really warm. So cozy. The surrounding wolves immediately revealed envious gazes. The netizens of the live broadcast, however, froze once again. These three wolves they've all learned the moves of the nettle wolves. Ha. This is a famous scene, isn't it? Three wolves lying there, like people sleeping. But what's even better, is Nettle Wolf. It's not even if he's smart himself, he's even able to teach his men. I'm already really looking forward to their development. At this rate, drying out the three goats really isn't an empty word. It looks like this towel is of good quality. Does the anchor have a link? I'm going to go upstairs to buy towels? If this goes on, in the future, shouldn't the Netflix wolf bring his wolves to start selling goods online, right? It's scary. Do we really have to over 3 sheep? The live feeds were a joy to watch. Lin Shuya shook his head and lost his smile when he saw this image. And that's when the scene is. Qin Frost and the other staff of the protection station also looked dumbfounded. The girls felt that there was a trend of wolves passing on wolves with the smarts of the Netflix wolves. Xiaorou naturally laughed. Nettle Wolf, go ahead and try something else. Seeing that Yi Fan wasn't going to lie down anymore, she reminded. Yi Fan naturally had no opinion, so he began the next round of demonstrations. This time, he asked Zoe to bring the green bowl. Just like earlier, Yi Fan placed the green bowl, again, on the ground. Then he came next to the bound-faced Proctor and kicked. Have you had enough of lying down? Get up and get to work. Proctor jumped up in surprise. Oh, it looked at Yi Fan playfully. Brother Yi Fan, this what towel? It's too comfortable. Can you give me one? No, two. At those words, Yi Fan was dumbfounded. This guy, Lin Men, say he's naive, but sometimes he's smart. Say he's not naive, but sometimes he does things that make people speechless. That's not too much to ask, though. Go back and talk about it, Yi Fan said, then ordered, go get a few packs of snacks. Okay. Proctor went numb at once. At this time, Double Happiness and the Wolf King also hurriedly got up from inside the towel. It was getting warmer, but they weren't fit to lie down all the time. After all, Yi Fan, the boss, was still standing. What was the matter with them lying there for a long time? The two wolves weren't simpletons like Proctor. Seeing this, Yi Fan also secretly nodded his head. If the two wolves continued to lie down, he wouldn't be able to say that he was going to fly a few feet again. Thinking this way, he instructed the Wolf King again. King Wolf, go get a few drinks. Yes, the Wolf King responded, and hurriedly ran out right after the proverbial door. When Xuanxi saw that Yi Fan had finished and stopped talking, she took the initiative to ask, Brother Yi Fan, what about me? You wait and stop that Proctor bastard when he runs to get in my way. What? Hearing Yi Fan's words, Xuanxi couldn't help but stare. What kind of talk is that? Still, he nodded. Promenade and Wolf King were quick, bringing snacks and drinks at once. Seeing this, the internet is happy again. Ha, here we go again. This time demonstrating the use of a bull? Obviously it is. It's just that I'm curious as to how on earth Netflix Wolf knows how to do it. Does he listen to the anchor say it once and then actually know how to do it? The Netflix Wolf lives up to its name. I'm that novel author. I'm now genuinely skeptical that this wolf is soul warped, mainly because it's so smart. I'm a reader of that novel. The author upstairs. You start writing. You write a rebirth of Foreign Beasts text. I really go to read it. Talent. You're all talented. It's starting. Stop swiping the screen. It's affecting my ability to watch Netflix Wolf. At this time, Xiao Rou, Qin Shuang, and the others also looked at the nettle wolf with smiles on their faces. Yi Fan first took the drink handed to him by the Wolf King. It was a bottle of yogurt in a carton, and Yi Fan didn't say anything twice and directly bit into it. The yogurt immediately flowed out, but instead of spilling on the ground, it all landed in the green bowl below Yi Fan's head. Ha! Proctor gave a startled gasp at the sight. Double Happiness and the Wolf King also looked puzzled. Soon, the carton was empty, and the yogurt inside all fell into the green bowl. Brother Yi Fan, what is this for? When Lin Men saw this, he still wasn't clear about Yi Fan's implication. Yi Fan didn't say anything, just lowered his head and silently drank the yogurt clean. Xuanxi's expression moved slightly. Brother Yi Fan, is this the bowl? Yi Fan nodded and gave Xuanxi an approving look. He then looked at Progeny breathlessly and explained, it seems that you guys still don't understand. Xuanxi, explain the purpose of this bowl. Double Happiness nodded and mused. The purpose of this bowl is probably that it can hold things without not only spilling them, but also without having to get dirt on them? Am I right? Big Brother Yi Fan. Hearing this, Proctor couldn't help but freeze. This is the bowl. Chapter 103, Netflix Wolf's version of Rise of the Planet of the Apes. The Wolf King froze as well. To be honest, he didn't quite understand what the bowl was for. It's just that Yi Fan's demonstration made him feel somewhat elegant? Elegant? The Wolf King was stunned as he seemed to somewhat understand the purpose of this bowl. A scenario that suddenly appeared in his mind. The pack of wolves under his command, all grabbing food from the ground below, while he, the Wolf King, had a bowl in front of him, elegantly. The corners of the Wolf King's mouth lifted at the thought, and even AK couldn't suppress it. Soon, however, as Double Happiness opened his mouth, the Wolf King reacted violently. This bowl works, is that it? Yi Fan nodded with a smile. That's right, Double Happiness was right. The bowl works, that's all. To put it bluntly, there's no wasted food, as well as cleanliness and hygiene. Double Happiness was only talking so complicatedly because it didn't understand the words, but the meaning, naturally, was the same. Ah, Big Brother Yi Fan, does this really work like Xuanxi said? Linman's IQ was really worrying. After hearing Xuanxi's words he still didn't understand and asked Yi Fan again. As a matter of fact, the Wolf King also seemed to understand, and when it heard Progeny's words, it hastily pricked up its ears. Yi Fan had no choice but to explain. The function of this bowl is indeed like what Xuanxi said. When we usually eat, it's actually a bit wasteful and a lot of things fall on the floor. Even if we pick it up and eat it, it's still going to be covered in mud and dust and sand. All that mud and dust and sand is not just a simple matter of diaphragm teeth. It's also dirty, and eating too much of it will make you uncomfortable. Hearing Yi Fan's explanation, the three wolves came to a realization, especially Double Happiness. Originally, it only had some vague concepts, but now after hearing Yi Fan's explanation, it immediately blended in. The gaze that looked at Yi Fan was filled with admiration. At this time, the progenitor, too, had wolf eyes that were wide open. His gaze fell inside the bowl in front of Yi Fan. It's a gem. In his opinion, this bowl was as good as the towel just now. Both were treasures comparable to the cell phone Yifan took out yesterday. Subconsciously, Lin Men moved over to the bowl in front of Yifan, wanting to try it out like the towel, only to be stopped by double happiness. What for? Proctor was a little strange. Double happiness, on the other hand, looked at Proctor with amusement. It was really true that Big Brother Yifan was right. This one would not be able to resist running over there. It wasn't that Yifan was afraid of Lingmen messing up, it was just that he didn't want the bowl he had eaten to be used by another wolf. You kid, if you want a bowl, get it yourself over there. Seeing this, Yifan immediately asked Linmen to find Xiaoro. Xiaoro naturally didn't refuse, smilingly handing over another bowl, and as Progeny placed the bowl on the ground, he immediately began to mimic Yifan's actions. Seeing this scene, the netizens were instantly happy again. It looks like the Netflix wolves are really bringing out an army of Netflix wolves. Yeah, look at the pace. These wolves are going to be led astray by him. It's been brought crooked, okay? One by one, they've learned to stop cars on the national highway, but now it's even worse. They're actually learning things from us humans. Bull asterisk 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 bull asterisk 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 asterisk. At this rate, Netflix Wolf is going to play a Rise of the Planet of the Apes. Ha ha, what Rise of the Planet of the Apes? You're kidding, but the Nettle Wolf does have a chance to have a place in this world. Seeing this, I'm even more curious. Does the Netflix Wolf know how to use other household items besides bowls? It's really counterintuitive. And at this time, Lin Men, and even the Wolf King, also took a bowl and began to eat like Yifan's kind. Drinks and snacks get inside the bowl and really don't spill. And it really doesn't get dirty, eliminating the problem of mixing with sand and dust and diaphragm teeth. Eating this way is so much more convenient and refreshing than the original way of eating. The Proctor and the Wolf King immediately fell in love with the bowl at once, just as they had fallen in love with the towel before. On the contrary, it was Xuanxi, who didn't use the bowl, but just looked at Yifan expectantly. Brother Yifan, what else? Introduce it again. A towel, a bowl, all benefit them. Twinkie was also more excited about the other household items, what they could do and what they could bring to the table. Hearing this, Lin Men and the Wolf King also looked up at Yifan. Yifan laughed dumbly. Immediately, he asked Ro to take out other household items. This time, however, the household items that Ro took out were not as convenient to display, because what she took out was clearly the shower gel that she had just mentioned. Shower gel? That's not a good demonstration. Lin Fan muttered and turned to look at Xiaoro. Xiaoro was obviously prepared for this and laughed. Don't worry, I've already asked Sister Qin Xuan to go and pull the water pipes over. Hearing this, Lin Fan was stunned. The next thing he did see was Qin Shuang and a couple of staff members pulling a water hose out of the entrance to the protection station. Brother Yifan, what is this? That's when Proctor came back up to the table. This time, Twinkie didn't carry out the obstruction. Looking at this bastard's mouth full of oil, Yifan suddenly had a movement in his heart. Tell you what, this time, it's your turn to demonstrate. Yifan smiled and said to Lin Men. Me? Proctor froze. Yifan nodded and looked at Xuanxi and Wolf King again. And you too, come along too. We, Xuanxi and the Wolf King looked at each other, obviously not understanding what Yifan meant by this. Yifan looked at the three wolves, but secretly nodded his head. For a demonstration of shower gel, 3 wolves is more appropriate than he is. To know, only 2 days ago, Yifan had followed Xiaoro and Lin Shuya, and had taken a bath there in the hotel. So the current Yifan, all over, was still clean, and that, in fact, was the reason why those people were able to recognize him at once. Already tall and clean, he was in the midst of wolves, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he stood out from the pack. But what about the Wolf King, and the double happiness? The 3 wolves at this moment were all heck of a dirty mess. Of these, the Proctor is the most important. Such a trio of wolves is naturally more suited to the use of bath bombs. Thinking of this, Yifan immediately instructed the 3 wolves. All of you stand here. The humans will spray you with water next, so don't be alarmed. Upon hearing this, Xuanxi nodded, and Lin Men and the Wolf King also responded in a hurry. Given the benefits that the household items had just brought, they already knew that Yifan was going to give them another lecture. To know how these babies are used, it's a natural no-brainer to go along with it. With this thought in mind, so the next thing that happened was when Xiaoro was signaled by Yifan to rush towards the 3 wolves with a water hose. Neither Double Happiness nor the Wolf King dodged. Of course, Ro was also very gentle, wetting the 3 wolves' bodies more gently. After wetting his body, Yifan then carried the shower gel to the 3 wolves. Ready or not, the time to witness a miracle has come. Looking at the 3 wolves' expectant looks, Yifan couldn't help but smile for them. Chapter 104 Wolves Use Body Wash? Looking at the 3 wolves' expectant looks, Yifan smiled for a moment. Now that you're ready, let's start witnessing miracles. Here, lie down over here. Yi Fan took the shower gel and said to the three wolves. Lin Men sniffed and couldn't wait to lie wet in front of Yi Fan. Double Happiness and Wolf were a step too slow, so they had to wait on the sidelines first. Boss, just lie down. What else do you need to do? Lin Men laid down comfortably, then looked up to Yi Fan and asked. Yi Fan nodded. Lie down. I'll pump this body wash on you. Then you just rub your hair hard. That's it? Proctor was stunned. The twin Happiness and the Wolf King next to him were also stunned. Yi Fan was already too lazy to explain, and went straight to his claws, pressing repeatedly into the head of the shower gel. After pressing it several times, a white liquid squirted onto the Proctor. Ha! What is this? It smells so good. Proctor's nose immediately picked up a strange aroma. It wasn't the aroma of food. Instead it was more like the kind of flower aroma that was, refreshing to the wolf's mind. Double Happiness and the Wolf King similarly smelled the aroma, and a trace of intoxication involuntarily flashed across the wolf's face. This is the shower gel. It's for bathing, and with it, it will be much cleaner than your usual baths. Only then did Yi Fan give a timely explanation and turn to urge Lin Men. What are you still standing there for? Don't rub yet. Oh. Proctor looked back, and with that, he reached down and pressed the body wash, rubbing it on his body. Soon, it experienced the magic of bath bombs, only to see a white bubble that suddenly spread out as the claws rubbed together. Proctor was a little surprised, but felt a little comfortable. Don't stop. Go on. Well, switch sides. Seeing this, Yi Fan instructed the Proctor up again, until its entire body was coated with shower gel and bubbles. It's your turn. Come over here too. After fixing the Lin Men, Yi Fan called out to Xuanxi and the Wolf King again. The two wolves had been watching in anticipation for a long time, so they sniffed and rushed over. Yi Fan squeezed as much shower gel onto them as he had just done to Lin Men. Double Happiness and the Wolf King rubbed their bodies as progeny had done, and soon felt the magic of it. So slippery. What are these white ones? They feel so good to rub. Looking at the three wolves, Yi Fan wore a smile on his face. As for Xiao Rou, Qin Shuang and the others, they were stunned. Under the guidance of Nettle Wolf, the three coyotes learned to bathe again. Of course, the most shocked ones were the netizens inside the live broadcast. Seeing this scene, everyone marveled. Sleeping, eating, bathing, these wolves are going against the grain too. The one who was really against all odds is Netflix Wolf. I feel like he's become a kindergarten teacher, teaching those little kids how to use utensils, take a bath, and so on. Kindergarten teacher seems appropriate. I'll call him Teacher Wolf from now on. It feels like these wolves wash cleaner than I do. It's so amazing. The Netflix Wolf teacher is indoctrinating these wild wolves. Alright, I declare the Wolf Clan's version of the Rise of the Planet of the Apes officially open. Upstairs, this terrier can't get over it, can it? But I'm getting a little scared too. This wolf is too smart. The netizens were in awe. Marvel at the fact that the coyotes can bathe. And even more so, at the nettlesome wolf who taught them to bathe. Yi Fan naturally didn't know that his simple act had caused the entire internet to marvel again. At this moment, after seeing that the three wolves of the progenitor were almost wrong, he turned to Xiao Rou and nodded. You three, that's fine. Just keep rubbing the bubbles off your bodies when the water rushes over. Yi Fan turned his head again and commanded the three wolves. The three wolves had been a little resistant to all that hose spraying, but now they were naturally giddy. Come on, spray me first. This bastard, Lin Men, even took the initiative to approach Xiao Rou. Xiao Rou laughed and naturally understood what Yi Fan and Lin Men meant, and immediately pinched the hose and shot towards Lin Men. Poof, poof, poof. Under the spray of clear water, the white bubbles on progenitor's body were immediately washed down. In less than 2 minutes, the coyote, white as it was back in shape. Okay, next. Zoe laughed and rushed the hose at Twinkie and the Wolf King again. Soon, all three wolves were rinsed. That's fine. Shake yourself clean. Next, Xiao Rou also planned to use a towel to dry the bodies of these wolves, but Yi Fan refused, because in his opinion, it doesn't have to be that much trouble. And upon hearing Yi Fan's words, the three wolves of Lin Men immediately shook their bodies. A great deal of watery liquid was flung flying out of them, and the wet fur on their bodies soon became dry. Seeing this scene, Xiao Rou's beautiful eyes instantly lit up. The three wolves of Double Happiness, although their appearance was not as handsome as Yi Fan's, they suddenly shed their dirty fur and still made people's eyes light up. Those who were also brightening up before their eyes were Qin Shuang and the others. They've actually had quite a bit of experience showering wildlife as wildlife conservationists. But like now, this is the first time that an animal completes its own bathing situation, and at this time, it can't help but be surprised again. The biggest reaction, though, was from the three wolves of Double Happiness. Immediately after they shook off their bodies, they felt the difference in themselves. This feeling, so refreshing, there's a feeling of relief all over. Brother Yi Fan, can you give us a bottle of this shower gel as well? Feeling themselves dry, All three wolves' wolf eyes lit up. It was a feeling they hadn't experienced since they were born, and now that I suddenly feel it, I can't help but fall in love all at once. Even, they looked at the other somewhat dirty coyotes with some disgust. The three wolves realized how sloppy they used to be. The contrast is also much more comfortable. The bastard Linman came back to his senses and hurriedly licked his face again to come to Yifan to beg for a baby. Well, it's better to go back. Yifan slapped away Linman's stupid face, then started demonstrating other household items up again. The process is naturally needless to say. Each demonstration is capable of causing great shocks of double happiness. The internet is also abuzz. There was a strong sense of contrast when something that was obviously just a rarity for humans was used on a coyote. The number of people watching Netflix Wolf Live is growing. By the end of the day, it had even surpassed 200,000 visits again. Xiaoro was, however, not surprised by this. After testing the household items, she didn't leave there, but made a request to Yifan. Yifan, can I be a guest in your home? Just to visit your nest. Just so I can get the stuff and pull it over for you. Hearing Xiaoro's words, Yifan couldn't help but freeze. On the wolf's face, an odd look appeared. Zoe's going to be a guest at his house? Chapter 105, Going as a Group. Nettle Wolf in a car. At this time, Yifan could not help but look odd. Never in a million years did he expect that Xiaoro would bring up the idea of being a guest in his house. Subconsciously, Yifan was going to refuse. After all, his lair was just hiding too many snacks. What if people find out and don't reward him with another snack when the time comes? Although Yifan didn't really look at snacks anymore, they were, nonetheless, useful to him. At least it keeps him from having to worry about 3 meals for his men. But Yifan hesitated as he turned his mind. Speaking of which, his relationship with Xiaoro had been completely hooked up. In that case, even if she found out about the snacks, it didn't seem like a big deal. It was also at this moment that Xiaoro uttered another sentence, making Yifan completely unable to say no. By the way, Nettlewolf, all this stuff, it's for you guys. You don't have to snack on me. I don't know if you know anything about live streaming, but I've made a lot of money with you on live streaming, and I'm going to spend all that money on you. Hearing this, Yifan instantly gave Xiaoro a high look. This ninny, get on the bandwagon. Speaking of which, Yifan had long thought about talking to Xiaoro about the split. I just didn't have the chance before, and after the message contact, there is a chance, but it's not good to be that abrupt. But what Yifan didn't expect was that he hadn't even brought it up yet. But Xiaoro thought of it first, and she was going to give all the money to herself. Yifan was greatly moved. Where else could he refuse Xiaoro? Thinking of this, Yifan also nodded to Xiaoro. You promised. Xiaoro's spirit lifted and her beautiful eyes couldn't help but light up. Sure, Yifan also has conditions. The condition is that it can't be live streamed. Otherwise, the whole internet would know he's rich. Who will reward them with snacks in the future? So, Yifan secretly took Xiaoro's cell phone again and typed a few lines of text to Xiaoro. Zoe saw this and immediately understood. She hadn't thought of that level, but just subconsciously felt that Nettlewolf was not wanting anyone to see his home, because if it was exposed and some fans went straight to his house, it would be a problem. No problem. Soon, Zoe turned off the live stream. The male driver, of course, was not allowed. As of now, Luyi also just trusts Xiaoro. It's just that without a male driver, Xiaoro wouldn't dare to travel to the wolf's den alone. Well, after she noticed Qin Shuang next to her, her eyes immediately lit up. Sister Qin Shuang, are you free? Coming to Qin Shuang's side, Xiaoro asked with a smile. What? Something wrong? Qin Shuang was stunned. Just now she saw Xiaoro and Nettlewolf whispering and clicking on her cell phone. Qin Frost had thought that Xiaoro was asking Netflix Wolf to greet the fans in the live broadcast room, but she didn't expect Xiaoro to put away her cell phone in a twinkling and come to her side. Looking at Xiaoro's smiling appearance, for some reason, Qin Shuang always felt that she was up to no good. However, next, Xiaoro uttered a sentence that made Qin Shuang freeze. Pro double day. Would you like to visit the home of the Nettle Wolf? His lair, that is. What? A visit to the home of the Netflix Wolf? Qin Shuang couldn't help but freeze at his words. She looked at the Nettle Wolf not far away, and then at Xiaoro, and couldn't help but be filled with oddness. Zoe, what are you trying to do again? This is dangerous. Qin Shuang returned to her senses and frowned. She subconsciously assumed that Ro was planning to bring the Nettle Wolf hoopla again. Like last time, she had the audacity to bring a wolf to stay in a hotel, or a room, and I must say, the heart was quite big. As a professional, Qin Shuang understood very well what such a move meant. So in Qin Shuang's opinion, it was really a blessing from the Bodhisattva that Xiaoro and Lin Shuya were fine last time. What I just didn't expect was that now Xiaoro seemed to be making another demonic move. Qin Shuang's face really went cold. Iceberg Beauty's demeanor is on display. Xiaoro was startled by Qin Shuang's reaction and smiled bitterly after she reacted. Sister Qin Shuang, you've misunderstood. I'm asking for Nettlewolf's consent. With the consent of Nettlewolf? Qin Shuang was stunned, then reacted. He promised to let you go to the lair? Zoe smiled and nodded. Yeah, he said yes to all of them. As you know, Nettlewolf is smart, and I won't be in danger. But for safety's sake, if you're free, Sister Qin Shuang, could you come with me? Saying so, Xiao Rou moved in a pampering attack, directly grabbing Qin Shuang's arm. Qin Shuang frowned and couldn't help but look at Nettlewolf again. Did Zoe really get Nettlewolf to agree to this proposal? At that exact moment, Nettlewolf looked over here as well. Xiao Rou's move to invite Qin Shuang was naturally agreed upon by Yifan. He didn't feel comfortable with the strange male driver going to the wolf's den, but he still trusted Qin Shuang, who had been in contact with him a few times. Seeing this, in order to prove it to Qin Shuang, Xiao Rou hurriedly asked Nettlewolf aloud, Nettlewolf, you're promising, aren't you? When Yifan heard this, he nodded. Only then did Qin Shuang's face slow down and said, accompanying you is fine, but when you get there, be careful and don't just mess with those wolves. Although Nettlewolf had clearly expressed his agreement, Qin Shuang was still a bit worried. After all, this time, there's more than just nettlesome wolves to go around. The reticulated wolves don't attack them. But what about the coyotes? Thinking like this, Qin Shuang was even more determined to go with Xiao Rou. After all, it was just Xiao Rou alone, and she was really uneasy. Thinking of this, Qin Shuang hurriedly returned to the protection station and began to make preparations. On the other hand, Xiao Rou returned to Yifan with a smile and resumed her order. It's ready. Sister Qin Shuang accompanied me. Yifan nodded and turned to look at Double Happiness and the other wolves. Seeing a few wolves hugging their household items with joy, Yifan rolled his eyes. Shame on you. Hurry up and pack up. Go back. Oh, yes, big brother Yifan, we'll go now. When the three wolves heard Yifan's words, they didn't dare to be slow and hurriedly organized the team and packed up their belongings. Soon the wolves were assembled. Go on, get back. At Yifan's command, the wolves moved towards the nest at once. However, at this time, Double Happiness ran over and asked Yifan suspiciously, Boss, aren't you leaving? Hearing this, Yifan immediately laughed. Who am I to walk back? As the words fell, Yifan jumped into the van in front of Double Happiness' stunned gaze. Go! Yifan then reminded Xiao Rou and Qin Shuang in the front seat. Okay, Nettlewolf, you're going to have to sit tight, haha. Zoe let out a laugh, then started the van up and followed the wolves. Double Happiness and Prosperity looked at each other in disbelief, came back to their senses, and hurriedly followed with a bitter smile. This amazing scene was naturally recorded by the remaining people. Chapter 106, Lin Shuya wants to find a Netflix wolf. The place where the party was repairing was a sunken mountain wall, and at this point the people made a campfire and began to warm themselves as well as eat. Where did the internet red wolf go with this? Ah, why is the anchor off the air all of a sudden? What's going on? I want to watch Wolf on Netflix. I'll die without Wolf on Netflix. Upstairs isn't that much of a stretch, is it? But is the Netflix wolf following the anchor? Where are they going? Can someone at the scene tell us? I don't know. It seems to have followed the wolves. The anchor drove the car. Yifan and the others left, but the internet still continued to spread their news. Xiao Rou's sudden off-airing caused a large number of netizens to wail. Countless people ran inside her jitterbugs begging for an opening and an update. Good on. Soon after, a report that attracted a great deal of attention. Welcome to the Tibetan area. Nettlewolf waiting for you. This story, right out of the gate, immediately hit the hot seat. It was just about this time that a large number of netizens, unable to find amusement, flocked in. Sure, the heat was there, but it was the content that really set the story on fire. Inside the report, in addition to the regular introduction of the scenery, Herculean participation in a lot of photos of Netflix wolves. Most importantly, Netflix wolf is inside these landscapes, attractions, and engagement. So the netizens who could not find the Netflix wolf were satisfied inside this report. Ha, isn't this the oasis lake that Nettlewolf went to earlier? Yes, 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 yes. So it turns out that the Netflix wolf was there to film the news 2 days ago. Oh, I already knew that, but I still want to see it again. It's interesting. This is that grassland, right? Ha ha ha, I'm in this meadow right now, and that boss is next to me. Brothers upstairs, help me ask the boss to report the name of the net red wolf. Can I break a bone? The internet quickly became buzzing because of this news report. The author of this report is no other than Lin Shuya. Although he had a feeling that the story would be a hit, Lin Shuya was still elated to actually see its popularity. Lin Shuya clicked into the comments section and read it, quickly realizing the reason why this story would catch fire. Not because of the scenic beauty of the Tibetan region, Of course, but because of the presence of the nettle wolf. With this current trend, whatever is tied to the Netflix wolf is having huge traffic. Of course, it's still up to you and the content to retain the huge traffic. And this report by Lin Shuya clearly qualifies. It's interspersed with Netflix wolves while characterizing the various landscapes of the Tibetan region and describing them to a T. Also, it's also because some of the daily highlights have been live-streamed before. So much so that when netizens saw this report, they couldn't help but associate it with the previous live broadcast. And so this report of Lin Shuya, without any surprise, caught fire. Countless netizens who had seen the live stream before ran to clock in and comment. Some of the action-oriented ones have even booked bus and airplane tickets directly to the Tibetan areas. And just like that, the Tibetan area caught fire with it. If anything, the emergence of the Netflix wolf was just an opportunity. Then Lin Shuya's report was the trigger that completely ignited this travel craze. Countless people tend to do so. Lin Shu also received a huge commendation from the director for this. In a good mood, Lin Shuya took out his cell phone and wanted to share this joy with others. Originally she had planned to call Zoe, to call her family. But when he saw a certain number in his address book, Lin Shuya couldn't help but be stunned. The number, marked with the name, was Yi Fan. Lin Shuya knew exactly what the name meant. Yi Fan is none other than Netflix wolf. Originally, Lin Shuya didn't actually have a Netflix wolf number. However, after she found out that Nettle Wolf was talking to Xiao Rou earlier, she ghosted Nettle Wolf's number as well. Now Lin Shu also thought about whether or not to share the joy with the Nettle Wolf. The biggest credit for her being able to pull off this story is also given to Netflix Wolf. Just looking at that number, Lin Shuya hesitated again. She didn't have Ro's ability to make a phone call with the Nettle Wolf despite the language barrier. Then, edit the text message. Lin Shu also remembered that the Nettle Wolf was able to read text, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. But after opening the message editing screen, Lin Shuya was torn again. What's it going to be? Just as Lin Shuya was torn, the other side, Xiao Rou drove the van, carrying Qin Shuang and Yi Fan, and followed the team of wolves into a valley. Is this it? Xiao Rou glanced at the surrounding environment of the quiet valley and opened her mouth to ask Yi Fan. Yi Fan nodded. It's not far to go when you get here. After a few more minutes, Xiao Rou really noticed that the wolves ahead stopped. Yi Fan stretched out his paw and instructed Xiao Rou to stop the car. Luckily, he had found a nest and the road was fairly flat. Otherwise the car wouldn't have been able to drive in. Of course, the van didn't drive completely to the nest, but stopped 100 meters away. Are we there yet? Xiao Rou parked her car and also walked down with Qin Shuang. Yi Fan also scurried violently and got out of the car. Big brother Yi Fan, can we take those things back now? At this time, Lin Men immediately came over and asked Yi Fan. Double Happiness and the Wolf King also looked this way, their gazes translucent with anticipation. The other coyotes are no different. As the saying goes, it's good to have your fill of gloom and doom. The core meaning of this statement is that with enough food and warmth, a person will want to do other things that are more comfortable. This is the same for wolves such as Double Happiness. With no shortage of food and drink, they are now starting to demand more. Especially, when they know that there are bath bombs, bowls, and all that stuff, they tend to do the same. Seeing this, Yi Fan laughed dumbly and turned to look at Xiao Rou. He held out his paw and pointed at the van. When Xiao Rou and Qin Shuang saw this, they looked at the things on the van and immediately understood Yi Fan's meaning again. Nettle Wolf is making us carry our stuff down. Xiao Rou smiled and spoke to Qin Shuang. Looking at the wild wolves that were watching with bated breath, Qin Shuang lost his smile and also said, "Let me help." The things that Xiao Rou had bought, although they were of a good variety, they weren't exactly a large number of things. The two men worked for a few minutes and immediately moved one cardboard box after another to the floor. Nettle Wolf, why don't we deliver it for you? The lair is over there, isn't it? After moving the cardboard boxes, Xiao Rou asked Yi Fan again. It wasn't a lot of stuff, but it was a cardboard box that obviously wasn't easy for the wolves to transport either. Yi Fan sniffed, but shook his head. To that extent, it's enough. Yi Fan immediately commanded to Double Happiness and the other wolves. You guys just open the cardboard boxes and ship the stuff back. Double Happiness heard this and immediately pounced on it with a cheer. Yi Fan shook his head and smiled, before leading Xiao Rou and Qin Shuang towards the nest not far away. At this time, Xiao Rou and Qin Shuang's faces rose in anticipation. I wonder what Yi Fan's lair will be like. Next moment, Yi Fan's lair was completely displayed in front of Xiao Rou and Qin Shuang. The two men stared at each other, both frozen in place. Chapter 107 Lin Shuya sends a message to Nettle Wolf. Under Yi Fan's leadership, Xiao Wei and Qin Shuang officially arrived at the nest. Just as soon as they arrived here, Xiao Rou and Qin Shuang were immediately shocked. Yi Fan's nest, which wasn't big, was a cave formed on top of a mountain wall. But caves of this kind are surprisingly numerous here, a dozen or so. What shocked the two women the most was that the caves, almost all of them, were stuffed with snacks. So many snacks. Xiaorou opened her small mouth wide in shock. Qin Shuang, who was next to him, was also dumbstruck. As a matter of fact, before this, they had also guessed that Yifan's lair should have quite a few snacks, even a lot of them. After all, those wolves carrying snacks were known to them, but they were still stunned when they actually saw the lair of the nettle wolf. Those snacks, sure, are a lot, but the sheer number of them is just amazing. Many of the nests on the site were stuffed, and many of them burst out, even forming a small mountain. Such a situation should not be too spectacular. Seeing Xiaorou and Qin Shuang, a smile appeared on Yifan Wolf's face, vaguely proud of himself. Yeah, shouldn't he be proud that he, a penniless lone wolf, pulled together a team and had such a stockpile of snacks in such a short period of time? Come on, I'll show you inside. Yifan wailed and woke up Xiaorou and Qin Shuang, then took the initiative to walk towards his nest. Xiaorou and Qin Shuang couldn't understand Yifan's words, but they understood what he meant and followed him. Entering the nest, Xiaorou and Qin Shuang's faces became even more odd. The nest that Yifan was in was not a situation where snacks were piled up. On the contrary, it's clean and neatly organized. However, it was this kind of neatness that caused Qin Shuang's face to look odd. She had the illusion that this place had little human furniture, but it really did look and feel like a human dwelling. As a matter of fact, Yifan did set up the cave in human style. This kind of burrow has also been mimicked by wolves like Double Happiness yet. The Wolf King was even more adoring, thinking that Yifan was very maverick. And after her dismay, Xiaorou was not surprised. After accepting the setting of Yifan being raised by humans from a young age, it was easier for her to accept Yifan's abnormal situation. Looking around, Xiaorou even sat directly on Yifan's bed. Ha ha, Nettle Wolf, is this your bed? Yifan's bed, for the moment, was only made of hay, but it was also neat and tidy in a decent manner. Even some of the hay was piled up in a pillow-like shape in some of the upper spots. Seeing this, Rose's smile grew even wider. Qin Shuang looked at it for a few moments, but it was a bit strange. Ha, what's this? Xiaorou sniffed and looked over. As it turned out, it was the cell phone that had been placed next to the pillow that had attracted Qin Shuang's attention. It's really a tech-filled phone that's so out of place in this environment. It would have been fine, but just then, that cell phone beeped. Qin Shuang's face became more and more odd. This is a cell phone. Netflix Wolf owns a cell phone. This is? Qin Shuang looked at Xiaorou with an odd expression on his face. This time, she vaguely remembered something. I think Zoe said she was going to buy a cell phone for Nettle Wolf during the previous tour. She was also present at that time. Only Qin Shuang didn't take it seriously. Even if, at that point, Nettle Wolf did make a call on the spot. But it's still unbelievable to think that a Netflix wolf would have to use a cell phone. So Qin Shuang also subconsciously assumed that at that time, when Xiaorou said that she would buy a cell phone for Nettle Wolf, she was just talking. But now, here's Netflix Wolf, with a real cell phone. Facing Qin Shuang's inquiring gaze, Xiaorou instantly smiled. Oh, this cell phone, I bought it for Netflix Wolf. You really bought it? Qin Frost froze. Yi Fan, on the other hand, had already arrived in front of the cell phone at this time. The voice, which was not unfamiliar to him, was the beep of a message appearing. He heard it multiple times last night when he was messaging with Zoe. But the problem was, who would send him a message now that Zoe was by his side? Could it be spam? Yi Fan came over to take a look, but froze in the next second. At the beginning of the message, the name Lin Shuya appeared. Ha, Nettlewolf, what are you looking at? Yi Fan's action of gazing at the message quickly caught Xiaorou's attention. She came over and immediately looked surprised. Sister Yi? Qin Shuang sniffed, but she froze. What Sister Yi? Lin Shuya? She also wanted to come over, but as a result, right at this moment, Yi Fan's quick eyes and hands had already pulled down the hay and blocked the cell phone screen. Qin Shuang could not help but be stunned when he saw this. For her part, Xiaorou's face was odd. With a hurried glance just now, she immediately realized that the confidence was sent by Lin Shuya, because the beginning is Lin Shuya's self-introduction, and next, there's a Lin Shuyi news report on the big success, in which Lin Shuyi explains it once more and then keeps thanking the Netflix wolf, seemingly sharing the joy with him. Zoe was not surprised that Lin Shuya's news story was a big success, because until now, she was the one who could best feel the magnitude of Netflix wolf's influence. Just take her own changes. In less than a month, from an 18th-line netizen, she jumped to a first-line female anchor. Such a change is not insignificant. And the reason, naturally, was because a cyber wolf had popped up inside her life. This shows how influential the Netflix wolf is, and it's almost a given that Lin Shuya's story will work. This came as no surprise to Zoe, but what made her wonder was that the first person Lin Shuya shared his joy with seemed to be Netflix wolf. Thinking of this, Xiaorou took out her cell phone and looked at it to confirm that she hadn't received any messages from Lin Shuya. Ah, this wolf-heavy guy. Zoe couldn't help but mutter. What's a wolf over a friend? Qin Shuang sniffed and was a bit surprised. Zoe awed and laughed. It's nothing. Qin Frost glanced at Xiao Rou and secretly shook his head, but then became suspicious. What are you doing buying a cell phone for Nettle Wolf? Does he really use it? Qin Shuang asked about the cell phone again. Even if, as she'd seen before, Nettlewolf did make the call, Nettlewolf couldn't gum up the flow. How did he use the phone if he couldn't gum up the flow? Subconsciously, Qin Frost also thought that it was a heavenly thing for a Netflix wolf to use a cell phone. Hearing this, Zoe hesitated to tell her about the fact that the Nettle Wolf could read text. It's just that this matter. It's so unbelievable and shocking that for a while, Xiao Rou didn't know where to start. Well, just then, Double Happiness, with a couple of wolves, walked in. It turned out that it was Yifan who had arranged for Shuangxi to take some things to entertain them, considering that Xiao Rou and Qin Shuang had come here as guests. It's not much, just a few well-chosen snacks. For example, cookies, chocolate, milk and all that. When Qin Shuang saw this, his face could not help but look strange once again. For her part, Zoe let out a laugh, rather than explaining the circumstances of the Nettle Wolf's use of her cell phone again. Next, the two men and the wolf were eating snacks and chatting easily and happily. The atmosphere is very harmonious. Just quickly, an accident breaks the harmony. Chapter 108 Nettle Wolf commanded the battle. Inside the lair, the two men and the wolf made small talk. It was mainly Xiao Rou and Qin Shuang who said it, and Yifan responded by wailing next to him. However, because Yifan called it just right, the atmosphere was still very harmonious. And outside, wolves, such as Double Happiness, were also methodically moving household items. But the next moment, this harmony is broken by an accident. Ow! A mournful wolf cry came. Yifan couldn't help but be stunned. Xiao Rou and Qin Shuang also stopped talking. What's wrong? The two men and the wolf looked outside the lair. The wolves outside the den, such as Double Happiness, naturally heard the wolf's cry. Follow the sound. Soon, a bloodstained coyote walking with a limp appeared in their line of sight. What? Double Happiness and the other wolves were stunned. Yifan sensed that something was wrong and walked out of the nest. Behind them followed Xiao Rou and Qin Shuang. Immediately afterward, the two men and the wolf also saw the coyote that came with injuries. Hey, if it isn't Roku? Suddenly, Proctor called out. Who's Roku? Yifan sniffed and inquired. Shuangxi hurriedly explained. Xiao Lu is one of Linman's men and a member of the werewolf department. Hearing this, Yifan was then enlightened. Yifan wasn't too surprised about the situation where he didn't recognize the other party. As a matter of fact, until now, for Coyote, Yifan was faceblind. So far, he had only been able to recognize the Double Happiness and the Wolf King. As for the other coyotes, unless there were any characteristics, they were all the same to him. What's going on here? Returning to his senses, Yifan frowned, and Proctor was very surprised. It ran to meet it. Little Six, what are you doing? Why are you hurt? Aren't you going to look for wolves? Proctor wasn't surprised by Xiao Lu's appearance. In fact, ever since Yifan had subdued the Wolf King and the other wild wolves, Linman had been sending out war wolves. The purpose of these war wolves going out was to scout the surrounding area and to pull in as many coyotes as possible. These were all done at Yifan's command. Proctor had always had arrangements, and the coyote sent out today was Little Six. Just seeing the current Little Six, Proctor was taken aback. As a result, just then, Xiao Lu said something that made Proto even more surprised. Minister, it's a bear. I was attacked by a bear, and two of them. What? Proctor blushed. His words were also heard by Yifan and the other wolves, and their faces changed. On the contrary, Xiao Rou and Qin Shuang, who did not understand the wolf language, were a bit confused, but seeing the injured Xiao Lu, they also vaguely understood that the situation was not right, especially Qin Shuang. Being experienced as the director of the Wildlife Protection Station, she quickly judged that Xiao Lu was not simply injured, but had been attacked by a wild beast. Him. Who dares to attack us? Proctor came back to his senses and was furious. On command, members of the War Wolf Division, prepare for battle. A wolf's howl was heard, and the members of the Battle Wolf Department rallied. Seeing this, Yifan ignored it and instead walked towards Xiao Rou and Qin Shuang first, stretching out his paw and gesturing in the direction of Xiao Lu. Zoe was stunned. This time, it was Qin Shuang who understood his meaning. You want us to treat that wolf? No problem. After hearing this, Xiao Rou hurriedly assured. In that case, wrap it up on us, Nettle Wolf. Yifan nodded. He hadn't expected that it would come in handy just after shipping those intended supplies back. And I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Little Six, come over here. These two will bandage and treat you. Yifan immediately commanded. Xiao Lu's face, however, remained anxious. Boss Yifan, those two bears, they might be chasing after us. Hearing this, Yifan's face stared. Linman exclaimed, what? Still dare to come after them? This is great. We don't need to take the initiative to look for them. We'll just them up right here. Immediately afterward, as if to confirm this, two black shadows appeared at the direction Xiao Lu came back from. When Xiao Rou and Qin Shuang saw this, they were immediately startled. It's really a bear. And two more aggressive black bears. Qin Shuang's pretty face sank, and Xiao Rou was also a bit scared and hid behind its back. In front, Lin Men led the members of the War Wolf department without saying a word and greeted them. As for Double Happiness, Wolf King and the other wolves, they naturally put down the things at hand and prepared for battle. Even though the battle was the responsibility of the Battle Wolf department, but now that the other party was hitting the door, of course they couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Seeing this, Yi Fan secretly nodded. His training and teaching still had some effect. The Wolf King was not without emotion when he saw this scene. If he had encountered such fierce beasts before, the wolf pack he led would have jumped and fled long ago, because guys like bears are pretty scary. In a way, it's more powerful than a tiger or a lion. Not to mention now, it's two black bears arriving on the scene. These two black bears, obviously followed the blood and came after them. At this moment, when he saw so many wolves, he was also stunned, but did not retreat at first, as the Wolf King thought, with their power, they might not be afraid of a pack formed by 20 or 30 wolves. By this time, Progeny had already approached with the wolves. Proctor, don't rush, round them up first. Seeing this, Yi Fan immediately commanded. Yes, Proctor didn't try to be brave and just did as he was told. The dozens and dozens of wolves then spread out, forming a sparse encircling net to trap the two bears. Such a formation naturally prevented these two black bears from escaping. With the pair hitting the door like this, Yi Fan naturally had no intention of letting the other party leave again. Sister Qin Shuang, what should we do? Should we call the police? Even though she had already seen Yi Fan's fighting strength, Xiao Rou couldn't help but be scared and worried when she saw the scene. She hid behind Qin Shuang and inquired. At this moment, there was also a bit of sweat dripping from Qin Shuang's forehead. Situations like this made her a little nervous too. She even tried to call back to the protection station for help the first time. With their equipment, it would be possible for them to try to repel and subdue two black bears. But now, apparently, it's too late, and Nettlewolf clearly didn't want to expose the nest. Thinking this way, Qin Shuang said, let's wait and see first. Regarding the combat power of the Nettlewolf, Qin Shuang was actually much clearer to Xiao Rou. If it was a normal wolf pack, so be it. But if it was a wolf pack led by a Nettlewolf, Qin Shuang was confident. Even if the incoming enemies were two black bears with terrifying strength, they would not be able to do well. Hearing Qin Shuang's words, Xiao Rou nodded her head, finally calming down a bit. But soon, she shrieked again. Fight! Qin Shuang's eyes stared and saw the same, only to see that after the wolves in front of them surrounded the two black bears. With a wolf howl, he started to launch an attack. Really fight! Chapter 109, The Power of the Nettlewolf. Crushing the black bear, a real fight. Xiaowei and Qin Shuang both had their faces frozen, only to see the wolves, such as Linmen, already pouncing and biting. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wolves ran like the wind and surrounded the two black bears at once. Proctor grabbed the first strike and ran straight to the feet of one of the black bears to open the bite. It was a pity that the black bear was too thick-skinned, plus the black bear wouldn't stand still to be bitten, so Progeny couldn't build up his strength for a while. Other coyotes, too. If that was all there was to it, so be it. On the contrary, the black bear was so powerful that every time it slapped its paw, it was able to slap a wild wolf and make it scream miserably. In an instant, the wolves, who were outnumbered, were at a disadvantage instead. Brother Yi Fan, these two black bears, they're a bit difficult to handle. At this time, Xuanxi stood beside Yi Fan and frowned. They were now, well over 30 wolves, and now, the wolves, including Progenitor, Wolf King, and the others, all rushed forward. The quantity was more than enough, so Yi Fan and Xuanxi didn't rush out. After all, even if they made a move, there was no room for them. Just looking at the battle on the field, Double Happiness soon frowned a bit. Yi Fan saw this, but was not surprised. Coyotes are not really that strong of a fighter. A grown man, without regard for his injuries, was absolutely capable of killing a coyote single-handedly with his bare hands. But a grown man, with his bare hands, could never kill a beast like a lion, tiger or bear. What wolves are good at is group combat. If one wolf can't bite the other, two wolves go. And if two wolves can't bite, four wolves go. Of course, it also depends on who the target is. If it was two grown men, 30 coyotes swarming around them would surely take care of it straight away. But with two black bears, it's still a bit difficult really. If it's just one head, there are some possibilities, but with two heads, it would scatter the wolves and prevent them from accumulating effective damage. Thinking of this, Yi Fan's gaze flickered and suddenly he too came over. Seeing this, Xuanxi's spirit was lifted and he hurriedly followed. Brother Yifan is going to make a move. Xiaorou and Qin Shuang also noticed Yifan's actions. Netflix wolf is on too, Zoe exclaimed. Qin Shuang, on the other hand, was staring intently over there. They had all seen the combat power of the nettle wolves, but this time the opponent was different. This was an adult black bear with very ferocious fighting strength. Does Netflix wolf really have a handle on it? Go nettle wolf, go for it, go nettle wolf, go! Xiaorou was also worried and couldn't help but cheer Yifan up. Listening to Xiaorou's cheering, Yifan's mouth had an extra smile. As soon as his figure started up, he immediately left Shuangxi behind and rushed inside the wolves. Yifan didn't deliberately let the wolves such as Linmen retreat, but mixed in with the wolves and started to launch a strong and powerful attack on one of the black bears. But soon, Yifan closed in on one of the black bears, fiercely opening his bloody mouth and sharp fangs, which didn't enter the other's thigh. Roar! This time, the black bear screamed miserably, all because Yifan's strength was just too much stronger than an ordinary wild wolf. The sharp fangs bit down, surprisingly tearing off a piece of flesh directly. Under the severe pain, the black bear swung its paw and subconsciously counterattacked, but at that moment, Yifan had already lifted a gust of wind and fled away. The black bear looked in Yifan's direction, impotent and furious. The wolves, such as Linmen, were immediately energized. Big brother Yifan has struck. Boss Yifan. The wolves, who were originally somewhat intimidated by the black bears, had their morale boosted up. Don't fight them hard, slowly exhaust them, Yifan instructed and pounced towards the injured black bear again. Taking advantage of the black bear's attention being drawn to one of the beasts, he swung his sharp claws violently, creating 3 bloody marks on the other's body. Roar! The intense pain caused the black bear to howl miserably again. Returning to his senses, this black bear wanted to attack Yifan again. As a result, Yifan had already fled away without looking back. This black bear was also completely enraged, waving his bare paw and fiercely slapping at the surrounding wolves. However, the wolves had learned their lesson after receiving Yifan's command and did not fight hard with the black bears at all. It's almost always a shot in the arm, a bite, and a straight getaway. In the blink of an eye, a ball of scarlet red surfaced on the body of the black bear that was targeted by Yifan. That's where the blood drips from an injury. The constant bleeding from its injuries made its power begin to decline. Some of the coyotes were not so serious when they were hit by its bare paw. Under such circumstances, the battle situation of this black bear quickly fell apart. Next moment, after Yifan leapt high into the air and landed a violent kick on this black bear's head, the tall black bear, finally unable to hold on, fell to the ground with a bang. The fallen black bear's eyes showed horror and roared violently to his companions not far away. The other black bear, however, was at this point in time also struggling to protect itself. It turned out that with Yifan striking out against one of the black bears, the 3 of them, Double Happiness, Prosperity, and the Wolf King, took more wolves and went to deal with the other black bear. Their attack power, on the contrary, was not as strong as Yifan's, but it was not to be underestimated. In particular, they were 24 wolves. Such a number would also be enough to exhaust an adult black bear. So when he heard this black bear's plea for help, the other black bear ignored it and dealt with the wolves with a sweaty head. Still, the fall of his companion had done quite a number on this black bear. Seeing that he also began to bleed from his injuries, this black bear could not hold out any longer, and suddenly made a move that made Xiaorou and Qin Shuang surprised. It roared furiously, and after crashing through the wolves around it, it unexpectedly fled towards the mountains. Xiaorou looked stunned. That black bear was fought off. Qin Shuang nodded with a smile. By now, she wasn't worried about Netflix wolves at all. The situation at hand is clearly the big picture, and the next thing you know, it's true. As the black bear fled, the fallen one, too, was completely devoured and killed by the wolves. When Yifan saw this, but he didn't stop. Instead, he violently started his figure and chased after the black bear like a brown lightning. Now that their lair was known by this black bear, it was inevitable that the other party would gather their partners over. So without a second thought, Yifan did not intend to leave anyone alive. Yifan was terrifying when he unleashed his full strength. Xiaorou and Qin Shuang, as well as the wolves, all heard a sound of footsteps that was no weaker than the black bear running wildly. Then the brown lightning transformed by Yifan quickly caught up with the black shadow transformed by the black bear. Yifan leapt up again with a violent kick. The kick caused the black bear to roll around on the ground a few times, his head hair blonde, when his bloody mouth had landed on the other's neck. This black bear immediately let out a miserable howl. The black bear was still trying to counterattack, but as a result, Yifan had already raised his head violently and slammed it towards the black bear's head. Boom! The black bear rolled his eyes and fell straight to the ground. Double Happiness and the other wolves could not help but be dumbfounded at the sight. Xiaorou and Qin Shuang were also shocked. Yifan had actually crushed a black bear. Chapter 110, If you don't eat raw, then eat a roasted bear. The fight is over. The two black bears were thus killed by Yifan with the wolves, and both the first and second black bears could be completely seen as killed by Yifan. Xiaorou and Qin Shuang were shocked. Double happiness. The Wolf King and other wolves also worshipped it. Yifan, however, did not feel anything about this. His power, growing stronger. Now even killing a black bear alone was absolutely nothing. This was evident by his repeated ability to kick the black bear down. He's probably even comparable to a black bear in terms of strength, combined with the wolf's own agility and speed. It was a killer. Of course, if he were to deal with two black bears at the same time, Yifan would probably be injured as well. So to be on the safe side, he also let Progeny and the others play the vanguard first, diverting the black bear's attention for himself. And the situation at hand proved that Yifan's strategy was right. He took down two black bears without injury. Still, 7 or 8 wolves were injured in the battle just now. Yifan then asked Shuangxi to converge the injured wolves. Then I Xiaorou and Qin Shuang again. Mainly, it was still looking at Qin Shuang. After all, Qin Shuang is a professional. Xiaorou and Qin Shuang were immediately amused by Yifan's appearance again. Sister Qin Shuang, Nettle Wolf is trying to get us to continue helping him treat those wolves. Hearing this, Qin Shuang nodded, and she also understood what Nettle Wolf meant. For this request, Qin Shuang did not refuse. Thus, Xiaorou played the hand while Qin Shuang once again bandaged and treated the wild wolves. Yifan asked Shuangxi to watch and not let the wild wolves hurt the two women. At this moment, the progenitor and the Wolf King came together in front of Yifan. Brother Yifan, what about those two black bears? Lin Men inquired about Yifan's opinion up. Next to the Wolf King, a thought popped up without even thinking about it. Having killed two black bears, of course we're having a big dinner. Just as he was thinking this, Proctor said, should we throw them away? What? Throw it away. Hearing this, the Wolf King looked toward the progenitor with wide eyes. That's two black bears. With two black bears like that, they wolves used to be able to party. As a result, just as the Wolf King was thinking like this, Yifan nodded and said, indeed, it's a bit too fishy. At that, the Wolf King froze again. Too fishy. But soon, the Wolf King remembered those uniquely flavored snacks and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Yeah, now that he has snacks, it seems a little uncomfortable to let him eat his blood. It's like who would eat coarse grains when they're used to eating fine chaff. Thinking about it, the Wolf King also advocated dropping it. But just then, Yifan looked at the two black bear corpses, but mused, but it's too much of a waste if you throw it away. It's a bear. Speaking of which, Yifan hadn't tasted a bear yet either, but as he said, raw bear meat, it's still too fishy. So, is there a way to get bear meat cooked? For example, roasted bear meat. Thinking like this, Yifan looked towards Xiaorou and Qin Shuang who were not far away. With that he shook his head. These two, obviously, don't look like they'll handle it. And Qin Frost is the director of the Wildlife Conservation Station, so I guess she doesn't want to get this stuff. Well, someone else will have to be asked to get it. As it happened, Yifan really did know such a person. You guys pile the two black bears together while I leave. Yifan gave a command to Lin Men and the Wolf King, and also headed for the nest. Turn on your cell phone. Lin Shuya's message is still up there. However, at this time, Yifan ignored it and dialed another phone number. The other side, Grassland Program Division in Tibetan areas. Early in the morning, Bumpy's scowl was replaced by surprise. After yesterday's live broadcast, he had realized that his place would soon be on fire. Still, he hadn't expected this to be that fast. It was only the second day, and early in the morning there were several groups of tourists coming their way. Original. On the Tibetan side, there are still a lot of tourists. These tourists rushed over early after seeing the Netflix Wolf Live. Naturally, Bumpy had no second thoughts and was warmly received. As a result, tourists came and went, and he was barely able to keep busy. In the end, I had to get all of my family to help to catch my breath. While eating lunch, Bumpy couldn't resist swiping through the Netflix Wolf videos. He was amused by the sight of Nettle Wolf there at the conservation station, demonstrating one of the household items, Netflix Wolf Bowl. Making an exception, Bumpy also took to one of the comment sections and left a comment of his own. After dinner, Bumpy was going to keep busy. As a result, just then, a phone call came in. Bumpy looked at it and couldn't help but freeze. Nettle Wolf. He was taken aback. It's worth noting that Bumpy also has contact information for Netflix Wolf. This is what he was dying to come to last night. Originally, Bumpy just thought it was a good idea to save it and show it off to tourists when the time came. It was just that what he hadn't expected was the number that had called him. Was it really the Netflix Wolf that called? Bumpy half-heartedly picked up the phone. Nettle Wolf, is that you? Bumpy asked hesitantly. As it turned out, across the street, there was indeed the sound of a wolf howling. Bumpy looked pleased. He was almost certain that the other party was the Nettle Wolf, because it's only the Netflix wolves that are so smart as to call people. Only next, Bumpy couldn't help but laugh bitterly. With the language barrier, he couldn't even communicate with Nettlewolf. Just as Bumpy was at a loss for words, the call quickly hung up, but the next second, a message was sent. Hello, how are you? I'm Zoe, Uncle, do you remember me? I'm here with Nettlewolf. I need you to come over here and help grill something. Is it okay if you bring some grilling tools over here? By the way, don't say I invited you when you get here, haha. Seeing the message, Bumpy froze. So it's not Nettlewolf, but Zoe? But to that, Bumpy didn't say anything. As long as Netflix Wolf is there, that's enough. Returning to his senses, Bumpy dropped his fiery business straight away and rushed over to the address stated inside the message with his tools. And so it was. This side, after Xiaoro and Qin Shuang took care of those wild wolves, they were then surprised to see a familiar figure in a minivan. Boss, Uncle. The two quickly recognized that it was the same boss from yesterday's grassland project. Bumpy, Double Happiness and the other wolves were but a little puzzled. How could anyone come here? Subconsciously, Lin Men was even prepared to bring a few of his men to block. Yi Fan, however, called out to them and laughed. There's no need to be nervous. He's the one I called. You're in for a treat. This time, treating you to a roasted bear. Hearing this, Double Happiness and the other wolves couldn't help but freeze. Chapter 111, Qin Shuang's Struggle. The Beauty of Becoming a Wolf. Roasted Bear. When Double Happiness and the other wolves heard Yi Fan's words, they couldn't help but be stunned. For a moment, none of them could react. It was Twinkie who was smarter and remembered something. Brother Yi Fan, this roasted bear, does it mean the same thing as that roasted lamb? Only before it was a sheep and now it's a bear. Saying so, Shuangshi's eyes glowed up. Lin Men, the Wolf King and the other wolves sniffed and finally reacted. Roast lamb, roasted bear. They reacted with the same wide-eyed gleam, and couldn't even help but salivate. They all perked up at the thought of roast lamb, and at this time, Xiaoro and Qin Shuang were in a daze. Roasted bear. When they saw Bumpy appear, they were naturally puzzled and inquired about his purpose. Bumpy remembered the message he had received earlier and didn't explain too much, just that he had come to bake something for the Nettlewolf to eat ergo. But upon hearing this, Xiaowei and Qin Shuang were both confused. You know, this time, Bumpy didn't bring the ingredients, and on the scene, what counted as ingredients, besides the coyotes, of course, were the two killed black bears. So Bumpy is here too. Well, roast the bear. Realizing this, Xiaoro and Qin Shuang's reactions were predictable, especially Qin Shuang, just as Yi Fan had expected before. Originally, she didn't think anything of it when she saw the Netherwolf and the black bear fighting, but now, realizing that two black bears would be slaughtered and cooked in front of her, she was not a little torn. And next, then it was Bumpy's turn to be stunned. What roasted bear? Hearing Xiaoro and Qin Shuang's words, Buccaneer was still a bit puzzled until he saw the two black shadows not far away, and his entire body was stunned. The sudden carcass of a black bear scared him so much that his nationalist spiked out. As a result, just at that moment, a huge coyote, ghostly came before him. Nettlewolf, Bumpy shouted back. Without a doubt, it was none other than Yi Fan. Yi Fan nodded to Bumpy before indicating to him with his head the two black bear corpses not far away. Bumpy understood at once, only still looking a little stunned. At first, when he came over, he thought he was going to help Nettlewolf roast a mountain chicken, hare or something, but I didn't realize that Netflix Wolf was playing so hard to get that he was letting him roast a bear. These two black bears were taken out by the Nettlewolf. Bumpy's eyes were filled with shock as he looked at the Nettlewolf. Ow. It wasn't until Yi Fan called out that Bumpy came back to his senses. Just looking at the net red wolf, and then at the two black bears, Bumpy was a little bit embarrassed again. It's a protected animal. It doesn't seem like a good idea if he handles it. Bumpy couldn't help but glance at the two girls, Xiaoro and Qin Shuang. If he was the only one here, he would probably give it a straight-up barbecue without saying a word. But now, with the witnesses, he didn't dare do anything rash. At this time, Xiaoro returned to her senses and revealed a bitter smile. She didn't know Yi Fan's trick, but she was able to think that the Bumpy trash should have been found by Yi Fan. After all, a Bumpy ride doesn't come to your door automatically, and here, it's not like everyone knows about it. She and Qin Shuang, too, were on this side for the first time. Ruling that out, it's pretty self-evident who the person was who let the bumpkin over. It just staggered Zoe a bit. Netflix Wolf is too bold. You know, Qin Shuang is the director of the Wildlife Protection Station. With her present, Yi Fan killing two black bears was even. I can't believe they're baking them with such fanfare now. That's just crazy, isn't it? Xiaoro glanced at the Nettlewolf with an odd look on her face. Then she carefully asked Qin Shuang, Sister Qin Shuang, is it okay to be like this with Netflix Wolf? Hearing this, Qin Shuang didn't know how to respond for a moment. Black bears are also protected animals in the wild, so of course they can't be killed at will, let alone used to make barbecue meat. But right now, It's not humans hunting black bears. Rather, it's coyotes versus black bears. Both sides are protected animals, which can only be described as nature's law. There is also no nominal human intervention. And this, too, was the reason why Qin Shuang did not stop it just now. In fact, Qin Shuang was not capable of stopping it. But now, the Netflix wolf is actually going to make a roast out of a black bear. This situation, is it really possible? Even Qin Frost, who was familiar with the wildlife protection law, was a bit confused, because I'm afraid that even the people who made the wildlife protection laws would never have thought that this would happen. Who would have thought that coyotes would kill a black bear and roast it? Qin Shuang secretly laughed bitterly. On the contrary, it was Xiao Rou, who had somewhat returned to her senses. Sister Qin Shuang, in this case, it should be fine too. After all, Nettlewolf killed the black bear, and it's his freedom to do what he wants with it. In Xiao Rou's heart, she was naturally biased in favor of Yifan, so at this time, he also helped Yifan to speak up. Qin Shuang sniffed and secretly rolled his eyes. By definition, it is certainly not against the law if wild animals fight with each other. Carcasses between animals can also be disposed of by the parties themselves. But there is something really special about this situation with Netflix wolves. Not only is he now going to roast the black bear's carcass for dinner, but he's also enlisting the help of the humans. How do you mess with this situation? Qin Frost was in trouble, especially when she heard Rou say that. She couldn't help but hesitate. Sister Qin Shuang, after Xiao Rou's words left her mouth, she also felt that she seemed to be a bit aggressive, and hurriedly grabbed Qin Shuang's arm and pampered herself. Hey! Qin Shuang sighed darkly. I don't see anything. Xiao Rou couldn't help but be stunned when she heard this, and then her expression became joyful. Bumpy sniffed and breathed a sigh of relief. As far as he was concerned, it was Zoe who had called herself over. As long as Qin Shuang pretends that he didn't see it, then everything is okay. Hearing Qin Shuang's words, Yifan also revealed a smirk. In fact, he was also a little worried about Qin Shuang making a stop. The other party, after all, was the director of a wildlife conservation station. Protecting wildlife is her job. However, just now, when he was fighting with the black bear, Qin Shuang was also indifferent, so Yifan felt that the probability was that Qin Shuang wouldn't mind his own business back there either. After all, the bears are dead and there's no point in protecting them anymore. So without much hesitation, Yifan contacted Bumpy. As a matter of fact, Qin Shuang did think so. Now that the bears are dead, it seems too late to talk about conservation. Sure, most importantly, she couldn't seem to stop it even if she wanted to, although she is the director of the wildlife protection station. But now this situation, the nettle wolf is going to eat the black bear. She is not able to stop it at all. Since this was the case, Qin Shuang was also too lazy to be that bad guy, so he simply became an adult as well. No, it's the beauty of becoming a wolf. Ow! Confirming Qin Shuang's attitude, Yifan hastily held a wolf towards Bumpy for a reminder. Bumpy came back to his senses and rubbed his hands together as he walked toward the black bear. That said, this was the first time he'd ever dealt with a guy like this. Chapter 112, Delicious Roasted Bear Meat. Hungry wolves grabbed the meat. Soon, the grill was set up again. A piece of butchered breast meat, skewered on an iron bar. As the charcoal fire rose, an aroma of roasted meat immediately spread. Seeing this, Xiao Rou's beautiful eyes brightened slightly and her saliva secreted even more. Qin Shuang, on the other hand, turned her head, her eyes not looking as if she was clean. Double happiness. The Wolf King, as well as the other wolves, whether injured or not, were all gathered around the barbecue grill, and their mouths were already drooling all over the place. Such a situation scared Bumpy enough at first, because with this number of wolves, I'm afraid that a single flurry of pounces could kill him. Good on. Under Yifan's intimidation, or under the attraction of the roasted meat, Double Happiness and the other wolves paid no attention to Buccaneer, barely even glancing at him. With a sigh of relief, Bumpy put his head down and focused on the grill. The wolves, such as Double Happiness, really didn't look at Kulua at this time. Their eyes all fell on the white and red bear meat. They were of little interest when Bumpy slaughtered them just now. After all, they're already used to snacking on raw meat, and they really don't like the smell of bubbling blood much anymore. But when the bear meat is skewered and the aroma is emitted under the charcoal fire, these wolves' mouths then drooled uncontrollably. It's a flavor they're not unfamiliar with. It was clearly, last night, the smell of the roasted meat that Boss Yifan had brought back. However, the one Yifan brought back was roasted lamb, while this time, it was roasted bear meat. Of course, it makes no difference to them. All they know is that it's a delicious roast and that's it. Only then did Double Happiness and the other wolves realize where Yifan got all that roasted mutton from. So that's how Big Brother Yifan's roasted lamb was made. Amazing. This human can control flames. I'm more curious as to how this person got this stuff. Don't talk so much. Can we eat now? I'm so hungry. The wolves, such as Double Happiness, all wore expressions of impatience. Bumpy couldn't help but wipe the sweat off his face. Half of it was the heat, and half of it was because of the look on the faces of the wolves, though they obviously didn't dare take an interest in themselves. Would they be torn apart by the wolves if they baked slower? Well, stay away from me, all of you. Proctor. Especially you. Noticing Bumpy's nervousness, Yi-fan immediately let out a low growl. When Double Happiness and the other wolves heard this, they didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly took 4 or 5 steps back, making a circle of distance. When Bumpy saw this, he let out a long breath and continued grilling, and at this time, Yi-fan crossed the crowd and came to the barbecue stove. Nettlewolf. Bumpy even smiled and snorted. Yi-fan nodded, but his eyes fell on those bear meat. That said, he's never had bear meat before either. Didn't think about it to the point where being a human didn't try and turning into a wolf had a chance instead. The situation, I have to say, is still quite ironic. After watching for a short while, seeing that the bear meat would still be good for a while, Yi-fan also let Shuangxi take out some snacks to let the wild wolves satisfy their cravings first. Only this time, the coyotes were a little less interested in the snacks that had previously been craved across the street. Lin Men couldn't help but ask, "Brother Yi-fan, when can we eat these snacks? They don't feel like they have much flavor." Its words were echoed by a group of coyotes. Double Happiness and the Wolf King didn't make a sound, but it was a tacit attitude. Yi-fan couldn't help but be dumbfounded at his words. The situation at hand was actually the same as what he had thought before. The ambition of man is insatiable. Wolves, too. After you are fed and clothed, you will have other ideas, but if they don't have enough to eat and wear, then their primary goal is to eat and wear, and it's natural for wolves such as Double Happiness to do so. With food in short supply, they gravitate towards snacks. But having snacked too much, they are now, again, enjoying the grill. There's really nothing you can do with them. Fill your stomach first, it should be better soon, Yi-fan said helplessly. He didn't lie, although this time the roast was bear meat. It was not the same as a lamb roast. Roasted lamb, which is a whole goat roasted together, and roasted bear meat is different. Black bears are too big to be roasted whole, so Bumpy had to split it into chunks. This also leads to the fact that roasting will be much quicker than roasting a sheep. And the next thing you know, it's true. It was only 10 minutes later that a smirk appeared on Bumpy's face. It's already baked. Nettlewolf, you eat first? The moment was fragrant. Even Yi-fan couldn't help but secrete more saliva. A quick glance showed only 3 or 4 pieces of meat in the very center, which had taken on a charred appearance. Yi-fan nodded when he heard this. Bumpy was so on board that he immediately got a piece and put it on the greaseproof paper before placing it on the floor. Yi-fan took a deep breath and lowered his head to take a bite, and all of a sudden, his lips and teeth were fragrant. The crispy and tender texture spreads and explodes inside the mouth. The bear meat, I must say, was really good. It has a distinctive fragrance. Tearing a big bite, Yi-fan's wolf eyes brightened up slightly. Brother Yi-fan, is it good? Can I have a bite? I haven't had roasted bear meat in all my life. At this point, the wolves such as Double Happiness couldn't help but come together as well. Even though they were not completely close, the extremely rich aroma had already evoked their most instinctive desires. Each wolf's eyes glowed red. This bastard, Lin Men, even wanted to commit a crime from below and grab Yi-fan's meat to eat. Yi-fan gave it a blank look, then looked at Bumpy and wailed, "Oh, is that for me to share with them?" Bumpy couldn't understand Yi-fan's words, but he understood what he meant. But instead of tossing the bumps piece by piece to the wolves like Double Happiness, he unloaded 2 pieces and cut them with scissors before wrapping them in greaseproof paper and placing them on the ground. The wolves, such as Double Happiness, scattered as Bumpy moved, but the moment Bumpy put down the tar paper and turned around, they pounced on those tar papers again like wolves. First in line, naturally, are the ministers of the Double Happiness and the Wolf King. It was followed closely by the other coyotes. In the face of delicious roasted bear meat, even the ever-smart Double Happiness lost her mind. Seeing the scene of the crowd of wolves grabbing food, Bumpy was startled. He had no doubt that if he had been slower, he would have been pounced upon by the wolves as well. Returning to his senses, he rushed to get more bear meat to satisfy the wolves' appetites. Some of the half-baked ones he cut out first. Yi-fan was secretly dumbfounded when he saw this. By this time, he had just finished a piece of bear meat and was already a little full. He then looked towards Xiaorou and Qin Shuang. By all rights, Xiaorou and Qin Shuang should not have eaten roasted bear meat either. Should we give them a little bit too? However, when he thought of Qin Shuang's occupation, Yi-fan smiled bitterly and shook his head again. Qin Shuang is definitely not eating. As for Zoe, I guess I'm embarrassed. In that case, you can only count the 2 of them as having no mouths to feed. Chapter 113, The Wolves with a Blessed Mouth. The 2 roasted black bears just went into the stomachs of Yi-fan and the other wolves. Still, 2 roasted black bears and 30 or so wolves to share the food is a bit less than enough, so after eating it, besides Yi-fan, Double Happiness and the other wolves were still eyeing the bumps. By this time, the shabby-looking bumpkin was becoming smooth in the eyes of wolves like Double Happiness. Bumpy, however, wiped away a cold sweat. Having that wolf staring, that green gaze, simply sent chills down his spine. Those are some pot-bellied wolves. It was also fortunate that the one who entered their stomachs wasn't himself, or else there would have been no bones left in an instant. Seeing that these wolves still wanted to eat, Kula looked at Yi-fan and said, "Nettle Wolf, I actually brought a sheep with me this time when I came over. Do you want me to roast it for you as well?" Oh, hearing this, Yi-fan couldn't help but look high on Bumpy. This guy, he seems to be more uptight than even Ro. As a matter of fact, in the Bumpy car, Yi-fan had also smelled a smell of sheep and blood just now. He hadn't thought much about it just now, but now it made sense. Looks like Bumpy has a heart too. Although Yi-fan hadn't deliberately asked him to bring over ingredients, he had still prepared a sheep. Thinking of this, Yi-fan had an extra smile on his face. He reached out his paw and patted Bumpy's thigh. Not bad, not bad, go go go. Bumpy smiled and immediately understood what Yi-fan meant. Next thing you know, he's busy again. Double Happiness and the other wolves were originally a bit confused, but immediately after seeing Bumpy pull out a handled sheep out, he was surprised again. Sheep, it's a lamb roast. Ah, it's last night's roast lamb. Being able to eat again, it was awesome. For wolves like Double Happiness, the best thing to eat, for sure, is roasted bear meat. But instead of roasted bear meat, there was roasted lamb, which was enough to surprise them. So it was that the wolves were soon gathered around the roasting bumpkin again. Drooling and watching, Yi-fan laughed dumbly and turned away from the spot, heading to the nest. It was worth mentioning that when the group of wolves were eating the roasted bear meat just now, Qin Shuang went directly to Yi-fan's lair in order to completely out of sight, out of mind. Ro was embarrassed and followed her over. The two came over as guests, so naturally Yi-fan was not in a good position to completely leave them alone. When he came to the nest, he saw Qin Shuang and Xiao Ro. Nettlewolf, there you are. Xiao Ro was originally talking to Qin Shuang about something, and when she saw Yi-fan appear, she immediately revealed a smiling face. Yi-fan nodded and looked at Qin Shuang. At this moment, Qin Shuang seemed to be unable to let go of his feelings, and his face was still a bit tense. Of course, that's not surprising. In her position, it would be strange to be able to turn a blind eye. This reaction at the moment is actually good enough, but in this way, Yi-fan also understood that it was time to send the two away. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Qin Shuang to stay here. As for Xiao Ro, it was naturally bad to let her stay here as a girl. With this thought, Yi-fan immediately secretly signaled to Xiao Ro. Seeing that Zoe didn't understand, he even secretly typed a line to the other side. Xiao Ro came to a realization and quickly said to Qin Shuang, "Sister Qin Shuang, let's go back. I still have things to do in the evening." In fact, Xiao Ro still wanted to stay with Yi-fan. After all, staying with Yi-fan made everything interesting. But now, it was indeed inconvenient to stay any longer, especially with Qin Shuang present. Though a little reluctant, "I can only go back first." Sure, it wasn't as if Zoe hadn't gotten something out of this one. Knowing the location of the Nettlewolf's lair, perhaps next time, she could come over on her own. If a person is afraid, they are also able to find Lin Shuya. Qin Shuang sniffed and didn't say anything. After what happened, she really didn't want to stay too long either. Leaving this place, she was naturally able to treat it as if nothing had happened. Otherwise, the thought of Yi-fan and the other wolves eating bear meat outside would be too entangling for her. Still, it would take a bit of waiting for Bumpy to leave, so he couldn't just leave him here. That's all. When Bumpy had finished roasting the goat, the three of them simply left in pairs. Yi-fan sent it some way and also turned back. He had nothing to say about Zoe leaving. After all, with the existence of cell phones, he had no problem finding each other whenever he wanted. Back on this side, Double Happiness and the other wolves still grabbed the roast lamb. Well eat and get to work. Yi-fan laughed and cursed before returning to the nest once again. Instead of resting, he flipped out his cell phone. Looking at the message from Lin Shuya above, Yi-fan's wolf eyes flickered. He hadn't been free to reply just now, but now he was finally free. However, Yi-fan was still a bit surprised at this point. It didn't occur to him that Lin Shuya would take the initiative to send himself a text message. Of course, this whole thing seems unsurprising. After all, he had helped Lin Shuya accomplish a fiery news story. He helped Lin Shuya a great deal, and it is normal for the other party to send a message to thank him. Thinking of this, Yi-fan also replied normally. And so it was, the other side. Looking at his cell phone, Lin Shuyi, who had been waiting for half a day, suddenly got a boost of energy. A pleasant message beep sounded. Lin Shuya picked it up and immediately widened her beautiful eyes. "Congratulations, Mr. Lin. Finally a message back. Lin Shuya surprisingly had a feeling that his nose was sore. Although it was only 6 simple words, Lin Shuya was still overjoyed. Nettlewolf congratulates me, and he knows my name? The corners of Lin Shuya's mouth curled up slightly, and his entire body became joyful. The anxiety, loss, and suffering that he felt when he didn't get a reply to his message just now was instantly swept away. Even Lin Shuyi didn't realize that the current her was very similar to those dog-licking symptoms on the internet, and at this point, Lin Shuya was clearly enjoying himself. Gripping her phone, she thought about it and sent another text. Net Red Wolf, if it wasn't for you, I definitely wouldn't have been able to finish the report. It doesn't seem to be quite enough for me to say thank you with my mouth. Why don't I treat you to dinner? What do you want to eat? Soon. The message was sent to Yifan's cell phone. Seeing this message, Yifan raised his eyebrows again. Lin Shuya seemed to be really thankful, even grateful to himself, to the extent that he solemnly wanted to invite himself to dinner. Yifan was baffled and contemplative when the laughter of double happiness and proximity came from outside again. Big brother Yifan, the roasted meat is just too delicious. He. Thanks to Big brother Yifan's blessing, we were actually able to eat this delicious food. It's just too good. Big brother Yifan, you were right before. Following that guy Wang Wolf is really 3 days of starvation and 9 meals. If you follow you, it's all about food and drink. By the way, when will we be able to eat it again? It's just finished, and I miss it a bit. It's still mostly the proctor guy talking, said the man, drooling again. Yifan gave the bastard a blank look, but after glancing at the message on his cell phone, he was dumbfounded again. What can I say? This guy, Proctor, still has a mouthful. Chapter 114 Netflix Wolves want to cooperate in live streaming with goods? On Lin Shuya's side, he received another reply from Nettlewolf. If you want to treat me to dinner, can you arrange a barbecue for me and my men in a couple of days? Seeing this message, Lin Shuya's face immediately revealed another smile. Barbecue? That's easy. Lin Shu also did not find it difficult. Roast goats are so popular right now, she could totally hire someone too. If it was just a regular barbecue, even she would have no problem organizing it herself. Thinking of this, Lin Shuya hurriedly returned the message. No problem. On the other side, seeing Lin Shuya's reply, Yifan Wolf also had a smile on his face. These guys at the promenade, they do have a mouthful. It was even if there was a black bear delivering it to his door just now. But now Lin Shuya took the initiative to say that he wanted to invite him to dinner. Of course Yifan couldn't go to public places, those restaurants and whatnot. So thinking about it, it's better to grill. And this time, there's no need to grill a goat or anything. A normal barbecue with chicken wings and all that would suffice. After all, he got tired of eating too many roasted goats himself. On the contrary, it's been a really long time since I've had the usual barbecue. If he ate barbecue, Yifan naturally wouldn't forget about double happiness and other henchmen. So these guys, they are really blessed. This barbecue, though, is not so easy to eat. Yifan intended to give them as a reward to double happiness, lest they eat too much and take it for granted. And the rewards are, naturally, predicated on doing something. As for what to make the double happiness they do. Thinking this way, Yifan tapped on Xiao Rou's number again, edited a text message and sent it over. The other side. After Xiao Rou sent Qin Shuang back, she also went back to the hotel. She didn't go home because she had to deliver household and medical supplies to Nettlewolf. As soon as he got back to the hotel, Zoe's phone rang. Oh, boss? Zoe eeped softly, then picked up the phone. On the phone, sure enough, came the voice of her boss. That's called flattery. The corner of Zoe's mouth quirked. This boss of hers, he's actually been good to her. Just a bit of a snob. Not long ago, because of leaving Netflix Wolf, it fell to her to have less traffic on her. This boss's attitude towards her, too, has turned cold. But now, listen to this tone. Hush, cannot wait to serve as their own mother. Ouch. Boss, why are you calling so late? I'm ready for bed. Zoe took a tone of voice. The boss across the street immediately said with a smile, Aya Xiao Rou, I'm so sorry to have disturbed your sleep. It's not really a big deal. If you're resting, you can rest and we'll talk when you're free. Seeing that the boss had such a good attitude, Xiao Rou didn't pinch her anymore, but said, alright, it's fine to sleep later. You're calling now. You should have something to look for me, right? Rou reckoned that this boss was looking for some kind of advertisement, or endorsement for her again. After all, right now, with her traffic, she must be favored by many advertisers as well. Just as Xiao Rou was thinking like this, Xiao Rou's boss suddenly said something that made her blush. Zoe, I made a big decision yesterday. That is, I'm going to move the studio to the Tibetan area. So, you don't have to come back. Just meet us directly over there when the time comes. What? Hearing this, Xiao Rou froze. The owner is moving the studio to the Tibetan area. This is too sudden, isn't it? And, where they were originally located was perfect for the self-publishing industry. Is it really a good idea to come to a city that is described as remote? Wait, does that mean? Quickly, Zoe responded. Sure enough. Next, the owner laughed and said, why over the phone? Zoe, as you know, over here, our studio, it's just barely surviving. But it's different now. Zoe, after watching you live yesterday, I figured it out. Our studio, and you, our way of life, lies in the Tibetan area, or to be more precise, in that nettle wolf. As long as we are closely connected to it, then we can definitely create a piece of deeds. Hearing this, Rose smiled bitterly. She was totally getting it. It turns out that her boss, too, sees the value of the Netflix wolf. Also right. If her boss can't see the value of a Netflix wolf, how can she make a living in this business? And speaking of which, the reason her boss hired her before was because of her high popularity after she went live with Netflix Wolf. Just what neither she nor her boss expected. Popularity can drop so quickly after leaving Netflix Wolf. So at the end of the day, all that traffic, it's all brought in by Netflix wolves. If it leaves the Netflix wolf, it will be a source of no water and dry up quickly. Her boss, presumably, understood this thoroughly and simply moved over to the same area as Nettlewolf. That way, there's a constant flow of traffic. Sure, the traffic on the Netflix wolf is not unlimited, either. However, as of now, it seems that the trend of lowering is not seen at all. Instead, there is a tendency to burn hotter and hotter and hotter. With this trend, even if the Netflix wolves aren't hot a year from now, or a few months from now, they'll have long since made a fortune. Thinking of this, Xiao Ro was suddenly a little embarrassed again. If her boss moved over, they were designated to be looking for Nettlewolf a lot from now on. Otherwise, it wouldn't have rubbed off on him. Originally, Xiao Ro also thought it was nothing. But now, after knowing that the Nettlewolf also possessed a human mind, Xiao Ro was a bit hesitant instead. Would Nettlewolf think, for that reason, that she was a realistic snob of a woman? The thought of being able to spend a lot of time with Nettlewolf made Zoe happy, but she worried that Nettlewolf would get bored with her. By the way, Xiao Ro, those daily necessities you bought today, as well as medical supplies and whatnot, type out the list as well. I'll reimburse you. It seems that in order to pull Zoe in, the boss has given Zoe a lot more perks, but at this time, Zoe was not happy at all. After a few more words, she hung up with the excuse that she was resting. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ro hesitated to contact Yifan about this matter. After all, when the time came for her boss to move in with the studio, she was sure to pull Nettlewolf for some work stuff. It was fine when it was live before, but if it's really about work, it's possible that Netflix Wolf will experience some things he doesn't like as well. After all, touring and working are two completely different things. But just as Xiao Ro hesitated, a situation that surprised her greatly appeared. A message that suddenly came through. Nettlewolf. Looking at the number nickname, Xiao Ro was surprised. Taking another look at the contents, her face became brilliant. Netflix Wolf, who was actually going to work with her live. Chapter 115, Negotiating about live broadcasting. At this moment, Ro froze. She's also worried that the relocation of the studio will lead to trouble for Netflix Wolf. After all, once or twice was fine, but if it was more than that, there was no guarantee that Nettlewolf would be upset. But what Xiao Ro never expected was that this Netflix Wolf would take the initiative to send a message, inviting her to cooperate in live broadcasting. At this moment, Xiao Ro couldn't help but have an illusion. It's not possible that someone took the Netflix Wolf's cell phone, is it? Surprisingly, he invited himself to collaborate on a live broadcast. But soon, Zoe came back to her senses. It was only natural for the Netflix Wolf to be invited to broadcast live since she had human-like intelligence. The only thing that made Zoe a little strange was, why would Netflix Wolf suddenly invite her to go live? Thinking of this, Zoe edited the message and sent it over. Yi-fan, is that you? What do you mean you're asking me to cooperate in the live broadcast? Yi-fan couldn't help but roll his eyes when he saw Xiao Ro's message. A collaborative live broadcast? That's what it is. What does that mean? Of course, he understood that Zoe's reaction was normal. It's a credit to his previous step-by-step display of magic. Otherwise, if he rashly proposed a live broadcast, Xiao Ro, not to mention returning the message, might even call the police to arrest him. Fortunately, before that, he had already given Xiao Ro a lot of preventive shots. This makes the explanation much simpler. Zoe, it's literal. I want to make money. Don't you want to? Seeing this, Ro froze again, and it took a long time for her to come back to her senses. A wolf that talks to myself about making money. Oh, but looking back, Zoe was dumbfounded again. Such words were indeed strange and even shocking when spoken by any other wolf. But if it's a Netflix wolf, you don't say. It doesn't seem so hard to accept. After all, the other guy was a Netflix wolf. Thinking about this, Xiao Ro rose up with a smile on her face. At this moment, she suddenly had a feeling of clarity. This is because, surprisingly, Netflix Wolf has reached out to her to collaborate on a live broadcast. In this way, the situation that was troubling her just now was naturally solved. Netflix Wolf took the initiative to look for her, so it was natural for her to look for the other party to broadcast behind her, and it was considered a two-way street. In that case, even if she sought out the Nettle Wolf often, the Nettle Wolf probably wouldn't get tired of her. Thinking of this, Xiao Rou felt her worries swept away, and all over her body, she was filled with joy. Great! She let out a laugh and collapsed right back into the soft bed, before typing a message to reply. Yi Fan, you're really an upwardly mobile netizen wolf. How do you want to cooperate in live broadcasting? Why don't we meet tomorrow and talk about it in detail? Seeing Xiao Rou's message, Yi Fan couldn't help but be dumbfounded again. This niece, Xiao Rou, was she really treating him like a human being? It's not necessary to make a special appointment. It's more convenient if we talk on the cell phone with messages. Lying on the bed, she received Yi Fan's message again. Xiao Rou for a while, before she reacted. Yeah, oh, forgot all about that. It's all because of this internet wolf. It's just too human-like. To think that he even took a human name. What, Yi Fan? Really? Zoe gave a small spat before hitting the message to continue her inquiry. You're right. How do you plan to cooperate? You should think about it. Seeing this message from Xiao Rou, Yi Fan replied directly without much thought. About that. Of course, he thought, well, live room these things, I'm not convenient to get. And what selection and so on. I'm also not convenient. So all these things are given to you. Then I went directly to live with you. Get the proceeds of 50 to 50 how? And then my money to put you there. I need something. You help me to buy over. Actually, the so-called cooperation is quite simple. Simply put, it's money for money and power for power. He's a wolf. He's not fit to get all those scenes, selections and whatnot. Leave those to Rou. What he's mostly paying for is traffic and show results and whatnot. Also, it was not convenient to collect the money earned, so it had to be left with Zoe for now. With his knowledge of Rou, this could still be assured. At least, while she was still hot, Zoe certainly wouldn't be greedy with her money. And again, Xiao Rou's money from the previous live broadcast was also intended to be given to herself without any pennies. Based on this alone, Yi Fan could trust her with confidence. In fact, this was also the reason why Yi Fan had sought out Xiao Rou to collaborate on the live broadcast. Anyone else, he wouldn't have believed it. After all, if you find the bad guy, and then you make money and the other person doesn't recognize it, you'll be in trouble. Then a huge sum of money. When the time comes, there is nothing one can do when the other party heads for the human city. All in all, in order for him not to work in vain, Yi Fan definitely had to find someone he believed in, and after a few contacts, Zoe is a good candidate. And of course, for what it's worth, Lin also passes. However, according to Yi Fan's understanding, Lin Shuya's occupation was not quite suitable, and Zoe is different. She just happens to do self-publishing and couldn't be more perfect for it. Zoe on the other side, seeing that the message sent by Yi Fan was justified, she immediately brightened her beautiful eyes. He sure has thought this through. In fact, even if Yi Fan didn't say it, she would have done it. After all, she also understood that many things were inconvenient for Yi Fan's wolf status. Thinking about this, Rou suddenly understood her role as well. To put it bluntly, her existence was actually Yi Fan's assistant. Those things that were inconvenient for Yi Fan, and could not be done, were done by her. That said, though, it was still her advantage. After all, Yi Fan now had a cell phone or something, and if he really wanted to go live, he could do it himself, and there was no need to bring her along at all. As for the live earnings ones, it's perfectly fine to get someone else to get them too. Therefore, now that Yi Fan was looking for her to cooperate, it was completely the meaning of lifting up and taking her to pretend to take her to fly. At that thought, Xiao Rou became greatly grateful. Now she can't really stay away from Netflix Wolf, especially after her boss relocated the studio over here. She'd be in trouble if she didn't get to go live with Nettle Wolf. Well, now the Netflix Wolf has found itself. The more Xiao Rou thought about it, the happier she became, and she snapped and typed again to chat with Yi Fan about the details. There wasn't really much to talk about, and after agreeing on their respective responsibilities, it was just a matter of making an appointment next. Just let Yi Fan come over when Xiao Rou takes care of the live room and finds a good selection and all that. Spare me. Xiao Rou still chatted with Yi Fan for half an hour before ending the contact. Then, Xiao Rou's eyes rolled and she suddenly dialed a number. After waiting for the connection, she immediately smiled and said, Sister E, I have good news for you. I'll be able to spend a lot of time with Nettlewolf from now on. Nettlewolf approached me just now and invited me to go live with him. Lin Shuyi, on the other side, was waiting for Yi Fan's reply. What I didn't expect was to suddenly receive a call from Rou. Hearing Xiao Rou's laughter, Lin Shuya quickly froze. Chapter 116 Netflix Wolf's live streaming teaser. Later that night, a video, once again, shot to the top of the charts. Lin Shuya opened the video and saw this. Zoe sits on the bed and looks into the camera, unable to hide the smile on her pretty face. Ladies and gentlemen, here's some exciting news for you. After my communication with Netflix Wolf, I'm going to start another broadcast in a few days. Instead of a daily live stream, this one will bring selections that Netflix Wolf and I approve of, haha. The details of the time will be told when it is finalized. With those words, the video came to a screeching halt. Lin Shuya couldn't help but be filled with an odd expression when he saw this video. Just an hour ago, Zoe had called ahead to tell her. Lin Shuya didn't expect that the Nettle Wolf would tell Rose something so unbelievable again. He's going to work with Zoe on live streaming. That said, it's not uncommon for Netflix Wolf to go live with Zoe, but before that, it was all a daily live broadcast. Now, it's even going to be bandwagon live. Oh, my god. Lin Shu also smiled bitterly. Even she, who knew the wisdom of the Nettle Wolf, was in awe. The reaction of the others was predictable. Clicking through the comments section of the video, netizens clearly blew up. Holy, it's starting to get fierce. Netflix Wolf is going to live bandwagon. Are you kidding me? Don't tease us. Anchor, okay? This is Tiny Zoe. She's different from the other roadie anchors. She's literally live-streamed up close and personal with Netflix Wolf several times before. What does that mean? It means that Netflix Wolves are really going to broadcast live with goods? That saying is true. The end of the earth is the universe. The end of Netflix is live banding. It's really a long time to live. A wolf also wants to live carry goods. So you can see how much interest there is in live broadcasting. I'm going to go and say that Netflix Wolf doesn't have a team. And now what's going on? Yeah, I'm a little unconvinced too. And after communicating with the Net Male Wolf, how did you communicate with the Net Red Wolf? With your mind? Upstairs, don't get excited. According to my experience of following this for so long, Netflix Wolf really understands human language. But to say that communication, it's also too much. This wave I won't stand for the anchor either. In fact, all of us say so much is useless. Wait and see. Not to say a few days, when we look at the Net Red Wolf how to live with goods, said, I am a little bit looking forward to. Haha, in fact, we do not need to be so excited. I watch Netflix Wolf, but also just figure of fun. And now, it feels like Netflix Wolf can really bring us a lot of joy. Before the Grassland project, I thought it was the limit of the Netflix Wolf. I did not expect that he is now getting new tricks. Live with goods? I first top one. That's right, whether he has a team or not. As long as he can amuse me to open the money. What's wrong with spending some money for him? This video posted by Xiao Ro was directly popular, and then caused a large number of marketing numbers to frantically rub the traffic. It rubbed off and even formed a trending topic. The possibilities of a live webcam wolf bandwagon. Under this topic, netizens are again expressing their own views and arguing endlessly. I don't think it's possible for a Netflix Wolf to carry goods. He doesn't even have the ability to select products. How can he know if something is good or bad? Upstairs, forget it. A little soft can help select products. I instead feel that the Net Red Wolf live with goods can be like those stars to the Net Red live room. Those stars do not bring goods. Mainly to play a diversion in mascot's role. Haha, Netflix Wolf live bandwagon. This image is hilarious when I think about it. I think this is still feasible. Some people may not have seen the Netflix Wolf live. I feel that he is not afraid of the camera at all, and very terse. With the goods can also be estimated. It's nonsense. Let a wolf carry the goods. Don't joke. When it comes to any live accident, it's not a joke. What can go wrong? You say this is completely unfamiliar with the Net Red Wolf. The Net Red Wolf, even if he cannot bring goods, he will not do anything out of the ordinary. I'm a fan of the Net Red Wolf. You talk about things, do not belittle my family's Net Red Wolf. I wonder if Nettle Wolf could endorse us. Coffee he loves? How can a Netflix Wolf like coffee? If he wants to drink it, he should drink our lemonade. Both of you. I think that if Netflix Wolf wants to bring in goods, we, 7 Pearly Wolves, seem to be more representative. Funny, the Netflix Wolves will probably run faster when they see you 7 wolves. This video posted by Xiao Ro was an overnight hit on the internet. Countless people have come to see it with a strange look on their faces, and then they have been posting their own comments on the internet to see the view. There are supporters and opponents. More than that, it's watching the show. After all, over this period of time, Netflix Wolf had amassed a horrifying number of roadkill fans. These people, not that they liked Nettle Wolf much, but they were all happy about what Nettle Wolf had gotten up to. They are happy to see such situations that can bring joy to their boring lives. So they are not much in favor of the Netflix Wolf live bandwagon situation, but they are willing to watch and support it. In a nutshell, the news, as if a flame had fallen on boiling oil, set the Netflix Wolf on fire. For a while, on the internet, the 3 words Netflix Wolf, no one knows, this, in turn, led to the fact that the next day, when Yifan brought Double Happiness and the others to open for business, he saw a level appalling scene. The highway is jammed with cars, pedestrians, an incredibly crowded scene, comparable to the Spring Festival. Holy, what's going on? Seeing this sight, not to mention the Double Happiness Wolf King and the other wolves, even Yifan was startled. Last night, after he finished with Xiaorou and replied to Lin Shiya's 1 or 2 messages, he also went to sleep and didn't see that video from Xiaorou. So much so that Yifan couldn't help but be startled when he saw so many people appear at once. Actually, the fact that there were so many people at the business site was not entirely related to Zoe's video. Actually, it was the traffic that Yifan had brought fire to before that was starting to show. Lin Shiya's news coverage has completely ignited a love and curiosity for the Netflix wolf. Many people had traveled a long way just to meet the Nettle wolf, coupled with the original media personnel, as well as last night's video attracted people. So today's business site, a sea of people, comparable to the Spring Festival, and as some of the popular stars of the concert site, a glance cannot see the end. Seeing such a scene, Yifan was really worried that it would cause some kind of accident, such as a stampede, in which case it would be bad. Good on. While he hesitated, the crowd present also noticed the arrival of the wolves. It's the Nettle wolf. They're coming. The crowd suddenly surged, but consciously divided a path. Yifan then breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 117 Netflix Wolf's Press Conference? Seeing the separated crowd, Yifan couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. By now, he also felt as if he had played a little too big. Before the popularity so hot already forget, now on fire, leading to the side of the Sky Road, already overcrowded. If this continued below, the officials might take some measures against them wolves as well. Let's leave the rest for now. Even if they only let the protection station people come and catch them, it would still be a problem for them. But thinking about this, Yifan became even more determined to go live. That way, they wouldn't come back to this heavenly road, and it wouldn't cause such a super crowded situation. As for later, maybe there's a possibility of a commercial show or something, but at that point, they can totally hire security to keep order. Netflix Wolf. That's Netflix Wolf. Ha, he's here today too. Wait and ask him if he's really going live. Hey, this will work. He'll nod and shake his head, and if you ask him, he'll know for sure. Get it on camera. Get it on camera. Seeing Yifan leading the wolves, the crowd talked and laughed. The scene is still a bit of a mess, but Yifan had no choice but to lead the pack of wolves through. Yifan, with Double Happiness and the other wolves, had just arrived at the business location when he was stunned. Just a small mountain of snacks has been piled up next to the business location. Getting snacks is getting less and less difficult. Before that, you needed to call out, but then you just had to show your face mostly. Now it's even more exaggerated. The wolves aren't even there yet and the guys are already giving snacks. Such a situation. Change in the live broadcast. Is the anchor did not appear? The gift has been brushed to fly. Of course, such a phenomenon is only possible for a very small number of explosive anchors. This shows how hot the Netflix wolf is right now. Seeing this, Double Happiness and the other wolves showed their smiling faces, with a sense of honor. Yifan also laughed at this. Now, though, they really don't see much in the way of snacks. So are wolves such as Double Happiness. It was just that they still obeyed Yifan's command and obediently came out for business. All of a sudden, the height of the snack hill began to soar. Seeing this scene, Yifan smiled even more. They really don't care about snacks anymore. But the amount of snacks, to some extent, also represents how hot they are. So, snacks are still important. This, in turn, was the reason why Yifan still brought his wolves out for business after deciding to go live. After all, he still has to maintain the heat. As long as the heat was maintained, or even increased, he would be able to broadcast live with half the effort. Nettle wolf, can I take a picture with you now? Nettle wolf, look this way. Look this way. Nettle wolf, give me an autograph. Soon after Double Happiness opened for business in front of the stage. On Yifan's side, there were passers-by calling out fervently. Compared to the other wild wolves, Yifan was certainly more popular, especially some people who were doing self-media. At this time, they all smartly came to Yifan's side, wanting to interact with him, not to mention making a video. Just a group shot would be enough to eat up a lot of traffic for them. Sure, at this time, Yifan was in the protection of the wolves, so the passers-by could only call out from 10 meters away. Hearing these words, Yifan immediately nodded. He came out this time, naturally, to interact with the passers-by. Otherwise, just have Double Happiness wait for the wolf to come out. He wouldn't even have to make the trip himself. And the purpose of the interaction is, naturally, to brush up on the heat. Thus, Yifan quickly reached up his claws and pointed at one of them. Me? Is it me? The man was still in a bit of disbelief when he saw the Nettle wolf pointing at him. It wasn't until the wolves made way for him that he gleefully made his way through. It was a man in his 30s with a white face, obviously not from the Tibetan area. Yi Fan didn't care what kind of person he was, he just wanted to end the business quickly. However, after the man approached, he didn't ask Yi Fan for an autograph or a photo, but instead held up his cell phone and asked with a loud laugh, "Netflix Wolf, I would like to ask on behalf of everyone, is it true that you're going to live stream with your goods?" Hearing this, all the people around them perked up their ears. As a matter of fact, there are quite a few people, of all the people here today, who are here for that reason. They're going to personally ask Nettlewolf to confirm if what that tiny Zoe said last night is true. However, Yi Fan froze when he heard this. As I said before, he hadn't seen Xiao Rou's video, and now that he suddenly heard someone say live bandwagon, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. How did this man know he was going to live ban Fire? Could it be that Rou's side has already announced it? Yi Fan looked at the others, who seemed to be unsurprised by this question. However, the others were a bit dumbfounded when they saw Yi Fan's frozen expression. What's going on? Why did Nettlewolf freeze? Why didn't he nod or shake his head this time? Strange, did he not understand? Hearing the voices of the people around him, the chosen man got a little weirded out as well. Netflix Wolf, did you hear me? I asked if you're going to be live streaming the bandwagon. That's with that tiny Zoe. The man asked Yi Fan once more. Hearing this, Yi Fan finally understood. It's really true that Zoe leaked it out, but he quickly realized what Rou meant. For what the live previews are, he still knows. Many webcams also send out live teasers before they go live. For the sake of that, it's so those fans, who know the exact time, can come to the show. Otherwise, you're definitely going to lose some people when you suddenly turn on the live stream. Figuring this out, Yi Fan nodded. Of course he couldn't deny it, or else Zoe would be in trouble. And Xiao Rou's actions were not wrong in Yi Fan's opinion, but rather well done. Speaking of which, he hadn't even told the other guy about the live preview yet. In this way, Zoe is also quite attentive and very professional. This made Yi Fan even more determined to go live with her, and this nod of the head of the Nettlewolf immediately made the man's eyes go wide. He filmed the action, which was literally the equivalent of first-hand intelligence. With how hot Netflix Wolf seems to be, once he posts this video online, it will definitely explode as well. Of course, the man wasn't the only one who was resourceful, and soon enough people were taking videos as well as the Nettlewolf nodded his head. They were stunned and expectant of a scenario in which the Netflix Wolf would actually have to live stream the bandwagon. This also leads to, next, when Yi Fan chose the lucky ones again, the request of these lucky ones was no longer to take pictures, but to ask all sorts of questions for Yi Fan to answer. For example, what would Netflix Wolf bring to a live stream? If he brought it, would it be snacks, or what? Another example is whether or not the Netflix Wolf will join the 3 sheep, or, will Netflix Wolves be working with 7 wolves? One question, asked Yi Fan crying and laughing. Between Hu Jianghu, he had a feeling that he was not here to do business, but to participate in the press conference. Chapter 118 Xiao Rou takes care of Netflix Wolf. Just as Yi Fan continued his business, Zoe had gone to the airport and received a group of fashionably dressed people. The woman in the lead, at first glance, was a handsome man, but upon closer inspection, she was able to see that her face was exquisite and her temperament was atmospheric. It's none other than Xiao Rou's boss, Fu Qing. Boss. Seeing Fu Qing and his group, Xiao Rou called out with a smile. Fu Qing looked over and immediately revealed a smile. Zoe. The dozen or so people following behind Fu Qing also hurriedly greeted them. Sister Zoe. Zoe, how are you doing over here? As Xiao Rou, who was already among the first sister of Shake Shack, inside the studio, she is naturally a big sister. Feeling the respect of the crowd, the corners of Xiao Rou's mouth curled up slightly as she whirled around to welcome them. My boss, you're very bold. Xiao Wei and fucking gave fucking a fierce hug. At this moment, a smile appeared on Fu Qing's handsome yet delicate face. Xiao Rou, my vigor comes entirely from you. I wouldn't dare take such a risk without you, but now it looks like I made the right decision. You've taken care of Nettlewolf. Looking at Xiao Rou, Fu Qing was filled with smiles. Noteworthy, that video last night was posted by Zoe herself. Paying the green finish is not known, but now, she swiped that video too. From the top of this video, she perceived something uplifting. That is, Zoe appears to have taken care of that Nettlewolf. Otherwise, Zoe wouldn't have posted such a video. After all, even though the time was not set, Rou apparently already had a handle on the live broadcast with Netflix Wolf, and it's still live bandwagon, which, of course, meant that Zoe had already taken care of Nettlewolf. Hearing this, Rou nodded. It wasn't so much that she'd taken care of Nettlewolf as it was that she'd made a deal with Nettlewolf. These, however, she did not tell Fu Qing. Regarding the matter of the Netflix Wolf Club text, Zoe was keeping it a secret. It was fine if Lin Shiya knew about it before, but if other people knew about it, It could potentially cause trouble, even big trouble. Seeing Xiao Rou nod her head, the smile on Fu Qing's face grew even wider. The rest of the studio, too, was energized. They didn't come all the way out here just to get out of the way. Rather, it's because there are Netflix wolves here. As long as they could be associated with the Nettle Wolf, that alone could give them countless advantages over being in the same prosperous place they were in before. Not to mention that they are, now, not as simply involved with Netflix Wolf, but very close. Boss, are you guys hungry? Why don't we take you to dinner first? Xiao Rou looked at the dusty crowd and asked again. At those words, Fu Qing nodded. While she was anxious to get settled and even gain a foothold here, naturally she wasn't too far off for a meal. She thought for a moment and said, let's go eat first. Zoe, what's your introduction? Xiao Rou sniffed and a smile appeared on her face. Of course there is. Soon, Xiao Rou then brought Fu Qing and the others to a relatively famous local restaurant. Here, she came a few times with Lin Shuya. It was after meeting the Nettle Wolf that he didn't come over. Once they came here and ate it, Fu Qing and the others were also full of praise. However, during that time, Fu Qing still couldn't help but inquire about Xiao Rou. Xiao Rou, how did you manage to get rid of the Netflix wolf? Tell us about it. When it comes time for us to go live, what exactly can we do to what extent? As the boss, Fu Qing didn't look so confident on the surface, but in his heart, he was still a little unsure. After all, this time she had come over to the Tibetan area. She had kind of broken her back. If it doesn't work out, she's probably going to be broke. As for others, naturally, they will lose their jobs as well. So when they heard Fu Qing's words, the others also had their ears perked up. Xiao Rou was not surprised by Fu Qing's inquiry. After all, the relationship with Netflix Wolf determines their success or failure, and even the survival of the studio as a whole. Of course she was going to care. It's just that Zoe doesn't know how to go about it. After thinking about it, she could only say, boss, don't worry, my relationship with Nettle Wolf is more ironclad than you can imagine. I didn't go into detail with you last night. For the live broadcast, we'll just prepare the booth and selections by then, and then he'll cooperate with us the whole time. Hearing this, Fu Qing and the others immediately looked at each other. It wasn't that they didn't believe Xiao Rou, but such a situation was too unbelievable. They also all knew that Netflix Wolf and Zoe had been live on the air quite a few times, but it's still the same thing. There's a difference between daily live streaming and live banding. On a daily basis, you can broadcast whatever you want to broadcast, or whatever life is like, and what it's like to broadcast. But live banding is different. Live bandwagoning, but it's scripted. Even if you don't have a script, there are certain rules and regulations, or rules, that you have to follow. The simplest situation, well, on the way to the live broadcast, what if the Netflix wolf gets upset and leaves the booth? Of course, it's also possible that it's not upsetting, but subconsciously leaving. So what? That would be a live streaming accident. 2. Not to mention, there are all sorts of surprises that Netflix wolves may not cooperate with the introduction of the product or even attack the person. But now, after hearing Rose say that, it felt as if she was able to guarantee that the Netflix wolf would fully cooperate with the live broadcast. But how is this possible? Seeing the incredulous looks of Fu Qing and the others, Xiao Rou couldn't help but laugh dumbly. I don't know how to say the details of the situation. Anyway, when the time comes, you guys can just rest assured. As long as we get the other chores done, Nettlewolf will obediently cooperate with us on air. Hearing this, Fu Qing and the others were even more dumbfounded. As the owner, Fu Qing was a bit elated and incredulous. If that's the case, then naturally it's perfect. But the thing is, she's also a little incredulous. Can it really go that well? Actually, Fu Qing relocated the studio over, and it wasn't directly aimed at bringing goods with Netflix Wolf Live, because she also understood how difficult it was to get a beastly animal to cooperate with her and the others live. So her idea was really more on the side of making a video with Netflix Wolf and then getting traffic, advertising and so on. When these are done well, the returns may not actually be worse than selling the goods. Most importantly, given the daily live broadcasts of the small, soft Cyberwolf, it doesn't seem unlikely that this is the case. By the way, there are also gifts received from daily live broadcasts, which are also a lot of money. All in all, you can definitely make money by following Netflix Wolf. It was also because of this conviction that Fu Qing was so bold in relocating the studio. It was only when he came over here and heard Xiao Rou's assurance that Fu Qing was a bit hesitant instead. There's no way around it. Despite the fact that the other guy is a cyber wolf, some things are still unbelievable if you don't see them with your own eyes. Fucking is in this state now. But just then, one of the men suddenly spoke up. Maybe Sister Zoe is telling the truth. What? Hearing this, Fu Qing was stunned. Chapter 119. Many people invite to dinner. Maybe Sister Zoe is telling the truth. Just then, one of the men suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, Fu Qing couldn't help but be stunned. She looked over, only to find one of her men holding up a cell phone. A guy just posted a video about Netflix wolves. What? At those words, Fu Qing subconsciously looked over. Zoe was also caught in the eye. Nettle wolf? The video playing on the cell phone was of a man in his 30s, coming up to a huge coyote and asking questions. Netflix wolf. I'd like to ask on behalf of everyone, is it true that you're going to be live streaming the band? Netflix wolf, do you understand me? I'm asking you if you're going to be live streaming with your goods. That's with that tiny Zoe. Seeing the Nettle wolf nodding, Ro couldn't help but have a smile on her face. She likewise hadn't seen the video because she had to pick it up. Fu Qing, on the other hand, was all of a sudden overjoyed. The Netflix wolf admitted in public that he was going to bring goods live with Xiao Ro. So naturally, that meant that Xiao Ro's words just now were right. She really nailed the Netflix wolf. I don't know in what way, but at least, they were able to put their heads down. Very good. Returning to his senses, Fu Qing laughed. We'll go to the rental place after dinner later, and clean up the house today, so we can start working tomorrow. Then Fu Qing said something about the organization of work. It's simply part of the process, setting up the live room and organizing the live equipment. The other part, on the other hand, is making selections and negotiating with suppliers. This part, of course, was still mainly the responsibility of Fu Qing. When the crowd heard Fu Qing's words, they all nodded. Zoe is no exception. But when she heard the end, Zoe suddenly asked in confusion, wait, boss, what about me? What's my work schedule? Xiaoro suddenly realized that Fu Qing had arranged for all these jobs to come down, and it seemed that none of them had a part for herself. Hearing this, Fu Qing's handsome and straight face revealed a smile. My big sister Xiaoro, your job task, of course, is to accompany and coax the Netflix wolf, which is also the most important. Hearing Fu Qing's words, the crowd also nodded their heads in deep thought. The most important core of their work is still the Netflix wolf, although Nettle Wolf had already agreed. These days, of course, it was better for Xiao Ro to play nice with Nettle Wolf and coax him. After all, by the time all the other things were ready, it would be a problem if something went wrong on the side of Nettle Wolf. And Zoe looked back and smiled dumbly. Good. After eating, Xiao Ro was ready to part ways with Fu Qing and the others. Fu Qing and the others had to go back to the rental place first, while Xiao Ro went back to the hotel to pack her things. But just as he was about to get on the bus, Fu Qing suddenly called out to Xiao Ro and said, Xiao Ro, do you want to take Nettle Wolf to our place and familiarize yourself with it first? Familiarize yourself? Zoe was stunned. Fu Qing nodded. Yeah, besides familiarizing myself with the venue, I feel like I need to let Nettle Wolf familiarize himself with our group as well. Also, let the guys familiarize themselves with the Nettle Wolf as well, or else it won't be good to have any accidents when it comes time to work. Hearing this, Ro fell into a deep thought. In fact, she didn't think it was necessary. After all, as far as she knew, Nettle Wolf had no problem at all getting along with strangers. Sheen Frost, Bumpy, all of them. But fucking is also right that the rest of the studio, too, needs to familiarize themselves with Netflix Wolf before they can do so. Otherwise, when it's time to work, they'll be scared by the Netflix Wolf, and it'll be a joke. Thinking of this, Xiao Ro nodded. Then I'll ask around and see if we can arrange for him to come out and make contact with us in the next 2 days. Okay, over to you, Zoe. Fu Qing revealed a smile. Only then did Xiao Ro bid farewell to Fu Qing and the others completely. Back at the hotel, Xiao Ro silently picked up her cell phone and looked at the 3 words Netflix Wolf, and she showed a hint of a smile again. Net Red Wolf, when are you free? I'll treat you to dinner. And yes, bring those wolf minions of yours. After thinking about it, Ro sent a message over. Since she was going to interact with the Nettle Wolf, Xiao Ro felt that it would be better to eat. She thought of the roasted goat and the roasted bear. This scenario is also expected to make it easier for the Netflix Wolf to be affectionate with the likes of Qing, and vice versa. Just as Yifan on the other side received the message, he couldn't help but look odd. How come every one of them wants to buy me dinner? The corner of Yifan's mouth curled up. He thought about it and snorted back. I've been invited to dinner by a lot of people lately. I don't know if I'm free. Zoe was a little surprised to receive a reply. A lot of people invite Netflix wolves to dinner? Who is it? Who invited you to dinner? Yifan? It's your sister Yi. Oh, it's her. Seeing the message from Yifan, Xiao Ro came to a realization. It turns out that Lin Shuya is going to treat Netflix Wolf to dinner. Understanding that, Xiao Ro couldn't help but recall the thank you message Lin Shuya had just seen sent to Nettle Wolf. So it doesn't seem surprising that Lin Shu also wants to invite Nettle Wolf to dinner. Thinking about it, Zoe explained. I know, but I invited you to dinner because I actually wanted to introduce my colleague to you. They'll be around to help if you're on air with me by then. Seeing Xiao Ro's message, Yi Fan nodded. About that, he wasn't surprised. Previously, He had already known from within some of Xiaorou's words that Xiaorou was in the self-publishing business, and joined a studio. In fact, this was one of the reasons why Yifan was looking for Xiaorou, because then, live, he'd have even less to worry about. Just leave everything to Xiaorou and the studio she works at. But for the people in this studio, Yifan also felt that it was better to get to know them. If the other party's character wasn't good, Yifan wouldn't take care of it. When the time comes, it's just a matter of getting Zoe to change studios. In that case, I'll let you buy me dinner first. How about tomorrow at noon? Receiving Yifan's reply again, Xiaorou revealed a smile. Good, the sooner the better for this sort of thing. Of course, after all, according to Xiaorou's understanding, Fu Qing was a very thunderous character. She's even just relocated here, but all that live stuff will probably be done in a week. Until then, of course, it would be better to meet with Nettlewolf as soon as possible. After receiving Yifan's reply, Xiaorou immediately informed Fu Qing again. Of course, she didn't say that she had already communicated with the Nettlewolf. She just asked Fu Qing and the others to get ready tomorrow, and she went to find the Nettlewolf to come over. On this side, Yifan also informed the wolves such as Double Happiness and the others about this news that uplifted the wolves' hearts. You guys are in for a treat. Another big meal tomorrow. Upon hearing this news, the wolves were directly agitated. Chapter 120 Double Happiness Work Ethic. What's going on? Why are each of these wolves distracted? Yeah, is it because Nettlewolf didn't show up? That's not right. The Nettlewolves didn't come 2 days ago either. And these wolves are quite spirited. The next day, the Skyway was, as always, crowded. Double Happiness and other wolves, near the business desk, began to perform. For once, the Netflix wolf was nowhere to be seen. The crowd was a little disappointed by this, but didn't say anything. After all, in their opinion, the Netflix wolf is now considered a company owner. You can't have a company owner clocking in every day, can you? And they were aware of it. It's not unusual for Netflix wolves to have some things to keep them busy when they're all going live these days. The bottom line, of course, is that even if it's not a Netflix wolf, there's still some traffic to be had from shooting other coyotes. It just left people speechless and wondering what the coyotes were doing today. The movements are not standardized and the eyes are not sincere. Even the act of begging is not so keen. It's like a muddy mess. It's not as if there's not much to be upset about. After all, Double Happiness and other wolves don't really come to clock into work. It's impossible to ask them to be very serious. On the contrary, part of it rejoiced a little at the sight of such coyotes. This situation would obviously get more attention if it was posted online. Also, they wondered what had happened to make wolves such as Double Happiness turn out like this. During this time, wolves such as Double Happiness were still constantly deserting. The ooh conversation went on and on. It's just a shame that people can't understand them. On the contrary, Yi Fan, who stayed inside the nest, couldn't help but be somewhat dumbfounded. At this moment, he heatedly opened Shake Shack on his phone. A live stream was on, from none other than a roadie. Inside the live broadcast, Yifan took in the situation of the Double Happiness and other wolves. These guys, their work ethic doesn't work. Yifan shook his head and lost his smile. Today was the day he had a dinner date with Ro, so he was on this side of the nest, waiting for Ro to come over. As for the wolves such as Double Happiness, Yifan naturally let them continue to go out for business to maintain the heat of the Three Wolves Company. In short, the Skyway is open for business, but it can't be stopped. It was just that what Yifan didn't expect was that these guys, surprisingly, couldn't look at the snacks at all anymore, and were only thinking about the roasted meat. Today, Big Brother Yifan said to take us to eat a big meal again. Was it yesterday's barbecue? Drooling just thinking about it. Haha, when are you going? I'm dying to go back. Following Boss Yifan is really a great way to eat and drink. What's good to eat again today? Double Happiness and other wolf whispers that those people couldn't understand. How could Yifan not understand? These guys, really? Yifan was speechless for a while, but he didn't blame Double Happiness and the other wolves. It's still the same. Man's ambition is a little bit inflated. The same goes for wolves. Before that they were both in a state of starvation, often hungry, so of course they found the snacks delicious. But after eating it for a while, it actually got a bit tiresome. Of course, without the appearance of the roast, wolves such as Double Happiness would probably have lasted quite a while longer. After all, it's certainly better to get mushy than to starve. At least, to be able to eat. But now, the advent of barbecue has changed the perception of wolves such as Twin Star Lincoln. Not that it's too much of a snack, rather, they do prefer roasted meat to it. In this way, it is not surprising that people like Double Happiness reacted the way they did. Yifan didn't care about this. Double Happiness and others are out of business, mainly to maintain the heat. To put it bluntly, it's a brush with presents. After all, so many people are waiting for the Skyway. It would have been a disappointment for them if there hadn't been a coyote appearance. One day is fine, but if it goes on for a long time, the popularity slips, and as long as there's an appearance, it's actually fine. After all, double happiness and other wolves' business. But there is no specialty, as long as it can bring joy, surprise, on the line. And while Fast or Happy Yefan couldn't say for sure, people continued to be amazed at the way they did business. That's enough. Just then, Yifan's cell phone received a message. Netflix Wolf, has Zoe come to pick you up yet? Yifan's eyebrows were the same when he saw this. The one who sent the message was not Xiaoro, but Lin Shuya. What should be said here is that the fact that Xiaoro wanted to invite Yifan for dinner was also known to Lin Shu. This was also what Xiaoro had informed Lin Shuya. Xiaoro also knew that Lin Shuya was going to invite Yifan for dinner. So after making an appointment, Xiaoro also asked Lin Shuya, avoid bumping time on both sides, and also invite Lin Shuya to join them. It's just that Lin Shuya didn't give a clear answer at that time. About this, Xiaoro also told Yifan. It was just that what he hadn't expected was that Lin Shuya would suddenly send another message. Looking at Lin Shuya's address, Yifan shook his head and smiled. Unable to recall his human name, Lin Shu also seemed to prefer calling him the Nettle Wolf. At this, Yifan didn't have much of an opinion, and then replied, what's going on? Do you have time to come over? Yifan was a bit strange. The reason Lin Shu was also unsure is precisely because she does not work in Tibetan areas. Now he's coming to ask if he's been hitched by Zoe. Could it be, she's come to the Tibetan area? And next, it was as if it was confirming Yifan's thoughts. Lin Shuya's message came back. Oh, I'm over here now. I'll give you a ride if Zoe doesn't come to take you? Seeing this message, Yifan couldn't help but be surprised. Lin Shuya is really here. You know, the last time Lin Shuya came to the Tibetan area on a business trip, he only returned for 2 or 3 days off. Can she come over here that often? Yifan was amazed. However, what he didn't know was that Lin Shu was also able to be so free, but it was actually thanks to Yifan's blessing. Wasn't it said before that Lin Shuya's press release was a huge hit and a huge success? Because of this report, Lin Shuya's status has naturally risen. After hearing from Xiaoro yesterday that she was going to get together with Yifan, Lin Shuya was immediately a bit torn. She wants to go too. After all, she had originally wanted to meet Yifan and invite him to dinner. Most importantly, it's an expression of gratitude, and to express gratitude, of course, it's better to meet in person. But she had just come back to work from the Tibetan side, so it didn't seem like a good idea to leave her post. Fortunately, later Lin Shuya came up with a solution. The way to do this is also simple. Propose to the leaders that they interview the Netroots Wolf again, leveraging the heat of the Netflix Wolf to bring fire to the Tibetan region, and even other regions. The proposal, apparently, was approved by the leadership. So it was that Lin Shuya once again came to the Tibetan area, and that, too, was the reason why she had suddenly sent a message to Yifan just now. You're in Tibet now? Seeing the Nettle Wolf's message, the corner of Lin Shuya's mouth curled up slightly. I'll go over there if Zoe hasn't come to pick you up. Where are you? And so it was. An hour later, Yifan was suddenly in the nest and saw Lin Shuya. Chapter 121, A Visit to the Conservation Station. Sister Yi? Arriving at the Nettle Wolf's lair, Xiaoro looked at Lin Shuya in surprise. Seeing Xiaoro, Lin Shuya also finally regained his senses from the astonishment of visiting the Nettle Wolf's lair. Lin Shuya smiled faintly at Xiaoro. I happened to be free, so I came over. Then she went over the same thing she had proposed to the leader, which was a follow-up story about the Netflix Wolf. Xiaoro came to a realization and pulled Lin Shuya with her. Great, we can play together again. Ow. Seeing that the two women had a tendency to chat freely, Yifan instantly Wolf barked a reminder. The two women arrived successively, and it was also noon. He had explained that he would have the double happiness head to the appointment after business was over. Don't get to the point where the double happiness they arrive first and they haven't yet. Only this time, both Xiaoro and Lin Shuyi did not return to their senses for a moment, unable to do anything about it. Yifan had to tap the time on his cell phone. Ah, you mean time, right? Xiaoro reacted and shared a smile with Lin Shuya. Sister Yi, Nettle Wolf is urging us to go. Let's go. Lin Shuya naturally had no problem with it. Since Yifan had urged them, the two of them drove, carrying Yifan, towards the agreed location. A few moments later, two small vehicles, one after the other, arrived at the Tibetan Wildlife Refuge. Seeing the signboard, a smile was drawn on Yifan's wolf face. Yes, the location of their gathering this time is still the Tibetan Wildlife Refuge. At this time, Qin Shuang, the station manager, welcomed him out. Xiaoro, Shuya, you too, you're really good at getting me into trouble. Looking at Xiaoro and Lin Shuya, Qin Shuang smiled bitterly. Xiaoro spat out her tongue and pulled the Qin Shuang. Sister Qin Shuang, I'm sorry, but I can't find any other place. It's still the same. The only place that wants to be in the middle of nowhere and that wolves can remember is the Tibetan Wildlife Refuge. So for this gathering, Xiaoro still requested Qin Shuang. arranging for it to be on the side of the Tibetan Wildlife Protection Station. Luckily, because it was a weekend, there weren't many people on this side of the protection station, so Qin Shuang agreed, troubling Qin Shuang 3 times. Xiaorou and Lin Shuya were also a little embarrassed. Qin Shuang gave the two a somewhat irritated look. It was only when he then saw the nettle wolf appear that Qin Shuang's face eased up a lot. She agreed to the two of them 3 times. Apart from the fact that she already had a friendship with Xiaorou and Lin Shuya, the most crucial thing, in fact, was that she also wanted to meet the nettle wolf. Sheen Frost, who works in this job, also has a heartfelt love for these wild animals. Such a woman is naturally defenseless against the Netflix wolf. By the way, you can't burn that kind of stuff for dinner this time. However, Qin Shuang suddenly thought of something and said to Xiaorou in a fervent manner. Lin Shuya was stunned and somewhat puzzled. Xiaorou immediately reacted and laughed. Don't worry, Sister Qin Shuang, this time it's just a very ordinary barbecue. There's absolutely nothing like that. She naturally understood that Qin Shuang was referring to the last roasted bear meat. If this one does the same on the protection station side, it's going to be a real problem. Zoe smiled cheekily. She certainly wasn't that tigerish. After saying a few words to Qin Shuang, Xiaorou also called to contact Fu Qing. Lin Shuyi, on the other hand, asked Yi Fan, Nettle Wolf, have those little friends of yours not arrived yet? Yi Fan nodded, signaling that it was fine. The way those guys at Double Happiness are obsessed with eating a big meal, there's no need to worry about them not coming. My boss is coming in half an hour, so why don't we go in first and hang out? Just then, Zoe finished her phone call and walked over. She contacted Fucking, who had half an hour before they arrived. Since the barbecue props and ingredients were all prepared by Fu Qing and the girls, they didn't have to work on anything. While there was still a bit of time left, Zoe offered to go inside the protection station for a stroll. Speaking of which, having been to the wildlife refuge so many times, she hadn't really taken a close look at the situation inside. Just before Lin Shuyi and Yifan replied back, Qin Shuang already had a black face. This is not a zoo. At those words, Xiaorou blinked, and Lin Shu was also stunned. That's when they reacted. It seems that the Tibetan Wildlife Refuge is, indeed, not a zoo that can be visited at will. Of course, in a way, it's right to think of it as a zoo. Here, after all, we're locked up. Some wild animals. It's just not open to the public. Xiaorou came back to her senses and pulled Qin Shuang to pamper her. Sister Qin Shuang, it's okay to take a look. You can take us for a look. Sister Yi wants to see it too. And so does Nettlewolf. Yes? Saying so, Xiaorou looked towards Lin Shuya and Yifan. She winked and gestured to the two. Lin Shu also nodded. Yifan was amused for a moment and nodded as well. Speaking of which, he hadn't visited the place yet either. I wonder what kind of wildlife is held here. Seeing one man and one wolf nodding their heads, Qin Shuang's face hesitated. Xiaorou hurriedly struck the iron while it was hot. Sister Qin Shuang, take a look. It's okay. I'll personally bake something for you to eat at that time. Hearing this, Qin Shuang glanced at Lin Shuyi and Yifan, and seeing that they also looked interested, she couldn't help but let out a low sigh. Go, but don't just move things around. Qin Frost agreed. Xiaorou's beautiful eyes lit up. Don't worry, we won't. Go go go. Xiaorou pulled Qin Shuang and walked ahead, and Lin Shuya and Yifan, walking behind. The 3 men, 1 wolf, walked into the conservation station. This conservation station, it's not very big. After you walk through the doorway, there is a circle-style field. In the center is a flower pool, and around it, a cage against the wall. Isn't that a rabbit? Just seeing the first cage, Ro was a bit surprised. This wildlife sanctuary, she had thought that what was locked up, was some fierce beast. I didn't realize that inside the first cage was a seemingly tame gray rabbit. Yifan and Lin Shuyas looked over. Qin Shuang understood what Xiaorou meant and explained. You think this place is full of lions and tigers, wildlife, and of course rabbits, okay? Zoe nodded indistinctly. Under Qin Shuang's leadership, the 2 men and the wolf continued to walk over. The wildlife that appeared next did make Zoe's eyes light up. There were pythons, antelope, grizzly bears, and even a pangolin. What's that one? Rose suddenly asked strangely, pointing at a cage. Qin Shuang looked over, only to see that inside that cage was a rat-like animal, only huge in size. Smiling, Qin Shuang was about to make an introduction when suddenly, a startled look came from behind him from Lin Shuya. Qin Shuang, what's going on here? Why is this cage unlocked? What? Hearing this, Qin Shuang was stunned. Chapter 122. The Netherwolf let the wolves suppress it. What? Qin Frost was stunned at his words. She subconsciously looked over, only to see that the cage Lin Shuyi was referring to had a 1-person tall wild animal present inside. The ornate body is covered with skin that shows a yellow background and black spots. It's a leopard. Hearing Lin Shuya's words, Qin Shuang subconsciously looked at the lock of the cage. The result was a situation that made her blush. That lock is hanging on the hook and is not locked. What's going on here? Qin Frost was shocked. Xiaorou and Lin Shu also realized that something was wrong. Every cage is locked. What's up with this one? Yi Fan's wolf eyes narrowed. Qin Frost's reaction wasn't slow, and he walked up with a quick step. She snapped back at once. Perhaps the staff here, when feeding the food, forgot. Mistakes like this, very significant, are not unheard of. The most important thing now is to lock the lock to avoid the panther inside from escaping. Thinking of this, Qin Shuang's face was anxious and she almost ran. Yet it wasn't also known if it was her action that had irritated the leopard inside. A cold light flashed in the leopard's eyes, and he suddenly lunged toward the iron door. Bang! The iron door was violently pushed open. A flowery shadow darted out. Ah! Zoe shrieked. Seeing this, Lin Shu also lost her color. As for Qin Shuang at this moment, her pretty face paled. She had rushed to the front of the cage. As soon as the panther broke out, it met her first. These wild animals, apparently, are untamed. As soon as the leopard landed on the ground, it indifferently glanced at Qin Shuang, and its athletic figure leapt once again. This instant, fishy winds in the face. Qin Frost's great disturbance became a blank. She never expected the situation to take a sharp turn for the worse. The leopard apparently attacked her. That hideous face and open bloody mouth instantly made Qin Shuang freeze. When Xiaorou and Lin Shuya saw this, their faces once again changed drastically. Seeing that Qin Shuang was about to be pounced upon and devoured by the leopard, in the nick of time, a brown shadow but also swooped in. Original. As Qin Shuang rushed towards the cage, Yi Fan had already prepared himself. So as soon as he saw the leopard's movements, Yi Fan also moved. At this point, he was much faster than a leopard. And so it was. In the nick of time, Yi Fan lunged and slammed the leopard away with a backward glance. Bang! The panther slammed into the ground and rolled over before getting up. Yi Fan, on the other hand, landed steadily. Xiaorou and Lin Shuya's eyes lit up when they saw this. Nettlewolf. With that they both breathed a sigh of relief. Almost forgot that there was still Yi Fan. Reacting, Xiaorou and Lin Shuya hurriedly walked to Qin Shuang's side and assisted her. Sister Qin Shuang, are you alright? Zoe gave an inquiry. Lin Shu also showed concern in his eyes. Only at this moment did he see Qin Shuang, still looking stunned. Good on. She also responded quickly. I'll get the tools. Now that the panther had escaped from its cage, she had to hurry to catch the other in order to do so. Sister Qin Shuang, don't worry, leave it to Nettlewolf. Just then, Lin Shu also persuaded. Xiaorou sniffed and quickly agreed. Yeah, Nettlewolf should be able to handle it. Don't you also know how powerful he is? Hearing this, Qin Shuang was stunned and looked toward Yi Fan, only to see that at this moment, Yi Fan's wolf eyes were frozen, and he had already locked onto the leopard. Ow! Immediately afterward, as if in response to Lin Shuya and Xiaorou's words, Yi Fan suddenly let out a loud wolf howl. The leopard seemed to be frightened, and with a turn, it actually fled directly outside. Oh no! We can't let it escape. Qin Shuang's face changed again when he saw this. Their wildlife station, though remote, borders the city and town. If the panther escaped from here, it might run over to the downtown town. You know, they usually send each other to no man's land to be released after they heal those wild animals. Now it would be a problem if we let the leopard escape just like that. Good on. Almost as soon as the leopard tried to escape, Yi Fan also moved. Whoosh! Both beasts, both sprinted out violently. In the blink of an eye, the two rushed out of the protection station one after the other. Qin Frost, Xiaorou Lin Shu also see the three people see the situation, hastily also chased out. As a result, just at that moment, a figure rushed out hurriedly from the side. What's wrong, station master? This is a male employee inside the protection station. It was Qin Shuang who was guarding the protection station with him today. After Qin Shuang saw him, he hurriedly said, that leopard escaped and left it unlocked just now. What? The male employee blanched, then sweated as if remembering something. Seeing the other party's reaction, Qin Shuang immediately understood that it should be this male employee's negligence. In this regard, Qin Shuang was not surprised, all because she had just now not fed the wild animals. If you want to talk about who's not locked up, it's only him. However, at this time, Qin Shuang didn't have the heart to blame the other party, and hurriedly said, hurry up to get the tools and prepare to catch it. Yes, the male employee answered and scurried away again. The three of them, Qin Frost, then ran to the door. It was then that the unexpected happened. Yi Fan was halfway through his chase when he suddenly stopped. When Qin Shuang saw this, he was immediately startled again. She subconsciously thought that Yi Fan was just giving chase to the leopard, not realizing that he was going to catch it. When Xiaorou and Lin Shuya saw this, they were surprised. By all rights, Nettlewolf should have known to catch the leopard. How did he let his opponent escape? Could it be that they are not as fast as each other? Nettlewolf, it's only fair to catch it. Ro was in a hurry and cried out. It was just that Yi Fan was standing still indifferently, with his back to Ro. A smirk appeared in his eyes. It wasn't that he suddenly stopped chasing the leopard. It wasn't that he wasn't aware of the situation or that his speed wasn't as good as the other guys. Rather, there's no need for that anymore. At that thought, Yi Fan suddenly tilted his head and let out a wolf howl once again. Ow! Next, the leopard braked violently, and a hint of panic flashed across its hideous face, only to see that in front of them, a large number of brown figures had suddenly appeared. It's a coyote. A wolf pack appeared. This wolf pack was no other than Double Happiness and other wolves. Upon hearing Yi Fan's wolf growl, the wolves such as Double Happiness and the others were first stunned, then they all looked at the leopard with fierce eyes. On this side, Qin Shuang's trio was still in a state of anxiety. The leader of the group, Qin Shuang, was even already planning to pull out his legs and go after them himself. As a result, just then, a shocking scene appeared. Suddenly the wolves appeared in front of the big front, and the panther that tried to escape just now. He was clearly caught in the coyote's grip and retreated back. Seeing this scene, the three of them, Qin Shuang, all froze. It never occurred to me that a crisis of no small magnitude would be diffused in this way. Chapter 123 Qin Shuang's Way of Repayment. Quick, bring the tools. Everyone froze at the sight of the wolves returning holding the leopard hostage. Still, Qin Shuang quickly reacted and said to the male employee. The male employee couldn't be bothered to be shocked and rushed out with the tranquilizer gun. But just as the male employee raised his tranquilizer gun and was about to fire at the leopard, the nettle wolf suddenly yelped. Ow! The male employee motioned. Qin Shuang also looked over in surprise. What's going on here? Xiao Rou and Lin Shu also wondered and looked at the nettle wolf. Nettle wolf, what's up? Neither of them understood how the nettle wolf had suddenly barked again. But given the situation just now, they didn't act rashly. Qin Shuang also called out to the male employees for the time being. Yi Fan didn't let a few people wait for a long time, but instead walked straight towards Double Happiness and the other wolves. Then he, along with Double Happiness and the other wolves, held the panther hostage and headed for the cage it had escaped from. When Xiao Rou and the others saw this, they were still a bit surprised. Qin Shuang, however, had already moved his face slightly. She vaguely guessed what Nettlewolf was thinking. This is intended to send the leopard straight back to the cage. Yes, this was the reason why Yi Fan called out to the male employees. Since the panther was already being held hostage by them at the moment, naturally there was no need to use the tranquilizer gun with so much trouble. They just send each other straight back to the cage. And again, this male employee's accuracy. I don't know if it's accurate or not. If he misses and shoots a wolf like Double Happiness, he'll be in trouble. So Yi Fan stopped the other party and personally went over to escort them. With him, it's naturally foolproof. And as Yi Fan moved with the wolves, Xiao Rou and Lin Shuya, naturally, reacted. Nettlewolf is planning to send it back. I suppose so. He's so smart. While Xiao Rou was surprised, Lin Shuya's mouth curled up into a smile. Sheen Frost let out a huge sigh of relief and hurriedly instructed the male employee. Hurry over there and prepare to cooperate in relocking that leopard. Yes, the male employee saw this and came back to his senses, taking a few steps to get to that cage before the wolves did. Opening the cage door, he then looked at Yi Fan and the other wolves. Seeing the wolves, he still couldn't help but change his face slightly. To be honest, he was also getting very nervous at this moment. After all, these wolves would be in trouble if they went berserk. Good on. Such a thing did not happen. From the beginning to the end, Yi Fan, Double Happiness and the other wolves were emotionally stable as they hijacked the leopard. It was the panther, on the contrary, that looked a bit grumpy as it reapproached the cage. Noticing this, Qin Shuang, who was following behind, could not help but stare at his face. But just then, something happened that she didn't expect. The net red wolf suddenly stretched out his paw and gave the leopard a hard slap on the head. The leopard let out a miserable cry and subconsciously glared over. What greeted it as a result was Yi Fan's gaze full of killing intent. Seeing Yi Fan's size, as well as feeling the murderous aura emanating from him, the leopard was instantly dumbfounded. Where is this bogeyman from? Wild animals are very intuitive. The leopard instantly realized that Yi Fan was not in existence to be messed with, and there were probably quite a few beasts that had died from his injuries. Such an existence was not something he could fight against, not to mention the wolves that were still eyeing him around. Figuring this out, the panther let out a dark sigh and stopped struggling unnecessarily, obediently returning inside the cage. Ha ha, Sister Yi, did you see that just now? Nettle Wolf seemed to have slapped that leopard. Xiao Rou couldn't help but laugh at the sight of the leopard's submission. Lin Shu also nodded with a smile. Qin Shuang also couldn't help but not forgetting the business. He said to the male employee in a deep voice, "Lock it up, don't get sloppy again." Yes, the male employee wiped away a cold sweat, locked the cell door, and checked it 2 more times before a big stone fell from his heart. He then gratefully glanced at Nettle Wolf before going to Qin Shuang to ask for forgiveness. Qin Shuang's face sank, and he really ruthlessly reprimanded the male employee a few times. After all, this kind of thing is really sloppy. It's a good thing Nettle Wolf is here today. Otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if it didn't hurt them, it would still be a big mess when they ran into the urban towns. Luckily, the big trouble was nipped in the bud and dealt with by the girls in time. With this in mind, Qin Shuang let the male employee go. Returning to Nettle Wolf, Qin Shuang's eyes also had a bit more gratitude in them. Speaking of which, just like Lin Shuya, it seemed like the Nettle Wolf had saved her several times. Qin Shuang felt infinite emotions in his heart. At this time, Xiaorou and Lin Shu also came over. Sister Qin Shuang, see, if we didn't choose to party at your place today, you'd be in trouble. Just now, Nettle Wolf and his minions have taken great credit. Come on, how can you repay us, Nettle Wolf? Hearing Xiaorou's words, Qin Shuang could not help but add a smile to his face. Yeah, she was indeed saved by the Nettle Wolf. And then there were his men, the wolves, who also contributed. Then I'll bake something for them myself later too. Qin Shuang's words made Xiaorou and Lin Shuya both laugh. Wasn't this phrase what Xiaorou used to coax Qin Shuang just now? Sister Qin Shuang. No, this is a life-saving favor. You're repaying it like this. Tell you what, how about this? From now on, your place will be our party-making location? This shouldn't be too hard, right? Returning to her senses, Zoe snorted again. Lin Shu also sniffed and agreed somewhat. After all, Xiaorou personally baked something for Qin Frost to eat because she took the protection station here and used it for the party. But Qin Shuang was different. Now the Nettle Wolf was a lifesaver for her. So where was the barbecue in the area to offset that? This, Qin Shuang cried and laughed. In fact, she also felt that it was not enough. But something didn't feel right to her if she used the protection station as a meeting place for a long time. After all, this was an office, so it would be a problem if someone said she was faking it. Xiaorou could see Qin Shuang's difficulty, and immediately smiled again and said, Sister Qin Shuang, don't worry, we don't come to the party every day. That is, every 3 to 5, or even for a long time don't come once, and every time we come, we will try to pick the time of the weekend. It won't affect your work. Besides, you saw what Nettle Wolf did just now. If we come across some wildlife we can't handle in the future, it's totally okay to let him out. Hearing this, Qin Shuang instantly faltered. What Ro said still makes sense. Thinking this way, Qin Shuang looked at the Nettle Wolf. At this moment, Yi Fan naturally had an expectant expression. He also wanted a stable meeting place. This location, if it's a conservation station, would be the best. Seeing that Nettle Wolf also had an expectant expression, Qin Shuang finally nodded. Chapter 124, The Barbecue Convention begins. Seeing that Qin Shuang agreed, Xiaorou couldn't help but cheer. Yeah, this will be our base from now on. Lin Shu also smiled. Qin Shuang laughed bitterly. What base? Don't get it wrong. Gee, it's all the same. Xiaorou smiled and suddenly wondered. Oops, it's been a long time, hasn't it? How come the boss and the others haven't come yet? As he was talking, suddenly the trail of several small cars appeared in the distance. Oh, speak of the devil. Here they come. Zoe screamed again with joy. Next, Xiaorou and Lin Shuya greeted them together. Instead, Qin Shuang was at the back and couldn't help but reach out and touch Yifan's head. Well, Yifan still didn't really like being touched on the head, especially since he doesn't beg for snacks now. However, now that Qin Shuang had brought them such great convenience, it wasn't impossible for Yifan to commit himself. Boss, you're late. Seeing a few vehicles stop, Xiaorou immediately walked towards the vehicle in the lead and called out in a petulant manner. Fu Qing, who was half handsome and one radius delicate, walked down from the car. Hearing Xiaorou's words, she smiled and explained. It was a bit hard to find the road over here, so there was a delay. Xiaorou and Lin Shu were also not surprised by Fu Qing's words. It's actually a little hard to find if you're coming this way for the first time, even with navigation. It wasn't too surprising that Fu Qing came a little late because of this. It was just that Xiaorou let out a light laugh and said, Hey boss, you're really late. If you had come a little earlier, you would have been able to see a good show. Good show? What good show? Fu Qing was stunned. She subconsciously looked, only to see the presence of a pack of wild wolves in front of her. There were two of them that were larger in size, but the one that stood out the most was the coyote that was like a lion or tiger. Its dragon's eyes were dark green, with an unfathomable wisdom in them. Nettle Wolf. Fu Qing's spirit lifted. Meanwhile, the other vehicles stepped down, each excited. That's the Nettle Wolf, isn't it? There's definitely no mistaking it. I recognized it right away. The scene looks good for the big one. Majestic. Can you film it? I'd like to earn some traffic too. Ha. Just then, Xiaorou's voice continued to ring in Fu Qing's ears. It's like this. Just now a leopard accidentally ran out here and almost hurt someone. Luckily, the reticulated wolves stepped in at that time and fought him off, and the panther tried to escape, only to be surrounded by those wild wolves. In the end, there was no need for anesthesia needles, as Net Red Wolf took his men and sent that leopard right back inside the cage. Xiaorou's speech was not slow, and she explained what had just happened in 3 children's time. After hearing this, Fu Qing was dumbstruck. The studio was also amazed. Returning to his senses, Fu Qing suddenly let out a big sigh. What a late arrival. Such a wonderful situation. If they were able to film it and put it on the internet, it would definitely set the internet ablaze. Maybe, once again, it will be recognized as one of the famous wolf scenes on Netflix. This explosion of traffic was a great pity for Fu Qing. On second thought, though, she was relieved. This situation, while wonderful, is clearly not suitable for dissemination. Otherwise, they are even pitted against this wildlife conservation station. It wouldn't be pretty to cause Qin Shuang to be blamed when the time came. Realizing this, Fu Qing wasn't sorry. Most importantly, if you have the opportunity to get in touch with a Netflix wolf, you're not afraid of a famous scene. Looking towards the nettle wolf, Fu Qing secretly smiled. In the past, when the little soft Netflix wolf was live, it was unscripted. In that situation, Netflix wolves were able to give birth to so many famous scenes. Even more so now that I'm working with their studio. Even if they don't have a famous scene, they can totally make up a script. Thinking of this, Fu Qing was in a good mood. She suddenly let out her voice and shouted up to the crowd. Everyone be quick with your hands. They must be hungry by now, Nettlewolf. We need to get something out in a hurry. Yes, no problem. The crowd responded loudly. Soon, one tool, after another, was carried out. Seeing this, Xiaorou and Lin Shuya also walked to help. Jean Frost had originally planned to stand by and watch, but after what had just happened, she couldn't afford to be deliberately distant, and also rolled up her sleeves and helped with the work. Brother Yi Fan, what are these people doing? Wait, is that getting that roast from yesterday? Cool, this time I'm going to eat until I'm stuffed. When Double Happiness and the other wolves saw the actions of Fu Qing and the others, their wolf eyes lit up. They already know that this time they are coming over for a big meal. So, these guys are gearing up, are they? You guys wait here, I'll go check it out. At this time, Yifan arranged for Double Happiness and other wolves, and then walked towards Xiaorou and the others. Although it was unlikely that the wolves such as Double Happiness and the others would harm Xiaorou and the others, on such an occasion, he naturally played it safe and separated them from the crowd by a distance, which will be the case even if it's time to start dining. As for himself, he naturally had no such scruples. Walking over leisurely, Yifan soon brightened up slightly. He was instantly attracted by the flowery baskets of pots in the midst of the crowd. There was no doubt that these were exactly the ingredients that Fu Qing had brought. For meat, there's beef, lamb, and chicken, fish, croquettes and such. Vegetarian words are rich: corn, eggplant, groundnuts, peppers, string beans, enoki mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms, and a good-sized pot of lettuce. Looking at these ingredients, Yifan felt like his mouth was secreting more saliva. All that beef, lamb is fine, he's tired of it, but chicken, fish and all that, it's been a while. Of course, it was the vegetarian food that appealed to him the most. Corn, eggplant, and enoki mushrooms, these are a barbecue must-have. I'm drooling just thinking about it. And just as Yifan was inspecting the ingredients, a puff of charcoal smoke suddenly came. Original. The handy crowd, already organizing their tools, began setting out charcoal to light the fire. Because of the large number of people, and because of the large number of coyotes, this barbecue, for barbecue grills were set up directly. Such a grill, however, is different from that of a bumpy goat grill, and is relatively short, but 4 grills together is apparently enough. Fu Qing took out a rigorous work ethic to arrange this barbecue conference. It wasn't even 10 minutes before the seats, drinks, tools, and such, were all there. There were even 2 pergolas, one of which, apparently, was for the coyotes to rest in. After setting up the pergola, Fu Qing let Xiaorou call the Net Red Wolf and bring in the minions. But just then, Xiaorou looked towards the Nettle Wolf, and instantly saw a scene that she couldn't help but see. It was only at this point that the Nettle Wolf, surprisingly, had gotten together in front of one of the grills that started fires faster. On his paw, he was clearly grasping a string of fish fillets. The Netflix Wolf, surprisingly, is barbecuing by himself. Chapter 125. Crazy. Netflix wolves can still barbecue. Ha ha, Sister Yi, look over there. Xiaorou laughed and called out to Lin Shuya. Lin Shuya glanced in the direction Xiaorou had indicated, and a smile appeared on her pretty face. When Fu Qing and the others saw this, their faces turned odd. They didn't know the wisdom of the Nettle Wolf, and were dumbfounded when they saw the Nettle Wolf holding a skewer of fish fillets there and grilling them by himself. My God, what is this? Netflix wolves at a barbecue. Blurry eyes. Hurry up and pinch me. Ah, it's true. The people in the studio were all confused. As Ro's co-workers, they are concerned about the Netflix wolf. It could even be said that they had been following the Netflix wolf since Zoe joined the studio. They're also often Netflix wolf eaters when they're online. Saw a lot of amazing things about the Netflix wolf, but spare me, they were now still a little confused. The shock of seeing it online is a completely different level of shock than seeing it in person. Seeing it online, even how real it is, they are subconsciously assuming it is adulterated. Even if a lot of the time, it's Zoe who's live with the Netflix wolf. But now, it's absolutely true and unmistakable. The Netflix wolf literally puts on a magical show in front of them. Even Shin Xuan was surprised to see this scene. The most amazing, though, were actually the coyotes such as Double Happiness and Wolf King. As Yifan inspected, their gazes followed him. Those ingredients, they fall back on what they can't see clearly or even see. However, they knew exactly what Yifan was doing. What is Big Brother Yifan doing? He's, like, baking something. What? Is Big Brother Yifan personally roasting something for us to eat? Because of 2 barbecues. I'm no stranger to barbecues, Double Happiness and other wolves. But now the situation of Yifan personally holding something to bake still amazed them. Subconsciously, they thought that Yifan had roasted this for them and were greatly touched. Yifan didn't know the mental activities of the wolves like Double Happiness and didn't care. At this point, his attention was on the fillet in his hand. But soon, Yifan's laughter came from Xiaoro's ears. Nettlewolf, you still know how to grill. You're still decent with a bamboo stick. Lin Shu also stood next to him, also full of smiles. The girls were actually a bit new to the situation of the Nettlewolf being able to grab a bamboo skewer and grill it. Even if the Netflix wolf has human intelligence, there's still something magical about grilling with a bamboo skewer grasped in a wolf's paw, isn't there? Yifan rolled his eyes, but the truth is, it wasn't difficult for him to do that. Under Yifan's conscious exercise, his claws, long ago, were much more flexible than the average wolf. It is even capable of doing what quite a few hands can do. Take a bamboo skewer and grill it. It's a piece of cake. Ow. Suddenly, Yifan thought of something and called out to Xiaoro and Lin Shuya. What's going on? Zoe was stunned. Lin Shu also laughed and guessed. Is it possible that Nettlewolf thinks we're getting in his way? Did it get in his way? Zoe asked suspiciously. As a result, just then, Yifan Wolf called again. Ow, ow. As he screamed, he gestured to the side. Xiaoro and Lin Shuya looked over in confusion, and what met their eyes was a table full of seasonings. You want that one, Nettlewolf? Lin Shuya asked curiously. Zoe blinked, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Ah, I see. Nettlewolf, did you want seasoning? The 2 women looked at Nettlewolf, and then to their delight, Nettlewolf nodded. Yes, Yevon just wanted seasoning. Barbecue is too dry without seasoning. I'll get it. When she saw the Nettlewolf nod, Xiaoro immediately smiled and ran over. There was quite a bit of seasoning, and Lin Shuya went over to help. And see this scene. Fu Cheng and the others were dumbfounded again. What's Nettlewolf doing? Seems like it needs seasoning. Zoe's getting it to him. I know. What I'm asking is, how did he know to use seasoning? That you ask me. Who do I ask? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, once again shocked. And the wolves, such as Double Happiness, stood up, noses sniffing. By this time, they were able to smell the hint of fragrance coming from the air. Especially, when Xiaoro brought the seasoning, the aroma in the air became even more intense. It's the smell of barbecue. Hiss, I'm hungry. Is Big Brother Yifan done baking? The wolves were excited. And at this time, Xiaoro and Lin Shuyi were once again coming together in front of Yifan. Nettlewolf, why don't I swipe something for you? Xiaoro took the seasoning and took the initiative to help Yifan up. In response, Yifan did not refuse. With his claws, he can indeed hold bamboo sticks and even brushes. But ultimately, it's a bit inconvenient. It would have been best if Zoe had helped. Xiaoro took the brush and after dipping it in peanut oil, she brushed a layer on the fish fillet in Yifan's hand, without even needing her to remind her. Yifan automatically and consciously flipped over. Brush another coat. The grease drips onto the charcoal, creating a somewhat distinctive barbecue flavor. Lin Shuya also came over to join in the fun, holding a brush of chili powder and asking Yifan, Netflix Wolf, do you eat spicy food? Yifan nodded. The fillets were still cooked quickly, albeit over charcoal that wasn't quite so hot. Within a few minutes, the original yellow-orange fish fillet in Yifan's hand still became charred. It was brushed with a layer of red chili powder, and with all that grease it looked, well, mouth-watering for all of you. Wow, Nettlewolf, you bake like it's good. Can I have some of that? Zoe said in surprise. Yifan gave her a blank look. He had managed to burn a bunch of his own. Of course he was consoling his own 5 viscera first. Grasping the bamboo stick, Yifan directly took the cooked fish fillet and sent it into his mouth. Aha! Soon, Yifan revealed a look of enjoyment. Those chili powders stimulated his taste buds at once. But soon, as he chewed, the fresh sweetness of the fillet spread through his mouth again. The flavor is really good. Xiaoro was really craved by Yifan's grilled fish fillets. She thought for a moment and suddenly went and brought over a couple skewers of fish fillets. Nettlewolf, why don't you help me bake one too? Just one will do. The rest is yours. Lin Shuya laughed softly beside her. I want to eat it too. For this kind of barbecue, they don't usually eat less. But if it was a Netflix wolf roast, they hadn't really eaten it. This is the perfect opportunity to try it now. Facing the eager eyes of the two women, Yifan was helpless for a while. He reached out his claws and began flipping the fillets up. Seeing this scene, Fu Qing and the others were completely dumbfounded. Crazy, huh? They didn't see it wrong, did they? The Netflix wolf can actually grill. Chapter 126 Barbecue Master. Unawareness. Everyone gathered around the grill where the nettle wolf was. Everyone around them looked at each other in disbelief when they saw the nettle wolf flipping the fillets there in a decent manner. The Netflix wolf can still grill. Why does it feel like it's more powerful than me? It's not a feeling, it's really better than you. You're all burnt up on the grill. Even if I can't match Nettlewolf in other ways, now I can't even match him in barbecue? Ha ha, that's funny. Boss, should we film it? The studio crowd murmured. And suddenly someone made a suggestion. Hearing this, Fu Qing's heart stirred. Could be. She realized at once that this was indeed good video material. Whether it's as a live preview or a daily Netflix wolf video, it's capable of attracting a lot of traffic. Even the title fucking had thought of it. Family members who understand Netflix wolf's barbecue. It's so good. Thinking of this, Fu Qing smiled for a moment. She immediately instructed the two men to put down the matter at hand for the time being and focus on making a video up for the Netflix wolf. Noticing the actions of those two, Xiaoro immediately just brightened her beautiful eyes. Oops, boss, are you making a video? Why didn't I think of that? I should have gotten this scene on camera. It's a surprise that the Netflix wolf can barbecue. It's sure to blow those netizens' minds. Lin Shuya didn't pay any attention to this, but instead looked at the fish fillet in the nettle wolf's hand and gradually revealed a smile. The fillets were evenly heated by the flipping of the nettle wolf, and soon presented a very tasty look as well. Nettle wolf, is that okay? Give me a skewer. I don't eat spicy. Lin Shu also asked for it. Yifan sniffed and didn't refuse, handing her a bunch of non-spicy ones. The aroma of the fish fillets immediately came towards Lin Shuya's nose. Lin Shu also took a sniff, and the smile on his face grew even wider. Thanks. With a thank you, she took the fillet as well, and then she twirled her red lips and bit down. Though from the selling point, Lin Shu has also predicted it. Still, her eyes lit up when she actually put it in her mouth. Yummy. Oh, that's delicious. Lin Shuya smiled sweetly, her eyebrows curving into a crescent moon. I don't know if it was psychological, or if Nettlewolf really burned well, but anyway, the fish fillets went into her mouth and she thought they were better than any she had ever eaten before. Well, Nettlewolf, I want one. Xiaoro was talking to Fu Qing, and when she heard Lin Shuya's exclamation, she also reacted and hurriedly asked Yifan for it. By the way, Nettlewolf, I'm going to have a spicy one. Yifan sniffed. Naturally he wouldn't refuse, and after adding the chili, he handed it to Xiaoro without discrimination. Thank you Nettlewolf. Zoe smiled back and thanked her, then couldn't wait to taste it. Oh, it's really good. Nettlewolf, you bake so well. Zoe took 2 bites and her eyes lit up. She gave a thumbs up and praised it. Yifan couldn't help but laugh dumbly at his words. As a matter of fact, he was a barbecue enthusiast in his previous life and often organized barbecue parties with his friends. While his friends were drinking and guessing, he was grilling himself. Over time, Yifan had also practiced some good barbecue techniques and could be called a barbecue master. The technique of grilling, of course, is actually quite simple. To put it bluntly, it's all about the fire. As long as you get the heat right, cook it so that it's not too raw, and sprinkle it with a little bit of seasoning. It's a rare delicacy. It's just a shame that as easy as it sounds, many people actually bake them and they still don't bake them well. The main reason is that a lot of people grill them, chatting and joking with their friends, and don't pay much attention to the heat at all. What is baked this way naturally tastes mediocre and strong, and that, in turn, is what makes a universal barbecue stall better than grilling your own. But such a situation was naturally absent in Yifan, so he baked a fish fillet that conquered both Xiaoro and Lin Shuya. Seeing the image of 2 people and a wolf eating barbecue happily, Fu Qing's beautiful eyes also lit up. Quick, film this scene, split into 2 camera positions and get a clearer shot. Such a scenario is obviously good for content as well. Qin Shuang, however, ignored the video for these things. It's just that when she saw Lin Shuya and Xiaoro eating so deliciously, she also had some cravings. Nettlewolf, can I have a slice too? Qin Shuang also inquired. It just so happened that this time, Yi Fan had grilled the fish fillets, and there were still 2 more. Yi Fan sniffed and didn't mince words, immediately handing a piece to Qin Shuang as well. Thanks. Qin Frost took it and subconsciously said, she's also curious. Can you really eat what Netflix wolf baked? Was it tasty? Thinking so, Qin Shuang also took a bite. Soon, she too was overwhelmed by the skills of the nettle wolf. Yummy. In 3 tries, Qin Shuang finished a piece of fish fillet, and at this moment, the remaining fish fillet hack went inside Yi Fan's stomach again. In front of him, though, were a few more skewers of chicken wings, beef and lamb. 2 pieces of fish fillets naturally couldn't fill up Yi Fan's stomach, and he immediately hit on other ingredients. Oh, nettle wolf, you baked so much. A person. No, a wolf shouldn't be able to finish it. Give me some more, haha, I'll brush the oil for you. Xiaorou had also finished her fish fillet at this time, and when she saw Yi Fan's action, a smile appeared on her face again. Of course she'd like to eat something baked by a nettle wolf if it was good. The bottom line is that what Netflix wolf roasts appears to be a little extra novel to eat. Lin Shu also didn't say anything, but came up next to him, apparently meaning the same thing. As for Qin Shuang, after eating a piece of fish fillet, he was also a bit addicted and came over with his eyes too. Seeing this, Xiaorou couldn't help but laugh a little. Sister Qin Shuang, are you forgetting something? Forgot what? Xiaorou reminded. You forgot what you just said, didn't you? Didn't you want to repay Nettle Wolf by personally baking something for him to eat? How come now it's the other way around and he's baking you something? Hearing this, Qin Shuang was stunned and couldn't help but smile sarcastically. It seems like there really is such a thing, but the nettlesome wolf seems to be roasted much better, and if I were to do it, I would only be slightly roasted. Hearing the 3 women's conversation, Yi Fan instantly rolled his eyes. You think you're a barbecue tool man? Yi Fan secretly snorted coldly, but he didn't drive the 3 women away. If they walked away, he'd have some trouble trying to add seasoning. The most important thing was that the 3 women's appetite were not big, so it didn't matter if they helped them bake it. It was only the next thing that made Yi Fan not think. After the new round of stuff was baked, even Paycheck Green and the others ran over to claim it. No way. It was really too good for Yi Fan to bake in style. After Fu Qing couldn't help but claim it as well. The other staff members couldn't sit still. Mostly, the Netflix wolf grills something that's delicious, and it's a status that makes all this barbecue seem extraordinary. Yi Fan was speechless. Who is entertaining who at this barbecue conference? Chapter 127, The Netflix Wolf will open a barbecue stall in the future. Yi Fan was speechless. At first, baking for Lin Shuya and Xiaorou. Even so, it doesn't matter if you add a Qin Frost. But behind them, Fu Qing and the others ran over. What's going on? Oh, it's so good. Wow. Is the Netflix Wolf barbecue that good? Give me another string. Give me another string. I want one too. Give me a bunch. In the beginning, the crowd around Yi Fan was still very orderly. However, when it came to the back, several people were scrambling for the food that Yi Fan had baked. Yi Fan was a bit uncertain at first. It's backwards to understand. The 3 of you, Xiaorou Lin Shuya, are okay. The people from fucking studio, after grabbing his barbecue, didn't eat it first, but took pictures to remember it, or simply made a video. Noticing this scene, Yi Fan immediately darkened his face. But what made Yi Fan the most speechless was that after he started barbecuing, the other 3 barbecue grills, surprisingly, were left unattended. Obviously you can take something to bake over there. Yi Fan roasted until he was sweating profusely and finally gave up his burden. Asterisk. No more baking. Can't win at baking. Yi Fan placed the grilled food in his hand on top of the grill and walked out with a shake of his head. Xiaorou and the others couldn't help but be stunned. Nettle Wolf, no roast? Yi Fan didn't reply. He just walked straight towards Double Happiness and the other wolves. As a matter of fact, Yi Fan's decision not to bake was also due to wolves such as Double Happiness. These guys have waited so long. They haven't gotten a single skewer of barbecue yet. Yi Fan was afraid of them scurrying around, so he ran over to pacify them. Poor Double Happiness and the other wolves. They've been hungry for a long time. Seeing Yi Fan coming over, he immediately greeted him anxiously. Brother Yi Fan, what took you so long? Weren't you just baking us something to eat? Hee, big brother Yi Fan, why do you smell so fragrant of roasted meat? Where's the roasted meat? Boss Yi Fan, we want to eat roasted meat. Hearing the words of the wolves such as Double Happiness, Yi Fan instantly blushed in his old face. Just now he was so focused on eating for himself and baking for Xiaorou and the girls that he forgot about the Double Happiness and other wolves. Thinking of this, Yi Fan coughed and said, those humans are very bad. I did originally roast it for you to eat, only they snatched it over. I can't handle that many of them on my own, so I'll just have to come back this way first. But don't you worry, they'll be voluntarily roasting them over for us soon. In fact, it was just as Yifan thought. After seeing Yifan return to the wolf side, Xiaorou, several people were dumbfounded. Is this nettle wolf angry? It's possible. Oh, he bakes things he can't even eat himself. Geez, I told you guys it was too much to let nettle wolf burn something for you to eat. The nettle wolf must be angry. Hurry up and coax it. The studio, all of them, got a little worried. On the contrary, Xiaorou and Lin Shuyi knew that Yifan would not get angry so easily. However, they could also see Yifan's lazy attitude to serve again. Zoe, what now? The one who cared the most about Yifan's attitude was, of course, Fu Qing, and she's got a video to make. After she saw the nettle wolf walk away, she rushed to Rose's side and asked. Zoe smiled and shook her head. It's okay, boss, but now that nettle wolf isn't baking, we'll have to bake our own if we want to eat it. By the way, those wolves haven't eaten yet. Hearing this, Fu Qing nodded without even thinking. That's the way it should be. I was going to let Sue and the girls bake it. Those wolves I haven't forgotten either. That's all. Yifan was finally idle. A few moments later, the studio people, led by Zoe, took the skewers of barbecue to this side of the pergola. Here comes the barbecue. Before Rose Person arrived, the sound of laughter had already come first. Barbecue, Double Happiness and other wolves had their spirits lifted. From a distance, they also smelled the pungent aroma. Boss, is this barbecue? It smells really good. It also looks as if it's delicious. When Xiaorou and the others brought the barbecue, Double Happiness and the other wolves all glowed with wolf eyes. Look at you guys, you have no talent. There will be a lot of good food waiting for you after you follow me. Eat up. Yifan shook his head and lost his smile. Hearing Yifan's words, Double Happiness and the other wolves got excited. They feasted on those fancy barbecues. Seeing the wolves madly grabbing the barbecue, Xiaorou and the others couldn't help but smile. Fu Qing, the boss, was once again at the side, commanding, shoot here, film the whole thing and edit it when you get to it. Seeing the pack of wolves feeding, Fu Qing's eyes glowed. The Netflix wolf barbecue, in her opinion, does make for good content. The same is true of the pack of wolves feeding at the moment. Put it on the internet, it's all going to be a hit video. And indeed, it does. That night, after Xiaorou edited the video of Fu Qing and the others and put it online, it immediately caused another sensation. Holy, what is Netflix wolf doing? He's barbecuing. I can't go that far, or I'll report you to Guijia for slicing. Netflix wolf barbecue seems to be delicious. I'm drooling just looking at it. Netflix wolf is interested in coming to work at our barbecue restaurant, with a salary of $3,000 a month. If you can hire a barbecue chef upstairs, I'll eat at your house every day. Go with me? Go with me. What are you talking about? Nettle wolf broke away from the pack in the first place because he couldn't stand the wolf culture, and now you're letting him go to MT. Which class? Ha ha ha. Letting Netflix wolf work at a barbecue restaurant is better than letting him set up a barbecue stand for us to patronize. Yes. I want to eat what Netflix wolf baked too. Let him set up his stall. I'll patronize it every day. On the internet, the buzz is overwhelming. At this time, inside Fu Qing's studio, it was also very lively. Fu Qing and the others, as well as Xiaorou, were all there. Seeing the video sent out by Xiaorou, the real-time data was spiking and every one of them was excited, especially people like Fu Qing. Netflix Wolf's continued hot streak has given the girls even more confidence in their next live collaboration. Ro, did you really talk to Netflix Wolf? And you'll really be able to cooperate with us for the live broadcast in a few days. Fu Qing returned to his senses and once again inquired to the smiling Xiaorou. Today's barbecue conference, a successful conclusion. Taking this opportunity, the guys from their studio did have some contact with Netflix Wolf. It wasn't much of a closeness, but at least it mixed things up. And during this time together, they were surprised to find that the Nettle Wolf was, well, very stable. This gave them confidence, and more confidence. Don't worry, boss, as long as you take care of everything else, I'll get you the Nettle Wolf back then even if I have to catch it. Zoe practically patted her chest in reassurance. Hearing this, Fu Qing laughed. There's no need to be so exaggerated. Netflix wolves are still very easy to get along with. Thinking of that giant wolf with amazing intelligence, Fu Qing was also joyful. Chapter 128 Wolves Excited. Unexpected Visitor. The Other Side. After the barbecue conference, Yifan also returned to the lair with Double Happiness and the other wolves. Big brother Yifan, when else can we have a big meal? It was so good. I want more. That leaning corn is a real one-trick pony. Up until this point, the wolves still looked uninterested, especially this one, Proctor, who, until now, had been biting into a corn that he planned to save for a late-night snack. Yifan shook his head and lost his smile, not being too surprised. As a matter of fact, this time he exclaimed, especially the veggies that are grilled in the back or something else. Yifan swept a glance at the wolves and realized that these meat-eating guys were now somewhat in love with vegetarianism. If this development continues, shouldn't all these wild wolves become monk wolves in the future? Oh, Yifan secretly lost his smile and turned to encourage. If you want to eat a big meal, there's always a time. You'll get to eat more delicious food next if you keep working hard. Yifan continued to draw the pie up again. But when you do the math, he's not exactly a pie in the sky. All because many of the things he said have come true one by one. As a result, all the wolves, including the Wolf King, were excited at the words. Ow, ow, ow. The entire wolf pack, all of them, barked in agitation. The wolves howled for a long time. Yifan nodded secretly. Still, seeing that there were only about 30 wolves, he felt it was a bit low. He would be able to support more of his men if he could make money in the future. It's just a little wolf. No pressure at all. The corner of Yifan's mouth curled up. The bottom line, of course, was that he would need more wolves in the future as his business got bigger and bigger to make it work. Thinking of this, Yifan immediately instructed Double Happiness and Wolf King, "You three, now go out and see if you can recruit more members as well. And starting tomorrow, if you go to business, you don't need so many wolves to go together. Half go to business, and pretty much come back, and put more effort into recruiting members." Hearing this, Double Happiness naturally had no problem with it. Even the Wolf King, his spirit was lifted. Recruiting more members means, naturally, more power for their 3 ministers. Realizing this, all 3 wolves perked up. Double happiness and excitement. They had the illusion that both of them seemed like they were going to be wolf kings. It was all because in these few days, Yifan was acting as a shirker. And what are they, who are in charge of the wolves, if not wolf kings? The excitement of the 2 wolves at the thought was palpable. After all, the reason why they were willing to follow Yifan, apart from succumbing to his lecherous authority, they also just wanted to fill their stomachs. But now, filling your stomach is just the minimum benefit. On top of that, there are actually more perks. Those snacks, roasted lamb, roasted bear, or now barbecue, are all delicacies they couldn't access before. Now, yet it's all been tried. One of the snacks that are still available in unlimited quantities. If that was all there was to it, so be it. But now, Yifan had also given them powers that they had never had before. This is too good to be true. The Double Happiness looked at each other and both saw the excitement in each other's eyes. Sure, to be the most excited, it was actually the Wolf King. It was so excited it spun right in place. The nostrils became ragged. As time passed, it felt more and more that becoming under Yifan was the right decision. All because it is now 10 times, 100 times better off than it was before. All that food and drink just blew it away, going to places that the Wolf King had never thought of, either. Surprisingly, they were still able to make contact with humans and even interact as if they were making friends. Sure, the best part is, now Yifan also had to recruit a large number of members. Then wouldn't it now be equivalent to another degree of Wolf King? Wonderful. At this moment, the corners of the Wolf King's mouth were harder to suppress than AK, and apart from the 3 wolves, the rest of the coyotes were, likewise, excited. They weren't leaders, but there were more wolves, and they naturally had all sorts of better perks as older members. As a matter of fact, Suming had already intentionally differentiated between coyotes of various positions. The new wolves are definitely treated less favorably than the old ones. In this way, it can also maximize the motivation of the wolves to work. After arranging the wolves such as Double Happiness, Yifan went back to the lair. At this time, Lin Shuyet and Xiao Rou both sent messages over. Yifan, in a couple of days our studio should be renovated. Come over and visit. Haha. Netflix Wolf, the last story, was a big hit. Can you cooperate with me on a new one? Yifan couldn't help but look odd when he saw the 2 men's messages. He hadn't expected that just after he came back on his side, Lin Shuyet and Xiao Rou would send messages to ask him out again. Seeing the way Xiao Rou addressed herself, Su Ming couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth rise. Zoe, right now, seemed to be very fond of calling his name inside messages. Of course, Yifan was willing to see such a situation. All because of this situation, it also shows how affectionate Zoe is to him. Yifan was naturally willing to get closer to Xiao Rou. As for Lin Shu also, Yifan was of a similar mindset. If anything, Yifan was a valuable person to Xiao Rou and Lin Shuya and the others. Then the reverse is actually true. Xiao Rou and Lin Shuya were also considered Yifan's valuables. They are kind of complementary to each other. Mutual achievement. Thinking of this, Yifan immediately sent a message back to Xiao Rou and Lin Shuya. Naturally, they all agreed. Time, though, he ignored, instead leaving the 2 of them, Xiao Rou and Lin Shuya, to coordinate together. According to the schedule of the 2, Yifan felt that it would be Lin Shuyi who would look for himself first. After all, the Peking's live room got faster and the supplier had to be contacted. It takes time to go back and forth. It was just that what Yifan did not expect was that the one who came to find himself first was not Lin Shuyi, nor Xiaorou, but instead, it was Qin Shuang, the director of the Wildlife Protection Station. Day 2. Yifan continued to send Double Happiness and the other wolves out to do their work, while he, on the other hand, stayed inside the lair, enjoying a rare moment of leisure. Sure, he wasn't completely idle, either, but was in the lair, swiping through the jitterbugs on his cell phone. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yifan intended to watch his videos, all over again. After all, he's going to be picking up the internet bull, after all, and it helps to look at that. His own videos, who the audience is, and what the viewers like to see on a daily basis. He intends to find out. It was just that Yifan hadn't looked at it for long when a sound of a car traveling came over. Yifan was stunned, and subconsciously thought it was Lin Shuya, or else Xiaorou, but what made him wonder was that neither of them had sent a message ahead of time. Who could it be? Yifan suspiciously walked over to take a look, only to see an unexpected figure. Sheen Frost, what did she come to see herself for? Yifan was surprised and suddenly discovered another somewhat unfamiliar figure. Chapter 129, Letting Nettlewolf Handle a Murder Case? Yifan didn't expect that the first person who came to find himself was not Xiaorou or Lin Shuya. Instead, it was Sheen Frost, the director of the Tibetan Wildlife Protection Station. Besides her, there was a somewhat unfamiliar figure. Suddenly seeing the two, Yifan couldn't help but freeze. After thinking about it, Yifan also welcomed him out. To be honest, Yifan was a bit upset when Qin Shuang suddenly brought someone to his door like this. After all, this lair of his didn't want to be publicized. Good on. Qin Shuang also had a certain amount of discretion. Instead of driving straight to the nest with the man, she stopped the car right near the nest. Then, Yifan saw Qin Shuang say a few words to that person, and then walked towards this side alone. Yifan's gaze flickered. He then came before Qin Shuang. "Ow!" Yifan directly called out, stating his dissatisfaction. Qin Shuang also seemed to understand Yifan's dissatisfaction. As soon as they met, she opened her mouth and apologized. "I'm sorry, Nettlewolf, I brought someone to trouble you, but things are urgent, and you're the only one I can think of." "What?" Yifan couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. What kind of talk is that? What a state of emergency. What's going on? Qin Shuang continued with a stony face. "This time around, there is actually something I want to ask you to help with." Yifan didn't say anything. He just used a pair of wolf eyes and quietly looked at Qin Shuang. What the hell is going on? The other side has to make a special trip, and he's just a wolf. What can he do to help the other side? Yifan was a bit strange. Immediately afterward, Qin Shuang finally stated the purpose of his visit this time. After Yifan heard this, he came to a realization. Original. Qin Shuang brought that person, the female chief of the Tibetan police station. The reason why she and Qin Shuang had come to Yifan was also very simple. There have been murders in the Tibetan area. This time, the case has very bad repercussions, all because the current Tibetan area had become hot because of Yifan. There is an endless stream of tourists coming over here every day. The arrival of these tourists has made the economy of the Tibetan region take off straight away. It was at this time of the year that such a case occurred. The top brass took it very seriously and have ordered that the murderer be caught as soon as possible and the case be closed quickly. Otherwise, the heat brought on by the Netflix wolf would most likely be destroyed by this case. But here's the thing. It's a little difficult to close this case, all because the people at the police station have identified the murderer, but they can't find him. That's right, the murderer escaped. He doesn't take any transportation and disappears into thin air. The police station chief and his colleagues speculated that the murderer had most likely escaped into the Tibetan no man's land. It was the only way to avoid them. For this reason, the director of the police station approached Qinshan, a wildlife conservation station. At first, they didn't want to ask Yifan for help. They just wanted to learn some wildlife knowledge and wilderness precautions from Qin Shuang. By the way, borrow some tools and stuff, but spare me. The female director is still unsure. After all, it was a no man's land with a lot of wildlife and a treacherous environment, so it was not easy to find a fugitive from it. Seeing the female director's difficulty, Qin Shuang was suddenly struck by an idea and thought of Nettlewolf. Yeah, for the female director and others, trying to find that fugitive in no man's land is obviously 1,000 times harder, but it's apparently not hard for Netflix wolves. So it was that Qin Shuang recommended Netflix wolf to the female director. Have them ask the Netflix wolves to help with the search. Qin Shuang's words clearly reminded the female director. The female director was just refreshed when she heard that at the time. In fact, the female director is no stranger to Netflix wolves. Between them, there is still a crossover. For example, on weekdays when the roads are congested and the traffic marshals are understaffed, Some people from their police stations will be deployed to help direct the traffic. Another example was the last time Yifan led the wolves and attacked those two human traffickers. It was the female director who handled the aftermath of that one. And thinking about the magic of the nettle wolf, the female director naturally asked Qin Xuan to bring her to find it. And so, too, the scene at hand occurred. Understanding, Yifan fell into a deep thought. As Qin Xuan had said, trying to go in and arrest someone in no man's land was very difficult for the female director and the others. For Yifan, it was a breeze. Especially, in Yifan's hands, there was still a wolf pack. However, helping out for no reason was not Yifan's style. He usually blackmails people for a few packets of snacks when he's pouting. Now that you've done the police station such a big favor, you have to show something, right? Thinking like this, Yifan looked at Qin Xuan. Ow! Instead of nodding, he barked. Qin Xuan looked at Yifan with anticipation, and when she saw his reaction, she couldn't help but be stunned. Obviously, he didn't comprehend Yifan's meaning. Ow! What? Well, it's simply chicken and egg. Yifan thought about it and had to compare. It's still relatively easy to express payoffs and whatnot with actions. Yifan extended his claws, two of which, gently crossed and rubbed up. Seeing Yifan's actions, Qin Xuan was even more confused. She then realized that she seemed to be unable to communicate with Yifan. After all, she wasn't Ro and didn't have that special ability. That is, the ability to hear what the Netflix wolf means. However, looking at Yifan's movements at this moment, Qin Xuan vaguely felt something familiar. After mulling it over for a moment, her eyes suddenly lit up. Do you want money? Or do you want something? Qin Xuan finally understood what Yifan meant. This is a demand for payment. Understanding, Qin Xuan's face was odd. Yifan nodded his head with a straight face. If you want to ask him for help, it's normal to pay him a little, and it wasn't that easy to find someone. If Yifan wanted to find someone, he definitely wouldn't be a wolf by himself, but he would bring along the wolves under him. Don't you need to consume that many wolves together? The corner of Yifan's mouth curled up. Then he shook his head in the direction of the female director. Qin Xuan was stunned and quickly understood. I'll go over and ask then. Qin Xuan turned toward the vehicle. Inside the car, the female director was sitting in the passenger seat. Looking at Qin Xuan's exchanges with the nettle wolf, she couldn't help but look surprised. Up until this point, she was still a little confused. Will Nettle Wolf really agree to help them? No, the question now was Qin Xuan really able to communicate with the Nettle Wolf? Thinking so, the female director hurriedly asked Qin Xuan, who was walking over, how is it? Qin Xuan nodded. He agreed, but with conditions. What? It's really promised. The female director sniffed in amazement. So the Nettle Wolf really heard Qin Xuan's words and was willing to help. Only, there are conditions. The female director's face turned odd. Still, she reacted and hastily asked, conditions? What are they? Chapter 130 Netflix Wolf's Conditions. 3 sheep payments. The female director's face was odd, but she still asked Qin Xuan about it. Hearing this, Qin Xuan laughed bitterly. Nettle Wolf said that it's fine to help, but you have to pay. That's the payment. At that, the female director was also baffled. She glanced over to the Nettle Wolf, her expression growing more and more odd. Never in a million years would I have thought that would be the case. She had thought of many scenarios before coming here, and had expected the Nettle Wolf to refuse, but it just didn't occur to her that the Netflix wolf would come to her for money in payment. Returning to her senses, the female director asked, I don't think it's useful for him to ask for money. What kind of payment does he want? With that, the female director agreed. She just didn't know what Nettle Wolf wanted. Qin Xuan naturally didn't know, and she added, I'll go ask it again. Saying so, Qin Xuan also blushed oddly. What would Netflix wolves want to be paid? Ask me what I'm being paid for? Hearing Qin Xuan's reply, the corner of Yifan's mouth curled slightly. As the lady director said, he really doesn't want money. Even if he wanted money, he would not look for this female director to ask for it. Otherwise, wouldn't other people know the circumstances under which he was able to spend money? So it's better to ask for stuff if you're paid. What's it going to be? Yifan thought about it and quickly had an idea. Then let it be sheep. 1 head is not enough. 3. Yifan put forward his conditions. Unfortunately, Qin Xuan still didn't understand. After all, she couldn't understand wolf speak, and likewise, she didn't have the tacit understanding that Little and Rouge had for themselves. After thinking about it, Yifan still decided that it was better to compare things. However, this time, Yifan didn't gesture out of thin air, but instead scratched up on the ground. Sheep. Qin Xuan was a bit puzzled at first, but he soon saw the outline that Yifan had drawn clearly. Isn't that just a sheep? The Netflix wolf wants to be paid. A sheep. You do want a goat, don't you? Qin Xuan asked. If that's the case, it's quite normal. However, At this time Qin Shuang couldn't help but think of the several times Yifan had eaten roasted sheep situations. Does it mean that he wants to use it to make roast lamb? It had to be said that Qin Shuang was still a fast thinker. Yifan demanded the sheep. Indeed, to roast it, can't ask for money, so that's all he can ask for. Snacks are definitely not necessary, but sheep are different. With the sheep, he was able to paint a bigger pie for wolves like double happiness. Of course, one sheep was not enough, so under Qin Shuang's dumbfounded gaze, Yifan drew 2 more sheep. With the first 2, that makes 3 sheep, and this was exactly the reward Yifan demanded. Seeing Yifan stop his movements and look up at himself, Qin Shuang also came back to her senses. You want 3 sheep? Yifan smiled and nodded his head. 3 sheep, that should be enough for a while too. Qin Shuang confirmed and then walked towards the female director with amusement. Well, what did he say? Seeing Qin Shuang return, the female director asked again urgently. This time, Qin Frost and the net red wolf talk time, then the last time even longer. The female director couldn't help but become greatly curious. What in the world did Qin Frost say to Nettlewolf? And what kind of payment will Netflix Wolf demand? Qin Shuang didn't sell himself short and directly laughed. It's a sheep. The Netflix Wolf wants to be paid as a sheep. A 3-headed sheep. Upon hearing this, the female director blinked and froze a bit. Qin Frost also really negotiated with Nettlewolf. How the hell did she talk about it? Thinking of this, the female director couldn't help but ask. Station Chief Qin, are you really able to communicate with the Nettlewolf? How do you guys communicate with each other? Hearing this, Qin Shuang smiled. Instead of me communicating with the Nettlewolf, it's the Nettlewolf communicating with me. Just now, I actually couldn't even understand Nettlewolf's words, but it was as if he understood me. And instead, in some way, he made me understand what he meant. This way? What way? Hearing the female director's question, a smile appeared on Qin Shuang's face. Netflix Wolf, he just drew 3 sheep on the ground. At that, the female director froze. That's okay. Oops, this doesn't matter. What matters is that the Nettlewolf just wants 3 sheep. That shouldn't be too hard for you, director, should it? Hearing this, the female director nodded. Indeed, 3 sheep is nothing. As long as the culprits could be caught this time, not to mention 3 sheep, even 30 would be no problem. Then tell him I said yes and see when he can get out. Hearing this, Qin Frost nodded there again and walked towards the web-slinging wolf to convey the female director's meaning. When she was done, she asked Nettlewolf, is it time to leave now? We'll just drive and give you a ride? This time, however, Nettlewolf responded in a way that Qin Shuang couldn't read. He was seen nodding and shaking his head. Qin Shuang froze. What does this mean? This time, Yifan didn't explain, but violently let out a wolf howl. Ow! Soon, the 3 wolves that had stayed behind came at the sound of the noise and quickly ran wildly in front of Yifan. This, Qin Shuang froze even more, confused as to what Yifan meant. The female director, who was sitting in the car, also couldn't help but be stunned, her eyes flashing with vigilance. How is it that all of a sudden Nettlewolf summoned more coyotes over? Could it be that they couldn't talk and wanted to disadvantage Qin Shuang? Thinking of this, the female director couldn't sit still and hurriedly stepped out of the car, heading towards Qin Shuang. Station Chief Qin, what's going on? What's Nettlewolf doing here? Qin Shuang was a bit confused. I don't know. The female director sniffed and frowned, but still went to Qin Shuang's side and looked at the Nettlewolf with some caution. Yifan glanced at the female director and ignored it. Instead, his mouth opened and closed and said something to the 3 summoned wolves. Soon, the 3 wild wolves twisted their heads and ran out wildly under the puzzled gazes of Qin Shuang and the female director. Qin Frost and the female director, even more unintelligible. Yifan, however, did not explain, and after glancing at Qin Shuang and the female director, he wailed and returned to the nest. When he arrived at the nest, Yifan sent separate messages to Xiaowei and Lin Shuya, sensing the matter of his going out, lest the 2 come to themselves during this period and pounce. At this time, however, Qin Shuang and the female director, who remained outside, were somewhat dumbfounded. What is the meaning of this? Did Nettlewolf arrange for those 3 coyotes to find it? The female director couldn't help but speculate. Qin Shuang sniffed and revealed a strange look. That's not right. Netflix Wolf doesn't know where the person is yet, and he doesn't know what the person looks like, so how can he find them? The female director was stunned. Yes, what's going on here? But soon, and they understood, less than half an hour, there was a strong sound of frantic running all around. Qin Shuang and the female director realized that the sound was the same as when the 3 wolves ran wild just now, but this time, it was countless times denser. This is, Qin Shuang and the female director's hearts fluttered, and then they saw a shocking scene, only to see that a large group of wolf shadows had suddenly appeared in the direction where the 3 wild wolves had left just now. It's the wolves. At this moment, both Qin Shuang and the female director understood the meaning of the Nettlewolf just now. He's summoning the wolves. Chapter 131 Neatly Organized Wolves. The moment Qin Shuang and the female director understood, it turned out that Nettle Wolf had just now, letting those 3 wolves leave, was summoning the wolves. Realizing this, Qin Shuang smiled bitterly. The female director, on the other hand, was glowing. Big brother Yifan, boss Yifan, we're back. Brother Yifan, the man was in the lair, and Yifan also heard the wild running and the calls of the wolves outside. He sent another message with Xiaorou, Lin Shuya, before he schlepped out of the nest and walked outside. Assemble! Yifan came outside and Shuangshi roared in a hurry. At this time, the situation that had surprised Qin Shuang and the female director appeared once again, only to see those wolves stop violently and line up neatly when they arrived in front of Yifan. That's right, it's neatly arranged. I've seen a lot of wolves in disarray, but this is the first time I've seen such a neat and organized pack. Qin Shuang sked up. The female director, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. In a trance, she saw in these coyotes the aura of a soldier's order. What's going on here? A pack of coyotes that would line up so well. Yifan saw this scene but was not surprised. Instead, he secretly nodded his head. Nice. As a matter of fact, when Yifan was planning to expand the wolf pack, he started to teach the wolf pack formation, lining up and all that, intentionally or unintentionally. There was no doubt that as the wolves grew in numbers, it would surely devolve into that chaotic situation. When the time came to gather, it would be noisy like a downtown. That kind of situation, Yifan was not willing to see. What he needed, indeed, was something akin to an army of wolves. This will make it much easier to manage and do whatever. And by this time, Yifan's teachings were beginning to bear fruit. But what satisfied Yifan the most was not the formation of the wolves, but the number. Compared to 2 days ago, the number of wolves at this time, heck, there were already more than 40. The tasks that Yifan had explained down to the wolves such as double happiness had all been carried out well. It had only been less than 2 days and several more wolves had been recruited. 40 wolves gathered together were already quite imposing. Very well, you have been called back this time for an important mission. A man has made a mistake and escaped to no man's land. When the time comes we'll go and capture him. After catching it, we'll reward you with a roasted whole goat then. Yifan's few words went down, and the wolves immediately boiled over again. Veteran wolves, such as Double Happiness, immediately drooled, and a few of the newer wolves joined in, while their wolf eyes lit up. They, the new additions, have already experienced the appeal of snacking, but from what I hear from those veteran wolves, grilled meat is better than snacks. Roast lamb, roast bear, ow, the wolves growled. Both Qin Frost and the female director were startled. Seeing this, Yifan raised his hand and pressed. The wolves immediately quieted. When Qin Frost and the female director saw this, they couldn't help but be even more amazed. Only next, Yifan came to Qin Shuang and signaled the wolves. This time, Qin Shuang finally understood what Yifan meant. Nettle Wolf, you mean we're driving you and the pack together? Hearing this, Yifan nodded. Qin Shuang looked at the female director. The female director instantly understood. This vehicle definitely can't take so many wolves. In that case, I'll immediately deploy a vehicle over. The female director also made an instant decision, and hurriedly took out her phone to notify her men to deploy vehicles over. Noteworthy. This time, the female director was bringing her men to the protection station to look for Qin Shuang. Her men, at this point, stayed at the protection station. And so it was. Moments later, one of the constables under the female director drove up in a van. Seeing this, Qin Frost and the female director rushed forward to meet them. The female director was going to give this constable some explanation so that he wouldn't be afraid of the wolves. But just then, Qin Shuang had taken the initiative to say, "Director, this van, let me drive it." Can you do it? Will it be dangerous? The female director asked in a low voice as she glanced at the reticulated wolf and the pack. Don't worry, the reticulated wolves won't hurt anyone, and for the others, just let them sit in the back. On this point, Qin Frost trusted Nettlewolf very much. After all, it's something that's been tried and tested many times. As for those wolves, or the possibility of injuring someone, there was no need to worry about it if there was a reticulated wolf present. Hearing this, the female director thought about it and nodded. As far as she knew, Qin Shuang and Nettlewolf should still be very close. This was known from the fact that Qin Shuang knew about the other party's lair and brought her to the door. How did the other side know the location of the nest and how did they communicate with each other if the relationship wasn't good? Thinking of this, the female director also arranged for her men to get out of the car, so that he could leave in a car with her. Of course, the female director didn't let her guard down, but eyed the side of the Nettle Wolf. After waiting for Qin Shuang to get on the car, Yifan didn't drag his feet and immediately gave an order. Get in this car and stay there, one at a time, no messing around. Hearing Yifan's words, a group of wild wolves immediately walked up to the van under the leadership of Double Happiness. the van was still quite large, and it wasn't too crowded with 40 coyotes climbing into it. Well, don't yell and scream, let's get near there before we start moving. Yi Fan made some arrangements, and only then did he climb into the co-pilot with confidence. Next to him was Qin Shuang, who was holding the steering wheel. Director, is this okay? The constable was startled at the sight and asked the female director. The female director was also a little startled by the sight. After all, in her mind, the reticulated wolf should have stayed in the trunk of the car like any other coyote. What I didn't realize was that the reticulated wolf climbed right into the passenger side, with such a close distance. Even if she knew that Qin Shuang and Nettle Wolf had a good relationship, she couldn't help but leisurely worry a little. The female director looked at Qin Shuang. Seemingly noticing the female director's gaze, Qin Shuang looked over and nodded, signaling reassurance. The female director mused for a moment before she said, "It's okay, let's go." Upon hearing this, the constable was slightly relieved, and then drove off ahead of him. Qin Shuang immediately started the vehicle as well and followed, but gripping the steering wheel, Qin Shuang was still a little nervous. She was nervous not because she was afraid of the reticulated wolf attacking her, but she was a little worried about carrying so many coyotes. After all, carrying so many coyotes, it would be a problem if there was a car accident. So along the way, Qin Shuang drove carefully. Luckily, the journey went smoothly and there were no mishaps. Carrying the wolves, Qin Shuang smoothly drove them to the wildlife protection station. It's worth noting that this is also the departure point. Here the female director rejoined her men. Just what the female director didn't expect was that there were two pretty girls in the protection station besides her constable's men. Arriving at the protection station, Yi Fan couldn't help but be surprised to see two beautiful girls welcoming him. Chapter 132. Today's going to be a big deal. Ow! Yi Fan tilted his head and let out a long roar, his eyes scarlet and incomparable. All the beasts could not help but retreat in the midst of this roar that was filled with the aura of a beast king, and even those beasts that were originally still besieging the Tianshan wild wolf were likewise doing the same. What's this guy gonna do? He looked down at Bai Xiuhu. A look of contemplation appeared in his eyes. Killing is a little bit bad to kill. Although he and the Lord of the Heavenly Mountain in the future is 100% to be divided into life and death. But at the moment, he is really not able to beat the latter. The hell knows that if he got his son killed, the Lord of the Heavenly Mountain will suddenly go crazy. But just let go is not good either. Just as Yi Fan was pondering on how he should deal with Bai Xiuhu, a violent tremor suddenly came out from the opposite side of the hill behind him, as if there was some kind of behemoth that was rushing over. Moo dash! A huge black bison that was a full paw meters long and weighed what looked like about 4 tons leapt out of the hill. And when he landed, the earth trembled with him, and the immutable tundra of Tianshan Mountain was directly stepped out by him into 4 small pits. Second uncle, help me! When Bai Xiuhu saw this bison, a flash of excitement suddenly appeared on his face, and he spoke with a face full of panic. This guy is going to kill me. Where did that little brute come from and dare to harm our nephew? The huge black bison turned his gaze towards Yi Fan. A look of deep concentration appeared in his eyes. He could be said to be the number 2 person in the entire Tianshan mountain range, second only to the Lord of Tianshan as a strong person. Originally his territory was far away from here, but just now, the Lord of Tianshan suddenly asked him to make a trip to the bottom of the mountain, and as a result, he just happened to see this scene at the moment. So it is the son of the Lord of the Heavenly Mountain was beaten. But on this kind of thing still want me to help you to come? Is really do not take me as a green onion but it is also true that he is only relying on the bloodline of his ancestor, the king of consuming bulls, while he is a real Tianshan supreme powerhouse, and it would be a hell of a thing for him to look at himself, injuring my eldest brother's son and harming so many of my Heavenly Mountain's living beings. You deserve to die. The black consuming bull directly trampled over towards Yi Fan. That horrible size and weight could bring a very horrible oppressive force. Even Yi Fan couldn't help but break out in some cold sweat. It was unthinkable that there was actually such a strong person in the Tianshan mountain range other than the Lord of Tianshan Mountain. The pressure he brought upon himself was even better than the Mastiff King. However, it wasn't like he couldn't fight if he put his bloodline ability to good use. The corner of Yi Fan's mouth lifted into a smile, and a cold aura flickered under his eyes as he spoke. Just with you? Also worthy of letting me die? The black consumption ox seemed to understand Yi Fan's words and immediately became furious. His hooves kicked fiercely at Yi Fan, but at this time, Yi Fan suddenly disappeared. Swish! Yi Fan's figure strangely disappeared, and the black consuming bull's hoof viciously kicked in the air. How is that possible? The black consuming bull was shocked, and a stunned and incomparable look spread across the bottom of his eyes, because Yi Fan just disappeared into thin air. His figure was completely uncatchable. Boom! In the next second, Yi Fan suddenly appeared behind the black consuming bull, and immediately after that, he exerted all his strength and slapped his claw hard on the black consuming bull's head, sending the bison staggering. Bang bang bang! Yi Fan swung his claws continuously, each stroke carrying a furious force, creating wounds in various parts of the wild rat bull's body. Ah! The black consuming bull let out a roar, and its entire body shook violently, actually forming a wave of air that sent Yifan flying. Kid, you're pissing me off. The black consumption ox was drenched in blood, adding a lot of pugnacity to his body, and then he directly charged towards Yifan, and the earth seemed to be trembling with his movement. Yifan narrowed his eyes. It was unexpected that this guy was so big in size and actually had such a terrifying speed that he actually could not see it clearly. Moreover, his skin and flesh is thicker than a normal person's imagination. Don't look at Yifan just hit very cool, but in fact, this guy did not suffer much injury. However, this also precisely proves its terrible place. This wild consuming bull should be the same type of powerhouse as the Mastiff King, or even better, the physique was incredibly strong. Yifan estimated that even if he attacked with all his might, he would only be able to reach the level of breaking defense. That would be an opportunity for me. A glint appeared in Yifan's eyes. He had swallowed a medicinal herb before he went out. He hadn't even exerted much effort in the previous battles, so he hadn't digested much of the medicinal power, whereas the black consuming bull under his eyes was a strong enemy that Yifan had to be careful and had to go all out to deal with. What's more, this guy's system is the same as the Mastiff King, and he has experience in dealing with it, so he's the best person to fight with. Come on! A flash of bloodthirsty killing opportunity appeared on Yifan's face, and immediately after, his figure exploded and flashed, and in an instant, he rushed to the black consuming bull's body, and then he violently stretched out his claws and clasped its body in a deadly embrace. Hiss! The black consumption bull's skin was incredibly rough and hard, so it was difficult for an ordinary person to touch it, but Yifan's sharp claws were like iron hooks, instantly leaving several hideous scars on its body. Roar! The black consumption ox let out a wailing sound under the pain, and his body kept swaying, trying to break Yifan off his back. Get off me! Yifan roared as he powered up his arms and directly pressed the black consuming bull's head to the ground. Rumble! The black consumption ox was prostrated by Yifan's pressure, and two deep pits appeared on the ground. Moo dash! The black consumption ox twisted his body hard, wanting to get rid of Yifan's bondage, but he couldn't use much strength in his current position. It was being held down by Yifan in the snow. Is that all you got? A cold smile could not help but appear on Yifan's face, but suddenly, he felt something in his heart and retreated towards the back quickly. Roll! Get away! The black consuming bull's entire body began to emit tints of black aura, the very ability he had developed from his inherited bloodline, and in this state, his already astonishing body once again grew a few points larger, and his reddish eyes stared at Yifan in death. Dare to insult my old ox like that? I want you dead. Before the words fell, the black consuming bull's body steeply took off into the air, and then violently slammed into Yifan, and that tremendous force was enough to crush a truck alive. Yifan gritted his teeth, knowing that he couldn't fight hard or he would definitely die here. After all, this guy wasn't just as simple as having a huge physique. That power was just too terrifying. Whoosh! Yifan exerted his feet and his entire body leapt up in the air, dodging the fatal blow from the black consuming bull. Rumble! How powerful the impact of the black consuming bull was, and he didn't know how many things he smashed along the way, while he himself steadily came to a halt, and then approached towards Yifan step by step. Chapter 133, Whether the Tibetan area is in chaos or not. The Nettle Wolf has the final say. 666. Now the Netflix wolves are able to help the constable catch thieves. My ass. If this goes on, Netflix Wolf will not only eat the bowl of rice of the network, but may even eat the bowl of rice of civil servants. Ah, a coyote becomes a public servant. Are you making me laugh? It does seem a little unbelievable, but why do I think Netflix Wolf is a possibility? What a myth to talk about upstairs. But what kind of position is Netflix Wolf going to be given if he becomes a civil servant? And what's the salary? 3 packs of custard pie a day should do it. After learning that the netizen Wolf, with his pack, was helping the constable catch people, the netizens got excited again. What a sight for the ages. Actually, it is not uncommon for animals to help humans catch thieves. The most common example of this is police dogs. After the constables have tamed the dogs, they will allow them to act as scouting and exploring, and even be able to function as combatants. But the thing is, those are dogs, and now, wolves such as the Netflix Wolf are wild and untamed beasts. It's amazing that they can track and catch criminals just like police dogs. This is too amazing. Countless people marveled. Director, that tiny Zoe is on the air. Should we stop her? At this time, some of the constables felt uncomfortable and asked the female director. Their actions, by definition, are supposed to be kept secret. Will it be a bad influence if Xiaoro spreads out like this? The female director sniffed, mused, and shook her head. Let her shoot. Shouldn't be too much of a problem. The female director thinks so. They are handling the case, and although they say that they want to conceal the case, The law enforcement process can also be videotaped and disseminated. And now the situation is somewhat similar. As long as the photo of the culprit is not made public, that's fine. Of course, the most important thing was that the female director was worried that if she didn't let that tiny Zoe broadcast live, she might offend Netflix Wolf. In that case, their hard-earned move to bring back the Netherwolves and Wolves would have been for naught. Tiny Zoe wants to broadcast, so let her. Zoe, you're live streaming like this, will there be any repercussions? And over here, Lin Shu also noticed that something was wrong and came to Xiao Rou's side to ask. As she spoke, she glanced at the female director and the others. Right. Xiao Rou sniffed and was startled before she came back to her senses. This is about catching a criminal. Is it not allowed for her to go out live like this? Good on. Xiao Rou looked towards the female director and the others, and realized that these constables, apart from occasionally glancing this way for a few moments, had no intention of coming over to put a stop to it. It shouldn't matter, otherwise they'd have come to stop me, Zoe said hesitantly. Lin Shu also looked to the female director's side and nodded as well. She could also somewhat see the attitude of the female director and others. However, at this time, the female director came up to Qin Shuang and asked, Station Chief Qin, next after these wolves recognize the prisoner and memorize his scent, they will go searching for him, right, but will they come back to report by then? Or what? Should we communicate? Hearing this, Qin Shuang nodded his head in deep thought. Indeed, this is a problem. But now that Xiao Rou and Lin Shuya were here, there was no need for Qin Shuang to say anything. Zoe, why don't you guys talk to Nettlewolf and come back and report when you find that prisoner? Hearing this, Xiao Rou naturally wouldn't refuse and immediately told Yifan. It was just that what Xiao Rou didn't expect was that Yifan shook his head when he heard this. Zoe froze. She couldn't read the Nettlewolf a bit more. Shake your head? What does this mean? Is this a sign that you're not going to come back and report? Or is it that he doesn't want to go to the prisoner? Lin Shuya looked fixedly at the net red wolf, and for some reason, she suddenly remembered the previous situation when the wolves held the leopard that wanted to escape from the protection station hostage and returned. What net red wolf meant, couldn't it be, was that he wanted to just take the prisoner back? Thinking of this, Lin Shu also blushed oddly, but next, before she could voice out her guess, Yifan had already wolf whistled first. Ow! Double Happiness and the other wolves heard the call and immediately boarded the van again in an orderly fashion. Finally, Yifan gestured to Qin Shuang. This time, she did read Yifan's meaning. Nettlewolf, are you asking me to keep driving you guys to no man's land and start searching? Lu Yi nodded. Qin Shuang looked at the female director with some hesitation. Director, look, they hadn't even discussed it yet, and Nettlewolf was about to leave. Isn't that a bit of a rush? But just then, Lin Shu also suggested, why don't we go first? Nettlewolf is actually very smart. Maybe he's already figured out how to act. These words were strongly recognized by Xiao Rou. Yes, Sister E is right. Sister Qin Shuang, and this director right. We just trust the Netflix wolf. He's very powerful. Hearing this, the female director and the others looked at each other. But after the girls discussed it a few times, they also decided to go ahead. Already for the Netflix wolves, they do believe in them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have listened to Qin Shuang's recommendation and hurriedly ran to invite them. Now that Netflix wolf has been brought back, let's trust him. For some reason, the female director suddenly thought of the previous situation where Yifan subdued the traffickers. At that time, they were the ones to clean up the mess. At the time, they were also very impressed that the Netflix wolf would be crooked enough to take on the traffickers. But now that I think about it, maybe the Netflix wolves, at the time, were onto something. That being the case, the IQ of the Nettle wolf cannot be viewed as an ordinary coyote. Figuring this out, the female director and the others naturally had no problem with it. With that, Qin Shuang once again started the van and carried the wolves to the uninhabited area. The female director, as well as the constables, followed suit. There was also Xiao Rou and Lin Shuya, who drove along. It's worth noting that this time, the Netflix wolf is in a car with the softer Lin Shuya. Under the close distance, Yifan's figure was instantly and completely reflected inside the live broadcast. The netizens were excited to see the netizen wolf so close. It's really going to catch a thief. Nettle wolf gives it a go. If this mission is accomplished, we suggest that the police station sends a banner to Nettle wolf. Ha ha ha, the Netflix wolf wouldn't want this kind of vanity stuff. Reward him with a snack pack, right? What snack packs? Netflix wolf is ready to live bandwagon. How can you still rare snacks? Whether the Tibetan area is chaotic or not, Netflix wolf has the final say. Have you noticed that Netflix wolf also has the tendency to become the protector of the Tibetan area? Protector? Not bad. There's someone in my wolf clan's offspring. Upstairs on the wrong set? Just as the netizens were excitedly discussing, Yifan and the others had successively approached the no man's land. Chapter 134, a wolf pack trained by a reticulated wolf. Yifan and the others successively approached the no man's land. It's here, Xiaoro muttered as she looked at the barren surroundings. By this time, the vehicle of the female director in Qin Shuang ahead of them had gradually stopped. Yi Fan's gaze, too, looked toward the no man's land. He couldn't help but be dumbfounded at the sight of the somewhat familiar scenery. He couldn't help but think back to the time before when he was captured by the protection station and sent to no man's land. At that time, Yi Fan was really furious. He hadn't expected to be back here either. It's a marvelous thing in this world. Xiaoro's cell phone was still pointed at also Yi Fan, so much so that his complicated face was also presented inside the live broadcast. Seeing such a Yi Fan, netizens burst out laughing. Look at that face of the nettle wolf. Ha ha ha, why do I see a complex color in his eyes? I saw it too. It's like seeing no man's land. He's complicated. Look, how it feels like Netflix Wolf has some special feelings for no man's land. By the way, he should have come out of this area before, right? Upstairs is not an old fan, right? It's an old fan who knows the story of what happened to Netflix Wolf in no man's land. What? Netflix wolves have stories in no man's land? What story? Oh, you don't know. Right. Before the net red wolf was caught in no man's land and released, but later ran back. Everyone said he was cursing all the way back. Ha 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 ha. I guess Nettlewolf is also thinking of that previous experience. As the netizens talked, they also talked about Yi Fan's glorious deed of running back from no man's land by himself. Some people have even started to popularize the various tawdry operations of the Nettle Wolf. The internet became all jubilant again, but when they came to no man's land, the faces of the female director and the others became serious and earnest. Station Chief Qin, is there really no need for another explanation? The female director came to Qin Shuang's side and couldn't help but ask again. Qin Shuang looked at the Nettle Wolf. At this point, the Nettle Wolf, who was already organizing his team once again, seemed to start lecturing. At this time, Qin Shuang couldn't help but think of all the wonders of the Nettle Wolf. Shouldn't have to. She suddenly smiled. Zoe seems to be right. It's only right to trust the Netflix Wolf. By now, don't they understand the divine nature of the Nettle Wolf? Wasn't it because of the Nettle Wolf's divinity that Qin Frost had recommended the Nettle Wolf to the female director before? How can you not trust him now? Thinking about this point, Qin Shuang no longer dwelled on it. The female director, on the other hand, was still a bit hesitant. She's also been watching a lot of videos online about Netflix wolves. She was also aware of the divine nature of the Nettle Wolf, but there was so little contact with the Nettle Wolf that she was not able to be completely convinced. But it had come to this, so she couldn't say anything more. Since the wolves, such as the reticulated wolves, had memorized the photos and scents, they should know what to do if all the harvests were really made when the time came. Okay, starting now. 3 wolves in a squad. Spread out and look for that human. Remember, there are other beasts over here as well, so if you encounter them, avoid them, and if you really can't avoid them, try not to engage in life and death struggles. When you find the guy, bring him over here, and if you can't, let me know. Once again, Yi Fan made arrangements. If the 3 wolves were together, they were actually quite safe, and even if they encountered large beasts such as lions and tigers, they would still be able to fight a little. Of course, they certainly couldn't get into a life and death struggle with the beasts for the sake of searching, so 3 wolves would be enough if they avoided the main one. Yes, Boss Yi Fan, we know. Brother Yi Fan, don't worry. Regarding the female director's concerns, Yi Fan had actually been prepared. Okay, go for it. As Yi Fan nodded his head, the wolves dispersed. Xiaoro and the others couldn't help but be greatly surprised, because they clearly saw that those wolves were separated by 3 heads acting together. The female director and the constables were again shocked at the sight. Of course, the most shocked ones were the netizens in the live broadcast. Holy, I was surprised to see those wolves lined up so neatly just now. So the Nettle Wolf has already trained them. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Why do I feel like I'm seeing an army of wolves? Mom asks me again why I'm on my knees playing with my cell phone. The IQ of the internet red wolves, once again refreshing the upper limit, has actually begun to train the wolves like an army. Netflix's Red Wolf version of Rise of the Planet of the Apes, coming to theaters soon, so get your money ready for tickets. It's so awesome. They'll split up and search in groups of 3 wolves. Originally I thought this was hopeless, but now how do I have a hunch that the Nettle Wolves, they're still really going to catch that prisoner? I think so too. The Nettle Wolf is just too powerful. If he's on his tail, that thief is going to be finished. Don't forget that those 2 traffickers were also taken care of by Nettle Wolf last time. The internet is buzzing. Even Xiaoro and Lin Shuya were astonished. Even if they knew the intelligence of the Netflix wolves, they were not spared. A scene like this is just amazing. Nettle Wolf, you're trained on wolves, aren't you? How did you come up with that? Xiaoro came back to her senses and couldn't help but ask Yi Fan. At the side, Lin Shuya also looked at Yi Fan strangely. Yi Fan possessed an intelligence comparable to that of a human being, and they were all aware of it. But the thing is, that's a bit of an over-the-top scenario, too, isn't it? Could it be that the one who bred Yi Fan Zhangde was a soldier? Otherwise, how could Yi Fan train the wolves like this? Hearing Xiao Rou's question, Yi Fan smiled for a moment. He just nodded and didn't say much. I can't talk to Zoe about it now either. In fact, regarding the matter of training the wolves, Yi Fan could completely shrug it off on top of the short video. Let's just say he swipes on Shakeology, swipes on a video of marching to war, and then just learns by imitation. Thinking of this, the smile on Yi Fan's face increased. By now, he felt more and more that he had done the right thing by confessing the situation of his intelligence to Zoe, because as he does more and more amazing things, he could well be called a coyote come to life. Good on. After he informed Ro that his own intelligence was comparable to that of a human, these things, while somewhat unreasonable, made sense. And the other people see these circumstances, is also unlikely to suspect him? Most likely. Suspect, or Shioro these, with him closer to the people. This made it even more unnecessary for Yi Fan to explain. It's really a 1-2 punch. Xiaowei and Lin Shuya looked at each other and also realized that it was not a good time to ask Yi Fan. They could only wait until they went back. But soon, Ro realized another strange situation. Ha, Nettlewolf, why don't you go? Hearing this, the surrounding people were stunned, and then their faces became odd. Chapter 135 Netflix Wolf doesn't plan to make a move? At this time, the faces of the crowd suddenly became odd. Hearing Xiao Rou's words, they all reacted. Yeah, how is it that the Nettlewolf remains where it is? Isn't he coming along? Seeing this, those netizens also wondered, what's going on? The Netflix wolves don't come out of the woodwork? It really doesn't seem like he means it. Yeah, is he planning to leave it to the wolves? Ha ha ha, it always feels like Nettlewolf is sitting pretty. It's better if we don't go. We can see him more. Yeah, this situation can be dangerous too. It would be a disaster if Nettlewolf was killed by that thief. The netizens have expressed their opinions. Inside the live broadcast room, the number of people reached 100,000 once again. Many people swiped up GIFs and filled the screen with color. Xiao Rou didn't pay any attention to this, but instead came over to Yi Fan's side and asked, Nettlewolf, you're really not going to go out there, but leave it to your henchmen to handle it. Those men of yours, can they do it? By now, Xiao Rou could also see what Yi Fan meant, but she was still just a little unsure. It was even if Yi Fan personally took action. Those coyotes, can they do it? Qin Shuang and the female director, among others, also looked at each other in disbelief. Originally, they had sought the help of the Nettlewolf because they had seen how divine the Nettlewolf was. But now, Nettlewolf didn't make a move, but had his minions make a move. Hearing Xiao Rou's words, Yi Fan was dumbfounded. He did stay where he was, but that didn't mean he didn't strike. It was important to know that Yi Fan's sense of smell was strong though, and much stronger than the average wild wolf, but compared to the entire wolf pack, it's still a bit off. Therefore, the efficiency of the wolves going out to search was not necessarily worse than Yi Fan. Most importantly, Yi Fan was going to stay here and be the first to back up as soon as there was information on that prisoner. This is a condition that neither the female director nor the constables have. Imagine if a coyote came back to report when the time came. Even if the female director and others were made aware of the location, would they be able to arrive quickly? The answer is no. No man's land is no place to drive, and when the time comes, it's all about footwork. But with a human body, one cannot quickly navigate through such a harsh environment. So when the time came, it was still necessary for Yi Fan to make a move. However, Yi Fan was not in a position to explain to Xiao Rou right now, and even if he did, she wouldn't understand. Of course, that's okay, as long as, when the time comes, we catch the culprit, that's all. Hu Yong walked through no man's land with a pale face. Just a moment ago, he was surprised to see a tiger running in front of him. It's a good thing I didn't see him. Still, biological instincts made him feel intense fear, but he can't help it. In the heat of the moment, he has committed a capital offense. The only way for him to do that now, is to go through no man's land and head abroad. Hopefully the trappers won't come that fast. Of course, Hu Yong still had confidence regarding this point. After all, this was no man's land, and even if the constable came after him, it would be difficult to catch up with him. Don't forget, he meets the beasts over here, and so do the trappers. Even more so, those trappers are outnumbered and will be more likely to attract wild beasts. Only when he thought of this did Hu Yong feel certain in his heart. However, just as Hu Yong was thinking this, suddenly, there was another burst of thin footsteps. Ha! Hu Yong was startled, and having had previous experience, he hastily jumped into a nearby bush to hide his figure as much as possible. Immediately afterward, Hu Yong held his breath and looked in the direction where the footsteps came from. He guessed that it would not be the footsteps of a trapper, but more likely, a wild animal. fruity. A dozen seconds later, inside Hu Yong's line of sight, 3 grayish-brown figures appeared. Wolf. Hu Yong couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart when he saw this. The 3 grayish-brown figures that broke into his line of sight were none other than the 3 coyotes. For this kind of beast, Hu Yong was naturally scornful. Good on. It wasn't a wave pack that came, but just 3 coyotes. If there were 3 wild wolves, Hu Yong felt that he would be able to fight off or kill them even if he gritted his teeth. Of course, Hu Yong would definitely not clash with it if it wasn't necessary. Hu Yong was silent and motionless, silently waiting for the 3 wild wolves to leave. The result was what Hu Yong didn't expect. The 3 coyotes came this way and paused. Its nose shrugged as if sniffing something. Next moment, the 3 wild wolves turned their direction, and actually came towards the grass where Hu Yong was. Discovered. Hu Yong's heart was shocked, and his figure had tensed up. He had already decided that he would make a preemptive strike if the 3 wild wolves found him. As long as he suddenly appeared and kicked violently over, then it was definitely possible to solve one head first. With 2 heads left, it's a good deal. The greater likelihood, of course, is that the 2 remaining heads were scared off. Thinking of this, Hu Yong's heart was certain. Only the next thing that he didn't expect was that the 3 wolves suddenly turned away again when they were 10 meters closer to him. Hu Yong couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw this. What's going on here? Why? That guy seems to be right there. Why don't you just pounce on him? Meanwhile, Proctor was a little puzzled. This time, he was grouped with Double Happiness, along with another wolf minion. Maybe they are just luckier. After coming to this area, they had already smelled the odor of the airman. If anything, it was the scent of a human, as well as the scent that Yi Fan had asked them to write down just now. Noticing this, the surprise of the 3 wolves of the Double Happiness was palpable. By the time they reached 10 meters just now, they had even seen the silhouettes hiding inside the grass. Promenade was so excited that he tried to lunge out of the way, but Twinkie stopped him. After following Yi Fan for so long, Shuangshi's IQ still improved. Or maybe he was supposed to be one of the smartest wolves within the wild wolves. So after confirming that the other party was the one that Yi Fan was looking for, Shuangshi was instead in no hurry. It pulled at Proctor and led the 2 directly away. Hearing Linman's doubts, Shuangshi explained, "You're silly. Right now we only have 3 wolves. It's still a toss-up whether we can beat them or not. Let's go find some more people. In this situation, it's best to notify Big Brother Yi Fan first." Twinkie thought it through. It would be fine to fight the guy. There's a lot of room for them to maneuver if they're not fighting now. First, he shook the wolf. Then he informed Yi Fan, "It's not too late for those. If that's the case, why be stupid and fight for your life?" Hearing Shuangshi's words, Linmen reacted. "Right, I almost forgot. My war wolf department has 20 war wolves. When the time comes to go together, he definitely won't be able to turn any waves." That's right, there's also Big Brother Yi Fan to inform. Double Happiness discussed it, and of course arranged for that Wolf Jr. to inform Yi Fan, while they split up the work, one going to gather their partners, and the other following Hu Yong. And so it was. Half an hour later, a wild wolf quickly came to Yi Fan and reported. After hearing this, Yi Fan, who was lazily lying on the ground, immediately let out a wolf howl. Chapter 136, The Nettle Wolf Who Compassionately Considers His Men. Yi Fan's wolf howl startled the crowd. What's going on? The female director and the others were shocked. Qin Shuang looked over in surprise, and softer. Lin Shuya, too, casts a glance at the Netflix wolf, only to see the net red wolf suddenly stomp his feet. His athletic figure then turned into a gale soaring out. The coyote that had come out to report the incident were stunned, and after reacting, they quickly followed. Just like that, under the watchful eyes of Xiao Rou and the others, the net red wolf and that wild wolf, one after the other, disappeared from the spot. Is this found? Rou reacted with surprise. Lin Shuya nodded thoughtfully. It's possible. Otherwise the nettle wolf wouldn't have run so fast. At this time, inside the live broadcast, the netizens were also shocked. Whoa! The Netflix wolf is running too fast. It's like a gust of wind. Why did it feel like a bolt of lightning went by just now? Nettle wolf's power seems to be getting stronger. Does he do any training in private as well? It's possible. Since he'll train the wolves, it's certainly possible that he'll train himself. Maybe I'll become Wolverine later. Even when the Netflix wolf is off camera, the internet is still talking about it. The number of people in the live broadcast room even increased instead of decreasing, soaring to more than 100,000 people. The female director and the others came back to their senses at this point. Is it true that Nettle Wolf went to get that prisoner? That's a find. These constables, looking at each other. You know, in the past, when we encountered this kind of prisoners who escaped into deep deserted areas, we usually had to search through them for several days, and there's not always a discovery. But now, only 2 or 3 hours have passed and the wolves seem to be onto something. This efficiency, it's just absolutely fantastic. Of course, it could be something else, but that didn't stop the female director and others from looking forward to it a little more. And this way, after Yifan scurried out, he also realized that his speed was too fast. He had no choice but to slow down a bit and wait for the coyote. However, in a place like this, the coyote's speed wasn't slow, and half an hour later, Yifan met double happiness and prosperity. Well, Yifan narrowed his eyes and asked. Xuangxi replied, right over there, big brother Yifan, we secretly had to follow. He didn't notice. Is it confirmed that it's him? The brothers have all seen it. Brother Yifan, just rest assured. Lin Men smiled back, and his eyes lit up again. Brother Yifan, do it now. Our war wolf department is ready. Saying this, Proctor couldn't help but get excited. That being said, it's the war wolves division that's in charge of the fighting. So far, they've only had one fight as well. That time, it was with those two black bears. But the problem was that those two black bears were too topsy-turvy for their war wolf division to play much of a role. In the end, it was Yifan who stepped in and took care of them. It was also the experience that made Proctor feel a little ashamed of himself. Double Happiness's personnel department and Wolf King's warehouse department are doing well. The only one who has pulled his crotch a bit is his war wolf division. So this time, Proctor was rubbing his fists and trying to get back in the game. Seeing Linman's excited look, Yifan was instantly amused. You want to take the war wolves division out? Hearing Yifan's words, Linman patted his chest and asked. Of course, brother Yifan, don't worry, there is no need for other wolves at all. Our war wolf department will be able to handle it. Hearing this, Xuangxi couldn't help but roll her eyes. That's for sure. After all, the battle wolf department, right now, had 20 wolves. It was naturally more than enough for so many wolves to go against one human. The Wave King had no problem with that, either. Yifan heard this, but he laughed. It's fine to let your war wolf department go, but you don't have to fight him. Holler, hey. When Lin Men heard Yifan's words, he subconsciously answered, but when he heard the latter, he was a bit puzzled. No need to fight? What's that supposed to mean? Double Happiness and the Wolf King also revealed puzzled looks. Yifan laughed. Lin Men you don't understand. There are times when one doesn't have to fight to achieve their goal. Our mission, just to catch this man, but we don't even have to do anything. Just drive this man to those people. Besides, if a fight breaks out, this man is so vicious that he's sure to get our brothers hurt or even killed. When you follow me, I want you to eat, drink, and live happily, not fight random people. Yifan's words made Lin Men's eyes redden up. Xuangxi was also greatly touched and looked at Yifan adoringly. The Wolf King, on the other hand, was sweating a bit. The life of an ordinary coyote, in its opinion, is not a life. In the past, when it encountered battles, it had always let the wolves under it go first. Only do it yourself if you really can't. It hasn't really been as considerate of its men as this. Thinking about it, the Wolf King felt a little guilty. It suddenly understood why Yifan was able to start another business and was able to be pursued by so many wild wolves. Snacking is only part of the reason. It's his approach, his temperament, that is the most important reason. Even the fact that those humans were so welcoming to him had something to do with it, I guess. Yifan didn't realize that his words had touched these wolves so much. He continued to command, go on, Lin Men, take the wolves from the war wolf division over there and scare him into fleeing towards where we were just now. The rest of us wolves will follow behind and give you a prey. Yes, Proctor yelled and ran out ahead of the others. All of the war wolves, follow me. Immediately, 20 wild wolves rushed out wildly along with the proverbial door. While on the road, Proctor also began to make arrangements. The other side, Hu Yang was still rushing, only his face was very ugly. Ever since those 3 wild wolves left just now, he had a bad feeling. It's a feeling that hasn't dissipated. And next, as if to confirm his thoughts, there was a sudden, unmistakable sound of dense footsteps. What? Hu Yang was startled and looked toward where the sound came from, his face instantly paling. Wolves! Hu Yang shrieked in shock and hurriedly pulled out his legs to run wildly. This time the wolves were clearly running towards him. Hu Yang panicked and subconsciously fled in the direction where there were no wolves. In his panic, he didn't even realize that he had run back again. Lin Men had obviously done a good job, and those wolves deliberately slowed down a bit, guiding Hu Yang to flee towards the entrance of no man's land. Yifan followed behind, secretly nodding his head. And so it was. Half an hour later, Xiao Rou and the others, who were waiting right where they were, saw something unbelievable. Just a man, chased out by a pack of coyotes. Help! Help! This man, naturally, was Hu Yang. Seeing Hu Yang appear, the female director and the others were instantly surprised. Chapter 137 How can I eat this meat when it's raw? The moment, the female director and others were greatly surprised. That is, surprised, they all quickly rushed over. Ah! Help! Seeing the female director and the others, Hu Yang was also overjoyed and subconsciously rushed over. In such a situation, seeing other people, Hu Yong still had the feeling of meeting his savior. If there are so many of us, we won't be afraid even if we meet wolves, right? However, just as Hu Yong was thinking this, the female director and others, who also rushed over, tackled Hu Yong with one hand. Hu Yong was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses. Let go of me, get off me, but just then, a constable had already taken out handcuffs and violently cuffed Hu Yong. Yes, the female director gulped softly, her face full of excitement. Never in a million years did I expect things to go so well. She looked toward the wolves, only to see that the wolves that had just run out after Hu Yong, at this point in time, had stopped, and automatically and consciously separated. A huge and divinely handsome wild wolf, accompanied by 3 wolves, slowly walked out. It's none other than Netflix Wolf. The female director's face broke into a smile. She knew that being able to catch Hu Yong was entirely due to Nettle Wolf. In that case, it seemed that the Nettle Wolf had indeed gone to arrest the prisoner when he left suddenly just now. It's just that they never expected it. It's amazing that they got the prisoner out this way. Seeing this scene, Xiao Rou and Lin Shuya and the others hadn't realized anything yet, but the female director and the others were shaken in their hearts. Originally, they thought that even if the Nettle Wolf found the culprit, he would still injure the other party and even make a mess. All in all, not very well handled. After all, how can the Nettle Wolf and the wolves under him, who are beasts, secure a man in their grasp? But what they didn't expect was that Hu Yong was sent to them unharmed on top of being found by them. This is too amazing. Meanwhile, as Hu Yong was arrested, netizens were stunned. Is this man the culprit? I think so, or else those constables wouldn't have cuffed him. Cowardly my Netflix Wolf. Grass. We are now seeing the scene of the case. Thank you, Netflix, or you'll never see such a scene in your life. Is your focus off? I'm more concerned about the way the Netroots Wolf was caught this time. Upstairs is right. This prisoner, it seems that the Nettle Wolf drove out of it. I thought this prisoner would be bitten to the point of blood. Ha, yeah oh, what about this time Nettle Wolf didn't attack anyone, but drove that prisoner out? Did he do it on purpose? Holy, if it's intentional, Nettle Wolf is a god. This is taking care of this prisoner without hurting a single soldier. I think Netflix Wolf did it on purpose because he was already a god. Bullish, the red wolf of the net. The latter is simply bull 2 brush screen. The gifts were even swiped. Nettle Wolf. By this time, Ro had smiled and walked over to the Nettle Wolf. Lin Shuya and Qin Shuang followed behind. At that moment, they were like welcoming a general who had returned victorious from a battle. And indeed, it does. All because Yi Fan's trip was considered to be a complete fulfillment of his mission. And the female director, after arranging for Hu Yong, came over with a smile. Nettle Wolf, thank you so much. We wouldn't have gotten that guy so fast if you hadn't helped. Yi Fan smiled and nodded. It was really just a show of hands for him. Counting, he didn't even do anything. This time, it was the wolves, such as Proctor, who contributed more. And seeing the existence of the female director, netizens have shown interest. This valiant one should also be a female constable, right? Not only is she a female constable, but she seems to be the head of those constables. I know her. She was the one who brought people here to deal with the human traffickers when Nettlewolf attacked them before. Ha, in that case, now this situation, and before the Netroots Wolf attack human traffickers is also similar. This man and a wolf, is also considered to be a dream linkage. What fantasy linkage? I should say collaboration again. Ha ha ha. I think Nettle Wolf seems to be quite suitable for catching criminals, the human traffickers last time, and this time, it seems that Nettle Wolf really has the potential to be a civil servant. A wolf catcher? Wolf trappers? Seems interesting. The netizens were lost in laughter. Earlier they teased that Netflix Wolf might become a civil servant, and now it seems that there is some real potential. Didn't you see that even the female director was impressed? Brother Yi Fan, what is this person talking about? Hearing the female director's words, Proctor couldn't help but ask in confusion. The female director's face now looked similar to the humans they used to see when they were open for business on the Skyway. Just let them go. To the strange thing is, the general people show such a look, are going to give them snacks. How the female dirty indifferent. The female director was not indifferent. On the contrary, she was quite still enthusiastic. After chatting with Yi Fan for a couple of sentences, he immediately talked about the payment for this time. By the way, Nettle Wolf, just now we agreed that if you help me catch the culprits this time, we'll give you 3 goats. Where are you going to send the sheep when the time comes? Is it a raw sheep? Hearing the female director's words, on Yi Fan Wolf's face, a smile appeared, but he was a little upset when he heard the end. How do you eat raw? Seeing Yi Fan's expression, the netizens were a bit strange. Oh, so there's a payoff. I thought Netflix Wolf was here to help. Upstairs, capitalists. Who's going to work for you without pay? It's not unusual for a Netflix Wolf to ask for a little payment when he's out with his wolf pack. Is the payoff 3 sheep? How come the nettle wolf looks like he's a little upset? Netflix wolf, how can I eat this sheep if it's raw? Ha 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 ha. Laughing. Netflix wolves don't seem to eat raw meat anymore. That's why Nettle Wolf reacted this way. This guy, he's too hard to please. Oh, it's all because of us netizens that he's in this state. By this time, it was also obvious to the female director that the Nettle Wolf was not in the right mood. What? She looked at Qin Shuang in confusion, and Qin Shuang followed suit and looked at Xiao Rou and Lin Shuya. Qin Shuang did have some familiarity with Nettle Wolf, but to say that the best relationship was still Xiao Wei and Lin Shuya, especially Zoe. Does she know why Nettle Wolf has that look on her face? In fact, even Xiao Rou didn't read Yifan's reaction. However, after she glanced at the comments in the live broadcast room, she immediately laughed. It seems that the Netflix wolf doesn't like raw meat, so we'd better get it cooked for him. Xiao Rou said to the female director individually. Director, are you promising Net Red Wolf 3 sheep after he catches the prisoner for you? Why don't you just give me the sheep? I'll help him deal with it when the time comes. Hearing this, Yifan immediately nodded his head. Xiao Rou's words were just what he wanted. Chapter 138 Nettle Wolf's Face. When they heard Xiao Rou's words, the crowd's faces turned a bit odd, especially the female director. Don't wolves eat raw meat? That's an awkward phrase, any way you want to hear it, but it wouldn't be surprising if it was a Netflix wolf. And next, as if in response to Zoe's statement, Nettle Wolf nodded. The female director was stunned, then smiled. Okay, since Nettle Wolf had agreed, she naturally had no problem with it. Next, leaving contact information, the female director also went back ahead. And then there was Qin Frost, who also drove the van and drove the wolves back. After Xiao Rou said goodbye to the netizens inside the live broadcast room, she and Lin Shuya hitched a ride back to Yifan. On the way, Lin Shuya asked about Xiao Rou. Xiao Rou, what are you going to do with those 3 sheep? Is there a place to put them? Hearing this, Rou smiled. The reason why she had bagged it was of course not only because she was on good terms with Yifan, but she had already thought of a place. Sure, what do you think about leaving it at Boss Bumpy's? Boss Bumpy? Lin Shuya was stunned, and then he remembered that it was that boss of the Grassland project. It does fit if it's him, and that, in a nutshell, was why Zoe chose him. Nettle Wolf, what do you think of my idea? Xiao Rou then turned to Yifan and asked with a smile. Hearing this, Yifan nodded without saying a word, giving a great affirmation. As a matter of fact, Zoe thought of the same thing as him. At that time, when Yifan demanded the 3 sheep, he actually thought of the subsequent treatment when he demanded them. After all, it seemed to him that the hard part of the matter, in this case, was not finding the culprit, but how to receive the payment. Originally, if Xiao Rou wasn't there, Yifan was actually planning to have Qin Shuang sent to Boss Bumpy. After all, the other side is the sheep farmers, or simply order from there and wait until Yifan needed it, then send it over. That would be more convenient. The key, of course, is the cooking of the sheep in the back. Yifan certainly knew how to barbecue, but letting him roast a sheep was still almost interesting, and there's trouble with butchering. But if it's Bumpy, no problem. When the time comes, not only can you let the other side slaughter it, but you can have them stop by and help roast it. Speaking of which, this was also Yifan saving Bumpy's money. Otherwise, if Yifan made a phone call over, Buccaneer would still ask Hiss and slaughter a sheep over to them. Now, if Yifan brought his own ingredients, the Bumpy rice was naturally equivalent to saving a large amount. However, hearing Xiao Rou's words, Lin Shu also hesitated a bit. That boss, is he willing? Xiao Rou smiled without even thinking. Sister E, have you forgotten how warm that boss was to us? No, it should be that he's enthusiastic about Nettle Wolf. Last time you didn't even know. After Nettle Wolf took down 2 black bears, it was that Bumpy who came to help butcher and cook them. If he is approached this time, for the sake of Nettle Wolf, he definitely won't refuse. What? Hearing this, Lin Shu was also startled. A black bear? What's going on here? Original. Lin Shuya doesn't know about the last bear roast yet. It was no wonder. After all, it was a protected animal after all, and Rou didn't have a big mouth to talk nonsense. As for Bumpy's place, even more so, and Qin Shuang, likewise. So up to now, Lin Shuya still didn't know about the last time Yifan finished off 2 black bears and barbecued and ate them. Yifan didn't say it deliberately either. Lin Shuya was naturally kept in the dark. Now that I know about it, I can't help but be amazed. Seeing Lin Shuya's appearance, Xiao Rou simply told him what happened at that time. The more Lin Shuya heard, the more surprised he became, and he couldn't help but look at Yifan with wide eyes. Yifan couldn't help but feel a little smug. After all, hunting a black bear is a rare thing for a coyote to do, especially 2 black bears. Coupled with the fact that Xiao Rou was also touting Yifan, he couldn't help but float a bit. But just then, perhaps the joy was too much for him, and suddenly there was a crunch. The cart slammed into a sharp break, causing Yifan's wolf's head to directly knock against the car seat. Bang! A wave of pain came, and Yi Fan couldn't help but yelp. Ah! Zoe yelped back. Yi Fan raised his head, somewhat speechless. It turned out that Lin Shuya was in a daze and ran the red light. A vehicle flew by in front of her and she braked urgently, but spare a thought and the vehicle is pressed against the crosswalk. Running a red light, Lin Shu also said with some tears in his eyes. Ro was about to give a comforting cry, but suddenly froze. Only a figure in a green uniform was seen coming this way. Ah! Oh no! It's the traffic catcher! Zoe exclaimed. Lin Shu also laughed bitterly at once. No one expected to run right into a traffic catcher. Come on! These must have been penalized. Lin Shuya sat in the driver's seat with a helpless look on his face, already ready to take out his driver's license. What's going on? You ran a red light, you know? A voice came from far away. It was a young male traffic catcher who frowned as soon as he approached over. Sorry, just wandered off. Lin Shu also apologized. She wasn't thinking of sophistry either. This would be thinking of honestly getting points deducted. As it turned out, it was then that the traffic catcher noticed the unique passenger inside the car. Is that a dog? He frowned and was about to withdraw his gaze when he suddenly froze again. At a glance, it was estimated that many people would turn Yi Fan, who was sitting in the back seat of the car, into a dog. But on closer inspection, the dog was incredibly large and had features that were a little more wild than a dog. The traffic catcher's face quickly changed. Wolf, what's the matter with you guys? What's a wolf doing in your car? Hearing this, Lin Shuya was stunned, then laughed bitterly with Xiao Ro again. Just now, they were only thinking about getting points for running a red light. This time they finally remembered Yi Fan's existence. It seems like it's more serious for them to be wandering around with a wild animal than running a red light. For a while, both of them didn't know how to explain it properly. It's the nettle wolf. But right at this moment, what the two women didn't expect was that from the mouth of the traffic constable, a sentence like this suddenly popped out. The two men froze, but then he saw the traffic catcher in front of him, and his eyes became bright. It's really Netflix Wolf. I was watching your live stream just now. You're pretty good at catching that prisoner. The traffic constable's original frowning expression was replaced with a smile, and a thumbs up was given to the nettle wolf. Seeing this, Yi Fan nodded slightly. Xiao Ro and Lin Shuya finally came back to their senses. Xiao Ro suddenly had a twinkle in her eye and laughed. This traffic constable, it seems that you also recognize the nettle wolf. In fact, we are in charge of transporting the nettle wolf to the Tibetan police station today. Just now, I was careless and drove beyond some. Can you give the nettle wolf a face and spare us for once? Zoe had the bright idea to try and see if the face of the nettle wolf would work here at the traffic catchers. Chapter 139 Netflix Wolf Live Streaming Room completed. Xiao Ro couldn't help but be inspired when she saw that the traffic catcher actually knew the nettle wolf. She wanted to try and see if the face of the nettle wolf would still work with the transportation constable. As a result, what she didn't expect was that upon hearing this, the traffic constable frowned and surprisingly said, "Forget it this time, and pay attention next time." Hearing this, Ro froze. Lin Shu was also taken aback. The other side, they really let them go? Even Yi Fan looked at the transportation constable with some surprise. The traffic constable seemed to see the doubts of the two men and the wolf, and laughed. The nettle red wolf did a great job just now. He caught that prisoner, and did a great favor to the people in our constable system. Such a small mistake. It certainly can't hurt. Let's go. The traffic catcher waved his hand. Right on cue. The light went green. Lin Shuya subconsciously started the vehicle. Zoe froze for a few seconds before she exclaimed, "Network Wolf, you're too good. Even the traffic constable has to give you face." Hearing the traffic constable's explanation, Xiao Ro naturally dawned on him completely. Originally, she just wanted to try it out, but she didn't expect the traffic constable to really give face. Lin Shu also looked back and couldn't help but smile as well. While celebrating, she couldn't help but be proud of the nettle wolf. Never in a million years did I think that the face of the nettle wolf would become so big. Although she didn't say it with her mouth, she couldn't help but let a hint of admiration shine through in her gaze towards the nettle wolf. As they say on the internet, a lot of people are no match for this coyote ahoy. When you think about it, it's remarkable that Netflix Wolf is really doing something that a lot of people can't do. Next, back to the Tibetan Wildlife Refuge. Because of the delay just now, Qin Shuang had returned first. This time, Qin Shuang seemed to have the courage to open the car door and release the wolves all by himself. But there were no surprises. The wolves all stood by nicely, even lining up again. In this regard, the little soft Lin Shu also still scared a little. "Why are you guys so late?" Seeing Xiao Ro and Lin Shuya return, Qin Shuang was a bit strange. The two were coming back one after the other, so it was logical that her van should have been slower. But why had she been back for a while before Lin Shuya and Xiao Ro returned? Ha ha! Hearing this, Xiao Ro immediately revealed a smile, then excitedly recounted it to Qin Shuang. "Sister Qin Shuang, You don't know. Just now we ran a red light and got caught by the traffic constable. Ah. Qin Shuang gave a puzzled cry and asked, you guys were punished? Saying so, Qin Shuang was a bit strange. Ro doesn't look like she's being punished, either. Only to see Xiao Ro add with a smile. But that traffic catcher let us off the hook after seeing the Nettle Wolf. What? Hearing these words, Qin Shuang was stunned and couldn't help but glance at Nettle Wolf with an odd expression on his face. At this moment, the Nettle Wolf, who had arrived in front of the wolves, seemed to be muttering something. Xiao Ro's laughter came back to her. Ha ha, Sister Qin Shuang, you think it's magical too? I didn't expect the face of the Nettle Wolf to be so big. It looks like we can walk sideways from now on with Nettle Wolf, Xiao Ro said prettily. Lin Shu also shook his head and lost his smile. At those words, Qin Shuang's face grew more and more odd. She thought for a moment and said, that Ro, you're really going to live bandwagon with Nettle Wolf? About that video on the internet. Qin Shuang also saw it. It was just that by now, she was still a little incredulous. Taking this opportunity, Qin Shuang still couldn't help but ask. In fact, it was something she'd wanted to ask about at the last barbecue convention. It was just that time that Nettle Wolf showed her hand and drew attention to herself, including her, one way or another. There was a delay. Now that she saw Xiao Ro looking like she was excited to spend a long time with the Nettle Wolf, Qin Shuang finally couldn't help herself. Xiao Ro smiled without even thinking. Sister Qin Shuang, that's for sure. I've sent the video. It can't be fake, right? And didn't you see my boss and those co-workers the other day? They moved their studios over here, and we're definitely going to be live with Netflix Wolf, even though he had already had an answer. Hearing this, Qin Shuang was still filled with astonishment. On the contrary, Lin Shuya was not surprised by this. The Netflix Wolf has the IQ of a human being, and it shouldn't be a problem for him to try to live stream the bandwagon. Regarding this matter, on Fu Qing's side, it's also moving forward quickly. Fruity. 2 days later, Yi Fan received a message from Xiao Ro. Xiao Ro told Yi Fan in the message that the live room had been made good, so he could come to visit in advance and asked if he wanted to come. Yi Fan naturally wanted to come. After all, this live broadcast, Lu Yi also cared a lot. It was a major step in his career to a new class. Still, just asking for some snacks doesn't make it to the top after all. If you want to play, play big. Soon after Yi Fan replied, Xiao Ro's vehicle drove near the nest. Along with them were Xiao Ro's boss, Fu Qing, and Lin Shuya. Lin Shuya was free these days, or rather, she was free for the next month, so she followed Ro as well, especially when Zoe was dating the Netflix Wolf. She followed all of them. Yi Fan was not surprised. Let's go, Nettle Wolf. Arriving at the nest, Ro greeted her directly. Yi Fan nodded and turned back to the double happiness and the other wolves and barked 2 more sentences before slipping into the car. This time, the place the crowd headed to, naturally, wasn't the wildlife refuge, but this side of the city center. The studio that fucking rented is exactly this side. Although it was the center of the city, since Ro and the others drove directly to this side, all of them didn't encounter any accidents. They smoothly led Yi Fan to the studio located on the 2nd floor. Arriving at the studio, Yi Fan was again greeted by the crowd. Nettle Wolf, this way. As soon as they arrived at the studio, Xiao Ro led the way in front with gusto. Yi Fan swept around and followed. Lin Shuya and Fu Qing followed behind. The others in the studio, naturally, followed. The task of hosting the Netflix Wolf is now a top priority. The first step is to make him happy with the live room. They'll have to revise it if they're not happy with it. Soon, Zoe came to a door and opened it directly. Stump. Nettle Wolf, hurry up and come take a look. Xiao Ro had obviously already been here, and was now looking at Yi Fan with a smile on her face. Yi Fan walked over and was somewhat looking forward to it. Originally, in his opinion, the live room, it should not matter. After all, he had seen live broadcasts, and many anchors' live rooms were actually their own rooms. Sitting on a stool, just broadcasting from there. The ones that are slightly better off just get a backdrop. Of course, that's just regular anchors. It would be different if it was a big anchor, or a super anchor. So maybe he can actually look forward to it? Chapter 140 Netflix Wolf participates in the live broadcasting room. This time, Yi Fan couldn't help but look forward to it a bit. The live rooms of ordinary anchors are usually very humble. Those who are intentional even just get a backdrop as well. But big anchors, super anchors, should be different. According to Xiao Ro and Fu Qing's importance to him, this live broadcast, it should be more grand. And next, it was as if it was confirming Yi Fan's thoughts. As soon as you walk inside the room, immediately, Yi Fan's wolf eyes lit up. Lin Shuya, who was in the back, also let out a wow. Outside, the studio is still just a normal office area, but this room, instantly, is a sight to behold. The inside has obviously been uniquely renovated and at a glance is spacious and windowed. In front of the novelty camera equipment was a small stage with a huge electronic screen behind it. To top it all off, the ceiling was also loaded with goodies. Surprisingly enough, a starry skytop worth its weight in gold. Lin Shuya felt a little dazzled when he saw such a fantastic live room. However, at this time, Xiao Rou and Fu Qing were both nervously looking towards the Nettle Wolf. They knew that Lin Shuya's reaction didn't matter. Most importantly, it's still the reaction of the Netflix wolves. So, will the Netflix wolves be satisfied? How's it going, Nettle Wolf? Xiao Rou turned her head and looked at Yifan. Fu Qing and the others who followed beside him were also a bit nervous. This live room, in fact, was built by the girls to the standards of the top Shake Shack anchors. Even Crazy Lambie is probably no better. In fact, originally Fu Qing's idea was to directly customize a grassland, or forest wind. After all, it's going to be live, but it's a Netflix wolf. If it was a wolf, wouldn't it be more relaxing to be live in such an environment? In response, though, Zoe offered a different opinion. Her opinion, that is that doing that would be a big no-brainer. Just create a live room with the most innovative decor and the highest technology. Because she knew that with the intelligence of a reticulated wolf, it didn't matter if it wasn't prairie, forest style. Crucially, the presence of electronic screens can also simulate these environments to some extent. Right, boss, better turn on the effects of the equipment here for Nettlewolf to see. Seeing that Yifan didn't have any reaction, Xiao Rou suddenly reminded. Fu Qing let out an oh-so-quiet sound and hurriedly led the others to get busy. Indeed, the room, as it is now, is also just not activated. The electronic screens and star tops activate to create better special effects and light effects. That's what makes it really pretty. Sure enough, as the electronic screen and the starry skytop activated, Lin Shuya couldn't help but sparkle in her beautiful eyes. The electronic screen simulated a seemingly real environment. The starry skytop rotates slowly, making it like being in the starry sky. Plus at this time, Fu Qing could also put on a tranquil music. At this time, the live room, simply do not too beautiful. The crowd looked back to Nettlewolf. This time, perhaps impressed, he finally nodded. Seeing that Nettlewolf nodded, Fu Qing and the others let out a huge sigh of relief. God knows how much thought they put into this live broadcast. It's no exaggeration to say that it's just a matter of going to a supplier and not having to put that much thought into it. And indeed, it does. After they went to talk to those vendors under the name of Netflix Wolves, there was simply no harm done. Those vendors aren't stupid and know their way around the internet. As soon as he heard that the object of cooperation was the Netflix Wolf, he simply fell over himself to talk to Fu Qing and the others. On top of that, Xiao Rou, Fu Qing and others received private messages from countless vendors, so the only thing they have to do in this area is to pick the product and then negotiate the price. This is something that is still really easy, and in comparison, on the live side, it's difficult. After all, who knows the tastes of the Netflix Wolf? This was something that even Rou, who had given her opinion, couldn't be too sure about. Good on. The Net Red Wolf nodded eventually, which meant that he was satisfied as well. Xiao Rou saw this and smiled. Nettlewolf, as long as you're satisfied. I'm telling you, this electronic screen can simulate many more scenarios. Then Xiao Rou also introduced some of the features of this live room. Fu Qing was also very cooperative, constantly switching scenes to match Rou. Less than a moment, it was obvious to the crowd that Nettlewolf's emotions were pleasurable. Boss, so can we start tomorrow? Seeing the reaction of the Nettle Wolf, someone came over to Fu Qing's side and asked excitedly. Fu Qing looked at the Nettle Wolf with a smile on his face. As said before, it's harder to get the live room compared to that. The selection's there, it's really easy. After all, those vendors are up to their necks to work with them, and price-wise, it's simply not appropriate. There is a segment of the population that is even posting money to hire a Netflix Wolf to bring in a wave of goods. I'm afraid that even the number one anchor hasn't encountered this kind of treatment many times. From this point of view, they do not even need to negotiate the price. They are only responsible for choosing a good category. Finalize the cooperation on the line. Also, because it is the first time to live broadcast, Fu Qing is not sure how the sales will be. That's why she didn't dare to cooperate too much. And the first time she just found 10 suppliers. In this way, even if we talk about it one by one, in a few days' time, naturally, all of them will be taken care of. It does go live if tomorrow. Zoe had obviously heard this as well, but by this point, she was a little nervous instead. Speaking of which, she did live strip before when she was in the studio, but at that time, the live room is only a few hundred or thousands of people. Less often, even dozens are encountered. But now what? There was no doubt that the number of people online would be at least 100,000 plus bottoming out if you went live with Netflix Wolf. A big scene like this would be fine if it was just a daily live broadcast. but now that she's going to live bandwagon, Zoe is still really a little nervous. If it sells, fine. If it doesn't, it's definitely her pot. After all, when the time came to introduce the product, she would definitely be the one to do so. The Netflix wolf is on the side, and only serves as a mascot. When she thought about it, Ro really got a little stressed. Fu Qing was very attentive. She noticed that Xiao Ro's mood was suddenly a bit off, and quickly comforted. Xiao Ro, you don't have to be nervous, it's just the same as the usual live streaming with goods. Of course, if you're not ready yet, it's fine if you don't go live tomorrow for a while. We haven't set a time yet anyway, so you can prepare for a few more days. Hearing Fu Qing's words, Xiao Ro's heart was relieved. Yi Fan also couldn't help but look at this boss in a highlight. Fu Qing, the boss, seems to be really quite good. If you do other bosses, hands pinched small soft him this Netroots wolf. Probably can't wait to 24 hours live circle money. How can you just let you rest? Rather, at this time, Lin Shuya suddenly made a suggestion. Chapter 141, Live Trial. At this time, Lin Shuya saw how nervous Xiao Ro was and suddenly made a suggestion. Zoe, if you're nervous, why don't you try to live stream it here? The moment Lin Shuya's words came out, everyone was stunned. What? Live here? Try? Fu Qing and the others murmured. For her part, Zoe considered the possibility. Lin Shu also said some strange, you are not live tomorrow with goods it. Now try to live on this side can also may not want to bring goods well. Feel the atmosphere. Familiarize yourself with this live room is also okay. Also, Nettlewolf could use the opportunity to familiarize himself. Hearing this, Xiao Ro's eyes gradually brightened. Fu Qing also chimed in. Yeah, Shu Yi is right. Xiaoro, do you want to go live with Netflix Wolf here now? Find the feeling? It's okay if you don't have to sell anything, just talk. Hearing this, other colleagues, too, chimed in. Yeah, try live streaming it. Sister Zoe, I'll turn it on for you I'll get that stool. The crowd at the studio started to get busy. Seeing this, Xiao Ro couldn't help but hesitate. Is this appropriate? At this time, on the contrary, Lin Shuyu was more carefree. What are you afraid of? Xiaoro, you just broadcast like the original. You were doing so well before. Hearing this, Xiao Ro finally meant it. Of course, it's really up to Netflix Wolf to decide whether to go live or not. So Xiao Ro turned to Yi Fan and asked, Netflix Wolf, so it's okay for us to start a live broadcast now, right? Speaking of which, there were actually many times before that Zoe had gone live without asking the Netflix Wolf for his opinion. Before, she was just having fun, so she pulled the Netflix Wolf live. But then, after knowing the IQ of the Nettle Wolf, Xiao Ro had subconsciously treated the Nettle Wolf as a friend. For every live broadcast, she had asked for Yi Fan's opinion. It's even more so when you come here. If Netflix Wolf is unwilling, rushing to live stream it could backfire. Good on. Nettle Wolf nodded. Nettle Wolf promised. Xiao Ro and Lin Shuya both smiled when they saw this. Fu Qing and the others also looked a bit excited. Moves like this take the possibility of the girls working with Netflix Wolf on a live stream one step further. Nettle Wolf is just too powerful. It was as if he could understand whatever was being said. Looking at the crowd's joyful reactions, Yi Fan also couldn't help but slightly curl the corners of his mouth. In fact, he felt good about Lin Shuya's suggestion. Since Ro is nervous, let's try to live stream it here first to get a feel for it. Of course, he had nothing to be nervous about, but he was naturally willing to cooperate in order to help Ro. Alright, boss, I'm done on my end too. Can we see what the picture quality is like first? Under the operation of a few staff members, soon, the machines inside the live broadcast room collectively ran. The camera phone, which was worth a lot of money, had turned on the camera and aimed it at the small, soft cyber wolf. Okay, you guys stay here, I'll go check it out. Seeing this, Lin Shuya immediately went over there to look. She immediately nodded darkly when she saw the small, soft, net-red wolf's figure clearly reflected inside her phone screen. Fu Qing and the others inspected it and also revealed a look of satisfaction. Penny for your thoughts. The camera equipment, again, is superb. Now shining a light on the little soft Netflix wolf. It's straight up HD quality. Zoe, do you want to come and see? Fu Qing looked at it for a short while and turned to ask. Good. Nettle Wolf, you stay here. Xiao Ro sniffed and immediately trotted over. She then nodded back with great satisfaction at the sight of the clear reticulated wolf in the picture. This picture quality is just beautiful. Ro ran back to the side of the Nettle Wolf. Looking at the Nettle Wolf, Ro suddenly laughed. Nettle Wolf, do you want to come and see it too? Oh, hearing Xiao Ro's words, Yi Fan raised his eyebrows and turned to follow Xiao Ro as well. Watching the situation on the screen was exceptionally clear, even when no one was there. With Yi Fan's experience, he instantly understood that this set of photography settings was definitely worth a lot. It seems like Fu Qing and the others, they definitely put down a heavy amount of money. Yi Fan immediately gave a great affirmation as well. Oh, he seems to be talking about it too. Can a wolf really read our camera equipment? Amazing. Yeah, well, it's a good thing he doesn't take jobs from us, or else we might all be out of work. Hearing his colleague's words, Fu Qing shook his head and lost his smile. It would be a huge stretch to have Netflix Wolf do the videotaping and camera work. You know, the Netflix Wolf is really good for getting up on stage and being noticed by millions. Is it ready, Zoe? We can start the broadcast now. At this time, Fu Qing came to Xiao Rou's side and laughed. Hearing this, Xiao Rou immediately blushed again. Her nervousness wasn't something that would go away overnight. Now she looked like nothing was wrong with her. But in reality, there was still tension hiding inside her heart. And this emotion, as Fu Qing's words rang out, also surged up again. Zoe was a little late, but right at this moment, Yi Fan stretched out his claw and slapped it on the back of Xiao Rou's hand. It was clear that he meant it as a comforting encouragement. Xiao Rou was stunned, and then she received Yi Fan's meaning. A smile that gradually surfaced on her even. Turning back, Xiao Rou smiled at Qing. I'm ready to begin. With that said, Zoe brought the nettle wolf, again, to the camera. Good. On your mark. When Fu Qing heard this, he immediately blushed and then ordered. The people inside the studio immediately began to return to their respective positions and started doing things. Although this live broadcast was just a test, for Fu Qing and the others, it was actually an unparalleled opportunity to practice. They, like Zoe, need to practice a bit before they can do so. Otherwise, when it does go live tomorrow, there will be some problems with hand-holding at that time. But it's clear that the people Fu Qing brought in are all very good at their jobs. It had only been less than 2 minutes, and the entire live room had already been set up and arranged by them. Lighting, set designer, photographer. Lin Shuya couldn't help but tsk a little when he saw the scene. The scene in front of me was somewhat like a movie. In fact, it's pretty much like making a movie. Really, it's all so much of a bunch of people, surrounding the man and woman. And obviously, Zoe is the female lead and the male lead. The Netflix Wolf. Okay, then, Zoe, I'm turning on the live feed. Fu Qing sent another signal to Xiao Rou's side. 3, 2, 1. Live streaming begins. The exact time of the Netflix Wolf broadcast is announced today. That simple title alone instantly set off the Jitterbug Hot 100. Chapter 142 Netflix Wolf's Q&A session. Suddenly, the live stream of the Netflix Wolf was opened inside Shakeology. There was no publicity, no warning. Live stream title, exact time of the Netflix Wolf broadcast announced today. The title alone set off the jitterbug. In that instant, netizens who saw the headline clicked on it with gusto. Is it finally time to announce the exact bandwagon time for the live stream? I've been waiting so long. Haha, is it live again? This time just announcing the exact time of the live bandwagon. Or what? I don't care if it's a live bandwagon or not, as long as we get to see the Netflix Wolf. Right, even if it's a piece of, as long as Netflix Wolf sells it, we'll buy it. Upstairs is definitely a qualified family member. Countless netizens, surging in. Inside the studio at this time, small soft net red wolf sitting in the center of the shot. As for Lin Shuyi, Fu Qing and the others, they were watching the live data from the side. They all knew that Nettlewolf was hot, but they were still shocked to see it now. Only to see the number of people inside the live broadcast room, from inside a very short period of time, soared to 100,000. And it's growing. Boss, 150,000 now. 150,000 people online. It's still soaring, and it's estimated to reach 200,000 soon. Holy, I haven't seen a live room with this many people in it. Me too. Before I always thought how those netizens are so powerful, moving tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people to watch. Now finally I can see it with my own eyes too. Quiet. Be quiet. Don't disrupt the broadcast. The discussion among his co-workers caused Fu Qing to frown. The time was too urgent, and she hadn't trained these people much. Not realizing that these guys, at a time like this, didn't know how to restrain themselves. But really, she was just as excited as anyone else. The Netflix Wolf is so hot that it can only be thoroughly understood if you have experienced it firsthand. The drastic increase in the number of people also brought some pressure to Xiao Rou, and her expression immediately became restrained. On the contrary, it was Yi Fan, who was not affected in any way, and on a wolf face, he was still breezy. Because of Rou's nervousness, the scene fell a little cold. Inside the live stream, though, it wasn't cold at all. Seeing the Netflix Wolf, the netizens talked about it enthusiastically. Netflix Wolf seems to have gained weight again. Haha, the anchor is so pretty. Hey, with Netflix Wolf it's almost like a wolf is talented and a woman is beautiful. Ha ha ha, a wolf is talented, and so are you. What's the talent of the Netflix Wolves? Show them off? Ha, have you noticed that the background of the Nettle Wolf is a little different today? Yeah, it's like we're not in the wilderness anymore. Where is this place? I know, this is supposed to be the live room. Holy, this team put their heart and soul into it, and this live room just looks kind of interesting. It was very lively inside the live room. There was a lot of discussion in the crowd. In terms of gifts, even if Yifan and Xiaoro didn't ask for them, they kept floating up. Zoe. At this time, seeing Xiaoro in a daze, Fu Qing couldn't help but remind her a bit. Zoe then looked back with a smile. Hi everyone, I'm Tiny Zoe. This one beside me. I don't think I need to introduce you, do I? And today, I want to tell you all for the record that we've decided on a time for live banding. That's tomorrow at 3 p.m. I hope everyone who's free at that time will come out and support us, haha. After these words, Xiaoro's tension, too, eased a lot. She glanced at the screen's pop-ups a few times and laughed. Some people are asking what we'll be selling when we get there. Can't reveal that for now, huh? If you're curious, you can come to the live stream tomorrow and see for yourselves. You definitely won't be disappointed. Oh, and someone asked me to broadcast a little more and not get off the air so quickly. No problem. I'm here today with Netflix Wolf, just to meet and chat with everyone. How about this? You guys can type out anything you want to ask, or if you want to ask Nettlewolf, whatever. It's okay if I ask Nettlewolf for you guys after the fight. Saying so, Ro revealed a smile. She slowly found her rhythm. Lin Shuya is right. The live broadcast at the moment, except for a change of environment, was actually not much different from the usual live broadcast she had with Netflix Wolf. Of course, maybe it was the job that made her a little nervous, but after a little acclimatization, it's fine. Zoe breathed a secret sigh of relief, and seeing Xiaoro speak up from kindness, Lin Shuya and Fu Qing, among others, secretly nodded their heads. They were also afraid that Zoe would get nervous and make some kind of joke, but it seems that this did not happen. They both dropped their hearts, but the netizens inside the live broadcast room at this time were not calm. Just now they were just talking casually, but they didn't expect Xiaoro to really look like she was having a good chat with them. What's more, Anchor, I'd like to ask you, is it true that not a single danger has occurred while you stayed with the Nettle Wolf? Anchor, you guys are live with Netflix Wolf. Do you have a share of the income to Netflix Wolf? Anchor, can you bring us some goods for our brand? I want to ask Netflix Wolf. Anchor, help me ask Netflix Wolf if he has a girlfriend yet? Ha ha ha, help me ask Netflix Wolf if he can bring goods to our house too. In an instant, dozens or hundreds of questions swiped the screen. Zoe couldn't see that much, and was only able to pick and choose her answers. I have been asked if I have ever been in danger with Nettlewolf, and whether the danger is meant to be outside, or Nettlewolf itself. If it's from the outside world, then there's no need to say I believe everyone knows that. And if it's the Nettlewolf himself, there's really no need to say much. If the Nettlewolf harmed me to bring danger to me, I naturally wouldn't have been able to stay with him for so long, let alone live streaming the bandwagon. Anyone else ask if our live earnings are, to put it mildly, I don't know if you believe me? Speaking of this, a meaningful smile appeared on Xiaoro's face. The income from the live broadcast between Netflix Wolf and he and I split it equally. Upon hearing this, the netizens were in an uproar. Then most of the people's faces went weird. Anchor and Netflix Wolf live bandwagon and the income is actually split equally. Honestly, before this, a lot of people thought that Zoe was using the Netflix Wolf to circle the wagons. So there's a lot of support for live bandwagons, but there's actually just as much opposition. They couldn't see Ro using the Netflix Wolf to make money like this, and felt that Ro was heartless. But if it's an even split, then there's no way to point fingers. After all, Zoe could obviously take the entire income and leave not a single penny for the Netflix Wolf. Now it's surprising to give half, which can be very generous. It's just puzzling that even if Zoe shares half of her income with Netflix Wolf, how will Netflix Wolf receive it? Let the Netroots Wolves put their money in the bank. Netflix blushed oddly again. Chapter 143, The Amazing Heat of the Netflix Wolf. This time, netizens asked more questions. How is the Anchor going to split Netflix Wolf's money? Does Nettle Wolf spend money too? Ha ha. In the future, will Netflix Wolf shop online and come to patronize my online store? Do I think it's necessary for Netflix Wolf to hire an agent to manage his money for him, such as me? Anchor, Netflix Wolf, have you considered taking commercials? Anchor, ask him if he needs an assistant for me? Anchor, I'd like to ask Netflix Wolf what to do with all those snacks he can't finish. Without realizing it, the number of people in the live broadcast room had soared to over 200,000 people. Seeing this number of people, Fu Qing and the others were incomparably excited. Lin Shuya might not have realized anything yet, but how could those like them, who were in the self-publishing industry, not be aware of it? The rising number of people means that the content of the live stream is very popular. After all, those numbers can't be maintained if they're not popular. After all, a lot of people just take a look at the action and will just leave. But now, the increase in numbers, rather than decrease, is proof that what is here is recognized. Sure, It's also possible that the number of people attracted to the Netflix wolf hasn't reached its limit yet, but Fu Qing and the others knew that even if Netflix wolf attracted a lot of people, even millions of people, the officials wouldn't give it to that many people. 100,000 people is the limit. Any more than that and it's up to you. Officials will recommend this livestream to more people if they see that the livestream is hot. The rules for this are the same as the rules for the video. The more people who come to like and comment on a video, the more people it will be pushed to. To put it bluntly, it's all about retention. And right now, the retention rate for this live stream is, obviously, high. Fu Qing was in high spirits and hurriedly gestured to Xiaorou. Seeing this, Xiaorou immediately understood that the content of their current live broadcast was over the top. Thinking of this, Rose smiled and said, "Then I'll go ahead and see what questions everyone has, huh? For once, just look at Nettlewolf's questions and I'll ask him for you." With that said, Zoe looked up at the question. Quickly, she grinned and said, "Someone asked if Nettlewolf would spend money." With that, she turned to Nettlewolf and asked, "Nettlewolf, do you know how to spend money?" Hearing this, the netizens in the live broadcast room hastily stopped speaking. They also all wanted to see if the Nettlewolf heard Rose's words, hear or not hear the question. Soon, under the gaze of 200,000 netizens, the netizen wolf nodded. The netizens laughed when they saw the reaction of the netizen wolf. Holy, did I read that right? Nettlewolf really nodded. Does he mean he'll actually spend the money? How does a wolf cost money? It's not possible that he's just subconsciously nodding his head, is it? I don't know. You guys, look at his eyes. It's like he really understands? But does Netflix wolf really know what the concept of spending money is? No hurry, no hurry. Look again. The netizens' pop-ups were naturally seen by Ro. Still grinning, Zoe returned. "I'll come back and ask Nettlewolf how she spends her money." Cyberwolf, how do you spend your money after you make it? Do you shop online? Hearing this, the netizens looked at Nettlewolf with renewed interest. As a result, Nettlewolf still nodded. Seeing this, netizens can't help but be amazed again. Netflix wolves really do spend money on online shopping. This is too amazing. Anchor, I don't believe it until you get Netflix wolf to place an order for my store. I don't believe it either. You come to my little store and place an order, and I'll give you a full refund for how much you spend then. Anchor, can you have Netflix wolf do some online shopping for us? I'd like to know how Nettlewolf does his online shopping. Interesting. I'd like to see it too. Do Netflix wolves really shop online? Netflix wolf's successive nods evoked a strong interest from the netizens. Originally there were only 200,000, but now they are almost all close to 250,000 people. Zoe also found the situation interesting. Should we have Netflix wolf online for a little eye-opening? Thinking of this, the corner of Xiaorou's mouth curled into a smile. Everyone wants to see Netflix wolf online shopping, so let's show you. Saying so, Xiaorou took out her cell phone and opened the page for online shopping. I was just told to order from your store, but I don't know what your store buys. And on top of that, there's no telling what the Nettlewolf likes, so it's better to let the Nettlewolf choose. With that said, Zoe flashed her cell phone screen towards the camera. Seeing this, Fu Qing hurriedly had someone give Xiaorou's cell phone screen a close-up. The cell phone screen presented, indeed, an online shopping screen. I just haven't chosen an item yet, much less paid for it. Seeing this, the netizens became even more interested. Do Netflix wolves really shop online? And once Zoe was done showing off to the netizens, she handed her cell phone to the netizen wolf. Place your cell phone on the countertop and face the nettle wolf. The nettle wolf turned his paw and reached for his cell phone. Fucking was very good at this, and at this point she moved the camera around without letting it focus on the cell phone screen. Just from the angle of the camera, you can indeed see the nettle wolf pressing his cell phone, but what's being pressed is anyone's guess. Seeing this, the netizens were anxious. Move the camera over a little bit. I can't see it. What the hell is Nettlewolf pressing? Is he really shopping online? It's a rush. What would Netflix wolf buy? Seeing these pop-ups, Xiaorou smiled for a moment, but she didn't open her mouth to introduce them either. Instead, she watched with a smile on her face as the Nettlewolf operated her cell phone. After a while, a look of surprise appeared on Xiaorou's face. She suddenly looked up and smiled at the front of the camera. The Nettlewolf has finished picking, and guess what he bought? Hearing this, the netizens inside the live broadcast room were immediately confused again. Netflix wolf actually bought something, but before they could question it, Ro had already picked up her cell phone with a smile on her face. Seeing this action, all the netizens jerked towards the cell phone screen. Fucking again expanded the picture from goodness to goodness. So the next second, Xiaorou's cell phone screen, all presented. It's worth noting that Zoe's online purchases here, the payment methods set up, are secret free. So the screen presented at this point is a straight-up online shopping success page. The netizens were shocked to see this. the Netflix wolf operates the cell phone as they see it. Just now, Xiaorou's cell phone just opened the online shopping website, but now it's being manipulated by the Netflix wolf and it's turning into a successful payment. What this means speaks for itself. Seriously, Netflix wolf actually purchased something online. Man, Netflix wolf is really going against the grain, and he can shop online. The world is going crazy. Netflix wolf can shop online. What did he buy? Yes, hurry up and show us what Netflix wolf bought. Chapter 144, The Netflix Wolf Connection. This time, the netizens were again very curious. Netflix wolf online shopping success. So what did he buy? For this request, Xiaorou naturally wouldn't refuse. In fact, even if the netizens hadn't asked, she would have voluntarily lit up. And so, once again, the camera shows Zoe turning the page of her cell phone and flashing the record of the purchase she just made, for the crowd to see. At this instant, Lin Shuya, Fu Qing, and the others, couldn't help but look curiously. They also want to know what Netflix wolf bought. It's not supposed to be a snack. They subconsciously assumed that the Netflix wolves would place an order for snacks. After all, Netflix wolf so far owns a lot of snacks too though. However, its variety and whatnot is naturally not as complete as online. But next, when the answer was revealed, Lin Shuya, Fu Qing and the others were confused. What? The lazy boy's couch. Netflix wolf bought something that turned out to be a lazy boy's couch. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is this for real? Netflix wolf really bought a lazy couch. Ha ha ha. What does he want? He's not trying to be lazy, is he? I guess this chair is uncomfortable to sit in, and he wants a different one. But it looks like it was really bought by Nettle Wolf. He seems to be using it. What's this store coming up? I'll check it out. Going with. The internet is again buzzing with discussion. Xiaorou couldn't help but blush oddly when she saw the shopping record of the Nettle Wolf. Nettle Wolf, what did you buy this couch for? Saying so, Rose suddenly reacted again. With a human IQ, it's no surprise that Netflix wolves would buy a couch. And think about the nest side. The Nettle Wolf has some straw piled up, but the comfort level is naturally lacking. Realizing this, Ro couldn't help but laugh dumbly. The same goes for Lin Shu. It was Fu Qing, on the contrary, who was a bit strange. Honestly, if she hadn't watched the Nettle Wolf operate the entire time, she would have thought it was bought by Ro. And with Ro's character, it was indeed a character that would buy such a thing. However, now that the live broadcast is on its way, Fu Qing is not in a position to ask more questions. Fu Qing again signaled Xiaorou to continue hosting the live broadcast. As a result, at this time in the live broadcast, suddenly there were people frantically brushing up gifts. A carnival, 2 carnivals, 3 carnivals, in the blink of an eye, that's 3 carnival swipes. Inside the original live broadcast, there was also a constant stream of gifts, but it's mostly hearts, sunglasses, etc. Gifts like carnivals are still rare, not to mention 3 together. The special effects lit up and also made Zoe notice the gift giver. Thanks for the most springy reward, both Nettle Wolf and I thank you. And I'll bring your reward to treat Nettle Wolf to a big meal when the time comes Zoe said with a smile. As an anchor, she also knows the rules. Those ordinary gifts are just fine. It's better to be thankful for a gift of such high value as this one. Of course, it's not that those ordinary gifts aren't appreciated, but there are simply too many ordinary gifts. She wouldn't even have to go on air if she did thank yous for every normal gift, even thank you all the time. But expensive ones like this one are definitely appreciated, mainly because there aren't many of these dirtbags either. However, this time, this is called the most spring brother of the rich. Apparently not yet finished brush. Boom, boom, boom. 3 more carnivals, and the entire broadcast was shaken. Thank you most Chun. Do you have any questions for me? Or for Nettle Wolf? I can ask them for you Zoe thanked again. But what she didn't expect was that as soon as she spoke, that most springy brother actually initiated the connection. After a moment's hesitation, Zoe picked up as well. Originally, she was just being polite, but she didn't expect the other party to call directly. But just now she had said so naturally it was not good to reject the other party again. Xiaorou signaled to Fu Qing, who immediately had someone operate the connection. Hello most Chun, I'm Tiny Zoe, do you really have a question to ask and what do you want to ask? Saying this, Zoe still couldn't help but get a little nervous. The netizens' questions are, in fact, 1001. Those netizens were bristling before, and she could still pick and choose her answers. But now, if she was in a connected state, she couldn't very well not answer. The main thing is that the other party has spent a lot of money, so I'm afraid I have to answer even if the questions are a bit pointed. Let's hope we don't get one of those difficult customers. As Xiaorou thought this, a male voice came from across the room. Hello, Tiny Zoe, introduce yourself. I'm the owner of the store where Nettle Wolf just purchased the lazy sofa. I don't have any questions. I just want you to pass on a message for me. Thank you very much for the patronage of the Netflix Wolf. Our most chunky creative furniture store is the first online store patronized by the Netflix Wolf, and the one that is also recognized by him. If it's okay, could you have Nettle Wolf sit on our couch and take a picture of me then? Hearing this, Xiao Rou couldn't help but be stunned. It hadn't occurred to him that the tycoon who had rewarded him was actually the owner of the store that Netflix Wolf had just patronized. Obviously, this store owner, who was also watching the live broadcast just now, would not have realized it so quickly otherwise, and judging from his words, the other party's purpose for the reward was self-evident. Instead of this most chun being the one rewarding Netflix Wolf, it would be better to say that Netflix Wolf was rewarding this store owner. Between the two sides, the money spent is not equal, but the beneficiary, obviously, is definitely this most springy guy, because he was right. His store was the first store that Nettle Wolf patronized, and somehow, the first store to recognize it. That alone has made mostly Springer a fortune, because he earns huge traffic, and as if to confirm Zoe's thoughts, most of the online store owners swiped inside the live room right away. Holy, this guy is so lucky to have been chosen by the Nettle Wolf. This wave of advertising effect, simply incalculable. Damn why Netflix Wolf did not choose me? Our family snacks are top. He's tired of snacks. He should see our fresh fruits. Hundreds of kinds of fruits. This owner is going to get rich, and I can't even imagine how many people will go to his store next. I'm going to go, scumbag, and change the name of his online store to the No. 1 Furniture Store of the Netroots Wolf. This kid is very chicken thief. Now a name is so much traffic. If let him get the photo, it's not good. A crowd of online store owners, all of whom were envious and jealous, especially the store owners who had originally offered to give something away for free to Nettlewolf. They knew that the first store to be patronized by a Netflix Wolf would surely follow suit. Just that they realize this, but do not have that good fortune, only to be able to watch this most chun developed. Chapter 145, The Commercial Value of Netflix Wolves. 10 short minutes. The number of people who flocked to the Lazy Sofa store exceeded tens of thousands. Most chun was so excited about that. His store, originally, was only in a moderate location, but now, it seems to have alarmed the officials and put his store location, all on the front page. 10 or 20,000, 20,000, 30,000. The store, which usually gets only a few hundred views, has seen an explosion of traffic. The bottom line is that on weekdays, a couple hundred views and 2 transactions are considered good. But now, within tens of thousands of people, in the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of people started paying. Most Spring noticed that the furniture these people bought was basically the same lazy sofa that Netflix Wolf bought. This shows that these people are really coming for the Netflix Wolves, and it's clear from the fact that they ordered the same Lazy Susan that they're also in favor of the Netflix Wolf. This store was also noticed by countless people. Among them are fans, store owners, and fucking, yes, Fu Qing was also keeping an eye on the situation of the most springy store. The Netflix Wolf online shopping situation was not something she had anticipated, but reacting, she hurriedly opened her phone as well and searched for this most springy store to follow. For all that amazing traffic, she was expecting it ahead of time. After all, it's the first time the Netflix Wolf has patronized a store, and people are sure to go along for the ride, but whether the fans will consume or not, Fu Qing is not sure. This store, after all, isn't Netflix Wolf carrying the goods. Those fans, while they certainly like the Netflix Wolf, may not necessarily consume it. But now, what Fu Qing hadn't expected was that there were so many people who had made purchases at this store. She wasn't sure about the backstage, but she was able to analyze the surface data somewhat. The results of the analysis are extremely alarming. There were a lot of people coming in and spending money, not a lot at all. Coming to this conclusion, Fu Qing's excitement could be imagined. This level of responsiveness, Fu Qing's beautiful eyes lit up. This furniture store, mind you, is not a store that Netflix Wolf specifically brought in to recommend. But now, those fans are buying it too, and almost most of them are in favor of it. This shows what a horrible amount of shopping the Netflix Wolf will get when the time comes to actually recommend it. The simple fact is that Netflix Wolves are fantastically valuable commercially. Realizing this, Fu Qing's spirit was lifted, instantly refreshed. She was confident about tomorrow's bandwagon broadcast. As for the furniture store's hot situation, Xiao Rou and Yi Fan side also noticed something, all because inside the comments, interspersed with tons of thank you comments from that springiest of springers. On top of that, there are countless online store owners begging for patronage remarks. The most spring brother, thanks to the Net Red Wolf, thanks to a small soft. In the future you want any furniture, directly with me, I will give you all. My WeChat is XXXXXX. Anchor asked Netflix Wolf for me. What else does he need? Do you want a fan? Netflix Wolf, come to my store to take a look. I sell sleeping bags here. You'll be useful in the wilderness. Anchor kneeling down to watch. My store is XXXX. specializing in selling scissors. And the hairs of the Netflix wolf are very long. Do you want to buy a pair to trim them? I'll cover all the fruits that Netflix wolf wants to eat at my XXXX store. Seeing such a situation, Xiao Rou couldn't help but be startled. Yi Fan, on the other hand, had a smile on his lips. He bought that couch, indeed, for his own use, but now he was naturally happy to see so many people following him in his purchases. He also understood what the situation meant. Cyberwolf, a lot of people are begging you to patronize them now. Do you want to keep shopping online? Zoe asked with another smile as she looked back. She also reacted. The more enthusiastic the fan response, the better it is for them. Naturally, Xiao Rou would be thinking about whether or not to go ahead and make a single online purchase to once again recreate the traffic miracle she had just experienced. Hearing this, Fu Qing couldn't help but feel his heart tighten. She tried to warn Zoe, but it was too late. In fucking's opinion, it's okay to buy online once, just the perfect opportunity to see how passionate the fans are. And now, with the enthusiasm of the fans, they have seen that it would be inappropriate to buy online again. The most critical thing is that Fu Qing is deeply afraid of casually consuming the enthusiasm of the fans. When the real live bandwagon fans do not buy it is not good. After all, it's not clear what the quality is of such random stores you wander into. If you buy an inferior product, fans will inevitably blame Netflix wolf. Also, no one's wallet is bulging right now, and it would be even worse if they emptied their fans' wallets, resulting in them not having the money to spend when they are live banding. But now, with Xiao Rou saying this, Fu Qing couldn't do anything to stop it. Luckily, what made Fu Qing look happy was that the nettle wolf shook his head when he heard this. When Fu Qing saw this, he clenched his small fists in excitement. She felt that nettle wolf really did know herself. Surprisingly, I know how to say no. Xiao Rou, however, was stunned, not thinking that the nettle wolf would not cooperate with the shopping. Looking at the instantly wailing live room, she didn't even know what to say. Yi Fan, however, didn't care. His thinking, although not as clear as Fu Qing's, was able to understand that it was bad to continue online shopping. What Yi Fan is considering is not so much the issue of fans emptying their wallets as it is the issue of quality. Those fans would definitely be upset if they followed him and got a bad deal. This is fine once or twice, but I'm afraid that more often than not, people will be off the hook. Yi Fan had decided to mix the network now, so of course he had to defend his fans. Of course, now after he says no online shopping, those people are sure to be disappointed. However, Yi Fan didn't care too much because he knew that most of the disappointed ones were store owners. These crowds, as a percentage of his fan base, make up a tiny fraction of the population. And Yi Fan knew that as long as he diverted his attention a little, the fans would erupt with renewed enthusiasm. Thinking of this, Yi Fan reached out and pressed on Xiao Rou's cell phone again, typed PK. The nettle wolf's sudden move stunned Rou. Reacting, she looked at the nettle wolf in surprise. PK? What does this mean? Is it possible that Netflix wolf wants to PK with someone else? Rou's face turned weird. She looked over at the web-slinging wolf with a surprised look on her face. Yi Fan, however, nodded with a smile. Yes, he is planning to PK. Speaking of which, after so many live broadcasts, he hadn't piked anyone yet? It's also a good time to look at this opportunity to test the fans' enthusiasm for him once again. This move, of course, has the potential to empty fans' wallets. But the thing is, unlike the online purchase just now half of the money falls in his pocket if the fan pays out. He could naturally accept such a result. Xiao Rou didn't think about it that much. Since it was the nettle wolf's request, she would naturally fulfill it. Immediately, Xiao Rou gestured to Fu Qing. Making such a move, Rou couldn't help but look forward to it a little. What an amazing situation would be created if Netflix wolf PK. Chapter 146 Unexpected Connecting Objects. See Zoe's gesture. Fu Qing and the others couldn't help but freeze as well. Being a studio, they do have some working gestures. After all, when you're live, it's often inconvenient to ask out loud, so they set up hand signals to signal specific times. And now, Fu Qing and the others realized that Xiao Rou's gesture was to connect PK with someone else, to connect with others to PK. Fu Qing and the others looked at each other. Little did they know that it was Netflix wolf's decision. But even if it was Rou's decision, there was no way for them to refuse. After all, it was Rou who was hosting the live broadcast now, so it was not good for them to point fingers. Xiao Rou came back to her senses, while she smiled at the screen's crowd of netizens. Everyone, Netflix wolf won't be Netflixing for a while, so let's go next, to link up with the other anchors and play some games. Upon hearing this, the netizens got excited. To play PK? I should have done it a long time ago. I had the money ready. Ha ha ha, let's try the combat power of our wolf clan's army today. I'll do my best to brush up on a carnival when the time comes. The man upstairs is modest. I'm just trying my best with my sunglasses. Brothers, stop. When the time comes, let the other anchors see our swift firepower. As soon as Ro's words came out, the netizens echoed them. Every true fan, for their favorite anchor, is embraced, so a lot of times, they're enthusiastically supportive of whatever the anchor is carrying, or whatever they're doing. Netflix Wolf doesn't have a live bandwagon yet, so usually they're only able to swipe gifts and chat about their support. But simply swiping gifts is still a bit low on the list of accomplishments for them. But PK is different. It would give them a strong sense of accomplishment if they used their gifts to defeat one opponent after another, especially if the other person is also a big anchor. It will make them feel super accomplished. So now, when they learned that Xiao Ro was going to open a PK for Nettle Wolf, they were all excited. Even the gifts that had been constantly swiping the screen stopped for a good portion of the time. Seeing this scene, Fu Qing and the others were not shocked but delighted. Lin Shu was still a bit confused as well, but how could they not know exactly what this meant? Such a scenario clearly implies that the fans of Netflix Wolf are extremely cohesive. Learning that he was going to PK, it was a tacit agreement to save up all the gifts and wait until the Netflix Wolf PK to swipe them. Such a scene, in the eyes of Fu Qing and these people who knew what they were doing, could not be more shocked. At that moment, it was as if they saw an army ready to go. Very well then, let's get started. And Xiao Ro's expression became elated when she saw the gifts that had become sparse. She certainly understood what the scene meant. Understanding that, Xiao Ro couldn't help but have a great deal of bravado in her heart. Xiao Ro made a gesture, and Fu Qing immediately understood and directly opened the random connection. Who will it connect to? A small soft laugh rang out. Lin Shuya. Fu Qing and the others also looked on expectantly. At this moment, Lin Shuya, even though he didn't realize too many problems, felt that the situation at hand was very interesting. Soon, the answer is revealed. The big screen turned right in half. Half of them were small, soft, netted wolves, and the other half, a skinny woman with a microphone. Seeing her opponent, Xiao Ro couldn't help but be stunned. Lin Shuya and Fu Qing, among others, also revealed their astonishment. This woman, she looks like she has some familiarity. As for the netizens, it was an instant recognition of the woman. Holy, dinosaurs resist wolves. The first PK of a net red wolf. Surprisingly encountering a dinosaur-resistant wolf. This is an encounter with a rival. Ha 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 ha. Interesting. Dinosaur-resistant wolf and Netflix wolf? Who would be more popular? I'm going to go. These are both my favorite anchors. From the looks of it, it seems as if dinosaurs have more of an advantage against wolves. It seems to be after all, is a dinosaur anti-wolf. I laughed. The coincidence. It's so funny. It couldn't have been officially arranged by Jitterbug. It's possible. This man and wolf encountering each other is like a comet hitting the earth. I don't even know what kind of battle will be fought this time. The Wolf Clan army and the anti-wolf army. Who will win and who will lose? Please wait and see. The netizens laughed. It's really too much of a coincidence that Nettlewolf's first connected opponent, and at this time, Xiao Ro and the others, also gradually came back to their senses. Yun Nam Quan's sister? It's her. Ha ha, what a coincidence. Inside the studio, odd laughter rang out. Xiao Ro also blushed oddly. By this time, she naturally knew who the Yunnan Quanmei was that she had connected with Netflix Wolf. It's an outdoor singing anchor. I recently created a song called Dinosaurs Against Wolves and it caught fire. Count on this being a phenomenal anchor. Inside a short period of time, it has gained millions of fans. Her Dinosaurs Against Wolves even caused the entire internet to sing along and imitate. Netflix Wolf and her, too, caught fire almost around the same time. When the two met, there was a real sense of comet hitting Earth. Xiao Ro secretly laughed bitterly, but a smile appeared on her face and she took the initiative to greet. Hello, Yunnan Quan's sister. At this time, Yunnan Quanmei, however, was also in a daze. After she caught fire, naturally, she was not exempt from circling up everywhere. Live PKs, offline commercials, and even answering ads. In a short period of time, she made tens of millions of dollars with Dinosaurs Against Wolves. So the internet even circulated a very interesting statement. That is, she used the Dinosaurs Against the Wolf resistance out of Pengcheng a suite. Recently, however, Yunnan Quanmei also clearly felt that her heat somewhat slowly faded. I'm guessing it's gonna go downhill fast. It's not unusual. Occasional flare-ups like hers would subside within half a month, or even a week, if nothing else. So all Yunnan Quanmei can do is try to make as much money as possible during the fire. But even so, Yunnan Quanmei gradually felt the feeling of being overwhelmed. Lately, she has been unable to get any commercial gigs and has only been able to make money on the live circuit. It just never occurred to her that the anchor she was randomly connected to this time was a man and a dog. This was Yunnan Quanmei's first impression. But in the next second, her eyes widened as she realized something was wrong. No, that's not a dog. It's a wolf. Looking back, Yunnan Quanmei froze for a moment. Wolf, with a woman. Such a combination made her mind go boom. reminding her of a being that had been very hot lately. Nettle Wolf, I can't believe I've even connected to the Nettle Wolf. Reacting, Yunnan Kwanmei was instantly filled with a look of great joy. She was so excited that her heart thumped, because she realized all at once that this was a great opportunity to make herself pop again. Chapter 147 Various Punishments. Unusual PKs. Hello, I'm Yunnan Kwanmei. Tiny Zoe, I know you. And Netflix Wolf, I'm a fan. Yunnan Kwanmei came back to her senses and responded with excitement. That thin face was covered with a smile. However, the netizens on Yunnan Chuanmei's side of the broadcast room were more excited than even Yunnan Kwanmei. Netflix Wolf, ****** me. The bull is so big. Sister Kwan is even connected to the Netflix Wolf. What kind of unbelievable luck is this? Kwan's sister, Kwan girl to send, actually connected to the Netflix Wolf. This wave of traffic to eat to satiety ha ha ha, is Kwan's sister going to PK the Netflix Wolf? This time it's really going to be anti-wolf. Dinosaur sister against the Netflix Wolf. In any case, this luck of Kwan's sister is really against the odds before the fire of the whole network, and now connected to the sensational network of the wolf. The netizens inside Yunnan Chuanmei's live broadcast room marveled, shocked at the good fortune of Yunnan's Kwan sisters. Yunnan Kwanmei herself thinks so. Her luck, it was just too good. It's clearly already in a traffic slump. It was important to know that at her peak, there were 30,000 to 40,000 people watching the live broadcast. But now, it's down to 2,000 or 3,000. But this time, after connecting to the Netflix Wolf, I don't know if it's the opposite side of the live room coming over to watch the fun, or if it's official and intentional. In a short 2 to 3 minutes, the number of people in her live room unexpectedly went up to 10,000, and even began to rush to 20,000. And that's just connecting to Nettlewolf, not even starting PK yet. At this moment, for the hotness of the Netflix Wolf, Yunnan Kwanmei has a profound experience. It was no exaggeration to say that the other party's level of fire was 10 times stronger than when he was at his peak. This one simple connection, surprisingly, pulled her traffic up to its peak, and it was simply horrifying. For such a big thick leg of traffic, Yunnan Kwanmei is also the first time to make up her mind to hold tightly. She responded, very enthusiastically. This made the netizens in Xiao Rou's live room also laugh. This Yunnan right sister cool, even randomly connected to the net red wolf. This wave of traffic to eat to the full ha ha, I've followed this Yunnan Kwan girl before. I didn't expect to see her now in the live room of Netflix Wolf. Dinosaur resistant wolf meets Netflix Wolf. This wave is really kind of a fantasy link up, right? This combination PK up will definitely cause a sensation Now I extremely doubt that the Shake Shack official is secretly poking things ha ha ha. Careful what you say upstairs. Watch out for the seal. There was a lively discussion on the air. Xiao Rou, on the other hand, responded to Yunnan Kwanmei up. Oh, you're Yunnan Kwanmei. You sang that song Dinosaur Against Wolves. I'm also a fan of yours. At this time, Xiao Rou also came back to her senses and remembered who Yunnan Kwanmei was. This is a singing anchor that caught fire a while back. At that time, Xiao Rou also hummed a few times the Dinosaur Anti-Wolf, and even she was a little envious of the burst of fire of the right sister in Yunnan. After all, there are only a handful of people who catch fire on the internet every single year. Anyone who can fire up is considered a chosen one. Yunnan Kwanmei, of course, is considered one of them. Just what Xiao Rou didn't expect was that inside a short period of time, she herself was on fire. Of course, she's obviously on fire because of Netflix Wolf, which is suspected of rubbing off on her. But fire is fire, and there's no denying that. Now she is also far more fiery than Yunnan Kwanmei because she is linked to Netflix Wolf. But Xiao Rou didn't let that make her belittle this Yunnan Kwan sister. The point is, connecting to this Yunnan Kwan girl seems like a great opportunity for them to grow their traffic as well. You know, their traffic, of course, will be divided up a bit by the Yunnan Kwan sisters, but at the same time, they will also benefit from it. Don't forget, this Yunnan Kwan girl, but there is a terrier, and the other side of the terrier goes exceptionally well with the Nettle Wolf. In this way, with the help of the other side of the terrier, perhaps the traffic of the Netflix Wolf can go to the next level. Hearing Xiao Rou's words, Yunnan Kwanmei suddenly smiled even more broadly. Really, I'm so honored. Tiny Zoe, I'm a fan of yours too. I've watched you guys live a lot before. You've had so many famous scenes with Netflix Wolf. Both sides blew off some steam and then talked about PKs. Want to play a game? I'm unlikely to win but want to see how good you guys are. Yunnan Kwanmei took the initiative to speak up. Hearing this, Xiao Rou smiled back. We haven't PK'd before, and this is the first time. How do you play? And what penalty is set for losing? Yunnan Kwanmei sniffed and spoke from the goodness of her heart. It's just a matter of setting a more difficult punishment. For example, how many push-ups do you do with Nettle Wolf? Together. On my end. You decide. Hearing Yun Nanquan Mei say that, Xiao Rou nodded and understood. In fact, she did have her first PK with Nettlewolf, but Zoe herself wasn't, and she knew a thing or two about PK. It's also interesting to see the way the Yunnan Quan sisters propose to punish them. Make her do push-ups with Netflix Wolf? Thinking of this, Xiao Rou looked at Yifan and laughed. Nettle Wolf, wait a minute, PK if we lose, do 20 push-ups together, huh? Hearing this, the Nettle Wolf immediately nodded. The netizens in the live stream immediately laughed. Ha ha ha, Nettle Wolf agrees. Funny, speaking of which, haven't seen Netflix Wolf do push-ups yet. I can't, how can Nettle Wolf lose? I want to support him and I want to see him do push-ups too. Me too. According to this scenario, Nettlewolf will win for sure. This time, across the street, Yunnan Chuanmei's live room was saying the same thing. Ha ha, Sister Quan is in trouble. How can the opposite side lose? Indeed, Quan, even with a few bigwigs backing you up, you can't win. He. I guess the official jitterbug won't let the Netflix Wolf lose, so you'd better fend for yourself. Sister Quan? Right, sister, punishment is done for sure. Just do not know whether the opposite side will be mercifully punished a little lighter. Netizens discuss. And at this time, Xiao Rou also saw the discussion of the netizens in the live broadcast. Seeing the netizens' request, Xiao Rou laughed. Tell you what, if we win by then, Nettlewolf and I will do 20 push-ups as well. Is that okay? Of course Zoe knew that her side was going to win, but at the same time, she had to satisfy the netizens a bit to do so. Otherwise, it would be a problem if netizens wanted to see them do push-ups and therefore didn't support the bounty. It is important to realize that internet users are very special beings and must be held up to be able to do so. Sure enough, her answer made the netizens in the broadcast room recognize it. Only then did Xiao Rou turn to Yun Nanquan Mei. If you lose, you'll dance subject three times. Rou made her conditions. Yun Nanquan Mei was relieved when she heard this. This punishment, it's not that hard. She had no comment. And so, under the attention of all the people, this unique PK began. Chapter 148 Dinosaurs Resisting Wolves and Netflix Wolf Backflips. Yunnan Quanmei naturally understood that it was impossible for her to win against the Netflix Wolf. Even at this point in her live broadcast, there were already more than 20,000 people, but she knew that the number of people on the other side of the room was 10 times her own. All in all, it's an impossible PK to win. So like the lurker said, one can only hope that the other side won't set a penalty that's too outrageous. Luckily, this little tiny Zoe is also very gentle. Just making her dance 3 times the subject 3 dance that has recently caught fire. That's nothing, naturally. Yunnan Quanmei responded without saying a word. Since that's fine with you, let's get started. Seeing that Yunnan Quanmei nodded in agreement, Xiao Rou smiled and opened the PK invitation. Yunnan Quanmei chose to accept, and so it was that this unique PK began in the limelight. Fans on the side of Yunnan's Quan sisters are clearly holding their breath. As soon as PK started, tons of gifts were swiped. They also didn't think that Yunnan Quanmei would be able to win against Nettle Wolf, but at least they wouldn't lose that badly. Boom boom boom. The live stream was soon swept by a large number of gifts. There are 3 pounds of nails in a rotten boat, as the Yunnan Quanmei, which was just shortly after the fire, also has a certain amount of iron fans. In addition, some passerby fans also followed the brush up. After all, they want to get a share of participation in such a PK. In the blink of an eye, the number of gifts on Yunnan Chuanmei's side swiped up to several 100,000. That's already a staggering number of. That is, in just a few seconds, Yunnan Quanmei has made tens of thousands of dollars. For the average person, that's a year's salary. This shows how fast Netflix makes money, and how scary it is. But compared to the Netflix Wolf side, the Yunnan Quan sisters are obviously somewhat dwarfed, because in a blink of an eye, the total amount of gifts on the side of the Netflix Wolf soared to millions. Another blink, closing in on 5 million, converted to soft dollars, this is over $200,000. It's already 6 or 7 times the size of Yunnan's Quanmei, and that gap, it's growing. As a matter of fact, the fans on the side of the Yunnan Quan sisters held their breath. The netizens across the street from the Netflix Wolf Live are not holding back. It's just that they're not holding back a gift that they were just about to reward. This release immediately and easily reached a terrifying 5 million. And the amount, it's still soaring. Thank you all. Seeing this, Xiao Rou quickly thanked him. Her cute and delicate face was also full of smiles. The number of bounties this time seemed far more terrifying than several times before her. Zoe knew that it was because of PK. All these people, they want Netflix Wolf to win, so the gifts were wildly swiped, even as if they were bombarded by artillery shells. Seeing this scene, Lin Shuya, Fu Qing and the others, also revealed smiles, especially fucking. Nice one. Her eyes were wide and her body was filled with surprise. The popularity of the Netflix Wolf continues to exceed her expectations. In the blink of an eye, that's hundreds of thousands in the bag. Rather, this is still just the beginning. With the current amount, it seemed that a few minutes of PK would be able to accumulate as many bounties as one could get. Just thinking about it made one's scalp numb. If anything, the previous situation of Netflix Wolf's online purchase of a lazy sofa, which caused a large number of netizens to follow the trend of purchasing, has already given Fu Qing a peace of mind. Now, then, the situation where the Netflix Wolf was instantly rewarded with hundreds of thousands of dollars is what made Fu Qing's confidence doubled up. She knew that the Netflix Wolf live streaming bandwagon would be a huge success. With this support scenario, it seems like it's almost a layup. The more Fu Qing thought about it, the more excited she became, and her pretty face reddened. Also flushed with excitement were the Yunnan Quan sisters, immediately following behind the net red wolf. The amount of rewards on her side also gradually approached 1 million. Such an amount, even at her peak, would be nothing more than that, and that's just the beginning. Of course, it's still small compared to the Netflix Wolf side. However, this PK, Yunnan Quan's sister didn't intend to win from the start, so her mind was set on it. Her mission now was to try to please her fans and get as many bounties as possible. Brothers and sisters, I hope you won't get tired of hearing me sing again for you. Dinosaurs against wolves. The words fall and the familiar intro music plays. No doubt it's the famous song Dinosaurs Against Wolves by Yunnan's Quan sisters. Dinosaurs resist wolves, resist wolves, resist. Dinosaurs resist wolves, resist wolves, resist. Dinosaurs resist wolves, resist wolves, resist. With microphone in hand, the Yunnan Quan girl danced and sang. The netizens in the live room, regardless of whether or not they were tired of hearing it, but the gifts were swiped even more fiercely. In the blink of an eye, the gifts received on the Yunnan Chuanmei side had already exceeded 1 million. At the same time, however, the amount was even more horrifying on the Netflix Wolf side of the broadcast room. It's already approaching 10 million. Seeing this amount, Xiao Ro was also thrilled. This alone surpassed her previous earnings from several daily live broadcasts. Live PKs, I must say, are also a great means of circling the drain. Returning to her senses, Xiao Ro glanced across the room at Yunnan Quan Mei. Seeing that the other party was singing and dancing, she hesitated for a moment and asked Yi Fan, "Hey, Netflix Wolf, everyone is so supportive of us, should we put on a show too?" Hearing this, Yi Fan glanced at Xiao Ro, somewhat helpless. Xiao Ro definitely didn't have a program, and even if she did, she wouldn't perform to steal the limelight at this juncture. So really, if you're going to perform a show, it's going to have to be him. But in contrast, Yi Fan wasn't too repulsed, all because of the huge amount of that bounty, which also made him secretly excited. Even if it's a 50-50 split, that's a lot of money for a penniless man. It's a very powerful class of internet users. Since he was so appreciative, of course Yi Fan couldn't let the other party spoil his fun. Isn't it just his show? Come on then. A hint of laughter flashed through Yi Fan's wolf eyes. In fact, he was prepared for it. Thus, when Xiao Ro opened her mouth, Yi Fan had already made a sudden move. Brush! Yi Fan jumped up and landed in the air with a heel. It's like a backflip, and there's more than one. Yi Fan kept jumping up and down, and in the blink of an eye, he made 10 backflips. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ro couldn't help but freeze. Looking back, she applauded with a big smile on her face. Good, very good, you're really good. Nettlewolf. Once again, Zoe was all smiles. She was a little apprehensive about having Nettlewolf on the show just now. After all, at the moment, being inside the live room, it was still not easy to say whether or not the Netflix Wolf would be able to successfully perform an interesting program. But now it seems that her fears were unwarranted. And Netflix Wolf has come up with a great show all at once. Netflix Wolf backflip. Cool. The netizens bought it too. And the gifts bombarded them once again. Boom boom boom. Under Xiao Ro's shocked gaze, it directly surpassed 10 million. Chapter 149, Seeking the Lions. Interesting. Where did Netflix Wolf learn to do this? I'll be damned. So silky smooth. This one has never been shown before. Ha ha ha. It looks like Nettlewolf saved his hand when he asked for snacks earlier. It seems that the Netflix Wolf is also very cocky, and only cast it now. So to ask for a gift, it's better to say that Netflix wolves are smart, and gifts are worth a lot more than snacks, but they're a lot more expensive. What else is there to say? Brush a little. I can't help but click on the reward even though I make 3,000 a month. The crowd of netizens were clearly very receptive to the Netflix Wolf's performance. Inside the live room, it was full of gift effects. Xiao Ro was suddenly overjoyed. At this time, the amount of gifts they had received had already exceeded 10 million. Translated, that means they received millions of gifts. An average worker may not make that much money in his lifetime. But now, they were there in less than a minute. This rate of money making is as scary as it gets. Even Ro was happy to get up with a smile on her face. Thank you. she kept saying thank you. And at this moment, Lu Yi, too, had his wolf eyes cocked up, surfacing with an excited smile. With so many bounties, it was not in vain that he had prepared for this. And across the street, Yunnan Quan Mei was already about to cry. On the one hand, it's because of the staggering amount of bounties for Netflix wolves. On the one hand, it is because of the strong support of the netizens. Her song Dinosaurs Against Wolves, and the netizens inside the live broadcast room bought it, pushing the amount of her bounty to several million. According to this extrapolation, after playing this PK, she would also be able to earn a 10 million reward amount. Realizing this, the excitement of Yun Nam Quan sisters can be imagined. Dinosaurs resist wolves, resist wolves, resist. Dinosaurs resist wolves, resist wolves, resist. Brothers, support. I want to catch up with the internet red wolf. Can't lose too badly. Yunnan Kwanmei resisted with renewed excitement. Ha ha ha, Yunnan Kwan's sister is happy today. That's for sure. The bounty from this one is more than she's gotten from dozens of live broadcasts. Yunnan Kwan's sister this time. I guess I can resist another sweet in Pengcheng. 6,666. Yunnan Kwan's sisters, this is heavenly riches. Ah. Netflix wolf is simply your god of fortune. The netizens inside the live broadcast room, seeing the sold out Yunnan Kwan girl, have been laughing. Some Iron fans also understand how scary it is, with the current amount of bounties. Sure, compared to the Netflix wolf, the Yunnan Kwan sisters side still can't catch up with the horse. All this time on the side of the Netflix wolf, which has broken through to a new high, soaring to $20 million. It's horrible, not bad for a cyber wolf. The studio crowd, seeing the amount of bounty on the side of the net red wolf, exclaimed. Even Lin Shuya's beautiful eyes widened in shock. At this point, even if she wasn't a professional, she was thoroughly aware of how hot the Netflix wolves were. For the reward amount of these, she also knows the amount of reward here, with the ratio of soft sister coins is 10-1. This means that the amount of the bounty is as much as the amount of the bounty, which is also divided by 10. But even if you divide it by 10, the amount of bounty now is staggering. The amount of $20 million is 2 million soft sister coins. Even if you still have to share it 50-50 with the equal share, there is still 1 million. This speed of earning money shocked Lin Shu as well. Zoe, on the other hand, was excited. Netflix wolf, we're sending it out. Do you have any more programs? She asked as she looked at the Nettlewolf, her eyes gleaming. One backflip in a row made them so much money. If there were other programs, what more? Hearing Ro's words, the netizens got excited. Almost forgot. This is Netflix wolf. He must still have a program. That goes without saying. If there's no show, can you call it Netflix wolf? I just don't know if he's willing to show his hand. It's definitely possible. I'll swipe a little bit more and foresee next month's paycheck at the most. Upstairs, take it easy. Must not feed the family. Or let us college students to save money with living expenses brush it? You guys have brushed off this kind of condition, so I can't say no if I don't. What? Only brush so little. Let the opposite Yunnan power sister people see us to laugh. Netflix wolf, put on a show and I'll keep on swiping you tons and tons and tons. Boom, boom, boom. The broadcast room shook. Lots of gift effects that swiped through the screen. Hiss. Ro couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air up. In the blink of an eye, the amount of gifts broke through to 30 million. These netizens, they are just too enthusiastic. When Fu Qing and the others saw this, their eyes naturally lit up. The amount of those bounties shook their hearts and minds dramatically as they watched. Even if they had been engaged in self-publishing for so long, it was the first time they had witnessed so many rewards. It was a moment of honor for them. Lin Shuya, on the other hand, was somewhat numb. The netizens inside the live room are really too good. It was as if he was not taking money as money. And that kind of crazy level of waving money around made Lin Shu also couldn't help but be scared. Equally frightened. There was also Yifan. Not bad. To be so cuddly. Yifan couldn't help but give a nod to the netizens for their power. Originally, he was a little hesitant. After all, he didn't have a lot of programs on him, and he was using one less than the other. But since the netizens and fans were so generous, how could he spoil the fun? Most importantly, right now it's only one show and it's already $30 million. One more show and it's going to be a big deal. He and Xiao Ro live streamed, and although they said they were testing it out, in the end, it was also for the purpose of circling the drain. Right now the amount of this gift is probably not much worse than a live bandwagon. Since this was the case, Yifan naturally couldn't refuse. Then watch. The corner of Yifan's mouth curled up. And so, under Ro's watchful eye and the attention of thousands of netizens, Netflix Wolf performed a new program. I only saw the two limbs and feet in front of him, suddenly tilted upwards for a long time, without falling down. Tada! Yifan maintained this posture and took 2 steps. Ro was suddenly wide-eyed and stunned. What? The Nettle Wolf's movements at this point were clearly walking. but instead of walking as wolves normally do, he walks on both feet as if he were human. Ta-da! Nettlewolf took 2 more steps. Boom! The live feed exploded. Countless gifts raged. It's something. It's really something. Good job, Netredwolf. You didn't let me down. It's so awesome, huh? And he can learn to walk like a human. It's been said many times, but I'm still going to say it. Nettlewolf bull. Indeed bullish, ah. He even learned the way humans walk. And look everyone, the Nettlewolf is steady. No sign of tilting at all. I guess he's able to walk for a long time in this state. No problem. What else is there to say? Swipe it. Nettlewolf. It's worth it. In the blink of an eye, the amount of bounties in the live broadcast came to a staggering 40 million. Chapter 150, Crazy Little Goat Brother appears. In a flash, the amount of bounties inside the live broadcasting room had clearly reached a staggering $40 million. Seeing this, Lin Shuyi, Fu Qing, and the others, all sucked in a breath of cool air. $40 million in rewards is nothing short of amazing. Of course, the show that Netflix Wolf performed this time around shocked them. Who taught you this walk? Did Sister Xiaoro teach him? Or did he learn it on his own? Honestly, I've seen it so far that I want to put a bounty on it. Nettlewolf is just so delightful. Ha ha, how much of a bounty do you want? Inside the studio, a few people were giddy about it. Lin Shu also sniffed and agreed very much. Netflix Wolf is just too good. Even if she knew the other party had human intelligence, she couldn't help but marvel at it. A body like a coyote, somewhat similar to a dog, can certainly walk upright. This time, however, is usually very short. But now, Nettlewolf had been standing for a minute, hard and not lying down. This shows that he has really gotten the hang of human walking. I'm going. What kind of operation is this on the other side? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It looks like Netflix Wolf is on a roll here. Oh my god, is this for real? How does the Netflix Wolf walk like a human being? Sister Yun Nan Quan, you didn't lose in vain. Seeing the Net Red Wolf walking upright, the netizens on the side of Yunnan Kwanmei also froze. One by one, they all exclaimed and operated in a riotous manner. There is no doubt that Nettlewolf should be canvassing as well. It's just that this canvassing show has shaken them up too. There were even some netizens who couldn't help but run to Xiaoro's live room, and also swiped gifts for the netizen wolf. This wave has even curated fans, but it's no wonder. It's really the case of the Netflix Wolf walking upright that's so amazing. Even the Yunnan Quan sister, also stunned, for a moment forgot to anti-wolf. It's like it can't be resisted. That's normal. 40 million reward amount, this how to resist. The amount of her current bounty, full stop, was only $9 million. It's a far cry from Netflix Wolf's, and there's only 2 minutes left for the next one. Yunnan Kwanmei knew that even if she beat her horse, she would not be able to catch up with the Red Wolf on the internet. Realizing this, she too swung for the fences and continued to resist. The gifts were still swiped, but it was all a bit up in the air trying to reach 10 million. It was different on the side of Nettlewolf. Even at a margin of $40 million, it was still moving upward at an alarming rate, as if there were no limit. Yunnan Kwanmei looked hot and envious. Zoe was also excited. It's all red hot money. She knew that Yifan was listening, and immediately laughed again and said to him, "Ha ha, Netflix Wolf, it's already $40 million. The fans are really so helpful. Let's thank them together, shall we?" Saying so, Zoe kept thanking again, especially so dirt cheap, all thanked individually. Seeing this amount, on Yifan Wolf's face, he was also in a state of jubilation, but he felt that Rose's way of thanking him was a bit one-dimensional. How can this kind of light thanks be worthy of the fistful of rewarding hearts of the netizens' fans? The corner of Yifan's mouth curled up and he suddenly took 2 more steps to face the camera. He then folded his hands in front of him and turned to the camera, making a New Year's Eve gesture. Ha 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 ha, see, the Netflix Wolf is back. It's another new move. It seems that for this live broadcast, Netflix Wolf is well prepared as well. Who says it isn't? After being worshipped by him, I feel like I'm going to get lucky today. Okay, let's brush some up then. Oh, just for this action, you should also brush a little. Nettlewolf feels like it still has the property of attracting wealth. Netflix Wolf, Fortune Wolf, another nickname? That's a good move. Better than my 2-year-old son. Deserve a reward. The live room that had just boiled over became lively once again because of this action by Nettlewolf. The gifts had just slowed down a bit and surged wildly again. Even this time, a shocking figure emerged. Plenty of carnivals that came out with it. Netflix is thrilled. Asterisk 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 me. Crazy Lambie. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The Netflix Wolf has lured Brother Lamb over here. Isn't that right? At this time Brother Lamb should be on the air. This is a special rush. Could it be that the officials have asked him to hold up the Netflix Wolf a bit? It's possible. But it's also possible that it's Little Sheep Brother himself. As we all know, recently, Little Sheep Brother's 3 Sheep Company is constantly recruiting It can't be. He also wants to dig Netflix wolf over there. It's very possible. Oh, Little Sheep Brother's recent layout is great. There should be a high person to guide all areas of the big anchor. He has recruited a, but for the moment, in terms of the pet track, he has not yet a big anchor. And I do not know if the Netflix wolf counts as a pet. Don't be ridiculous. Brother Little Sheep is just here to join in the fun. How could he invite the Netflix wolf to join the three sheep? Hey, it was impossible originally, but it's different now. Don't you know upstairs? Netflix wolf is also going to live bandwagon. If he can bandwagon successfully, then there is the value of being scouted by Little Sheep Brother. Netflix wolf is really a bullseye. I guess Brother Lamb is not the only one who wants to dig him up, right? Just as the crowd was discussing, crazy Little Sheep Brother alone, surprisingly, had already swiped hundreds of carnivals. This frantic swiping of gifts naturally caught Rose's eye. She glanced at the ID name and her whole body was dumbfounded. In the meantime, Fu Qing and the others were also shocked beyond belief. Lambie, it's really him. I can't believe he came running to swipe a gift. This is a true god. Fu Qing and the others couldn't mention how shocked they were. You know, it's really hard to say who the first sister of Shakeology is right now. Because of this standard, it's hard to define. Some people are currently saying it's Zoe, but that's not accurate either. All because the chair of the first sister of Jitterbug is a chair that very few people sit in. The name was switched around, and over time, the owner of the name was blurred. Lately it's all about which female anchor is hot, even if it's which female anchor, as is Zoe now. But if we're going to talk about Jitterbug one, it's definitely Crazy Lamb. He's the only Shake Shack anchor with over 100 million followers, perennially dominating the top 3 on the bandwagon list. The company it founded is red hot and even spent $100 million to establish its headquarters in the local city. Recently, he has even received many big anchors under his command, and he looks like he's on a roll. Never in a million years would he have thought that now he would personally come and swipe a gift for Nettlewolf, whether or not it's the man himself. This move, too, signals his approval of Netflix Wolf, so even he sees the commercial value of the Netflix Wolf. Chapter 151, The Terrifyingly Incomparable 100 Million Reward. Seeing that Shakeology one's crazy little sheepy brother all showed up and even gave Netflix Wolf that much of a bounty, Fu Qing and the others were pleasantly surprised. However, back to the boss. Fu Qing, as the boss, revealed a touch of vigilance. As Netflix said, Crazy Sheepy showed up, and in addition to liking Netflix Wolf, more than likely, recognizing Netflix Wolf's business value. After all, at the realm of Crazy Little Sheep Brother, every move had long since ceased to be so innocent. It's safe to say that any action he takes has a purpose. And right now, the purpose of coming to this live stream and furiously swiping 100 carnivals is clear. That's recognizing the commercial value of the Netflix Wolf and coming in first to mix things up. When the time comes, it may be time to take the Nettlewolf under your wing if you get the chance. Thinking of this, Fu Qing's heart was filled with warning signs, and at the same time, was somewhat flustered. It was oh so true to say that it was the first time she had ever been in this situation. What kind of anchor gets tapped by someone else right after they hire him back? Zoe counts as one, but it was at least a few days after it aired before anyone came to dig her up. But what about now? Netflix Wolf, which wasn't even officially live yet, was actually being targeted. And this person is also the famous Crazy Little Lamb brother. Fu Qing was a little worried. She wasn't worried if the people digging were a normal company, but with this kind of super anchor and big company, she really didn't have a clue. Good on. Smaller companies, too, have the advantage of being smaller, which is that their studios take less of a cut than larger companies. Some large companies are even able to reach a horrifying 10-to-1 draw ratio. Of course, there's no guarantee that Crazy Lambie will give especially favorable terms in order to pull in the Netflix wolves. Thinking about this, Fu Qing became even more nervous. It wasn't until she saw Zoe standing next to the Nettle Wolf that she relaxed a bit. They still have one big advantage over Crazy Lambie's 3 sheep company. That's where Zoe exists. Don't forget, Zoe's existence is irreplaceable. They were also able to pull in Netflix Wolf because of Zoe. No, what if Crazy Lamb digs up Zoe? Fu Qing suddenly realized another problem. That is, Rose's presence is the key to contacting Nettle Wolf though, but that's exactly why. If Crazy Lambie pulls in Zoe, then it's highly likely that he'll scoop up Netflix Wolf as well. In that case, it seems that in the future, not only should we be good to Nettle Wolf, but we should also be doubly good to Zoe. Fu Qing made up his mind, and that's when, on the side of Yunnan Quanmei, she was also stunned once again. My god, guess who's swiping for Netflix Wolf? Who is it? Is it some big anchor? It's not a big anchor, it's a super anchor. It's the crazy little goat brother. He angrily swiped 100 Carnival Ahoys in Netflix Wolf's live room. Really? I'll go over there and take a look. Go with me, go with me. I'm still a fan of Brother Lamb. Yunnan right sister live room inside. just ran a lot to go to the live room of the net red wolf, so also saw the crazy little sheep brother reward. This will run back to marvel up. What? It's crazy Lambie. 100 carnival this is 300. 000 now No wonder the opposite side of the reward amount soared to 50 million again. It's horrible. Looks like crazy Lambie is also a fan of Netflix Wolf. Hurry over to see the fun. Oh my god. Netflix Wolf is also on fire too much. Even crazy Lambie likes him. I can't say I like it, but I feel like I'm just here for a little bit, so I can't say what I'm trying to do. It seems that there are still people who understand. Little sheep brother like anchor should not run to reward for no reason. There must be some purpose. It is possible to dig net red wolf. Is it true that the Netflix wolf is so hot that brother lamb can't sit still? If I were brother little sheep, I would also dig Netflix wolf. After all, if Netflix wolf can broadcast live with goods, that's too good. Digging him up is more cost effective than digging up 10 million Netflix. And I put my words here. Brother Little Sheep's action is definitely more than 100 carnivals. By the time the effect of his live streaming with goods comes out, there will be other moves. Holy, if you can analyze upstairs, analyze more. Seeing the comments from netizens, Yunnan Kwanmei was also confused. Even crazy Lambie ran to the bounty. This is too much of a stretch. You know, every year there's one or two phenomenal internet celebrities, but there are really very few that can startle Brother Lamb. But now, Netflix Wolf has done just that. This is too awesome. Even in PK, Yunnan Kwanmei couldn't help but admire this wild wolf on the opposite side. And at this moment, Yifan couldn't help but let his wolf eyes light up. He was naturally familiar with the crazy little goat brother. Never in a million years would I have thought that one day the other person would come over and give himself a reward. And all of a sudden, he rewarded 300,000 soft sister coins. At this moment, even Yifan felt Brother Little Sheep's intention to draw him in. But to this, he naturally could only refuse. In fact, if it wasn't for Xiaoro's boss, Fu Qing, who had brought people to the Tibetan side, it was possible that Yifan wouldn't have been able to work with the other party. After all, Yifan really wasn't in a position to shift positions. Also, there was Zoe's reason. Anyone else would not have been able to accept Yifan's specialness. These conditions are still difficult for the crazy little goat brother to achieve, so there was no way he could work with the other side. Besides, now Yifan had set up the Three Wolves Company as well. In the future, his goal was to fight against crazy Lambie, so how could he possibly work with the other side? Oh, Yifan laughed darkly, but if the other party was so supportive, he couldn't be too cold. After thinking about it, Yifan came up with another program, and so, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the nettle wolf suddenly slumped down to the ground. Just when the crowd thought he would return to his original form, one of his claws, surprisingly, propped up the ground, holding up the lower half of his body, upside down. Yes, Yifan is upside down. Seeing this action, the crowd froze again. The crazy little goat brother seemed to be shocked as well, and the move of swiping gifts that had just stopped, surprisingly continued once again, one carnival after another, thrown out as if for no money. The bottom line is this. I don't know if it's the attraction of the previous Netflix Wolf show or if it's because of crazy Lambie. At this time, surprisingly, there were also quite a few big anchors with 10 million followers who started to brush up their gifts. These big anchors, one by one, were also out of their element, almost no less than Brother Lamb. As a result, the amount of bounty in the live broadcast of the Netflix Wolf, like a rocket, soared again. 60 million, 70 million, 80 million, 90 million, 100 million. Under Xiaoro's shocked and overwhelming gaze, the amount of bounties in the live broadcast room reached a staggering 100 million. Chapter 152 Netflix Wolf's Push-Ups. Zoe was dumbfounded. When she first started broadcasting, she thought it was good enough to have a few million rewards, but it never occurred to me that this goal, right off the bat, had been reached. Subsequently, the reward amount was even more soaring. 10 million, tens of millions, until the current 100 million. The amount made Zoe's breath plummet. Lin Shuya, Fu Qing and the others were also shocked when they saw this, especially people like Fu Qing. Where had they seen such a horrible amount of bounty? You know, in the entire Shake Shack, in a year, there was no PK that even hit such a horrible amount. It's too much. Fu Qing and the others were also wide-eyed, but when they came back to their senses, they were thrilled. The higher the amount of Netflix Wolf's bounty, the hotter he proves to be. This level of fire can be seen perfectly as a corresponding commercial value. Nope, it should be a bigger business value. It's the kind of thing that you can tell just by thinking about it. The average person who is willing to take $5 to put a bounty on some anchor will certainly be willing to spend $5 and buy what he recommends, if not more. That is to say, now that the Netflix Wolf has received 100 million bounties, it is highly likely that he will also take a corresponding amount, or even more, when he brings up the goods. Sure, maybe there's a reason why crazy Lambie as well as other anchors, are holding up their end of the bargain. But all in all, when the time comes for Netflix Wolf to bring up the goods, it definitely scores no less as all. Realizing this, Fu Cheng and the others were even more confident about tomorrow's live bandwagon. In their minds, tomorrow's live strip will not only be a success, it will be a huge success. And the amount of this reward not only shocked Xiao Rou and the others, but likewise stunned Yun Nan Quan Mei. Resist? She couldn't resist it straight away. The amount of Yunnan Xuanmei's bounty now is only just barely breaking $10 million. But the Netflix Wolf across the street has reached a terrifying 100 million. In the face of such an amount, Yunnan writes sister completely no resistance. Not to mention swinging, even if not swinging cannot be engaged. It's horrible. Is this something a human being can do? No, the other guy was a wolf. But it's the fact that it's a wolf that makes it scary. An amount of bounty that a person couldn't get. Netflix Wolf got. Simply don't exaggerate. The netizens of Yunnan Xuanmei's live broadcasting room are naturally shocked beyond belief. This is too outrageous, right? The amount of the other party's reward soared to 100 million. Although I knew that the appearance of Crazy Lambie would surely raise the bounty amount to a very terrifying level. This is too terrifying. Man, I doubt Netflix Wolf's bounty income today is more than my month's salary. You're overthinking it. You'll never make that much in a lifetime, not to mention a month. 100 million reward. Does this break the Shake Shack record? I've never heard of anyone being able to get that much. It's not that there's no one, but there's not even any wolves. This is breaking a big record. Netflix Wolf Bull 666. The bull is in a big trouble. That reward also has my share. Just now I rewarded it and came back, ready to watch Sister Quan dance. Ha 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 ha, that's what I'm going to do. Looking at the fans' comments, Yun Nam Quan's sister laughed bitterly, and the other side. Naturally, it's a joyous occasion. Thank you, Mr. Lamb. This time we, the Netflix Wolves, have made a big face. Ha ha, 100 million reward. From now on, our Wolf Clan army can go out and brag. Who says it isn't? I recorded the screen and will hit anyone who pushes it in the face with this video. Netflix Wolf is also too powerful, and people aren't as enthusiastic without his program. Yes, I'm also a student party. See the Netroots Wolf so powerful. I'm embarrassed not to support. Now it seems to be all worth it. Witness the history. Crazy little sheep brother is powerful. He recruited most of those 10 million netizens, right? Indeed. Several of them look familiar to me, and without them, they wouldn't have made it to 100 million. The netizen fans, all of them, looked giddy and honored. Netflix Wolf took a 100 million bounty, an honor that made them happy, too. Of course, the happiest person was still Yi Fan. To be honest, such a reward amount was also greatly out of his expectation. 100 million bounties, which translates to $10 million. A PK hit of $10 million was indeed a terrifying and incomparable amount. At least Yi Fan had never heard of such a terrifying amount before. So how much does he get to share this time? Yi Fan secretly calculated up, a smile flooding the corners of his mouth. At this time, Xiao Rou was also full of smiles. She glanced at the netted wolf, then at the Yananese power girl across the room. By this time, Yunnan Quan's sister Her had begun to perform Subject 3. That magical movement made the corners of Zoe's mouth curl up slightly. Nettle Wolf, should we put on a show too? Zoe asked with a smile. Yi Fan smiled back at his words. That's for sure. The girls had agreed before that, win or lose, they would show their fans a little push-up. Now that it's hit a horrible 100 million, of course it's even more important to do it. How about we do 30 push-ups? Yi Fan sniffed and nodded. Seeing his actions, the crowd in the live broadcast room was happy again. Ha ha ha, is there still a show to watch? I almost forgot. Just now, Tiny Zoe said that no matter if you win or lose, you have to do push-ups. This is a good one. How does a Netflix Wolf do push-ups? I'm curious. How many do we have to do? Netflix Wolf has to do more to make it work. We support you so much. 20 or 30 is about right. But of course, we wouldn't mind if there were more. Push-ups, push-ups. I wonder if the Nettle Wolf is better than a human in this aspect of doing push-ups as well. Read on to find out. So looking forward to it. Not bad, not bad. If Netflix Wolf does well, I might consider brushing up again. I haven't even spent my $3,000 paycheck this month. Save your breath upstairs. $3,000 isn't enough. Don't underestimate me. Don't look at me. $3,000 a month. That's because there are only 30 days in a month. If there were 100 days in a month, I'd be earning over $10,000 a month. No. The big man who earns over $10,000 a month is really awesome. The crowd was jubilant to see that Nettle Wolf was going to perform another show. Now that the PK was over, the rate at which Nettle Wolf was receiving gifts had slowed down significantly. Now the Netflix wolf is just a bonus if he continues to perform the show. They are naturally happy about this situation. And so, with the crowd watching, Rouge and Nettlewolf did push-ups at the same time. The eyes that bet on Ro were few and far between. More people still watching Netflix wolf. After seeing the other man flex his limbs and literally do push-ups, the crowd was excited again. Chapter 153 The Physical Strength of the Nettle Wolf. Really doing push-ups? I'm going to go. Don't be so bullish. This isn't a Netflix wolf. This is a muscle wolf. It's no wonder that Nettlewolf's fighting strength is so strong. It looks like he's usually working out. Ha ha ha, a wolf working out. Are you kidding me? Seeing the actions of the Netflix wolf, the fan netizens on the side of the Yunnan Kwanmei were once again stunned. That standard overhead press amazed them. From this angle, they were able to see that the arms of the Nettlewolf arched into rather impressive arm contours. A wolf that actually has muscles. Seeing this scene, these netizens all get up. The original Yunnan Kwan sisters, jumping subject 3, is quite fresh, but this would be a comparison. And again, it's clearly the Netflix wolf that's more appealing. And so it was. The netizens in the live broadcast room, once again, ran to the side of the netizen wolf to watch. The number of fans in Yunnan Kwanmei's live broadcast quickly dropped to 4 digits. When Yunnan Kwanmei saw this, she couldn't help but wail in her heart. She was still thinking about another PK after the punishment. Even if you don't PK with Nettlewolf, you can still rake in a lot with that many fans out there. But what I didn't expect was that before I could start piking again, I ran a large portion of it over to the side of the Nettlewolf. This also led to the fact that the number of people in the live room of the Netflix wolf, instead of decreasing, increased. It was originally more than 200,000, but now it even surpassed 300,000. When Fu Qing and the others saw this, they couldn't have been more excited. A PK was able to give out 100 million bounties. So if Netflix wolf had a few more fights, wouldn't he just get rich? Even if the next few games, instead of 100 million, only tens of millions, it's still a very significant number. Thinking of this, Fu Qing immediately decided to have Xiao Rou pull the Nettle Wolf and find someone to continue piking. With the current trend of increasing numbers instead of decreasing, it seems that they are perfectly capable of continuing the PK ring. Even if the 100 million reward just now spread out, it might be possible to put out an even bigger reward afterward. Thinking this way, Fu Qing secretly waited. And this side, after doing 30 push-ups, Zoe was a bit overwhelmed. I can't do it anymore. Zoe suddenly flopped down to the ground and adorably poked her tongue out. For the camera, she was a little ashamed. She couldn't even do 50 push-ups when it was obvious that the net was so powerful. Sorry about that, looks like I'm going to have to get in shape before I do too. Hearing Ro's apologies, the netizens didn't care too much. After all, Zoe is a soft girl and you can't expect too much from her. In fact, even a lot of guys, these days, can't do 30 push-ups yet. It's kind of nice that Zoe can do it now. Of course, the main thing was that it wasn't Zoe they wanted to see, either. As stated before, they are focusing more on the Netflix wolves. At this time, Nettle Wolf also made it to 30 push-ups, but he didn't collapse without support like Ro, but continued to do it stoically. 10, 20, in the blink of an eye, Nettle Wolf had done 50 push-ups. His arms, still so strong, the muscles bulging above them, did not tremble. The crowd was stunned to see this. My God, count correctly. Nettlewolf did 50 push-ups. I can't even make 30 of them. Nettlewolf is too good. Weakling, I can do 50, but it's not as steady as Nettlewolf. No wonder the Nettlewolf had no problem standing upside down just now. That was probably easy for him. Oh, I'm getting a little warm and fuzzy looking at Nettlewolf like this. Guys, want us to do it together? Yeah, count me in. It's good to do push-ups after looking at your phone for so long. I'm coming too. I'll stop by and compare myself to Nettlewolf to see who's done more. Everyone help count Nettlewolf's ha. Inside the live broadcast, netizens laughed. There were even quite a few people who were too idle to do push-ups after the Netflix wolf. It's no wonder, after all, that a lot of people who watch live streams these days are indeed loafers. So much fun that it instantly piqued their interest. Some of them even rose to the occasion. Even Nettlewolf has done so many push-ups, there's no reason they can't do it. Xiao Rou took the time to glance at the screen, and her pretty face couldn't help but become odd. What's with the sudden change in style? Just now, the netizens were in a mood to watch a good show and see what's going on. But now, they're actually going to do push-ups with the netizen wolf. And there are quite a few people who are so excited that they want to compete with the Nettle Wolf. These netizens, presumably fitness professionals, would be suspected of rubbing it in, but it has to be said that Netflix Wolf, unintentionally, seems to have started a small national push-up craze. At this time, Yi Fan, naturally, did not know that his move of doing push-ups had caused a large number of people to follow his lead. As a matter of fact, The reason why he didn't stop was just that his mind was moved and he wanted to take the opportunity to test his physical strength. It was important to know that Yi Fan had gained a magical ability ever since he became a wild wolf. That is, he is able to increase his strength through eating, visible to the naked eye. And this, too, was the key to Yi Fan's ability to tear the tiger and leopard alive before. It had been a while, though, since he'd experimented with power. It's a good time to experiment while you're doing push-ups. It's a strength exercise, after all. The number of push-ups you can do, and to some extent, the strength. And now, after Yi Fan did 50 push-ups in one breath, he was surprised to find that he hadn't consumed much. It was important to realize that doing push-ups with a wolf's body still consumed the same amount as a human. Since this was the case, Yi Fan simply continued to test up. 60, 80, 100. Soon, Yi Fan then did 100 push-ups. Such a scenario has once again caused the internet to be shocked. Asterisk. Did I count correctly? Nettle Wolf did 100 push-ups. It's too good. I can't do it with 10. I'm a little better than you. I can do 15. Not even better than an anchor. Let alone a Netflix wolf. The Netflix wolf is so good. 100 push-ups seem to be unchanged. I'm so impressed. 6,666. It seems that the gift just now is still less brushed. This will make up for it. Plenty of comments swiped up. At the same time, the gifts that had become sparse a moment ago became dense once again. Everyone was surprised by this hand of Nettle Wolf. 100 push-ups is something that even the average fitness guy can't do. Yet Netflix Wolf did it. The bottom line is that at this point, the Nettle Wolf still hasn't stopped. 120, 140. Looking at the Nettle Wolf that seemed to have infinite stamina, Ro was also stunned. Originally, she was just going to do a couple dozen push-ups with Nettle Wolf to cope with the internet. What was never expected was for Netflix Wolf to turn push-ups into another eye-popping show. How many does he have to make? Chapter 154, Brother Little Sheeps pulling together. Huffay. Inside the gleaming, imposing mansion on the first floor. Inside the conference room, Little Sheep Brother and Big Sheep Brother assignment, as the bosses, had gathered quite a few employee apprentices to come over and watch the live broadcast. The answer to who this one is live is self-evident. That's right, it's Netflix Wolf Live. Generally speaking, for every phenomenal netizen, Brother Little Sheep is organizing people to watch and learn. And it's only by maintaining this humility that they've been able to take the best of what they've got and keep the flow going. And this time, with Netflix Wolf Live, it's no different. It's just that in the past, the phenomenal internet celebrities, Brother Little Sheep was rarely rewarded. Even if there is a bounty, it won't be much. But this time, Brother Lamb made an exception. Carnivals are sent up one by one. Because of this gesture, the rest of the group could see how much Brother Lamb loved the Nettle Wolf. Of course, that's not really surprising. After all, watching it, even they couldn't help but reward it. But what they never expected was that this wave of bounty went down, and actually helped the Netflix Wolf to set a new record, hitting a shocking bounty of 100 million amount. Holy, Brother Lamb's scalp went numb as he watched. Big Goat was also dumbfounded. The rest of them, likewise, were shocked. It was important to realize that although their rewards were many, the total combined was only 20 million rewards. In other words, the other bounties attracted by Netflix Wolf still amounted to as much as $80 million. Such an amount made even Brother Lamb suck in a breath of cold air. Boss, this Nettle Wolf is really against the odds. The average phenomenal internet celebrity falls in 7 days, and some fast ones even disappear in 2 or 3 days. But what about now? This Netflix Wolf, it's been on fire for half a month, and there's not a single sign of decline. It's even getting hotter. Yeah, I'm following him too. It's horrible. It's like the son of traffic. A wolf is capable of doing this. We really need to learn from him. Hearing the employee's words, Brother Little Sheep and Brother Big Sheep looked at each other and both laughed a bit bitterly. In fact, they paid attention to the Netflix Wolf when it first caught fire. But the girls, at the time, didn't care too much. After all, Netflix Wolf is a phenomenal Netflix though, with a very likable persona. But the thing is, he's only a pet anchor, and the audience is very low. So if there are no surprises, Netflix Wolf is the kind of phenomenal Netflix that fires for 2 or 3 days and then disappears. Of course, it's not completely gone, and perhaps in that niche circle, Netflix Wolves will still be popular, but it definitely won't get a big official push like it is now. So all in all, Netflix Wolf's current traffic achievements are shocking even to Brother Sheepy and Brother Big Sheepy. Sure, it's not like the two of them were able to develop this far. They've all been privy to the phenomenon of Netflix Wolf's unusual hot streak. Simply put, it's unexpected. That's right, it's unexpected. Netflix Wolf. It was so unexpected. In the beginning, it was unexpected to run onto a state highway and demand food. The various means of demanding food that followed were also surprising. And then there's all the maneuvering he does later on. all very unexpected. Collecting minions, catch the traffickers, going out on a trip. Who could not like and love such a cyberwolf? So at this moment, it was just as Fu Qing had feared. Brother Lamb has a pull on Nettlewolf. Such a Netflix wolf, if he could pull it together, would definitely be able to make their Three Sheep Company go to the next level. For now, though, it's clear that it can't be easily pulled together. That's why Brother Lamb's current thoughts are also mostly about watching the fun. Awesome. I can't even do that many push-ups. Seeing the Nettle Wolf inside the screen, Brother Lamb sighed out with emotion. Everyone else naturally blushed oddly. And this time, the GIFs in Xiaorou's live broadcast room were once again swiped to the sky. Surprisingly, it was even better than the PK just now. Who would have thought that it's even possible for a Netflix wolf to do push-ups? It's amazing that I was able to make so many of them. 100 push-ups, they're hanging off the fitness anchors. The only people who do more than 100 in a row without changing their color are probably those military brothers who train every day. But the thing is, it's a coyote, right? To not be so counterintuitive. As Sheepy summarizes, the Netflix wolf is so unexpected at every turn. What the average person can't do, he does even, and better than the average person. What else is there to say in a situation like this? Brush it. It's his money to earn. Without realizing it, Zoe was all smiles again. She watched as Nettlewolf did push-ups one after the other. 150, 117, 109, 200. Finally, Nettlewolf stopped. Wow! Zoe couldn't help but yell out, clapping desperately. Nettlewolf actually did a full 200 push-ups. It's so awesome. When Fu Qing and the others saw this, they also looked like they had seen a ghost. The point is, at this point, the Nettlewolf doesn't look any different. If he's tired, he should be spitting out his tongue and gasping for air. But now, he doesn't look like he's in the least bit of trouble. Does that mean that 200 push-ups is not the limit of the Nettlewolf? Geez, Fu Qing and the others were infinitely shocked. And indeed, it does. If he didn't find it too intimidating, Yifan would have no problem even doing another doubling, but that would be too shocking. While he's always gone for the unexpected persona, he doesn't want to be too perverted. IQ and strength, just maintain it at an amazing margin. That said, it was actually dangerous for him to inform Ro and Lin Shuya of his true intelligence. If the two were the type of people who were scheming against each other, Yifan would be in big trouble. The good thing is, neither one is that kind of person and can keep a secret. And such is the same when put in terms of strength. If Yifan's true power was exposed, it would be troublesome. Maybe someone will create a trapping program based on his power. But if his power was reserved, then it would be insurance if someone did try to deal with him. At that time, Yifan could completely explode with true power and overcome the enemy. Sure, as the attention on him grew, this was largely eliminated. For that, look to the stars. In these recent times, it's unheard of for any celebrity to be kidnapped. Or what for? Mainly because, with so much celebrity attention and traveling with a ton of people, no one would even dare to take a shot at them in plain sight. And that's where he is now. But it's good to be prepared with an extra hand. The main thing is that unlike celebrities, he's not destined to be able to travel with more than one, even if his traffic is higher than that of celebrities. Next, having done his push-ups, Yifan immediately bowed to the netizens in the live broadcast to express his gratitude. For once, I really thank these people for their support. Thanks to them, he was able to finish his first PK. Chapter 155 Netflix Wolf officially carries the goods. Netflix Wolf's first PK is kind of over. Fu Qing and the others still wanted to go live, but Yifan took the initiative to express his refusal to Xiaorou. The gift at hand, although it was not decreasing but increasing, Yifan knew that it was not a good thing. Putting it all together, I'm afraid he's taking more than 100 million bounties for this PK. This is certainly a sensational Shake Shack situation, but in the grand scheme of things, it's not a good thing. It is important to realize that the situation of bounty is, in the eyes of many, actually unearned. If the amount is small, so be it. But if the amount is very huge, it could easily cause someone to blink. So in Yifan's opinion, now that he had received so many rewards, he was already very conspicuous. If we keep piking, it's too easy for something to happen. If you switch to bandwagon, it's no problem. Live banding, that's serious business. No matter how much money is brought out, it's a normal business deal. Even if it was $1 billion, Yifan wasn't worried in the slightest. But with the bounty, it's best to take it for what it's worth. Boss, get off the air. Xiaorou comprehended Yifan's meaning and said to Qing. Fu Qing was a bit reluctant, but looking at the Nettle Wolf with a look of agreement, he could only end the live broadcast. She did eye roll at the gifts. After all, there was a part of her in the share given to Zoe. The more bounties Netflix Wolf gets, the more she can make. Now that she saw those rewards coming in like crazy, she couldn't help but get excited. but she also understands that it's not good to overexert fan enthusiasm. Why is there a saying in the industry that the end of Netflix is to bring goods? The reason for this is because the best and most sustainable way to make money as an online celebrity is still bandwagoning. It's worth sacrificing some for the bandwagon. Of course, Fu Qing understood. Too much bounty is not a good thing. So even though she couldn't part with those rewards, she ended up ruthlessly turning off the live broadcast. The live stream is completely over. Xiao Rou and Yifan walked towards Fu Qing and the others. But just then, to their surprise, Fu Qing put on a smile and led the applause. The rest of his co-workers were not slow to react to the situation and applauded together. Snap! Inside the studio, there was a loud applause. Even Lin Shuya clapped along. Xiao Rou and Yifan couldn't help but smile when they saw this. Apparently, their test broadcast, this time, was a complete success. Simply not too successful. That's why Fu Qing and the others spontaneously applauded Xiao Rou and Nettle Wolf. The applause was long-lasting, and completely brought this test live to a close. Next up is the live bandwagon. After this, the crowd was confident. Day 2, Fu Qing and the others came to the studio early and started to prepare for the work. So did Zoe, but she was tasked with picking up the Nettle Wolf. This time, Lin Shuya was still following around. She was also very curious about the first live banding of the Netflix Wolf. On the way, Lin Shuya even took the initiative to talk about this matter. Zoe, what are you guys doing with this live bandwagon? Hearing this, Xiao Rou returned without even thinking. What else? It's pretty much the same as the previous kind. At those words, Lin Shu also nodded. The way Zoe is talking about it, it's just plain live bandwagoning. It's explained by Zoe, and then on links and stuff, and the whole time down the line, the Nettle Wolf is just acting as a backdrop. Lin Shu also glanced at the Nettle Wolf and didn't think there was anything wrong with it. After all, although the Nettle Wolf's IQ was high, he couldn't speak human after all. In that case, selling these, naturally, should be left to Rou. It was just that Yifan sniffed, but he glanced at Xiao Rou. He's a Netflix wolf. Is it really good to have him as a backdrop? In that case, what's the difference with those who get an AI background live? Yifan felt that since he was also live streaming with goods, he definitely couldn't be a background plate. He's definitely going to be involved. Otherwise, it's a small matter of low presence, and a big matter if the stuff doesn't sell. Sure, it's impossible to say what the real situation is now. Maybe it's enough for him to just be a backdrop? If this was okay, Yifan naturally wouldn't be redundant. Arriving at the studio, Yifan and Xiao Rou and Lin Shui once again received a warm welcome from Fu Qing and the others. Coming, Fu Qing greeted him with a smile on his face. I don't know if it was because it was a rather special day, but not only was she wearing a new dress, but she was also wearing a relatively grand makeup. Yifan couldn't help but look at it more. None of you have eaten, have you? Come over here and get something to eat? Fucking greeted again. On this side of the studio, there was also a dining table where 7 or 8 people could eat together without any problem. It's only natural to fill your stomach before you start broadcasting. When Xiao Rou sniffed, she asked Fu Qing, "Boss, the food for the Nettle Wolf, is it ready yet?" "Sure." Fu Qing smiled, then gestured over to the dining table. There were 5 or 6 boxed lunches already placed in advance, precisely for Xiao Rou and the girls to eat, which also includes lunch at Netflix Wolf. Just thinking about this, Fu Qing couldn't help but be a bit dumbfounded. According to Zoe, Netflix Wolf specified chicken steak and rice. Well, it was a long time since Yifan had eaten chicken, and took this opportunity to satisfy himself a little. Going over to the dining table, Yifan didn't need to do anything. Xiao Rou opened the boxed lunch for him first. Seeing the meal in the box, Yifan couldn't help but nod secretly. Fucking clearly has a heart. Inside the lunchbox, there were enough 2 pieces of chicken steak fried to a golden brown. Other than that, there were a few strips of vegetables, and some corn. The rest is white rice. That's a good mix, and it's nutritionally balanced. Yifan was more satisfied. As for Xiao Rou and Lin Shuya, they weren't picky and took a random lunchbox and ate it. Half an hour later, both men and the wolf were well fed. Seeing that it was about time, Xiao Rou led Yifan towards the live broadcast room. "Go Zoe, go Nettle Wolf." Lin Shu also cheered the one-man wolf from the side, while Yifan was not at liberty to respond. Xiao Rou laughed. "Don't worry, Sister E, it's going to be a big success today just like yesterday." Rather than being too nervous, Xiao Rou was very confident. It's no wonder. It was really too successful yesterday. With that kind of foundation to build on, the girls were pretty much foolproof for this live broadcast. What needed to be worried about now? Rou felt it should be that there were not enough goods to sell. Lin Shu also nodded. She also felt that there would be no surprises. This live bandwagon should go well. And next, as if to corroborate this, when Xiaowei and Yifan began to live broadcast and put on the first product, they immediately bought a burst. This product, the first custard pie ever eaten by a Netflix wolf. 12 in a pack, $9.90 straight to the car, 100,000 orders, surprisingly, were directly swept away. Chapter 156 Open Door in Waterloo? Boom! The crowd was shaken. This is sold out. Ro gave an incredulous inquiry. Once she was ready, she and Netflix Wolf started live banding. The first product they bring, and they're a little careful, is directly the food that Nettle Wolf ate for the first time, custard pie. These custard pies are very filling and come in packages of 12 for only $9.09 a package. It's still a good deal, but a good deal is a good deal, and on a normal day, it's not very competitive. But this one was different, and as the first time a Netflix Wolf had ever snacked on it, it was very memorable. Also, because of Netflix Wolf's huge traffic, there should be a lot of buyers for the first time band. Therefore, for the sales of this custard pie, they were all very confident, and directly prepared 100,000 orders. But even so, by the time the sale came out, they were still shocked. Not only for a minute, 100,000 orders of custard pies were bought out. This is too scary. It was important to realize that there were only a little over 100,000 people inside their live broadcast right now. In that case, wouldn't that mean that nearly most of the people have placed their orders? Of course, it's possible that some of them placed more than one order, but with over 100,000 people, even if only half of them order, it's pretty scary. Fu Qing and the others were also shocked, immediately followed by a great surprise. 100,000 orders were actually seconded. That's horrible. Is it true that so many people like custard pie? No, they're all for it because they love Netflix Wolf. Fu Qing and the others discussed it and quickly came to a conclusion. Their caution. It worked. This custard pie, which has a special value for Netflix Wolf, is something Netflix fans are really willing to buy into. This situation, though, can actually be seen as, well, fans rewarding Netflix Wolf. Whether other products will buy it or not is the next big thing. Sure, either way, the situation at hand can be counted as the girls having taken an opening. As long as they keep up the good work, this live bandwagon can be a complete success. Lin Shu also saw that the situation was good, and from a distance, she smiled at Xiao Wei and Yi Fan, and gave a thumbs up to show encouragement. Xiao Ro nodded her head and smiled, turning to look at Yi Fan. At this moment, Yi Fan, seeing that 100,000 orders of custard pies were sold out in the blink of an eye, the wolf couldn't help but show a smirk on his face. He was aware of the commission on this custard pie. It was cheap, just $9.90 a pack, but they got almost a $5 commission for selling a single order. That means that inside $1 million in sales, they immediately made $500,000. Of course, this $500,000, or half of it should be shared with Xiaoru, but spare me the trouble. Yifan instantly scored $250,000. That's a lot more income than even a bounty. In light of this, Yifan didn't say anything more, but honestly acted as a good backdrop. And this time, all the dudes who were following the live bandwagon of the Netflix Wolf began to marvel again. It's worthy of being a Netflix Wolf, selling 100,000 units in one go. Amazing. This bandwagon, Nettle Wolf doesn't seem to be doing anything. It's just standing there. That's power. His flow is horrible. It feels like today's bandwagon list is going to be pierced by Netflix Wolf. Ha ha, Lambie's going to panic, isn't he? This time, Hefei, Three Sheep Headquarters. Once again, Brother Lamb was focused on the live stream of the Netflix Wolf. Looking at the sales figures of the Netflix Wolf, Brother Lamb's face changed. He didn't panic. After all, as the existence of the top 3 of the perennial bandwagon list, even if Netflix Wolf kills out, the impact on him is not great. It was just that this momentum of Nettle Wolf still made him feel toothy. At this rate, perhaps his reputation as the first brother of the Shake Shack bandwagon is about to be lost. Holy, thinking about it, Brother Lamb couldn't help but utter a catchphrase. They analyzed the data from the Netflix Wolf live broadcast and found that the conversion rate of the other side reached a staggering 3-2. That means that in a live stream of 100,000 people, there are 60,000 or 70,000 people who have placed paid orders. This conversion rate, even he has something not to go. His conversion rate, after all, was only up to 10-1, but even so, he's a miracle worker in the industry. After all, he also often has hundreds of thousands of people in his live room, which works out to tens of thousands of people placing orders for things every time. That kind of support is exactly why they were able to spend $100 million on the building. But now, it had been surpassed by someone else. Rather, this being was still a wolf. At this time, Little Sheep is even embarrassed to organize staff to watch the live broadcast to learn. Because of this live content right now, there is no need to learn. All of those people were headed for the Nettle Wolf. I'm afraid they don't care about whatever the product is. And it is true. Netflix Wolf carries the goods, and even if the first one isn't a custard pie, most people will buy it. The next thing, though, is that the second item, Sheepy thinks, shouldn't be so hot. As for the reason, it's simple. Live banding is not the same as rewarding. Rewarded because I like it. But placing an order for something is different. You can help out with an order or two of support if you like. But more than that, it goes back to the quality of the product, and the demand. And next, just as Lambie thought, the second time around, not as many people bought the shower gel that Zoe brought. This is the body wash that Nettlewolf used before, and Nettlewolf said it was good too. This body wash, a smoky type, gives off an aroma that lasts all day after washing. It's not too expensive either, 1,000 milliliters full, only $19.99. Xiaoro recounted it and then confidently asked Fu Qing to go on the shelf. It's worth noting that this time around, most of what they bought was also related to the Netflix Wolf, so with the experience of the first time, this time, Xiaoro was also confident. That's what Fu Qing and the others thought. As a result, once the smoky-scented body wash hit the shelves, a situation that took them by surprise occurred. In an instant, there were still quite a few people placing orders, but a minute later, the 70,000 orders of body wash that were set to go just over 10,000 orders. Seeing this, Xiaoro and Fu Qing and the others were a bit dumbfounded. What's going on? You know, this time they didn't put out 100,000 orders just to be on the safe side, just 70,000 orders, in order to, in fact, create that situation of getting seconds again. This scenario is, in fact, a big plus for selling. It gives a sense of oppression, of urgency, if you clear it instantly. It's like, if you order a little bit later, this item will be sold out. With this sense of pressure, a virtuous cycle can be created, and every order can be sold short. But now, what I didn't expect was an accident when I only brought it to the second product. What's going on here? Netflix Wolf's face is not good anymore? Chapter 157 Crazy Burst of Sales. This time, Fu Qing and the others were confused. It did not occur to me that it was only the second product that met its Waterloo. Soaring sales stagnated in the flesh. Xiaoro also realized that something was wrong and hurriedly introduced it again. This is a body wash that leaves a long-lasting scent and is very delicate after washing. But even if Xiaoro persuaded, several minutes had passed, and the sales volume was only about 20,000 units. That's a big difference from what they expected. You know, they have a need for sales. To be more precise, the supplier has a set sales volume requirement. Otherwise, why should they pay pit fees and why should they pay such high commissions? Why should they cooperate with you? All in all, it's complicated. And the sales requirement for this body wash is at least 50,000 units. Not to say sold out. Sure, 50,000 orders may seem like a lot, but with the amazing traffic that Netflix Wolf has, it doesn't seem very difficult. Especially just now, when the first order was sold short for 100,000 units. At this rate up, that's 70,000 orders of bath bombs, and that's a breeze. But what I never expected was that this time the netizen fans were not so enthusiastic. A few drops of cold sweat broke out on Rose's forehead as she explained. At this point, she didn't know what to do. Continuing with the lecture obviously didn't have much effect. But the problem is, it's not okay to fail to meet the sales requirements. You know, if they don't meet the sales requirements, they're going to lose money. All in all, it's a statement that the money isn't that good. In the meantime, the many anchors who watched the live broadcast also found out about Rose's awkward situation. Especially Crazy Lambie. It would be him and Big Goat hiding inside the room watching the live stream. Seeing this, he commented, "This tiny Zoe, it's pretty close, huh?" Brother Big Goat sniffed and nodded. He understood what Brother Lamb meant. The meaning is simple. That is, Tiny Zoe is qualified as an anchor, but as a bandwagon anchor, she is still a little bit short. The bandwagon anchor has to be adaptable, articulate, and equally evocative of the desire to buy. But now, this little Zoe didn't even make it. Sure, it could also be a team issue. Generally speaking, even if they are three sheep carrying goods, they need to, as far as possible, talk about the price of the goods at a very favorable level. At the very least, it has to be a great deal at first glance for others to reward them with a plus purchase. Otherwise, it's hard to elicit a sustained purchase just to reward the face. And now this body wash that Little Fresh Meat carries is indeed discounted, but definitely not to the extent of being a very good deal. So right now there are such sales. Both of their brothers feel that it is not surprising. At this rate, I guess this one's going to hang. Then Brother Big Goat chimed in. Brother Lamb thought deeply. By hung up, I mean that an item doesn't sell for the desired amount of sales and has no choice but to be taken off the shelves. That's normal, too. After all, it can't keep dragging on. If this shower gel doesn't work, Fu Qing's side can only endure the pain and go off the shelves. If you lose money, you lose money. you can't let one product drag down the entire pace of the live broadcast and the sales of other products. And so it was. While Little Sheepy and Big Sheepy were discussing it, on Fu Qing's side, he had already signaled to Xiao Rou. The idea is simple. Wrap it up as soon as possible and move on to the next item. When Xiao Rou saw this, a helpless look flashed across her face. Though a little reluctant, she also realized that she couldn't put it off any longer. Otherwise, the fiery live broadcasts, all of them, would have received an impact. Only next, just as Xiao Rou gritted her teeth and planned to announce to the netizens that the merchandise had been taken off the shelves, an unexpected situation appeared. The Nettle Wolf, who was originally sitting next to Xiao Rou and acting as a backdrop, suddenly made a move. He reached out with both paws, merged them, and waved them at the camera. It's like a congratulatory gesture. Xiao Rou couldn't help but be stunned when she saw this. Fu Cheng and the others couldn't help but freeze when they saw Nettle Wolf's actions. Lin Shuya blinked. Nettle Wolf? And brother Little Sheep and brother Big Sheep, suddenly seeing that the Nettle Wolf had made a move, also froze. Immediately afterward, in the presence of countless people, a miracle occurred. Inside the live broadcast room, the originally stagnant sales of shower gels had heated up and started to increase. In the blink of an eye, it was to grow wildly in an explosive manner. 1,000 singles, 5,000 singles, 10,000 singles. That's not all. Brush up. The fire sale of the custard pie just now has reappeared. When Xiao Rou saw this, her entire body froze, and her words to get off the shelf stuck in her throat. Within just 2 minutes, the remaining 50,000 orders of shower gel were emptied. Seeing this, Fu Cheng and the others were stunned. What just happened? And the most clueless of all is actually the supplier of this smoky body wash. Originally, he all thought that his goods to hang up, although sold 20,000 single, but summarized calculations. In fact, there is no profit. Only by clearing all 70,000 orders would he be able to make a big profit. Originally, when I saw what had just happened, I didn't think there was much hope. What I didn't expect was that the peaks and valleys, which had been stagnant, suddenly spiked again and even cleared out all at once. Returning to his senses, this supplier was naturally filled with a look of surprise, but he was still a little puzzled. How come all of a sudden, sales are exploding? Seeing this, brother Little Sheep and brother Big Sheep looked at each other and couldn't help but shake their heads and lose their laughter. That was awesome. This Netflix wolf, it's really against the odds. The two brothers saw why at once. The reason for the sudden sellout is actually quite simple. It was because of that action that Nettle Wolf had just taken. Don't look at the cold snap this shower gel just encountered. But that's only a shower gel. Netflix wolf, still so hot. So this time, seeing him out in the open, the internet fans are once again buying in. And this time, Xiao Rou's gaze subconsciously landed on the top of the live comment section, and she also reacted with an afterthought. Ha ha ha, the Netflix wolf has asked for our help. It doesn't look like a good bandwagon. Actually, I mostly want to see the Netflix wolf, and now that the Netflix wolf is out there, I'm sure I'll have to give face to it. Anchor, why don't you let the Netflix wolf take a look at it? I want to see the Netflix wolf take a look at it. Seeing that sales aren't working, it looks like the Netflix wolf is in a hurry. Wolf, show your face a few more times, and I'll not only order, I'll even give you a reward. You guys, did Netflix wolf see that sales weren't working and then strike? No matter what, surely we can't let the Netflix wolf lose face. In order to support the Netflix wolf, my family directly grouped a large box. Me too, LOL. Netflix wolf is to be supported, or else he won't play online in the future. And that's a problem. Seeing such a comment, Xiao Rou naturally understood completely. To put it bluntly, it's the face of the Netflix wolf that works. Because of his presence, people are buying up bath bombs empty again. Chapter 158 Netflix Wolf Dominant Bandwagon? At this time, Fu Cheng and the others looked at each other. They also saw the comments section and naturally understood that this was the role of the Netflix wolf. It's awesome. Just one move and 50,000 units sold. Lin Shu also stared at her beautiful eyes in shock. Just now, Xiao Rou was at her wit's end, but she didn't expect that a small action by the Nettle Wolf would take care of the problem. She thought it was too good. Xiao Rou came back to her senses and hugged the Nettle Wolf even more excitedly. Wow, that's amazing you. Anchor, be careful. The Netflix wolf really won't bite you. Look how happy this girl is. But Nettle Wolf is really calm. It's normal for her to be so excited after dropping 50,000 orders in a second. But don't take advantage of my Netflix wolf. Oops. I want to be hugged by the anchor instead of Netflix wolf. The live broadcast became a joyous one for a while, but there are still a lot of people who see the hidden crisis of the fiery live broadcast, as are the little and big goat brothers at this point. After marveling at the awesomeness of the Netflix wolf, they were not looking forward to the rest of the broadcast. The reason is simple. because the shower gel selling out situation right now is actually similar to a custard pie. Netflix fans, all for the sake of Netflix Wolf, but this face is used a little less. If Ro hadn't made any changes next, I'm afraid that even if Nettle Wolf stepped in, it wouldn't be very effective. And this change is going to what they say. Be sure to make your online fans think that the product is very affordable. But this is not something that can be fixed in a temporary emergency. Anything that involves price or anything else is negotiated with the supplier. Things like temporary price cuts on the air are scripted. All in all, it's still a bit of a tough nut to crack in the live room right now. Yet just as the two were thinking this way, once again, accidents happen. Inside the live feed, Zoe let go after hugging the cyber wolf for a moment. She didn't forget business. Although she was very excited by what had just happened, she didn't forget that she had to proceed to sell her goods. However, just as Ro was about to continue, the web-slinging wolf pawed at her. What's going on? Zoe looked at the nettle wolf in surprise. Yifan saw that Xiao Ro looked at him and opened his mouth slightly, making a motion to speak. It was worth mentioning that for this live broadcast, Yifan and Xiao Ro had also made some preparations, probably a code word that belongs to both of them. And Yifan's current behavior was telling Xiao Ro that he wanted to talk. Xiao Ro was surprised for a moment and quickly understood what Yifan meant. She immediately took out her cell phone, turned her back, and stealthily handed it to Yifan. What is Sister Zoe doing? Why did you turn your back on the camera? When Fu Qing and the others saw this, they couldn't help but be stunned. Lin Shuya, on the other hand, blushed oddly. From her angle, she was able to see Zoe's movements directly. At this moment, Xiao Ro, herself, handed the cell phone over to the hands of the Nettle Wolf. Nettle Wolf, on the other hand, kept pressing on his cell phone as if he were typing. The others were still a bit confused when they saw the scene. But how could Lin Shuya not understand that this was Nettle Wolf communicating with Xiao Ro? But the thing is, it's in the middle of a live broadcast. What's so important that Nettle Wolf has to tell Zoe in the first place? In fact, Zoe was puzzled by this. What is Netflix Wolf going to say to himself? But soon, with a nod of the Nettle Wolf's paw, Zoe understood, because Netflix Wolf first typed this on her cell phone. For the rest of the broadcast, leave it to me, you'll introduce it from the sidelines while cooperating with me. Seeing this, Xiao Ro froze. But next, Yifan had stopped talking and directly turned back around. Seeing this, Xiao Ro could only follow and turn back, only to look at Yifan with a gaze that was as odd as it could be. She could read the words, but the meaning was confusing. Netflix Wolf asked her to cooperate with the sale? Does that mean he's doing the selling and she's along for the ride? But the problem is, Netflix Wolf can't talk either. So how is he going to sell his goods? Zoe was weirded out. The corner of Yifan's mouth, however, revealed a hint of a smile. Sure, he can't talk, but that doesn't mean he can't sell. And naturally, the reason why Yifan changed his ways was because he also sensed that something was wrong. Although Yifan didn't have the same vision as Little Sheep Brother Big Sheep Brother, he knew the basic logic. These netizen fans, since they were coming for him, it didn't make sense for him to be a backdrop all the time. As previously stated, Yifan didn't mind if being a backdrop could also sell all the merchandise. But from what just happened, it seems clear that it won't work. Xiao Ro's introduction is still quite on point, but it's useless. Netizen fans don't buy it. There was no way around it. Yifan could only go on by himself. That's why he said what he said to Zoe. But what he and Xiao Ro said, Fu Qing obviously couldn't understand, and would be looking at Xiao Ro in a daze. What the hell were Zoe and Nettle Wolf up to just now? Forget it. Now is not the time to dwell on such things either. Fu Qing hurriedly gestured and asked Xiao Ro if it was time to change to the next item. When Xiao Ro saw Fu Qing's gesture, she glanced at the Nettle Wolf and nodded with an odd expression on her face. As things stood, she didn't have time to discuss it further with Nettle Wolf. Since he just said that, let's do that. It was still a little strange, but Zoe also trusted the Nettle Wolf. After all, the Netflix Wolf has always been so unexpected, and how magical things seem to happen when it comes to him. And seeing Xiao Ro nod her head, Fu Qing immediately arranged it again. The shower gel was immediately removed by one of the assistants and replaced with a new item. It was a snow-white towel. Oh, everyone should be no stranger to this towel, right? That's right, this towel is the same towel I bought for Nettle Wolf earlier. You can see the color. It's very clean, and it smells, and it doesn't have any odor. It can be used with children, adults, in the house. Above all, it's the quality of this quality really can't be beat. The new merchandise was brought out, and Zoe glanced at Nettle Wolf, and when he made no move, she began to introduce it again. Who knew that halfway through the introduction, Nettle Wolf suddenly made a shocking move. He took a step ahead of Ro and came straight to the white towel. Poof! The reticulated wolf then bit into the towel. Ro froze at the sight. The introduction on his lips couldn't help but stutter. Immediately afterward, She was amazed to see that the netherwolf began to tear the towel up with great force, that look as if he was tearing into his prey. Seeing this, Fu Cheng and the others were stunned. What's going on here? Did the Netflix wolf go crazy? They both panicked a little at the thought. However, Little Sheep Brother and Big Sheep Brother, who saw this scene, had their scalps tingling a bit. This Netflix wolf, empty. Chapter 159, Crazy Sales. Boss, that Wolf King isn't running. A mercenary panted and looked at the mercenary leader, reaching out and pointing at Yi Fan as he opened his mouth. Damn, this wolf is really becoming a spirit. The mercenary leader looked at Yi Fan's pupils that were glittering with gold and silver luster under the dim night light, and the look on his face was hard to see. From Yi Fan's very humanized and cold gaze, he could already tell that the latter was preparing to give them a heavy blow with an escape, but there was nothing they could do. With Edward's order here, they couldn't follow it. Now their state can be described as low. Yi Fan's guess is right. The harsh environment of the rapid march has made these strong mercenaries have a small plateau reaction, plus the impact of the cold weather. They are now afraid of fighting. Even the usual general are not. All of you, step it up. Just hold this guy here. The boss is on his way with backup. The mercenary leader could only use such words to cheer up his men now, but it really wasn't very effective either. Eventually, the distance between the two sides was reduced to less than 300 meters or so. After taking a deep breath, the mercenary leader snapped his teeth, waved his arm, and yelled at his men, "Fire!" Accompanied by this angry shout, more than 10 mercenaries drew their waist-mounted guns and pulled the trigger towards Yi Fan. Ta-da-da-da! The gunfire instantly intensified. The bullets cut through the air and exploded around Yi Fan. Sparks splashed everywhere. Yi Fan's body didn't even shake a little bit. He directly leapt up from the ground, charging towards them at an extremely terrifying speed. Yi Fan did not intend to give them a chance to repair and recover their strength so fast. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the group of mercenaries thumped, and then their faces revealed surprise and gravity. Even the mercenary leader's face immediately became grave. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire intensified again, but Yi Fan was not affected in the slightest. His body swiftly weaved like a ghost, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of a group of mercenaries. Bang, bang, bang. The bullet grazed Yi Fan's ear and flew past, bringing up a string of sparks. Get thee out of my way. Seeing this, the mercenary leader suddenly shouted angrily and swung his snatch handle towards Yi Fan. Humph, just you still want to block me? Looking for death? Yi Fan let out a cold snort and directly crashed into the mercenary leader's chest. The huge impact immediately caused the mercenary leader's body to fly backwards as if it was a kite with broken strings, falling to the ground and spilling blood from the corner of his mouth. Yi Fan indifferently swept a glance at these mercenaries. Then with a turn, he continued to run towards the distance. He was there to harass them and drain their already nearly depleted stamina. Stop him for me! A shout resounded through the sky, and a group of people immediately swooped in frantically, and these people were also prepared. Looking at the dozens of mercenaries that came at him head-on, a hideous smile flashed across Yi Fan's face, followed by a lifetime of roaring with his mouth open. Ow! A strong wind blew through, and several stern air currents instantly shot out in all directions, and these dozens of mercenaries were instantly swept sideways, and one of them even flew directly backwards, falling hard to the bottom of the hillside. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This wolf is so evil. The face of a mercenary leader was horribly gloomy. After he saw this kind of horrible ability of Yi Fan, his heart suddenly panicked a little. Yi Fan was just a wolf. All of them were strictly trained special forces, but in front of Yi Fan was actually as fragile as a baby. Give me on. The mercenary leader gritted his teeth and then waved his hand. Up, punched together. At once a crowd of mercenaries swarmed around, rifles in their hands frantically shooting out bullets. Bang, bang, rumble. An earth-shattering sound of gunfire resounded through the heavens and earth, sparks flying and smoke filling the air, while at this moment, Yi Fan had already run out dozens of meters away. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The mercenary leader ruthlessly swept a few shots towards Yi Fan's departing direction, then wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at his men whose aura had withered, remained silent for a moment, and finally spoke in a very stifled voice. Rest in place. They couldn't chase after them anymore, or else they wouldn't even need Yi Fan to do anything at that time. The extreme environment on the plateau would be able to kill them, but just as they were about to find a sheltered place to rest, Yi Fan actually appeared again. Ow dash! Yi Fan's legs fiercely stomped on the ground, directly leaping up and jumping over a height of several meters, charging towards the mercenaries. I'm not going to fight. When a mercenary saw this, he immediately pissed himself, directly dropping his weapon and turning to flee. Damn! The mercenary leader clenched his teeth, and the gun in his hand was raised once again, aiming a shot at Yi Fan's head. Put! The bullet didn't enter Yi Fan's brow, crashing out sparks, and Yi Fan's body stopped for a split second, but it was back to normal in just a split second. Damn! The mercenary leader's face instantly paled. Yi Fan's defense was actually strong to this extent. Whoosh! Yi Fan's speed increased steeply. His body was like a cannonball, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of the mercenary, and with one claw, he blasted the mercenary leader away, falling heavily to the ground. Yi Fan's feet stepped on the mercenary leader's body as he coldly gazed at the mercenary leader in front of him. Even though he didn't say anything, the mercenaries present understood what he meant. He's going to leave them all here. Yi Fan glanced at these mercenaries and then slapped another claw right on the mercenary leader's belly. The mercenary leader's body was like a kite with broken strings, directly flying out and falling tens of meters before stopping. Ahem! The mercenary leader covered his belly, had a violent coughing fit, struggled several times, and then didn't move at all. Yi Fan's two heavy blows managed to shatter his internal organs, and this horrifying scene caused those mercenaries to be unable to hold back their chills. There were so many of them, but they actually couldn't shake Yi Fan in the slightest, and they couldn't even capture Yi Fan's traces at all. How terrifying was this? Let's fight. If we don't kill it, none of us will be able to leave. The mercenaries pulled out their weapons, and while frantically shooting at Yi Fan, they quickly rushed towards him, the weapons in their hands aiming at Yi Fan's body. Yi Fan, however, was dodging the attacks of these mercenaries. His figure was flexible and swift, making it difficult to catch Yi Fan's movements. Chapter 160 Netflix Wolf with Boneless Chicken Claws again. This time, Brother Little Sheep and Brother Big Sheep, too, couldn't help but be shocked. Yesterday they expressed a strong bullishness on Netflix Wolf. I didn't realize that the Netflix Wolf was showing amazing abilities today. No, I should say that Netflix Wolf was horrible yesterday, taking down a massive 100 million bounty, and today, it's showing a horrible bandwagon. That ability, it seems, is more than they all have. Of course, the current Netflix Wolves, at their peak, are still no match for smooth sales like theirs, but by the looks of it, I'm afraid that the drop in Netflix Wolf sales in the future won't be nearly as bad as it could have been. This is the Netflix Wolf. This is the Netflix Wolf. Even the two little sheep brothers felt terrified as hell. And this time, the netizen fans inside the live broadcast room, on the other hand, were overjoyed. Ha ha, when the Netflix Wolf strikes, it's really extraordinary. 100,000 orders gone in a flash. I'll go. I tried to buy a few orders and they're all gone. My god, I just got stuck, and I didn't get it either. Be that horrible. I don't know why I feel so relieved when Netflix Wolf carries something. I feel the same way. I didn't feel anything when Tiny Zoe said it just now, but now that Netflix Wolf is coming over to get some, I want it. The network was happy to see 100,000 single white towels cleared, especially seeing the Nettle Wolf's happy hands. After seeing the white towel clear, Xiaoro was filled with smiles, and the wolf face of the Nettle Wolf was also covered with smiles. His body shook, giving the appearance of a handful of hands. In fact, at this moment, Yi Fan did somewhat want to dance. After all, Netflix fans are so giving. If he could talk, he would have said a family 666. At this moment, Fu Qing and the others were also overwhelmed with excitement. Seeing Xiaoro and Yi Fan's happy appearance, they all revealed smiles as well. The worries that had just arisen because the shower gel had suffered a cold snap were instantly swept away. That line is true. Nettle Wolf strikes out, and it's really extraordinary. Lin Shuya, on the other hand, was beside himself with a smile on his face, happy for the little soft cyber wolf. The atmosphere was harmonious. After waiting for a minute, fucking rejoiced and then gestured to Zoe. It was meant to be an inquiry to start her on the next item. Seeing this, Xiaoro glanced at the Nettle Wolf and nodded with a sudden smile. She also regained her confidence up after working with Nettle Wolf and selling white towels short. That being said, with all these sold out items, they actually have some in stock and can put some more on the shelves as well. It's not that there are really only as many orders as there are put out. But now, instead of being greedy, they wanted some stability. Right now there are indeed a lot of people who do not have white towels and are also interested in buying them. But it's still hard to say without statistics. Just in case they put out like 20,000 orders by then and only sell a couple thousand. That's not good. That would be very disruptive to their rhythm, as was the case with the shower gel earlier. But now that the pace is well on its way to regaining its previous hotness, it's only natural that they wouldn't do more than that. Just like that, at Xiaoro's signal, the white towel was quickly removed by the assistant, followed by the new merchandise, which was brought up. Zoe glanced at it, only to see it was a bulging pouch. Yi Fan also looked over, and then he saw Xiaoro open the bag and take out a pack of red and white colored boneless chicken claws from it. In this regard, Yi Fan wasn't too surprised. In fact, he knew exactly what he was going to bring this time. Even some of the prices, he knew. It's just that he can't speak after all, so he can only be introduced by Xiaoro first. And Zoe, while not too professional, had done some homework. After pouring the boneless chicken claws inside the bowl, the presentation began. Seeing this, everyone should know what we're selling this time. Speaking of which, Zoe picked up a chicken claw, stomping and staring. Yes, boneless chicken feet. See this boneless chicken claws, they are very fatty. Each one is full and meaty. With that said, she picked up another chicken claw, several chicken claws, all of which were plump and boneless, and the seasoning list is clean. This boneless chicken feet, there are 2 flavors, one spicy and one garlic. The bag I'm unwrapping right now is the spicy one, which looks red and appetizing. I'm going to unwrap another packet of garlicky ones for you. And while Xiao Ro was introducing, Yi Fan was not idle either. He came to the plate and gestured to Zoe. Seeing the nettle wolf's movements, Xiao Ro was stunned and turned to understand. She asked her assistant to bring another plate and put 2 spicy boneless chicken feet on it. According to the process just described, it was certainly not enough for her to just introduce the product, but she also needed the Netflix wolf to test the quality in order to do so. And naturally, the easiest way to test the quality of this boneless chicken claw is to eat it. Opening his mouth to the chicken claws inside the plate, Yi Fan also ate without saying a word. A chewing sound rang out. This time, Fu Qing learned the hard way and hurriedly zoomed in on the image of the Netflix wolf eating boneless chicken claws, almost forming a close-up. As a result, those watching the livestream were able to see that the boneless chicken claws were immediately bitten open and chewed up after entering the bloody mouth of the Netflix wolf. Chewing sound after chewing sound. In the blink of an eye, the web-slinging wolf ate a boneless chicken claw down and launched himself at a second one. Seeing this, Zoe tossed a few more garlic-flavored ones inside the plate. Nettlewolf took it as it was and ate it with a great deal of flavor. Seeing this scene, you can't say that Fu Qing and the others were a bit greedy. Lin Shu also realized that he seemed to be producing too much saliva as well. Watching Netflix wolf eat boneless chicken feet seems oddly delicious. In fact, these boneless chicken fingers are, indeed, delicious. Since Fu Qing and the others had gotten this item over, it naturally meant that its quality was recognized by them. But now that they've seen the Netflix wolf eat it, they're getting their appetites whetted. Too. Fu Qing and the others were so, not to mention the netizen fans inside the live broadcast room looking at the close-ups. I go, but it is boneless chicken claws. This boneless chicken claws recently very hot. See, a lot of netroots are in the band. But how come the boneless chicken claws on the Netflix wolf belt look so delicious? Yeah, I just had lunch not long ago, and now that I see Nettlewolf eating like this, I'm feeling a little hungry. Boneless chicken claws are my favorite. I didn't realize that Netflix wolf also carries them. In that case I'll just order them here. This boneless chicken claw, there's really something about it. Netflix wolf eats it so well, I'm going to buy it and try it too. How much is this boneless chicken claw? Anchor, hurry up and put it on the shelf. Haha yeah. If we don't put it on the shelves, all these chicken claws will be eaten by the Netflix wolves. Netflix wolf is bad. This is eating and drinking at public expense. See, drooling. How much is it? Anchor, hurry up and put it on the shelf. Seeing these comments, Little Sheep and Big Sheep were surprised again. Chapter 161 Crazy Sales. At this time, Brother Little Sheep and Brother Big Sheep, again, were shocked. The boneless chicken feet thing, they sold that too. What to say, it's also a great seller. But even back then, when they were selling boneless chicken feet, those netizen fans, they didn't look like they were scrambling to give money like that. The two looked at each other and both saw the shock in the other's eyes. From this scenario, it seems that the sales of this boneless chicken feet have, apparently, stabilized. They even had a feeling that this chicken claw might even sell out. By sell out, I mean that after selling the amount of units released, as many as are released afterward will be sold short. Of course, it would depend on the exact price, but with the reputation of Nettlewolf, it shouldn't be too high a price to be able to take it down. Realizing this, both brothers laughed bitterly, not knowing what to say for a while, and looking at these comments, Fu Qing and the others were overjoyed. I don't think there was any such rush to place an order before. As for Xiao Ro, she naturally saw it too. She immediately quoted the price. These shoe boneless chicken feet, which come in 2-pound packs, were previously selling for $59.9, but now we've knocked the price down to just $39.9. Okay, get in the car. As the words fell, Fu Qing had already placed 100,000 single boneless chicken claws on the little yellow car. Zoe looked on expectantly. Yi Fan also took the time to glance at it. How many orders can you sell with this boneless chicken feet? And next, as if to confirm the idea of little goat brother big goat brother, as soon as the boneless chicken feet, which are also a good price, were on the bus, the crowd immediately went crazy. Brush up. The number of units on top of the little yellow bike is decreasing like crazy. Every second is a change of thousands or hundreds of units. When Fu Qing and the others saw this, they couldn't help but tighten their hearts. They were all a little nervous. On the contrary, Xiaorou and Yifan were relatively calm, especially Yifan, because he knew very well that there was no use in rushing this kind of thing. Rather, it's not as if you put something up and all is well. In the meantime, they still have to work on displaying the merchandise. Thus, Yifan didn't stop moving. His bloody mouth opened and he kept devouring the boneless chicken claws. Snort. Chewing sounds followed one after another. You don't have to tell me. These boneless chicken feet are still pretty tasty. Spicy with a zesty kick. The garlic ones, on the other hand, felt aromatic and had a pleasant flavor. That said, it's better to bring this kind of food, because in the face of this, Yifan could let go of eating and displaying. Unlike the white towel just now, Yifan had to collect and pinch it. Yes, when testing the white towel just now, Yifan was a little watered down, or maybe it's a bit of a fudge. After all, with his current strength, teeth, tearing tigers and leopards alive was not a problem. How could he not bite a white towel? The reason why he couldn't bite it halfway through the day was entirely because Yifan didn't want to bite it and deliberately pretended to do so. Of course, that doesn't mean that the towels were of poor quality that day. In fact, they were good enough. It's usually enough for that, too. You know, the average person who buys a towel isn't going to be able to pull and tug on it to death. After you buy it, it's all just twisted dry water. So Yifan wasn't exactly punking people. That said, it's a little hard on him. Trying to look hard without actually chewing up the towel that day took God knows how much effort on his part. Only Yifan could control it that well. However, such a situation can be avoided. After all, if you are not careful, you will flip the car. The boneless chicken feet at hand are different. All he had to do was eat. It was so easy. I also wonder if it was infected by the Netflix wolf. A very amazing situation has arisen. The more Netflix wolves eat, the more boneless chicken feet they sell. Within just 2 minutes, 100,000 orders of boneless chicken feet were emptied. Seeing this, Fu Qing couldn't help but swing his fist fiercely. Mission accomplished once again. And one step closer to them finishing this live bandwagon. And there are only 6 more items to come. Fu Qing just wanted to take advantage of the heat and hurry to sell out all the remaining goods. That would have made them a fortune for today alone. Just then, Xiaorou's voice suddenly came. Boneless chicken claws, any more? Hearing this, Fu Qing was stunned. She looked over to Zoe. The remarks in the comments section then caught her eye. What's going on? I didn't grab it this time either. My god. 100,000 orders were almost instantly emptied in seconds. I couldn't even grab one if I wanted to. This 2 pounds of chicken claws is only 39.9. Really quite a bargain. Outside to buy raw chicken claws are 10-20 a pound. Yeah, since it's such a good deal or Netflix wolf sells it. I was going to place a few orders and come back to eat it slowly. Who knows, I didn't even grab it. Asterisk. Do you have any more of this chicken claw? Put some more on. Yes, only 100,000 orders. Enough who eat it. To the next door foreigners see. Still think we cannot afford to eat it. Give me another 100,000 orders. One for each person, a single. Upstairs is exaggerated, but there are so many people in the live room. It's really not enough to grab. Seeing this, Fu Qing instantly understood. It turns out that after 100,000 orders of boneless chicken feet sold out, the comments section was flooded with similar remarks in just half a minute. It's all about asking for extra orders. Xiaorou was naturally not able to ignore it, and after hesitating for a moment, she also asked Fu Qing. Actually, regarding the quantity of these, in fact, Xiaorou is also clear. While the girls were confident with this live band, they weren't completely cocky and arrogant. For each item, a certain quantity is prepared and when it sells out, it is gone. Originally, I thought that even if it was a Netflix wolf, tens of thousands of orders, 100,000 orders like that, should be enough to sell, but it never occurred to me that there is now an oversupply. Fu Qing reacted and hurriedly picked up his cell phone and made a call. She was surprised at the situation, but it wasn't non-negotiable. She could have talked to the supplier. Those who can work with her are naturally big companies. It is highly likely that there is more inventory, or the ability to produce more goods quickly. Fruity. When Fu Qing quickly put down the phone, he immediately gave Xiaorou an okay sign. Okay, see, a lot of people didn't buy it, so we'll just put a little more on. So hurry up and place your orders. With an introduction from Xiaorou, Fu Qing threw the single digit up. Looking at it, Zoe was startled. Originally thought that Fu Qing take a 10,000 single, a few thousand single just, who knows Fu Qing at once, is 50,000 single. Fill so many orders and sell them. Xiaorou frowned lightly. It turned out to be a situation that she didn't expect. The 50,000 new orders of boneless chicken claws were still seconds away in a very short period of time. They sold 150,000 units of these boneless chicken feet. Chapter 162 Surfing to know. 1 on the bandwagon list. Boom! At this moment, Zoe was shaken. She hadn't thought that what Fu Qing had put out was actually 50,000 orders. She thought even less of the 50,000 single put down, and it was gone. Even at this time, inside the comments section, there were people begging for it, and in response, Fu Qing was naturally surprised. The 50,000 points, in fact, didn't come from her. They came from the vendor. I guess that vendor, too, saw that it was so hot, so he wanted a big hand. Originally, Fu Qing also thought it was too much. Turns out that vendor said just take it off the shelf if you can't sell it all. Originally, Fu Qing thought that it would be better to empty it every time. After all, it doesn't seem good to sell a lot of leftovers, and it might hurt sales later on. But the thing is, that's not what was sold in the first place. Instead, they are restocked in the back so that even if they sell leftovers, they don't seem to have anything. After being convinced, Fu Qing naturally didn't say anything more. Plus, on this occasion, there was no time to say much to Zoe, so she just put it on. Originally, in Fu Qing's opinion, being able to sell 10,000 more orders was considered very good, but what was never expected was another second. At this time, while Fu Qing was excited, he had an odd face. She was even tempted to keep talking to the vendor and put another 50,000 orders up. That would give them a staggering $200,000 in sales, if they sold out as well. 200,000 orders of boneless chicken feet. The commission in this made Fu Qing's entire body perk up. But soon, Fu Qing came back to his senses. Inside the front broadcast room, the nettle wolf had stopped eating. Seeing this action, Fu Qing came to his senses. No more venturing out. No more venturing out. Just now at 50,000 orders were cleared, it was enough to be okay. It would be hilarious to put in another 50,000 orders and only sell a couple hundred. But spare me the sales volume. It's shocking enough. Lin Shuya watched from the side with his mouth wide open. The beautiful eyes were all shocked. Although she had already seen it for a while, there was still no way for her not to be shocked at such a hot sale. 150,000 singles. How many days would it take to sell that kind of volume in a brick-and-mortar store? A month? Or a year? But now, a few minutes did it. Lin Shu also somewhat understands the appeal of e-commerce. Sure, not every e-commerce company, either, is able to sell that much. Unattended e-commerce still abounds. The reason for all the amazing sales right now is entirely due to the fact that Netflix Wolf is carrying the goods. In the meantime, Little Goat and Big Goat, once again, rocked. Holy, this Netflix Wolf god. What a god. Brother Lamb popped up with another catchphrase, and Big Goat sucked in a breath of cold air, like they've sold before and had experience with restocking. But it's all around a couple thousand orders. Where's the horror? One on his 50,000 singles, and crucially, sold short. It's horrible. At this time, Brother Big Sheep couldn't help but think of some of his earlier comments. Is a small little soft on the netizen Wolf Live bandwagon premonition that time. The netizens made a lot of statements. One of the statements that was made had to do with both of them. That is, would Netflix Wolf's entry into the bandwagon world make a difference to their Three Sheep Company? Or even, make a difference to their bandwagon number one situation? At that time, Little Sheep Brother and Big Sheep Brother both thought that there was no impact. After all, a wolf to come to the live broadcast to bring goods, it should only be a small fight. How could it turn over any waves? But what never occurred to them was that they both thought wrong. The presence of Netflix wolves can really have an effect on them. Looking at this horrific sales, it's no longer as simple as influencing. It's overpowering them. After all, even they couldn't have brought out that fierce sales with one live broadcast. Brother Big Sheep also knew that after this live broadcast, Netflix Wolf had definitely become a climate. He's so commercially valuable, and all that capital will never let him sink. Actually, the Netflix Wolf is now coming into its own. The most intuitive experience is that he is now on the daily list of Shake Shack's bandwagon rankings. Of course, the name that made the list was Tiny Zoe, but everyone knows that what Tiny Zoe represents is the Netflix Wolf, and it's worth noting that at the beginning, Tiny Zoe was just barely in the top 10, but in the blink of an eye, that name sprang up as if on a rocket. 8th, 5th, 3rd. After the sales of boneless chicken claws reached 150,000 units, Netflix Wolf even blazed to the number one spot. Even Brother Lamb fell in second. It's no wonder. After all, today, neither Little Sheep Brother nor Big Sheep Brother are on the air. It's all about their disciples. But even if Little Sheep Brother and Big Sheep Brother were on the field, they didn't think that they could overpower the Nettle Wolf. It's really the sales on the other side that are so topsy-turvy. What? Number one on the bandwagon list. And the Nettle Wolf's top spot on the list was soon noticed by Fu Qing and the others. Fu Qing didn't look at these. Instead, the two people who were in charge of collecting data and swiping the screen had time to look at it. As a result, They were shocked to see that Xiao Xiaoro's name ranked high in the first place, and naturally the first thing they did was to tell the good news to Fu Qing, who was their boss. Fu Qing's spirit lifted, his face flushed with excitement from the double happiness. Number 1 on the bandwagon list. Number 1 on the bandwagon list. Such an honor had never occurred to Fu Qing, all because the best they had ever done before, when they hadn't relocated their studio, was top 100 on the bandwagon charts. That's still over the top. More like, not even in the top 100. As for relocating the studio and making a desperate attempt to start a partnership with Netflix Wolf, Fu Qing was confident, but she also never expected to reach the achievement of being number 1 on the bandwagon list. She was able to snicker at the top 10, let alone the first. And now, quite suddenly, it's reached this unprecedented, almost never imagined height. In a nutshell, it's just a case of Netflix Wolf. It's awesome. At this time, Xiao Ro was also excited. She hadn't heard the report from the staff, but there were quite a few netizens inside the live broadcast. Brothers, I'd like to share a happy event with you. Nettle Wolf has become the number 1 on the bandwagon day list. I'm going to go. Really? That's the list with the highest gold content. Netflix Wolf just went live and took it down. Ha, I think it's normal. Didn't see before and now. Netflix Wolf have sold short and exploded a few commodities. It's not strange to have this kind of achievement. Damn. Netflix Wolf live bandwagon. How does it feel like a heavenly pride coming out of the world and suppressing a realm horizontally? Wake up. You've read too many novels upstairs. When she saw the comments, Rose's mouth dropped open in shock. Number 1 on the bandwagon list. Of course she knows what that means. Never in a million years did they think that they had just had their first live show yet, and they had taken this supreme honor. Chapter 163 completion. $100 million in sales. The moment. Everyone in the studio was all smiles. Zoe even shared the news with Netflix Wolf. You know what, Nettle Wolf, we've stormed to the top of the bandwagon list. Hearing Xiao Ro's words, Fu Qing and the others were still a bit strange. Even if Nettle Wolf could understand human language, he wouldn't understand what a bandwagon list is, would he? However, Lin Shuya smiled sweetly at his words. She knew that Nettle Wolf listened. Since he offered to live stream the band with Zoe, it also meant that he knew something about all of these things. Sure enough, hearing Xiao Ro's words, the Nettle Wolf's eyes clearly lit up. Number 1 on the bandwagon list. Even though Yifan had already expected it, he was now pleasantly surprised when he heard Xiao Ro's words. He knew that they had been selling horribly since just now. A short moment's carryover can be a month's, or even a year's worth of sales for someone else. With this kind of sales, storming the bandwagon list is naturally not a problem. It was just that what he hadn't expected was that it had rushed to the top of the bandwagon list so quickly. That's too soon, isn't it? Yifan was filled with a smile that he couldn't hide. He knew what it meant to be number 1 on the bandwagon list. It's not only an honor, but a measure of business value. This list is not for the fans, but mainly for the vendors. There's no doubt about it. It's not number 1 on the bandwagon list, and the prices negotiated with suppliers are different. Just like the fucking girls. When I talked to the vendor before, I guess I was relying on his huge traffic, but it's also something that will be questioned. After all, a coyote, even if it really has a huge flow, but can this flow through the sale of goods performance? No one can guarantee. However, rushing to the number 1 spot on the bandwagon list, that's a different story. It's a guarantee of business value. In short, it's proof that he, Cyberwolf, is able to sell the goods, and is exceptionally good at it. And the next scenario, it has also been proven time and time again. One by one, the items were brought up, and with the help of the Netflix Wolf test quality, they all sold out and sold out. Zoe watched the whole thing and thought it was incredible. Obviously the Netflix Wolf move is just a normal review. In her place, that's what she measured. But when Netflix Wolf tested up, those Netflix fans, they were more than willing to buy, as if they didn't have to pay to place an order. In this regard, Yifan did not feel strange. Ro felt that there was no difference in his measuring behavior. In fact, there was a big difference. Yifan's active measurement was an imitation of Brother Little Sheep's almost exaggerated style. It's not as funny as Brother Lamb, but it's a few moments of the show. On top of that, he being a coyote, these moves became unbelievable when placed on him. Each review can actually be seen as, well, a Netflix Wolf performing a show. And as for the attitude of the Netflix Wolves performing the show, this was experienced yesterday when they tested the live broadcast. The netizens were very flattered, but at that time, they were able to reward the netizen Wolf with a full 100 million jitterbugs. And now, it's just a different way. This scenario can also be described as Netflix fans supporting Netflix Wolf. It's just that this behavior, more than the bounty, is more sustainable and stable. That's all. A total of 10 items sold out in less than 2 hours. Their sales from this live strip are pushing 100 million. It's worth noting that it's not 100 million Shake Shack dollars. Instead, It's really 100 million soft dollars. Seeing this amount, Xiao Rou was once again so excited that her face turned red. As for Fu Qing and the others, they were also all overjoyed. As the boss, Fu Qing was so happy that he couldn't find his way out. 100 million, 100 million, she murmured somewhat nervously, her beautiful eyes glowing like never before. It's no wonder. As a matter of fact, Fu Qing, a woman and a small business owner, relocated here with her studio and actually carried a lot of pressure with her. If the Netflix Wolf bandwagon doesn't go anywhere, maybe her studio will go out of business, because Fu Qing's funds were not too much, bringing so many people back and forth. If he was not careful, he really had to go bankrupt. But now, this live bandwagon has given her a big peace of mind. Fu Qing knew that it was all worth it. Her risk-taking, her determination, paid off. And it was still heavenly. Netflix Wolf a PK and hit 100 million Shake Shack dollars. A live bandwagon with 100 million soft dollars. It's a mountain of gold to be a Netflix Wolf like that. Follow him and why not succeed? Well, that's it for today's broadcast. We'll see you next time, haha. Cyberwolf. Bye-bye to everyone. After bringing all the goods, Xiao Rou also said the closing words with a smile on her face. Yi Fan also waved his paw very cooperatively. The netizens were happy to see this. Although a live broadcast cost them a lot of money, the whole thing was physically and mentally pleasurable. It's always so much fun to watch Netflix Wolf live. This also led to the fact that after the live broadcast ended, many netizens rushed back to Xiao Rou's account and swiped the video of the netizen wolf, or ran to the other wolves' live broadcasts to continue watching. And the studio side, as the screen went black, Zoe was finally relieved. This broadcast went pretty well, overall, but it's still pretty stressful for Zoe. After all, the live broadcast started out with 100,000 people, and even soared to close to 400,000 people later in the broadcast. Selling in front of so many people, it was impossible for Zoe to say she wasn't nervous. Luckily, Ro's attention was drawn to the Nettle Wolf later on, after she volunteered to help sell the goods as well. How can I put it? It feels like Netflix Wolf is leading the pace while Ro only needs to assist. And so, the whole time, Zoe maintained a decent condition as well. By now, Zoe had finally relaxed. On the contrary, Yi Fan was full of energy and didn't need to relax at all. Just kidding, it's less than 2 hours of live streaming. What's exhausting? The most important thing is that just now, when you bring up the goods, you are completely picking up money. With the amount of sales they're getting, it's really not much different than picking up money in a sack. Xiao Rou was tired of picking up. Yi Fan, on the other hand, was getting more and more energized and couldn't wait to continue picking up. However, he also understood that selling 10 items a day was what Fu Qing and the others had thought of. Selling too much seems to have the potential to overconsume fans. Since this was the case, Yi Fan naturally had no problem with it. And just as Yi Fan was thinking about this, the intense applause, once again, rose. Slap. Like yesterday, Fu Qing led another round of applause for Nettle Wolf and Zoe. Today's applause was much more enthusiastic than even yesterday. The reason is simple. Selling is different from rewarding. Rewards are just rootless flotsam, while selling is the right way to get a foothold on the ground and keep reaping the rewards. And it's a path that they've clearly traveled. Right now they are reaping more than 100 million soft currency sales. But a golden road. Chapter 164 Celebration Party. Kidnapping on the way home? Everyone stay today. We're having a party to celebrate. Then, Fu Qing got excited and announced another piece of good news. Long live the boss. Long live the Nettlewolf. Hearing the cheers of the employees, Fu Qing was all smiles. In fact, now that they're done with the live broadcast, they should be the first to negotiate for more merchandise to be available. Still, it wasn't that bad for a while. Just in time for a party to console the crowd that has been working overtime lately. And, of course, there's a celebration for the two main characters, Nettle Wolf and Zoe. As for negotiating merchandise there, it seems there is no need to be in such a hurry. It's the interested vendors who should be in a hurry. Just let the bullets fly for a while. Hearing that there was a party, Zoe smiled back. As for Yi Fan, he was naturally happy to do so. Looks like double happiness for them and another mouthful. And next, in less than half an hour, the things Fu Qing ordered were delivered one after another. Various kinds of barbecue, fresh hot pot ingredients, cakes and snacks, and sushi. Fu Qing also counted on hemorrhaging money. She was on the studio side and got a buffet party straight away. The meal, naturally, was a good one. Those who couldn't finish eating were packed away at Yi Fan's gesture. Ro, you've had quite a bit to drink, so you shouldn't send Nettle Wolf. I'll just do it. The party went on for over 2 hours, and when it was over, Zoe wanted to give Nettle Wolf a ride, but Lin Shuya stopped her. All because just now, Xiao Rou, as one of the main characters, was toasted with a lot of beer, and this time her face was a bit flushed. Between his breaths, he reeked of booze, so naturally, He wasn't fit to drive Nettlewolf. Fortunately, Lin Shuya had already thought of this and did not drink that, too. Zoe looked over at Nettlewolf and nodded when she saw that he was fine with it. Now she did get a little giddy. Hearing this, Fu Qing and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, even if Lin Shuya didn't stop them, they wouldn't dare let Xiao Rou drive to Song. But the thing is, when they were happy, they also drank a lot. Good thing, now that Lin Shuya has volunteered, it's no problem. Then drive carefully and return to treat me Sister Heya. Bye-bye Nettlewolf. Bye-bye Sister Shui. In the midst of Xiao Rou's, Fu Qing's goodbyes, Lin Shuya took the Nettlewolf and drove away. The car was filled with the food that Yifan had packed for the twin joys and their families. It's leftovers, but I'm sure they won't mind the double happiness. But we'll be happy. There's a lot of sushi in there too. Give them a taste. Yifan felt that this was another reward for the wolves to use to enhance their majesty. Not bad. Not bad. Yifan lay comfortably in the back seat and was drowsy thinking about this. After eating and drinking, a wave of sleep came over me. Lin Shuya's words were all a bit inaudible. Gradually, Yifan really fell asleep, and I don't know how long it was. Ah. Lin Shuya's screen snapped. With that, there was a thud. A violent crash came. Yifan was startled and opened his eyes. What's going on? Crash. Yifan was startled and realized that he had slipped into his seat. He looked up and for a moment wondered what had happened. What are you doing? Just then, Lin Shu also shrieked. Yifan was even more amazed at what had happened. He frowned and climbed back into the back seat. At this time, Yifan finally understood why Lin Shuyi had let out a scream, only to see that outside the car, 5 burly men had suddenly appeared. These men, all wearing masks and holding knives in their hands, looked unsuspecting, and in front of the minivan, next to a van. Sure enough, it was a crash. It was just strange for Yifan that even if he crashed the car, he didn't need to use a knife, right? The malice of the other side was clear. In Yifan's eyes, a cold light suddenly flared up. He already had the idea of striking out. In Yifan's opinion, with his current power, even if these people were holding sharp weapons, they should not be his opponent. But the next moment, Yifan dismissed the idea again. These people seemed to have come prepared. First, he held Lin Shuyi hostage with a knife, then sneered at Yifan. Nettlewolf, I know you can understand human language. I advise you not to act rashly. Otherwise, if we get nervous, we might scratch this woman's face. Even on her neck, a little mark was left. A somber voice came out of the mouth of one of them. Yifan looked at Lin Shuyi, who was being held hostage, and fell silent. These guys, what the hell is going on? Is it for Lin Shuya, or is it for him? But now, in this situation, it's clear that you can't do anything rash. Yifan sat in the back seat without making any moves. A few people looked at each other with joyful expressions. A man then took a thick rope and just carefully approached Yifan. Yifan swept a glance at him, still not making a move. With his power, he would be able to finish this person off in a flash of lightning. But there is no guarantee that it will be safe to save Lin Shuya. So from the beginning to the end, Yifan did not make any movements. That's all. The man approached with a thick rope and smoothly tied up Yifan. Immediately after that, there was Lin Shuya, who was similarly tied up and shoved into the back seat. In the end, the group split up into 2 people, one of whom drove Lin Shuyi's small car, and then followed that van, continuing to drive up. One man was looking viciously at the one man and the wolf. At this moment, Lin Shuyi's face had turned pale, clearly taken aback by the situation. This kind of kidnapping-like situation used to be seen inside the movies, not expecting that one day it would actually happen to them. Lin Shu also looked at Nettlewolf in alarm. Nettlewolf, what to do? Before I was waiting for Yifan to respond, the man in charge of the guards had already roared. Don't talk, and don't blame me if you talk again. Saying so, the man instantly shook the dagger in his hand. Lin Shuya was too scared to speak. Where had she experienced such a situation? She could only look at Yifan as if for help. Yifan's brows were furrowed, and he didn't have any good solutions for a while. Right now if there's no chance of a breakthrough, might as well be good and cooperate and see what this group is up to. Usually kidnapping is done to extort money. Could it be that it was because Lin Shuya's family was rich that he was targeted by these people? It's possible. Maybe he was just having an unmitigated disaster because he was with her. Yifan secretly nodded his head, still feeling that his analysis was quite reasonable. That's how the movies work. But next, what Yifan never expected was, upon going to the destination of these people came right out with their purpose. Their target, however, is not Lin Shuya, but the Netflix wolf. It's himself. Yifan's face turned odd. Chapter 165, Netflix wolf kidnapped to live stream for money? A full hour. It took 2 cars to stop. Go, get off. The 2 men in the cart chided Yifan and Lin Shuya out of the car. Lin Shu also did as he was told, and Yifan's wolf eyes flickered, and he didn't resist. The men in the other van, too, came forward to help with the escort. Only then did Ji-fan see that this place seemed to be like an abandoned warehouse. It seems that these guys, they really do intend to kidnap them. It was just that what Ji-fan didn't expect was that the reason these guys kidnapped was not for Lin Shuyi, but for him. When they came to the place, they didn't even have to ask. These people started discussing excitedly. Ha ha, this is the Nettle Wolf. It does look different. Look at that eye of his. Very smart. That goes without saying. I was just talking to him and he understood. This guy yesterday, a PK, had more than $100 million. More than $100 million. How much is this? When converted into soft sister currencies, it's more than $10 million. What a treasure. The most exaggerated is still today. This guy live streamed with goods, at least earned tens of millions. Ha 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 ha, we're getting rich. Several people paid no attention to the beautiful looking Lin Shuya. Instead, they looked at Ji-fan with glowing eyes. Hearing this, how could Ji-fan not understand what they meant? It turned out that their target was not Lin Shuya, but him. To be more precise, it's him, the Netflix wolf. Realizing this, Ji-fan froze. Lin Shu also couldn't help but blush oddly as she looked over at the Nettle Wolf, feeling even more incredulous. In today's society, it would have been amazing to originally encounter a kidnapping. What was even more amazing was that these kidnappers, instead of coming for her, were coming for the Nettle Wolf? But when you think about it, it's normal. After all, there's so much value in a Netflix wolf. How much money has been made in the last 2 days? Especially today. Having sold 100 million worth of goods in one live broadcast, his value was simply immeasurable. It doesn't seem so strange that these people would move. Only, Lin Shuya was still unable to accept such an oh-so-subtle situation for a while, and his face was always covered with a strange color. Ji-fan, at this time, reacted. In fact, he had always been very clear about his value. Even if he didn't PK and didn't carry the goods, he envisioned that someone would turn on him. But at that time, Ji-fan felt that even an ordinary trapper couldn't help himself. Don't forget, he was immune to the tranquilizer gun from those guys at the protection station earlier. Immune to anesthesia, powerful, and lightning fast, such that he couldn't think of any way he could possibly be captured. Unless, of course, there is an army to suppress him. But that scenario was naturally impossible, and would never happen as long as he didn't make a fool of himself and remained close to humans at all times. It was just that what Ji-fan hadn't expected was that there was still someone who had really hit him and had let the other party succeed. Speaking of which, it was also Ji-fan who had missed a point. Those people could threaten him with the lives of those around him. It was naturally impossible for him to watch Lin Shuya get hurt regardless and only be able to tie his hands. Of course, things aren't too bad right now. These people would not take their lives since they were plotting his flow, if they were worth it. As for what to do next, it depends on what these people intend to do. Of course, it was impossible for Ji-fan to open his mouth and ask, so he could only have Lin Shuya pry. Lin Shu also came back to his senses and did speak. Who are you guys and what the hell do you want? Only the tone was still not free of panic. No way. Whether or not she was the target of these kidnappers, she didn't seem safe. Oh, no why? We brothers, just seeking wealth, as long as you behave with. All right. Just then, a man in a ducktail hat said. Ji-fan and Lin Shuya both looked at him. Only the other party revealed a pair of eyes that were fierce and greedy. Clearly a ruthless person. And just now, he was the one who threatened Ji-fan and told him not to act rashly. I can give you as much money as you want. Don't hurt us. Hearing the duck-tongued man's words, Lin Shuya barely composed himself. Since you're begging for money, it's good to give it to them. Lin Shu's family is also well off, and she has several $100,000 of her own. Oh, you're rich? It was only after hearing these words that a few people landed their gazes on Lin Shuya. The duck-tongued man asked again in surprise. Lin Shuya answered honestly, I have several $100,000. Hearing this, the crowd looked at each other and suddenly burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, ha ha ha, hundreds of thousands. Several people continuously laughed, exuding mockery. Lin Shu also blanched. They obviously don't see hundreds of thousands of dollars. Hundreds of thousands of dollars can't be seen. What kind of kidnapper is this? Ji-fan also looked at these people with his eyes slightly narrowed. These people are up to no good. In fact, what Ji-fan and Xiao didn't know was that these people used to have hundreds of thousands of dollars and were very happy and willing. But it also depends on what is going on. You can't just break the law and kidnap a billionaire for a couple $100,000. Can you? And Netflix wolf, not a billionaire, but close. Even better, it's simpler and easier to kidnap a Netflix wolf than it is to kidnap a billionaire. Several people laughed and then looked at the Nettle Wolf with even more glowing eyes. Lin Shuya forced himself to hold back his panic and asked, just how much money do you guys want? Hearing this, the duck-tongued man gave an explanation. Ha ha, sister, you're not going to be able to satisfy us. We're not catching the Netflix wolf for this small amount of money. Next, As long as you cooperate with us obediently, we'll get enough benefits and we'll also let you go. Hearing this, Lin Shuya was even more surprised. What the hell are these people planning to do? Nettlewolf was also a bit surprised. It's normal not to want Lin Shuya's money. With his current value, a few 100,000 would certainly not satisfy these people to kidnap him. But what struck him as odd was how they were going to get the money if they didn't just demand it. Soon the answer was revealed. In the corner of the warehouse, the three men began to get busy. Get the trash out of the way. Sweep the floor. One by one, equipment was taken out and set up. The wall over there even has a set panel hanging on it. Seeing the movements of a few people, Lin Shuya was instantly stunned. What is this? Yi Fan's face, on the other hand, gradually became odd. Such a move is so similar to how the people from Xiaoro's studio set up the live room. It was just that these people's equipment was obviously not as professional as that of Fu Qing and the others. But there's no doubt they're setting up the live feed. What the hell? This is intended to make money live. Yi Fan's gaze quirked up. And soon, Lin Shu also gradually reacted. His face odd to the extreme. These guys, there's no way. Kidnap the Netflix wolf to make money live. Chapter 166 Netflix Wolf Trumpet? Lin Shu also blushed oddly to the extreme. As the men moved, the answer was revealed. It turns out that the immediate way for these people to make money is not blackmail, but, rather, to make the Netflix wolves live. In response, Yi Fan was also in tears. These guys, they're really original. But on second thought, Yi Fan somewhat admired the whimsicality of these people. They are clearly breaking the law and committing a crime by doing so, but the culpability is apparently small when pursued. After all, in their case, strictly speaking, even if it was kidnapping, the sentence was not heavy, and the benefits they gained, in comparison, were large. If he was utilized for live streaming, inside a short period of time, he would be able to make a staggering amount of money. All in all, it was a statement that the little risk was nothing compared to the potentially great reward. Thinking about this, Yi Fan was somewhat admiring these guys. Just these guys, can they really pull it off? Yi Fan looked at these people with a ghostly gaze. Not a moment too soon. A humble live room, and it's done. Boss, all right. The two men, who appeared to be undercover, reported back to the duck-tongued man. The duck-tongued man nodded and looked at Yi Fan. Now you go over to the live feed and ask for a gift. Don't worry, as long as you are willing to cooperate, we won't do you any harm, and we'll even provide you with good food and drink. Hearing this, Lin Shuya's face became even more odd. These words were certainly proof of her suspicions. These guys, grabbing Netflix wolf back, really intend to use him to make money live. Yi Fan sniffed and nodded. Immediately, under the duck-tongued man's signal, someone untied Yi Fan. The rope was untied, and Yi Fan was instantly relieved. Before he could show his eyes, the duck-tongued man was already prepared. A man came to Lin Shuya's side and raised his knife. The threat is unmistakable. Yi Fan estimated that even if he suddenly snapped, it was probably impossible to stop the other party before they hurt Lin Shuya. Realizing this, Yi Fan dismissed the idea of striking out. Secretly, he grimaced and walked toward that live feed. Very good. Nettlewolf, you sure are smart. The duck-tongued man's voice took on a rare bit more joy. The few people around them also had happy eyes. Dealing with such a cyberwolf, they find it very hassle-free. However, what these people didn't know was that Yi Fan was already secretly calculating when to counterattack a wave. Because of Lin Shuya, he indeed didn't dare to act rashly. But who was Yi Fan? How could he really be obedient? However, right now, Yi Fan indeed couldn't make a move yet. These guys, they sure know him well too. Probably watched all his old videos before planning this kidnapping. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't have been so coincidental as to block the road just after he and Lin Shuya had returned from the live broadcast. This shows that these people know themselves extremely well. In this way, the sense of defense against him was naturally incomparably strong. So Yi Fan understood that he should only have one chance to strike. If it didn't work, Lin Shuya would be in danger, and even he, too, would be harmed. With this in mind, Yi Fan naturally would not act rashly. Just go along with them for now. Yi Fan secretly sighed. The other side. Netflix Wolf live after the broadcast. The internet is still buzzing. It's unbelievable. A coyote is really live banding. Worthy of being a Netflix Wolf, he directly entered the bandwagon world, and even took the first place in the bandwagon list in one fell swoop. Ha ha ha, the Nettle Wolf is always so unexpected. What on earth is there that he can't do? Very well, I declare that today is a day of universal celebration for our Wolf Clan army. Reply to the net Red Wolf Bull brothers and sisters. All send 10,000 red packets. Not really but more. Upstairs rollers, we're the real Wolf army. Netflix Wolf is live banding today and we're contributing to a lot of sales. Bull bull bull. Netflix Wolf is just too bullish. It feels like he's going to set up the Three Wolves company sooner or later and annex brother Little Sheep's Three Sheep. What the hell? Netflix Wolf is on the air again? As the discussion went on, suddenly a strange message was sent. Netflix Wolf is back on the air? You don't think so? Netizens were amazed to see this. Netflix Wolf only just finished his livestream a short time ago, so how could it be back on? Although they felt it was impossible, most of them, still, ran to Xiao Rose's place in the first place. What turned out to be strange was that Zoe wasn't even on the air. What's going on? Is that guy cheating? Most netizens feel cheated. Keep brushing up on the video. But soon, everyone froze when they swiped to a blogger directly named Netflix Wolf Jr. This blogger posted a video. The video shows a huge coyote howling twice towards the camera. Anyone familiar with Netflix Wolf knows that Netflix Wolf has never made a video like this before. So this is the new video. Sure, that's not what surprised the internet the most. The most amazing thing about this little number is that it's still live. Being curious about the Netflix Wolf, most people clicked through. Then those netizens reacted, as if Netflix Wolf is actually on the air. Just inside the live broadcast screen, there was a huge wild wolf, crouching on the ground with wisdom in its eyes. It's not Netflix Wolf. It's who? It's really a Netflix Wolf. Hey, I thought that guy was lying to me just now. What's going on? Why is Netflix Wolf back on the air? Whatever. I like to watch it anyway. Watching Netflix Wolf. I can watch it all day. Hey, me too. I didn't get enough of the live broadcast just now. Netflix Wolf, is this another live bandwagon? Or what? Strange. How come Nettle Wolf isn't with Tiny Zoe? Who knows? But it's only Netflix Wolf and I love it. That's right. Let's not worry about that for now. The Wolf Clan Army, will brush first. This one is a Nettle Wolf Jr. But due to Nettle Wolf's fame, it's just too big at the moment. So in the blink of an eye, the number of people inside the live broadcast room soared to tens of thousands, and is still increasing. No doubt about it. This so-called Netflix Wolf trumpet was exactly the account that Duck Tongue Man and the others had gotten out and used to livestream Netflix Wolf. These guys, who know what they're doing, also made a video for Netflix Wolf before the livestream started to draw traffic. And at this moment, the Duck-Tongued Man and the others deeply realized the fire of the Netflix Wolf. That video that was just randomly shot easily had over 100,000 likes. And their trashy little number has skyrocketed from a few followers to tens of thousands of followers. The most exaggerated, of course, was inside the live broadcast. After tens of thousands of strong spectators, the gifts began to swipe. Mind you, at this point, the Nettle Wolf is just crouching there, not doing anything. That's it. Those netizens started giving away money without saying a word. Such a scene caused the Duck-Tongued Man and the others to become extremely excited. Chapter 167, Netflix Wolf Live Streaming Doubts. Haha, so worthy of being a Nettle Wolf. These guys, they're so rich. 20,000 people now. Holy, how many gifts has this already taken? Can't count them at all. The Duck-Tongued Man and the others were extremely excited. They knew it was going to be a fortune. So many gifts. It's not that the netizens are stupid and rich. It's that the netizen wolves are so popular. Just by looking at this situation, these people realized that it was too right for them and others to kidnap Nettle Wolf here. It's so easy to make this money. Boss, I've roughly calculated that in just a few minutes, we've already collected 10,000 gifts. Just then, a man excitedly said to the Duck-Tongued Man, 10,000. Is that jitterbug money? Or soft money? The Duck-Tongued Man asked. He knew that there was a big difference between 10,000 jitterbug coins and 10,000 soft coins. That's a 10-to-1 ratio. It's soft coins. If it's jitterbug coins, it's 100,000. Carnival all floated too just now. The excited voice of his little brother rang out again. The Duck-Tongued Man nodded, his eyes flashing with excitement. Even if Lin Shuya had just said that he could give them hundreds of thousands of dollars, he wasn't that excited. The reason for this is that the hundreds of thousands of dollars that Lin Shu also has is gone in a flash. But the Netflix Wolf side is different. Making $10,000 now is just the beginning. More will be earned in the latter case. What's a couple $100,000 with a hot Netflix Wolf like this in your hand? And the next scenario, just as the Duck-Tongued Man thought, the 10,000 soft currency reward is just the beginning. The gifts are still accumulating like crazy as Netflix Wolf continues to broadcast live. The main thing was the number of people inside the live stream, which was still increasing like crazy. 20,000, 30,000, 50,000. In the blink of an eye, it went up to 70,000 to 80,000 dollars. The number of people soared, and naturally, the gifts were swiped even more fiercely. The Duck-Tongued Man and the others, too, have experienced the feeling of being on fire. Those people have money as if they don't want it, especially when the screen is filled with special effects of big presents after the Netflix Wolf does a couple random backflips. Old, boss, 100,000 now. It's estimated to be $100,000 already. Another person screamed in excitement. Hush, be quiet. The duck-tongued man gave a quick rebuke, deeply afraid that their words would be heard by the netizens in the live broadcast. Still, he couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. Originally, they knew that Netflix Wolf was very hot and easy to make money, but really seeing it, they realized that they still underestimated this Netflix Wolf. This rate of money making is just absolutely fantastic. 10 minutes into the show and you've made $100,000. What the duck-tongued man didn't know, however, was this. Right now, it's kind of rare. The main reason was that Yifan had greatly harvested the wallets of netizens once yesterday, and today, so much so that a portion of them didn't have much money to reward. Of course, there's also the reason because it's not a tiny account live. Strange accounts with numbers up to 80,000 or 90,000 are already at their limit. The value of accumulated gifts, though, continues to rise. 100,000, 200,000. In half an hour, it had accumulated to 200,000. Also, as the length of the live broadcast increased, even more netizens came to hear about it, finally allowing the number of people inside the live broadcast room to rush to 100,000. 100,000. Holy, is this wolf really that hot? To be honest, it was a coincidence that the duck-tongued man and the others knew Nettle Wolf. From start to finish, they are not considered fans of Netflix Wolf, much less Netflix Wolf, so at this moment, witnessing the fire of the Netflix Wolf, they were somewhat incredulous instead. Of course, it's still mostly excitement. As they watched the gifts continue to skyrocket, these people became excited. The other side, inside the fucking studio, after a few people cleaned up the trash left over from the after party, they too went back to work overtime. The crowd had no problem with this. After all, the studio is just now taking root over here, and it's still a luxury to go to work and leave work on a regular basis. But there were no complaints from the crowd, all because they knew that Fu Qing would not treat them poorly. Now the hotter the job performance, the more they will reap afterward. Fu Qing and the others were busy as hell, mainly having to contact new suppliers or negotiate with old ones. It was Zoe, on the contrary, who was free. In response, Fu Qing also didn't arrange a job for Ro, but said, Ro, you're tired, go back and rest first, and come back tomorrow. As an anchor, Xiao Ro's work, naturally, was more on the live broadcast. Can't really use her at the moment. Even if she was used, Fu Qing wouldn't let her work. After all, Zoe, nowadays, is also refined. The first is Netflix Wolf and the second is her. Right, if you're free, ask Lookbook if he's also sent Nettlewolf back safely yet. Xiao Ro sniffed and naturally had no opinion. However, she didn't call Lin Shuya for fear of affecting the others driving. After thinking about it, Xiao Ro dialed over to Yifan's cell phone. Naturally, if Nettlewolf had returned home, he would have picked it up. Pity, it rang for a while and no one answered. Zoe didn't care either. As a result, just at that moment, someone inside the studio suddenly let out a surprised cry. Ha, why is Nettlewolf on the air? What? Hearing this, Xiao Ro was stunned. Fu Qing and the others also looked over at once. Now they are very sensitive to the words Netflix Wolf. What did you say? Netflix Wolf is on the air, Fu Qing asked suspiciously, and the person walked over at once. Ro's eyes flickered and she walked over as well. Netflix Wolf is on the air. How is that possible? Nope. Still a possibility? Could it be Sister Yi? Xiao subconsciously thought of Lin Shuya. If it's Lin Shuya, it's indeed possible to pull a Netflix Wolf live. With that in mind, the two had come up to the employee. Fruity, it's a live feed. Inside the live broadcast room, there was a huge and divinely handsome coyote. If it's not Netflix Wolf, who else? Ha! Zoe took one look at it and was a little surprised. It's true that Netflix Wolf is on the air, but the question is, how is Netflix Wolf the only one? Where's Lin Shuya? What's with the live streaming of Nettlewolf? Where is this place? Fu Qing and the others were still curious about how the Netflix Wolf had started broadcasting live. They didn't have a contract with Netflix Wolf, and Netflix Wolf didn't have to go through them to agree whether or not to broadcast live. But the thing is, this is too sudden for Netflix Wolf. What the hell is going on here? Zoe was also surprised for a moment. It's not even if Lin Shuya isn't there. This live room, however, was very Spartan, as if it had been hastily set up. There's no need for Netflix Wolf to get a live room even if he wants to go live. Vaguely, Ro sensed that something was wrong. Xiao Ro, what's going on with Shuya? Why is Netflix Wolf live on air? Fu Qing also reacted somewhat and asked Xiao Ro strangely. Xiao Ro frowned. Chapter 168 Xiao Ro's doubt. At this time, the more Ro thought about it, the more wrong she felt. It's so weird. Obviously Lin Shuya had sent Netflix Wolf back. So how come Netflix Wolf was back on the air? Could it be that Netflix Wolf himself wanted to make some money and created the Shake Shack? Nettle Wolf Jr.? Zoe glanced at the account and mumbled. She wasn't surprised that the Netflix wolf would create a Shakeology account. But the thing is, it was too sudden. And it's been 2 days, 1 PK, 1 live bandwagon down. Netflix wolf also makes a lot of money. And the most of it. Does he need to spend that much money for 1 coyote? Is it still not enough? In Zoe's opinion, there's no reason at all for a nettle wolf to do that. What the hell is going on? Of course, it's not difficult to figure out. Just give Lin Shuya a call. In response to Fu Qing's question, Xiaorou did not respond for the time being, but took out her cell phone and dialed to Lin Shuya. Now she didn't think about whether it would interfere with the other person's driving. Do. It just rang for a while and still went unanswered. Xiaorou and Fu Qing and the others couldn't help but look at each other. The other side. A pleasant singing voice came out of Lin Shuya's body. The duck-tongued man and the others were stunned and followed the sound. Yi Fan also glanced over there. In Lin Shuya's eyes, joy then appeared. She was able to guess who was calling. It should be Zoe. Maybe they called because they were worried if they got home safely. Of course, it's also possible that they saw the live stream of the Netflix Wolf and called to ask about it. After all, for the current situation in the Netflix Wolf live room, from the duck-tongued man and the others yelling and screaming, Lin Shu was also able to know. The way things are now, there's obviously no way for Lin Shuya to pick it up, but it didn't matter. As long as Ro couldn't find them if she searched for them, she would notice the abnormality. Maybe, then, they'll bring someone to save them. Thinking of this, Lin Shuya's heart was relieved. The duck-tongued man and the others, on the other hand, frowned. Boss? One of the minions looked to the duck-tongued man for instructions. The duck-tongued man sniffed and mused. Pay no attention. He also knew that there was a chance that the little tiny Zoe was calling in. In fact, in the duck-tongued man's vision, it was originally to kidnap Nettle Wolf and Zoe. Xiaorou's account inside. Less than there is a bounty or so much commission. If we had just grabbed it, it would all have been a double whammy. I didn't realize that this would be, but it was Lin Shuya who sent the Nettle Wolf. But it doesn't matter. Seeing how hot the Netflix Wolf was, the duck-tongued man put his head down. Given some time, he's able to earn more. This way, naturally, there was no need to contact Xiaorou and create unnecessary trouble. And that, in turn, was why the duck-tongued man thought this kidnapping would be easy. And indeed, it does. They're, basically, picking up the slack now. And obviously, the duck-tongued man wants to make money off of the Netflix Wolf and does his homework. He immediately found the person who was controlling this account and said, the bounty received now is still too little. Hurry up and find someone to PK. Although he wasn't mixed up in the internet, he naturally understood that a simple reward wasn't a great gain. If you really want to get more rewards, you still have to PK with others, so that you can stimulate those netizen fans to send more gifts. Okay, got it. That henchman sniffed, and naturally didn't say anything, immediately opening a connecting PK for the Nettle Wolf. Zoe sighed. Enough to call Lin Shuya 3 times, but none of them picked up. When Fu Qing saw this, he couldn't help but be puzzled. What's going on? Can't reach Shu as well? Zoe hummed, her face showing together with worry. If you can contact Lin Shuya, that's okay. But now that even Lin Shuya can't be reached, things are getting out of hand. Why don't we just ask inside the live broadcast? Just then, Fu Qing made a suggestion. Xiaorou sniffed and nodded. Try it. She logged onto her account and searched to access the live stream of the Netflix Wolf at this time. Netflix Wolf, why are you on the air? What's happening? How come I haven't seen Sister Yi? And she doesn't answer the phone? To be a bit more conspicuous, Zoe also gave gifts to make her pop-ups more visible. But sadly, even then, it was as if the Netflix wolves were oblivious. Of course, even if he saw it, the Nettle Wolf couldn't talk. As for what to do in response, time was too short, and he and Zoe hadn't agreed on a code word for that. And with the duck-tongued man and the others staring at the side, Yi Fan didn't dare to make a move. In case they do something in response and they find out, and get annoyed, who knows what they'll do. Thus, the message sent by Xiaorou, he was stone silent. Zoe didn't give up and send it 3 times in a row, only to be kicked out and even blacked out. When she encountered this situation, Ro froze. Fu Qing, however, frowned. It couldn't be that Shuya encouraged Nettlewolf and kicked us out, could it? Fu Qing guessed. Obviously, this Netflix Wolf Jr. is not being manipulated by Netflix Wolf. In that case, that person, maybe Lin Shuyi? If it was Lin Shuyi, then the possibility that Fu Qing thought of was that Lin Shuyi was encouraging the Netflix wolves to go against them. Well, that was the only possibility that Fu Qing thought of. After all, her brain wasn't big enough to think about the aspect of Nettlewolf being kidnapped, and it seemed to her that Lin Shu was also likely to do so. All because of how much value and revenue Netflix Wolf has created in these 2 days. Lin Shu also saw it all in his eyes. So could it be that Lin Shuya is seeing profits and thinking differently? However, when Xiaorou sniffed, she shook her head without even thinking. Impossible. There's no way Yi-chan would do that. Hearing this, Fu Qing fell silent. She actually knew Lin Shuya through Xiaorou, but seeing how sure Zoe was, she hesitated. If it wasn't Lin Shuya, then what the hell was going on in this situation right now? Xiaorou mused. Something must have happened that we don't know about. Let's wait a little longer. I'll call Yi-san when the time comes. Xiaorou thought that she would call Lin Shuya again after a while. Or maybe just wait for Nettlewolf to get off the air and she'll call Nettlewolf. The situation at hand can always be clarified. But just as Xiaorou was thinking this way, an unexpected situation happened. Look, Nettlewolf is starting to PK people. At this time, the employee who had first noticed the live streaming of the Netflix Wolf called out again. Xiaorou and Fu Qing couldn't help but look at each other when they saw this. It's not even enough that Netflix Wolf is live, but it's even piked up. And compared to the cloud of suspicion on Xiaorou's side, this piece of duck-tongued man, but greatly cheered up. After opening the Netflix Wolf link PK, it was as if they had opened up a new world. Chapter 169, one PK after another. My god, is there a mistake? It's too much. The duck-tongued man and the others were all stunned. After opening the Netflix Wolf's Connect PK, they simply seemed to open up a new world. Just now, those netizens had rewarded up and had been fierce. Never thought that after connecting the PK, the netizens rewarded it. It was like madness. Not only were the gifts swiped thick and fast, but they were all very expensive. Originally, the amount of gifts received by the Net Red Wolf was only more than 100,000 soft currency. But now, almost in the blink of an eye, it soared to more than 1,000,000, and it doesn't stop there. It keeps growing. This is a rate of growth that would be impossible to believe if you hadn't seen it with your own eyes. Ha ha ha, we're getting rich. That's awesome. How much is this? That's a few $1,000,000 for one PK. That's a lot for one day. The duck-tongued man and the others suppressed their excitement, but every single one of them, they are all overjoyed. Seeing this, Lin Shuya couldn't help but frown deeply. She knew that the duck-tongued man and the others were now acting in a way that was also harming Nettlewolf. Unnecessary PKs will only drain the heat from Netflix Wolf dramatically, and it will also give the internet fans the impression that they are insatiable. If this doesn't stop, it won't take more than a few days to figure out that the Netflix Wolf is about to get a lot less hot. Just thinking like this, Lin Shuya couldn't do anything about it. Now they were just hoping that Xiaorou's side would be able to see that something was wrong and find someone to rescue them. The question is, did Zoe see something was wrong? Inside the studio at this time, Xiaorou and Fu Qing, among others, looked at each other. Netflix Wolf is live again even if it's not, and a live PK. This situation, no matter how you look at it, appears to be abnormal, especially after Ro's question just now. It was surprisingly kicked out. All the suspicions add up and really make you think about Fifi. What the hell is wrong with Nettlewolf? What is Shuya doing? Fu Qing frowned with a showy frown. Xiaorou was also frowning, extremely puzzled. Zoe then offered her thoughts. Boss, I'd better go look for Nettlewolf. Do you know where Nettlewolf is? Fu Qing couldn't help but be stunned at his words. Xiaorou nodded and said, I know where his lair is. I'll go look for it. Although, it wasn't like the Netflix Wolf live broadcast was over at the lair right now. Ro was also determined to find out. She really didn't feel comfortable now if she didn't find the Nettle Wolf. Also, she knew that Lin Shu also lived there and was going to look for it as well. And after hearing Xiaorou's words, Fu Qing thought about it and said, then I'll accompany you. Hearing this, Xiaorou was stunned. No need. Boss, don't you still have a lot to do? Fu Qing waved his hand. Hey, what's so busy about those things? The most important thing right now is to confirm the situation of the Nettle Wolf. If anything happens to Nettlewolf, there's no point in me being more busy on my end. Hearing Fu Qing say that, Xiaorou also reacted. Also right. The things that Fu Qing has to be busy with now are actually all related to Netflix Wolves. If anything happened to the Nettle Wolf, it would be useless to arrange for her side to handle it as well as she could. The most important thing right now was still to find Nettlewolf first and confirm his condition. That's all. Fu Qing explained about his other colleagues, and then he and Xiaorou left in a hurry, heading for the Nettlewolf's lair. In the meantime, the girls have also been following the live streams of Netflix Wolf. As a result, they frowned again as they realized that the Netflix Wolf Live PK didn't stop after one, but instead continued to PK. Constant PK. For that matter, it's still causing a bit of a stir in Netflix circles. In light of the previous fire of Yunnan Kwanmei, many anchors have pinched the point to open the connecting PK in an attempt to connect to the Netflix Wolf and rub off on his traffic. You don't say. There really are one or two anchors. Good luck to connect to the Net Red Wolf, and then phase Yunnan right sister that way, using their own hard live content. Hard to eat a wave of dividends. It can be called fame and fortune. The mood of these anchors is palpable, but at this time, the most excited and thrilled people were the duck-tongued man and others. Bull 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 bull. Holy, it's so easy to make money. That's awesome. How much money are we making now? Looks like it's already in the tens of millions. It could be in the hundreds of millions if it wasn't split equally with shakeology. Damn shakeology. Several people were breathing heavily. The total amount of bounties that Nettle Wolf received when he opened PK for the first time was not as horrible as it was before with Xiaorou. Not hundreds of millions, just tens of millions. But when converted, it's equivalent to a few million soft dollars. The bottom line is that the duck-tongued man and others don't understand or care about what's good for them when they see it. After the Net Red Wolf Link PK finished once, they went on to open it a second time without stopping. Although each PK only earned a few $1,000,000, it still accumulated to a staggering tens of millions over 3 or 4 times. That means soft dollars. Looking at such a large sum of money, the excitement and thrill of the duck-tongued man and the others could be imagined. One of them even cursed at the thought of Shake Shack's rule of eating half of it. Lin Shu also saw this scene and sighed in his heart. Yi Fan, who was the Netflix wolf, was expressionless and continued to cooperate with the live broadcast, as if he didn't have the slightest bit of dissent. And in the face of a harvest of tens of millions of dollars, even the duck-tongued man at the head of the group was so excited that he couldn't find his way out. Without even thinking about it, he instructed one of them, Lao San, hurry up and drive to get some good food back to celebrate. We're going to have a good drink. Okay, but on me, I don't have much money. That senior responded, then hesitated a bit. The duck-tongued man laughed and cursed, asterisk 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 you, still worrying about this small amount of money. In a few days we are all millionaires. And rightly so. Only after hearing this did that old man leave with a smile on his face. 5 people, one less at once. However, there were still 2 people looking at Lin Shuyi, the duck-tongued man and another person looking at Yi Fan's side. Without moving, Yi Fan swept a glance, and Yi Fan continued the live broadcast. In order to match these guys, Yi Fan even performed a program up. And so it was that more gifts, like a wild tidal wave, burst forth. The other side. After traveling for most of an hour, Xiaorou and Fu Qing, he came to the lair of the Nettle Wolf. Here, they did see quite a few coyotes. It's exactly double happiness and other wolves. But the only thing we didn't see was the Netflix wolf. I can't believe it's not there. Xiaorou frowned and suddenly added, come on, boss, let's go to the hotel where Sister Yi is staying. Hearing this, Fu Qing naturally had no opinion. Only half an hour later, they had similarly come up empty-handed. Subsequently, Zoe even made a trip to the wildlife shelter. But the results were predictable. Netflix wolf, gone, and Lin Shu, too, for that matter. What the hell is going on? Chapter 170 Netflix wolf is really missing. Strange. What's this internet wolf doing out here again, and going around piking people? 3 Sheep Company, behind Little Sheep Brother and Big Sheep Brother. They also got the news and knew about the situation where Netflix wolf was broadcasting live again. Like them, the internet gurus, things on the internet are definitely followed 24 hours a day, especially on the jitterbug side. It's their base. And so it was that the Netflix wolves were suddenly live again, and they were almost the first to get since the news. After learning this news, and then from inside the cell phone, really seeing the Netflix wolf live again, both of them were a little surprised, because it was so sudden. This phenomenon, of course, does not appear to be surprising. After all, many phenomenal internet celebrities are taking advantage of the hot period to go PK crazy, take ads, and circle the drain. The idea is to make as much money as possible before the heat dies down. Even if they don't catch fire by then, the money they make will be enough for them to splurge for a long time, even for the rest of their lives. It's like the Yunnan Quan sisters before them, but perhaps a high-end approach would be to quickly transition to live banding. This is something that a lot of internet celebrities are doing, even Little Goat and Big Goat. And as far as they're concerned, Netflix Wolf did the same thing. After he PK'd a game earlier, he just started carrying the goods. That's normal. But now that Netflix Wolf is running around connecting PKs with people again, that's not normal. Keep in mind that the transformation of Netflix Wolf was, obviously, very successful. It's even more successful than both Little Goat and Big Goat. Next, if there were no surprises, as a certain netizen said, the netizen wolves could really threaten the status of their 3 sheep. It's not even out of the realm of possibility to replace them. Little Sheepy and Big Sheepy don't believe that Netflix Wolf, with their current team, doesn't have that vision. But now what? Netflix Wolf suddenly ran out again to live PK money. This is simply the behavior of the cart before the horse. At the moment, it does seem like a quick way to make some small money, but in the long run, it will most likely interfere with making big money later. What the hell is going on here? Could it have been arranged by the studio? It's not likely. If this studio was so short-sighted, why didn't they just move on to PK when they did the physical first test live? Strange. It's so weird. And even Tiny Sheep Brother and Big Sheep Brother's side had sensed that something was wrong. Not to mention Little Soft and Fu Qing. In the lair, the nettlesome wolf is absent. In the hotel, also asked. Lin Shu also did not come back. This man and wolf seemed to have disappeared. Next, Xiao Rou even drove Fu Qing to the Tibetan Wildlife Protection Station. It was unlikely to be over here, but Zoe ran over to check it out with a little hope. The result is naturally predictable. There was likewise no sign of Nettlewolf or Lin Shuya at this protection station where they often converged. However, Xiao Rou and Fu Qing's arrival had disturbed Qin Shuang, who was the station manager. What's going on? Zoe, what are you looking for? Qin Shuang looked at Xiao Rou, who was full of anxiety, and asked suspiciously. Zoe explained a few things. Qin Shuang was instantly dumbfounded as well. She didn't have time to brush her jitterbugs today, and she didn't know that Netflix Wolf was live streaming bandwagons today. Not to mention the fact that Netflix Wolf is live again. She opened the live stream, and sure enough, she searched for the live stream of Netflix Wolf. When you clicked in, Netflix Wolf was really selling the live stream. Seeing this, Qin Shuang pondered for a moment and analyzed. Xiao Rou, you actually don't need to be too hasty. Now that Nettle Wolf is still on the air, it also means that he is fine. As for Shuya being unreachable right now, there might be some kind of delay. Just wait and see. Hearing this, Xiao Rou then felt certain in her heart. Sheen Frost was right. Just because you can't get in touch doesn't mean that something happened to Netflix Wolf and Lin Shuya. Maybe it's really just that Lin Shuya ran into something and was delayed. Just have to call her back later. And after Zoe passed, she was able to call the Nettle Wolf and ask about it. Just wait for him to get off the air. Thinking about this, Xiao Rou's heart was much more at ease. On the contrary, it was Fu Qing, whose face didn't ease up much, though she didn't say it on the surface. In her heart, of course, she still valued Nettlewolf's interests more than anything else. This is still a bit different from Rou. It's no wonder. Fu Qing is different from Xiao Rou, Zoe and Nettlewolf. They're kind of in trouble together. Fu Qing, on the other hand, came for the commercial value of the Netflix Wolf. Now that she had seen the Netflix Wolf broadcasting live for no apparent reason, she couldn't help but become greatly concerned. However, she also knew there was no rush. So for now, it's just a matter of pressing on and waiting. Of course, during the waiting period, Xiao Rou and Fu Qing also did not forget to continue to pay attention to the live broadcast of the Netflix Wolf. After all, they have to see when Netflix Wolf goes off the air. At this point in time, the Netflix Wolf was still constantly live linking PKs. Just by looking at it, the faces of Xiao Rou and the others became incredulous. The other side, as Zoe and the others have seen, Nettlewolf is indeed continuing to connect PKs. This time, it was connected, or a female anchor. I don't know if it's because of the beauty of the face, but if it's 100 points, the face value can be scored above 95 points. And not only does this anchor woman have a face, she even sings well. Connecting to Netflix Wolf, she got excited and offered up a beautiful song straight away. The duck-tongued man and the others were happy. Now earning big money and being able to look at beautiful women and hear each other sing is just beautiful. At that exact moment, Lao San, who had gone out to buy food, returned with 2 large bags. Boss, we got the stuff back. Want to eat now? The oldest inquired. The duck-tongued man looked to the crowd and fell into a pensive mood. They did get a little hungry. But now, there's still big money to be made? On a whim just now, the duck-tongued man did ask Lao San to go out and buy something and come back to celebrate. But now, he's a little reluctant to part with it. After all, if they stop for a while, they could be making hundreds of thousands, if not millions, less. It is no exaggeration to say that they are now making money faster than they can print it. In a situation like this, the duck-tongued man really doesn't want to give up. But when the duck-tongued man took one look at the Nettle Wolf, he changed his mind. Just after seeing Lao San take the food he bought back, the Nettle Wolf's gaze was clearly cast to that side. The corners of his mouth even drooled. Seeing this, the duck-tongued man couldn't help but laugh dumbly. He whispered a question. How much money are we making now? Upon hearing this, a man immediately returned with excitement. Boss, we've already made $10 million. In other words, they have, for once, gotten 200 million rewarded jitterbugs. Translated, they've made $10 million. At those words, a strong smile appeared in the duck-tongued man's eyes. In that case, let's stop for a while. Let's all have something to eat and continue in the evening. The duck-tongued man thought to himself that even if he was squeezing the Nettle Wolf, he would still have to feed the other man. It's so easy to make money now. It's not so bad for a while. Hearing the words of the duck-tongued man, the crowd naturally had no opinion. Just the next moment, a situation that the duck-tongued man and the others never expected happened. Chapter 171 Net Red Wolf launches and fights back against the thugs. Seeing that the web-slinging wolf also looked hungry, the duck-tongued man changed his mind. Anyway, there's no end to the money, and it won't be so bad for a while. Most importantly, with Nettle Wolf making them so much money, the duck-tongued man naturally thought even more highly of Nettle Wolf. It's a precious thing. It can't go hungry. Come on, come over for dinner, come and eat together. When you're done eating, turn off the live feed and let the Netflix wolves eat too. The duck-tongued man walked toward the older one, so did everyone else. Despite the importance of the nettle wolf, they were going to have a small dinner before switching to the nettle wolf. Everything seems to be fine. What the duck-tongued man doesn't realize, however, is that accidents often happen without notice, but by letting his guard down, he was also dooming himself to consequences that would be too much to bear. With the duck-tongued man's greeting, the two men guarding Lin Shuyi also relaxed their vigilance as a result. And so it was. In that instant, thousands of Netflix fans saw that Netflix wolf's eyes changed, the clear eyes that were originally pleasing to stupidity. At this moment, Hera became cold. Almost the instant the duck-tongued man and the others' attention was not on him, Yifan turned into a shadow of light and swept out. What? Dick, look out! Although the duck-tongued man walked towards Lao San, he didn't completely let his guard down, and his afterglow was actually still focusing on the nettle wolf. As soon as he saw the nettle wolf's move, the duck-tongued man immediately shrieked with a big change in his face. The one in charge of manipulating the cell phone was none other than the second. He's also the closest thing to a Netflix wolf. When he heard the duck-tongued man's greeting just now, he also subconsciously walked towards Lao San. And now, upon hearing the duck-tongued man's shriek, the second instantly paled. He turned his head violently, only to feel a fishy wind pounding his face as an unimaginably huge figure lunged towards his side. Ah! The second subconsciously shrieked. The others also changed their faces dramatically. A few people even subconsciously rushed towards the older two in an attempt to help. Even the duck-tongued man subconsciously rushed over. The two guarding Lin Shuya were even more so. They had wanted to go to dinner, and Nettlewolf's move caught them off guard, causing them to rush over without even thinking about it. Just when everyone thought that the Netflix wolf was going to attack the penis, something that one would never expect to happen, happened. As soon as the reticulated wolf approached the dick, it suddenly made a U-turn and then lunged somewhere else. Brush! Extremely fast. Lao Er's hair was blown up by the gusty wind, and he subconsciously blocked his hands in front of him, but they didn't touch anything. Such a situation made him freeze, equally frozen. There were others. The nettle wolf's sudden turn of events caused their bodies to lurch and freeze in place for a moment. Only the duck-tongued man reacted quickly. Not good. He jerked his head in the direction that the web-slinging wolf was rushing towards, and there sat the confused Lin Shuya. The situation had shifted so quickly that she couldn't react either. Get it! The duck-tongued man roared angrily and rushed over. The others, hearing the duck-tongued man's angry roar, also woke up as if in a dream and rushed towards Lin Shuya. But with the intent to do so, they were no match for the nettle wolves. Another brush. Yifan completely closed in on Lin Shuya. Nettle wolf, Lin Shuya, who had been compared, also finally reacted. It was the nettle wolf who had taken advantage of the bandit's laxity just now to come over and save her. Lin Shuya had a look of excitement on his face. Originally, she thought that even if someone came to rescue her, it would be Ro who would find someone. What I didn't realize was that the Netflix wolf was so quick to start saving itself. At this moment, Yifan's mouth showed a hint of a smile. In fact, if he wasn't worried about Lin Shuya getting hurt, he would have started to fight back. Where else would you go along with these guys? Live for so long, but it's also been playing for so long. It's about time he made a move, right? Thinking of this, Yifan's wolf eyes were cold. Put. Arriving in front of Lin Shuya, Yifan violently opened his bloody mouth and just bit over. The seemingly thick and solid rope split instantly. Immediately after, Yifan turned his head and devoured it again, and another rope broke open. Coupled with the fact that Lin Shuya himself was struggling, it was then that Lin Shuya was officially out of the trap. After doing so, Yifan then turned to look behind him, only to see that the duck-tongued hat then and the others were already less than 3 steps away from him. Leading the way was none other than the duck-tongued man. This guy, even though he was still wearing a mask, Roldo's eyes were already filled with hideousness and madness. If anything, just now, he just knew that Nettlewolf was valuable. But now, after really discovering the value of the Netflix wolf, his whole being went crazy. There was absolutely no way that he would let Nettlewolf out of his control until he had gained enough benefits. Anyway, but just as the duck-tongued man was thinking this, the nettle wolf, who had rescued Lin Shuya, moved once again. Boom! Quiet as a flat lake, moving like thunder. In this instant, duck-tongued man only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and the nettle wolf darted in front of him. It was too late for him to react in any way. Just a thud. Nettlewolf actually lowered his head directly and hit the duck-tongued man in the jaw. Ah! The duck-tongued man screamed in agony, and a blackness came over him. The powerful impact and severe pain came from him, and his figure was unexpectedly unsteady, directly falling backward to the ground. Boss! Boss! The rest of the group was again shocked at the sight. Not only did Nettlewolf save that woman, but in a single glance, he even knocked over their boss. What's going on here? It was too late to think about it. and the crowd pounced again. At this time, the thoughts of the remaining 4 people were actually similar to the duck-tongued man. It was so hard to dig up a gold mountain. How could they give it up lightly? And it seemed to them that the coyotes shouldn't be able to fight very well. After all, an adult could definitely handle a coyote, or even kill it, without regard to injury. Of course, Netflix wolves are still different, but even if he was extraordinary, could he still deal with several of them joining forces? And don't forget, they're armed. This time, several people reacted, and they all pulled out their steel knives and water pipes, and aggressively greeted the nettle wolf. When Lin Shuya saw this, he immediately blanched. With so many people, and with weapons, she couldn't help but worry about Nettlewolf. And as it turns out, Lin Shuya's concerns were well warranted. The web-red wolf darted at several people, and even though he was very valiant, he was not immune to being slashed on by one of the steel blades. Nettlewolf, Lin Shuya couldn't help but shriek at the sight. One could only imagine what would happen if this slash hit the body. The duck-tongued man was steeped in joy at the sight. It didn't matter if he hurt Nettlewolf, as long as he could subdue him. But then the unthinkable happened. Chapter 172, The Invulnerable Nettle Wolf. Seeing that the nettle wolf had been slashed, Lin Shuya's face changed wildly. The duck-tongued man, however, was overjoyed by it. It didn't matter if he cut the nettle wolf, as long as he could subdue him. But just as he was thinking that, something incredible happened. The net-red wolf was not affected in the slightest by the slash, and pounced straight towards those people. Punching, biting, lunging, the huge wolf body sprawled across the room, almost as if it were a tiger. No, it's fiercer than a tiger. At first, the men looked fierce and tried to take down Nettlewolf, but after the knives and clubs landed on the net-red wolves, all to no avail, they finally panicked. What's going on? The knife won't cut in. His skin is so thick. Don't come over here. Lin Shuya was originally filled with worry, but he quickly froze. Equally dumbfounded was the duck-tongued man who had fallen to the ground. In less than a moment, the 4 men were all knocked down by the red wolf. Either they fainted or were holding their bleeding legs and feet, unable to move. Nettlewolf. Seeing this, Lin Shuya called out again, but this time, he was filled with surprise. The duck-tongued man, on the other hand, showed a look of trepidation, especially when the nettle wolf, those eyes covered in cold light, looked toward him. The duck-tongued man was stunned. Returning to his senses, he hurriedly climbed to his feet and ran wildly outside. While running there was also a wild scream. Monster! There's a monster! Yes, at this point, in the eyes of the duck-tongued man, the nettle wolf was a monster. After all, a wild wolf that can't be hurt by a knife or smashed by a stick is not a monster. What is? At this time, the duck-tongued man even regretted a little bit that he had messed with the nettle wolf. He, Zhao Yu, seized the road and fled wildly. The dunce cap all but fell off a bit in the panic, revealing a mangy head. Nettlewolf looked on with a sneer. To be honest, Yi Fan was actually a little surprised at his nearsword and gun invulnerability. On second thought, though, he wasn't surprised. Strength gains don't come out of nowhere. The fact that he had recently boosted his strength so much must also be due to his body's physical qualities, which had gotten stronger. And when the physical quality becomes stronger, naturally, it is not possible to only improve strength, but other aspects, too, will increase. For example, defense. And right now, Yi Fan's defense was just so powerful that it was able to withstand swords. Speaking of which, Yi Fan also had to thank the duck-tongued man before he could do so. If it wasn't for him, Yi Fan wouldn't have known he was that powerful. And since the best way to thank the duck-tongued man was, of course, to give him a hard time. Thinking of this, Yi Fan stepped on all 4 hooves, just like a shadow of light, swept toward the duck-tongued hat. No, it should be called the scalp man. Brush. Before the scalp man could run a few meters away, Yi Fan had already swept behind him again. Immediately afterward, Yi Fan's gaze chilled as his entire body violently leapt up. Boom! A popping kick in the air exploded right over the scalp head. This time, the scalp man couldn't even send out a miserable scream, and his entire body just collapsed to the ground with a bang. Bang! Seeing that the boss was subdued, the 2 who were still screaming fiercely closed their mouths, not daring to shout all of a sudden. The eyes that looked at the nettle wolf were filled with fear. In this instant, the nettle wolf completely shocked the entire audience with its powerful strength. Seeing that the nettle wolf had subdued everyone, Lin Shuya rushed over. Her beautiful eyes were as bright as stars, and she couldn't have been more excited. A moment before, she was desperately thinking of a way to escape, but the next moment, Nettlewolf had taken care of everything. Not only did he save her, but he even took care of all the thugs, too. This made Lin Shuya's admiration for the Nettlewolf go to an unprecedented level. When she came to Nettlewolf's side, she subconsciously asked, Nettlewolf, what now? When Yi Fan heard this, he was surprised and looked at Lin Shuya with a somewhat helpless look. Lin Shu also saw the nettle wolf's odd expression and couldn't help but be stunned. Then he came back to his senses and his old face reddened. Yeah, oh, it seems like it's not a good idea to ask Netflix Wolf anymore, given the current situation. After all, the thugs have been taken care of. Most of them had fainted, and the remaining ones who were injured and not fainted were unlikely to do anything with the nettle wolf eyeing them. So the next thing to do, naturally, was to look toward finding the constable. That, she was able to take care of on her own. Thinking of this, Lin Shuya hurriedly jogged up, and the other side, Xiao Rou, Fu Qing, and Qin Frost were all watching the live broadcast, waiting for the nettle wolf to come off the air. The reason for staying on this side was also the thought that there was a chance that nettle wolf might be on this side, or it would be easier to meet up with nettle wolf afterward. It was only next that something unexpected happened to Xiao Rou and the others. Netflix Wolf was live on air and suddenly left the camera, and it wasn't just a simple departure. By that look, it seemed to have flown out all at once, especially those wolf eyes. For a split second, a fierce aura bubbled out of them. I'm going to go. The Netflix Wolf was so scary just now. What's going on? Why is he running away? It's weird. It's a PK. Ha ha. Is it surprising that such a beautiful anchor woman can't attract a Netflix wolf? Did you guys notice the look in Nettle Wolf's eyes just now? As if something happened? I saw it too. It looks like a wild beast in a rage. I've seen this look before, when the Nettle Wolf attacked those two human traffickers before. What? Something shouldn't really have happened. I would have thought that Nettle Wolf's live broadcast this time was strange. Looking at the empty live room, Xiao Rou and the others also looked at each other. The comments from the netizens made them even more suspicious. What the hell is going on? Why did the Netflix Wolf run to such a live broadcast? And why did he suddenly run away again? And in what appears to be an attack stance? Anyone who is confused. But soon, what made Xiao Rou and the others' faces change was, as the Nettle Wolf left, a roar came from beyond the camera of the live broadcast. Then came the screams. It's not easy to hear. Xiao Rou and the others were even more surprised. And the netizens, too, speculated. But for a moment, no one can judge. Those roars and screams of fury soon disappeared again. The live room became quiet again. Just as quickly, a delicate face appeared in front of the camera. Who is this woman? It's not Tiny Zoe. What was that noise just now? Ha ha ha. It sounds a little bit like that Burmese voice. No way. What the hell is going on here? The netizens were all amazed. What was all that screaming about? And what was this woman who came out of nowhere? But the ones who were most surprised were Xiao Rou and the others, because the beautiful woman who came out of nowhere, they all knew. The very same Lin Shuya who followed the missing Netflix Wolf. Chapter 173 The Script of Netflix Wolf. Seeing Lin Shuya's face, Xiao Rou and the others froze. Looking back, they were both overjoyed. Lin Shuya, who had disappeared along with the Netflix Wolf, finally showed up. She's really with Nettle Wolf. So what the hell is going on now? And at the same time, the majority of netizens soon recognized Lin Shuya. Ha, this woman, too, is often with Nettle Wolf. I remembered that she was the one who saved and wrote and photographed the previous Tibetan traveler's Red Wolf story. Yes, before Nettle Wolf and Tiny Zoe, when they were playing the Grassland program, this woman was there too. So what's going on now? Is she the one who told Nettle Wolf to keep broadcasting? And what's with the screams just now? Anchor C, explain. Can you suffocate us? At most give you more gifts. Hurry up and say what is the situation now? It's possible that interest is at work, and this woman and Xiao Rou are stealing the Netflix Wolf? It feels like we're in for a good show. Ha ha ha, this woman seems to be BFF with Xiao Rou. She's not a plastic sister, is she? Don't jump to conclusions. Let's see. Netizens were talking again after they recognized Lin Shuya's identity. There was even speculation that it was because Netflix Wolf had made too much money, causing Lin Shuya to get red in the eyes. So she pulled Netflix Wolf live too? But there are still quite a few people within the netizens who are more sensible. They all saw that the situation at hand was somewhat unusual, so they still didn't jump to conclusions. As for Rou and the others, they certainly wondered about the current state of Lin Shuya and Nettlewolf. Fu Qing still giggled when he saw the discussion among the netizens. If Lin Shuya really competed with Xiao Rou for the Netflix Wolves, it was bound to cause them to suffer quite a bit. As far as Fu Chong knew, Xiao Rou's acquaintance with Netflix Wolf was actually no earlier than Lin Shuya's. All because the two met Netflix Wolf together and, later, almost played together as well. To say that there's any difference between the two and Nettlewolf, it's probably just that Zoe pulls Nettlewolf live a little more. But with Nettlewolf's intelligence, would she really favor Zoe? Fu Qing's face sank slightly. Xiao Rou didn't think about it that much. She just stared at Lin Shuya to see what she was going to say. But next, Lin Shuya unexpectedly turned to the camera and said something that shocked everyone with a remarkable remark. Guys, I'm so sorry, but Nettlewolf and I have been kidnapped. One sentence, as if a huge stone had fallen on a flat lake, scared everyone's face into a huge change-up. What? Netflix Wolf has been kidnapped. What's going on here? Xiao Rou, Fu Qing, and Qin Shuang all froze. They had thought a lot about the reasons for the disappearance of Lin Shuya and Nettlewolf, but never expected a kidnapping. Lin Shuya and Nettlewolf are tied up. Realizing this, both Fu Qing and Qin Shuang's faces turned odd. What's all this? But reacting to the fact that Qin Shuang was nothing, Fu Qing was somewhat dazed. Kidnapping usually happens to rich people, and while the current Netflix Wolf is not considered rich, he is definitely worth much more than even the average rich person. If you kidnap him, you can really get a lot of wealth. It was just that what made Fu Qing look odd was that these people weren't asking for money through blackmail. Instead they were using Netflix Wolf Live to make money? That's a little too original, isn't it? Fu Qing's face was odd to the extreme. Xiao Rou, on the other hand, was unable to think too much, and directly took out her cell phone and dialed Lin Shuya again. Only this time, instead of not being able to get through, it was just turned off. Original. Previously, Xiao Rou had called Lin Shuyi's phone a few times, and although those bandits had ignored it, they had still taken Lin Shuyi's cell phone away and turned it off. By the time Nettlewolf had taken care of those thugs, Lin Shuya couldn't really find his cell phone for a while. She had no choice but to come to the side of the live cell phone and first use it to report the catch, and then she explained to the crowd in the live room. Lin Shu also knew that Xiao Rou should also be here. After all, after not being able to contact them for so long, Xiao Rou would definitely be following the live broadcast of the Netflix Wolf. And now, after not being able to get through to Lin Shuya's cell phone, Xiao Rou hurriedly utilized Qin Shuang's number to connect with Lin Shuya. Lin Shu also knew Qin Shuang's account number and hurriedly connected. Sister Yi, are you alright? What happened? As soon as the connection was successful, Rou asked in a hurry. Although Lin Shuya had already talked about the kidnapping, Xiao Rou was still confused. How? Exactly. Were Netflix Wolf and Lin Shuya kidnapped? What now? Why can Lin Shu also say it in front of the camera? Could it be? Thinking of this, Xiao Rou stared intently at Lin Shuya in the camera. So did Fu Qing and Qin Shuang. Even the countless netizens on the internet were concerned about this side. The original live broadcast of the Netflix Wolf had attracted more than 100,000 people to watch, and now with Lin Shuya appearing to explain, it had aroused the curiosity of countless people. The comments section is blowing up. Holy, really, Netflix Wolf has been kidnapped. It's too ridiculous. It's not supposed to be a script, is it? There's too much of this real and fake stuff nowadays. I don't think so. Netflix Wolf is so hot right now that he doesn't need to mess with any scripts. He's not the one who's short on bounties. No, I should say Wolf. Oh, is it true or not? Listen to her talk about it to be sure. After all, we do not understand the operation and so on. Maybe it is really a script. Upstairs you really do not understand. The general net read after read. Simply do not have to engage in what the script. If you say before the net read Wolf did not read when engaged in the script even if, and now he is on fire. Simply do not have to do so. Of course, and so on he is not on fire when, I am not sure. Needless to say, I'm sure it's not a script, because if it is, it's too much of a stretch. It's a kidnapping. It's not a joke. Che, before there are some anchors, for the sake of traffic, not also lied that they have an accident. The back is still not a one alive and kicking? That's right, but it seems like there's really no need for a Netflix Wolf now that he's at the peak of his traffic flow. Could it be that he intentionally found a script to cheat the reward? It's impossible. Everyone should know very well how many goods Netflix Wolf brought in today. He's rushed to the number one spot on the list of goods he brought in. If he wants money, he still needs to cheat the reward. At this time, the netizens also got more heated. And at this moment, inside the conference room of the Three Sheep Company, Brother Lamb and Brother Big Goat also looked at each other in disbelief. They had also been paying attention to the live broadcast of the Netflix Wolf again. And originally they hadn't thought much about it even though they felt it was a bit strange. But now, with Lin Shuya's kidnapping comment, they too froze. Bro, do you think Nettlewolf is scripted now? Brother Big Goat suddenly asked Brother Little Goat. Brother Lamb froze. How would I know? If you ask me? Yeah, who knows? It's better to see what Lin Shuya has to say. Chapter 174 Netflix Wolf bathes in blood to fight bandits. Three Sheep Company conference room. Brother Little Sheep and Brother Big Sheep couldn't help but be confused when they looked at Netflix Wolf's live broadcast. Even they, the super anchors, were not sure whether it was true or not that the Netflix Wolf had suffered a kidnapping, because, that's too much of a stretch. But it does seem to the two that Netflix Wolf doesn't have to mess with any scripts. The two still have a voice in this regard. Having gotten to this point in their lives, they certainly know about messing with scripts and whatnot. But the purpose of messing with scripts is all about traffic, profit. But what about now? There is no shortage of this kind of thing on Netflix Wolf. Why bother tossing it around when you are able to make a lot of money just by following the steps? And looking at what the Netflix Wolf team has done before, It doesn't appear to be that brainless. How can you come up with such a crappy idea? So, the Netflix wolf has really met with a kidnapping. The two super anchors also had odd faces. They didn't dare to jump to conclusions, so they still decided to listen to what Lin Shuya had to say first. And hearing Xiao Rou ask about it, Lin Shu also took a deep breath and naturally told more details. Here's the thing. I was giving Nettlewolf a ride back earlier and suddenly I collided with a van. As Lin Shuya narrated, the pop-ups inside the comments section were much less. Obviously, all were listening to what Lin Shuya had to say, as well as digesting what Lin Shuya said. As a result of listening to all of them, everyone was confused again. What Lin Shuya said was not difficult to understand. Simply put, she was sending Nettlewolf back when she was kidnapped by a group of bandits, for her not to be harmed. Nettlewolf did not resist and obediently cooperated with the bandits' demands. And so it was that the Netflix wolf was once again live on the air to circle the wagons. But Netflix wolf isn't sitting still. Just now, he seized the opportunity and directly rescued Lin Shui, and then took care of the 5 thugs. Of course, the Nettlewolf's nearsword and sorcery behavior was something she subconsciously skimmed over and left unsaid. But spare a thought, it shook the people who were following this up to their core. Netflix wolf has really been kidnapped. Shocked, the Netflix wolf was actually encountered on his way home. The talent upstairs will report to the UC shock department tomorrow. Originally I didn't believe it, but now I'm a little confused. So who's going to refute it? I also feel it's true. This beauty's panic doesn't look like she's faking it. Hey, it's still too far-fetched to be true for me. I think it's true. Nettlewolf is smart and he fights well. It's normal to have this kind of operation. If this is true, Netflix wolf is my lifelong idol. If you don't believe me, I do. Because Nettlewolf has dealt with 2 human traffickers before and saved a little girl. The Netflix wolf is so good. How can anyone doubt him now? Yeah, I don't know what those people think. Is Netflix wolf the kind of guy who needs to mess with scripts? You guys are still questioning Nettlewolf. I'm the only one whose heart goes out to him. He doesn't know how much he's done for us humans, and he's caught the bad guys several times. Right, I also believe in the net red wolf. By the way, how is the net red wolf now? Anchor, he didn't have me in the hurt. Right, did you call the police? Did you call an ambulance? Yes, Anchor, how is the Netflix wolf now? He won't really be injured. Is it serious? Anchor, can you show us Netflix wolf? I want to see if he's okay. After listening to Lin Shuya's narration, the netizens got excited again. But those who question it are still really just a tiny fraction. Even the average netizen would be able to tell that at this point in time. The netizen wolf doesn't need to mess with the script at all. So most people, for the most part, believe in the Netflix wolf. More people, even, were concerned about the well-being of Nettlewolf. And at this time, Xiao Rou and the others also changed their faces. They hadn't expected that Lin Shuya and the Nettlewolf had encountered such twists and turns on their way back. Sister Yi, are you okay? Where's Nettlewolf? Where is he? Returning to her senses, Xiao Rou hurriedly inquired. It looks like Lin Shuya should be fine, but what about the Nettlewolf? Thinking about this, Xiao Rou also became a little flustered. Fu Chang and Qin Xuan were also a bit nervous. The current live feed is only Lin Shu also. The Nettlewolf hadn't appeared after it had fluttered out just now. Shouldn't it? Both of them tightened their hearts at the thought. And upon hearing Xiao Rou's words, Lin Shuya then smiled. I'm fine. She glanced that way again. Nettlewolf is fine too. Hearing this, Zoe was relieved. Fu Chang and Qin Xuan were both relieved. Zoe added, what about Nettlewolf? Where is he now and is he conveniently on camera? Sister Yi, where are you guys? Why don't I go find you? Hearing this, Fu Qing nodded as well. Even though she knew that Nettlewolf was fine, she still couldn't rest assured without seeing it with her own eyes, or seeing him directly in person. Hearing Xiao Rou's words, Lin Shuya pondered for a moment and returned. I don't know where it is, but if you want to see the Nettlewolf, I'll have him come over and try. As the words fell, there was no need for Lin Shuya to call out. The Nettlewolf had already taken the initiative to walk over. Everyone froze when they saw the shadow of the wolf that appeared in the camera. The wolf shadow that reappeared was none other than the Nettlewolf. As always, the Nettlewolf was like a huge, docile canine beast. It was just that at this moment, the Nettlewolf, all over his body, was clearly stained with a trail of blood. Nettlewolf, when Xiao Rou saw this, she was first shocked, then shocked again. Nettlewolf, you're injured. Hearing this, Lin Shu also froze and looked at the Nettlewolf as well. When she saw Nettlewolf before, although she looked like she was fine, she also knew that Nettlewolf was hit by those machete steel pipes during the struggle. Is he really okay? Meeting Lin Shuya's inquiring gaze, the Nettlewolf shook his head. Lin Shuya blinked and reached over to touch it, which confirmed that the Nettlewolf was really fine. The blood, I believe, is from the duck-tongued man and others, and seeing all that blood, those on the internet are not calm. I'm going to go. There really is blood on the Nettlewolf. and there's a lot of it. Whose blood is this? The Nettle Wolf's or those thugs? I don't know. I'm thoroughly convinced now. All this blood. It can't be ketchup. Ketchup? We wolf gods don't care for such tricks. The Wolf Clan army is here to congratulate the wolf god on another triumph. Brothers, I've recorded this scene, and it will be included in the Netflix wolf fame scene once again. Ha ha ha. It seems like the Netflix wolf has done another great thing. He should be the first wolf to be kidnapped, and he has successfully rescued himself. It's so awesome, it can simply go down in history. Seeing the nearly blood-soaked cyberwolf, the netizens were once again shocked and swirled in admiration. There was no doubt that this Netflix wolf kidnapping incident would definitely create a new storm on the internet. Again, Chapter 175 All solidarity with the Netroots wolf. Netflix wolf was kidnapped. This incident, indeed, caused a sensation, and it's gotten worse over time. Shake it off hot. Twitter hit. The internet is buzzing with excitement. Even offline, many people are talking about spreading the word. Experience inside the live broadcast. Is the number of people online exceeded 300,000. Countless people watched Nettlewolf and followed the events. But by this point, as Lin Shuya recounted it, things seem to have become clear. That is, the Netflix wolf has literally been kidnapped. This is testified to by Nettlewolf himself. Of course, even then, it could be faked. After all, if Nettlewolf is that smart, he might be able to cheat. 2. All that blood. There's a chance that ketchup really did it. And even if the thugs show up, there's still plenty of egg to pick at to drop. For example, could the thugs who fell to the ground be actors as well? All in all, try to question the Netflix wolf and be able to question it any way you want. But what came next was a maneuver by Nettlewolf that literally left everyone unable to question it. After Lin Shuya ended his call with Xiao Rou, he was suddenly pulled off camera by La Net Red Wolf. And the next moment, when Lin Shuya and Nettlewolf reappeared, Lin Shu also turned toward the camera, toward all the netizens in the broadcast room, and relayed the meaning of the netizen wolf. Fans of the live stream, just now Nettlewolf asked me to relay something. That's what he was doing just now, completely in tune with the thugs, so that's why he was like that. Therefore, all live streaming bounty gifts received are considered proceeds of the offense. This part of the money, the Net Red Wolf will not want. We can apply for a refund, or that by the time to add a small soft WeChat, and then we'll reward screenshots sent to him. Rewarded how much money? We will be returned in full. I'm really sorry for all the trouble this broadcast has caused. After saying that, Lin Shuya bowed. Next to the Nettle Wolf, he made the same gesture. Only then did the broadcast end completely, and the screen fell into a black screen. However, the netizens who had just heard the words relayed by Lin Shuya were unable to return to their senses for a long time. Is it true or not that Netflix Wolf is going to return the income from the bounty he just received? Does Nettle Wolf really understand this? Why do I feel so ridiculous? Not ridiculous at all. That's a Netflix Wolf. Really good courage. Just now there is more than 200 million reward. These money will be deducted half of the jitterbug. Now the Net Red Wolf even want to return all of them. This is the rhythm of losing tens of millions of dollars. Tens of millions of dollars shouldn't be a big deal to Netflix Wolf. But still, you have to love him for doing this. I'm not getting a refund. Nettlewolf is a victim in this case too. He doesn't need to pay for it. Upstairs is a good point. In fact, even if there was no such thing as kidnapping, my money was still intended to be spent on Nettlewolf. So I don't have to return it. No refunds +1. No refunds +1. No refunds plus 10,086. It seems that everyone loves the Net Red Wolves. My heart is very comforting. With such a partner in our Wolf Clan army, why worry about not growing? Yes, our Wolf army's money, when we spend it on Nettle Wolf, we won't get it back. That would be an insult to us. Nettle Wolf suffered a kidnapping. My heart goes out to him, and I'm planning to swipe more. That's right, counting. The Nettle Wolf is also considered to have saved this woman, right? The Nettle Wolf has saved so many people. It's a good friend of us humans. Such a Nettle Wolf suffered difficulties. We can't fall into the trap. That's right. What's there to return? When it's time to get paid, then we'll swipe more for Nettlewolf. Is he hurt? Take it as medical expenses. Net Red Wolf, we're always behind you. Countless people online began to rise in solidarity for the Nettle Wolf. Countless marketing numbers, self-publishing numbers, have moved as well. The marketing number takes the kidnapping of Netflix Wolf and talks about it and analyzes it. The self-media, on the other hand, took the live recording of Netflix Wolf this time and spread it around. Soon, there is even a groundswell of solidarity with the Netflix Wolf online. Shake it all off with one more trending topic. Netflix wolves are a good friend to mankind. The internet, at this time, is once again buzzing with the kidnapping incident that befell Netflix Wolf. This kind of heat is so hot that even Little Goat and Big Goat are amazed. Xiao Rou's Jitterbug account. Even inside a short period of time, rose several million fans again. Everyone was watching and discussing the movements of the Netflix wolf. At this time, Xiao Rou and the others were ignoring the online clamor. After confirming the address with Lin Shuya, they set off at the first opportunity. Qin Shuang followed suit. Like the people online who are in solidarity with Cyberwolf, she considers herself a close friend of Cyberwolf. Now that this had happened to Nettlewolf, she couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Not to mention the fact that the incident seemed to be over now, and they were just going over to pick up the Nettlewolf. That's all. The trio made the hour-long trek to the warehouse where Nettlewolf and Lin Shuya were located. Coming here, Xiao Rou and the others, at a glance, saw the police car parked in front of the warehouse. One by one, the constables, dressed in a hurry. Is the constable here already? Let's go over, Fu Qing muttered. Naturally, Xiao Rou had no problem with this, and as soon as she got out of the car, she went straight to the warehouse. At this time, it seems that the constable has just come to this side, all because the warehouse is in the center. There are still a large number of thugs. These thugs, without exception, were knocked out. At this time, Xiao Rou's eyes stared and spotted a familiar figure inside the constable. Surprisingly, it was the female chief of the Tibetan police station, whom I had met not long ago. Qin Shuang and Fu Qing also recognized it. Only the three of them didn't pay any attention to it, but continued to walk in, searching for Nettlewolf and Lin Shuya. Finally, as they crossed over the thugs and entered the innermost part of the warehouse, Xiao Rou and the others saw two familiar figures of a man and a wolf. Netflix wolf, Sister Yi, Zoe shrieked and trotted over. Fu Qing and Qin Shuang also quickly followed, arriving in front of the one man and one wolf. Xiao Rou had already pulled Lin Shuyi's hand and then looked her body up and down. Sister Yi, are you okay? Paycheck Green, on the other hand, was mainly looking at the Nettle Wolf. After seeing that there was nothing wrong with the Nettle Wolf and her gaze remained clear, she let out a sigh of dark relief. Compared to Lin Shuya, Fu Qing naturally cared more about the Nettle Wolf. As for Xiao Rou, she was not biased, and after checking on Lin Shuya, she also came to the side of the net red wolf at the first opportunity, stroking the fur to check it up. It's fine, it's really fine, and so is Nettlewolf. Facing Xiao Rou's concern, Lin Shu also smiled back. Xiao Rou, however, didn't care, and only after checking the bodies of both the man and the wolf one by one and realizing that they were really fine, did she let out a long sigh of relief. God knows how Rou was worried again just now. After all, both Lin Shuya and Nettlewolf were considered her dear friends. Now that something had happened to her dear friend, how could she not be worried? Chapter 176 Kidnapper's Thoughts. Safe return. Xiao Rou couldn't have been more worried on this journey. Originally, she was the one who drove the car, but on the way to the warehouse, it was replaced with Fu Qing. It was because Fu Qing could see that Xiao Rou was not in the right mood and offered to exchange. And now, after seeing with her own eyes that Lin Shuyi and the Nettle Wolf were fine, the boulder in Xiao Rou's heart was truly put down. Instead, it was Fu Qing, who was next to him, who suggested, let's go to the hospital to avoid leaving any dark wounds. Fucking is still relatively stable. Though it seemed that one man and one wolf were fine, she made the suggestion anyway. Yes, go to the hospital. Xiao Rou hastily agreed. Sister Yi, why don't we go to the hospital for a checkup? Hearing this, Lin Shuya didn't use to object. After all, she had just witnessed, with her own eyes, the Nettle Wolf being slashed with a knife and smashed with a stick. Just because there's no blood now doesn't mean there's no injury, and internal injuries are possible. It's better to get it checked over just to be cautious. In this regard, Yi Fan had no opinion, though he didn't think it was necessary either. But he knew that if he didn't go and check it all over again, Xiao Rou and the others wouldn't feel at ease. So he didn't say much and cooperated by getting in the car. Of course, before leaving, Xiao Rou and the others gave the police station's female director a greeting. Originally, according to this situation, Nettle Wolf and Lin Shuya, who were the parties involved, were to stay and take statements. But Nettlewolf can't talk and definitely can't record. As for Lin Shuya, it seems like there's no need to record it, all because of her previous explanation in the live stream, which was the cause and effect. The people at the police station, who had been equally concerned about this matter before, had also recorded Lin Shuya's explanation in advance. If you want to know anything, you'll be able to figure it out from inside the recorded video. Thus, Xiao Rou and the others smoothly took away Lin Shuya and the Nettle Wolf. On this journey, it was still Fu Qing who drove. Qin Frost went in the passenger seat. Rou, on the other hand, was sitting in the back seat with Nettle Wolf. Lin Shuya. At this moment, Xiao Rou, he hugged the Nettle Wolf. Looking at Nettle Wolf, Zoe was distressed and confused. Sister Yi, what kind of brain circuits do you think those bad guys have? It's speechless to even think of kidnapping a Netflix wolf. Hearing this, Lin Shuya, however, laughed bitterly. Now, it seems that they still have a lot of ideas. If it wasn't for Netflix Wolf's power and resolving them, I guess they would have blackmailed Netflix Wolf and given them money for live streaming all the time. Hearing this, Ro was silent. Fu Chang and Qin Shuang, who were in front of them, also had odd faces. Lin Shu also seems to be right. Those guys, they do have some ideas. After all, kidnapping a Netflix Wolf doesn't seem like a high risk, but revenue-wise, it's pretty amazing. It was important to realize that the Netflix Wolf, just now, had received more than 200 million bounties. That means Netflix Wolf has made over $10 million for those guys. It's still just one day. If it had gone on for a few more days, it would have been a big deal. But just then, Xiao Ro was puzzled again. But the problem is, the Shake Shack accounts are all real names, so even if those guys make money, aren't they afraid that the constables will follow the trail and arrest them? At those words, Lin Shuya fell back on his answer, because she had doubts about that too. Using the internet to make money is great, but there is no escaping the exposure of information. Those kidnappers, didn't they think of that? Hearing this, Fu Qing however added, it's possible that those kidnappers, from the beginning, had no intention of letting Nettle Wolf and Shui go. I'm afraid that after we get enough money, we'll just go ahead and click it off. Think about it, if Shuya and Nettle Wolf aren't around, who knows that there's something wrong with those live bounties? Hearing Fu Qing's analysis, the crowd laughed bitterly, as if, it's still true. After all, prior to this, Ro and the others hadn't associated it with kidnapping at all. This way, if those kidnappers made enough money and then took out Nettle Wolf and Lin Shuya, it seemed like they would actually be able to raise the money on the account. Good on. The Net Red Wolves had taken charge and taken care of the bandits, which had kept things from playing out to that extent. Thinking of this, Zoe hugged the Nettle Wolf tightly. Lin Shu also looked at the Nettle Wolf with a gaze that was also covered in gratitude. She wanted more. If those bandits weren't going to leave them alone from the start, then they were in great danger, especially herself. Would those kidnappers have done something insulting before they killed her? The answer is yes. So not only did Nettle Wolf save her, he also preserved her innocence. Thinking of this, Lin Shu also couldn't help but hug the Nettle Wolf. Being hugged by Xiao Ro and Lin Shuya like this, Yi Fan couldn't help but be greatly dismayed. Still, it felt good as all. With that, the group talked the whole way, and after half an hour, they soon arrived at the nearby hospital. Pay up, check. Lin Shu also had to do the same, but there were some problems when it was the turn of the Netflix Wolf side. That's when the hospital won't check it out, saying that pets should only go to the vet. But for a moment, where could the crowd find a pet hospital? Good on. It was Qin Frost who solved the problem by contacting a vet and coming straight to the hospital to examine the Nettle Wolf. It turned out that Qin Shuang, as the director of the Wildlife Protection Station, still had connections in this area. Ro and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Among other things, Zoe was also glad that she had just made a trip to the wildlife shelter. Otherwise, Qin Shuang would not have followed. In that case, wait until this time. They Lu Yi caught blind. The results of the examination also made Xiao Ro and the others completely let go of their hearts. Neither Nettle Wolf, nor Lin Shuya, were injured, especially Nettle Wolf, who, according to that vet, is very healthy and seems to be in great shape. His body felt as if he had been working out for years as a human being. Hearing this, Xiao Ro and the others naturally scared. But either way, as long as it's okay, that's all that matters. After the inspection, Xiao Ro and the others finally sent the Nettle Wolf back to the lair. Back at the lair, Nettle Wolf was naturally greeted by the pack again. One of them, Shuangxi, had worry in her eyes. After all, when Xiao Ro came to look for it earlier, it meant that something had perhaps happened to the Nettle Wolf. But now it seems that the boss should be fine. And the next thing he knew, Double Happiness couldn't think twice about it, and followed Proctor, the Wolf King, and lunged for the food. Turns out, despite being kidnapped, the food that Netflix Wolf packed at the studio is still there. The wolves, such as Double Happiness, rejoice as they taste new food again. Yifan sent Xiao Ro and the others away and couldn't help but cry and laugh when he saw the scene. These guys, they don't even know that their boss has been kidnapped once. However, this kind of thing, Yifan was naturally too lazy to say more. It had been a long day, and although there was nothing dangerous, he was a little sleepy after a long day of tossing and turning. Yifan gave an explanation to Double Happiness and the other wolves, and also went back to his lair to sleep. It was only in the middle of the night that Nettle Wolf was awakened by an unexpected message. Chapter 177 The Ferment of the Kidnapping. When he slept in the middle of the night, Yifan was confused and awakened by a message. Yifan opened his eyes and looked toward the cell phone next to him. The phone, which had a black screen, lit up and was playing a song. This is an informational alert set up by Nettle Wolf. After all, he usually contacted Ro and the others with messages. That's why the message's reminder should be a bit more distinctive, lest Xiao Ro has some kind of emergency and she doesn't see it herself. Nettle Wolf glanced over and realized it was already 1 in the morning. He whirled around and climbed to his feet. pressing to his cell phone. A paw swiped and the contents of the confidence soon appeared on the screen. Just seeing the content, Yi-fan couldn't help but be surprised. The message was sent by Lin Shuya. Said, "It's about those kidnappers. Now that a night has passed, this brother's kidnapping, too, has progressed. The point is, the identity of those bandits, interrogated. Surprisingly, they are all ex-cons. And this ex-con, or human trafficker, that's right, those bandits, they're all human traffickers. And this human trafficker is also related to the Nettle Wolf. That is, they are in the same gang as the two human traffickers that the Nettle Wolf attacked last time." Knowing this information makes things clear. Original. The duck-tongued man and the others had been paying attention to Nettle Wolf since he had attacked the two human traffickers. The more attention they paid, the more alarmed they became. Netflix Wolf. It's just too hot. It's just incredibly hot. Originally, the duck-tongued man and the others didn't think much of the Nettle Wolf either, though Nettle Wolf was the one who attacked their team, causing them to have some degree of damage. But for such a loss, they naturally wouldn't go against Nettle Wolf. But just 2 days ago, after seeing Netflix Wolf live, these traffickers went crazy. In the past, when Netflix Wolf and Xiao Ro broadcasted live, although they also received gifts, they maintained a range of tens of thousands, but that PK was a straight-up 100 million bounty, and that's, still, just one fight for Nettle Wolf. Otherwise it would definitely be more. With such huge benefits, those traffickers were naturally moved. So it was that after some poking around and exploring, they soon found the Nettle Wolf's trail. Nope, or rather where Fu Qing and the other studios are. And knowing about the studio, the traffickers naturally developed countermeasures accordingly. And that's how the latter happened. It's just that these human traffickers, in all their calculations, missed the smarts and power of the Nettle Wolf. Nettle Wolf is smart enough to show weakness and paralyze the enemy. He's even more powerful to the point of being invulnerable to knives and guns. So the traffickers rolled over. And what awaits these people after their real identities are exposed is, naturally, imprisonment without a deadline. These people are already guilty of human trafficking, plus the huge proceeds of the illegal kidnapping of Netflix Wolf. It's almost like a prison sentence. In the message, Lin Shu also revealed this. After reading it, Yi-fan's wolf face had an extra smile on it. It was a pleasant wake-up call, but I have to say, it's still pleasantly good news. The only thing that made Yi-fan a little regretful was that he had been a little light on his hands. If Yi-fan had known that the duck-tongued man and the others were human traffickers, it would never have been as simple as knocking them out. Crippling your legs is not a big deal. Yi-fan shook his head and thought no more. That's when he flipped through his cell phone and found a message from Zoe as well. Zoe seemed to know about it too, and sent a message about it. The tone was naturally also extremely indignant. Yi-fan looked at the time and didn't reply. After all, it was late at night, and I didn't know if Zoe was asleep. As for Lin Shu's place, Yi-fan returned a knowing. Lin Shu also didn't say much. Yi-fan couldn't sleep for a while, so he simply brushed up Jitterbug. It just didn't occur to him that the jitterbugs he was swiping right now were all about his kidnapping. Originally, things started to fester, and the circumstances of his abduction drew a lot of attention, retweets, and comments. Netflix Wolf is really powerful, just finished live banding, and then encountered this kind of thing. Really want not to be on fire. Don't say that upstairs. If you're a fan of Netflix Wolf, you'll realize that there are a lot of things that Netflix Wolf doesn't want to happen, but he copes with them all well and doesn't hurt us decent people. Yeah, instead, I'm a little heartbroken for Netflix Wolf. Obviously he just needs to mingle and wait for death on the line, hanging out over on the national highway. I guess he definitely doesn't need to worry about it that much, but now he's live streaming bandwagons again, and being kidnapped again. I'm going to go. You a 3,000 a month. Don't worry about the person who earns 10 million a month, hundreds of millions of dollars. Right, even if this person is a Netflix Wolf, and you know he's a Netflix Wolf, he's making more money just for a bite to eat, so why shouldn't I feel sorry for him? Yi-fan clicked into a random news item and all he saw were comments about him. Testimonials. Noteworthy. The netizen fans of the previous live broadcasts all completely believed him as the netizen Wolf said that he would return the bounty, but it can't be helped that online, there are still a lot of barflies, as well as some conspiracy theorists, or people who simply don't want Netflix Wolf to be good. So it was not long before someone brought up the tempo. We all think too much. A coyote, how can make money? He makes money to do what? Can be like us? Buy a house to buy a car. Clubhouse tender model. Package junior? So I think, Netflix Wolf whether live PK, or live selling goods, are the means of the team. That's right, I've been meaning to say this for a long time. A coyote, even if it's smart, intelligent, and able to understand human language, it's not likely to know how to make money and read jitterbugs the same way we do, even online shopping and whatnot. But if you think about it, this is all a team operation, then it's not surprising. A team that is absolutely capable of doing all these things and then stuffing them into the head of the Netflix wolf. I think so too. The Nettle wolf is too godly to be anything more than a beast. And what he's done, it's too demonic. If you ask me, this kidnapping should be fake as well. That kidnapper was so stupid to kidnap a wolf. Even if it's shown live, there's a big risk of exposure. Yeah, if he was kidnapped, how come he wasn't hurt at all? And don't tell me about the strong battle power of the Nettle wolf. If he's really that strong, why was he kidnapped in the first place? Yes, it's really too ridiculous. These teams, in order to fire, really do anything this kind of script can come up with. However, I really admire this team for making a wild wolf into a world-famous wolf. If you say so, also deserve this team to make money. Netflix wolf every time. Can be a big, famous scene. Humph. This has what? They just started. Certainly not much investment. The back to see the Netflix wolf flow up even if the number of inputs, but also not too much. Did not see it now. 2 Live PK, alive with goods, has long been letting them to earn over. Chapter 178 First PR Crisis. Yifan swiped the jitterbug and watched those videos about sistery news and all kinds of videos, and he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. It's a feeling that's pretty amazing. He never imagined that he would one day be on the internet, being passionately discussed and commented on. Netflix never thought about the situation, and now, he had more of a sense of immediacy of eating his own big melon, that his kidnapping was scripted, and some have even called him an actor wolf? Ha ha. Yifan secretly laughed, nor do they refute it, even under the name of I'm not a cyberwolf, commenting on the internet. Yeah, I think it's too fake too. Are you kidding me? How can someone kidnap a wolf? It's too fake, too fake. Let the Netflix wolf refund your money. His comment attracted a lot of attention. He wasn't the only one who questioned the Netflix wolf, but with a name like that, it was a bit like a conspicuous pack. I'll go. Who is this brother? This name of yours, is it friend or foe? Is it in favor or not in favor of Nettle wolf? I'm not a net red wolf. What kind of screen name is this? Is it the net red wolf himself? Or who mistook you for a net red wolf? Or did you purposely pick this name to attract attention? Oh, no matter what his intentions are, he's managed to appeal to me. Unfortunately, I'm for the Netflix wolf. Use Spitfire. Give the laborer a climb. The online war of words is on the rise. Supporters of the Netflix wolf and those who questioned the Netflix wolf split into 2 groups and opened fire in the comments sections of various videos about the Netflix wolf. It's rather like a sweet and salty tofu brain party fight. It's just that the Netflix wolf kind is obviously more intense in comparison. People who swipe Shakeology have the illusion that there are no other videos or news on Shakeology from this morning until now. Swipe into something that's a Netflix wolf. Netflix wolf live PK income. Netflix wolf live bandwagon. Netflix wolf kidnapped. Netflix wolf army on the move. This also led to the fact that a large number of passersby were forced to join in, eat melon, or join one of the factions and start a scolding war. Officials also seem to be happy with this situation. Let go. Let the net red wolf 3 words of traffic. Savage breeding. Growth. Overnight. All over the jittery voice. Naturally, Nettle wolf didn't know this, but just couldn't sleep for a while and happily joined in. And the other side. It's late at night here at Paygreen Studios, and the lights are on. Netflix wolves had a kidnapping incident, and for them, it had a big impact. For one thing, it's not expected to be able to go live normally tomorrow, as Netflix wolf disappeared earlier, causing Fu Qing and all those vendors to fail to come to terms. Secondly, now online, although the Netflix wolf has ushered in another wave of explosive traffic, but water can carry a boat and can also capsize it. God knows whether it is good or bad. At the very least, some of the more enthusiastic suppliers that were there before have taken a wait-and-see approach. These, still, need to be urgently negotiated by Paygreen. Sure, what's crucial now is that what's being said online can't be too unfavorable to the Netflix wolf. Otherwise, it could have a huge impact on Netflix wolf's next live bandwagon. So, Fu Qing brought the entire studio with him and stayed up late to work overtime. Fu Qing was in charge of negotiating with the suppliers, while the rest of them, transformed into water armies, dispersed to the various comments sections, giving praise and saying good things to the Netflix wolves, and even going toe-to-toe with those questioning netizens. Actually, as a boss, especially a boss who mixes with self-media, Fu Qing has somewhat vaguely seen the situation clearly. In fact, the skepticism over the Netflix wolf kidnapping should have been eliminated before the end of Netflix wolf's previous kidnapping broadcast. After all, Cyberwolf has promised to return all the income from the livestream bounty during the kidnapping, in full. This move, even Fu Qing thought it was very clever. It stands to reason that no one should continue to question Netflix wolf. But now, as time goes on, the voices questioning Netflix wolf are, surprisingly, creeping back in. It's even getting worse. Fu Qing had to suspect that someone was behind this. Can't see Netflix wolf being good. This kind of thing, is it possible to happen? It's entirely possible. After all, the previous live PK, Live with Goods, has been the commercial value of the Netroots wolf show to the fullest. A large number of vendors are crying out to please and appease the Netroots wolves, but there are two sides to everything. That is to say, as many people curry favor with the Nettle wolf as there are people who look at him with disfavor. The reason is simple. Because of the interest. Netflix wolf live can bring benefits to those vendors, but at the same time, it hurts some people. In that case, it's not surprising that those people took on the Nettle wolf. Sure, it would still be a bit difficult to flat out try to deal with the Nettle wolf, but it's different now. The kidnapping was clearly a good opportunity. A great opportunity to discredit Netflix wolf. So those guys popped up. This one is clearly a major PR crisis for their Netflix wolves. If you don't handle it well, you might actually just cool off. This scenario is not unheard of above Jitterbug. Just like Wanwan, the female netizen who gained 10 million fans overnight before. She's also considerably hotter than expected. She also stands out among all the phenomenal internet celebrities. But she also cooled off the fastest among so many phenomenal internet celebrities. Both died out before they had a chance to cash in. The reason is because of the black material. So does Netflix wolf have any black material? Naturally, no. But now, a kidnapping that's not handled well might actually become a black mark against him. Fucking was nervous. But after a few phone calls, Fu Qing saw Xiao Rou on the side and still softly asked, Xiao Rou, why are you still here? Xiao Rou sniffed and looked up with a bitter smile. I can't sleep even if I go back. Just now, after they sent the Nettle wolf back, they went straight back to the studio over here. Originally, Zoe didn't have a work schedule, but after a video like this happened, she didn't go back and stayed in the studio until now. Just now, Fu Qing let Xiao Rou go back, but what he didn't expect was that Xiao Rou was still there. Seeing Xiao Rou's expression, Fu Qing smiled and came over to comfort her. Xiao Rou, there's no need to worry. Nettle wolf is just experiencing some PR crisis right now. You have to trust us. Don't you trust us? Fu Qing said at the end, snickering. This incident with Netflix wolves is actually not too big, not too small. Don't look at how busy they are right now. But in reality, it's not that serious to say the least. After all, this kidnapping is real. It really can't be fake. Fake can't be real. No matter how much the internet argues, it's unlikely to change the facts. So Fu Qing wasn't too worried. And after listening to Fu Qing's analysis, Xiao Rou finally went back to rest at ease. I hope there's a good outcome. Chapter 179 Netflix wolf is honored again. After listening to Fu Qing's analysis, Xiao Rou was slightly relieved and went back to rest. And Fu Qing and the others worked until 3 or 4 o'clock and finally stopped. The online hubbub, too, always diminishes a lot as the early hours of the morning arrive. It's just that questions about the Netflix wolf remain. 8 o'clock in the morning. Zoe then grabbed her phone and went into Shakeology. Even though she hadn't gone to bed until 2 in the morning last night, she had gotten up early because of the worry. After going into shiver, Xiao Rou's complexion quickly became grave again. She didn't realize that the hubbub had waned in the latter part of the night, but she brushed up on her jitterbugs now, and there was still a lot of skepticism about Netflix wolves. I'm now becoming more and more skeptical that the Netflix wolves have had a team since the beginning. That Tiny's team is the team that packs Netflix wolves, and they've been playing a big game since a month ago. That's right, I think so too. Otherwise, that Netflix wolf is too godly. How can there be a coyote that rebellious? Just think about it. I know it's impossible, unless that coyote has become a spirit. In fact, everything is traceable. I don't know if you remember, to the net red wolf feeding the first custard pie people, not that little soft, and another passerby. So that is not to see the net red wolf red hot potential. A team began to create a series of videos about him. Custard pie, collect little brother, travel, every step is a fine thought extremely fear hiss. In that case, Tiny Zoe's team is pretty awesome too, that they were able to bring up the Netflix wolf. Humph, that's their luck. But now, it's time to be unlucky. The real can't be fake. The fake can't be real. They probably didn't expect a kidnapping to happen, so they're probably blind. Very well, everyone keep up the investigation. We will always be able to find traces of them, and then they will be hammered to death. Seeing such a comment, even Fu Qing and the others, their faces sank. Again, they had little sleep and woke up early. When they saw what was being said online, they knew that the skepticism that had waned a bit last night was about to make a comeback. So it was not even 9 o'clock. Fu Qing was the first to drive to the studio. Zoe couldn't sit still either and came over to help. But just as they were preparing for some bad blood today, the Tibetan police station, heck, uploaded a video. When this video came out, the internet was in an uproar. The video doesn't have anyone exiting, it's just an announcement-like note. Reading this description, Xiao Rou and Fu Qing were overjoyed. What? Great! It's the Tibetan police station clarifying the nettle wolf. Zoe was excited. Fu Qing and the others, too, revealed expressions of relief. The description inside the video is exactly what happened regarding the Netflix wolf kidnapping. I don't know if it's because they've noticed the online clamor and skepticism, but the Tibetan police station has deliberately come out with an explanation. This note says it all. The Netflix wolf kidnapping. It's true. Nonetheless, this time, Nettle Wolf also took great credit for this kidnapping incident, subduing all those bandits, and in the note, it was revealed that the bandits were human traffickers. Finally, there is the appreciation and accolades for the Netroots wolves. Specifically, awards will be given out, as well as $10,000 in prizes. Once this note came out, the internet was once again in an uproar. Holy, it's official and it's proven. Netflix Wolf Bull. An official comes out and endorses it. So it looks like we've really wronged Netflix Wolf, and he's really been kidnapped. Geez, last night I was brought up to speed about the Netflix Wolf's experience, which is really metaphysical. It's not like it's a novel or anything, but now it seems like I'm the one who's too old-fashioned and too narrow-minded. I want to apologize to Net Red Wolf. I was out of my mind last night. I'm not even a human being for helping someone who slandered Nettle Wolf. Net Red Wolf Bull. The bandits we caught this time are actually human traffickers as well. It seems that the Netflix wolf is the nemesis of human traffickers. Such a Netflix wolf is definitely a good friend to us humans, and the savior of thousands of our families who have lost their children. Previously, when the Net Red Wolf saved that little girl who was abducted by two traffickers, the parents of that little girl thanked the Net Red Wolf profusely and even ran to the Tibetan area to kowtow. At that time I thought it was a script. Now it seems that my thinking is also very low. I'm sorry, Net Red Wolf. I'm insulting you for being noble. I'd also like to apologize to Cyberwolf for liking a thing that questioned him yesterday. I deserve to die. It's really too heartbreaking to see what's going on with Nettlewolf. What he's encountered. Yesterday's kidnapping was just over, and he was met with cyber violence. Luckily Netflix Wolf doesn't know how to access the internet. Otherwise, he might have been disheartened. Hey, sorry for the words. In the future, I, Daeong, will also be a member of the Wolf Clan's army, and I hope that my brothers in the Wolf Clan's army will not dislike me. Don't worry, brother upstairs. Now that you've abandoned the dark side, we'll all welcome you, and we'll all work together to add to the Netflix Wolf's cause from now on. Ha 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 ha. So the people who questioned it like that hit their faces. I've said that my family's Netflix Wolf is just so magical and divine. Some people still don't believe me. As soon as the official statement came out, all those doubts about Netflix Wolf on the internet naturally evaporated like Yangchun white snow. There's no way Netflix Wolf's team, as good as they are, could buy their way out of an official reputation like that. After all, this is something that is against the world. In other words, the kidnapping of the Netflix Wolf is real, and since that's the case, it's only natural that all the magic that has happened in the past with Netflix Wolf amounts to powerful proof. Those who question the Netflix Wolves could no longer say anything questionable, and now if they dared to talk about the Netflix Wolves, they would be directly drowned by the mouths of the wailing wolf army. The power of official statements is still being realized. First up is Netflix Wolf's traffic, which is once again exploding. Inside of just half an hour, several trending topics about the Netflix Wolf appeared, and last night's videos that criticized and questioned Netflix Wolves were met with a renewed visit from the Wolf Army, a whipping and a snide comment. Then there was Tiny Zoe, who once again saw a spike in her fans, and what was already 10 million followers out of 10, quickly soared to 15 million followers. It's not an exaggeration to say that it skyrocketed by half the fans overnight. In response, Fu Qing and the others were naturally incomparably excited. The spike in traffic and the growth of Xiaoro's fans meant that their live broadcasts, afterward, would go more smoothly, but Zoe doesn't care about the growth of her fans. After she saw the statement, she hurriedly said goodbye to Fu Qing and headed straight for the Nettle Wolf lair. Zoe wanted to be the first to share this joy with Nettle Wolf. Chapter 180 Vacation Out Hunting, Requesting Golden Tickets. Most of an hour later, Zoe drove to the Nettle Wolf's lair. It was only to Rose's surprise that when she arrived here, she saw another small car. It was a small car that was still familiar to her. Sister Yi? Xiaoro glanced at the small car, and a look of surprise appeared on her cute little face. Yes, that little car. It was Lin Shuya's. Lin Shuya is here. Rose's heart fluttered and she walked over. Fruity. Over at the Nettle Wolf's lair, Xiaoro saw Lin Shuya at a glance. Sister Yi, Zoe called out, walking over at once. Wolves such as Double Happiness had not yet gone to business and were in the neighborhood. Seeing Xiaoro, Linmen and the other werewolves didn't make things difficult. At Yi Fan's request, they also memorized a few of the main characters, knowing that these people were Yi Fan's friends. Zoe, good morning. Seeing Xiaoro arrive, Lin Shu also smiled and said hello. Why are you here so early? Where's Nettlewolf? Hearing this, Lin Shuya nudged his mouth. And, here it is. looks like you're worried about Nettlewolf too, so you came running over here. Lin Shu also sighed. Xiao Rou walked over and was surprised to see the Nettlewolf, lazily lying on the nest. Towel-stacked nooks look soft and warm. Seeing this, Zoe burst into tears. One is so worried about what is being said online that one can't even sleep well at night. Who knew that Nettlewolf was so heartless and in the mood to sleep and sleep so well? There is literally no party at all. Zoe cried and laughed, then became puzzled. Does the Netflix wolf know nothing about what is being said on the internet? If he knew that, how could he sleep with his intelligence? Zoe looked at Nettlewolf with a shifting expression. At this time, Lin Shuya opened his mouth and asked, Xiao Rou, have you read that statement that came out of the Tibetan district police station? For her to be able to ask such a thing, it was obvious that she knew it too. Xiao Rou nodded her head and smiled bitterly. I just saw that statement, so I ran to find Nettlewolf. Who knew that he didn't care about it at all and was still sleeping? At the end of the sentence, Zoe was a little disgruntled. Lin Shu was also dumbfounded. In fact, she was so worried about the Nettlewolf that she couldn't sleep well all night. Before the statement was out in the morning, Lin Shuya came running over, because she knows that being a cyberwolf these days is the equivalent of being cyberstormed. If Nettlewolf didn't have human intelligence, forget it. But he has human intelligence and a cell phone too. So would he be annoyed or even depressed by it as well? It was with this in mind that Lin Shuya also rushed over early, wanting to accompany the Nettlewolf. Originally, she didn't feel anything when she saw that Nettlewolf was sleeping, but after reading the police station's statement, Lin Shuya couldn't help but admire Nettlewolf's big heart. What a time to be asleep. Really? And next, as if he couldn't bear the two women's grudging gazes, Yifan finally woke up slowly. Hey, what are you guys doing here? Looking at Xiao Rou and Lin Shuyi, Yifan Wolf's face revealed a surprised color. Xiao Rou and Lin Shuyi, although they couldn't understand Yifan's words, but seeing his expression, they vaguely guessed what he was thinking and couldn't help but darken their faces. Why do you think we're here? Humph, I'm still worried about you, and you're really good at sleeping, too. Yifan, we're so worried about you. Is it really okay for you to huff and puff and sleep here? Do you know the internet because you have already made a lot of noise? Fortunately, the Tibetan district police station side. Xiao Rou and Lin Shuya's words immediately made Yifan come over in a flash. He secretly smiled bitterly at the resentment of the two. In fact, it wasn't that Yifan didn't care. Even last night, he went toe-to-toe with someone until the wee hours of the morning. It was also because of this that Yifan slept so late today. Of course, he didn't know about the police station statement or anything about it before he slept. Now that he knew later, Yifan nodded. But in the end, the reaction was not great. Not as giddy as Zoe at all. But that's pretty normal. As a matter of fact, Yifan could see more thoroughly than Xiao Rou's boss, Fu Qing. This kidnapping, if it's fake, so be it. But it is true, and that means that those who question him can't hack him anyway. On the contrary, the more people who hack him now, the more traffic it will bring him in time. And that, too, was why Yifan sided with the skeptics last night, because he can't wait to hack himself and question himself. The more the merrier. After the reversal, he gained only more. Sure, Yifan was also surprised by the statement from the Tibetan police station. After all, he had originally thought of trying to prove it himself. Regarding this point, Yifan had also prepared for it. He was even going to have Ro get a related live explanation session, where everyone who wanted to hear the beginning and end of the kidnapping would have to pay money to come in and listen. It's just cool to be able to clarify while making a killing at the same time. But now, since the Tibetan police station side has come out with a statement, there is naturally no need to be redundant. As for making money, Yifan can naturally continue to live broadcast with goods. Speaking of live bandwagons, Yifan also asked Xiao Rou what time to go over later. Originally they were set to continue selling goods live today. It was so red hot yesterday, so of course I'm going to build on it and solidify my position as a bandwagoner. Looking at the text typed out by Yifan, Xiao Rou was stunned and immediately took out her cell phone and called Fu Qing. After she reported on the Nettlewolf side of things, she also asked about work. Pity. Yesterday's change of heart was always an influence on today's broadcast. On fucking's side, it will take a little more time to negotiate with the suppliers. So Zoe hung up and replied to Nettlewolf, today is a vacation. Yifan sniffed and nodded, not too surprised, even though the official clarification was given to him right now. On Fu Qing's side, it was naturally impossible to fix it all at once, and it would still take time to do so. Yifan was not repulsed by the idea of taking a vacation. A break is just as good as a break. By the way, did you guys have breakfast when you came over so early? Next, Yifan was concerned about Xiao Rou and Lin Shuya. Although he was fine, the fact that the two women came running over so early in the morning touched him a little. Learning that both of them hadn't eaten breakfast, Yifan waved his hand and decided immediately. Okay, so go out hunting and get a hunt back for the barbecue. As soon as he heard the barbecue, Xiaorou and Lin Shu also did not have much of a reaction. Double happiness and other wolf eyes lit up. Lin Men took the initiative to come over. Brother Yi Fan, do you want to barbecue so early? Do we have a share? Looking at Lin Men's salivating appearance, Yi Fan laughed for a while, and then gave another order that made the Wax Wolf pack greatly delighted. Alright, there's no need to be open today. Take the day off and follow me out hunting and barbecuing. The wolves immediately cheered. Chapter 181. The whole internet is heartbroken over the Netflix wolf. Following the Nettle Wolf and the other wolves, Lin Shuya and Xiaorou had odd faces. They hadn't realized that Nettle Wolf was going to have a barbecue early in the morning. As for wolves such as Double Happiness, naturally it doesn't matter if it's day or night. Having barbecue to eat is the greatest joy for them. And it's also a vacation from having to work and open for business. So naturally it's perfect. Just like that, Double Happiness and the other wolves left after Yifan with joy. Yifan didn't realize that this move of his had heated up the internet again. 9 o'clock in the morning. Near the state highway, a large number of people showed up. From a distance, blackened heads gathered. The neighborhood was not surprised to see this scene. This has been happening since the Netflix wolf caught fire. In the beginning, those people were not in order, resulting in frequent traffic congestion here and quite a number of complaints. But then, after the nettlesome wolves had carved out the lanes, it became orderly, and even if there were more people, they would not block the traffic. With this in mind, the residents around the area didn't care, and over time, it became a common occurrence. Today is no exception. Early in the morning, a lot of people came and waited for the wolves. The truth is that the wolves, compared to the Netflix wolves, still have very little traffic. Not only is it waist deep, it's not even 0.1%, but the traffic on the wolf pack side of the equation wins out because it's consistent. Of course, the bottom line is that Netflix wolf's traffic isn't that good to rub off on. As the boss, Netflix wolf's whereabouts are erratic, so God knows where he'll go. But these wolves under his command are a different story, and they come to business every day. All they had to do was crouch over here and they were able to rub off on the wolf traffic. Not only is it stable, but sometimes you are able to meet a netted wolf. But today, the crowd that came over to wait was a bit dumbfounded. In the past, the wolves have shown up at 8 o'clock. But today, it's 9 o'clock and I haven't even seen a coyote. What's going on? Where's the wolf? Strange. Usually those wolves come at 8 o'clock. What's going on today? It's not supposed to be a vacation. Is it? Ha, vacation. Do coyotes get a vacation too? Wasn't it yesterday's incident where Nettle Wolf was kidnapped and all those wolves followed him for protection? It's possible, but do you guys think there could be another possibility that Nettle Wolf is pissed off? After all, there were a lot of people who denigrated and questioned him from yesterday until now. Makes sense. At this level, it's all considered net storming, right? Is it possible that the Netflix wolf got Netflixed and is now leading the pack on a major strike? Don't. I've only been live for 2 days and I'm just getting a little popular. The crowd on the national highway was dumbfounded for a moment. The situation here quickly spread online as well. I'm sorry to report that the wolves didn't come out today, so maybe the Netflix wolves are really pissed off. What's going on with the Netflix wolf that's about to go off the grid? I'll analyze the journey of the Netflix wolf with you. Is the disappearance of the wolves a sign of the Netflix wolf strike? Netflix wolf disappeared with his men. Is this a loss of morality, or a lack of humanity? Everyone listen to me. I'm on a state highway. Want to know the circumstances of the Netflix wolf kidnapping incident? Come in and talk to you carefully. A large number of marketing numbers, too, have begun to tell the current story of the disappearing Netflix wolves and wolves. Such a situation has also led to a great deal of discussion among netizens. What's going on? Has the Netflix wolf really disappeared? It seems like Netflix wolf isn't live streaming today either. It can't be that Netflix wolf is really quitting, like whoever said. Don't. I just joined the wolf army today and I'm getting ready to make a big splash. Upstairs, this is the time for our wolf clan army to show off their skills. Yeah, we can't let those who have harmed and denigrated Netflix wolf off the hook so easily. Especially those marketing numbers. They're so hateful. If the Nettle wolf disappears, it's definitely because of these guys too. Brothers, charge me. The right vanguard of the wolf clan's army is here. I've found an enemy. Everyone follow me to him up. I don't care. I'll go crazy too if the Nettle wolf doesn't show up later. 10,000 people writing in blood begging for the return of the Nettle wolf. Everyone look over here. I'm posting a video asking the Netflix wolf to come back. And everyone is giving me likes and comments. Me too. Why don't we all post videos inviting the Netflix wolves back? And our wolf army will just go around liking and commenting on them. This one can have it. What about the brothers in the Tibetan area? Can you go and find them and convey the support of our wolf army? Yes. Can the brothers in the Tibetan area make a move? And I'll reimburse you for the bus fare and meals on my side. It was only this morning that we said we couldn't let Nettle wolf suffer. And look what we've done now. Honestly, I cried. I was one of the abducted families, though recovered. But really can't imagine what will happen if we good boy was abducted, how he will live, and how we will live. It's horrible to think about. And now, Netflix Wolf has caught so many traffickers twice in succession, really benefiting many families. How can you bear to let such a Netflix Wolf suffer? That's so right. Such a good Netflix Wolf. How can we let him suffer? Netflix, although many are the existence of Claptrap, but Netflix Wolf is really not. It's us humans who bring him so much trouble. Hey, I bought a lot of stuff at the Netflix Wolf Live yesterday, and now it seems that I still bought less, and I don't know if I'll have a chance to support him in the future. Don't jump to conclusions yet. Why don't you ask Xiao Xiaoro? She's so familiar with the Netflix wolves, she should know about their situation. Someone asked a long time ago, but unfortunately that tiny Zoe isn't online either, so it really seems a bit up in the air now. Don't if there is no Netflix Wolf in the future, what will I do in the future? I'm used to seeing it. I can't let go of Netflix Wolf either. I like him too much. I was watching his live broadcast for dinner before, and now I'm screwed. I can't even eat my meal. Who has the contact information? Hurry up and contact Xiao Xiaozhua, or her team will do. Suggestions were made. You don't say. There are really people who can contact Fu Qing's side. It was just that Fu Qing's entire body was confused after he answered the phone. After hesitating for a moment, Fu Qing asked one of the employees, Xiao Wu, is there anything unusual in today's jitterbug? About Netflix wolves? Hearing this, that Junior 5 was stunned, then reported back with an odd expression on his face. Hearing the various remarks on the internet, Fu Qing's face went odd, but it should also be true that the wolves are not open for business. Did the Netflix wolves really go on strike? Fu Qing couldn't help but be a bit skeptical as well, and hurriedly contacted Xiao Ro's side. She was also relieved to learn that Nettlewolf had given the pack a vacation. Turns out it wasn't a strike, but a vacation. It's okay, but it's also a testament to how horrible Netflix wolf's traffic is. Just a simple act, surprisingly, caused the whole network to pay attention to the discussion. Chapter 182 live streaming millions of people online. 2 days. Heartfelt comments about Netflix wolves are all over the internet. The Netflix wolf stuff is being rehashed piece by piece. The more you watch, the more people who are heartbroken about Netflix wolf. This has led to, among other things, a growing fan base of Netflix wolves, especially today. After realizing that Netflix Wolf really isn't on the air, more people's emotions, for that matter, swung up. There are even tons of trending topics popping up online. The Red Wolf clan is officially established. What will happen to the army of wolves when the Netflix wolves disappear? Heartbroken Nettlewolf. Send a video together. Searching for and supporting the Netroots wolves. The rise of the Red Wolf. Netflix wolf kidnapping before and after. Netflix wolf live becomes extinct? Yunnan Kwanmei urges everyone to love wolves instead of resisting them. Tons of trending topics, each with surprisingly tens of millions of plays. The traffic is strong and the heat is even greater than when Netflix Wolf was kidnapped yesterday. This was something that Fu Qing and the others hadn't thought of. You know, they thought being off the air for a day would have some effect on traffic, and this, too, was the reason why Fu Qing and the others had to work overtime to negotiate with the suppliers as soon as possible, because even being off the air for a day will have an impact on live traffic. And that, in turn, is why those anchors are live every day. While Netflix Wolf's traffic is huge and he doesn't need to worry about a day or half a day, right now his audience for live selling hasn't actually stabilized. It would take at least a month, and as fast as half a month, to completely stabilize it. So Fu Qing didn't dare to slack off. It was only this day, before preparing to give the small and soft Netflix wolves another live broadcast, they suddenly discovered an abnormal flow of traffic, or that little Five found out. Online, she was monitoring it almost 24 hours a day, and so it came to her attention, too, that the heat from the Netflix wolf still hadn't abated in the slightest today. Instead, they became more enthusiastic. Great! Knowing this, a small smile appeared on Fu Qing's face. This is naturally a good thing for them. After thinking about it, Fu Qing suddenly asked Xiao Ro, is it true that yesterday, Netflix Wolf said about that money refund? If it's true, let's come out and say it, just so we can post a video to get some streams going. Hearing this, Zoe glanced at Nettlewolf. She knew that it was indeed true. Even though it was Lin Shuya who said it, it was definitely at the behest of Nettlewolf. As for making a video to attract traffic, by the way, Ro naturally agreed. After all, she also knew that if she made a video first to attract traffic, more people would be on the air by then. This is the equivalent of a doorway. People see the video and through it they are able to see that you are live. Otherwise, the only way to discover the live stream is if people follow you in the live stream, or search for you. Of course, the most important thing was that Ro felt that it would be better to refund the money from her side. After all, that account that was live streamed yesterday belonged to those bandits. By now, That account should have been blocked by the officials. But before that, Ro naturally whispered a few words to Nettle Wolf. In this regard, Yifan naturally had no opinion. He is also aware of the comments about not having to refund money online. But he has made a promise. Then he has to keep it. If those people didn't retreat, it was their business. On his side, it was still necessary to retreat, even if it was only one person. And it's not a bad idea to have Zoe's side in this matter. And so it was. At noon, Ro uploaded a video of a collab with Netflix Wolf. When this video came out, the internet took off again. Ha ha ha, Netflix Wolf. I knew Nettle Wolf hadn't abandoned our wolf army. Good news, Netflix Wolf isn't going away. Bad news, we're going to have to spend money again. Great. I told you, Nettle Wolf can even deal with human traffickers and kidnappers, and will still be defeated by some gossip. But how come the Net Red Wolf's men didn't go out over the national highway today? What's going on? Yeah, I'm running on empty today, too. Can I go tomorrow? Webcam Red Wolf, come on, bring the harder stuff. We're all set, ha ha ha. Tiny Zoe is so powerful. This is how she got the Netflix Wolf back. Is it possible that it's the Netflix Wolf that never went away and we're just overthinking it? I don't care. I just can't stand to see so many people bullying a wolf. My Netflix Wolf. I'll spoil it. Ha 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 ha, well said. Nettle Wolf. We, the Wolf Clan Army, take our lives to protect you. Watch. From today onwards, we, the Wolf Clan Army, will absolutely not allow any bullying of the Nettle Wolves. The enthusiasm of the scene can be explained by more than just a swarm of emotions. Half an hour after Xiao Rou's video was sent out, the likes broke 1 million. The comments were hundreds of thousands, and even the retweets were hundreds of thousands. The video, too, was instantly made a hit, a big hit, by netizens. Seeing such data, Fu Qing and the others were overjoyed. Oh, it looks like today's live bandwagon shouldn't be difficult, Fu Qing said smilingly. Zoe blushed. On Yifan Wolf's face, a smile also appeared. The more enthusiastic the netizens are, the easier it will naturally be for them to carry the goods live. In such an atmosphere, Xiao Rou and Yifan, once again, opened the broadcast. Once the show started, the crowd was just amazed. 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, 400,000. Inside just a few minutes, Xiao Xiao's was live broadcast room. On the 400,000 people. Hiss, so many people. $400,000. It's too much. The crowd couldn't help but marvel. Such a number of people is more than the number of people at the peak of their last live ha. Is it a pinnacle right off the bat? No, I should say that it came up to its previous peak amplitude right off the bat. This number of people, however, is not the end of the line at all, and the live stream is still going up in units of 10,000. The growth was so fast that even though the crowd had expected it, they couldn't help but be shocked. From this, it can be seen that within this short period of 1 or 2 days, the traffic of the Netflix Wolf has increased several times again. Finally, in the shocked gaze of Yifan and the others, for 10 minutes, the number of people in the live broadcast room sprang up to 1 million. 1 million people online. What a concept. Fucking was stunned. Zoe also stayed where she was. Even Nettle Wolf, who had a pair of wolf eyes, widened. Such traffic is simply appalling. You know, even Shake Shack's first brother, Crazy Little Lamb, is usually just a few 100,000 people online. Reaching 1 million online is not unheard of, but very, very rare. In fact, someone compared Netflix Wolf to Crazy Lambie before this, but the Netflix Wolves of that time were, in fact, ineligible. After all, Crazy Lambie is on fire and tried and true. The Netflix Wolf, on the other hand, is only just catching fire, and it's uncertain whether his status will be sustained. But now, with millions of people online, it's clear that a grand foundation has been laid for Netflix Wolf. To this point, he has the credentials to be a long-time firebrand. Chapter 183 Instantaneous Empty Seconds. With millions of people online, it's like a shot in the arm for the crowd. Even before the small soft Net Red Wolf could speak, the comments inside the live broadcast room were swiping up. Ha 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 ha, I'm the first. Net Red Wolf. Our wolf army is coming. Wolf army +1. I'm finally back on the air. I've finally reappeared. And I can watch the live broadcast again. Brothers and sisters, all charge for me. This time we must let the Nettle Wolf see our passion, so that he can never leave us again. That's right. If Nettle Wolf knew how much we embraced him, he wouldn't just disappear. Today I got a $3,000 advance on a month's paycheck from my boss. And I'm going to be a big client of Netflix Wolf. $3,000 good enough to come here to say, I have a monthly salary of $3,005. Take out $3,003 to support the Netflix Wolf. The remaining 200 daily noodles I am also cool. Also swiping up were gifts. Tons of them, swiping up like crazy. For a while, Xiaowei and Yifan had an illusion, as if they had returned to the previous time when they were live streaming the PK connection. Fu Qing couldn't help but be startled when he saw this. Turn off the bounty, she hastily said to the person who was maneuvering the live feed. In fact, on a general note, there's no need for anyone on the air to turn off their gifts. The only people who turn off the live stream are those who collect too many gifts. Yesterday's live bandwagon was not even up to par for Netflix Wolf. Those people don't bounty much once they know the Netflix Wolf carries the goods. So yesterday it didn't matter if it was off or not. But what I didn't expect was that today it got to the point where I had to turn off the bounty. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to broadcast properly. There is no doubt that such a scenario is also a testament to the hot traffic of the Netflix Wolf. Fucking was excited. This is a better situation now than it was before when Netflix Wolf first started broadcasting. Previously, they were able to sell a staggering amount of 100 million soft currency with their live streaming. This time, how much will it be? At the same time, Ro was secretly looking forward to it. Even Yifan was very much looking forward to it. He doesn't care about yesterday's internet storm, but rather rejoices in the opportunity to get more traffic. And this time, whether or not that traffic can be realized depends on the next live bandwagon. Of course, just as Fu Qing thought, the wave of crazy rewards just now said quite a lot. What happened next was predictable. Xiaowei and Yifan looked at each other before starting the first item live. This time, I don't know if it was Fu Qing's original idea or if there was no way out. The first item, surprisingly, was an unexpected breathwater. The shape is a palm-sized spray. Zoe obviously knew something about it and came up and started to introduce herself. Do people usually have trouble with bad breath when they're dating and eating? This idea fresh breath lotion is a miracle worker that effectively eliminates bad breath and helps you find freshness. Comes in a variety of flavors, peach, mint, green apple for any need. Yifan was also very cooperative, and had already grinned his wolf's mouth and nuzzled towards Xiao Rou's side when she introduced him. Rou couldn't help but laugh at this, then took the spray and nourished it inside the nettle wolf's mouth. Zip! A refreshing flavor spread through the mouth at once. Yifan couldn't help but let his wolf eyes light up after he felt it. To be honest, the issue of breath had always been a problem for Yifan. He's even brushing his teeth now. There are times, though, when it's not possible to have toothpaste with you at all times, but not with this breathwater. With ease, you will be able to get rid of bad breath. So at this time, even Yifan himself was somewhat tempted to buy it again. Not to mention the netizens. Netflix fans laughed up a storm at the sight of Netflix Wolf's glowing eyes. Netflix Wolf seems to like this breathwater too. As expected of a Netflix Wolf, he's so smart that he hates his own bad breath. Ha ha ha, the beast doesn't brush his teeth, so he should have bad breath. Nettlewolf needs this badly. I'm needy too, and my mouth stinks, more so than Nettlewolf's. Yes, my mouth is the same, and I badmouthed Netflix Wolf yesterday, so damn it, this breathwater is perfect for me. I'm going to buy 100 of them. Anchor, don't talk, hurry up and make an offer. It doesn't matter how much it is. Whoever is inside the live broadcast room is not a fool with a lot of money. Ha ha, upstairs is right. Our mouths all stink. We need this breathwater so much. Don't even say how much it costs. Just get it on the shelves. Just like before. Xiao Rou hadn't even finished the introduction yet. The netizen fans in the live broadcast room directly let Xiao Rou quote, simply too enthusiastic to be true. Seeing this, Xiao Rou didn't have all the words to say, but instead made an immediate decision and directly quoted the price. $9.90 for 2. It's kind of a good deal, too. It seems that today's live bandwagon, Fu Qing still put a little thought into it. The day before yesterday's live bandwagon, the first item set by Fu Qing is custard pie, and the first item of the day is a very good deal on breathwater. The former sells sentiment, the latter gives away profits. Both have one thing in common, and that is stability. Yes, under the premise of hot traffic, what Fu Qing pursues is stability, because she knows that with the fire, it's just a matter of being stable and steadily selling the merchandise, and this time the number, naturally, is 100,000 units. Next, perhaps Fu Qing's mind worked, or perhaps it was the natural fire of traffic from the Netflix Wolf. Not only did it take a minute, 100,000 orders cleared out. What? Such a situation once again shocked Fu Qing and the others. Despite having expected it, they were still overwhelmed. 1 minute, 100,000 orders. What kind of speed is this? That's a speed that Crazy Lambie didn't even have. At this moment, in the eyes of Fu Qing and the others, this was no longer an online purchase, but a robbery. Yes, these Netflix fans, they are literally snapping them up. 1 minute, compared to 100,000 orders, is like seconds. Ha 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 ha, only 100,000 orders. Too little, too little. You've got very little merchandise every time. Yes, our Wolf Clan army, each of them has dozens or hundreds of singles. How can your kind be enough? Hurry up and get some more on. I didn't even grab it. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Bring up all the other items, I'll buy them all without introduction. Me too. Whatever the anchor is selling today, I'll give you seconds. Looking at the 100,000 orders that were instantly emptied, as well as the bravado of the netizens, Xiao Rou was confused. Yi Fan was also a bit stunned. This time, he really felt the passion of his netizen fans. No, I should say that he was shocked by the enthusiasm of his netizen fans. Next, another 50,000 orders went up, empty in seconds. Then the second item, then the third, all snapped up. By the time it got to the back, it didn't even need to be introduced by Rou. The netted wolf touched it, then threw it on the little yellow car, and it was instantly empty. Not only for half an hour. All the things that Fu Qing had prepared were sold out. Chapter 184 Netflix Wolf Jumping Subject 3. This time, Zoe was clueless. Fu Qing and the others were confused. Even Yi Fan was confused. What happened just now was just too weird. As soon as those goods hit the shelves, they were emptied in seconds. That's even so. The latter goods, without even having to be introduced, were thrown straight onto the shelves and were also seconded. This feels like one of those warehouse live streams, but those warehouses are dozens and dozens of orders, at super discounted prices, put up, and that's why they're being snapped up in seconds. But what about now? The Netflix Wolf Live merchandise, moving 100,000 orders, more than 100,000 orders. Rao was surprisingly empty for a second. In the face of such a situation, everyone was confused. Even at this point in the broadcast, it's still hyped up. What's going on? Why did the anchor stop? Yeah, keep going on, keep going on. It doesn't matter what kind of goods. If you dare to go on, I dare to buy. Ha 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 ha. The anchor may be confused. It looks like we bought it too fast. This is just where it's at. The terror of our Wolf Clan's army has only just unfolded. I haven't bought enough either. I haven't even spent my 3,000 a month. I 3,005 and a large part of it. The anchor is prepared so little goods? Is looking down on the net red wolf or look down on us all? Yes, 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 yes. We can't wait. We'll give you seconds today. Netizen fans' desire to buy has not declined in the slightest, but has become more and more intense. Xiao Rou blinked and looked at Fu Qing. Fu Qing immediately smiled bitterly. Showing his hands, he signaled that there really wasn't any more. Yeah, it's all sold out. Originally, they had tens of thousands of units of each and every item still in stock for when they came across some pop-up items and then restocked them. But what never occurred to me was that this time, all the goods, they were all on fire, and the spare stock was truly emptied. Gross is sold out. Faced with such a situation, Fu Qing was at his wit's end. She could have called in some shipments by now, but in doing so hastily, price is still one aspect, and quality can be neglected. It would be a problem if someone else exploited something. As for the suppliers this time, it is estimated that the orders this time are enough to keep them busy, and it is obvious that they will not be able to keep busy if they increase again. So at this point in time, the live stream is really selling out until there's nothing left to sell. In the face of such a situation, Xiao Rou also had a strange look on her face. Who would have thought that one day they would be bothered by running out of stock to sell? It's still a happy worry. But now, since it was out of stock, there was nothing she could do about it. Xiao Rou looked at the camera with a bitter smile and directly explained, "Sorry everyone, we're really sold out. If there's any more, there's no more. And if we transfer the goods temporarily, we have no way to guarantee the price and quality. So this time, we can only bring the goods to an end. Thank you, everyone, for your support. It's so much appreciated. And this time, we're probably going to have another record-breaking sales. Again, I really don't know how to thank everyone enough." With that said, Zoe bowed up. The nettle wolf next to her also closed both paws in a congratulatory gesture. Netflix fans were instantly delighted. There's no need to say thank you. This time everyone is here to support Nettlewolf, and we didn't do anything. These things, even if we don't buy them from you, we'll buy them from someone else. Yeah, we're just doing a favor too. It's nothing really. We like Netflix Wolf enough to do that. He. If Netflix Wolf is happy, we're happy. As long as Netflix Wolf is happy, a little bit of money from us is nothing. That's right, Nettlewolf has helped us so much. It's only right that we support him. Ha ha, I feel like Netflix Wolf could be named the positive anchor of the year. More than that, he's more positive than all those anchors who film fraud prevention or whatever. It's so true. Nettlewolf is my idol. His positive energy, and most convincing, is simply the light of the righteous path. Ha ha, seeing that everyone is so supportive of the Netflix Wolves, I, the Wolf Clan Army, am greatly comforted. Great. This time we've finally been able to help Nettlewolf. and I hope he doesn't blame us for questioning and slandering him before either. Oh, Netflix Wolf is not such a petty wolf. He has vision and ideas. He's the Wolf King of the new era. Netflix fans were very supportive and the comment section was a hoot. Seeing such a comment, Zoe couldn't help but smile. Nettle Wolf, on the other hand, turned to Ro and passed a wink. Zoe realized it all at once. Yesterday she ran off to Netflix Wolf. Nettle Wolf takes them to the mountains, hunting and barbecuing. When they went back, Nettle Wolf and Zoe continued to have some contact. This one is still about today's live broadcast. Netflix Wolf talked about it yesterday and wondered if today's live bandwagon would be as popular. So he prepared a program. This show, when Ro learned about it, she was also greatly interested in it, and planned to perform it with Netflix Wolf during the live broadcast. Their idea, though, was originally used to liven up the atmosphere during live broadcasts and to please netizen fans. But what never occurred to them was that they weren't even halfway through the live broadcast, and those people were going crazy with their orders. The speed of placing an order even saved them the effort of making an introduction. In this way, the program they had prepared would be useless, but it seems to be okay to use it now to thank your online fans. Thinking of this, Xiao Ro laughed again. By the way, for this live broadcast, Nettle Wolf and I have prepared a show. I was going to dance just now, never got the chance, so I'll offer it to you now. Hearing this, Fu Ching and the others were stunned. There was also a moment of amazement from Netflix fans. Program? Another program? It was great, and Nettle Wolf didn't let us down. Hey, I was supposed to make it up to Nettle Wolf this time, and now I'm making him perform a show. How embarrassing. Great. Sit and wait. Come on. We're ready. This time, what surprises are you planning to bring us? Netflix fans are also looking forward to hearing that Netflix Wolf is going to perform a show. After the previous broadcasts, they all knew that Netflix Wolf was very much a show. Now that he's going to show off his skills again, he can't help but get the anticipation up. And soon, inside the live broadcast room, a familiar music rang up. Hearing this music, Fu Ching and the others had odd faces. The netizens were stunned. Soon enough, someone recognized the show. Subject 3. That's right, it's none other than Subject 3 that Netflix Wolf and Zoe are going to perform. Once the music started, the man and the wolf stood a little farther away. Soon, Zoe was dancing steps that were familiar. It's none other than Subject 3, which has been hot lately. On Zoe's side, it's not a big deal. Everyone's tired of seeing it, but the Nettle Wolf's side was different, and the familiar movements placed on him brought a sudden burst of extreme novelty. Netflix Wolf is jumping in Subject 3. Chapter 185, terrifying 300 million in sales. This time, Netflix Wolf Live, blaring magical music. Immediately after that, the magical dance steps also appeared on the one man and the wolf. So much for Zoe. Netflix Wolf is just too funny. Speaking of which, Nettle Wolf has skipped Subject 3 before. That would be the time with the Yunnan Quan Sisters live PK. Yunnan Quan Sister lost the jumping subject, and Netflix Wolf followed with a few twists, but that one, naturally, wasn't formal enough for this one. This time, Yi Fan was specialized in learning Subject 3. Not only do you have to keep your feet upright, but you also have to move your hands in tandem. This is as difficult as it gets. So when they saw such a nettlesome wolf, the crowd's eyes lit up. Ha 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 ha. Netflix Wolf is jumping in Subject 3. He can really dance. It's amazing. It wouldn't even be called Nettle Wolf if it wasn't amazing. It feels like he can dance better than a lot of people. Awesome. It's another Netflix Wolf fame scene. It's so funny, but it's so silky smooth. That's because Netflix Wolf is a good dancer. I've been watching this Subject 3 a lot, and he's a better dancer than what's his name. Ha ha, and in slow motion. As a matter of fact, Yi Fan didn't feel like he danced much better, but to the netizens, it's just a first-class dance. Yi Fan couldn't help but see those comments and his eyes lit up. In fact, when it comes to dancing, he's supposed to be very talented. This could also be seen from those difficult maneuvers that Yi Fan had made during his previous live broadcasts. His body, not only powerful, but also flexible beyond imagination. And this, too, was the reason why Yi Fan had learned Subject 3 quickly. Before, Yi Fan didn't feel anything, but now, he suddenly realized that this wolf body was still really talented at dancing. So, should he go along for the ride a bit? King of the Wolf Dance. Oh, Yi Fan lost his smile. Better to talk about it afterward. Next, interacting with the netizens for a while, this live broadcast finally ended. Slap. Fucking let another round of applause. In the live room, it quickly became applauded. The small soft mesh red wolves were all smiles. Immediately afterward, Xiao Ro excitedly walked towards Fu Ching and asked, "Boss, how much are our sales today?" It was clear that this time they were live and it was a big seller. Sales, definitely more horrific than the previous one. Thinking like this, Zoe was getting more and more excited. Hearing this, Yi Fan also looked over this way. He also knew that the sales would be horrible, but wanted to know the exact numbers. Fucking smiled for a moment and looked to one of the employees. Since the end of the shipment just now, the live bandwagon sales have opened up for tallying. Well, the man nodded and said, okay, the total is 300 million. 300 million. Hearing this number, the crowd was stunned, and then they sucked in a breath of cool air. Hiss. 300 million. The crowd glanced at each other, all able to see the shock in each other's eyes. You know, the day before yesterday when it was live, it only sold 100 million, and now, surprisingly, it sold 3 times as much. 300 million. That's more than a broken record. It's a huge broken record. Back inside the studio, there was laughter again, and that live bandwagon sale quickly led to another heated debate online. It's horrible, isn't it? 300 million. Hissing. My god, that's an exaggeration. I don't get $300,000 a show. It looks like the nettle wolf was born to eat this dinner. Cowardly I net red wolf. All of a sudden dry out 3 small goals. This way down, Wang Jinlin are going to be surpassed by him. This is due to the wolf army. Those guys, they're so raw. I don't feel surprised. It's a Netflix wolf after all. Record breaking, really record breaking. Single game sales, another record breaker. I'm going to learn from Nettle Wolf. And just as Netflix Wolf is live streaming the sale, it's generating a lot of buzz. 3 Sheep Company side. Brother Lamb marveled again. Holy, it's horrible. This Nettle Wolf, it's really going against the odds. Next to him, Brother Dayan was also filled with shock. For them, it's a regular occurrence that a live stream sells over $100 million. But 300 million, never. And now, what none of them did, Netflix Wolf did. This Netflix Wolf, it's really awesome. To be honest, at this time, even Big Goat had a pull to get in. This Netflix Wolf is simply the son of traffic. Whoever owns him will be able to crisscross the web. If their 3 sheep can join forces with the Netflix Wolf, a live broadcast, 500 million, a billion, is probably not a problem. What do you have in mind, brother? Seeing the expression on Brother Big Sheep's face, Brother Little Sheep suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, Brother Big Sheep smiled bitterly. What ideas can there be? This Nettle Wolf is doing a good job there and is not that good at pulling the strings. In fact, lately they 3 sheep are pulling together a large number of netizens to form a business matrix. There are several of these, millions of Netflix, but all this pulling together is smooth sailing. It's rare that you hardcore poach the other person from a particular company. But now, they're really trying to pull a Netflix Wolf, even if it costs you. How about trying to pull this little Zoe first? Brother Lamb offered a word. Big Goat thought about it and nodded slowly. Regardless, Nettlewolf does have the credentials for them to pull the plug now. In that case, it wouldn't hurt to try. The other side. Studio. Yi Fan and Xiao Rou didn't realize that their 2 had completely evoked Little Sheep Bro's Big Sheep Brothers' love of talent. After they finished the live broadcast, they were inside the studio again, celebrating with Fu Qing and the others. Even though it was celebrated last time, this one was special. After all, after the kidnapping incident, Netflix Wolf was heavily questioned. And now, this horrific sales result is the best evidence to dispel the doubts. Instead of being questioned anymore, Netflix Wolf has gained even more people's support and love. With that in mind, there certainly needs to be a celebration. So, Double Happiness and other wolves had another mouthful, and Yifan packed quite a few things to go back. This time, though, there was some crying and laughing. When they came back, Fu Qing, Xiao Rou, and Lin Shuya all accompanied them, along with 2 other male staff members, enough to drive 2 small cars and escort him all the way back. It seemed that after the last kidnapping incident, Fu Qing and the others had also become birds of prey and were deeply afraid that something would happen to the Netflix Wolf again. Yifan was a bit teary-eyed and couldn't stop their enthusiasm, so he could only go along with them. When he returned to the lair, Yifan naturally received another warm welcome from the wolves such as Double Happiness. Boss Yifan is back. Ha ha, big brother Yifan. Ah, what goodies did you bring this time? Yifan cried and laughed. Chapter 186 Netflix Wolves bringing wolves for live streaming. Next, Xiao Rou, Lin Shuya, and the others also excused themselves and left. Yifan sent the crowd away and turned around to see the wolves such as Double Happiness who were grabbing food. He couldn't help but cry and laugh. It was also the previous day that got these guys hooked, so much so that these guys, again, fell in love with fondue food. Big brother Yifan, why are these hot pots and stuff so delicious? It feels even better than barbecue. Nope, it's still better grilled, but this is great too. Yummy, whatever the boss brings back is delicious. I'm tired of eating snacks. Now I like this bite that the boss brought back. Hearing the wolves' words, Yifan raised his eyebrows. What he had feared before had come to pass. Snacks are delicious, but you can't eat them every day. Just like those kids. Let those kids eat snacks for a day and he'll be happy. But eat it every day, and he'll know to be afraid. So did these wolves, who had been snacking for a while and were gradually getting tired of it. It is true that snacks are not suitable for long-term eating. Yifan noticed that many of the coyotes were on fire and had acne. It's hard for them too. Oh, Yifan laughed darkly, but wasn't too anxious. All the while, he was already making money live, and was fully capable of giving the coyotes a change of pace. As a matter of fact, regarding the money earned recently, Xiaorou had also reported to Yifan. Except for today's live broadcast yet, what I made before, it's already over $10 million. That is to say, at this time, Yifan was already a $10 million Netflix wolf. $10 million, even if it was left open for these wolves to eat and spend, they probably wouldn't be able to spend it all. Not to mention the fact that he'll make more money afterward. However, in Yifan's opinion, this was not a long-term solution. And on top of that, he didn't start 3 wolves as a charity. He can make money with the wolves. He can't raise these wolves for nothing. As a matter of fact, Yifan took in so many wolves just to increase his benefits. So now, since these wolves want a change of flavor, why not take the opportunity to make them a bigger profit? Thinking of this, Yifan immediately pulled out his cell phone and contacted Xiaorou. Day 2. On the national highway, it was still an overcrowded scene. Are the wolves coming today? It should come. It all came yesterday. That's good. I pounced on it the other day. That is, I heard someone say it came yesterday. But I wasn't available yesterday, so I'll keep coming today. If the wolves don't show up, it's going to be a problem. Oh, actually, you could usually shoot a little more. In that case, upon hearing this, some people's eyes lit up, while others were pondering. In fact, what Yifan didn't know was that long before he thought of utilizing wolves to make money, someone else had thought of utilizing wolves to make money. These are the same self-published media workers who have been shooting wolves every day lately. These self-published workers are some of the bottom anchors. They usually make videos with no traffic, but recently, it has been discovered that there is quite a bit of traffic in filming the wolves under the Netflix wolves. Hundreds, if not hundreds, thousands or even tens of thousands. Although it is not as good as the kind of Netflix wolf that moves 100,000 likes and millions of likes, but the victory is stable. And so it was. A large number of self-publishers have caught wind of this. Of course, it's still not much use if you're simply photographing wolves, but in this day and age, traffic is money. With traffic, that's different. Some of the people who filmed the wolves received commercials. Part of the group, on the other hand, was filming footage of those wolves eating snacks and putting the appropriate snacks on the little yellow carts. You don't have to tell me. There are really quite a few people who have made money from this. And so it was. More and more people are converging on the state highway, and today was no exception. Ha! The wolves are coming. Oh! Soon there was an exclamation of surprise. The crowd stirred a bit, but order was still maintained. By now, they know the rules. I don't know if Nettlewolf had given the order or if it was the pack's intention. Anyway, they, of all people, are not able to riot. The wolves would also just leave if there was a commotion, like there was a time before that. It seemed like 2 people got into a fight at that time, and then for some reason it got worse and worse. The crowd was in complete turmoil, and the wolves actually left straight away. That was also the time when the crowd knew that you can't mess up when you're shooting over here. If they mess up, the wolves just leave and won't serve. So at this time, when they saw the wolves appear, the people were a little excited, but they consciously maintained order. But soon, the crowd was a little taut again, because there was something unusual about the wolves this time. A huge, divinely handsome wild wolf was at the forefront of the pack. The crowd froze at the sight of the coyote. Ha! That one? Could it be? The crowd had their eyes widened and their complexion cultivated surprise. Nettlewolf! It's the Nettlewolf! There were soon exclamations of surprise. The crowd was excited and thrilled. The original stable order was all a bit taut. There's no way around it, because it's a Netflix wolf. Netflix wolf is here today too. The crowd was pleasantly surprised, especially the one just now who didn't show up yesterday. He was a little disappointed that he didn't show up yesterday, but what I never expected was to come over today and not only see the wolves, but also the Nettle wolves. That's great. What came next, however, to the surprise of the crowd, was more than that. Next to the wolves, 2 silhouettes unexpectedly appeared. These people, it seems, came with the wolves. Those 2 silhouettes, too, looked familiar. Ha, that guy is. Ah, it's Tiny Zoe. Yes, that's her. Even prettier in person than online. People recognized one of the women as none other than Tiny Zoe, who often live-streamed with Netflix Wolf. Soon the other one was recognized as well. And this one, I think it's the woman who was with the Nettlewolf when they kidnapped her the other day, right? What are they both doing here? People were so excited that they couldn't help but wonder. As the people present could see, The ones who appeared along with the wolves were none other than Xiaorou and Lin Shuya. The reason why the two appeared here was actually Yi Fan's intention. Thinking about the content of the contact between Yi Fan and the two of them yesterday, both Xiaorou and Lin Shuyi had some odd faces. The reason for their presence is really quite simple. It's here to help Netflix Wolf. To be more precise, it's helping Netflix Wolf live. Today's Netflix Wolf is definitely getting live on this side of the state highway. Realizing this, Xiaorou and Lin Shuya's faces could not be more odd. In response, Yi Fan was all smiles. The very thing he came up with to make the wolves money as well was live streaming. In his opinion, it was also very appropriate to have the wolves live now. One might even say that it fits the timing. Chapter 187 Netflix Wolf started taking apprentices? This time, Yi Fan slowly walked to the stage with Double Happiness and the other wolves. As for Xiaorou and Lin Shuya, they started to follow Yi Fan's instructions and started to set up the machines next to the stage. What's this for? This one seems to be live? Are they going live? Xiaorou and Lin Shuya's movements naturally attracted the attention of the crowd. As they watched, the crowd quickly got a clue. Mounts, cell phones, stabilizers. Isn't this something that is needed for live streaming? There were many self-publishing media workers present, so naturally, they instantly realized the purpose of the small, soft Lin Shuya. They were amazed all at once. Could it be that Netflix Wolf is going to be broadcasting over here as well? Seriously, holy, this place is on fire. Yeah, it's going to be hard to get a good spot later. Nettlewolf's business is growing, and too fast. Bully bully bully. After recognizing the small soft Lin Shuya fiddling with the live broadcast equipment, the crowd marveled again. Never in a million years would I have thought that Netflix Wolf was over here, and that he was going to be live streaming as well. But it's not surprising when you think about it well. After all, here on the National Road, it's kind of the place for everyone on Netflix Wolf. It's kind of his turf. Basic. He was now able to broadcast live, and it didn't seem surprising that he would discover this place as a live-long place. And realizing this, the people present couldn't help but have mixed feelings while being shocked. The natural thing to be happy about was that if Nettlewolf was doing live streaming here, then Nettlewolf should be over here a lot. This way, the videos they make, too, will pass for higher traffic. But at the same time, it could conceivably get hotter. When the time came, it would be a little difficult for them to get such a close shot of the reticulated wolves and packs. No matter what they think, though, they can't stop the behavior of the cyberwolf. They can only go along with the change. Having figured this out, the crowd stopped dwelling on it and looked at the net red wolf and other wolves up with curiosity. At this time, the wolves, such as Double Happiness, were a bit strange. They watched Xiaorou and Lin Shuya's movements, their wolf eyes covered in amazement. What's that? These two, aren't they often with Boss Yi Fan? What are they doing here? Yi Fan sniffed and smiled as he explained. This is a live broadcast, and in the future, we'll all have to broadcast live before we can do so. Live. Upon hearing this, Double Happiness and the other wolves were confused and clearly couldn't understand what they were hearing. As a matter of fact, Yi Fan didn't expect wolves like Double Happiness to understand. Even if they understand, what can they do? They're not likely to fiddle with the equipment anyway. Yi Fan had already thought about it, and in the future, he would let Xiaorou help with the live broadcasting equipment, or else he would hire an assistant. After all, they coyotes can't get these things. Even if you can get it, you can't. That would be too much of a stretch. It's okay for him to behave divinely as a Netflix wolf, but it's horrible if wolves get cell phones and all that stuff too. When the time comes, maybe they'll actually get sliced up. Yi Fan was able to guarantee his own safety, but he didn't dare to guarantee that all the wild wolves were so powerful that they were able to fight against the malice that was sure to appear. With this in mind, Yi Fan naturally didn't bother to explain so much to Double Happiness and the other wolves. You guys don't have to worry about that. Just do it how you did business before. Hearing this, Double Happiness and the other wolves nodded their heads. What Yi Fan said, they did well. Regarding how to do business, they are now naturally sort of familiar with it. However, the next thing that Yi Fan said made them excited again. Behave hard today, and then if the response is good, we'll get you good food. Oh, ow. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Double Happiness and the other wolves were first stunned. Then they shouted. In the eyes of each and every coyote, a bright green light shone through. What's wrong with these coyotes? Yeah, why do you look so excited all of a sudden? Did Nettlewolf say something? I don't know, but it's an interesting scene. Hurry up and film it. Snap snap snap. The crowd didn't know what was going on, but they were naturally delighted. The wolf pack's dissension was good fodder for them. Actually, some of the resourceful people have long since secretly opened the live broadcast of the scene. With things being so different today, it's definitely going to pick up a lot of traffic, and indeed it does. Almost every live stream was watched by several thousand people. It would be fine if it was the usual wolves, but today, the Netflix wolf showed up ahoy. And he's got a little softer Lin Shuya with him, so he's obviously going to get into the rhythm of something. Such a situation has naturally attracted the attention of a large number of netizens. Inside some live streams, the number of viewers even exceeded 10,000. The existence of these live streaming rooms has also brought the Netflix wolf situation to a great deal of attention online. My god, what a big deal Netflix wolf is up to again. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see Nettlewolf now, no matter what he does. Haha, me too. It just feels like something unsurprising that Netflix wolf doesn't do. But it's also really strange today. How did Nettlewolf run off to wherever he was, and brought little Zoe with him? Could it be that he changed the live broadcast venue to over there? It seems like it's really live, but it doesn't seem right for him to run over there if he's going to sell his goods, does it? It does seem a little strange, huh? What the hell is Nettlewolf up to? Oh, just read on. It feels like another fun broadcast. Netflix fans online were again amazed to learn about Netflix wolf. Surprise and anticipation set in. Could Netflix wolf be launching an outdoor livestream? But the thing is, it doesn't seem right if he and Zoe are going to sell their goods. What the netizens don't know is this. Netflix wolf is, for once, indeed getting outdoor live. But not with Zoe, but with the wolves. But next, when the live broadcast equipment is done, the opening remarks and all that, it's still Zoe who gets it. After some mixing and testing, Zoe quickly made her way to the front of the stage. Hello everyone, it's me again, Tiny Zoe. Isn't it strange to see this live stream and think that I, and Nettlewolf, are going to start a new business? Oh, no there's actually a reason we showed up here today. Stomp and stare. See the wolves behind me? Actually, the main characters today are them. Speaking of which, I'm sure you've all guessed that. Yes, the main thing that this live room will be broadcasting from now on is these wolves. Don't worry everyone. These wolves are all under the command of the Nettle Wolves, and they are all talented as well. So I hope you'll all show up more often in the future. Hearing Xiao Rou's introduction, the people present were dumbfounded. Netflix froze. Turns out Netflix Wolf is, today, going live to the wolves. Netflix Wolf is taking on an apprentice. Chapter 188. Brother Sheepy wants to invite Netflix Wolf as a guest. As Xiao Rou's words fell, the people present and others completely froze. The netizens are also dumbfounded. Netflix Wolf is really getting into live outdoor broadcasting, but the main characters, surprisingly, are the wolves under his command. Realizing this, the crowd looked strangely surprised. Isn't a situation like this a live broadcast with an apprentice? Such a model is not new to most people. Some internet celebrities take on disciples when they get hot. The apprentice will rub off on the master's traffic, and when the apprentice gets up, he or she will feed traffic back to the master. There are many successful examples of such a model. The most famous example right now is Crazy Lambie. Most of those netizens he took in were also taken in as disciples. 3 Sheep Company. Once again, Little Sheepy and Big Sheepy are focused on the Netflix wolf. They knew the moment the Nettle Wolf appeared on the state highway. It was already work time and they had a couple of apprentices to watch. Just seeing this, a few people's faces went weird. Holy, this Netflix wolf is really. Brother Lamb marveled again. Talent. What a talent. He just got up on the air himself, and he knows how to take on an apprentice. In this way, he's on fire and will probably be for a long time to come. Even more, any excellence on the wolves side would bring him more traffic. This mode, Little Sheep Brother also only recently began to enable. I did not expect that this would Netflix Wolf immediately used. Offhand, the success rate seems to be pretty high right now. Master, this Netflix Wolf is really great. I like him too. By the way, aren't you and Master trying to pull Netflix Wolf together? How is it going? Just then, the female netizen 40, who had 10 million followers, asked Brother Lamb. Hearing this, the rest of the disciples, too, looked at Brother Little Sheep. Yesterday, it seemed like Lambie was pulling a Netflix Wolf. It's all in the same company and word travels fast. To this, 40 and others, too, were delighted. After all, Netflix Wolf is on a completely different track than them, and there's no competition between us. Plus, they were also almost fans of Nettle Wolf, so naturally they were very willing for Brother Lamb to bring the other side into the fold. With the size of their 3 sheep, it's actually pretty quick to try and pull someone in. After all, the fame is there, and this, it's also the reason why their 3 sheep, surprisingly, have invited some of the biggest celebrities to come to the booth. Hearing this, Brother Lamb instantly shook his head. I can't. I sent a private message to that Tiny Zoe, but the other person didn't reply. Probably too many private messages. Contacts. It seems like the other team also has intentional concealment and is inquiring about it. Hearing this, 40 stopped talking and turned to the live feed again. Instead, Big Goat had some ideas. Even if we can't pull the other side together, it's okay to invite Netflix Wolf to play in our live room. Send a message to the other team. The other side shouldn't refuse this request. Upon hearing this, Brother Lamb's eyes lit up. This can be had. As a matter of fact, inviting those celebrity bigwigs, or perhaps phenomenal netizens, was also a means for them, the three sheep, to maintain the heat. It's just that there's a lot to be said for the people who are invited. Simply put, it's meant to be on fire. That way, they'll be able to rub off on each other's traffic. And right now, it's clear, Netflix Wolf fits the bill. The most crucial thing was that in this way, perhaps they would be able to use this to obtain Xiao Xiao's contact information as well. That's a good idea. Brother Lam went and arranged it right away. And the other side, Fu Qing and the others were still working as hard as before. Even though they didn't have to work with the Netflix wolves on the air today, they were still busy as hell. The reason is naturally because 2 live broadcasts in, and the Netflix wolf's reputation has been thoroughly established. No one would question the Netflix wolf's ability to bring in the goods anymore. So there are a lot more people looking for her than even imagined. Trying to pick the best supplier at an affordable price and good quality is definitely an overwhelming task for them. Of course, even so, Fu Qing still arranged for Xiao Wu to keep an eye on the situation online. As a result, they were soon surprised to find that the Netflix wolf was once again on the internet. Boss, Nettle Wolf went over to the national highway, still with Sister Xiaoro. Hearing Xiao Wu's report, Fu Qing couldn't mention how surprised he was. She also gave Xiao Ro a vacation today, but she didn't expect Xiao Ro to run over to the national highway with Nettle Wolf. Isn't the national highway the place where the wolves under the Netflix wolf appear every day? Fu Qing was surprised, then told Xiao Wu to keep staring, but then something happened that surprised them even more. Zoe appeared directly in one of the live streams. The name of this account, which is still very interesting, is 3 Wolves Live. Fu Qing clicked in and immediately blushed strangely when he heard Xiao Ro's words. The wolves under the Netflix wolves are going to be live-streamed as well. The people in the studio, too, had odd faces to the extreme. This situation was greatly unexpected by them. To need to call Sister Zoe? Little Five inquired again. Fu Qing pondered for a moment and shook his head. The behavior of Zoe's eyes did not infringe on the studio's interests. In that case, let them be. The most crucial thing was that Fu Qing also wanted to see if this move of the little soft cyber wolf would work. Netflix wolves are even. Those wolves, are they really suitable for live streaming? And this time, State Highway site. The crowd looked back and were confused. The Netflix wolf is really going to take the wolves live. If Tiny Zoe said that, it's definitely not a joke. Ha ha, is this what Tiny Zoe means? Or is it Nettle Wolf? Why do I get the feeling that it's another masterpiece made by Nettle Wolf? More than likely. Don't forget, he's a Nettle Wolf. The crowd was talking. Soon, there were some self-published media workers, whose faces sank. These were the people who had turned on the live broadcast, and with the Netflix wolf side also turning on the live broadcast, they were tearfully realizing that the traffic inside the live broadcast room was dropping drastically. Turns out, all those people ran to 3 Wolves Live. The crowd laughed when they saw the live account name. Ha ha ha, 3 Wolves. It looks like the Netflix wolves are really going to take down the 3 sheep. Who would have thought that 3 sheep would lose not to humans, but to a coyote? Ha ha, it's a bit too early to say that, but there really isn't much of an advantage on Brother Sheep's side, is there? Wolves are the natural enemies of sheep. It's so interesting. It's not possible that the Netflix wolves have set up a 3-wolf company, is it? Yifan, this will get up the 3 Wolves live room. Whether it can be successful is not known for the time being, but the heat is clearly pulling up. In the blink of an eye, the number of people on the air soared to tens of thousands. This was followed by a flood of comments and gifs floating up. Chapter 189. The Wolf Clan's army coincided. 3 Sheep Company. The faces of Brother Lamb and the others quickly became strange again. It's worth noting that just now they hadn't noticed, but with the random passage of time and the comments of the netizens, they couldn't even think of not noticing. 3 Wolves Live. Holy, Brother Lamb suddenly got a little toothy. Big Goat was also a bit confused. 40 and the others were also changing their faces. Odd to the extreme. 3 wolves, 3 sheep? What is the meaning of this? In this, Master, Nettle Wolf shouldn't really be fighting against us, right? They're 3 sheep. The Netflix wolf side of the broadcast got a 3 wolf. What the hell is this? Is this from Netflix Wolf or Team TinySoft? Brother Lamb and the others were all confused. Netflix, on the other hand, is very much in demand. Ha ha ha, I told you Netflix wolves were doing great things. This is now fun. Netflix Wolf live streaming with goods, and now live streaming with the wolves under his command. Plus the name of this 3 Wolves, it always feels like he's saber rattling the 3 sheep. It's so much fun. Every time Netflix Wolf is able to surprise us. Yeah, probably that's why we love Nettle Wolf so much. He's a treasure that just can't be dug up enough. The Wolf Clan army is here. Hey, Netflix Wolf is live with the wolves. Without our Wolf Clan army, how can that be? The right vanguard of the Wolf Clan's army is here. Brothers of the Wolf Clan's army. Report to me, Wolf Army +1. Inside the Three Wolves livestream, it instantly became very lively. 30,000, 50,000, 70,000. The numbers soared, the comments brushed up, the gifts likewise unconsciously became more numerous until they took over the screen. Seeing such a situation, Yifan nodded secretly. It's a good start, no doubt. Of course, such a situation was not up to Yifan's requirements, so Yifan immediately ordered double happiness and the others again. Alright, starting now, double happiness, and the King Wolf, bring 10 wolves together, line up and start performing one by one. Hearing this, the wolves that were originally neatly arranged on the stage moved. Since he was planning to bring the wolves after today, Yifan certainly wouldn't fight an unprepared battle. Ha! What are they up to? It's a rack that's never been seen before. Seeing the unusual behavior of the wolves, the crowd froze. This time, even softer and softer Lin Shu was no exception. All because even though they were called over to help get the live streaming equipment, they were clueless as to what the Netflix wolf had prepared. Now that they saw the unusual behavior of the wolves, they couldn't help but be a bit puzzled and expectant. As for the netizen fans, they are naturally even more puzzled. Ha ha, this looks like a pretty big battle. It could be something big. That's right, when the Netflix wolf strikes, it's absolutely extraordinary. Net Red Wolf, wait and see mortals. The awesomeness of our wolf clan. Ready to be staged, ha. The wolf clan army is ready to take position. Come on, guys. With the netizens' anticipation, an amazing scene unfolded. The scene was filled with joyful songs. Immediately afterward, the wolves, led by Double Happiness, began to perform. The so-called show is nothing really. It's nothing more than cartwheels, congratulations, quivering bodies, and the like. The wolves did similar maneuvers when they were open for business before, but this time, under Yifan's deliberate action, it suddenly brought a different feeling. First of all, the scene was instantly less monotonous with more songs as background music. Most importantly, at this point, the wolves were not performing at the same time, but lined up vertically and came out to perform one by one. This situation has greatly aroused the expectations of the crowd. Even ordinary movements feel new and interesting. And so it was. Boom! The live streaming room became more lively all of a sudden. Waves of gifts were given, and even large gifts like carnivals began to appear. The comments are also harmonious and joyful. Interesting, the Netflix wolf is playing a new trick. It's not really a new trick. It's just the on talent that was popular before, but I don't know why. It's just so fresh and there's a feeling of not being able to see enough of it. Yeah, all these wolves seem to have gotten cute, especially that one that's actually wiggling its butt. Ha ha ha, wow, this kind of show, it should be rehearsed by Nettle Wolf as well, right? It's so good, he, worthy of being a Nettle Wolf. The wolf army says it's cool, keep going on and on, gifts galore. I don't know if it's because of this program, so much so that the number of people in the live broadcast room broke through a new high, rising to 100,000. Gifts were swiped to the hilt again. Among them, some accounts with the prefix of the wolf army caught Yifan's attention, an army of wolves. In fact, earlier in the broadcast, Nettlewolf had noticed the presence of the so-called wolf army. These fans of the self-proclaimed wolf army were originally small in number, but slowly, it seems that they can be seen everywhere. Especially since the last live broadcast, Nettlewolf found many of these self-proclaimed wolf armies in existence. Before, Yifan didn't care too much about it, but now he naturally couldn't even think of not noticing it. It's really these guys that are so giving. In the blink of an eye, these guys from the wolf army swiped tens of thousands of gifts on this livestream. There was also the last live bandwagon, and it seemed like they contributed a lot of gifts and singles. Noticing this, Yifan was naturally secretly excited. There is no doubt that these are loyal fan groups. That said, many celebrities, too, have this kind of loyal fan base. This kind of existence will blindly embrace their idols and love interests, and give yourself a group name that relates to your idolized love child. Netflix, as a social celebrity, naturally owns it as well, but there aren't many Netflix celebrities out there that have a loyal fan base. It's mostly Netflix's fan base that's so small, and a career like Netflix always seems a little low-end in comparison to celebrity. So many people feel that Netflix is more earthy, while celebrities are more elevated. With this in mind, it's also rare for Netflix to have a loyal fan base. Even Crazy Lambie, who is the first brother of Jitterbug, doesn't seem to have this kind of fanatical and loyal fan base. But what Yifan didn't expect was that he had it. An army of wolves. Ha! Yifan secretly lost his smile. In fact, he had taken in Double Happiness and the others with the intention of forming an army of wolves. It's just a shame that, in reality, it's not easy to take in coyotes. First of all, the numbers are a big problem. From a long time ago, Yifan had intentionally taken in more wild wolves, but until now, the wolves he had taken in still didn't number over 100. What is not expected is the fact that what reality has not done. is first realized online. It's really called you plant a garden and you can't plant a flower, but you can't plant a willow without a will. Yifan lost his smile. Chapter 190, The Wolf Clan's Ancient Age is Like a Long Night. Yifan had a smile on his face. He knew he had the wolves live after he had an army of wolves, and it was almost stable. After all, last time, these wolf hordes were so forceful, enough for him to sell 300 million in sales. No reason why he can't get it right this time. And as if it was confirming Yifan's thoughts, the Wolf Clan's army once again swiped up their gifts in a frenzy. In the blink of an eye, the income from gift rewards in the live broadcast room soared to more than $100,000. That's soft money. Realizing this, a smile covered Yifan Wolf's face. Arranging for these wolves to be fed would be more than enough for a few $100s, let alone 100,000. Sure, perhaps it was because he and Xiao Rou were there today that the wolves were able to gain so many bounties. So taking advantage of this opportunity, Yifan must let the wolves impress the netizens before he could do so. This way, in the future, even if he wasn't around, the wolves would be able to be self-sufficient and even make money for him. Thinking of this, Yifan immediately walked over and pressed a button on his cell phone. It was while the crowd was wondering. A scene of amazement appeared, only to see the screen inside the Three Wolves live broadcast room suddenly turn into a split-screen image. Here's the link to the PK screen. Seeing this, Xiao Rou and Lin Shu were also stunned. The surrounding crowd was also amazed. What's Nettle Wolf trying to do here? Oh, he wants to live stream PK. Bull, is this a wolf hunt with his men? Ha ha, trapping, online trapping? Interesting. Of course, it was the netizen fans in the Three Wolves live room who were the quickest to realize that the netizen wolves were going to live stream the PK. They were both happy to see the screen split into two sides. Oh, is Netflix Wolf going to PK again? Ha ha, this time it's definitely not a kidnapping, so you can feel free to reward. Who cares? If the Net Red Wolf meets us, we'll always be there. Wolf Clan Army, give me a charge. The right vanguard of the Wolf Clan's army is here. Kill, kill and darken the sky. Fight the majesty of our Wolf Clan army. Heaven does not give birth to my Net Red Wolf. The ancient Wolf Clan is like a long night. Let this battle be a symbol of the Wolf Clan's fame. Ha ha, said my blood boiling. The salary of 3,000 are with you guys charged. Upstairs doesn't have to be used for inferiority complex. In my opinion, the most desirable thing about the Wolf Clan's army is our unity. Well said, the Wolf Clan army unite. Today with the Netflix wolves to charge and kill the enemy. In the future, inside the Shake Chronicles, there are also our traces. Isn't it a pleasure? Ha 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 ha. Go, all you dragon pride, all you celestial emperors. The netizens are swarming again, especially the wolf army. They were really founded, I think, before Netflix Wolf was questioned. Because of the heartfelt, supportive nature of Nettlewolf, it has become a climate for this group of aspirants to gather spontaneously. They, at the time, did come out in force during the second live broadcast of the Netflix Wolf, but that's bandwagon, and they're not satisfied. Now that they had finally waited for the Netflix Wolf to connect to PK again, they were all excited. Live bandwagon, but there's no way to see them fight. After all, if they are goods, many people buy them because they really need them, but Live Link PK is different. It really takes real money to win. This support, too, is most appreciated in the strength of their support. In other words, right now is the time when they can make their mark. Boom! Almost right at that moment, the rate of gift refreshing inside the live broadcast room doubled exponentially. Seeing such a situation, Xiao Wei and Lin Shuya were both dumbfounded. Rose subconsciously said, that, if you're giving a gift, you can wait a little while before doing so. It was a subconscious thought on her part. After all, right now, Netflix Wolf is ready to connect PKs. Wouldn't it be better for Netflix fans to stockpile ammo if they have it and give it away when the next connection starts? However, what Xiao Rou did not expect was that her uttering these words did not have the slightest effect. Gifts aren't even increasing anymore. Inside the comments section, there were all the bravado of netizen fans. Don't worry about Xiao Zhua. Our Wolf Clan army don't have too much ammunition. Ha ha, that's it. I make 3,000 a month. Where to brush up? Now do not brush some. Wait until the Netflix Wolf off the air cannot brush up. Don't worry. We, the Wolf Clan army, will never lose. This is just an appetizer. When we meet the enemy later, you'll realize how fierce our firepower is. Unlimited firepower. That's what we're talking about. Upstairs bull. But I'm not lame First brush 10,000. Later on, who is the anchor looking down on? When the anchor next door sees it, he thinks we can't afford to give gifts. I won't stop until I've brushed enough for 100 carnivals today. Jesus can't stop me if I say so. Holy, so raw? I'm a little scared to join the wolf army. Me too. Can I join as a student? But I can only swipe a few $100s at most. Don't mind. money or no money, they are all brothers, they are all the Wolf Army. We, the Wolf Army, are not an army, but we embrace the spirit of the Netflix wolves. Well said. The Wolf Army's ho-hum impersonality stunned the rest of the network, but the one who was most taken aback was the anchor who was connected to the Netflix wolf at this point, because the number of people in the Three Wolves live broadcast room also soared to 100,000 people. So the first time the anchor that was connected to it, it was also 1 million fans or more. The number of people in the other side's live room, too, is in the tens of thousands. Originally, this million anchor, but also some pride. After all, 1 million fans live with tens of thousands of people watching words. It also proves that his popularity is good. Fans sticky high. He turned on the live stream, wanting to circle the wagons and increase the stickiness of his fans at the same time. I didn't expect to connect and immediately pee in my pants. Crap, which big guy is this? Looking at the other side of the screen full of gifts, not even a lack of carnival. This million fans of the anchor kneeled. Ha ha ha, it's this guy. Isn't this guy that what's his name Yuwonla? This guy doesn't know how he got so hot. He suddenly has millions of followers. The first time I saw him, he was in the middle of the night, and he was in the middle of the night, and he was in the middle of the night, and he was in the middle of the night. But this guy does have good luck. He's even connected to the Netflix wolf. Now he can eat another wave of traffic. The netizen fans of the Three Wolves live broadcasts burst into laughter. You is nothing more than a netizen that Shake Shack casually pushes up, and fighting a netizen wolf is nothing short of a no-brainer. It's not an exaggeration to say that the other side is a better fighter than the Yananese Kwan sisters. After all, Yunnan Kwan's sister is also talented. But what does this Yuwonla have? And compared to the relaxed harmony on the Three Wolves side of the live broadcast, the atmosphere on Yuwonla's side was grave. Chapter 191 Yangling and the Netflix Wolf, compared to a harmonious and enthusiastic Three Wolves live. At this time, Yuwonla's live broadcast, on the other hand, became low. Crap, how did one look connect to this great god? I don't even know if you're lucky or unlucky anymore. That's a Netflix wolf. Yeah, now the Netflix wolf. It's no exaggeration to say that it's like a day in the life. Yesterday's live sales broke 300 million. I guess the old boss of Jitterbug has popped champagne. Oh, I guess the bastard didn't realize that a wolf would bring them so much traffic and revenue. But it's kind of a two-way achievement. Shake Shack made Netflix wolf, and Netflix wolf made Shake Shack better. Yes, I heard that the Baidu index of Jitterbug went crazy again yesterday. And a big reason is because of Netflix wolf. That's awesome. Bunraku, just vote directly. Don't waste our gift. Ha ha ha, that's really bad upstairs. But that's what I thought. Just ask the other person what the punishment is. Brothers, you can't grow other people's ambition to destroy your own window. How can you just surrender it? You should let Yuwonla also give Netflix wolf brush. I rub. The big knife almost can't be put away. The wolf army is here. I didn't expect to meet a friendly army. The wolf army is coming. Get out of the way. We're in charge of this room. Use netizen fans immediately lost their fighting spirit as soon as they saw that the opposite side was a netizen wolf. Just kidding. This is the hottest Netflix wolf in Shakeology right now. What to PK with him? Take the head. It's no exaggeration to say that even if Brother Lamb, who made Shake one crazy, showed up, he probably wouldn't be able to beat the other side without a backroom deal. Yuwonla is just an ordinary guy who got lucky. He can't dance or sing, and he doesn't have no stems. How can he fight against it? It's like a bronze match to a king. How to fight? You is also very sensible. After being confused, he also lowered his voice. Brother Nettle Wolf, I've heard a lot about you. Our fans are right. I definitely can't beat you guys. Just tell me directly how to punish you. I'll never say anything. You folded his arms and let his attitude drop. The crowd laughed at the scene. On Yi Fan's face, a smile also appeared. But he didn't connect to people just to see them whisper and bow down. Even if you really want to surrender, at least finish the PK. How else would it circle the wagons? Thinking of this, Yi Fan instantly passed Xiao Rou another look. Xiao Rou immediately understood, then said to Yuwonlu, Yuwonlu, you don't have to be presumptuous, you are also very distinctive. And how do you play it if you just admit defeat? And the fact that this time it's not actually the Nettlewolf, but the wolves he's taken in. Nettlewolf showed up to kind of just help broadcast it, and it was his men who really played. Don't worry so much, let's have a little fun first. Since Xiao Rou knew the wisdom of the Netflix wolf, she naturally understood that he wouldn't be so simple to just broadcast it live. Since he opened the PK connection, it also means that he is definitely going to PK the ring. As for Yi, of course, the same is true. He's not here to be a grandson. Even when he met the Nettle Wolf, he didn't have to stoop to his level. The reason for this is, of course, profit. So when Zoe offered to play a hand, you immediately smiled sarcastically. Okay, Sister Zoe, let's have some fun then. Don't beat me up so hard. Turning back to the netizen fans in the broadcast room, you added with a bitter smile. Everyone support me? Don't let me lose too badly. I have to say, use words are still okay. It was humble, but it did please a lot of people. And so, as PK began, the bounty on Yu's side quickly rushed to tens of thousands. Converted to soft money, it's worth several thousand. Yu Wunla secretly rejoiced, but as soon as he saw the progress bar of the Three Wolves live broadcast, the others were dumbfounded. The progress bar in the Three Wolves live stream at this time was countless times his. A quick glance at the progress bar showed that it was a single digit more than him. Surprisingly, he was rewarded with hundreds of thousands of gifts in the blink of an eye. Converted to soft dollars, that's tens of thousands. This internet wolf. Yu's eyes widened as he truly felt the fire of the Netflix wolf. However, this is only the beginning. All of them are wolves at this time of the year, and they haven't even started moving yet. After glancing at the amount of gifts in the live broadcast, Yifan hooked up the corner of his mouth and commanded double happiness and the other wolves again. Continue the show. At Yifan's command, the three happy wolves and other wolves arranged themselves again as they had done earlier. The crowd was stunned again at the sight, and then the amazing scenario, once again, happened. The wolves, arranged vertically, didn't go on talent one by one as they had done earlier. Rather, the Wolf King, who was more bulky in stature, stood out first, and with a bow of his body, he actually crossed there like an arch bridge. Then double happiness led this wolf pack, one by one, jumping over the back of the Wolf King. Brush it off. In the blink of an eye, 10 wild wolves jumped over the Wolf King's back one by one. Yes, ha, why does it feel like watching a circus? These wolves, they're all tamed. Awesome. Good job Nettle Wolf. These coyotes are great too. This is another show Netflix Wolf has come up with, isn't it? It's great. The people present, after seeing the wolves' performance, applauded loudly again. Lots of smiles. The gaze that looked at the Nettle Wolf was even brighter. The wolves had been, in their opinion, quite respectable before the nettlesome wolves appeared. But now, it seems, the wolves are capable of much better. If the wolves had put on a show like this before, their traffic would have exploded. To be honest, even Xiao Rou and Lin Shuya were surprised by such a situation. They looked at each other, again feeling greatly surprised. When did Nettle Wolf train to teach this again? It's clear, though, that for a program like this, it's very well received, both by those in the audience and those online. Three Wolves Live, once again, blew up. The gift takes off. The reviews are flying. Crap, Netflix Wolf really does have a program. It's also hard for the internet wolves. All these wild wolves are tame like a loyal dog. Ha, it feels like I'm watching a circus show, but it's much more novel than a circus show. It's true that the internet wolves are still so unexpected. I've seen all the videos and live streams of these wolves before, and they were just like that. But now that I watch them again, they seem to be very interesting. Well, it's not the wolves that are interesting, it's the wolves led by the Netflix wolf. And man, I'm really growing to love this beast. Members of the Wolf Clan Army +1. Oh, the Netflix wolves are so powerful. We can't afford to drop the ball with our wolf army. In the blink of an eye, the total amount of gifts in the Three Wolves live broadcast room soared to 1 million. Chapter 192 A Battle of the Wolves. Netflix wolves arrange wolf programs, which are apparently very popular. The gifts flew wildly, and the amount in the Three Wolves live broadcast room soared to millions in the blink of an eye. And it's still going up. Three Sheep Company, Holy, Brother Lamb, who had been following the live broadcast of the Three Wolves, couldn't help but scream again. This Nettle Wolf is a true god. What he had said about Nettle Wolf before, still a talent, had now been elevated to a god, because he was surprised to find out that the Nettle Wolf really did perfectly replicate his side's tactics. Now taking the wolves live, it's really taking it up a notch. Not to mention the other netizens, even his crocodile wanted another bounty. What else than this manipulation of wolves to sell their art for a newer and more bizarre broadcast? Brother Big Goat also laughed bitterly. This Netflix wolf, he really doesn't know how smart he is. How much of this stuff that's coming out now is the team and how much of it is him? 40 and other disciples were confused. Yeah, as Netflix, they know all about it. The team is behind many of Netflix's seemingly bizarre maneuvers. It can't be helped. It's just one person's power. It's too meager. It is also only through teamwork and cooperation that you can accomplish all kinds of maneuvers that can be described as magical. But now, both they, and the big and small goats, were a little confused. Netflix Wolf's various videos, live streams, appear to have a team to help, but in reality, a lot of it again seems like his own doing. All because there are many situations where even with a team, it seems that you can't do it. For example, the previous kidnapping, the team could indeed fake those scenes, but the question is, how does one buy off the officials? An official organization such as a police station is no joke and is unlikely to play along with Netflix. So the Netflix wolf kidnapping, that's real. And right now this wolf show, too, because they simply couldn't imagine any team that could train wolves like that. Netflix wolf training, by comparison, is significantly more reliable, but even that's pretty amazing. Being able to train a wolf pack to this level, Nettlewolf is really good, and at this point, Yuwonla was confused. He knew there was a big gap between himself and Nettlewolf, but he hadn't expected it to be that big. The same phenomenal netizens, but the popularity of the two sides is simply not on the same scale, and the situation at hand, as the Little Broken Station said, was indeed the main show, the wolves under the Nettle Wolves. But even so, the reward that the other party had received had thrown him off by 9 blocks. Looking at his side, with only a few 100,000 rewards, while the other party had soared to millions, Yuwonla was dumbfounded. Who am I and where am I? What am I doing again? While it's true that the eye is circling the drain, why is you not happy at all? And in comparison, on Yi Fan's side, he was naturally pleasantly surprised. The heat of the moment has even caught up with the first Netflix Wolf broadcast. It didn't take long for it to go straight to 10 million. Boss, $10 million now. Fucking studio. Fu Qing and the others, too, had been paying attention to the Three Wolves livestream. Xiaowu was even more silent as he crunched the numbers. At a certain moment, he turned his head violently and reported to Fu Qing. Fu Qing's gaze towards the Three Wolves live streaming room immediately added another touch of shock. Although 10 million jitterbug coins rewarded, compared to the first PK harvest of the Net Red Wolf, it was still a little less, just equal to 1/10. But don't forget, this time the main livestream, it's the wolves under the Netflix Wolf Ahoy. With such a speed of earning money, even though Fu Qing had been mentally prepared, he couldn't help but be a little shocked. What do you guys say? This wolf pack live, can we continue to live with Netflix wolves? After thinking about it, Fu Qing suddenly asked the others in the studio. Hearing this, the crowd was stunned. Then their faces moved slightly. Working with Nettlewolf, is that with this wolf pack? Like that's okay. After thinking about it, the crowd felt that Fu Qing's idea was still feasible. Obviously, Fu Qing also stared online at the wolves under Red Wolf. After all, no one is too rich. Fu Qing was naturally no exception. The bottom line was that with the size of their studio, they actually did have the ability to continue working with the wolf pack on live broadcasts. After all, right now, the anchor of their studio was currently only Tiny and Soft Nettle Wolf. Discovering a few more anchors, with their manpower and volume, would be fine. And now the Three Wolves Live format is perfect for them. The main thing is that they can send someone to replace Zoe and give a lecture. Sure, Fu Qing gave birth to this idea, not only for the sake of profit, but most importantly, she wanted to make a closer connection with Netflix Wolf. After all, with a few live broadcasts under his belt, Fu Qing had completely understood the importance of the Netflix Wolf. There is no doubt that their future rice bowls are tied to the Netflix Wolf. That being the case, a more in-depth cooperation with him was naturally necessary. As for whether or not this would upset Zoe, or not be to Nettlewolf's liking, it shouldn't. In Fu Qing's thought, it was impossible for Xiaoro to go and help with the live broadcast every day, and there was also Netflix Wolf as well. In that case, if they sent someone from their side to help, they naturally wouldn't offend Nettlewolf and Xiaoro. On the contrary, maybe Netflix Wolf would be happier with it. On the contrary here, Fu Qing had a decision in his heart. And that's when the Three Wolves livestream became even more lively. After realizing that the gift was very powerful, Yi Fan naturally didn't stop and immediately commanded the wolves again, continuing the show. Brother Lamb and the others, all of a sudden, marveled once again. As for the opposite side of Yuwonla, he was just like the people Yi Fan had PK'd in the past, and started to swing for the fences in the face of the immense and incomparable gap. No way. Three Wolves live room. The amount of gifts is constantly soaring, not yet waiting for the PK to end, are up to 30 million, and on his side, not even 2 million. If it were any other day and PK had hit such an amount, you would have been very happy. But now, he wasn't happy at all. Instead, he had the feeling of being stepped on. Most importantly, originally, connecting to Net Red Wolf was a happy event for all. But now, all that horrible traffic from Netflix Wolf didn't give him much at all. Instead, as he fought, a number of people in his live room ran to crowd around Nettlewolf. This made Yuwonla extraordinarily depressed. Sure, that's not surprising. Before Netflix Wolf Live, not every anchor was able to rub off on the traffic. There are only a handful of Yunanese Kwan sisters like that. And so, with Yuman Lee's stifled expression, the PK, without any suspense, ended. On the wolf pack side, with a horrifying amount of close to 50 million bounties, he second-guessed Yuwonla, who only had a little over 2 million. When it came time for the punishment, there was an interesting incident. Instead of Netflix Wolf, Zoe says what the punishment will be, and casually asks you to dance a subject 3, which he ends up not knowing how to do. There was no choice but to make him sing, and as a result he was pentatonic. Yu's performance like this was an instant disappointment to many netizen fans. Instead, there is a trend of one-upmanship under the Netflix wolves. Chapter 193, The Three Wolves Celebration Meeting. Noon. Yi Fan saw that it was almost time, so he waved his hand. Withdraw. At his command, Double Happiness and the other wolves suddenly retreated in an orderly fashion. Ah, that's gone. It's a little fast today. Ah, broadcast a little more. Nettlewolf, I still want one of your autographs. Don't go. Wolf brothers. The retreat of the wolves caused a wail of alarm. The crowd was greatly dismayed. There was no way that the Nettle Wolf could appear once in a while, and I didn't expect it to be gone so soon. Crucially, there are still a number of self-publishing workers who have discovered that it's a good thing that Netflix wolves are live with their packs. Originally, in the past, they made videos without the Netflix wolves around, and while they did get traffic from filming the wolves, it wasn't much. But today, after Netflix wolf appeared, the traffic of their videos, it was rubbing up wildly. And then there's live streaming. Originally, most people thought that after Netflix Wolf opened the Wolfpack livestream, those of them who were originally live streaming the scene would see their traffic drop a lot. But after actually experiencing it, the crowd was amazed. Live traffic hasn't gotten any less. Even more people watched their live streams because of the presence of Netflix Wolf. And the reason for that would be that a lot of people want to see Netflix Wolf live. This kind of live streaming, similar to a reveal in general, attracts a lot of people. And so it was that these people concluded. Netflix wolves came here to take the wolves live, and they didn't get less traffic, they got more. In this way, they naturally didn't want the Nettle Wolf to leave, not knowing whether the Nether Wolf would come tomorrow or not. The crowd, lost and expectant, were now in the same place, watching the wolves leave. Also departing was the small soft Lin Shuya. Once the broadcast was over, the girls put away their equipment and left with the Netflix wolf. Along the way, Double Happiness and the other wolves also laughed as if they had won the battle. Although he didn't earn any snacks today, the Double Happiness and other wolves noticed that Yi Fan was in a good mood. After the broadcast ended, Wolf had an ill-concealed smile on his face the whole time. In this regard, Xiaoro and Lin Shu also know as clear as day in their hearts, all because today, the Wolf Pack broadcasted live and received a full 100 million reward gifts. Such an amount is not as much as Netflix Wolf's first live broadcast, but it's not far off, and with such a haul, there's no doubt that it shows that this time around, the Wolf Pack Live was a success. Yi Fan was naturally in a good mood, and Yi Fan is in a good mood. Double Happiness and other wolves are also happy. Honestly, there are so many of those snacks that they don't even matter much anymore either. So even though they didn't get any snacks today, they were also elated to see Yi Fan so happy. Of course, the most crucial thing was that Yi Fan was happy before arranging those delicious food for them. When he thought of this, the bastard Linman's eyes turned bone deep, and he came over to Yi Fan's side. Big brother Yi Fan, just now you get that live broadcast. What exactly is it? It seems like you're very happy. Hearing this, Twinkie came over as well. Yeah, big brother Yi Fan, tell us about it. What's the point of that live broadcast? The Wolf King's gaze, too, looked this way. It, and Double Happiness, are instead curious about live streaming. As for the progenitor, he was completely taking advantage of the opportunity and wanted to find Yi Fan to ask for favors. Upon hearing the words of Double Happiness, Yi Fan then narrowed his smile, but always had a smile in his eyes. Live streaming and all that, he was naturally too lazy to explain. As mentioned earlier, even if the wolves such as Double Happiness did understand, they couldn't get those cell phones and live streaming devices. So, even if you say it, it's a waste of time. However, Linman's words reminded Yi Fan, since this live broadcast was a huge success, then of course we had to treat the wolves. Speaking up, the wolves such as Double Happiness were doing very well just now. Before that, what he had previously practiced with them before, there was a good show of appearing that. Sure, there have been a few mistakes and omissions, but it doesn't hurt. It can be said that the wolves really deserve the credit for making this live broadcast a huge success. Thinking of this, Yi Fan said again with bravado, what is the live broadcast? You don't have to care about it. All you need to know is that I'm happy with your performance this time. So, I'm going to have a celebration dinner. And didn't you guys like that hot pot before? So make it a hot pot convention. As Yi Fan's words fell, the wolves were first quiet, then wailed and wailed furiously. Long live the boss. Ha ha, there's fondue. I love you, boss Yi Fan. This time it's cool. Fondue. You can really have fondue. Looking at the suddenly excited wolves, Xiaoro and Lin Shuya could not help but be stunned. What's going on here? The girls guessed that it was the Nettle Wolf who had said something to the wolves under her command. But what exactly was said? They couldn't guess for a moment. But soon, Xiaoro and Lin Shuya understood. Nettle Wolf quickly came over and typed a message on Zoe's cell phone. I'm going to get a celebration party, mainly for hot pot, so you guys can help me prepare for it. Seeing this message, Xiaowei and Lin Shuyi glanced at each other and were dumbfounded. No wonder those coyotes were so excited. It turned out to be the nettle wolves getting ready to throw another party. In this regard, little soft Lin Shuya naturally had no opinion. Both of them had a free day, and it wouldn't be fun to just go back. Now there's going to be a celebratory meeting, and that would be great. Without delay, the two men drove off at once to procure food and tools. Trying to play fondue in the wilderness is somewhat difficult, but not impossible to accomplish. And so it was. Soon, double happiness and other wolves. And eat the hot pot you've been longing for. This is the hot pot that Boss Yifan was talking about. This is too delicious. I told you that the stuff before was a bit cold. How delicious it would be if it was hot. And now it looks like it is. Hot pot, hot pot. This is fondue. Oh, why did you let me eat something so delicious? What if I can't eat it later? Brother Yifan, is there any more of this beef ball? It's so fresh and delicious. Ah, my meatballs. Don't grab them. The bok choy was super yummy too. So spicy. It was so good. Really better than a roast. The hot pot instantly conquered every coyote's taste buds. The wolves, such as Double Happiness, all gathered around Xiaorou and Lin Shuya, waiting for the two to cook food. Almost as soon as the food was cooked, it caused a rush of wolves. It was also fortunate that Yifan was on the side to maintain order. Otherwise, the pots for cooking food would have been lifted off by these monkeys. And just when the celebration was in full swing, a sound of vehicles driving suddenly entered Yifan's ears. Yifan froze. Soon a small car burst into his sight. On it sat a familiar figure. Chapter 194, Smart Man Fu Qing. Invitation from Brother Sheepy. This time, a small car broke into Yifan's line of sight with a familiar figure sitting on it. Fucking? Seeing Fu Qing, Yifan's tense body loosened up. Speaking up, his lair is known to quite a few people at the moment. Safety, too, is greatly diminished. However, Yifan didn't care about this. If it had been before, he would have been worried about incoming enemies, or snacks being taken. But now, naturally, there is no such worry. For one thing, the wolves under his command were already 60 to 70 in number. Whatever enemy comes, it's probably not going to be pleasant. Secondly, snacks weren't something he cared much about anymore, and even if he was robbed, he wouldn't be heartbroken. So the location of the nest was exposed, and he didn't care too much about it. On the contrary, Yifan was a bit strange as to how Fu Qing could drive over alone. At this time, Xiaorou's voice rang out, solving Yifan's confusion. Oh, Nettle Wolf, I'm the one who told the boss to come. Just now she asked where we were, so I told her we were eating hot pot. Yifan glanced at the sound and saw that Xiaorou had already stepped out of the wolves and was walking this way. Boss, Zoe greeted him. Yifan did not remain indifferent when he saw this. Fu Qing was Xiaorou's boss, and he still had to show proper respect. Oh, Zoe, the Nettle Wolf. Fu Qing got out of the car and came over with a smile. Is there anything else to eat? I'm hungry too. Fu Qing then looked over to Lin Shuya's side. Xiaorou looked toward Lin Shui, who was busy with his hands, and laughed. Boss, you're just in time. These wild wolves are too edible. Sister E and I can't keep ourselves busy. Oh, it seems really busy. Let's get over there or your best friend will cry. He. The two of them joked and soon went to Lin Shuya's side. With the help of the two of them, Lin Shuya was relieved. Finally enough to deal with the wolves that kept demanding food. Even they were free to get a little more out and give it to Yifan. Yifan didn't make any pretense and began to enjoy it. Having been out on the air all morning, he did get hungry. By the time he started to eat, the wolves such as Double Happiness had finally eaten enough and were gradually dispersing. Seeing this, the three Xiaorou took out their bowls and chopsticks and beat food for themselves. While eating the hot pot, Xiaorou also asked about Fu Qing's reason for coming. By the way, boss, why did you suddenly run over here? Aren't you busy over at the studio? Hearing this, Yifan also looked towards Fu Qing once again. Yeah, what's with Fu Qing, the studio owner, suddenly running in? By all rights, she should be too busy to keep her feet on the ground right now. Why are you suddenly free to come here and join in the fun? Oh, Zoe, I'm really busy, so I'm here this time, for work as well. For work? What do you mean? Zoe couldn't understand. Lin Shu also. Yifan is also a bit cloudy. As a result, Fu Qing looked directly at Yifan and laughed. This time, I'm actually here to look for Nettle Wolf. Looking for the Netflix wolf? Xiaorou turned her head to look at Yifan, and Gift asked, Boss, what are you looking for Nettle Wolf for? Fu Qing smiled again and said, It's like this. I saw your live broadcast today. I just came to ask if you want me to help you in the future. Today's broadcast, too, was a success, but judging by what Nettle Wolf is saying, I don't think it's going to be every day, is it? If Nettle Wolf doesn't go, are you still going, Ro? If not, I can send someone from my side to help with the broadcast. Hearing this, Xiao Rou was stunned and couldn't help but look at Nettle Wolf. She hadn't expected that Fu Qing had come to her door for this, but that sort of thing, of course, is up to Netflix Wolf. To be honest, even though Rou came over to help today, she didn't think that she would come over every day. Of course, she'd be in place if Nettle Wolf asked for it. But according to what Rou knew about Nettle Wolf, he shouldn't come every day. After all, the Nettle Wolf had a high IQ, and his idea must have been to bring up the wolves and then be a shirker afterward. In that case, Fu Qing's proposal was good, but it's still the same thing. Or does it depend on what Netflix Wolf's opinion is? At this moment, when Yifan heard Fu Qing's words, the wolf couldn't help but show a surprised look on his face. To be honest, he hadn't actually thought that far ahead. Taking the wolves live today was, frankly, just a test. In Yifan's opinion, having failed, there was naturally no need to think about the follow-up. As for success, it's not too late to think about success. And right now, the scenario where he takes the wolves live is undoubtedly a success. Instead, it's time to consider a follow-up arrangement. It was just that what Yifan hadn't expected was that Fu Qing had moved so quickly. Thinking of this, Yifan couldn't help but secretly nod his head. As Fu Qing said, he certainly couldn't come over every day. There's also no reason to have Zoe help broadcast every day. So back there, it's probably going to be a dump. But the wolves alone certainly can't get a live stream, so they still need a helper. Originally, for this kind of thing, Yifan had planned to talk to Xiao Rou in a couple of days, so that she could help look for it. I didn't expect Fu Qing to bring it up so quickly. To be honest, Yifan hadn't cared too much about Fu Qing before. After all, he and Rou, no matter which studio they worked with, would be able to mix it up, but naturally it would be great if this studio, well, was good at what it does. And right now, it seems that Fu Qing's studio is, indeed, professional again, and she herself is enthusiastic enough. Realizing this, Yifan nodded. Seeing Yifan nodding his head, Xiao Rou asked with a raised eyebrow, Netflix Wolf, are you agreeing with the boss? Xiao Rou was not surprised by Yifan's reaction, but still inquired. Yifan nodded again. Fu Qing instantly revealed a smirk. She then made her offer. Upon hearing Fu Qing's conditions, Xiao Wei and Lin Shuya both revealed a look of surprise. Even Yifan raised his eyebrows. The condition of paying the green is, simply put, no condition. Yes, it's just not conditioned. For helping the wolves under the Netflix Wolf to provide assistant broadcasting, Fu Qing surprisingly didn't ask for payment. Yifan was taken aback for a moment and came back to his senses. He looked over at Fu Qing, and his wolf eyes heralded an additional flash of recognition. Clearly, this is a smart woman. She came over in such a hurry, not for profit, but to help Nettle Wolf, to create a deeper connection with the Netflix Wolf. The goal, of course, is still the greater good. After all, she can only make more money if she's tied more closely to Netflix Wolf. This was something that Fu Qing obviously knew all too well. So there's also the case of her running over to help with her eyes. Yifan understood this but did not resent it. He plays the internet and of course he wants to work with smart people. For example, an understanding one like Xiao Rou who could understand what he meant. And for those like Fu Qing, who were professional and knew what they were doing, Yifan naturally welcomed them. In this way, the two sides happily agreed to cooperate. Originally, he thought that Fu Qing was already fine, but who knew that she had revealed another thing? What? Lambi invited. Chapter 195 Little Goat is all about rubbing traffic? What? An invitation from Brother Lamb. Originally, I thought that Fu Qing would be fine after he finished talking about assisting the broadcast. Who knew that next? Fu Qing said something else. Hearing this matter, Xiao Rou, Lin Shuyi, and even Yifan were all shocked. Fucking went so far as to say that someone invited Netflix Wolf to be a live guest. This person is Brother Lamb. Xiao Rou came back to her senses and asked after her. Boss, Brother Lamb, is it that crazy Brother Lamb? Yifan and Lin Shu also looked at Fu Qing. Staring at her intently, he waited for her to answer. When it comes to Little Sheep Brother, they naturally think of that Shake Shack one crazy little sheep brother first. But when it comes to Sheepy, it doesn't have to be crazy sheepy. Inside Shakeology, there are still a lot of little goat brothers. For example, that little lamb who loves to manage his money. Hearing Xiao Rou's question, Fu Qing said with some amusement, of course it's crazy little sheep brother. If it was anyone else, do you think I would tell you guys? At those words, Xiao Rou's beautiful eyes immediately lit up. Yifan and Lin Shu also moved their faces slightly. If it's crazy Lambi, there is no doubt that this is a good thing. A great thing. Crazy Lambi, but Shakeology one. The people he invites on the air are either celebrities or super phenomenal internet celebrities. In a nutshell, being invited by Crazy Lambi is a testament to status. Realizing this, even Yifan couldn't help but look happy. As for Xiao Rou, she was even more joyful. A lovely face covered in smiles. Oh, it's not like you were invited. What are you so happy about? seeing Xiao Rou's appearance. Fu Qing couldn't help but snicker. Hearing this, Rou hummed, even though I wasn't invited. I'm happy for Nettlewolf. Speaking of this, Xiao Rou touched Nettlewolf and added, and I'm with Nettlewolf now, but we're a combination. If he's well, I'll be well with him. Xiao Rou's arrogant appearance instantly made both Fu Qing and Lin Shuya lose their laughter. Yi Fan was also somewhat dumbfounded, but Zoe was right. He and Xiao Rou, without realizing it, had indeed become a combination. If Yi Fan was able to speak, this would have probably made him smile and ask Xiao Rou, their combo is going to be called something, a man-wolf combo, or a werewolf combo, or is it a handsome and compelling combo? Oh, Sister Chang, if Crazy Brother Lam invites Netflix Wolf, he should also invite Xiao Rou, right? Just then, Lin Shu also inquired. She found the blind spot. It's reasonable to assume that it's now known all over the internet that Netflix Wolf is in a combo with Zoe. Since Crazy Brother Lam, if he invited the Netflix Wolf, he definitely wouldn't leave out Xiao Rou. After all, Brother Lam still has to communicate with the Nettle Wolf, so how can he do it without Zoe? Of course, with the wisdom of the Nettle Wolf, it's okay to talk to other people, but if the Nettle Wolf wanted to convey the meaning, it was of course easier for Rou, who was more in tune with him, to understand. So when he heard Fu Qing say that, Lin Shuya couldn't help but feel a little strange. Xiao Rou was stunned. Then she looked at Fu Qing and said in shame, Fu Qing, you're messing things up, aren't you? Under the annoyance, Xiao Rou did not even call the boss, and dealt with Qing to call him by his name. Oh, just kidding with you. Don't get mad, don't get mad. Fu Qing surrendered in a hurry. She couldn't afford to offend either Nettlewolf or Zoe. Just now, it was just to see Xiao Rou so happy and tease her on a whim. Hearing this from Fu Qing, Xiao Rou only then subsided, and then joyfully said, oh, I told you, I and Netflix Wolf are a combination. How can I invite Netflix Wolf not to invite me? But I'm also thanks to you, ha, Nettle Wolf. With that last comment, Zoe turned to the Nettle Wolf. Yi Fan lost his smile, but did not make any reaction. Xiao Rou stroked the Nettle Wolf's head, before she turned to Fu Qing again and asked, boss, quickly tell me, what did Brother Little Lamb tell you? He, this little goat brother is indeed very powerful too, finding us so quickly. This is intended to rub off on our traffic. Hearing this, Fu Qing smiled even more. In fact, as she just said, she wouldn't bother with the usual invitations. What with the messy little goat brothers? Too many people have tried to rub off on the traffic since the Netflix wolves have been on fire. Of those, there are certainly a lot of invitations to go live together. As a matter of fact, Xiao Rou has received many private messages begging for various kinds of cooperation. It was just that there was too much information for Zoe to read, so she just ignored it. And when those people couldn't find Xiao Rou, they naturally turned to Fu Qing's side. This is no exception to the crazy little goat brother. And the purpose of the crazy little goat brother is indeed just as Rou said. He also intends to rub the traffic. Rubbing in the traffic of the Netflix wolf. Speaking of which, some people may say, as the first brother of Jitterbug, Brother Lamb, do you need to rub other people's traffic? The answer is yes. Fu Qing knew that no matter how big an Edison was, they all needed to rub off on the traffic. Even Brother Lamb was no exception. Unless, of course, the other side doesn't want to be consistently red hot. There's really no shame in dabbling with traffic at all. On the contrary, Fu Qing also felt that people who would rub traffic were masters. After all, there is only so much traffic. One person took away. You do not use some means. The other party will eat up the traffic dividend. But if you can rub the traffic, then the other party can eat meat. You can also drink soup before What I fear most, in fact, is that I can't even drink the soup, and it would be sad to just watch other people eating meat and drinking wine in large mouthfuls. And the crazy little sheep brother, obviously already mixed into the jitterbug one, still able to put down the body to rub traffic. This is its bull. Of course, Crazy Lambie, as a shakeology one, has a horrible amount of traffic on him, so this wave he invited Netflix Wolf to join him on air, and it's not certain who rubbed who the wrong way. Thinking of this, Fu Qing also explained. Yi Fan and the others nodded as well. What fucking said still makes sense. Crazy Sheepy's invitation to Netflix Wolf is certainly suspected of rubbing off on traffic, but why not send traffic to Netflix Wolf? Do you promise? Zoe asked again. Hearing this, Fu Qing laughed. Of course not. I'm not also here to ask the Netflix Wolf's opinion. Does he understand? You talk to him? Don't listen to it as letting him go chase the sheep? Hearing the end, Xiao Wei and Lin Shuya both lost their laughter. Xiao Rou then turned to Yi Fan, Netflix Wolf. Do you hear me? There's a super Netflix who wants to invite you to live broadcast with them. This is considered a great thing that combines two benefits. Do you agree? The corner of Yi Fan's mouth curled up. Since it was a great thing, how could he refuse? It was just that what he hadn't expected was that just after he had finished broadcasting live with the name of the three wolves on his side, the other party came to his door, and not to raise an offense, but to beg for cooperation. In that case, what's the point of saying no? Yi Fan answered Brother Lam's invitation. Soon, the news, too, has caused a stir online. Chapter 196: An encounter between a wolf and a sheep. Seriously, Netflix Wolf is going to be on Brother Lam's live studio. Ha ha ha, there's still a fake. That's what Brother Lam said. What's going on? Why is Brother Lam suddenly inviting Netflix Wolf to broadcast live? It's not so sudden, is it? How hot is the Netflix Wolf now? I guess Brother Lam is feeling the pressure. I know the reason. Yesterday inside the live broadcast, some fans let Brother Little Sheep invite Netflix Wolf it. Brother Little Sheep, how to spoil the fans, immediately went to invite. What? There is such a thing. But I guess Brother Little Sheep is just going along with it. After all, now that Netflix Wolf is so hot, how much traffic can he rub off on him if he invites it over? Don't say it so harshly. Netflix Wolf and Brother Lam are considered a strong team. Indeed. But now that the three wolves are coming together with the three sheep, what sparks will come out? Looking forward to it. When the net red wolf agreed, Fu Qing immediately replied the message to Brother Lam. Sheepy got a reply and was the first to post a video to start warming up. The news, immediately, caused a huge stir online, but there are still quite a few problems when Netflix Wolf wants to go to Brother Lam's livestream. One of the problems is translation. This is a problem that Zoe can barely solve. The biggest problem, though, is the distance. You should know that the area where the Nettle Wolf is located is in the Tibetan area. Instead, Little Sheep Brothers' Three Sheep headquarters is in Hefei. The first thing that Brother Lam has to solve when he wants to invite Netflix Wolf to live with him is the problem of distance. Do we let the Netflix Wolves go to Hopper? It's impossible. Let's not even talk about how you're going to get past all those roadblocks and hurdles and official scrutiny when you're carrying a Netflix Wolf. The safety issue alone is up for debate. The current Fu Qing couldn't wait to get bodyguards for the Netflix Wolf. 24-hour close protection. This situation, Fu Qing had really mentioned it to Xiaorou and Nettle Wolf before. It was just rejected. However, Fu Qing was still very worried about the safety of the Netflix wolves. So for the situation where the Netflix Wolf was going to Hefei, Fu Qing was refusing. In other words, even if he agreed to Brother Lam's invitation, Fu Qing still had conditions. The condition, of course, is security. There are also official questions. After all, the reticulated wolf is a national protected animal in the end. And it's even if he's active on this side of the Tibetan area, but it's no joke that he's now crossing continents and provinces. Take a step back and say, if a Netflix wolf hurts someone, who's responsible? These are all issues that need to be addressed by Brother Lam. Only then would Fu Qing be able to hand over the Nettle Wolf to the other party with peace of mind. You don't say. Brother Lam is really a capable person. Or perhaps, at his level, there was almost nothing that couldn't be done. A situation that, in the eyes of others, is almost impossible to handle. The very next day after fucking promised, Sheepy then sent a message that it was done. When the time came, he would personally bring his men over and then escort the Nettle Wolf all the way to Hefei. Naturally, there was no need to worry about security. He would be accompanied by 10 bodyguards. As for the official issue, he took care of that too, and no one will be looking for trouble. So, 2 days later, Yi Fan and Xiaorou, who were waiting in the studio, met this jitterbug one, crazy little goat guy. Hello, you're Fu Qing, aren't you? And Xiaorou, Netflix Wolf. Brother Lam told his bodyguard to wait outside and walked into the studio himself. As soon as he walked in, Brother Lam greeted him very politely. Finally, seeing the giant wolf in the crowd, he couldn't help but see his eyes light up. Nettle Wolf, at last we meet. On Brother Lam's face, a sincere smile covered his face. At the same time, seeing Brother Lam appear, there was a small commotion inside the studio. Lamby, he's coming. Ouch. More handsome in person than on camera. It's really him. Wait for an autograph. The studio staff, for the most part, had their eyes lit up. As self-publishers, there wouldn't be many who haven't heard of Brother Lam. There were even some fans of Brother Lam in the audience. The crowd was a little excited to see this super netizen on their doorstep now. The bottom line, of course, is that Lamby is more than just a super internet sensation. He is now also a young and successful entrepreneur. Many young people see it as a struggle. And naturally, this is even more true inside the studio, where young people are predominant. As a matter of fact, even Fu Qing, as the boss, was a bit excited. Her pretty face reddened with excitement, and she rushed to meet them. Brother Lam? Welcome. Come on over and sit down and have a cup of tea. Fu Qing greeted them warmly. Don't look at the fact that she had made a lot of demands on Brother Little Sheep before this, but in reality, she also admired Brother Little Sheep very much. Zoe similarly smiled. She naturally had respect for such a great senior. Only Nettlewolf was more subdued. Well, in fact, Yi Fan also somewhat admired Brother Lamb. But now, with himself bursting into flames as well, he felt that there was no need for him to worship Brother Lamb, because what used to be an unattainable existence for him had now become within reach. If anything, previously, Yi Fan's founding of the Three Wolves Company and his desire to take on Brother Little Sheep's three sheep was just whimsical. Now, then, with endless traffic in his hands, he's slightly more qualified to poke at the sky. To put it another way, Lambie could be the day of shakeology. But now, he was qualified to arm wrestle with the other side. Even the sky, slightly, is going to tilt in his favor. As in this moment, the little goat brother who revealed his kindness to him. Sure, Yi Fan now, can only be considered to be on the rise, really want to fight against the sky, or almost mean. So he didn't mind befriending Brother Lamb for the time being, whether it is to paralyze the other side, or to take advantage of the other side, some superficial work, or to do. And so it was, as Brother Lamb looked on in amazement, a trace of a humanized smile appeared on Nettle Wolf's wolf face. Holy, that's still evil. Seeing the expression on the Nettle Wolf's face, Brother Lamb was shocked in his heart. Having only just made contact, he already realized that the coyote in front of him was unlike any pet. Even those dogs that claim to be very intelligent are definitely no match for him. Perhaps it is a humanized coyote. Thinking this way, Brother Lamb smiled as he walked over and exchanged pleasantries with Fu Qing and the others. Of course, he hadn't forgotten his mission here. Soon, Brother Lamb then finished dealing with Fu Qing and took away Yi Fan and Xiao Rou. Brother Lamb was also bold enough to share a car with Nettle Wolf and Xiao Rou. However, very quickly, Yi Fan understood Brother Lamb's intentions. After he sat in the passenger seat, Hershey pulled out his cell phone and took a selfie video. Inside the video, in addition to the smiling Brother Lamb, the Netflix wolf and Xiao Rou, who were sitting in the back seat, he was also out of the picture. This video was posted online and once again caused a strong stir. Chapter 197. A welcome from the Three Wolves. Crap, what is this? I had 3 doubts before, but now I'm completely convinced. My god, Brother Lamb really invited the Netflix wolf. Is this still fake? Little Sheep Brother is sitting in the same car with Netflix wolf. Little Sheep Brother's face is so beat up, not saying a word, smiling wickedly there. Ha ha ha, if I were in a car with Nettle Wolf, I'd be even more proud of myself than he is. Brothers, Brother Little Sheep is really bullish. Don't forget, Netflix wolf is my than the Tibetan side of the Brother Little Sheep. This is personally go over to invite him back. Bull asterisk 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 bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm going to give you 100 kudos, Brother Lamb. It's awesome. I thought Brother Lamb was joking before, but I didn't expect him to really invite Netflix wolf. He's got the guts. It's almost as big as his energy. It's so awesome. I am going to be a fan of Brother Lamb even though I'm a fan of Netflix wolf. He executes so well. Who said it is not it? Said to invite Netflix wolf. This is not even to 2 days it. Really invited. I am not ambiguous. This month's salary of $3,000 will brush to the little goat brother. Very well, since Brother Little Sheep has invited the Netflix wolves, our wolf clan army can't help but join in the fun. Ha ha, count me in. Our wolf army is going to have some fun with the sheep. A new sensation has resurfaced as the video shot by Lambie has been circulating online. The whole video, only 8 or 9 seconds, no talking voice, no background music, but the shock to the netizens is unparalleled. Brother Lamb, it's really awesome. Surprisingly, the Netflix wolf was invited. Now, more people are coming up for air in anticipation of the live broadcast of the collaboration between Brother Lamb and Netflix wolf. That would be so nice. Three Sheep headquarters building. Early in the morning, the woman with millions of followers, Netflix 40, came over to clock in for work. As soon as she got to work today, she sensed something different about the company. The entrance to the company, Hershey had been decorated once, with flowers and balloons. Wow, which big shot is this to invite over? 40 saw the stance and immediately understood. This is who the company has hired to come on the air again, but for the past 2 days, she's been on vacation and really doesn't know. Soon the answer was revealed. For when he came to the main entrance, 40 he saw a conspicuous banner of red cloth. It clearly reads, "Welcome to the Three Sheep by Netflix Wolf." Ah, Nettle Wolf. 40 immediately, her beautiful eyes lit up and she trotted into the company. Upon walking into the office, she was again amazed. The company, which is usually somewhat solemn and serious, is now festooned with lights and joy. There were flowers, balloons, ribbons everywhere. Several of the live rooms, in particular, seem to have been redecorated to look new and festive. Mastermind, is Nettle Wolf really coming over today? 40 walks in and sees Big Goat, who is personally setting up the scene, and immediately pulls him in and asks that although he had taken a vacation for 2 days, 40 naturally had some knowledge about the dynamics of the Netflix wolves, as well as the state of the company. Immediately after Brother Lamb tried to poach Netflix Wolf earlier, the action began to unfold. Just the action seems unfavorable, and then only able to retreat. Invited him go lay live once, but the success rate of such things is not that high, even if they are 3 sheep. On the other side, it's a Netflix Wolf. But now, seeing the company's setup, 40 immediately realized that the Netflix Wolf was really coming through. Otherwise, Big Goat certainly wouldn't have screwed up like that without getting the exact information. From the situation at hand, 40 is also acutely aware of the importance that Brother Sheepy and Brother Big Sheepy place on the Netflix Wolf. You know, even if they, the 10 million netizens, jumped over, they didn't have such a big battle. But think about it, that's a Netflix Wolf. Although the other party was not coming over to settle in, the benefits that could be brought about by even a single cooperative live broadcast were unimaginable. That's right, when the time comes, when people come, all give me a good reception. No, the wolf is coming. Brother Big Goat returned, with a remark that caused the company to laugh. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the inside of the company was thoroughly set up. When you walk in here, there is absolutely no trace of the seriousness and coldness of the workplace, only full of warmth. Looking at such a scene, the crowd couldn't help but look forward to it. Is that internet celebrity wolf that made such a big fuss on the internet really going to come here? With regards to the abilities of Little Goat Brother and Big Goat Brother, 40 and the others naturally did not have the slightest doubt, but the fact that the other guy was a Netflix wolf and invited him over to live broadcast was so metaphysical that they all had a sense of unreality. 40, who was a fan of the Netflix wolf, had been a little distracted all morning, looking outside every now and then, not to mention her, but everyone else in the company as well. Anyone who knew the Netflix wolf was coming was all but in no mood to work. Some of the people who were on vacation today even came back. Such treatment, even the arrival of the average big star, did not. Only the Netflix wolf has that kind of appeal and attraction. 11 o'clock in the morning, Big Goat, who was also a bit dazed, answered a phone call and immediately darted downstairs. What? It's here. I'm going down there. One word, and Big Goat is gone. The company immediately became rowdy. Holy, is the Netflix wolf really here? It's too good, isn't it? Working here in 3 sheep, not only can you often see the stars, but now you can also see the Netflix wolf. It's worth it. Ah, we're going to see the Nettle wolf. Hurry up and set up your cell phone and take a picture later. I'm going to take a picture too, and then I'll post a friend circle and envy my relatives and friends. Ha ha. Before Nettle wolf even arrived, there was just a lot of laughter inside the company. As the comedian inside the company, Lin Tianqi directly ran over to the elevator entrance to let off steam. 5 minutes later, he came running back with a leap on his face. It's coming. It's coming. Come on. Come on. Come on. Lin Tianqi let out a loud roar, and 40 and the others immediately flew to the entrance of the company, automatically and consciously arranging themselves. Just then, too, a sound of talking and footsteps came from around the corner. Soon, a group of people appeared in the sight of 40 and the others. A few people swept their gazes and quickly settled on the huge wolf shadow in the crowd. The Netflix wolf. It really is a Netflix wolf. Snap. Snap. Just then, I don't know who clapped, and then it was to cause a chain like. A large number of applause sounded. Slap. This warm applause. It wasn't clear if it was for Brother Lamb, or if it was used to welcome Nettle Wolf, or, perhaps, both. You guys. Hearing the applause, Brother Lamb shook his head and smiled, but was quite satisfied. Big Goat saw this and smiled. He hadn't deliberately arranged for anyone to welcome him, all because this was a Netflix wolf. He knew that even if he didn't arrange it, 40 and the others couldn't be indifferent. Fittingly, all of the 3 wolves, for the arrival of the Nettle wolves, gave a warm welcome. Chapter 198 Netflix Wolf Drinking Coconut Juice. In the welcome ceremony spontaneously formed by all the colleagues of 3 wolves, Yi Fan and Xiao Rou walked into 3 Sheep Company. 3 Sheep Company, no less, is the leader in webcasting. The company is wide and spacious, and the atmosphere is evident everywhere. And let's not forget the 3 Sheep Company headquarters, which is an entire building. And now, what Yi Fan and Xiao Rou had come to was only one of the floors of the other party's headquarters building. Looking around, on Yi Fan and Xiao Rou's faces, smiles soon appeared. They could see the enthusiasm of Brother Lamb and the others in the way the company was set up. The banners at the entrance, all kinds of lights and decorations, all can see the importance of the other side. Such attention made both Yi Fan and Xiao Rou very flattered. After all, the other party was the crazy little lamb brother. Go, 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 this way. Brother Lamb continued to lead the way. 40 and others then began to rise up. Nettle Wolf, I'm a fan. Nettle Wolf, do you really understand us? Look this way. It looks so big and awesome. 40 and the others murmured, all unable to resist gathering around. That look had the feel of a fan meeting a favorite. Lin Tianqi, The comedian even had the audacity to touch on the nettle wolf. Big Goat was startled at the sight. "What are you guys doing? Don't huddle here, get back to your posts." He hurriedly dispersed the crowd. It's a small thing to scare the nettle wolf when 40 and others are that crazy, but it's a big deal if it causes the nettle wolf to go crazy as well. Seeing that the crowd's enthusiasm did not diminish, Brother Big Goat had to name them. 40, T-on-chi, and Mouth. "You guys hurry up and go away. You hear me?" Big Goat's tone of voice even lowered a bit, his brow furrowed. 40 and others then collected themselves and retreated with some reluctance. But Mouth is also bold and couldn't resist touching a nettle wolf before he left. Sensing the small movements of these people, Yi Fan cried and laughed. "These guys? I'm not a pretty girl. What's there to touch?" He also didn't bother with 40 at all. In fact, 40 and others are considered very restrained. If he were to switch to the group of people on the national highway, Yi Fan would have his hair plucked clean if he dared to walk into the middle of the crowd. Overall, 40 and others are a little crazy, but nowhere near as crazy as the people there on the national road. So when he encountered this situation, Yi Fan treated it as a small scene. Brother Little Sheep and Brother Big Sheep continued to lead Yi Fan and Xiao Rou. Walking in, "Zoe, what do you want to drink? And what about Nettle Wolf? Is there anything you want to drink? I have it all here." After Brother Little Sheep made the one man and one wolf sit down, he inquired enthusiastically. As a successful entrepreneur at such a young age, Brother Lamb is also very brash. "The company has everything you need, no matter what the drink is, and it's all free." Zoe wasn't polite either. "I'll have a Coke." Along the way, Brother Lamb took the initiative to open up the conversation, mostly with Zoe. After a while, the two of them got to know each other a little better. After Xiao Rou finished her report, she didn't forget about Nettle Wolf and immediately asked, "What about you, Nettle Wolf? Do you want a Coke?" Yi Fan shook his head. Zoe wasn't in a hurry and continued, "How about Sprite? Or orange juice?" Yi Fan still shook his head. The Big Goat brother next to him was a bit dumbfounded when he saw this. Rou is really communicating with Nettle Wolf here. This is too amazing. As for Brother Lamb, he also had an expression of awe. He'd seen the little soft cyber wolf exchanges quite a few times now at the fucking studio and on the road, but every time he saw it, he was still shocked. That's a coyote. It's quite a feat to be able to communicate with humans. Soon, though, Brother Lamb was relieved again. If Nettle Wolf wasn't so divine, he wouldn't be called Nettle Wolf. "Okay, coconut milk it is then." Just then, Xiao Rou's voice sounded again. Yet she had already confirmed from the mouth of the Nettle Wolf that the Nettle Wolf wanted to drink something. Brother De Yang hurriedly asked someone to bring it over. Only that a strange look still couldn't help but flash across his face. A coyote that actually asked for coconut water. It's still a long time to live. Brother Lamb, however, can already keep his face impassive. Based on his time online, and after combining it with his personal experiences, he came to the conclusion that it was perfectly fine to treat a cyberwolf like a person. An adult. Yes, just adults. With this in mind, Little Sheepy entertained the Netflix wolf up, not so tied up. Of course, he wasn't as good as Ro and was able to understand what Nettle Wolf was saying. Next, Brother Lamb exchanged words with Xiao Rou again, and every now and then, he would talk about the topic shifting to the Nettle Wolf. He did this, in fact, to familiarize himself with Nettle Wolf and Zoe as soon as possible. After all, when the time came to go live with Nettle Wolf, he was going to be there in person. If it comes down to it, and his two don't work well together, or if he doesn't play well, it's going to be a problem. So Brother Lamb kept looking for opportunities to familiarize himself with one man and one wolf up. Brother Big Goat was beside him, interjecting a word every now and then to mix things up. There's a chance he'll be along for the ride when the time comes. It doesn't hurt to familiarize yourself with it ahead of time. As he was talking, someone came over with a tray. On top of that is none other than Coke and coconut water. "Hey, just put it here." Brother De Yang was about to say a word when he suddenly froze and looked at the man who came in with the drinks in surprise. It was originally taken by an assistant, but now this assistant, however, had turned into a delicate woman with a ponytail, big eyes and a melon face. 40, you, Big Goat froze. 40 had smiled sweetly and asked, Master, would you and Master like something to drink?" With that said, 40's eyes kept glancing at the nettlesome wolf next to him. The purpose of her personally serving tea was naturally that she wanted to get more exposure to Nettlewolf. "I'll just have a Coke too," Brother Lamb rambled on. Big Goat, however, gave 40 a hard stare. 40 grabbed the tray, spat out his tongue, hemmed and hawed, and promptly left. But next, 40 used various means to keep mixing up the parlor. It would be fine if that was all there was to it. 40 behavior that seems to infect others, so much so, that there were already quite a few people who had also begun to steal glances at Nettlewolf up. Brother Lamb and Brother Big Goat cried and laughed at the sight. The next time he tried to stop it, though, it didn't seem to work. all because of the time lapse. It was already time for the noon meal. At this meal time, it's a free-for-all, so you can eat in the cafeteria or order your own takeout. However, these guys usually run fast, and today, one by one, they didn't go anywhere, just gather around the parlor side of the room, a strong huddle. Seeing this, Big Goat was about to move at once, and looking at this stance, he wanted to drive the people away. Brother Lamb hurriedly pulled Brother Big Sheep back, and with a twinkle in his eye, he thought of another good idea. Don't these guys love to watch Netflix wolves? So let them have a good time. Chapter 199, Meeting the Nettle Wolf. Lunch. Brother Lamb asked about Yifan and Xiao Ro's tastes and directly had the meal sent into the parlor. 40 this ninny, again, came in with a tray. Little Sheepy and Big Sheepy don't even have the face to look at it. However, before 40 left, Brother Little Sheep suddenly said, "Oh 40, go and inform everyone to come here for dinner." Ha, oh, 40 at his words, he was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly agreed and left with a smile on his face. "Brother, what are you?" Big Goat was a little strange. Brother Lamb explained, "Instead of having these guys come over endlessly, I'd rather show them a good time. Otherwise, these guys will run and mess up again later during the live broadcast." After explaining to Big Sheep Brother, Little Sheep Brother turned to Little Soft Nettle Wolf and explained, "You too, you won't mind, will you? My staff here are a bit naughty." Hearing this, Xiao Ro turned her head to look, and after realizing that the Nettle Wolves didn't have any abnormal reactions, she also laughed and said, "It's nothing, in fact, their reactions are quite normal. I used to be dying to stick my eyes on Nettle Wolf when I first met him. That's when I thought, this coyote is really rare." Hearing this, Brother Little Sheep and Brother Big Sheep were naturally relieved. Immediately afterward, 40 literally walked in with a large group of people with lunch. Come, all of you. Don't be afraid. It's the master who sent us." 40 laughed as he walked away. Behind her, Lin Tianqi, Mouth, and Xiao Huang and Xiao Qiao, who had just gotten off the air, all walked in to join in the fun. In fact, they both knew that looking around like that would cause Brother Lamb to get upset with Brother Big Lamb, but there's no way around it. It's just too rare to be a Netflix wolf. They weren't like this in the past when the big stars were here, with the exception of Netflix Wolf. And now, since Brother Lamb had ordered it, they naturally came over with courage. Brother Lamb's face darkened. Big Goat, on the other hand, laughed bitterly. Although they were the ones who let these people come over, the fact that so many people had come over now still made them a little depressed. These guys, they're too nonchalant. Don't you know how to behave? It wasn't the whole company that came running, but there were dozens of them. It's also a good thing their parlor is so big, otherwise it wouldn't even fit, and there is no need to describe what happened next. 40 and the others sat down cheerfully immediately after realizing that Little Goat and Big Goat weren't very angry. Then there's Little Yellow, Little Joe, Mouth and others. The others, after seeing that all these anchors were fine, also looked for a place to sit down. Only next, these people were completely uninterested in eating, and almost all of them took out their cell phones and either took pictures or recorded videos. Brother Goat and Brother Big Goat cried and laughed. And so, after an hour of this farcical situation, it finally came to an end. The crowd gradually dispersed. 40 this guy, however, is obviously still a thief. After leaving, he suddenly came up to the Nettle Wolf. "Nettle Wolf, I'm going to go live later. If you're free, can you show up at my live room for a bit? It would be really cool if you could appear inside my live broadcast." At the end of the sentence, 40 was so excited that her pretty face turned red. She's really into Netflix wolves, especially after making contact and seeing that the Nettle Wolf could actually communicate with people. Her eyes became shiny and sparkling like stars when she looked at the Nettle Wolf. Hearing this, Brother Little Sheep and Brother Big Sheep looked at each other, but did not open their mouths to refuse. 40 is also very smart. "I can't believe I thought to invite Netflix Wolf. It was kind of a near water practice, and they didn't stop it. After all, if Netflix Wolf went to 40's live room, it would certainly bring a lot of popularity to 40 as well. 40 the higher the popularity, the better it is for them, naturally. I just don't know if Nettle Wolf will say yes." Just as Little Sheep Brother and Big Sheep Brother were thinking like this, Little Yellow and the others, who were originally about to leave, immediately also had their eyes light up. "Ah, Nettle Wolf, why don't you go hang out in my live room too? And me, Netflix Wolf, I'm Mighty Mouth, and my motto is, be mighty. Cyber Wolf, I like you a lot too. Are you able to come to my live room as a guest for a bit?" Several anchors, all with a look of longing. Hearing 40's words, the girls also reacted and rushed to hug their thighs. Seeing this, Brother Lamb hurriedly said, "Aya, what are you guys doing?" Big Goat also reacted quickly. "Yeah, don't be ridiculous. They wouldn't say anything if it was just a 40 invitation." But now that so many people had stopped it, there was another question as to whether or not it would be offensive to Nettle Wolf. so they had to stand up to the perverts. Ro didn't think anything of it. The situation at hand, in her opinion, was the same as these people wanting to see and interact with the Nettle Wolf. With Netflix Wolf being so hot, it must be normal for them to want to be invited to the booth for a bit. But it's still the same thing. Most importantly, it's still the opinion of Netflix Wolf. So then, Xiao Ro turned to Netflix Wolf and asked, Netflix Wolf, do they all want to invite you to go to the live broadcast room for a bit? It doesn't have to be for long. Show your face or stay for a few minutes. That's all. Do you agree? Hearing this, 40 and the others' faces instantly moved. It seemed like there was something in the air. Zoe doesn't seem to mind. But what about Nettle Wolf? Next, for a moment, as the crowd watched in surprise, Nettle Wolf nodded in agreement. Ah, great! 40 screamed, living like a devoted fan who had gotten his idol's autograph. The rest of Little Yellow and the others were also overjoyed. As for Brother Little Sheep and Brother Big Sheep, naturally, they were also joyful in their hearts. By inviting Netflix Wolf over, they actually not only put a lot of energy into it, but actually paid for it. It's not unusual. Netflix Wolf, after all, is unlike any other Netflix. Other netizens, when they receive an invitation from Brother Little Sheep, I'm afraid they don't have to pay any money and come with their asses on the line. But Netflix Wolves are different. His flow is even stronger than that of the current Little Lamb. Not sure if it will stabilize yet, but they definitely benefit more from inviting him live now. So this time, Brother Lamb really did pay the Netflix Wolf to come over. And the payoff is pretty good. And now, Netflix Wolf is directly equivalent to saving them a ton of money if they're willing to stand up for 40 and others. The value of the traffic that comes with it, at the same time, is incalculable. In addition, Brother Little Sheep and Brother Big Sheep realized that Netflix Wolf going to the live room of 40 and the others would invariably bring a lot of traffic to their side. By that time, when they officially start broadcasting, I'm afraid that the fans of 40 and others will be divided to come to their side. Alright, you've been annoying Nettle Wolf for so long. Hurry up! I'll arrange for Netflix Wolf to go to your live room later. Little Sheepy instantly bombarded the people, but the joy in his eyes couldn't be hidden. Chapter 200 The Nettlesome Wolf Who Went Through 3 Sheep. Hello, everyone, this is 40, and today, it's a pleasure to meet you all again. Today's broadcast is special, and why is that? Because I have a special guest today. This guest of honor. It took me a lot of effort to get him to come here, but he can't stay long, and he can only stay for a few minutes. It's a recent hit. Anyone want to guess? 40 put on her makeup and turned on the live stream with exquisite sophistication. The live chat room was quickly populated. 3,000, 5,000, 8,000, 10,000. It ended up settling at over 10K. These are big fans of the 40. They were somewhat surprised to find that 40, today, seemed extraordinarily happy. Then, upon hearing 40's words, the fans were surprised again. Invited a guest. Oh, who is it? It can't be Brother Lamb, can it? Ha ha, how can that be? Brother Lamb often gives 40 assistant broadcasts. How can he be considered a guest? That's his master. Who the hell is that? It's been hot lately. Isn't Brother Lamb hot? Don't be so one-dimensional upstairs. First of all, excluding Little Goat Brother Big Goat Brother, who's hot these days? It's been hot lately. And who else? But Netflix Wolf. What? 40 to hire a Netflix Wolf? How is that possible? Even though 40 has 10 million followers, it's still a bit difficult to hire a Netflix Wolf. Ha, stupid. You guys forget where 40 is working now. She's now Brother Sheep's protege. And Brother Sheep, did you all miss it? He invited Netflix Wolf to Huffay. What? So the guest of honor that 40 was talking about is really a Netflix Wolf? I guess so. Who is it that's been so hot lately and can only stay for a little while? If not Nettle Wolf. Hey, I'm coming on strong when it comes to Netflix Wolves. I've recently joined the Wolf Army. Whoa, upstairs is also from the Wolf Army. It's fate. Oh, this is not surprising. The Wolf Clan's army has now grown into every field. Upstairs is incorrect. It's not the Wolf Army that has grown into all fields. It's the Netflix Wolf that has probed all fields, including the handsome me. Okay, stop swiping for a second. I want to see Netflix Wolf. Looking at the netizens' comments that became wildly enthusiastic, 40's delicate face was blossoming with smiles. The Netflix Wolf lives up to its name. Now she's just mentioning it, and the enthusiasm of these fans is being mobilized in droves. Not only are the comments bristling, but even the gifts are flying. You know, since the transformation into a bandwagon anchor, the gifts that 40 receives are less. It's mostly those fans who have switched up their support and are supporting her by placing orders. But now, the mere mention of Nettlewolf had her gift count trending back to the top again. Of course, what pleased 40 the most was the number of people in the live broadcast room, which began to rapidly soar up from a stable 10,000 or so, 20,000, 30,000, 50,000, 000. 40 can't stop laughing. She knew that her earlier move of invitation had been very wise. Otherwise, with her original popularity, where would this kind of pomp and circumstance come from? At this time, noticing the comments from the fans, 40 also laughed. It seems like Nettlewolf is really hot. Casually, everyone is able to associate him. Okay, since everyone guessed it, I won't say anymore. Now please, Net, Red, Wolf, 40 word for word, and solemnly proclaimed it up. She invited her hands to the side. Almost at the same time, a huge wolf shadow broke inside the shot. Who else could it be if not Netflix Wolf? And really invited the Netflix Wolf here. 66,666. In fact, if 40 wants to invite the Net Red Wolf, it is very easy. After all, the little sheep brother will Net Red Wolf invited over. Maybe now the Net Red Wolf appeared here. Is the arrangement of the little sheep brother? Deliberately let the Net Red Wolf to 40 to support the scene it. But no matter what, Net Red Wolf's face still have to give. Reward. The right vanguard of the Wolf Clan's army has arrived. Ha ha, that's right, the Nettle Wolf appeared here. So don't blame me for throwing money at people. Give it to me. It's so lively. I'm going. When did 40's live room have 80,000 people? Upstairs is late, isn't it? The Netflix wolves are all here. And it's perfectly normal for more than 40 or so tens of thousands of people to watch. That's right, Netflix Wolf. This is a super phenomenal Netflix that hardly appears in a year. His existence is traffic. Where the Netflix wolves are, our wolf army is. Wolves are where people are. Wolves die. I poo-poo. That's the wrong thing to say. Congrats to 40 for hugging a big leg. Delete Brother Lamb. Ha ha, upstairs don't be so detrimental. Okay, and let 40 to delete the little sheep brother. According to me to kick the little sheep brother on the line. And then recognize the Net Red Wolf as a master. I go. You guys are also too ruthless, right? Little sheep brother to 40 to bring the flow is still very big. In the past every time to help broadcasting can give 40 live room number of people rush to 100,000 it. I go. Now also 100,000. When I did not say. Looking at the number of people in the live room that had risen crazily, 40 was also a bit confused. Even if Brother Lamb helps with the broadcast, it's just like that. Nope. Perhaps Brother Lamb is no match for the Netflix Wolf. 40 no. Little sheep brother to help broadcast. Although able to make her live room to reach more than 100,000 people, but this 100,000 people inside, but there is also a lot of water. All because normally, if there was not enough traffic in the live room, someone on the side of the three wolves would be in charge of buying traffic and viewers for the anchors. And let's not even talk about 40. Even when Brother Lamb was on the air, he spent a lot of money on this. Otherwise, those hundreds of thousands of people, how did they get there? Do you really think people nowadays are so idle that they watch live broadcasts all day long? But now what? 40 can be sure that their side is not buying traffic to buy viewers, because usually if they buy it when there are less than 10,000 people. And now, with over 10,000 people on the air as soon as she opens, it's clear that she doesn't have to buy it. That is to say, the current number of 100,000 is not her own popularity. These are viewers that are entirely brought in by Netflix wolves. This is too much of a stretch. 40 spat out his tongue. Staggering. She knew that inviting Netflix Wolf over would definitely bring in a wave of traffic. But I didn't expect that it would bring so much traffic. The number of people in her live broadcast room directly doubled tenfold. And it's not even remotely close to stopping. Realizing this, 40 was so excited that he didn't know what to say. Immediately afterward, she came back to her senses and immediately began the live bandwagon for the day. 40 understood very well that the Nettle Wolf was here, was not going to stay long, and would only be able to dabble himself for a few minutes. So 40 hurry up and start bandwagoning up, attempting to sell a product first with the explosion of traffic that Netflix Wolf brings. But the next thing that 40 didn't expect was that no one would place an order after they had sold themselves. What's going on here? 40 froze. Chapter 201 Netflix Wolf Bandwagon Lipstick. Well, while 40 was live, Little Goat and Big Goat were also following this side. They had already thought of waiting until after Netflix Wolf had appeared in 40 and the others' live broadcasts to attract enough traffic from the powder. The two of them flowed out their hands and pulled Netflix Wolf over to get all the traffic in one fell swoop. Of course, before that, Little Goat and Big Goat didn't forget to keep an eye on the live broadcast situation of 40 and the others. It would also be excellent if 40 at all could pick up the Netflix Wolf traffic. And now, Brother Lamb is asking about exactly what is going on at 40 Live. He knew that at this point 40 had turned off the bounty feature and then taken the opportunity to bring in the goods. Even if you catch the traffic from Netflix Wolf to sell a pop-up product, you're making a lot of money. No one's buying. Just then, the assistant checked the data and replied to Brother Lamb. What? Brother Lamb was stunned. Brother Big Goat winked back. No one is buying. What's going on? In the meantime, the 40 inside the live room was also full of confusion. She was also a little incredulous when the assistant announcer next to her told her that no one was buying it. The item she was selling, an Armani lipstick, wasn't so bad that there wasn't a single person there, even though she introduced it a bit quickly in order to hurry. How is it possible that no one placed an order? You know, usually she sells goods, not to say 1,000 orders, but a few hundred. What's going on here? How can fewer people place orders when it's clear that Netflix Wolf is bringing in more traffic? Could it be that the target users don't match? The so-called target user is the one who sells the goods. You know, the thing about selling is that you actually have to find the right people. After all, there's still a limit to how many times a fan can support it. If you want to sell your products for a long time, not only do you need to have good quality products at a good price, but you also need to have a demand for them from your fans. So it's because Netflix Wolf brings in fans that don't need lipstick? But the question is, where are her original fans? Have they all been squeezed out? How is that possible? 40 amazed beyond belief. He looked toward the comments section, trying to pick up some clues. It turned out to be really something for her. Hey, what's going on? 40, how do you introduce yourself? Yeah, haven't you seen Netflix Wolf live? Let Netflix Wolf introduce you? Ha, we've been watching 40 introductions so much. We do want to see how the Netflix Wolves are introduced. Interesting, I also want to see. For the time being, not to buy. To see how the Net Red Wolf introduced. For the time being, introduced well. We will order under a few more orders does not matter. Right, 40. It's not that we're bullying you, but we have to give the Netflix Wolf a little room to play. You can't let the Netflix Wolf be the backdrop, right? Let the Netflix Wolves be the backdrop. We, the Wolf Clan Army, are the first to refuse. I Right Pioneer also disagree. Let 40 see how our wolf god sells goods. Seeing the comments from the netizens, 40 stared with wide, beautiful eyes, or she didn't understand the netizen fans. Quite simply, these people who are here because of Netflix Wolf are more interested in seeing Netflix Wolf bring the goods. As for her original fans, they were also taken askew and wanted to see how the Netflix Wolf carried herself. That's why no one has placed an order until now. They're all waiting here. Understanding that, 40 couldn't help but be dumbfounded. In the meantime, Brother Little Sheep and Brother Big Sheep looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh bitterly as well. This is such a clear case of clamoring for attention. But it's not surprising. Netflix Wolf's traffic is not comparable to a lukewarm 10 million female Netflix like 40. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he is now as good as it gets. I'm afraid that even the two brothers will have to retreat 3 feet by then. 40 being overpowered by him must have been normal too. It's just that they didn't expect the fans to want to mess with it so much that they'd let the Netflix Wolves bring the goods. It's not that it won't work. Netflix Wolf's ability to carry a live stream has been evident for a long time. But now, the first item 40 brought was a lipstick. What's the Netflix Wolf going to carry with this lipstick? He couldn't have tested it on top of his own wolf mouth, could he? That would be funny, but would anyone really buy it? By this time, 40 was also very skeptical. She was a little regretful that she had been the first to get her lipstick out. She actually has a scarf in this live stream, and that one should be suitable for the Netflix Wolf bandwagon. But now, it's too late to say anything. You can't just remove the lipstick and replace it with a scarf, can you? In that case, I don't know if the fans will be able to take it. After all, right now, what Netflix fans want to see would be Netflix Wolf bandwagon lipsticks. 40 also giggled at the thought. As for the scenario of being robbed of the limelight and attention by the Netflix Wolf, 40 doesn't care. She knew her position very well, and she was the one who had pulled Nettlewolf over in the first place. So if she complained about being jealous of Nettlewolf because of that, wouldn't she be a bad woman? Of course, none of that matters. What matters is how the Netflix Wolf is going to carry the lipstick. Seeing a little bit of time pass, 40 was in a hurry. She'd already made an appointment with Brother Lamb to take Netflix Wolf live, only for 5 minutes, and then she'd let it go to the other anchors. This time was also calculated to be 5 minutes for each anchor, with absolutely no delays. Otherwise, it will affect the live broadcasts of Little Goat and Big Goat later on. In that case, naturally, the loss would outweigh the gain. But now, do we really have to watch time slip away and not be able to sell a single lipstick? 40 was even able to think that by the time Nettlewolf was gone like that, his own live room might be in shambles. After all, if you can't sell the lipstick, it's highly likely that it will affect the sales of the later stuff as well. What to do? 40 was in a hurry and glanced at the Nettlewolf next to her, then suddenly clenched her teeth and asked, Nettlewolf, why don't you carry this lipstick? Is that okay? Saying this, 40 directly handed the lipstick in his hand to the Nettlewolf. There was nothing she could do now but beat a dead horse and hand it over to Nettlewolf. I'm also not sure if Nettlewolf will, or simply didn't get it. At the thought, a trace of bitterness flashed across 40's face, and she felt that she had, in all likelihood, played it off. But just then, something that made 40 unexpected happened. When confronted with the lipstick handed over by 40, Nettle Wolf surprisingly reached out and took it directly. Extended paw to take it, to be precise. 40 froze for a moment. As a result, while she was frozen, the Nettle Wolf had already caught the lipstick in his paw, and then reached towards 40's pretty face. 40 froze. The next second, a scratching sensation came. Nettle Wolf clamped on her lipstick as if she had drawn something on her face. The netizens in the live broadcast room froze. Looking at it from their angle, they suddenly realized that as the Nettle Wolf stopped moving, a love heart had suddenly appeared on 40's delicate melon face. Pink love hearts. Nettle Wolf went so far as to draw a pink love heart on 40's face. Boom! The live feed roared. Chapter 202, The Netflix Wolf God Carries Goods. And the crowd is stunned. At this time, the netizen fans in the live stream froze. Ha ha ha, what's this about Nettle Wolf? Love? Oh, is this an expression of love to 40? What expression of love? Nettle Wolf is showing us this, but I don't know if it's Nettle Wolf's good drawing or 40's good looks. This picture is very melting. I also feel like Netflix Wolf is showing us how. I just thought he was going to put lipstick on his own mouth, but I didn't realize he turned his hand and drew a love heart on 40's face. Again, I was greatly surprised. It's worthy of being a Netflix Wolf. Yeah, that's the Netflix Wolf routine. This lipstick color is very pretty. Netflix Wolf sure knows how to sell goods. Ha! It looks like it's impossible not to buy it. I'll buy a few and draw on the faces of a few of my girlfriends for fun. Don't brag upstairs. One girlfriend is enough. Ha ha, this is the same lipstick as the Netflix Wolf, so when you buy it for your girlfriend, you'll have something to talk about. Looking back, the netizens were all smiles, have been amazed by the operation of the Nettle Wolf. Everyone knows that the Netflix Wolf sells, but perhaps because of Fu Qing deliberately for the sake of the Net Red Wolf a few live down, sell goods are closely related to his West. Even if it's not relevant, it's still useful. This will make it relatively easy for the Netflix Wolf to bring up the goods. But this time, 40 is different. She didn't know in advance that Nettle Wolf would come to her live room. So naturally, she hadn't prepared goods that were suitable for Nettle Wolf to go and bring. There was no doubt that the lipstick that 40 was currently going to carry was not associated with the Nettle Wolf, and he couldn't use it. But what never occurred to me was that after Netflix Wolf got his hands on the lipstick, he came up with a tawdry maneuver and used it on 40. It's not even lip paint, but an original drawing of a love heart. Such a move naturally drew another big surprise from the netizens. The surprise was followed by strong recognition. 40 also looked back with hindsight, her beautiful eyes lighting up. She'd found out what Nettle Wolf was doing through her cell phone. 2. Surprisingly, on his face, he drew a love heart. Don't tell me, it's kinda cute. 40's surprise. Naturally, she understood that Nettle Wolf was trying to sell lipstick in a different way. One more look at the netizens' comments, and 40 suddenly his spirits rose again. Sure, it doesn't matter what the online reviews say. What matters is whether or not anyone places an order. 40 even looked to his assistant. The assistant immediately understood what 40 meant and immediately checked it out. Then said in surprise, so many people have placed orders. 1,000 orders, 2,000 orders, holy, 10,000 orders are gone. The assistant's eyes widened with disbelief. What? 40 sniffed and froze. The lipsticks, this time, were quite expensive, so they didn't prepare many orders. It's only 10,000 orders. Of course, even if it's only 10,000 orders, that's a hard amount for 40 to accomplish. They usually sell 1,000 units, which is pretty good, but what was never expected. Now, in the blink of an eye, 10,000 orders are gone. I can't believe it was empty in seconds. 40 instantly filled with great surprise. Nettle Wolf. 40 couldn't help but squeal. In the past, this kind of sales speed and achievement only occurred when her master was around. But now, she pulls online Red Wolf, and surprisingly, she does the same. 10,000 orders of lipstick, really sold out. Oh my god. 40 looking at the Nettle Wolf, he just felt how he looked and how he liked it. In the meantime, Brother Little Sheep and Brother Big Sheep looked at each other and laughed bitterly again. Holy, Brother Lamb marveled. I couldn't sell a single lipstick for 40 just now, but now after the Netflix Wolf went out, it sold 10,000 units in the blink of an eye and sold out. The difference between before and after is too great. Big Goat was also stumped for a moment, but looking back, both of them were overjoyed. Still, 40 benefits, and so do they. Now that 40 is selling out lipsticks, I'm sure other things. Next, we'll see some increase in sales. And next, as if to confirm this idea, when 40 reluctantly sends Nettle Wolf away, he introduces the new product again. To 40's surprise, even if Netflix Wolf left, there were 20,000 to 30,000 people on the air. The bottom line is that sales, while not as horrific as the sellouts, are still twice as high as usual. How much of a surprise it was to find this 40 can be imagined, and such sentiments soon spread to the other anchors of the Three Sheep as well. After leaving 40's live room, Netflix Wolf went to the live rooms of the other Three Sheep anchors, Xiao Huang, Mouth, Lin Tanqi. For each live broadcast, he just stays for 5 minutes, but in each case, it caused an explosion of traffic and sales miracles. It didn't take long for the entire Three Sheep company to look at the Nettle Wolf with glowing eyes. Zoe shook her head and lost her smile, but wasn't too surprised. That's the Netflix Wolf, always able to work wonders wherever he goes. And that, naturally, was why she liked Nettle Wolf so much. The situation of the Netflix Wolf roaming around the live broadcasts of the various anchors of the Three Sheep was soon discovered by attentive netizens as well. Ha ha ha, interesting. The Netflix Wolf is running to Little Joe's side again. I go, what kind of day is this? Wouldn't Netflix Wolf join the Three Sheep, right? Just now I saw Netflix Wolf on Xiao Huang's side. I didn't expect to see him on Xiao Chao's side now. Oh, this time Netflix Wolf helped sell up clothes? It's also really hard for him. Just now he was still selling lipstick at 40 Live. Lipstick? How do you sell lipstick? I'm not familiar with it upstairs, but someone should have recorded it. You can search for it. Someone's posting it. Today's live broadcast of Netflix Wolf has long been recorded, and there are still gods who have collected a few videos named Netflix Wolf's Day at Three Sheep. Netflix Wolf is very righteous. Didn't he say that brother Little Sheep invited him to come live together? Now how to stand up for the other anchors of the Three Sheep, and not a single one of them is left out. This question Ask My Wolf Army will know. My Wolf Army has infiltrated into the Three Sheep's internal. Learned the inside story. It is said to be 40 invited the Net Red Wolf. The other anchors also followed the hilarious. And finally the Net Red Wolf atmosphere of all agreed. Holy, so that's how it is. Netflix Wolf is awesome. But the best thing about him is that it seems like he's really driving up the sales of all those anchors. God, my Netflix Wolf. As Little Sheep Brother and Big Sheep Brother expected, the appearance of Netflix Wolves in the live broadcast rooms of the various anchors of the Three Sheep soon stirred up a large amount of traffic again. Some people even started gossiping about the Netflix Wolves' every move inside the Three Sheep. Those Netflix Wolves have exploded with another wave of video traffic. Such a situation was even better than both Little Sheep Brother and Big Sheep Brother had imagined. Taking advantage of this fire, the two brothers naturally did not hesitate, and immediately took the Netflix Wolf and officially opened the air. Chapter 203 Wolves and Sheep Join Forces. Guys, it's on. It's an honor to have the recently hot Netflix Wolf today. Brothers, applause. Sheepy's live stream began with the usual minimalist intro. Big Goat stood by and applauded cooperatively. Loud applause also came from outside the arena. If at least the employees of the Three Sheep were only half convinced of the wonders of the Netflix Wolf. Now, it's a matter of deep admiration. The miracle of sales that had just been staged in the live broadcast of 40, Little Yellow, Mouth and others was the best proof of that. The netizens inside the live broadcast room, naturally, couldn't applaud, but they were also very forceful, not only brushing up their gifts, but also swiping the screen in the comments section. Finally waited for you. Luckily I didn't give up. Ha ha, finally waited for the strong combination of Brother Lamb and Netflix Wolf. Now it seems that just now, Netflix Wolf gave 40 and the other support broadcasts. All of them are friendly gifts. His real stage, on the side of the Little Sheep Brother. That's for sure. The curiosity of 40 and the others isn't small, but compared to the day-to-day Netflix Wolf, it's still almost interesting. If they go and invite Netflix Wolf to live broadcast for a few hours, Netflix Wolf's team may not agree. Yeah, Netflix Wolf is amazing. He's practically unique in the long history of Jitterbug. Brother Lamb has invited Netflix Wolf this time. I wonder how many more records he's going to break. Oh, Brother Lamb is indeed very good at spoiling his fans. Last time I asked him to bring in Netflix Wolf, and he actually did it. Hey, what are you talking about upstairs? Brother Lamb invited Nettle Wolf over because he listened to me. Who do you think you are? Don't argue. Watch carefully. Today is a good day for the Nettle Wolf to come to visit. We can't let the Nettle Wolf laugh at us. Under the heated discussion among netizens, a man and a wolf then appeared next to Brother Lamb. It's none other than Nettle Wolf and Zoe. Snap. At this point, even Brother Yang applauded, showing his warm welcome to the Nettle Wolf. Netflix Wolf had already made Brother Lamb and the others happy just by coming as a guest, not to mention that Netflix Wolf had also given 40 and the others some help with the broadcast. Welcome. As Brother Little Sheep laughed, he didn't move and retreated next to the Nettle Wolf and Xiaorou, joining Brother Big Sheep, surrounding the one person and the wolf in the center. It's about honoring the guest of honor. Nettle Wolf, I've worked hard for you just now. Those disciples of mine don't have a proper form. It's really troublesome for you. Brother Lamb began by apologizing up. Nettle Wolf shook his head. Zoe let out an explanation next to her. Nettlewolf says it's fine. Brother Little Sheep immediately smiled even more and then introduced. This big beauty should not be unfamiliar to everyone. It's exactly Xiao Xiao Ro. This time she brought the Netflix wolf to our live broadcast as a guest. Xiao Ro followed the good advice and also greeted the netizen fans in the live broadcast room. Hello everyone. I'm Xiao Ro. The netizens inside the live room were happy. It's tiny Zoe. Oh, I'm so relieved that she's here. What's the point of being upstairs? So what if Zoe's here? The small and soft net red wolf is a long-term partner. Small and soft in the words also means that this net red wolf in the small sheep brother live room is not a small fight, nor is it a guest appearance, but the real live a. Yeah, this is a good time to watch the Netflix wolf live broadcast for a while. With the Netflix wolf's ability coupled with the little sheep brothers big sheep brothers, I just can't imagine how wonderful this broadcast will be. I'm not going to say anything, but I'm going to give you a gift. With the netizen fans a happy, all of a sudden, the live room is full of gifts up. Little sheep brother and big sheep brother had obvious joy in their eyes. That opening highlighted the gap. In the past, when they opened the broadcast, it was 10,000,000 tops, but now, it's 50,000,000 tops. In the blink of an eye, it was 100,000 people. In the blink of an eye, it was 300,000 people. Another blink, 800,000 people. 5 short minutes. The number of people in the live broadcast room had, quite literally, reached 1 million people, and it hasn't stopped. It's still soaring. In the past, when the number of people skyrocketed, Brother Lamb would announce it and use it to stimulate popularity. But now, instead, Brother Lamb is a little out of step. It didn't even take him to announce it. The number reached over 1 million. It would be a bit of an abrupt announcement at this point. Realizing this, Brother Little Sheep and Brother Big Sheep looked at each other. That's the power of the Netflix wolf. It's definitely not a 1+1 effect when they invite Netflix wolf to arrive. At the same time, the data from the live broadcast shocked everyone at 3 sheep at once. What? That's 1 million people online. That's too much. Really? Is the Nettle Wolf really that popular? Oh my. It's horrible. Just horrible as hell. Old Ben was so right to invite the Netflix wolf over. The employees marveled and couldn't help but talk about it. You know, 1 million people online is rarely reached, even by Brother Lamb. Unless you get a superstar like Andy Lau, or some kind of concessions festival. But now, when the Netflix wolves came, they reached it easily. The news reached the ears of 40, Mouth and other anchors, and it also caused them to be shocked. But in retrospect, with 40 and other anchors, it wasn't too surprising. I've known for a long time that Nettlewolf being in Master's live room would definitely create a stir. Just now, my uncle's life is back. Netflix Wolf is the son of traffic. Wherever he goes, there will be traffic from his uncle. Master is so popular, and Netflix Wolf is so popular. It's not surprising that they are so strong that millions of people are online in the live room. For the current situation, in fact, 40 and the others were not surprised, because Netflix Wolf went to their live stream and did the same thing. It made their original number of live streamers increase directly by several times. As for Brother Lamb, he originally had hundreds of thousands of viewers, and now it's normal to increase it a few times and reach 1 million people online. Sure, this was something that Brother Little Sheep and Brother Big Sheep also understood, but when they were truly confronted with this situation, they couldn't help but be secretly excited. This scene alone proved that they had made the right move in inviting the Netflix Wolf over to broadcast. Traffic, to them, is money. The value of the traffic generated by millions of people online is simply incalculable. Brother Little Sheep and Brother Big Sheep looked at each other and both saw the excitement in each other's eyes. Immediately after that, Brother Lamb took a deep breath, which started to control the scene. Brothers, I believe that now everyone's phone is a bit stuck. There are just too many people. Let me see. Now the number of people online in the live room. Up to 1,200,000. Holy, this online count. It's freaking me out. And that is, everyone don't send gifts. It really can't hold up. By the time the live room collapses, it will be troublesome. I'll turn off the gifts first, haha. And then, I can promise my brothers one condition. Chapter 204 Traffic Explosion. Tibetan area. Fucking studio. The fucking crowd, while working, was also following a live broadcast. Lin Shu was also here, keeping a close eye. This live room, no other than Brother Lamb's live room. Before the broadcast began, several people discussed it. Sister Chang, what do you think the number of people are in Brother Lamb's live room? Yes, boss, Netflix Wolf is really too hot. Going to 40 those people's live room. Surprisingly, he was also able to bring in so much traffic. And in Brother Lamb's live room, it will definitely be even more. I'm looking forward to it. The heat of this live broadcast should be one of the hottest of the year, right? The crowd was talking. They all saw what happened just now when Nettlewolf was available for guest appearances at 40 and other anchors. For this reason, fucking even called and asked. Zoe naturally explained. Knowing that this was agreed upon by the Nettlewolf himself, Fu Qing naturally wouldn't have any problem with it. But before that, she also arranged for Studio 5 to watch the various live broadcasts of the Netflix Wolf Den. Therefore, they were also informed of the atmosphere of the various live broadcasting rooms, such as 40, which were on fire. Now that it was almost time for Little Sheep Brother to start broadcasting live, they naturally continued to pay attention and began to guess how many people would be caused to watch when Netflix Wolf went to Little Sheep Brother's live room. As it turned out, everyone's guesses were, pretty much, the same. That is, with the Netflix Wolf plus Brother Lamb, the number of viewers inside the live broadcast room would definitely exceed 1 million. And next, Fruity, as if to confirm their thoughts, Sheepy's live broadcast was on for less than 5 minutes. The number of people in the live stream, then, reached over 1 million. Even, Brother Lamb himself announced, the number of people in the live broadcast room reached a terrifying 1.5 million people. Even though they had predicted it, but when they really saw the spectacle, Fu Qing and the others couldn't help but marvel at it. And Brother Lamb, too, was pleasantly surprised. Control of the scene, he is not even in a hurry to live, but to send up the benefits, saying that can have promised the brothers a condition. As a matter of fact, this is the usual tactic of Brother Lamb now. Give the brothers a little perk, that way it will attract more people. In fact, many anchors use this trick to give away goodie bags and cell phones. It's just that Brother Lamb is a super anchor in the end, and the things he gives away are usually non-trivial. And hearing Brother Lamb say that, the people inside the live broadcast room immediately got excited again. I want the latest crazy cell phone. Oops, can Brother Lamb help me empty the little yellow car? Ha 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 ha, on the condition that I ask Nettlewolf some questions. Me too, I don't want anything, I just want to ask Netwolf some questions and learn more about Netwolf. The Wolf Army says it's awesome. Little Sheepy help me ask Netflix Wolf a few questions haha. Can Brother Sheepy help me pay off my $10,000 in spending money? Ha ha, help me find someone, will you? A crowd of netizens, all of them were making their own conditions, and some of them even wished for something. The comments section brushes through hundreds of messages every second. I don't know if it was affected by this. The number of people in the live broadcast room directly rushed to 1,300,000. With this number of old powders, both Little Goat and Big Goat were a little uptight and red in the face. This number of people has broken their record. That's right, in the past, even the hottest live broadcast of Brother Little Sheep, the peak number of people was more than 1,200,000. But now, live with Netflix Wolf, it's only been 10 minutes yet, and he's actually broken the record. Scary as hell, but that's it. Lambie started gazing up at the comments section too. Brothers are very enthusiastic I'll see which condition. More people. Little Sheep Brother can't possibly satisfy everyone. Naturally, only able to see, as far as possible, which conditions. More people. Even if he sends a batch of cell phones, he's okay with that. But this time, to Lamb's surprise, more people mentioned the condition of letting him ask Netflix Wolf questions. At least 5 of the 10 comments mention Netflix Wolf. More people want to interact with the Netflix Wolf than those benefits. Realizing this, Brother Lamb marveled even more. Netflix Wolves that are really popular. Those people don't want real money. They want to play with the Netflix Wolves. But that's not really surprising. After all, change to Netflix Wolf Live. Do not know how many people rushed to send in gifts. That's typical of the money spent on interacting with Netflix Wolves. 2. Guys, I saw that it seems like a lot of people are trying to interact with Nettlewolf. Or ask him questions is that so? Snap a 1 and I'll see. The Lamb brother immediately conduct another small test. The result is, almost full screen 1. 9 out of 10 comments are 1. Brother De Young was also shocked at the sight. Of course, he understands. Perhaps interacting with the Netflix Wolf can also bring great benefits. You know, I don't know how many self-publishers are recording their live streams now. There's no telling how much traffic these recorded screens will get when they're posted online. It would be even more so if the Netflix Wolf did something else amazing inside these recordings. As for Xiaoro, she wasn't surprised to see this scene. She's at least with the Netflix Wolf bandwagon, and Netflix is eager to interact with Netflix Wolf. Even emptied her stock early in many cases in order to interact with the Nettle Wolf. And right now, Brother Lamb's offer to be able to agree to the brothers' conditions has naturally elicited a heated response from netizen fans. Fine. Everyone wants to interact with Nettlewolf and ask him questions, right? So I'll ask his opinion. Brother Lamb pressed his hand and turned to Nettlewolf and asked, Nettlewolf, the brothers would like to interact with you and ask you some questions. Is that okay? If it's Zoe, it's a straight yes, then you have it. But in the place of Brother Lamb, naturally, he had to consult the Nettlewolf. Hearing this, Nettlewolf didn't say much and directly nodded. In fact, Yifan was also very excited about the fire in the live broadcast room. 1,200,000 people, more than he and Ro's live room. Seeing so many people, Yifan was naturally happy. It is important to know that the people who benefited from this collaborative live broadcast are not just Brother Lam. Of course, it doesn't seem obvious at this point, but Yifan knew that waiting until later would definitely show it gradually. For example, when they went back they were also able to suck the traffic out of the Lam and get another record number of people on the air. All in all, the benefits are many. With this in mind, for Brother Lam, Yifan was naturally very cooperative, not to mention asking questions. Even some other requests were able to be granted, and this, with the nod from Nettlewolf, was naturally considered a success. Brother Lam immediately launched 100 lucky bags for netizen fans to draw. Asking questions certainly doesn't satisfy everyone, so Brother Lam had to draw out 100 people first. Soon, the lucky 100 showed up. Chapter 205, Interacting with Netflix Wolf. Fancy rubbing traffic. Soon, 100 lucky winners who get to interact with the Netflix Wolf appear. Alright guys, let's see who the lucky winners are. Those who have received their lucky bags now are the ones who get to interact with the Nettle Wolf, Also, don't call me cheap, I'll be sending out 500 shopping vouchers to these winners. Brother Lam has obviously given this a lot of thought, because it was supposed to be him who promised benefits to his online fans. And now it involves Netflix Wolf, waiting for the Netflix Wolf to be paying for it. Naturally, he couldn't afford to be indifferent, so he took the initiative to add this benefit again. Netflix fans who won, naturally, were even happier. No one can have too much of this kind of windfall. As for the Netflix fans who didn't win, there was little emotion. Mostly, by this time, Goaty had opened the first connection. TikTok. Hello. Brother Lam offered a greeting. Hello Brother Lam, my name is Hao Hao. I'm a fan of yours and of Netflix Wolf. Very good, very good. The voice from across the room brought a smile to Brother Lam's face. Hello Hao Hao. Congratulations on winning the lottery. Not only will you be able to get a $500 shopping voucher, but you'll also be able to interact with Netflix Wolf. Are you asking questions or what? Brother Lam said this and glanced at the Nettle Wolf next to him. Across the room, Ho-Oh quickly replied back. I don't have a problem with that, but I'd like to ask Nettlewolf to do something for me. Is that okay? Brother Lam froze, not expecting the first cow to encounter someone who didn't follow the norm. Big Goat was also a bit surprised. As for Zoe, it was a bit strange. What does this Ho-Ho want Nettlewolf to do for her? This Ho-Ho, right. What do you want Nettlewolf to do for you? You tell me first? Brother Lam came back to his senses and asked tentatively first as well. He certainly couldn't agree to it if it was forced on him. That's a bit of emotional intelligence that Brother Lam still has. Just as he had just solicited the opinion of Nettlewolf. In the face of this Hao who didn't follow the cards, Brother Little Sheep intended to ask for clarification and make sure it wasn't a difficult task before asking the Nettlewolf. Nothing very simple. Just planning to get Nettlewolf to give my account a follow. That's when Ho-Ho voiced his request. Hearing this, Brother Lam couldn't help but be stunned. Big Goat and Zoe froze as well. This Ho-Ho, was he planning to get Netflix Wolf to pay attention to her? Brother Lam looked hesitantly at Nettlewolf. Xiao Ro immediately interjected. Hello this beautiful woman, Netflix Wolf doesn't have a Jitterbug account. Is it okay to follow you with my account? That's a request that's not so hard to make. But the problem is that Netflix Wolf doesn't have a Shakeology account. Of course, even if you have an account, you can't reveal it. That's why Zoe made the suggestion. Ho-Ho obviously didn't mind, but demanded. Yes, but only if Nettlewolf follows me personally. This Ho-Ho, it seems, came prepared. Or maybe she's familiar with the Netflix Wolf. It's also known that Netflix Wolf can operate a cell phone. Of course, it's not surprising to know. After all, it had been all over the internet for a long time before that the Netflix Wolf could shop online. Rather, it was the purpose of this Ho-Ho that caused Little Sheep Brother and Big Sheep Brother to look slightly agitated. Getting Netflix Wolf to follow her is typically rubbing it in. Looks like this is one of those people who plays with self-publishing. As expected, after Xiao Ro searched up Hao's account, she instantly realized that the other party also had tens of thousands of followers. It's kind of a little internet sensation. After Ro found out the account, she let the Netflix Wolf click on the followers. And what made Brother Lam and the others look odd? Ho-Ho's introduction was quickly changed to the first person Netflix Wolf follows. It's like rubbing traffic in a roundabout way. The netizens were shocked to see this scene. I see. It can still be played like this. This Ho-Ho is a talent. I'm a little confused as to what effect she's having by doing this. What an effect. Her fans instantly went up by thousands. I'm going, man of God, laughing my ass off. This Ho-Ho is awesome. Rubbing off on Netflix Wolf's traffic like this. But it's lucky she was able to draw the chance. Seeing and understanding Ho-Ho's operation, netizens all marveled and lamented. The other side. fucking studio. Lin Shuya couldn't help but blush a bit oddly. That's okay? Fu Qing laughed. Interesting, this woman is very adaptable. Hard to rub off on the traffic of the Netflix wolf. In fact, there are still a lot of people who have rubbed off on the Netflix wolf traffic since it burst onto the scene. Chance encounters, or going to squat on state highways, or live streaming connections, etc. Isn't that the case with people like Lambi now, and 40 and others just now? But aside from that, there are still a lot of people who can't actually rub it in. The Tibetan National Highway here is also blocking a lot of people because of the distance traveled. So now, this ho-ho, it's kind of another way to go. Fu Qing and the others also observed and found that within a short period of time, this how, with the name of being the first person to be followed by the Netflix wolf, had already risen by 10,000 fans. A talent indeed. Fu Qing also sighed. She could imagine that it was highly likely that this how would follow up with this name and continue to post some videos related to the Netflix wolf, or she simply posts some live recordings of Netflix wolves. With the reputation of being the first person Netflix wolf follows, it's also clear that it will be easier to get traffic than other accounts. And next, what made Fu Qing and the others cry and laugh was, I don't know if I was inspired by Ho-Ho or not. The next lucky winners, who rarely ask Netflix wolves questions, are mostly interactive. On top of that, it's not even a proper interaction, but rather ho-hum-like behavior. For example, someone asked Netflix wolf to like his video. Someone asked Nettlewolf to send him a private message. Someone has asked Nettlewolf to hold up a birthday wish sign. Some people simply offered to link up with Nettlewolf PK for a handful of minutes. All sorts of maneuvering, it seems, to get into a nebulous relationship with the Netflix wolf. But these are relationships that can't be acknowledged without acknowledging them, because it was witnessed by millions of people on the air together. Brother Little Sheep and Brother Big Sheep, long ago, couldn't help but be filled with odd colors. These people, they're so good at rubbing off on traffic. With these interactions, they can be seen as completely rubbing their nose in the traffic on purpose in the future. Casually, it's able to be linked to the Netflix wolf. The hotter the Netflix wolf gets, the more traffic they'll be able to rub off on them later. One and all are talented, Big Goat exclaimed. Brother Lamb staggered. Holy, as for Xiao Rou, naturally, she cried and laughed. Let's just say that this term of the internet, it's really good. Well, such a farce, after an hour, finally came to an end. Brother Sheepy and Brother Big Sheepy, too, regained their spirits. Alright guys, that's the end of today's interactions with Nettlewolf. Next up is bandwagon time. Finally, Brother Lamb and Netflix Wolf are ready to team up and sell their wares. Chapter 206 Seamless Cooperation. Guys, look at this. What's this? Isn't it New Year's Eve lately? I'm sure everyone is in demand when it comes to gift giving. That's why I brought this especially today. A New Year's gift package. Wanted cookies. The assistant quickly delivered a festively packaged tin can. Brother Lamb opened the jar as he introduced it. Holy, once you open it, it's just full of milky aroma. You smell. Subconsciously, Little Sheep Brother held the tin can and came up to Big Sheep Brother next to him. Big Goat sniffed and nodded repeatedly. It does smell good, haha. I'm getting a bit of a craving. Give Nettlewolf a sniff too. With that, Brother Big Goat offered. Brother Little Sheep naturally wouldn't forget about Nettlewolf, and immediately handed it over as well. Yi Fan sniffed along, and there was indeed a strong milky flavor. Nettlewolf, does it smell good? Brother Lamb inquired. Yi Fan nodded. Finally, it was Zoe's turn. Netflix fans were happy again when they saw this scene. Ha, Netflix Wolf said it smelled good, so this cookie must be good. I can't believe Want got cookies too, right? Good, good. I'll buy some for New Year's Eve as a gift. Don't rush upstairs yet. Read it again. It's interesting. Yeah, wait a minute, Nettlewolf is definitely going to taste it. When he does, ha ha. And next, Brother Lamb has got to start the introduction. Take a look, everyone, at this 2-pound package. It's really pile high. Brother Lamb said as he showed the tin can to the camera again. Look, look. Sure enough, the tin cans were filled with cookies and piled high. Okay guys, now taste it to see what it tastes like. It sure smells good, haha. I just don't know how it tastes. With that, Brother Lamb grabbed a cookie and popped it into his mouth, then pushed the tin toward Brother Big Lamb and the others, sharing in turn. Nettlewolf was not good at holding it, so Zoe picked up a cookie and offered to stuff it into Nettlewolf's mouth. Now that she was live with Brother Lamb, she didn't need to be introduced, but it wouldn't be good to do nothing with her around. So this will, of its own accord, help up. Clack clack clack. The web-slinging wolf cooperated, his mouth opening and closing as he chewed the cookie up. It's sweet, yeah. This cookie, sweet and rich and crunchy. Brother Lamb tasted it and shoved it all straight into his mouth. As a matter of fact, the merchandise that can be put up, they have long tested the quality of it, especially food, totally over the top. so to speak. This will be tasted, mostly just for show. But even if it's just for show, they have to do it right. So, after quickly finishing one cookie, Brother Lamb was ready for a second. But just then, something unexpected to him appeared. Brother Lamb reached over and was surprised to touch the furry wolf's head. It turned out that just a second before Brother Lamb wanted to continue eating the cookies, the Netflix wolf had already gotten to the tin can first, and the wolf's head dug right in. Brother Lamb froze. Clack, clack. The nettle wolf didn't take kindly to the tin can sister cookie, and took a big bite out of it, truly wolfed down. That being said, there really is some hunger. After all, before starting the show with Brother Lamb, Netflix wolf first went to 40 and others for back-to-back guest appearances. Sure, most of all, it's for programmatic effect. Rose saw the scene and cried and laughed beside her. Nettle wolf, eat slower, or wait a bit, I'll take a bit of the cookies out. You don't want to finish them all alone. Having live-streamed with Netflix wolf for several days, Xiao Rou naturally knew Netflix wolf's routine. With food, his sales strategy, anyway, is all about eating. Eat a big meal. Such a situation caused both Little Sheep Brother and Big Sheep Brother to be stunned. But they're also obviously somewhat familiar with the Netflix wolf set. Brother Lamb came back to his senses and immediately awed in surprise. Nettle wolf, you don't want to eat it all. Leave me some. With that said, Brother Lamb reached over, looking like he wanted to grab it. Big Goat immediately understood and tacitly rushed over to hug Little Goat. Brother, take it easy, take it easy. How did you grab something to eat with the nettle wolf? This cookie is delicious. I want some more. I know, but you don't have to grab it. We'll eat it when the nettle wolf is done. Little Sheepy and Big Sheepy are pulling their weight. Anyone who knows what they're doing knows they're putting on a show. Favorable acting. Little Goat and Big Goat. To the live crowd, it really looked like it was pulling. So the netizens were instantly happy again. Especially next, when the reticulated wolf retracted its head to reveal the tin can. Brother Lamb and Brother Big Goat were frozen. A tin full of cookies. Gone. Only a fine layer of crackers remains. Lambie froze for a few seconds, then suddenly turned the tin can upside down like a madman, as if trying to eat the crushed cookies. Big Goat was so shocked that he pulled him back in a hurry. Zoe cried and laughed. Next to the nettle wolf, his mouth was bulging and a constant clicking sound was coming from it. The effect of the show is instantly drawn out. Netflix fans went crazy with laughter. Ha ha, the nettle wolf is so ruthless. He eats it all at once. Did you see that look on Lambie's face? It made me laugh. Oh, in the high-speed train ride I suddenly let out a burst of laughter. Family members who understand next to the passers-by thought I did what? Netflix wolf is so damaged. He eats all the cookies at once. I'm more curious. Is this cookie really that good? Nettlewolf even ate it all at once. It's like this. Nettlewolf is horrible at eating, but this he can eat so much. It should be delicious. I was a little unsure about the cookies, but now they taste really good. Yes. Didn't you see that look on Brother Lamb's face? He was so confused. He couldn't even eat more than one piece if he wanted to. Oh, Netflix wolf so recommended cookies. Must be very tasty. Buy a few tins to taste first. Cannot eat it all to give away is also okay. I want to buy it too. Sheepy hurry up and quote the price. A little discount ha. The comments were very joyful and harmonious. At the end of the day, Netflix fans are again expressing a strong interest in this wanted cookie. Again, it seemed to most of them, in their experience, that the nettle wolves had eaten so much of it that it must have tasted good, and the play is almost over, and Brother Lamb and Brother Big Goat are starting to wrap it up. For the sake of authenticity, though, Sheepy didn't make an offer, but stood by somewhat sullenly. Naturally, Big Goat was very cooperative and took the baton for the offer. Guys, this cookie comes in a 2-pound package, and anyone who's ever bought anything like it knows that this looks like it costs over $100 a jar at the supermarket. But this time on the air, we're not selling 100, we're not selling 90, we're selling 88. Get in the car. With an order from Big Goat, this wanted cookie finally hits the shelves. How about sales on this one? Chapter 207, the terrifying 300,000 units sold. After a show, wanted cookies hit the shelves. Anticipation showed in Big Goat's eyes. Brother Lamb also watches vaguely. No matter how enthusiastic the reaction of online fans is, the final result of screwing up depends on the sales. Noteworthy, there are 100,000 orders of wanted cookies on the shelves this time. According to the original live broadcast rules of Little Sheep Brother, this kind of goods, usually buy one get 3 free, and it is still only 10,000 orders only. But today, because of the Netflix wolf, Brother Lamb and Brother Big Goat have become bold. In one fell swoop, 100,000 orders were released, and in addition, they negotiated a $200,000 limit. That means, counting the 100,000 units sold, there are still 200,000 units left. On top of that, the prices of their items, too, have been adjusted from very favorable to just more favorable. This makes them more profitable. I have to say that Little Sheep and Big Sheep, for once, are very ambitious. I'm afraid that the amount of goods prepared for this live broadcast today is equivalent to the sum of their 2 months. But the Netflix wolf is so hot right now, plus they're on the strong side, so Little Sheep and Big Sheep still have some confidence. Even if it doesn't sell for $300, $100 should be there, right? Sure, this is the kind of thing that no one can guarantee until it comes out. This was not an exception even for Xiaorou, Fu Qing and the others. Even Yi Fan himself could not guarantee it. After all, in everything, there are accidents. What if, today, there is an accident? With these things, it's anyone's guess. So all Yi Fan could do was to perform as well as he could, to please the netizens. And Yi Fan asked himself that he had done a very good job just now. Little Goat and Big Goat, too, work well together, so that they should be able to get a good result. Guys, everyone hurry up and grab it, ha, it only hangs for 5 minutes. Big Goat prompted. With a hot live room like theirs, it's certainly not possible to delay too much over a particular item. So no matter how many units an item sells, the sale will end inside a specified time. You can't just waste your time grinding on the same goods that don't sell, can you? That's when the 100,000 orders of wanted cookies started to change. The numbers on it began to plummet like crazy. This is because people are constantly placing orders. To be more precise, a lot of people are constantly placing orders. 10,000 orders, 20,000 orders, 30,000 orders. Big Goat's heart jumped. Next to him, Brother Lamb was also shocked. Zoe, on the other hand, was all smiles. Not only half a minute, 80,000 orders of wanted cookies, gone. In another blink of an eye, 100,000 orders of wanted cookies, just like that, all cleared out. Such a situation is simply the same as when the small soft nettle wolves were selling their goods live. Seconds empty again. Even though they had seen such a situation long ago, seeing it with their own eyes, Little Sheep Brother and Big Sheep Brother were still shocked. Equally shocked were the 3 sheep people. Holy, against all odds, is this the horror of the nettle wolf? Awesome, ah, the previous boss didn't even sell that much. This Netflix wolf, it's really a god. There are no more 100,000 orders. Do we have to go up again? The assistant outside the arena had hastily asked the 2 bosses up with his eyes. Holy, Little Sheep Brother came back to his senses, exclaimed in shock, and then reacted. 100,000 single. This is gone. At least leave me a can, ah. Brother Big Goat hurriedly answered. Brother, don't be in a hurry. There's something there, but before I give it to you to eat, let's satisfy the brothers first, okay? Looks like a lot of people didn't buy it. Another 100,000 orders. Hearing Brother Big Sheep's words, the assistant hurriedly carried out the operation, and once again put 100,000 orders of want cookies up. Brother Big Goat was trying to say something else. As a result, the sales page refreshes. 100,000 orders of wanted cookies, gone again. In the face of such a situation, even though Brother Big Goat was used to seeing the world, he couldn't help but freeze. Holy, Sheepy reacted faster and rushed to pick up the slack, pushing Big Sheepy away as he gritted his teeth in front of the camera. You guys leave me some by empty again. It's clearly against me. I was thinking of bringing 2 cans to my mother-in-law's for New Year's Eve. Upon hearing Brother Lamb's words, netizen fans laughed again in the comments section. Ha ha ha, sorry Brother Lamb, I bought 5 cans, and I want to buy a few more. Hey, I bought 3 cans too, so I'll post a jitterbug to rub off on Netflix Wolf's traffic. This can be had. If I can rub off on the traffic, I'll buy a few more tins. I don't accept gifts for the holidays today. I only accept Netflix Wolf cookies. Ha 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 ha, Netflix Wolf cookie. Don't talk nonsense. It'll be a problem if one goes and sues Netflix Wolf. Go ahead and sue. Human law. What business is it of the nettle wolf? Oops. Stop it. Brother Lamb, hurry up and put some more out. I didn't even grab it. Me too. Seeing that there were still quite a few people begging for it in the comment section, Big Goat looked at the time and there were still 2 minutes left. To be honest, the fact that they sold 200,000 units, they were already considered to have oversold, even if you don't put the last 100,000 orders up. But now, a ridiculous thought suddenly arose in Brother Big Goat. It's not possible that all 300,000 singles are able to be sold, is it? With that thought, the Big Goat Brother looked at the Little Goat Brother. Brother, the brothers want to eat so much. Why don't you condescend for a while and let the brothers buy first? We still have the last 100,000 000 orders left. Hearing this, Little Sheep Brother instantly understood that Big Sheep Brother was asking for his opinion on whether or not to put up the last 100,000 singles of chi. Brother Little Sheep put on a look of reluctance. Put it up. Who let the brothers want it? Sell the leftovers and I'll just eat it again. At that, the assistant didn't hesitate, and immediately put the last 100,000 single quirks, operated on the shelves, and put on the small yellow car. But next, I don't know if it's like they're fighting against Lambie or if the netizens really want it that bad. Anyway, the last 100,000 orders were put up and in less than a minute, they were still empty. Holy, oops, I've got a toothache and sold short again. Lambie froze, then screamed in seeming madness. Big Goat was also confused. He really couldn't have imagined such a result. It does seem to be evident from those comments that there are still a lot of netizens who want it. But in his mind, selling another 10,000 or 20,000 units was the limit. But the last 100,000 orders were still sold short. Before and after, a whole 300,000 orders. Sales, they're in the millions. That's the first item. Big Sheep Brother and Little Sheep Brother looked at each other and could no longer hide their shock. In their past, they struggled to sell 100,000 units. But now, surprisingly, 300,000 units were sold at once. The change, apparently, came from the two brothers, snapped their eyes to Nettlewolf. No doubt it's the Netflix wolves. Chapter 208 bringing in beefballs again. Fucking studio. Looking at the sold-out Little Sheep Brothers live room, Fu Ching and the others all sucked in cool air. $300,000. Before and after, it's already 300,000 orders. My god, what a lot of money here. Worthy of a Lamb brother. It's scary. Xiao Wu and the others sighed, even as peers, but they really admired Brother Lamb. However, the leader, Fu Ching, shook his head. This sales, Brother Lamb is only part of the reason. Most of the reason. It's all because of Netflix Wolf. Fu Ching's tone was certain. Upon hearing this, the crowd was stunned, and then it dawned on them. Among these people, only Lin Shuya is an amateur. Others, who have been in the business for 2 or 3 years, or even longer. So all of them, to a greater or lesser extent, knew or even watched Brother Lamb's live broadcasts. Lambie's live. Fire? Of course fire. Inside the live room, there's often not enough stuff to grab for 10 or 20,000 orders, but it's only a couple of thousand orders. But now, the live broadcast of Little Sheep Brothers' collaboration with Netflix Wolf had sold 300,000 units in a very short period of time. There's a difference that just can't be overstated. Lambie, on the other hand, hasn't changed much lately. The only difference is that the Netflix Wolf was invited. So when you do the math, out of 300,000 orders, maybe 200,000 of them are sales generated by the Netflix Wolf. Netflix Wolves, simply horrible as they are. Understanding this, the studio crowd, all of them, rose with honor. Now they are a team with Netflix Wolf. Although no one knows they exist, the honors Netflix Wolf has received definitely have their dedication and credit as well. Boss, in that case, Brother Lamb really took advantage of it. Oh, Jitterbug one has to rely on our Netflix Wolf. Boss, so what do you think? What will be the sales of Brother Lamb's live broadcast this time? And will it break our previous record? Hearing this, Fu Ching's heart stirred. Previously, they and the Netflix Wolf live bandwagon reached 300 million sales, directly breaking the record of a single bandwagon on Jitterbug. The later broadcasts, while also hot, weren't as high. So, will this powerful combination of Lambie and Netflix Wolf break that record? Fu Ching wasn't sure. What is certain, though, is that it's a good thing anyway? Thinking of this, Fu Ching revealed a smile, and in the meantime, the headquarters of the Three Sheep Company was also shrouded in laughter. 300,000 units sold has everyone excited. Perhaps, the live stream they're watching right now will be a historic moment for the Shake Shack bandwagon. And inside the live feed, Little Sheepy and Big Sheepy were also excited. But the play's still on. After freezing for 10 seconds or so, Brother Lamb suddenly rushed towards the tin can that he had just started with again. It looked as if he absolutely had to eat the crushed cookies inside the tin. The Big Goat Brother reacted and hurriedly don't tug on the Little Goat Brother. Brother, forget it. The brothers are so enthusiastic. You're too embarrassed to leave a few cans behind. I'll give it to you next time I get a chance. And we've got other stuff you can look at first. Brother Lamb looked puffed up. Fine. Ro, who was next to him, was amused by the exaggerated performance of the two. Little Goat and Big Goat are obviously extremely experienced and not completely overwhelmed by the horrific sales, because they knew that the live stream wasn't over yet. It went with the flow and led to the next item. This time, instead, it was Big Goat's turn to be introduced. Come on, bring the stuff up. Big Goat commanded his assistant. Brother Lamb quickly continued his exaggerated nose shrugging. Ha, what is it? It smells so good. Meanwhile, Zoe smelled it. It was a beefy, aromatic smell. Nettlewolf certainly smelled it, and he even cooperated. Drooling, the netizens were immediately happy again when they saw the reaction of Brother Lamb and the netizen wolf. Ha ha ha, how do Brother Lamb and Nettlewolf suddenly look so much alike? This one, a man and a wolf, are also doggy. Ha, upstairs comment is very pertinent. Now Little Lamb and Netflix Wolf are simply similar. This time, is it also food? Look, the Nettle Wolf is drooling. Netizens were immediately tickled by the sight of Netflix Wolf and Brother Lamb. Soon the assistant appears on camera. Surprisingly, it was served with an induction cooker, and pots and pans out. What is this? Netflix fans were a little surprised. The answer is soon revealed. Brother De Yang introduced. This time, what we took out is a piece of beef meatballs that we specially negotiated in the Chaosan area. Meanwhile, the assistant had brought the induction cooker and pot. In front of the camera, an emotional shot of a pot of beef ball soup appeared. The base of the soup was just water, but there were half a dozen brown balls of expanding size floating on top. Exactly what Big Goat said about beef balls. Holy, not only does it smell good, it looks good too. Are there any dishes? Bring me a set. I want to try it. Brother Lamb beckoned, and soon the assistant brought several sets of dishes, apparently prepared for the likes of Big Goat. But Brother Lamb didn't wait. He just took a beef ball and put it in his mouth. Ah, it's hot, hot, hot. Brother Lamb soon seemed as if he had been scalded, and his whole body rose and jumped up in place, like a monkey. On the contrary, he didn't spit out the beef ball in his mouth, and his mouth opened and closed frantically, biting into the beef ball. Hiss, it's hot. Brother Lamb sucked in a breath of cold air, but soon his eyes lit up. He chewed on the beef meatballs. His expression exaggerated. The more he ate, the brighter his eyes became. Netizens were again amused by Lamb's performance, but what made them laugh even more was that by now, the Nettle Wolf had already come up to the hot pot, opened his mouth, and seemed to be eagerly waiting to bite into the beef meatballs. Big Goat and Zoe were both startled. Xiao Ro rushed over to pull Nettle Wolf. Oops, Nettle Wolf, wait, we'll bring it to you. Don't burn yourself. The way Ro pulled on the Nettle Wolf was almost the same as the way Big Sheep Brother pulled on Little Sheep Brother to keep him from eating the cookies just now. Such a scene of deja vu was met with smiles from the netizens' fans. At the same time, they were even more curious. This beef meatball, was it really that delicious and flavorful? Brother Lamb and Nettlewolf look like they're just one over the top. But what I have to say is that the show's effects are still awesome. At least, most of them were hooked. Big Goat struck while the iron was hot. These beef meatballs are simply a gold medal specialty on the Chaosan side of the world. They are sinewy in the mouth and flavorful. Of course, people won't believe me if I make empty promises. So let's let Nettlewolf have a taste too. Leave it to Netflix Wolf to tell everyone how this beef ball tastes. With that, Big Goat hit a few beef balls to Nettlewolf and watched expectantly. Chapter 209. Another 200,000 orders. Looking at the beef meatballs handed to him by Big Goat, Nettlewolf literally drooled. It's not a pretense. It's been said before. The quality of the things that Brother Lamb sells is controlled. It would be strange for an anchor as big as he is to not even be able to do that well. So as Lambie said, the odor emanating from the beef meatballs at this point is really fragrant. A brown swollen ball swirled inside the boiling water and looked delightful. I'll feed the Nettle Wolf. Zoe volunteered to help. She saw how Lambie got burned, worrying that the net red wolf would also be scalded. He picked up his chopsticks at this moment and after inserting a meatball, he passed it towards the net red wolf's mouth. Big Goat saw this and was fine with it. Honestly, he was still a little afraid of Nettlewolf. It was naturally best if Xiao Ro could do it for her. The Nettle Wolf was also cooperative, opening his bloody mouth when Ro brought the beef balls over. With that, his mouth closed and took the beef ball on the front of his chopsticks and bit it right off. Once the sharp teeth bite, the sweet and tangy gravy spreads out and fills the mouth. The Nettle Wolf's wolf eyes visibly brightened. Nettle Wolf, is it good? Zoe asked with a smile. Nettlewolf nodded busily. Brother Big Goat smiled back. Brother Lamb, however, exaggerated. Save one for me. Ugh, don't worry brother. The guests haven't even eaten yet. Big Goat blocked Little Goat and took 2 more for Zoe. By now, the beef meatballs inside the pot have been divided. Ah. Brother Lamb screamed again in depression. Brother Big Goat revealed a crying expression before explaining. Brother, I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry yet. There's more here. Saying so, Big Goat took a new pack of beef balls from his assistant's hand. Guys, check it out, huh? This is the beef ball we just ate. A pack of 12 is a dozen, and each pack weighs a pound. Full pound, and each pack, vacuum packed. Now I'll open a packet for the brothers to see and recook the pot. Bone thrower. The The beef meatballs were poured into the pan and soon flooded with delightful sounds again. Guys, check this out. This beef meatball looked to be hairy when it's cooked. As Brother De Yang introduced the introduction, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. What's going on with the previous comment section? Ha ha ha, what are Netflix Wolf and Brother Lamb doing? These two guys, what a tease, are grabbing food. This beef meatball looks delicious. What's this Netflix Wolf doing again? Ha ha, is he dipping his toe in the sauce? Oops, watching the Netflix Wolf eat so well makes me want to eat it. Ha ha ha, Brother Big Goat introduced it so hard, and these two just cared about eating there. Seeing these comments, Big Goat couldn't help but be stunned. He turned his head to look, and his face darkened, only to see that at this time, Brother Little Sheep, at some point, had already come up to the small soft net red wolf. Lambie looked like he couldn't wait and grabbed it right out of the Netflix wolf bowl. The nether wolf didn't care, but gestured to Zoe to dip her in the sauce. Original. In addition to the induction cooker and pot, the assistant brought in a couple bottles of sauce. After eating one of the beef balls, the net red wolf felt that there was no flavor, so he stretched out his paw and pointed at the sauces. Ro cried and laughed. So naturally, she did as the nettle wolf wanted again. Chopsticks were inserted into the beef balls, which had hot sauce stuck on top of them, before they were handed to Nettle Wolf. The Nettle Wolf took a bite and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. That's the flavor. The beef meatballs earlier were delicious but still a bit bland. That pair of wolf eyes became even brighter. Ugh, I want it too. I want it too. Seeing this, Brother Lamb came over again. This beef ball is even better with hot sauce. Brothers, check it out. It's really popping teeth. Saying so, Brother Lamb also opened his mouth and bit into the beef ball, showing the camera how sinewy it was when it was bitten. One man, one wolf, eating high. Brother Big Goat then realized that he had been robbed by these two goods. He didn't mind though. After all, right now, their purpose was to introduce and show off this beef meatball. So much for the significance of Brother Lamb's and Nettle Wolf's behavior. Hey, well, see, Brother Big Goat looked back and pointed to the hot pot in front of him again. After 2 or 3 minutes of rolling, the beef meatballs had expanded and were floating on the boiling water. Rolling and spinning, a thick vapor rose. It smells great. Big Goat took a deep breath and sighed. He then took out his bowl and chopsticks, gave Xiao Ro a couple of hits, chucked one for himself, and began to savor it as well. I'll taste it too, ha, hoo, botsy, it's really good. Big Goat's mouth bulged and he gave a thumbs up as well. He glanced at the comments and laughed. Oh, it seems that everyone is interested in this Netflix wolf beef pills. Since that's the case, I won't say too much more and just quote the price for the brothers. This is a 1-pound pack, 12 by the dozen. The original price is $18 a piece, but today for the brothers to give benefits, buy one get one free, $18 for 2 packs. Get in the car. The assistant immediately put this Chaozhou beef meatball on the small yellow car. In an instant, the situation just now, once again repeated itself. This time, the amount of orders they put up was, again, 100,000 orders. Yet in less than 2 minutes, 100,000 orders, or nothing, 100,000 units, that's sold out. Big Goat froze. He was just about to eat his second beef ball and was going to try some hot sauce, but before the beef meatballs could be put in his mouth, the assistant next to him said that they were sold out and should they continue on. Just then, a bad wind hit. The beef meatballs in Brother Big Goat's hand instantly disappeared without a trace. Ah. Lambie's crumbling yell rang out. Big Goat turned his head and burst into tears. In that moment just now, it turned out to be the Nettle Wolf who jumped up and bit the beef ball away from his hand. Brother Lamb had the same idea and was shortchanged. Don't steal from the Nettle Wolf. There's more in the pot. Brother De Yang hurriedly persuaded up, but a word from Brother Lamb made him dumbfounded. Where else in the pot? Hearing this, Big Goat was confused, and glancing at the pot, it was empty. Several beef meatballs just now, surprisingly, have disappeared, all eaten by the Netflix wolf. Brother, hurry up and open another pack. It's not enough to eat. Brother Lamb made a smooth request. Big Goat shook his head no without even thinking about it. Nope, now it's going to be tight bro first. We'll see if there's any left later. Saying so, Big Sheep Brother again asked his assistant to put the last 100,000 orders of beef meatballs on the small yellow car. Not only did it turn out to be a while, but it still sold short. Between Brother Lamb and Netflix Wolf's playfulness, he sold 200,000 orders of beef meatballs. Chapter 210 A farce emerges. Oops my ass. Not again. Say you too. Why don't you save some for me? I haven't even had a few. Seeing 200,000 orders of beef meatballs sold out, Brother Lamb is back in action. Brother Big Goat hurriedly said, Brother I I also did not expect that the brothers will be so forceful. Too forceful. 200,000 single and gone. Lambi still looks sullen. Alright, I'll treat you to something after the next broadcast, alright? Now let's introduce the next item to the brothers first. Row. Little sheep brother naturally wouldn't really get angry with big sheep brother, and quickly led to the next item. Okay, then I'll introduce the brothers to this shoe next. Haha. It's time to change the shoes in the house for a new year and get out on a new path, a new direction. This is a slipper that is made of materials that are very clean, and the main focus is odorless and comfortable. And of course, his mass is very resistant. As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, little sheepy slapped a slipper at big sheepy. Snap. The atmosphere froze. Big goat was slapped in the face and his face immediately changed. Brother lamb originally had a smile on his face as well, and his face gradually stiffened. But the next second, there was another snap. Brother goat slapped brother big goat again, with the slipper in his hand. That. I went along for the ride. Little sheep brother realized that something was wrong and quickly explained with a sarcastic smile. But before he could finish his words, big sheep brother had already snatched the slippers and raised them high. A look of fighting back. Brother lamb was so alarmed that he ran away from the big goat. Didn't spare it, pulling up his legs and chasing it down. No! Brother lamb exclaimed exaggeratedly. The frolic was again scripted under the tacit agreement of the two, in order to show the tough quality of the slippers in this way. Of course, just running wouldn't do, and the end result would still have to be that Brother Lamb would get his ass kicked. But as Brother Lamb ran, he suddenly realized something was wrong, only to see the nettle wolf join in the chase. Brother Lamb exclaimed. Xiaoro couldn't help but cry and laugh as she looked at the two men and a wolf who were balling up, and at this point, Big Sheep Brother could have caught up with Little Sheep Brother, but now instead, the addition of Nettle Wolf has resulted in no way to catch up to him. Between him and Brother Lamb is the Netflix wolf. In a fit of pique, Big Goat took the slipper and threw it violently. Give me the center. Whoosh! The slippers flew past. Brother Lamb was alarmed and scrambled for cover. But soon, he froze again, only to see a wolf shadow leaping up, surprisingly catching the slipper that flew out. Snap! The wolf's shadow landed on the ground, and it was no other than Nettle Wolf. Big Goat froze. Brother Lamb was also stunned. Then his eyes lit up. Thanks, Nettle Wolf. Alright, give me the slippers. It's my turn to counterattack. Brother Little Sheep smiled wickedly and looked at Brother Big Sheep. How dare you hit me with a slipper? Brother, don't blame me for doing the same to you. Brother Lamb reached over and tried to get the slippers back, and it froze. The Nether Wolf had no intention of letting go, always biting the slipper. Brother Lamb froze. Then his face changed. Hey, Nettle Wolf, you can't eat this stuff. Spit it out quickly. Only to see that at this moment, the Nettle Wolf, biting the slipper, was actually chewing. Lambi panicked a bit, and quickly reached out and yanked on one side of the slipper, trying to yank it out with all his might. The Big Goat and Xiaoro froze at the sight. What's going on here? Netflix wolf eats slippers. They came closer too. It turned out to be a surprise to see that Lambi, red-faced, couldn't tug on the slippers. Come on, come help, Brother Lamb called out in a huff. Big Goat and Zoe also realized that it was not good. This slipper is not edible. It would be a problem if it was eaten hastily and the Nettle Wolf's esophagus was blocked. Both Big Sheep Brother and Xiaoro couldn't understand why the always smart Nettle Wolf was so irrational this time, but at this time, they couldn't care less. The two rushed over to help Brother Lamb. Brother Big Lamb helped pull, and Zoe stroked the Nettle Wolf's head in a soothing manner. The sudden scene made the staff of the three sheep a little nervous. What's this for? I don't think that's in the script. This is nothing. I've asked the two bosses about this before, and they're all about improvising with Nettle Wolf and seeing how it fits. But what's going on now? It seems like the Nettle Wolf is having a fit. Going berserk? Did the Nettle Wolf not get enough to eat just now? It's possible. It's not like he's addicted to food, is it? Either way, it looks dangerous. Let's get ready, and if anything goes wrong, we'll go over and help right away. And next, to the relief of the three sheep staff, the Nettle Wolf never attacked Brother Lamb and the others, just clung to the slippers. Ouch! Harder! He's going to swallow it if he doesn't push harder. Brother Lamb's voice took on an extra touch of panic. Such a situation was also greatly unexpected. Luckily, with the cooperation of the three of them, they finally gradually pulled the slipper out of the Nettle Wolf's mouth. Ouch! But because it was too vigorous, both Little Goat and Big Goat fell down. The two then grabbed their slippers and stood up. At this time, the slippers in Brother Lamb's hands were already covered in the saliva of the Nettle Wolf, and on top of that, there were a few teeth marks. But miraculously, there was not the slightest crack or damage. Brother Lamb had the bright idea to look at Nettle Wolf, and he didn't know if Nettle Wolf was doing it on purpose or not. But what Nettle Wolf had just done saved him some effort in displaying it. Brother Little Sheep hurriedly laughed. Brothers, take a look. Just now this slipper was torn by the nettle wolf in that manner, but surprisingly it wasn't damaged at all. The quality of this is okay, right? And the fact that the Netflix wolf has gone down on it is proof that the slipper, which doesn't stink at all, probably still has the aroma of food, or else the Netflix wolf wouldn't have been able to go down on it. Guys, these are Netflix wolf verified slippers. The price has been knocked down for the brothers, $9.9 a pair, and not much else. Get in. Brother Lamb waved his hand and his assistant immediately put the slippers on the shelf. Big Goat and Xiaorou looked at it with some surprise at once. The accident just now caused them all to not have the time to properly introduce the slippers, and with Little Sheepy saying it like that, did anyone really sell the book? In the next scenario, Brother Big Goat and Zoe realized that they had overthought it. The Netflix wolf display seems to be the best display of all. 100,000 units of slippers, sold out again. Nonetheless, the 100,000 units that hit the shelves immediately afterward were once again sold out. Brother Little Sheep and Brother Big Sheep, once again, were pleasantly surprised. They suddenly realized that they had come to the right place by bringing in Netflix Wolf. A lot of the time it achieves a much better show than the two of them. Chapter 211 $520 million. With the help of Netflix Wolf, the slippers are once again a big seller. By now, both Little Sheep and Big Sheep understood that the current sales were entirely thanks to Netflix Wolf. Otherwise, even if they were to play the clown again, they wouldn't be able to get such sales. Realizing this, both Little Sheep Brother and Big Sheep Brother settled down in their hearts. They know that this live broadcast, it's definitely going to be a big success now. Next, as expected, 2 hours later, after selling out the last item, this live broadcast, in Brother Little Sheep's words, ended completely. How's that for sales? After finishing the live broadcast, Brother Lamb looked at his assistant for the first time to inquire. Hearing this, Brother Big Sheep, Nettle Wolf and Xiaorou also turned their gazes to the assistant. This is a live broadcast that sells goods that count, but how many sales it adds up to, they naturally don't know. On the contrary, on the assistant's side, clear and accurate data is always available. Hearing Brother Lamb's words, the assistant's face reddened as he burst out a number. $520 million. Hearing that, boom, the entire live room went ballistic. Hiss, $520 million. Didn't hear me wrong, did you? How is that possible? Is there that much? It's horrible. The staff, all wide-eyed, sucked in their breath. That number, it's just amazing. Meanwhile, 40 and the others, who had also arrived over here, were dumbstruck. How much? $520 million. Several people were in disbelief. You know, the highest Netflix Wolf one not long ago was only 300 million sales and Brother Lamb's own side of the battle was up to 200 million out. But now, they're so strong that they've managed to get more than $500 million. Even though they had already known that the sales would definitely not be low when Netflix Wolf and Brother Lamb joined forces, they were still stunned when they saw such sales. As for Brother Little Sheep and the others, they were naturally shocked by this total and their eyes stormed. Holy! It took a while before Brother Lamb recovered from the shock and led the applause. The tricks that all Fu Chung knew, and Brother Lamb was certainly no exception. At such an exciting time, applause is indeed needed to give vent to the excitement. Snap! With Brother Lamb applauding, Big Goat, Zoe, and 40, among others, also applauded. In a flash, the entire room, and even the company, burst into applause. Snap! Everyone had smiles on their faces, and most of them were even flushed with excitement. Moments like this are worth remembering for them. This honor, too, belongs to all of them. And of course, there is the Netflix Wolf. 40 the beautiful eyes flicked around and soon saw the web-slinging wolf. At this moment, her gaze towards the Nettle Wolf even became flickering with different colors. Immediately after that, 40 grinned and came over to Nettle Wolf, and Brother Lamb and the others. Master, isn't it time to celebrate after getting such a good result this time? And Nettle Wolf, we'll have to give him a treat? Hearing this, Brother Little Sheep didn't even think about it and said, ha ha, that goes without saying. Notify down. Everyone get together tonight and have a celebration banquet. Originally, Brother Lamb had the idea of celebrating. After all, to take such a good sales result, not to celebrate, simply cannot be said. And he wanted to take the opportunity to get more in touch with Nettle Wolf. Granted, they had an appointment for a live broadcast, and there was only one. But if you make friends with Nettle Wolf, are you still afraid that there will be no opportunities for cooperation? Until now, Brother Lamb kind of saw it coming. Netflix Wolves, really super smart. A lot of the time on the live stream just now, he was better at showing off the merchandise than either Little Goat or Big Goat. That slipper just now is the perfect example. Possessing such a mind, the Nettle Wolf's actions are absolutely determined by his own will. It is estimated that this time, they invited Netflix Wolf to come over and broadcast live, and Xiaorou and his team, all of them have sought his opinion. In this way, Brother Little Sheep naturally wanted to pull in Nettle Wolf even more, because once he's taken care of, it's the same as pulling it off. Of course, Zoe can't forget, if he could pull in Ro, the chances of pulling in Nettle Wolf would be even greater. So they're necessary to create more contact. With this in mind, 40's words were naturally just what Brother Lamb wanted, so he took the plunge and decided to take the whole company to a potluck. Big Goat had no problem with this. Naturally, Brother Lamb thought of something that went with him. Hearing Brother Lamb's words, there was naturally another round of cheers inside the room. Soon, the whole company became laughing. With those festive decorations, it's a perfect compliment. Next, Brother Lamb arranged several buses, and the whole company got off work early and went straight to the booked hotel in a great hurry. As for the Netflix wolf, he naturally rode in Brother Lamb's seat. Along the way, Brother Lamb was still smiling as he said something to Nettle Wolf and Xiaoro, but halfway through, Zoe answered a phone call. It didn't take long, just a minute or two, but Brother Lamb had a heartbeat, all because he noticed what Zoe called him. Boss. Brother Lamb instantly knew in his heart that this was a call from Fu Qing. After a moment of contemplation, Brother Lamb smiled and asked, Xiaoro, was it your boss who called? What did he say? Xiaoro sniffed and didn't think much of it as she returned. It's nothing, the boss just asked when we'll be back. Right now, counting. In fact, Nettle Wolf and Xiaoro had just come over here for half a day. Inside the phone, Fu Qing said, Small soft net Red Wolf cannot come back so soon. This side to play a few days before. Hearing this, Brother Lamb laughed in his heart. He knew that Fu Qing was just being facetious. After all, Netflix Wolf is working with him live. But it's another sales miracle. Under such circumstances, Fu Qing's importance to the Netflix Wolf would definitely rise several more degrees. And in such a situation, Fu Qing's level of indulgence towards the Netflix Wolf would of course reach infinity. But that didn't mean that Fu Qing would be relieved that Netflix Wolf was playing over here. You know, Nettle Wolf is with them now. Fucking would definitely be worried about them pulling a Netflix Wolf. As a matter of fact, Brother Lamb did have this in mind. That's why Fu Qing doesn't go on about it with his mouth. But in his heart, he will definitely be very worried as well. Realizing this, Brother Lamb suddenly became greatly amused. Just because he invited Netflix Wolf to collaborate on a live broadcast didn't mean he had any friendship with Fu Qing. He would certainly be 100 times more than happy to pull in the Nettle Wolf if he could. As for fucking side, I can only say sorry. Can he really pull off the Netflix Wolf though? Brother Lamb mused. Chapter 212, Netflix Wolf's drinking capacity. Inside some 3-star hotel. The first floor dining room has been wrapped up to serve as the location for the 3 sheep corporate get-togethers. Plates of delicious food were brought to the table, surrounded by laughter. It was clear, though, that the center of the crowd was still the table at the very center. At this table, there's Brother Lamb, Brother Big Lamb, 40, Brother Mouth, Little Yellow, Little Joe. Even the daughters-in-law of both Brother Sheep and Brother Big Sheep came. After learning of the existence of the Netflix Wolf, they all came running to join in the fun. The center of the table, of course, was still Nettle Wolf and Zoe. The crowd all centered around a man and a wolf, and the conversation started. Geez, come on, no need to dish me out. You guys eat. Zoe amusedly blocked the dish that 40 was handing over. Not to mention her, this would be a time when even Nettle Wolf couldn't stand the enthusiasm of the crowd. The bowl in front of him, too, was full. Even if Yifan kept eating, the meals didn't decrease. However, Yifan didn't have any opinions on this. The dinner that Brother Lamb would be cooking was somewhat on the western side of the food spectrum. Steak, spaghetti, whatever. Too much barbecue and these are pretty fresh. Yifan's heart fluttered. Should he pack some for double happiness? These guys, now that they're on the air every day and making so much money, they still need to be treated more often. But soon, Yifan secretly shook his head again. Forget it. It's too far to travel. Nettle Wolf, do you want a drink? As he was thinking, a laughing voice suddenly came to his ears. Yifan turned his head to look, and a delicate and charming pretty face was immediately reflected in his wolf eyes. 40 this woman again. It's worth noting that 40 has been glued to the side of Nettle Wolf since just now. A lot of video and photos were taken before the food was served. She's the one who's going to be pinching the food the hardest. By this time, 40 was even smiling and looking at Nettle Wolf with a small zippy jug of red wine in his hand. Yifan couldn't help but stare at his words. Seeing this, Xiaoro hurriedly discouraged. It's not good for Net Red Wolf to drink, right? Net Red Wolf, do you want to drink? Brother Lamb was shocked to see 40 move and immediately tried to come to stop it. It would be a problem if Nettle Wolf got drunk and played drunk. Who knows if the Nettle Wolf will be as friendly when he's drunk? What if it develops aggressive tendencies? Sure, most importantly, how are they going to brush up on their presence and make the pull if the Netflix Wolf drinks himself unconscious? in public and in private. Netflix wolves getting drunk works against them. Seeing 40 persuading people to drink, Brother Lamb naturally wanted to discourage it. But just then, Nettlewolf suddenly nodded. Brother Lamb froze. The crowd, who were also either explicitly or implicitly following the Nettlewolf, couldn't help but stare. This is meant to be a drink. Zoe froze as well. She'd never seen a Nettlewolf drink before. 40 responded, grinning instantly. She found it greatly amusing. Originally, she had only asked casually, who knew that the Nettlewolf would actually want to drink? What it's like to be drunk with a Netflix wolf. 40 got a little curious, and she smiled, instantly bringing a bowl to the web-slinging wolf. Tick-tock, the red wine was poured in, like scarlet blood, and it was beautiful. Yifan also couldn't help but have his eyes light up slightly. That said, he hadn't had a drink in a long time. No, I should say that he hadn't had a drink since being reborn as a wolf. So when he heard 40's words, Yifan couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart before simply agreeing. Nettlewolf, do you really want to drink? Zoe was still a little worried when she saw this. She didn't think about it as much as Brother Lamb did, but subconsciously, she was also afraid that Nettlewolf would get drunk. Yifan didn't respond, just kept to himself, sticking his mouth towards that bowl. Soon, the mouth was dipped inside the scarlet liquor. Yifan sucked hard and the wine entered his mouth and didn't go down his throat. Bitter and somewhat astringent. Actually, Yifan didn't really love red wine, but after not drinking it for so long, he still wanted to drink it. Ro cried and laughed when she saw the Nettlewolf's actions. She had heard of Yifan's life story. This would be a good time to see a Netflix wolf drinking and have some speculation. Did the guy who raised Nettlewolf let him drink too? As for 40 and the others, naturally, there was a count of 1, and all of them were stunned. Really drink it? That's red wine. Do wolves drink too? Ha ha, interesting. Wait, will he get drunk? Looking back, the crowd was lost in laughter. Nettlewolf, it's no fun for you to drink alone. I'll drink with you. Immediately after that, 40 didn't stop there, taking the wine glass from the side and just clinking it with the bowl of Nettlewolf's wine. Feel free to do as you please, Nettlewolf. Huh? I'm dry. 40 looks thin and petite, but also has a boisterous personality, and goes straight for half a glass of red wine. And Nettlewolf, not sure if he was keeping her company, continued to drink with his head down as well. The others were happy to see the scene. Mouth and the others hastily followed suit and ran to drink with Nettlewolf. Nettlewolf, I drink to you. Nettlewolf, let's have a drink too. Haha. He, I can't drink. Can I have tea instead of wine? Nettlewolf. One by one, they all gathered around the Nettlewolf. Brother Lamb was a bit dumbfounded when he saw this. He was still trying to discourage 40, but he didn't realize that in the blink of an eye, all of these guys were encouraging the net red wolf to drink. Brother Lamb looked away. Gotta. A bowl of wine went into the Nettlewolf's stomach. What if I get really drunk later? Brother Lamb was a bit anxious, and after thinking about it, he hurriedly arranged for someone to call a few more security guards over, lest the time comes when Nettlewolf gets drunk and really gets mad. Next, under Brother Lamb's worried gaze, Nettlewolf and the crowd pushed their glasses to the table, and the atmosphere was so pleasant. On several occasions, Brother Lamb spoke out to discourage it, but the crowd, high on alcohol, completely ignored it. In desperation, Brother Lamb had to find Brother Big Sheep to discuss the matter, but after hearing Brother Little Sheep's concern, before Brother Big Sheep could say anything, Mrs. Big Sheep made her comment. Uncle Junior, you said that the Nettlewolf would go crazy, but it seems that the Nettlewolf doesn't show any signs of this now. Hearing this, Brother Lamb looked at Nettlewolf. The only thing that could be seen was the Nettlewolf, who was surrounded inside the crowd, without any abnormality, but until now, he seems to have had quite a bit of red wine. I can't believe I'm not drunk yet. Is the Netflix wolf that good of a drinker? Brother Lamb's heart fluttered. If that's the case, giving Netflix wolves a drink might not be such a bad thing. Instead, it's a good thing. It is a well-known fact that a lot of business is negotiated face-to-face over drinks. The main reason is that alcohol makes people slightly smoky or even intoxicated, and in such a state, people generally talk better and are more boisterous. So maybe he could have pulled Nettlewolf in more easily with the help of alcohol if he didn't get drunk so easily. Chapter 213, Drinking Down the Netflix Wolf. Watching the Netflix wolf drink, Brother Lamb went from being initially repulsed to slowly accepting it, and for some reason, he always had the feeling that at this point in time, Nettlewolf was a little high on drink. This made Brother Lamb's heart flutter. If only Netflix wolves didn't get drunk and develop aggressive tendencies even when they were drunk, then it seems good to let him have a drink. All because of the fact that many times a person will let go and be easier to talk to after drinking. And that, in turn, is why so much business is done over drinks. So could he take advantage of the situation and pull in the Netflix wolf? Thinking about it, Brother Lamb implemented it straight away. Geez, what are you guys doing? Let me toast to Nettlewolf. Brother Lamb picked up his glass of wine and came to the Nettlewolf. After squeezing past 40 and the others, Brother Lamb made his way over to Nettlewolf. "Here, Nettlewolf, I'll drink to you. I'll drink. Feel free." Brother Lamb took his glass and clinked it with Nettlewolf's bowl before taking a drink. He then picked up the nearby zapper and refilled the Nettlewolf's drink. Brother Little Sheep didn't forget about Xiao Rou either, and after pouring for Nettlewolf, he poured for Xiao Rou next to him. It's okay, Brother Lamb." Sitting next to the Nettlewolf, Xiao Rou also drank several cups, and at this time, her small face was flushed. When Brother Lamb saw this, he was secretly happy. He immediately decided to open up on Zoe first. After all, he was trying to pull a Nettlewolf, and it appeared to be a bit difficult to communicate. But Zoe is different. Even if the words were a bit inflected, she probably understood them. "Zoe, how's our vibe here? You've been here all day. How do you feel?" Hearing this, Xiao Rou instantly smiled. The Three Sheep has a great atmosphere. Everyone is very welcoming. Hearing that the review was positive, a smile grew on Brother Lamb's face. He was thinking of continuing to inquire about Ro's current treatment at the fucking studio in preparation for pulling it together. But just then, the sound of a disgruntled wail from the Nettlewolf rang out from the side. Brother Lamb turned his head and realized that the Nettlewolf was staring at this side with wolf eyes. "What's wrong?" Brother Lamb was a little uncertain. The next 40 burst out laughing. "Master, Nettlewolf is making you drink." So saying, 40 also took the zapper and filled it for Brother Lamb. Oh. Brother Lamb reacted and hastily raised his glass. With the idea of pulling the strings, it was only fitting that he now held up Nettlewolf even more. After a cup was finished, Little Sheep Brother instantly saw that the Nettlewolf also drank on, and the liquor inside the bowl disappeared as far as the naked eye could see. "Holy, Nettlewolf, can you drink that well?" Seeing the Nettlewolf's drinking stance, Brother Lamb was a bit shocked. He had poured quite a bit of wine for Nettlewolf just now, and he didn't expect Nettlewolf to drink it all again. 40 saw this and instantly smiled and poured the Nettlewolf another drink. Nettlewolf, let's keep drinking." At this time, 40, a delicate and pretty face, also became flushed. "It looks very cute." She came up next to the web-slinging wolf, giggling like an elf. Nettlewolf also couldn't help but look at 40 one more time. Then the smile at the corner of his mouth grew even thicker. It was true that he was not much of a red wine drinker, but the atmosphere at the moment made him, without realizing it, drink a lot. The most crucial thing was that in the past, he was not so lucky to have a drink surrounded by beautiful women, and now, he's not surrounded by beautiful women, and he's surrounded by people who hold him up. Yifan had just become the center of attention of the crowd. This situation made Yifan somewhat intoxicated. Sure, regarding the possible consequences of his drunkenness, Yifan had also considered it. So he started out and didn't dare to drink much, but slowly, Yifan was surprised to find that the red wine had no feeling at all when he drank it inside his stomach. Inside the mouth, it did have the taste of red wine, but when you drank it, you didn't get that slightly tipsy feeling. It would be fine if one cup was like this, but several cups were like this, and Yifan couldn't help but be surprised. He had a vague suspicion about the situation. His own self, who couldn't drink much in the past, had changed his physique after becoming a wild wolf, and had become a 1,000 drinker. Of course, it's also possible to be in better shape and more resistant to alcohol. Don't forget, Yifan was no ordinary wild wolf. The current him was much stronger than an average wolf king. This change appeared after Yifan ate a snack. Even if you eat a roast or something afterward, it's always there. So at this time, even Yifan didn't know to what extent his body strength had gone. It doesn't seem surprising that a body this strong would be able to resist or even be immune to alcohol. And having figured this out, Yifan naturally cared nothing. Seeing that the inside of the little goat brother's wineglass was hopeless again, Yifan then called out to the attentive 40 next to him. "Ah, Nettlewolf, are you asking me to pour the master a drink?" Immediately, I don't know if it's the drinking or the fact that he's naturally good with the Nettlewolf, but 40's level of understanding of the Nettlewolf is catching up to Zoe. As soon as Yifan called out, she understood. Hiss! Brother Lamb sucked in a breath of cold air. In that time, he's had 3 drinks, but the Netflix wolf shows no signs of stopping. In response, Lambie is a mixed bag. The joy is that the Netflix wolves drink more, so naturally they are better at negotiating and pulling together. The worrying thing is that he can't drink very much. Not really, but Nettlewolf was in the mood, so Brother Lamb gritted his teeth and stayed with him. He didn't bother to say anything more to Ro. Instead he was going to drink a good Nettlewolf before talking about anything else. The result was the next moment. Lambie was the first to swoon and lose. Brother Lamb's daughter-in-law had come over to assist Brother Lamb, who was already giggling a bit. Keep Nettlewolf company and let him drink to his heart's content. Before leaving, Brother Little Sheep didn't forget to command. 40 and others naturally responded in turn. As he watched Lambie lose the battle, a slugger appeared. Being a retired Special Forces soldier, Mouth carried a glass of wine and came over to Nettlewolf. Nettlewolf, I'll drink with you. To be a man you have to be fierce. Hey, when you meet me, a fierce man, today you, Nettlewolf, are probably going to lose ugly. As a result, soon, Mouth finished a glass of red wine, covered his mouth, and suddenly came running up. Cut. Seeing this scene, 40 and the others burst into laughter. How great Mouth was talking just now, and how lousy he's leaving now. Immediately afterward, the atmosphere was in place, and more people, sparring with the Nettlewolf, got drunk. Zoe couldn't stop it even if she wanted to. Soon, though, Ro was surprised to realize that, there was no need to stop at all. All because whoever comes to drink with the Nettlewolf is no match for him. Sheepy, Mouthy, Yellow, Lintkey, Big Sheepy, Back 40 and others. 3 of the sheep, 1 of them counted, and surprisingly all of them were drunk down by the Nettlewolf. Seeing such a situation, how could Xiao Ro not understand? Netflix Wolf, who can drink extremely well, even 1,000 glasses. Chapter 214 The Drunken Goat Brothers. Days. Brother Lamb opened his eyes and suddenly bounced off the soft bed. He looked at the familiar room and was a little confused. Aren't you drinking? Why is he in his room? It was also at this moment that a silhouette walked in at the door. It's his wife. Honey, what's going on? Why am I here? Brother Lamb asked in surprise. Brother Lamb's daughter-in-law was carrying a bowl of relief soup and placed it next to her. Looking at Brother Lamb's look of ignorance, she couldn't help but feel a little amused. Have you forgotten about last night? Last night? Brother Lamb blinked, puzzled. Didn't you drink with Nettlewolf last night? Hearing this, Brother Lamb's daughter-in-law became even more amused. Yes, last night you drank with Nettlewolf and broke your drink. What? I'm drunk off my ass. Brother Lamb was dumbfounded, still unable to think of anything, but he knew that his daughter-in-law was probably not lying, because what's called a break is the absence of a relevant memory. And now, he just couldn't think straight. Realizing this, Brother Lamb was completely dumbfounded. He tried to get Nettlewolf to drink and ended up getting drunk himself. The same scenario happened with Big Goat. Big Goat woke up even later than Little Goat, but the encounter is the same. Clueless, he encounters ridicule from his daughter-in-law and then learns of last night's circumstances. 40 and others coaxed Nettlewolf to drink. They joined later. For those who came to toast and drink, Nettlewolf came to the rescue. As they drank, both Big Goat and Little Goat forgot to pull together, and the more they drank, the more they got drunk. Not that they forget, of course, rather, they intend to pull the plug on Nettlewolf after they've had their drink in place. But what was never expected, Nettlewolf hadn't been drinking in place since the beginning, but instead, he and Brother Lamb were the ones who were high. Of course, it's not just the two of them. Mouth, Lin Tianqi, and the others did likewise. Even female anchors, such as Xiao Huang, were drunk. All in all, the 3 sheep company was down for the count. Big Goat laughed bitterly. Will people at the company be able to work normally today? Brother De Yang's daughter-in-law fed Brother De Yang a mouthful of soup and said, I don't know about that. Hearing this, Big Goat laughed more and more bitterly. After finishing the antidote soup, he hurriedly contacted Brother Little Sheep. Once the 2 brothers made the connection, they both laughed bitterly once again. Then they cried and laughed and realized that the company was able to function. There are a lot of drunks, but not so many that no one goes to work. It's because a few of the anchors got high and then collectively were late. I don't know if I'll be able to come to work either. In response, Brother Little Sheep and Brother Big Sheep didn't say much. After all, the reason why Mouth and the others were drunk was also to entertain the Nettlewolf. In a way, it counts for work. As far as the running of the company today will be, affected, it doesn't seem to matter that much. The most important thing right now is to pull in the Netflix wolves. As long as they pulled it off, their 3 sheep would be able to go to the next level. In the future, even manipulating the listing may be possible. In that case, why don't we just take a few days off and play with Nettlewolf? And 40, she seems to be quite popular with Nettlewolf as well. On this, Brother Lamb and Brother Big Goat agreed, and so it was. Soon, a tour, centered around the Netflix wolf, was formed. Little Goat and Big Goat, and their respective daughters-in-law, plus 40, Mouth, Lin Tianqi, Xiao Huang, Xiao Qiao and others. Morning, when a group of people poured out of the hotel room, they also startled Yifan. Ha ha, Nettlewolf, hello again. I haven't had any yesterday. I'm the slugger who was careless. My god, Nettlewolf, you're so drinkable. You don't seem to be on top at all. Yesterday was so humiliating. I must get back today. Nettlewolf, let's go play a game later. I don't believe I can't win against you. As soon as Brother Lamb and the others came in, they spoke up. Yifan couldn't help but freeze when he heard this. What does Brother Lamb and others mean? More drinks? Or is it just a matter of where to go and play? Hearing this, Ro was also a bit surprised. She had thought that such a large group of people as Brother Lamb had come over to see the Nettle Wolf. After all, Nettle Wolf did drink a lot last night, but now it looks as if there is some kind of arrangement? Greeting Ro's puzzled gaze, Brother Little Sheep explained, Ro, Nettle Wolf, you guys will be good here for the next few days, so let's do our best as hosts. As for today, I intend to take you guys on a nice tour of Hefei for a bit of fun. Just hearing this, Xiao Ro was even more surprised. It's no surprise that Brother Lamb took them for a ride, but such a big group, all together? Y'all don't have to go to work? Xiao Ro looked at Brother Lamb and the others with a strange look on her face. Little Goat Brothers and Big Goat Brothers are even. These two are the bosses, and even if they don't work, it's not a big deal. But people like 40 and others are 3 sheep anchors. How is 3 sheep going to run if these people don't work? Seeing this, Nettle Wolf also had a strange look on his face. Honestly, he was already a little embarrassed by his drinking last night, because even Yi Fan himself wasn't sure about his drinking ability, that it was so good. By the time he came back to his senses, all of the 3 sheep were almost completely wiped out. Only the respective daughters-in-law of Brother Sheepy and Brother Big Sheepy, as well as a handful of girls, were not drunk. Sheepy and the others were so drunk that, needless to say, it must have interfered with work. But what he didn't expect was that Brother Lamb and the others, who simply didn't go to work, actually looked as if they were all absent from work to play with them. This, Brother Lamb, isn't too good, is it? We can just hang out here. We don't need so many people with us. Returning to her senses, Xiao Ro said with some embarrassment. She was still quite touched by what Brother Lamb and the others had done, but she was really embarrassed to have such a large group of people like Brother Lamb running around. That's a crazy little goat brother. Everyone still in the room is a big internet celebrity with at least a few million followers. Brother Lamb sniffed, but smiled. It's okay, because of you guys, we sold an amazing amount of copies. We can't thank you enough for that alone. It's nothing to take you to the sites on this side of Hefei. If there's nothing between you and Nettle Wolf, let's get going. Looking at Xiao Ro's embarrassed behavior, Brother Lamb smiled even more. He felt that he had accomplished his purpose. He came over with so much fanfare just to make Zoe feel embarrassed, because then, the success rate of their pulling it together, naturally, would be higher. Thinking of this, Brother Lamb immediately shot a wink to 40. Before coming here, Brother Lamb also said hello to 40 and the others. Be sure to keep the Nettle Wolf happy. Chapter 215 Netflix Wolf wants to play with spaceships. Soon, 2 Chinese buses, again departing from the hotel, carrying Nettle Wolf and Zoe, as well as Brother Lamb and others, headed for a famous amusement park in Hefei. This playground, or 40 proposed. Brother Lamb had wanted to take Nettle Wolf to some kind of park, or forest attraction. This proposal, however, was quickly rejected by 40 and others. After all, Nettle Wolf is just from the mountains and humans, so taking Nettle Wolf to all those parks, forests, hikes and whatnot is obviously a bit redundant. Sheepy then responded by taking this advice from 40. Take the Nettle Wolf to the playground. Sure, it's still a little difficult to take the Nettle Wolf to the playground. After all, so many people knew Nettle Wolf. It would be a problem if she caused any kind of commotion at the playground. As a matter of fact, even if there was no Nettle Wolf, Brother Little Sheep and the others wouldn't have dared to rashly go to a public place like a playground. After all, they are still somewhat recognizable as internet celebrities. If the security is not done properly and something happens, they will be in trouble. Good on. This problem, too, is not difficult to solve. If you use your money power, you will be able to handle it easily. In short, it's about paying a lot of money and chartering a playground. That way, you don't have to worry about causing a ruckus. And the best part is that this will be able to save the Netflix Wolf from standing in line. This will definitely be a significant improvement to the Netflix Wolf touring experience. That's all. The bus drove most of the way to its destination, a playground called Moribar. This playground, not too big, not too small, just right for a little goat brother and his party to tour. Wow! Looking at the towering Ferris wheel in the distance, the girls inside the Chinese bus burst into cheers. Almost no girl can resist the temptation of the playground, not even Zoe, even the respective daughters-in-law of Brother Lamb and Brother Big Goat. As for 40, that's more than enough. The reason she offered to bring Nettle Wolf to the playground tour was actually selfish. That is, she loves to come to the playground too. It's just that the 40 is usually so busy with work that I never get around to it. I didn't realize that this time. Instead, it was the company that invited her to come over here for a trip. Of course, 40 knows why, so she quickly looked at Nettle Wolf with glowing eyes. Nettle Wolf, thanks haha. If it wasn't for you, I don't know when I would be able to come here and play, and still have Master pay the bill. Hee hee hee. Hearing 40's laughter, the crowd laughed as well. Me too. It's been a long time since I've been to a playground. Thank you Nettle Wolf. Thank you little master. Mastermind. Ha ha, I'm going to have a good day today. Oh, And the best part is, it's a private party today, so we don't even have to wait in line. Yes, the most depressing thing about going to the amusement park is this. Every time you play something, you have to line up for half a day. And you can't play much at all in a day. Ha ha ha, we're in for a treat today. When we arrived at the playground, the crowd was in a state of euphoria. Brother Lamb swept around, his eyes landing on Nettle Wolf and Zoe. He nodded darkly at the sight of Rose's eyes glowing as well. Of course, Zoe's idea, while important waves were the most important, it was still the idea of the Nettle Wolf. Do Netflix wolves really like to play in playgrounds? But from that mighty, hideous wolf face, Brother Lamb couldn't tell. After thinking about it, Brother Little Sheep went over and asked, Xiao Ro, ask Netflix Wolf which item he likes to play, and I'll make some arrangements. Hearing this, Xiao Ro looked at Nettle Wolf and asked, Nettle Wolf, this is an amusement park. Which item do you like? Of course, Ro knew that it was impossible for the Nettle Wolf to tell, and was only able to make targeted inquiries. She suddenly reached out and pointed to the first ride that appeared at the entrance. How do you like this one? It's a carousel with a colorful wooden horse slowly rotating and pleasant background music. This is a great newbie program for first-time amusement park visitors. However, Yi Fan's face darkened when he heard this. What do you take him for by letting him play on the merry-go-round? What about a 3-year-old? Or maybe a regular coyote? Yi Fan gave Xiao Ro a dissatisfied look and turned towards another facility nearby. This facility, like the merry-go-round, is circular, but on top, instead of a wooden horse, there is just a large selection table constructed, ring-like with handrails around it. Spaceship, that's the name of the program. Yi Fan saw this and the corner of his mouth curled up. The merry-go-round, that's for kids. He plays at the playground, or at least the space shuttle. Nettle Wolf, are you going to play this? At this time, Ro naturally saw the Nettle Wolf's move. Looking at the spaceship in front of Nettle Wolf, she asked in confusion. Meanwhile, Little Sheepy, Big Sheepy, 40, and the others, came together next to Nettle Wolf. While they can play too. This time, too, they came with a mission, so it's better to serve the Nettle Wolf before you do. Forget the rest for now. At least you can't grab items to play with the Netflix wolves. You can't have an employee there hogging a certain program when Netflix Wolf wants to play it. Therefore, whether it was Little Sheep Brother Big Sheep Brother, or 40 and the others, they all had the sense to follow the Nettle Wolf. The girls have agreed to play whatever the Netflix Wolf plays. That way, it won't hog the time of the Nettle Wolf, and keep the Nettle Wolf company. Now that they saw the Nettle Wolf standing in front of the spaceship, Brother Lamb, and the others, were a little surprised. Is Nettle Wolf going to play with spaceships? I hear this one's pretty dizzying. The carousel's no match for it. Nonsense. The carousel that's for kids. For us the spaceship is just right. But I'm still a little dizzy. So don't shake me up again then. Ha ha, mouth. If you're afraid, you can just not go. We'll just go ahead and have fun. What are you afraid of? My mouth is a super fierce man. This wobble can't help me at all. If the Nettle Wolf goes up, I go up too. Hee, count me in. I want to play too. Listening to 40 and the others' arguments, Brother Lamb suddenly waved his hand, silencing the crowd's voices. This spaceship isn't very big, so I guess it can't hold that many people at once. Next, those whose names I call, step forward. Those who don't, play next round. Brother Lamb made a quick decision. Sure, this is all predicated on the premise that Nettle Wolf is actually going to play with spaceships. As a result, as the crowd watched in amazement, Nettle Wolf literally nodded his head, signaling that he wanted to play with the spaceship. And so it was. Next moment, Brother Lamb named a group of people to follow the Nettle Wolf and board the spaceship. Little Sheepy and Big Sheepy did not follow up, but they began to arrange for manpower to broadcast live to the scene. Chapter 216 Lycanthropy and Grace. Brother Lamb decides to stay with Nettle Wolf even if it affects the running of the company, but while keeping the Netflix Wolves company. It seems it's not like they can't go live. So, after arriving at the amusement park, Brother Little Sheep arranged for the Netflix Wolf to swim around while having someone start broadcasting live. Soon, the figure of the Nettle Wolf appeared inside the Three Eyes livestream. The netizens were amazed. Is Netflix Wolf on the air again? Where is this? This is outdoors. But this scene, it's a playground. What's with the Netflix Wolf running the playground? Strange? I know. I have a friend who works inside the Three Sheep. Ha, he said that today. Brother Little Sheep brought the Netflix Wolf, and a group of his men, and wrapped up an amusement park to play in. Holy, money's on the line. I guess the playground might be full if it's not chartered considering the Netflix Wolf. After all, the Netflix Wolf is so famous now. Rightly so. Brother Little Sheep and the others are also internet celebrities. If they casually appeared in a place like an amusement park, when the time comes, a stampede could occur. Brother Little Sheep is also well considered. Oh, so the Nettle Wolf didn't bring the goods today, but simply came out for a good time. Ha ha ha, is this a spaceship ride? I've been on this thing before, and if I'm not steady, I'll make a fool of myself. Ha ha ha, curious if the nettle wolf will be thrown out. Though this time, it wasn't his own account that Sheepy used to livestream, but the official account 3 Sheep. Still, in moments, it was up to 100,000 people, and the numbers were still growing. The internet can't help but be amused at the sight of Netflix Wolf wanting to play with a spaceship. In the meantime, Paygreen Studios side, Fu Ching and the others, too, had discovered the live broadcast of the Netflix Wolf. Boss, Nettle Wolf and sister Shioro went to the amusement park to play. This playground is huge. Brother Sheepy is really good at playing. Last night he took Nettle Wolf for a drink, and today he ran to the amusement park. I want to go play too. The speaker doesn't have a heart, but the listener does. Fu Qing's pretty face couldn't help but freeze up, although she said that she would let Nettle Wolf play over there for a few days. Just as Brother Lamb thought, Fu Qing still wanted to see Nettle Wolf come back as soon as possible. After all, Fu Qing really wasn't too worried about letting Nettle Wolf and Xiaoro stay by Brother Little Sheep's side. Safety was not something she was worried about. What Fu Qing was worried about was Nettle Wolf and Xiaoro not returning once they were gone, especially the Netflix wolves. Nowadays, the Netflix wolf is a meat and potatoes guy, and it's not an exaggeration to say that he's a cash cow. Whoever gets him will be able to get traffic, and right now, traffic and money are, pretty much, equated. That's why Fu Qing couldn't help but worry that Netflix Wolf was scooped up by Brother Lamb. But right now, it was useless for her to worry anymore. Always impossible. Why don't she call someone back now? If that was the case, Fu Qing might even have to suspect that Nettle Wolf and Xiaoro were afraid that even if they didn't have the mind to detach. So for now, just have to go with the flow. Scene. After some arrangements, Nettle Wolf, along with 7 or 8 other people, boarded the spaceship, which, naturally, included Zoe. On top of that, there's 40, Mouth and others. One of them, Mouth, says he's fierce and is perfect to play this. Okay, here goes. Brother Lamb gave the order, and the staff instantly flipped the switch on the spaceship. Buzz. The platform, like a ring, soon shook violently. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Ah, wow. What followed were the screams of 40 and others. The violent shaking began to cause 40 and the others to fall to their sides. Ha ha, coming. Look, Mouth fell down all at once. The crowd at the scene saw this and murmured happily. This kind of ride is quite joyful, even when you watch others play. The most joyful thing is that the Mouth that was so tough just a moment ago, all of a sudden hit his face. As soon as the violent shaking appeared, he threw himself right out of his seat and fell on his ass. Brother Lamb saw this, but was not surprised. Zoe, 40, and the other girls, all held hands tightly, except for Mouth, the guy who was arrogant enough to sit alone. It was naturally difficult for him to resist in the face of that shaking force. Just looking at it, Brother Lamb couldn't help but show a stunned look on his face. Next to Mouth, there's Netflix Wolf. Brother Lamb's attention, too, was focused more on the Nettle Wolf. As a result, he was surprised to find that the Nettle Wolf, at this time, was sitting there impartially. It's worth noting that the reticulated wolf was not sitting on the seat instead, just sprawled out on the ground. But even that's pretty amazing. In the violent shaking, even if the hand-pulling Xiaoro, 40 and others, gradually festered, Mouth was even more wretched, rolling around directly on the ground. Only the Nettle Wolf, always sitting there steadily, appeared as if the shaking had no effect on him. TSK. Brother Lamb couldn't help but TSK. Meanwhile, the others noticed the difference in the Nettle Wolf and wondered aloud. What's Nettle Wolf doing where he is? Surprisingly, the Nettle Wolf didn't even move. How is that possible? He's steady. What's going on? This spaceship doesn't work on him. At this time, the Nettle Wolf's steadiness on the spaceship was naturally mirrored inside the live broadcast. Seeing this scene, netizens also sked up. What's going on? Why is Nettle Wolf so stable? It seems that Nettle Wolf really does have the attributes of a dog. And look how steady as an old dog he is now. Ha ha ha, still steady as an old dog. Talk more if you can upstairs. I'm not much of a talker, but Nettle Wolf is giving me a very classy vibe right now. Ha 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 ha, looking at it, that's really it. The other guys are so lousy. It's a stark contrast to him. Netflix Red Wolf, that's it? Elegant. Really too elegant. It feels like the Nettle Wolf possesses a strong grip. Ah, look at his claws. They're holding the ground steadily. In fact, it's just as a certain internet user said. The reason why the Nettle Wolf was as steady as a mountain and as stable as an old dog inside the violently shaking spaceship was precisely because his claws had a death grip on the bottom. Of course, it also has to do with the power of the Netflix Wolf itself. The more power you have, the easier it will be to fight this shaking up. And so it was. A few minutes passed when the spaceship came to a stop. Mouth stopped in a lurch, and Zoe, 40, and the others, with messy hair, breathed a huge sigh of relief. Only the Nettle Wolf shook his head and leapt off the platform. He then turned to look at Xiao Rou with a searching expression. This spaceship, it's still not good. Is there anything more exciting? Facing the gaze of the nettle wolf, Zoe was a little puzzled. But next, after trying to figure out what the nettle wolf meant, she suddenly blushed oddly. Chapter 217 Thrill Jumper. Nettle wolf, you want to play that? Xiao Rou followed the nettle wolf's gaze and her face was a bit shocked. Brother Lamb and the others, too, had strange faces. Only a towering machine stood in the direction that Nettle Wolf had indicated. There were rows and rows of seats up there, too, only they faced out. Jumper. Netflix Wolf is going to play Jumper. This is too exciting. 40 and the others were astonished to see this. Yes, the item that Netflix Wolf is going to play is none other than the Jumper. This kind of item is the most thrilling item in almost the entire amusement park. The crowd didn't expect that Nettle Wolf would want to play such an exciting program. Nettle Wolf, you really want to play this? Right, this is called a Jumper. It's very exciting and scary. At this time, 40 also came up to the Nettle Wolf and inquired. Her eyes lit up. In fact, she loved the excitement. So whether it's a spaceship or a Jumper, she loves it. Now Nettle Wolf's offer to play Jumper was right up her alley. And as the crowd watched, the Nettle Wolf heckled and nodded. He's really going to play the Jumper. Holy, Brother Lamb suddenly got a little toothy. Though he had brought Nettle Wolf over to try and please him, but he didn't want Nettle Wolf to be in danger. This Jumper is just out and out thrilling. But now that Nettle Wolf had nodded, he naturally couldn't refuse. With no choice but to turn around, Brother Lamb asked the staff, is this Nettle Wolf okay? And can the safety measures be done properly? Hearing this, the staff nodded. That's fine. Just wear your seatbelt a little better. Okay, then, please, Brother Lamb said politely, and then turned to the others. Any of you who want to play can join together. Upon hearing this, a few people immediately crossed the crowd, which also includes 40. After all, although jumpers are scary, there are still a lot of people who enjoy this kind of thrill. Zoe, for once, had hesitation. 40 saw this and immediately beckoned. Zoe, come here. 40, at this point, had taken her seat, and next to her, was Nettle Wolf. Xiao Rou said with a somewhat bitter smile, I've never played with this kind of thing before. I'm a bit scared. 40 sniffed and was dumbfounded. There's no need to be afraid. It's very exciting, and the Nettle Wolves are here. Aren't you coming? So saying, 40 patted the vacant seat beside himself. Hearing this, Xiao Rou glanced at the Nettle Wolf before she appeared to gain courage and slowly walked over. And seeing this scene, the netizens were suddenly amazed again. Holy, Netflix Wolf is going for the Jumper. That's too brave. There's nothing that Nettle Wolf can't do, as he deserves to be known as Nettle Wolf. Ha ha ha, does Netflix Wolf even know how exciting this Jumper is? I've played with this Jumper, and it feels like people are already dead. Ha ha, it's scary. Last time I watched Jitterbug that person play the Jumper. Play and play. The person is unconscious, and then awake again. Again unconscious. Too funny. I wonder if Nettle Wolf will make a fool of himself this time. If he'll pee in fear. This one is so much fun to watch live. If the Netflix Wolf is scared, how does it bark? Or is it just ow 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 ow? Oh, I'll bet $100 Nettle Wolf will be cool with it. Upstairs, I'll bet you. You know, this stuff is no joke. That centrifugal force, it'll drive you crazy. Ha ha ha, that's right. Anyone more daring would go up there and scream wildly in fear. And Nettle Wolf probably wouldn't be an exception. Scene. After the staff's repeated checks, all the people sitting on top of the crowd, all thoroughly tied up the seatbelts, especially the Netflix Wolf, who was a priority. After one staff member checked him 3 times, another staff member came and checked him 3 times. Finally, Brother Lamb Big Lamb himself came along and checked it out. At this point, they retreated in peace. Of course, with a machine like this, no matter how well safety measures are in place, there is still a chance that something will go wrong. For example, a machine failure or something like that. That odds, though, are about as good as winning the lottery. So Little Goat and Big Goat weren't too worried. Begin. After backing away, Brother Lamb signaled the staff again. The staff nodded and began to maneuver. Ha ha, it's on, it's on. Hold on to it, everyone. Feeling the seat move, 40 burst out laughing. For her part, Xiao Rou's face tightened, and Yellow and the others, who had also come over to hang out together, had gotten nervous. Even Mouth, who was known as a fierce man, had his face stared at this moment and tightened the armrests. By this time, they were feeling the power of upward mobility. Under the machine, they are slowly rising. The ground begins to move away and the characters begin to shrink. It's a feeling that's hard to describe. At this moment, inside Yi Fan's wolf eyes, there was a flash of anticipation. It's worth noting that in his previous life, he was into this kind of thrill and excitement. The original thought was that after becoming a coyote, there would never be another chance to experience it. But what he didn't expect was that he would have this opportunity now. So coming here, Yi Fan was indeed happy. Now that he was on the jumper and felt that deja vu feeling, Yi Fan was even happier. And at this point the jumper, too, gradually intensified from a gentle pace. It's like a car starting up, then going faster and faster, and finally going right onto the highway. What's scary is that they don't walk as if they're on the ground. They go from low to high, and so the resulting thrill was instantly doubled. Boom! Finally, the machine roared to life. Almost simultaneously, the crowd screamed and rang out, "Ah ha 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 ah!" At first, it was just 1 or 2 people like 40 who called out, but after being infected, more and more followed the call. "Hey aha!" There were shouts of joy, screams and frantic shouts. All the voices joined together and were affected by the violent gusts of wind, culminating in a thrilling and exciting shriek. When Little Sheep Brother, Big Sheep Brother and the others below saw this, their scalps were a bit numb. In the blink of an eye, Nettle Wolf and Xiao Rou and 40 and the others had already risen several dozen meters into the air. That kind of height made many people's hearts tremble up. It's hard to imagine what it would be like to stay up there. And at this time, Nettle Wolf and the others naturally intuitively felt this terrifying sense of excitement. From low to high, slow to fast, especially at the highest point, the jumper even stopped. It made that thrilling feeling, once again, magnified several times over. Below, Brother Lamb and the others were completely invisible. The buildings, too, turned into little boxes. Ah ha ha ha. The shrieks once again cut through the air, but at this time, the crowd noticed something strange. Chapter 218 Jumping Experience. Ha ha, it really went up. It's a shame we can't see the picture up close. How did the Netflix wolf feel up there? Didn't pee in his pants, did he? Scared to pee also cannot see. Good pity if recorded, may become the heart of the net red wolf name scene. Ha, this jumper I've played, now that's the scariest. Can't do anything? It stops there. It's scary to look at. Scene. The shrieks continued. Even 40, who was very fond of excitement, was more than a little alarmed at this point. Zoe closed her eyes even more, then opened them to look at them and closed them again. But soon, both 40 and Zoe noticed something different about the web-slinging wolves around them, only to see that at this moment, the Nettle Wolf was not the slightest bit nervous at all, but instead opened a pair of wolf eyes, looking at this and that. Nettle Wolf, are you not afraid? Zoe asked, stuttering a bit. She wasn't so panicked if she didn't look underneath. That sense of crisis, though, still stuck in her throat, preventing her from completely settling down. She couldn't help but be amazed as she looked at the Nettle Wolf, who was relaxed and at ease at the moment. The next 40 were also amazed. Nettle Wolf, it's high up in the sky. Aren't you afraid at all? 40 blinks, staring intently at the Nettle Wolf. She was more and more surprised to see that wolf face full of bashfulness. Yi Fan naturally shook his head when he heard this. Such a scene was, indeed, a bit scary, but what he felt more than anything else was thrill and excitement. The height of this jumper seems to be higher than average. Not bad, not bad. And seeing the Nettle Wolf's excited face, Little Soft 40's face became even more odd. But what about the next? They couldn't say anything more. All because the seat, which had been suspended for 2 minutes, moved again. The real effect of the jumper, revealed. Nettle Wolf and Zoe, along with 40 and the others, were high in the air and suddenly fell. Extremely fast. Even though it was in a seat, the weightlessness was exactly the same as jumping off a building. And so it was. The shrieks started again. Ah-ha-ha. Most of the people, such as Xiao Rou, closed their eyes and screamed frantically. And 40, though he didn't close his eyes, was screaming in panic. As the saying goes, even the boldest person who goes to the top and then falls off will be scared. The thrill-loving 40 is no exception. As for Xiao Huang, Brother Mouth and the others, their faces changed drastically one by one. Not pissed off, but close. Below, most of the people such as Brother Little Sheep and Brother Big Sheep's necks shrank when they saw this. The amusement park thing is still a favorite of many, but not all rides, they love. There are a lot of people who are afraid to play things like jumpers. That's really going to scare the piss out of you. And some, even vomit. The good thing is, within these people, there is no such thing. But spare them the horrified screams of the crowd, which made their scalps rise. So scary. This is really the same as jumping off a building. It feels like playing this is just looking for a good time. Coming down. Take pictures. See how they react. Many people took out their cell phones, intending to capture the moment. At the same time, the camera of the Three Sheep's live broadcast also rushed to focus on the position of the jumper. Boom! The air exploded. The violent speed caused the air to stir with a popping sound. Within a few seconds, the seat that had risen to dozens of meters in the air landed on the ground in a heck of a lot of ways. The impact formed in this instant was heck of a powerful and incomparable, shocking the minds of the crowd all of a sudden. Ah ha ha ha. Accompanied by the sound of breaking air, there was also a strong screaming and wild howling. Even 40, with his mouth open, screamed desperately. Ah ha ha ha. Chapter 219 Netflix Wolves will drink milk tea. Next thing you know, the crowd kind of realized once and for all just how bold Nettlewolf was. Following the jumper, snowy mountain flying dragon roller coaster, aerial spin, pirate ship, the Netflix wolves all swam past one by one. Suffice it to say, he plays with whatever stimulates him. The netizens are also looking straight up happy. Ha ha ha, Brother Lamb and the others are all confused. Yeah, it feels like they're going to get played by the Netflix wolves. I'm more heartbroken for little Zoe girl. Every time Netflix wolf plays something, she has to follow, and several times her face is full of fear. Upstairs I agree, tiny Zoe is too hard. She's kind of the assistant to the Netflix wolf. She has to be close at all times. Oh, I didn't realize Nettlewolf was so fun-loving. Laughing my ass off, just now Mouth threw up. Mouth brother, a fierce man, can't even compare to Nettlewolf. Nonsense, that's a Netflix wolf. It's also true that the Nettlewolf is so powerful that many times he is able to do things that humans can't do. It's so much fun. It feels like these guys are cool, and it feels like another novel and overwhelming experience to be able to play this kind of stuff with Netflix wolves. Ha 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 ha, it feels a bit ill-intentioned for Brother Sheepy to favor Nettlewolf so much. I also think that most of the anchors of Three Sheep now seems to follow out to play. Three Sheep Company can still maintain normal operation? Had. Upstairs this doesn't make sense, right? Brother Little Sheep is pulling in Netflix Wolf. If he can keep Netflix Wolf Company and scoop him up to Three Sheep, that would be cool, right? We all know how hot the Wolf-Sheep combination is. If we work together for a long time, the Three Sheep, not to mention building a building, even going public is very possible. Holy, this looks like Brother Lamb has made a big move. Oh, but is Nettlewolf so opinionated and smart that he'll easily join? Who cares? Wherever the Netflix wolves are, our Wolf Clan army will follow them. Yeah, me too. Inside the Three Sheep live broadcast, there was a lot of talk and the atmosphere of discussion was very thick. Without realizing it, even if it was simply a daily live broadcast, the number of people inside the live broadcast room still reached 300,000. But for this, Brother Lamb and Brother Big Goat were not surprised. Normally, they broadcast live on the Three Sheep Company account, and with a few tens of thousands of people, they're all snickering. But now there's a Netflix wolf. As previously stated, Netflix wolves are a guarantee of traffic. With him there, it's normal to have hundreds of thousands of people watching on the air. But seeing this scene, Brother Little Sheep and Brother Big Sheep, too, became even more determined to pull in the Nettlewolf. There were sensible netizens inside the live room who had already analyzed their thoughts. But so what? That's what they're trying to pull for Netflix Wolf. In fact, even if Brother Lamb and the others wanted to hide, it would be difficult. In that case, might as well do it. That way, even if you fail in the end, you're still honest. With this in mind, Brother Little Sheep became more and more attentive to the Nettlewolf. By the time Nettlewolf had just finished playing with the pirate ship, Brother Lamb had even bought milk tea. Of course, it's for everyone. Let's all sit down and have some milk tea first. Brother Lamb arranged for the crowd to take a break in the rest area and then arranged for his assistant to distribute milk tea. As for himself, he took a few cups of milk tea and came over to the Nettlewolf's side of the table himself. Here, have some milk tea, Zoe, yours. Brother Lamb shared it with Zoe first. It's hard for you. It feels like you're kind of rushing the ducks. Hearing this, Xiao Ro, who received the milk tea, instantly smiled and laughed. It's fine. It still feels quite fun now, although I'm a bit scared, but I'll be fine after that. Zoe flashed a smile, mopping up the Nettlewolf. She was also having a pretty good time. It was a real thrill, but she was somewhat over it now. Ha ha, Xiao Ro was very brave. Thank you, Master. 40 praised from the sidelines before claiming another thank you to Brother Lamb, who had handed over the milk tea. Brother Lamb split the circle, then looked to Nettlewolf. Nettlewolf, do you drink milk tea? Hearing this, the crowd also subconsciously looked at Nettlewolf. Milk tea is a thing. I wonder if the Netflix wolves will drink it. Thinking so, they couldn't help but be a little curious. At the same time, the live camera recorded the situation, in real time, online. Seeing this, the netizens were greatly amused again. Ha ha ha, does Netflix wolf drink milk tea? It should. And don't forget what Netflix wolves eat to become Netflix. Oh, did you say custard pie upstairs? Nettlewolf is really okay with the sweet stuff. Brother Sheepy, don't give milk tea to Netflix wolf. If you get addicted you'll be in trouble. Yeah, after that, when we pass the national highway, the milk tea may not be guaranteed. Wolf on Netflix, milk tea, custard pie, cake, cookies, I want them all. Netflix wolf, more sugar, less ice, please. Netflix wolf, please bring me a cup of neat tea that tastes so good that I can't stand it. Ha 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 ha. I'm thinking of Netflix Wolf going to a milk tea store and ordering milk tea. Inexplicably funny. Will I stumble upon the Netflix Wolf in a milk tea store someday? Ha ha. And to make the netizens even happier, the netizen Wolf actually nodded in the face of Brother Lamb's inquiry. Even little Sheepy asked Nettle Wolf whether to eat ice or drink hot, and he clearly expressed the idea that he wanted ice. 40 and others were also amused. Nettle Wolf likes iced milk tea, so I'll buy it for you next time too. Nettle Wolf has the same hobbies as me, yay. Ha ha. Nettle Wolf, it actually tastes good hot. Do you want to try it? The crowd gathered around the web-slinging wolf with smiles on their faces, and after Brother Little Sheep asked Nettle Wolf for his opinion, he naturally opened a cup of iced milk tea and handed it over. Brother Lamb subconsciously opened the lid of the milk tea, intending to let the Nettle Wolf lick it and drink it. As a result, just at that moment, a situation that was unexpected to the crowd appeared. Nettle Wolf shook his head at Brother Lamb. Well, what's that supposed to mean? Not drinking again? Brother Lamb froze. 40 and the others were a bit puzzled by this. Just now, Netflix Wolf was doing well. How come he's not drinking milk tea again? Seeing this, Xiao Rou suddenly reminded Brother Little Sheep, close the lid. Nettle Wolf should be able to drink it with a straw. Drinking through a straw? Brother Lamb was stunned, then blushed strangely as he saw Nettle Wolf nod. 40 and the others were suddenly confused again, and then they actually saw that when Brother Lamb closed the lid and handed it over with the straw, the Nettle Wolf went straight down and sucked on it. Bone thrower. And drinking it. Netizens marveled again at the sight. Such a situation is also unexpected by most people. Who would have thought afterward that Netflix Wolf would drink milk tea even if he could use a straw? Seeing this, a lot of milk tea stores are even rubbing their fists and planning to invite Netflix Wolf to drink milk tea.